On an ordinary day, Li Lu noticed a new game icon on his battle. Net client, StarCraft 3. What the heck? Hell yeah, I'm so playing this. The game downloaded at lightning speed. StarCraft launch. NetEase and Blizzard join hands again. It is the day battle. Net returns to China. Li Lu sits alone in front of his computer, his gaze fixed on the battle. Net client that he has never uninstalled. He recalls the joyful days of playing StarCraft 2 with his friends, but then, what happened later? He stops thinking about those unpleasant matters and lets out a sigh. Gone forever. Suddenly he straightens up and curses, Blizzard blast you. Then instead of sitting idly, he opens the battle. Net client that he hasn't logged into for years. He fluently types his account and password that he has never forgotten and enters the client. Li Lu moves his mouse slightly and opens his battle. Net friend list. His finger gently scrolls the wheel, watching familiar names flash across the screen one after another. Unconsciously, his gaze stops at a battle. Net user named IMP. Memories of playing StarCraft with this friend instantly spring to mind. As the name suggests, he mains Protoss Master rank. Back then we played StarCraft 2 Archon mode and reached Archon Grandmaster with Protoss. He handled the macro, I handled the micro. As Li Lu recalls that moment, the corner of his mouth lifts involuntarily. Almost absent-mindedly, he moves his mouse to the IMP icon and clicks it. The information that pops up shows that this friend has been offline for 3 years. At that time I only played Terran, rarely Protoss. Whenever I saw he had extra minerals piled up, I would spend his bank to build bases for him. After he took his 3rd expansion, I used the leftovers to throw down a 4th, then a 5th. Watching this memory, Li Lu gives a bitter smile and shakes his head, as if seeing his naive younger self again. Back then he was unfamiliar with Protoss macro mechanics. He didn't know Protoss need to save resources to warp in units. He thought IMP didn't know how to macro, so he kept spinning his bank for him. In the end, they still managed to reach Archon Grandmaster, and with Protoss no less. The scroll wheel continues to roll slowly. He starts checking other familiar friends one by one. At last the mouse stops on another user's icon, a player named Han Han Nan. This name is equally familiar to Li Lu. He has known him for at least 10 years. Back then we played 2v2, both choosing the Terran race. Li Lu mutters to himself, but at that time I was still in high school, too young to understand the value of friendship. Over a trivial disagreement about Terran macro, we finally went our separate ways until we even deleted each other from our friend lists. However, saying this, Li Lu suddenly bursts out laughing. Haha, but later I created a Smuff account to add him back and continued to play StarCraft with him until the CN servers shut down. That guy definitely recognized me. Li Lu keeps laughing. In the end, this guy's skill was far worse than mine. That proves I won that macro debate back then. With a hint of pride, Li Lu lightly clicks the mouse. However, the pop-up on the screen makes his smile freeze. Han Han Nan has also been offline for several years. None of them came back. Li Lu shakes his head helplessly, a faint sense of loss welling up inside. He had been hoping to chat with these old friends again to arrange a next StarCraft session. But now, even though Blizzard Battle Net has restored its service today, these old friends show no sign of returning. Right, only Battle Net has returned, not StarCraft. Knowing NetEase, a non-profitable game like StarCraft, won't be relaunched until the year of the monkey and the month of the horse. Despite his disappointment, Li Lu continues to browse the friend list, clicking familiar icons one by one, hoping to find 1 or 2 friends online. Yet every click yields the same result. These friends have all been offline for years. Loneliness is inevitable. Once Li Lu and these friends spent countless unforgettable moments together in the world of StarCraft. But now on the long Battle Net friend list, only his own avatar still has color. Just as Li Lu is still lost in the old memories battle, Net suddenly pops up an update notification. He is startled for a moment, then snaps back to reality. A Battle Net update. Probably a patch for the newly returned CN server client. Thinking this, Li Lu clicks the update button without hesitation. In a moment, the update is complete. As the client restarts, Li Lu notices the difference from before, because a brand new game icon appears on the Battle Net client, which had been empty just now. Looking at this icon, recalling NetEase's official announcement, he murmurs, "What's going on? Didn't NetEase announce that World of Warcraft would be the first game to return to CN servers? But it's not the launch time yet." He moves the mouse to that icon and clicks. A huge title immediately pops out, StarCraft 3. What? StarCraft 3? Li Li's sudden shout was loud, but luckily his room was well soundproofed, or the neighbors would surely have complained. After shouting, his first thought was that he must be dreaming or hallucinating. How could there possibly be a StarCraft 3? After all, the StarCraft 2 development team had disbanded long ago. Not to mention a new title. There wasn't even anyone left to maintain the basic operations of the game. How could a 3rd installment ever come out? But the download interface before him seemed completely real. Forget it. Since no one is online in my friend list anyway, I'll just download the game and ask in the lobby what's going on. Li Lu decided to download the game first. The moment he clicked download, time seemed to freeze as if under a spell. Everything around became eerily silent, without a single sound except the humming of the computer fan, as if it were the only thing still running in the world. However, this phenomenon lasted only an instant, and then time returned to normal flow. After clicking download, the download speed of the game, called StarCraft 3 on Battle.net, was astonishingly fast, almost faster than Li's internet speed. But he didn't notice this at all. As the completion notice popped up, Lilu directly clicked Start Game. The next moment, Li's computer screen went black, and then Blizzard's iconic Azure logo slowly appeared on the screen. Blizzard Entertainment. Then came the exceptionally high-quality opening CG cutscene that Blizzard Games had always delivered. A cinematic image appeared before him, revealing a magnificent and imposing palace complex. The palace was both splendid and majestic beyond compare, and even its walls were adorned with countless paintings and records. Each one told a glorious history unknown to Lilu, filled with past honor and vicissitudes. Amazing, worthy of Blizzard cinema. At that moment, a resonant voiceover as powerful as a giant bell reached his ears. The voice seemed to travel through the river of time, carrying an ancient aura, pulling him into the distant and mysterious world of the CG. The vast empire without a master is buffeted by storms. As the narration continued, the scene in the screen shifted to a colossal golden throne. Seated on the throne was an equally colossal human, or rather a withered body that merely resembled a human. Countless tubes were inserted into his body like lifelines, sustaining a body that had long lost its vitality. Yet even so, his presence still exuded a dignity not to be underestimated, a majesty that seemed to overwhelm everything and made one involuntarily feel awe. Seeing this, Lilu was not an idiot. How could he fail to understand the meaning of the scene? What? Do you think I've never played Warhammer, eh? Isn't this just the God Emperor of Warhammer 4000? Did Blizzard buy the Warhammer license from GW and secretly produce StarCraft 3? Can they even make this story work? The CG continued. The camera suddenly pulled back into the endless starry sky. A burly figure in golden armor and a laurel wreath, and another figure radiating golden light, with wings, appeared on the screen, shaking hands face to face. While the Emperor is actually shaking hands with Kerrigan. They have no more moves. Might as well go by the lighter. They should have just updated StarCraft 2. Even the UED would make more sense than this. As the handshake ended, the two figures joined hands to construct a magnificent portal. New forces surged through the portal like a tide. It was the Terran Protoss and Zerg from StarCraft. After the three races jumped into the Warhammer 40k universe, the CG ended with a huge logo, StarCraft 3. While he couldn't help but sarcastically criticize as he watched, after truly finishing that cinematic level CG, Lilu still sat blankly in front of his computer, meticulously recalling the CG's content. A long moment later, staring at the name input window that popped up after the CG ended, Lilu uttered two words: impressive. Setting the CG aside, Lilu composed himself, gazed at the name input window before him, and pondered what ID to choose. Should I just use my old ID? No sooner had the words left his mouth than he shook his head. Forget it, I'll create a new ID. This is a new game after all. Let it be a fresh start. With that thought, Lilu perked up, his fingers swiftly clattering across the keyboard as he typed out his newly conceived game ID. Yes, the ID he had chosen for himself was a barcode name. He had a little scheme in mind. He planned to use the barcode ID to fly under the radar for a while, since one of the hallmarks of StarCraft was the sea of barcode names dotting the ladder, an unavoidable aspect of the game. He wanted to hide his identity and practice, first familiarizing himself with StarCraft 3's gameplay. Then he would switch his avatar after each match to avoid recognition, ensuring he could rely on a single trick to dominate. Once he had thoroughly mastered this new game, he would change to a name he truly liked. After all, as long as nothing unexpected happened, StarCraft allowed one free name change per season. He could change it however he wished then. Entering the game and seeing the UI, Lilu felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity. Awesome, isn't this the StarCraft 2 UI? Directly copied. He couldn't help but snicker, but soon he noticed a key point. He had started playing this newly released StarCraft 3 without spending a penny. StarCraft 3 is free. Then no problem. Blizzard is too powerful. Even if there are issues, it's my own fault. Having performed a lightning-fast about-face, Lilu shifted his gaze to the server channels in the bottom right corner. He wanted to ask others who had also entered StarCraft 3 what exactly was going on. However, his channel list was empty, as he hadn't joined any yet. So with a flick of his fingers, he typed a line into the chat box: Join General. Unsurprisingly, StarCraft 3's chat commands were identical to StarCraft 2's. With the command entered, he instantly joined the general channel, where about a dozen people were already present. Seeing people, Lilu pressed enter directly. Does anyone know what's going on with this StarCraft 3, eh? But after half a minute, no one replied, and in fact no one in the entire channel was speaking. No one answered him, and no one was talking. Lilu then tried to see if he could recognize any familiar player IDs in the official chat channel, but without exception the IDs of those currently online were all unusual. Ultramarine, Marnius Calgar. How impressive. He read them aloud as he scrolled, unable to resist commenting on each one. Then he continued: Death Guard, Efrel. Hell, I might as well be Robot Gilliman calling myself Efrel. He quickly finished scanning the player IDs, but not a single familiar one appeared. All the IDs of those currently online were cosplaying Warhammer characters, undoubtedly all Warhammer fans. Lilu figured that the Chinese server had just returned, and many people had only downloaded the battle. Net client taking a quick look and then closed it, so very few had noticed this StarCraft 3. After all, even the earliest officially announced World of Warcraft server launch was still months away, making battle net practically useless until then. Looking at the IDs in the channel, Lilu finally couldn't help but say one more thing in the chat. If I hadn't already settled on a barcode name, I would have definitely picked something like Lord of Mankind to play along with you all. But the people in the channel still didn't respond. Probably a group that came in to play together. Maybe GW's closed beta squad. Thinking this, Lilu smiled wryly. He had originally considered creating a team like those players had, but after careful consideration, he gave up. After all, having chosen a barcode ID hanging a team emblem would ruin his ability to rely on a single trick to dominate the ladder. Lilu stared at the main menu for a long time, yet he couldn't discern a single difference between StarCraft 3 and StarCraft 2, to the point where he couldn't help but scratch his head in bewilderment. Up until now, apart from the flashy cinematic at the start that was quite a spectacle, everything else was nearly identical to StarCraft 2. After pondering for a moment, he decided to try out the campaign mode of StarCraft 3 to see how Blizzard intended to craft the story this time. However, upon switching to the campaign interface, he discovered that the campaign was marked as not yet available. Damn Blizzard, did they release an unfinished game? Can't play the campaign, guess I'll just jump into a versus match. Lilu then clicked on the versus mode page, and unsurprisingly the interface was exactly the same as StarCraft 2's. Unexpectedly, there were 4 selectable races. Or rather, only 4. Besides the original Terran Protoss and Zerg from StarCraft 2, there was also the Imperium of Man from Warhammer 40,000. However, its icon was grayed out, rendering it unselectable. As for the Orcs, the Eldar, the Necrons, and even the Tau, their icons were nowhere to be found on the interface. What the heck is going on? Didn't they buy all the rights? Logically, we should be able to play all the factions, right? Why can we only play the same old Terran Protoss and Zerg, and can't even pick the Imperium of Man? However, Lilu quickly adjusted his mindset. After all, the game had just been released for download, and it was free. Perhaps this was just a trial version for now. Forget it, let's not overthink this. Let me just play a match against the AI to see what's what. With that, Lilu decisively selected the Terran faction, chose a random easy AI opponent, and then with a grand wave of his hand exclaimed, "StarCraft, engage." Immediately after, the game screen began to load. However, seeing the loading screen made him want to complain, but he couldn't find the words. The AI's faction icon was a die which unsurprisingly was identical to the random icon in StarCraft 2. A complete copy. The map also seemed to be randomly selected, looking like the outskirts of a city. It was very realistic, but beyond that the loading screen didn't reveal much else. The loading finished, the screen transitioned, and Lilu entered the game. But the moment he got in, he was completely stunned. Whoa, what's going on here? In the very center of the game screen, an absolutely massive Terran command center stood towering. Looking further ahead, 12 SCVs indistinguishable from real-life scale were advancing towards a massive cluster of crystal mineral nodes. The level of detail on these buildings and units was so high you could zoom in and see the textures clearly. Did StarCraft 3 switch to realistic proportions? And the details are this good, eh? While his mouth was running non-stop, Lilu's hands were equally busy operating at full capacity. Before those SCVs could automatically gather at one mineral cluster, he quickly box-selected each side of the screen and clicked on the mineral patches on both sides, sending them to mine early and split them up. This was an old habit he had developed over years of playing StarCraft. Splitting workers at the start gave him a tiny, almost negligible advantage. His economy could develop slightly faster than his opponents. Of course, the main reason was that it looked cool. However, StarCraft 3's realistic proportions made the controls feel different from before, and Lilu was a bit unaccustomed at first. But he discovered he could zoom the camera out incredibly far and gradually regain the feel of StarCraft 2. He thought to himself that this was actually quite interesting. Once he had enough mineral storage, Lilu prepared to build his first supply depot to wall off his base entrance. The first step in Terran base construction. Just as he was about to build it, he remembered he didn't even know where the natural expansion's wall-off point was. So he looked at the map. He wasn't curious until he looked, but when he did, he was shocked. No way, where's my wall-off point? Where did it go? He dragged the mouse across the screen, his eyes searching for the main base's choke point, a feature that had been a staple of StarCraft map design since the beginning. Typically in StarCraft map design, the main base has only one path leading to the rest of the map, commonly known as the H choke point. But he searched for a long time and couldn't find it. Moreover, he noticed his main base was located in the middle of an open area completely exposed on all sides. What the hell? How am I supposed to defend against a Zerg 12 pool with Terran? Not finding the H choke point, Lilu simply placed the supply depot right next to his base. While doing so, he continued to pan the camera around, observing the map. And observe he did. He discovered something new. Behind his base, there was a massive complex of towering buildings, each one taller than the last, and exquisitely detailed beyond compare. After thinking for a moment, he box-selected a single SCV and sent it towards the back. He found that it could indeed enter this complex of buildings. As the SCV ventured deeper in, the view expanded, revealing that this complex was unbelievably vast. It wasn't just buildings. Inside, there were various neutral units walking around, seemingly going about their own business. Some of them even reacted to seeing his SCV. This is actually a hive city. How did they manage this? Blizzard, you have time to make these irrelevant details. Why don't you use that time to finish the damn game? As he looked at the neutral units in this hive city, his hands remained busy clicking around the screen. The selected units had names like Sorrow, Hive City Dweller. Nice. How many gigabytes of memory does this map take up? At this moment, he started to worry about his graphics card. He quickly checked his computer's stats, which showed his GPU temperature was only 60 to 70 degrees. Huh. Blizzard actually optimized this well. It's finally not the single-core StarCraft anymore. After checking the GPU temperature, Li Lu immediately switched back to the game. His barracks had just finished building, but the unit selection inside shocked him once again. Huh. You can produce all the infantry units from StarCraft 2's ladder and campaign. How are we supposed to play like this? The balance is completely broken. As he spoke, he thought to himself that having something to play was better than nothing. Alright, fine, old units it is. I'll just treat this as a trial version. But seriously, not even one new unit. This is way too lazy. But even as he said this, his hands never stopped moving. He deftly pressed the hotkeys to produce a Reaper, muttering to himself, let's build one of these to go scout. I still don't know what race this AI is. The Reaper was soon produced. From a perspective of true scale, it appeared exceptionally tiny compared to the SCV or the barracks. But appearances can be deceiving. The Reaper's mobility in StarCraft was nothing to scoff at. The dual-turbo jump pack on its back allowed it to achieve a hover state above the ground. In the lore, the early Reapers could even truly fly into the sky, soaring freely through the air. However, due to considerations of safety and stability, it was later changed to the ground-hovering version. Even so, this safer version enabled the Reaper to maneuver nimbly across various complex terrains, constantly leaping up and down, showcasing its remarkable adaptability in the environment. Li Lu swiftly commanded this Reaper to advance toward the diagonal corner of the map. As the Reaper moved step by step across the map, Li Lu gained a deeper understanding of the entire battlefield, gradually forming a clear concept of the map's layout and the distribution of resource points. With this deeper insight, he couldn't help but complain inwardly, damn, it's not a symmetrical map, another design that breaks tradition. In the past StarCraft map, designs were almost always symmetrical except for special cases like multiplayer games. This design ensured a certain balance between both sides, like two sides of a scale. But now the asymmetrical map would undoubtedly introduce more variables to the game, making the situation far more unpredictable. Along the Reaper's path, various small buildings were scattered, each with a different style, some resembling human outposts, others like abandoned towns. Moreover, neutral units occasionally moved across the map. From their appearance and behavior, these neutral units seemed to belong to the Human Empire faction. Li Lu curiously clicked the crosshair on them, and the screen displayed their name: Solo Planetary Defense Force. Neutral units. With stats. This is somewhat similar to the design in Warcraft. It's bold but interesting. Let's give it a try. Li Lu continued to move the Reaper forward. When it reached a position 3/4 of the map to the right of his base, he discovered the computer-controlled faction, green-skinned orcs, engaged in combat with neutral units. He didn't understand why the random computer could roll the orc faction, which was not selectable by players. But he was also aware that given the current onslaught of the green-skinned orcs, if it weren't for the neutral Solo Planetary Defense Force holding the line and blocking the orc advance, his own base would have been overrun by the AI-controlled orcs long ago, leaving him no chance to even macro. At this moment, while the Solo Planetary Defense Force in the scene was still holding on, it seemed they wouldn't last much longer. Although the orc attack was massive, it was apparent that the AI's macro was still in the early stages, as the main frontline consisted of Shoulda boys and Gretchen. Admittedly, the visual details of StarCraft 3 were entirely cinematic. To get a better look at the battle details, Li Lu scrolled the mouse wheel to zoom in the game camera and began selecting the lifelike orc units to examine their appearance and stats. These orcs were equipped with a semi-automatic pistol and a choppa with only a few pieces of negligible iron plates serving as protection. As for the Gretchen, their numbers were several times those of the Shoulda boys. These Gretchen wielded a variety of crude weapons. Some carried simple wooden clubs, while others even charged forward with bones. During the battle, he occasionally spotted Gretchen fleeing in fear, but they were quickly eliminated by the surrounding orcs, which was very much in line with the orc lore. This is too realistic. Gretchen actually flee. Is there a morale mechanic? Li Lu muttered as he turned his gaze to the Planetary Defense Force's line. The Solo Planetary Defense Force was continuously firing various weapons at the enemy, attempting to repel the orc assault. Their only armored units were two Chimera armored personnel carriers equipped with autocannons, standing like steel fortresses on the defensive line. The other soldiers mostly wielded las guns, or autoguns, weaving through the battlefield to find firing opportunities. Of course, at least 80% of the PDF were using autoguns. Additionally, a few heavy weapons provided some fire support to the line, occasionally roaring with immense noise and inflicting considerable damage on the orcs. Looks like the solo hive on this map isn't very large. The PDF's assets are just this much. Li Lu remarked with a sigh as he looked at the map. The orcs and Gretchen charging toward them were like a swarm of locusts overwhelming the PDF's line. Neutral units absorbed the early wave, maintaining balance between the race and map design. That's quite an innovative idea. But the macro gap is way too huge. The design is interesting, but what a disparity in macro. Li Lu carefully observed the deployment and numbers of the Orc AI's forces attacking the neutral units, then glanced at his own lone Reaper. He moved the Reaper behind the PDF's line to gain a better view of the battle. It's all thanks to the map design, otherwise there's no way to win. It'll be heavily criticized in the open beta. While the PDF held the line, Li Lu continued his macro and silently calculated in his mind. Given the current battle situation, these neutral PDF forces which appeared neutral, but were actually hostile to the Orcs, could hold out for at most 3 more minutes. Let's go with a 1-1-1 macro from the second base and build a tank to help them stabilize the front line. Otherwise, with the number of these Orcs, I'll probably have to rely on a mech turtle and push strategy later. Soon the macro of the second base proceeded smoothly. A steady stream of SCVs was produced, systematically collecting minerals and Vespene gas. Meanwhile, the siege tank from the factory and the medevac from the starport were also completed one after another. Li Lu deliberately switched the view from the frontline PDF battle to zoom out and inspect the models and sizes of these newly produced units. In StarCraft 3, the medevac was extremely large, like an airborne fortress, while the siege tank was only about 1/3 its size. Now that's reasonable. In StarCraft 2, the medevac that could carry a Thor looked about the same size as the tank, which was a bit immersion breaking. Let's send a drop of 1 medevac to help the PDF relieve some pressure. With that, Li Lu swiftly commanded the medevac loaded with 4 Marines and 1 tank to boost its speed. Immediately, a large plume of flame erupted from the medevac's rear, its speed surging as it flew straight toward the Reaper's location. Li Lu positioned the Reaper on a small high ground. With its elevated terrain, the tank could gain a significant vision advantage once sieged, almost like standing on a watchtower, allowing a full view of the area in front of the PDF line. On the smoke-laden battlefield at the outskirts of Sorrow Hive, the situation was deteriorating rapidly. The savage, brutal greenskin Xenos forces that had descended from the sky had now deployed their ramshackle, yet devastatingly effective armored units onto the field. Several Orc battle wagons, outwardly appearing as heaps of scrap, but wielding formidable firepower, rumbled into view. Upon their arrival, these Orc battle wagons began rampaging wantonly across the battlefield, heedless of whether they crushed their own greenskins in the process. Wherever they passed, they kicked up billowing clouds of dust, blotting out the sun along with enemies and a fair number of flattened, unlucky greenskins. Soon these battle wagons locked onto the only threats to their existence on the field, the 2 chimeras belonging to the Imperials. Immediately, the battle wagons began relentlessly suppressing the autocannons of the 2 chimeras deployed by the Sorrow Defense Force on this line, quickly gaining the upper hand. For unlike the chimeras' autocannons, which had to pause intermittently, the weapons of these Orc battle wagons seemed never to overheat. As the chimeras anchoring the defense line were suppressed, the defenders in the trenches began to falter. In the Planetary Defense Force command post, not far behind the battlefield, the atmosphere had grown oppressively tense. Aelier Swola, regimental commander of the 1st Regiment of the Sorrow Planetary Defense Force, was analyzing the ceaseless stream of battlefield intelligence from the front line, his brow furrowing and relaxing by turns. Suddenly, a panicked shout erupted from the Voxcaster beside him, shattering the suffocating yet orderly silence that had gripped the command post. Regimental commander, those damned greenskins have deployed their battle wagons. Our Chimera autocannons can't handle them. Moreover, they're too fast. Artillery support can't hit them. We can't even get close enough for a suicide charge. It was the voice of the commander of the 1st Company, 1st Regiment Sorrow Planetary Defense Force, a man under his command. From the distorted tone, Aelier could clearly sense the officer's frantic anxiety. After all, within the 1st Regiment, the 1st Company had always been the best equipped with the highest quality personnel. And the 1st Company commander was Aelier's most trusted subordinate. Normally, he was the epitome of composure, facing even the direst situations with unshakable calm. Yet now even he had lost his composure, shouting into the Vox. That alone spoke volumes about how critical the situation at the front had become. Have we held for only 3 days? Must I really abandon the outer defense line and order the troops to fall back to the hive? A flicker of hesitation crossed Regimental Commander Aelier's eyes, for the latter option was all but a slow death. After a moment, he shook his head, dismissing the retreat plan he had just conceived. Sorrow was a colony world that had been developed relatively late, with its construction barely a century old. The only city that could be called a hive, Sorrow, had a population of less than 10 million. When the battle first began, the descending Orc forces had been evenly matched with the defense force. But as time wore on, the Orcs only grew stronger. If this stalemate continued, the longer they delayed, the more disastrous the defeat. He had to resolve this quickly. Lieutenant, you must hold the Orcs' frontal fire at all costs, providing cover for the 2nd and 3rd Companies to concentrate their strength, break through the Orc line, and destroy their base. Regimental Commander Aelier's voice was resolute, brooking no dissent. He had formulated a new plan in the brief time available. The Planetary Defense Force had originally been deployed in scattered defensive positions. The 1st Company sector was the most critical node of the entire line. If it fell, the whole defense would collapse. This was also why the Orcs had made it their main thrust. Aelier intended to seize the moment when the orcs' attention was fixed on the first company's position and concentrate the relatively less pressured second and third companies to find a suitable breach. By breaking through to the orc rear, they could wipe out the alien base once and for all. But the precondition was that the first company must hold the line without retreating a single step. Success or death, old friend. For the Emperor. And for Sorrow. Regimental Commander Aelier's calm voice left the other end of the Vox silent for a moment. But soon the first company commander's voice sounded again, much steadier than before. Aelier, old friend, may the God Emperor watch over you, and may he watch over me. I will hold the line. The first company commander understood full well that Regimental Commander Aelier intended to lead the breakthrough operation himself. At this life-or-death juncture, both were prepared to sacrifice everything for victory. In the foremost trench line, facing the main orc assault before the hive city of Sorrow, the captain of the Sorrow Planetary Defense Forces, 1st Company, stood shouting hoarsely into the communicator held by his Vox operator. Artillery. Artillery. His voice was so loud it cut through the cacophony of the battlefield. As his command was relayed, a rumble soon echoed from the artillery positions behind them. The rumble sounded like a roar from the deep earth. Moments later, sparse but unstoppable shells screamed through the air, streaking across the sky and slamming down amidst the orc horde. Countless orcs and grots were blasted apart, limbs and debris flying through the air. However, despairingly more orcs quickly surged over the fallen remains. Like beasts devoid of fear, they continued their frenzied charge towards the trench, seemingly enraged by the explosions. The soldiers of the 1st Company in the trench fought with everything they had to hold back the orc tide, but their resistance was like a crumbling levee trying to stem a colossal wave. Yet supported by the rear artillery, this crumbling and precarious levee seemed for now able to hold. Just as the captain believed the situation was momentarily stabilized, an abnormal howl filled the sky. He immediately looked up towards its source and witnessed an astonishing orc tactic. The orcs had strapped themselves tightly to large rockets. They were like a horde of fanatical suicide attackers. Ignoring their own safety, they flew in wildly unstable, barely controlled trajectories, streaking over the forward trenches directly towards the artillery positions in the rear. Intercept them. The captain's cry was laced with despair. Before he could even finish his shout, the soldiers who had already noticed the strange noise were raising their weapons and firing into the sky. A storm of gunfire erupted, deafening shots echoing through the air as countless muzzle flashes and dense laser beams intertwined. But the attack was sudden, and the defenders' interlocking fire was too sparse to blanket the entire sky. Although many orcs were shot down midair or violently exploded after being hit by heavy weapons, many still managed to breach the seemingly formidable defensive line. They descended like a plague of locusts, swarming towards the vital artillery positions in the rear. Seeing this, the captain yelled, "Command squad and 3rd squad of 1st platoon with me." 1st platoon leader, continue the command. The captain's orders were relayed swiftly, and soldiers quickly stepped out from the line, falling in behind him. The captain holstered his last pistol, bent down, and picked up an autogun from a fallen soldier. Then he led his squad sprinting towards the rear artillery positions. After a brutally savage struggle, the captain finally recaptured the artillery position. His gaze swept across the area, falling upon the bodies of soldiers still frozen in the pose of thrusting bayonets into orc chests. These soldiers understood the vital importance of the artillery position. Their faces still held firm, resolute expressions. Even in their final moments, they had not shown an ounce of retreat. May your souls return to the throne. Turning his gaze, the captain looked upon the destroyed artillery pieces and sighed softly. With the loss of their meager artillery support, he might fail the expectations of his old comrade. That old comrade had entrusted his very survival to the captain's ability to hold the line, and he had given his all. Is this how it must be? The captain murmured, then shook his head as if to dispel a grim thought. He shouted to the surviving soldiers, "Fall back to the line." As he led his men back into the trenches, he looked out at the seemingly endless orc forces surging wave after wave like a green tide, as if they would never stop. Amidst the fierce fighting, forward positions continued to fall, and the situation grew increasingly dire. A Chimera armored personnel carrier serving as an armored gun platform had delayed its repositioning to cover the retreat of friendly forces and was now engulfed in the tide of orc attacks. As far as the eye could see, there were simply too many orcs relentlessly assaulting the lone vehicle. Although the Chimera's armor was sturdy against the orcs' crude weapons, it began to buckle under the sheer volume of attacks. At this critical moment, several orc tank busters seized their chance. They were powerfully built, but more importantly, utterly fearless, armed with long poles capped with explosives. Like starving predators, these tank busters rushed forward one after another, jamming their explosive poles against the side armor of the Chimera. Boom, boom, boom. With several earth-shattering roars, the detonations unleashed a colossal force that shook everything around. The tank busters themselves were hurled violently through the air, some killed instantly by the concussive blast. In response to the explosions, the Chimera's hull-mounted autocannon drooped lifelessly after the blast. With the loss of fire support and a Chimera, the defenders' situation deteriorated rapidly, forcing them to retreat to their final defensive line. Standing before the last line of defense, the captain personally manned a heavy bolter, spraying fire at the frenzied orc charge, trying to stem the green tide, even for a moment, but to no avail. Suddenly, a colossal thunderclap tore through the sky. Boom. The sound was deafening, as if the entire world trembled in that instant. Was the last chimera destroyed too? Despair gripped the soldiers' hearts, believing the sound was their own armored vehicle being destroyed. Yet even so, they did not falter. Their weapons remained firmly in hand as they continued their desperate struggle against the orcs. Behind them lay their homes. Where else was there to retreat to? Boom. The explosion sounded again, this time louder than before, rattling their eardrums with its intensity. The soldiers looked up in astonishment towards the source of the sound, only to see a massive plume of smoke and searing heat erupt from within the orc ranks. The explosion is in the orc lines. But weren't our artillery pieces destroyed? A soldier shouted the discovery, lifting everyone's spirits. However, before they could figure out what was happening, a third thunderous roar followed. Boom. This time the soldiers finally heard the unmistakable whistle of artillery shells from behind them. It was a terrifying sound, like the harbinger of death swiftly approaching. Boom. The shell landed perfectly in the center of the orc tide, instantly triggering a cataclysmic explosion. Flames shot into the sky, thick smoke billowed, and the densely packed orc charging formations were cleared in an instant, leaving a vast empty space. Or rather, where the ground had been packed with charging orcs, there was now only a massive crater, its bottom littered with the charred remnants of orc bodies. This unknown bombardment was inflicting damage comparable to their own artillery batteries' volleys, and the continuous rumbling explosions indicated that this mysterious artillery support had an abundant supply of shells. The thunderous roar of heavy artillery shells echoed relentlessly through the tide of orcs, a sound that seemed to tear the very horde asunder. Each explosion was like the furious howl of death itself, blasting gaping gore-streaked voids amidst the orc masses. Company commander. Is this the support sent by the battalion commander? The first platoon leader widened his eyes, shouting at the nearby company commander, who was steadying his rifle. Why was shouting the only way to communicate on this battlefield? Because the vast majority of the human empire's armed forces were not equipped with personal communication devices. Aside from units with radio operators who could contact other forces, all other communication relied on shouting or runners. In the deafening chaos of the battlefield, only a full-throated yell could be heard. The first platoon leader's bellow reached the company commander's ears clearly. The weapon in his hands spat a continuous stream of fire, each shot as precise as a hawk striking its prey, hitting the dazed orcs one after another as they reeled from the sudden explosions. Despite hearing the first platoon leader's question, the company commander did not respond immediately. He knew full well that his company was completely cut off. Apart from the soldiers still holding the line, all other units had been led by the battalion commander on a raid against the orc rear base. This sudden artillery support was as much a mystery to him as it was a surprise. Yet this unknown artillery support had undeniably brought them a glimmer of hope. With the relentless barrage aiding them, their defensive line began to stabilize. After a brief moment of thought, the company commander decided to acknowledge the bombardment as support from the battalion commander, using it to bolster the morale of the remaining soldiers on the front line. That's right. Keep fighting. For the Emperor. For Soro. Let's crush these green-skinned bastards. His roar thundered across the battlefield. Hearing their commanders cry, the soldiers' morale surged instantly, and they responded with fervent shouts for the Emperor. Crush these green-skinned bastards. For Soro. A single conviction burned in their hearts. For the Emperor, for Soro, and of course for themselves, they had to hold the line to the very end. At that moment, a familiar hum sounded again from the sky. This time the company commander didn't even look up. He knew that sound all too well. The orcs were trying the same trick again. But due to their heavy losses, even though the remaining defenders reacted instantly and fired into the sky, they could no longer effectively intercept the orc rockets. Without a word, the company commander quickly gestured for a few soldiers to follow him, then turned and headed straight towards the source of the artillery barrage. A portion of the troops broke from the firing line and followed his lead. This time they were determined to protect this crucial artillery support. Li Lu sat before his computer, his eyes glued to the screen with intense focus. His fingers flew across the keyboard, deftly constructing various buildings, while continuously rallying newly produced tanks and marines to the initial high ground. These siege tanks provided powerful support to the neutral Soro Planetary Defense Force, helping them stabilize their line. Based on his current force size, Li Lu estimated that after replenishing his ranks with 2 more waves, he could select all his units and launch a direct assault to push all the way to the orc main base. During this time, he had also gathered enough data on these common orcs through his observations. Unexpectedly, they utilized dynamic data settings. The stats of each orc were not identical. Most orcs had health points ranging from 20 to 40, with a maximum difference of nearly 20 points compared to their counterparts. Furthermore, the gap between the maximum and minimum attack power of these orcs was equally vast. The lowest attack power was a mere 1 point, while the highest could reach a staggering 10 points. As for the Gretchen, their stats were even worse. Their health points were generally only around 10, nowhere near the level of orc boys. Moreover, the Gretchen's attack power was pitifully weak, none exceeding 1 point. They were utterly useless, not even fit to be cannon fodder. Dynamic stats. The orcs don't have hero units, do they? Li Lu muttered these complaints while amassing his forces on the high ground. However, just as he was checking on the frontline planetary defense forces status, as usual, he noticed numerous orcs with rockets strapped to their backs flying towards his tank high ground. Damn storm boys! He exclaimed, but Li Lu did not panic. His fingers moved like lightning, pressing the T key on his keyboard. It was a reflex, a muscle memory ingrained through countless hours of play. Just as the orcs were about to get close to the high ground, they seemed to be struck by an invisible force falling from the sky, some even exploding midair. Li Lu pulled the camera view back to his high ground and zoomed out, seeing the stimpak-injected marines unleashing a storm of firepower. The orc rockets didn't even get close to the high ground before being blown out of the sky by the marines' fire. Damn, StarCraft 3 marines have this much range. Li Lu had originally only planned to pre-inject the marines with stimpaks and wait for the orc rocket troops to come closer before attacking. He hadn't expected their range to be so extensive. At the same time, he noticed about a dozen neutral Soro Planetary Defense Force units rushing towards his position, apparently chasing after the orcs. But these Soro Planetary Defense Force soldiers stopped dead in their tracks upon seeing the orcs blown out of the sky, standing motionless, as if stunned. Are the neutral map AI this dumb? They just idle when they lose their target. Get back to the front line. Then he saw these neutral units turn towards his forces on the high ground, gesturing wildly with their hands in front of their chests. As they made their gestures, Li Lu zoomed in. The Aquila salute. They're treating me like a brother, thinking I'm a space marine. I just want to know how they'll explain this in the Blizzard campaign. This is too absurd. Soon after, these neutral units finished their gestures, as if they had heard Li Lu's earlier complaints, turned around and ran back towards their previous defensive line. As the first company commander led his troops tracking the orc traces, they arrived at the foot of a towering platform. There, the orcs in the sky, accompanied by a low, oppressive, and unending volley of thunderous gunfire, began to fall in droves. Their descent seemed as if an invisible, overwhelmingly powerful hand had violently yanked them from the sky, leaving them utterly powerless to resist. Of course, many more simply exploded mid-air, and the proportion of explosions far exceeded that of their previous interceptions. Anyone with a shred of sense could see that the firepower of these interceptors was ferocious, far surpassing that of the Soro Planetary Defense Force, which had not suffered significant losses before. It was worth remembering that prior to this, these orcs, using the same tactics, had effortlessly breached the seemingly formidable defensive line of the First Company and destroyed their artillery positions in the rear. They had inflicted incalculable and immense losses upon the Soro Planetary Defense Force, pushing the entire defensive line to the brink of collapse. Yet this time, with the same tactics, the orcs' fate took a dramatic turn. They were completely annihilated before they could even set foot on that high platform. Not a single one survived. Commander, what is that? A guard from the command squad, his eyes betraying barely concealed astonishment and confusion, looked towards the high platform, from which continuous thunderous boom sounds emanated, his gaze filled with inquiry. Clearly the thunderous artillery support from before originated from this very spot. The immense power of those shells, capable of reducing hordes of orcs to dust with a single shot, seemed to still reverberate before their eyes. Following the guard's words, figures clad in heavy armor towering like iron towers gradually appeared at the edge of the high platform. Their silhouettes, illuminated by the pervasive smoke and flickering flames, appeared extraordinarily mysterious and majestic, as if they were guardian deities emerging from the darkness. From the moment they appeared, everyone immediately realized that the fall of the orcs was undoubtedly their masterpiece. It was their formidable power that had put an end to the orcs' frenzied assault. Angels. When these iron tower-like figures appeared, some in the ranks could not help but cry out in excitement. This shout, like a stone cast into a calm lake, instantly stirred 1,000 ripples. The rest of the group also revealed excited expressions, the fervor blazing like a raging fire in their eyes. In this life-or-death battle, the appearance of the angels was like a sudden bright lamp in the darkness, illuminating the despairing hearts of the crowd, granting them boundless hope and the courage to continue fighting. But this? How is this possible? The first company commander, upon seeing those figures, felt ripples stir within his heart, his innermost being filled with shock and disbelief. Before deploying the defensive line, the only star speaker in the Sorrow Hive capital had exerted every ounce of strength, expending all his spirit and energy to send out a psychic distress call for aid to the surrounding star systems. However, that psychic communication was like a stone cast into an endless abyss, vanishing into the vast universe without receiving any response. In the end, that star speaker told the key figures among the defenders, including the first company commander, that they could only rely on themselves for defense. And now, at a time when the defense line was nearly lost, and everyone was plunged into the abyss of despair, these figures suddenly appeared. How could this not fill him with astonishment and incredulity? Moreover, these figures bore such a striking resemblance to the legendary angels. In the sky above the platform, there were also several massive flying craft, presumably the Thunderhawk gunships that the angels had arrived in. A miracle. Seeing this, some in the ranks began to cross their hands over their chests, saluting the angels with a solemn and devout posture. This action seemed to possess an intangible infectiousness. Gradually, everyone in the ranks saluted the angels. Their eyes filled with respect and gratitude, they expressed their most sincere and profound thanks from the bottom of their hearts to these angels, who had saved them, thanking them for stepping forward in their hour of need. Even though those angels showed no reaction to their gestures, still standing silently on the high platform, like unyielding statues, unmoving. Nevertheless, the hearts of the crowd were filled with immense gratitude. After the first company commander also saluted, he began to carefully confirm the situation on the battlefield. Only after ensuring that all the orcs were dead, not one remaining, did he give the order to lead his troops back to the frontline positions, continuing to engage in the ensuing battle. Within the orc camps situated behind the surging tide of greenskins, and before the Soro planetary defense forces, the war boss Xiaobian's Greenhide was afflicted by a throbbing pain within his skull. His brow furrowed deeply, and he instinctively pressed his hands against his temples, attributing this vexing headache to the increasingly frequent bouts of finkering that plagued him. The Xiaobian's Greenhide of old had always scoffed at the very notion of finkering. In his mind, finkering was an act reserved for mech boys lost in their mechanical machinations, or for warbosses contemplating their grand strategies. He had never concerned himself with matters that required such mental exertion, and he had never felt the need to do so. He was once just an ordinary orc following his boss's orders without question. If the boss said go east, he went east. If anything stood in his path, he would charge forward without hesitation, crushing and tearing it apart with his powerful frame and sharp weapons, as if that was his sole purpose for existing. However, the relentless gears of fate turned, and a brutal battle irrevocably altered his existence. In that conflict, he lost most of his body, bleeding profusely and nearly meeting his end on the spot. Their original boss, however, met a far more gruesome fate, losing his head entirely in a most horrific manner. Fortunately, the Pain Boys employed their unique skills of fixing his head onto a new body, one far larger than his previous form. This new physique made him taller and stronger, with power surging through his veins. From that day forward, Xiaobian's Greenhide assumed the boss's position, becoming the new leader of this warband. Since then, the act of finkering haunted him like a specter, appearing in his mind with ever-increasing frequency. Sometimes it would strike like a hunter lurking in the shadows, emerging without warning and entirely beyond his control. It clung to him relentlessly, much like a sniffing squig tracking a lone Gretchen. What unnerved him even more was the chilling realization that he was finkering about finkering itself, a sensation akin to countless icy fingers tracing down his spine, making his skin crawl. It was the same now. Xiaobian's Greenhide sat within his crude, yet imposing fortress, his gaze somewhat distant, lost in thought about the very planet they were on. The Wak Helet had landed on this planet with great enthusiasm. They had anticipated finding a glorious and satisfying battle here. However, while the planet did harbor some Yumis, these creatures were like timid rats, constantly hiding behind their defensive structures, unwilling to engage them in direct combat. They only relied on ranged firepower to bombard the orcs, a tactic that denied the greenskins the visceral thrill of close-quarters combat they craved. Furthermore, the number of Yumis here was far too small, too few to be shared amongst the entire warband. Even though the Wak had not yet fully scoured the planet, Xiaobian's Greenhide was already losing hope. So far, all they had found were a few scattered Yumi villages and towns. These Yumis resisted in their cowardly manner, occasionally managing to put up a fight that was somewhat interesting to the orcs, but in the end, against the overwhelming numbers of the greenskins, they were annihilated swiftly, like ants swept away by a flood. This type of fighting was far from meeting Xiaobian's Greenhide standard of a proper scrap. His boys were also getting itchy, eager for a real intense battle. Xiaobian's Greenhide began to doubt they would find such an opportunity on this planet. To change this situation, he decided to launch a full-scale assault. He planned to whack through the defensive line the Yumis had set up in front of their last city on this planet, and finally put an end to this conflict that no longer offered him much enjoyment. Just as Xiaobian's Greenhide was pondering where to seek the next great battle after conquering this planet, a Gretchen suddenly appeared before his very eyes. The Gretchen was small in stature and reeked of a foul odor. Xiaobian's Greenhide wrinkled his nose, having no recollection of this particular Gretchen's name. "Boss!" The Gretchen's voice was shrill with excitement, its entire body trembling violently. Judging by its demeanor, it clearly had something important to tell Xiaobian's Greenhide, or at least something it believed to be important. "What?" Xiaobian's Greenhide growled gruffly, slowly raising his massive shuda. The dark, menacing barrel served as a stark reminder to the Gretchen that if it was wasting his time, it would soon find itself on the receiving end of a severe beating. "There's a whole bunch of Yumis coming from the south heading for the camp, boss," the Gretchen reported, hopping from foot to foot in its excitement, its small eyes gleaming with anticipation. Pong! A deafening blast rang out, and half of the Gretchen's body was blown away, blood and gore splattering in every direction. Xiaobian's Greenhide grunted slowly, rising to his feet, his figure looming large within the fortress. He strode to the doorway, lifted his leg, and sent his heavy steel-capped boot crashing into the half-goblin's remains. The Gretchen's mangled corpse was kicked out, tumbling down the hillside and kicking up a cloud of dust. Damn, Yumi's got some nerve. Xiaobian's greenhide bellowed to the boys remaining in the camp, his voice thundering like a war horn, brimming with both fury and excitement. Wayawayaf. In response, a thunderous war cry echoed from below. Wayawayaf. The orcs shouted in unison, their voices shaking the entire camp as they surged forth to meet the oncoming Yumis descending upon their ramshackle fortifications. Lilu leaned forward slightly, his gaze fixed intently on the screen, utterly detached from the world around him, as he immersed himself in the brand-new universe of StarCraft 3. His eyes radiated focus and exhilaration, every shift in the game's visuals tugging at his nerves. His fingers danced nimbly across the keyboard, deftly commanding the various units in the game. Under his direction, these units clashed fiercely against the orcs controlled by the AI. The two sides exchanged blows in a blaze of warfare, each assault and defense demanding swift decisions from him. Suddenly, a melodic chime broke through the tense, focused atmosphere like a stone cast into a placid lake, sending ripples cascading outward. His phone's alarm rang out cheerfully, its tone crisp and pleasing to the ear. Now I find myself in the wild unknown. The alarm rang on schedule, signaling to Lilu that it was now 11 o'clock in the evening. Damn, I've been playing for too long without noticing. I've got class tomorrow, time to turn in, Lilu muttered to himself. I've basically gotten the hang of StarCraft 3's mechanics now. With that thought in mind, Lilu reached out and gently pressed the F10 key on his keyboard. He figured he'd just quit the game, end this skirmish against the AI, and head off to rest, letting his weary mind unwind. But just as he moved his cursor over the quit game option on the screen and clicked it, a sudden thud echoed from the monitor, as if a heavy object had plummeted from the sky, and a glaring warning box popped up. The warning box clearly stated, "Quitting mid-game will leave a record on your game profile and deduct your reputation points. Are you sure you still want to exit the game?" Huh. Lilu froze, staring at the warning box on the screen in disbelief. He never imagined Blizzard would pull such a move, and that he'd actually get ensnared by this rule. He genuinely loathed the idea of tarnishing his game record, feeling that merely seeing such a mark would stir an inexplicable unease like a heavy stone pressing down on his chest. But Lilu couldn't help blurting out his complaints, his tone laced with frustration and grumbling, "Seriously, that's such a slick trick. Is this specifically designed to punish those losers who rage quit? If it were in PvP mode, I could understand the logic since it affects other players' experience. But I'm just playing against the AI here. Leaving once shouldn't leave a mark, that's just absurd." As he spoke, Lilu reached out and pressed the ESC key on his keyboard. With a crisp click of the key, he found himself back in the game, the battle scenes around him springing to life once more. Lilu then started talking to himself again, as if trying to devise a solution. "Alright, let's just select all and rush with an A move." As he said this, Lilu swiftly extended both hands, his fingers moving like agile dancers, as he pressed the F2 key. At the same time, he held down the Shift key and rapidly tapped the A key across the game map in a quick, haphazard pattern. His motions were brisk and decisive, without a hint of hesitation. After completing these commands, he threw his hands up in the air, a look of helpless yet resigned acceptance on his face, and promptly stepped away from the keyboard. He knew that with this move his forces would launch a final frenzied assault, and regardless of the outcome, he was determined to stop dwelling on this match. He turned and headed toward the washroom, planning to freshen up, and then hit the sack. Charge. Amid the smoke and flames of the battle-scarred planet of Soro, Commander Oriole of the Soro Planetary Defense Force let out a hoarse, thunderous cry that echoed across the battlefield like a clap of thunder. Simultaneously, his powerful right arm thrust upward, muscles taut and veins bulging, as the whirring chains word in his grip collided with tremendous force against the massive cleaver wielded by a towering, hideous orc. In that instant, the shrill screech of metal grinding against metal reverberated through the air, piercing eardrums like countless needles, while dazzling sparks burst forth, illuminating the surrounding area. He could clearly hear the ear-splitting war cry of the orc before him, a sound akin to a demonic roar from the abyss, brimming with terror and oppression. Wayoala. The war cry, steeped in boundless madness and bloodlust, lingered high above the battlefield, sending chills down the spine of all who heard it. At last, after a brief but tense charging period, the plasma pistol clutched in Commander Oriole's left hand had completed its energy buildup. He swiftly aimed the muzzle at the vicious orc before him, his eyes radiating resolve and courage devoid of any fear. Boom. With a deafening blast, the plasma pistol ejected a searing bolt of plasma, streaking through the air like a blazing meteor and striking the orc with pinpoint accuracy. Under the immense impact, the orc's body was violently consumed by the plasma, leaving only the lower half of its torso to collapse slowly onto the blood-soaked, debris-strewn ground, kicking up a cloud of dust mingled with the stench of blood and gunpowder. Radio operator. After taking down the hulking orc, Commander Oriole turned and bellowed at a nearby soldier who was burdened with a communication device and firing at the surrounding orcs. The soldier, after gunning down a distant orc attempting a sneak attack, quickly spun around and promptly replied, "Sir." Commander Oriole took a deep breath and demanded in a voice as booming as the orc's war cry, "Why are only second company's men here? Where the hell is third company?" The soldier, swiftly swapping out a battery for his weapon, while continuing to fire at the oncoming orcs, shouted back, his voice equally powerful, as if trying to pierce through the cacophony of the battlefield. "Sorry sir, can't establish contact." The comm channels are flooded with orc roars. In this chaotic battlefield, the din of gunfire, battle cries, and orcish howls interwove into a twisted, terrifying symphony, even generating static that disrupted the radio communications. Not long ago, Commander Oriel had led 2nd Company of the Soro Planetary Defense Force in a surprise assault on the orc base. According to the established battle plan, 1st Company was to hold off the enemy's heavy firepower and provide cover for the attacking forces, while 3rd and 2nd Companies would flank around from both sides to launch a pincer attack on the orc rear base. Yet now only 2nd Company was executing a unilateral assault on the battlefield, with no sign of 3rd Company's soldiers anywhere, throwing the entire operation into jeopardy. As time wore on, the orcs grew more numerous, surging in wave after wave like a relentless tide. Their faces twisted with malice, they brandished crude, yet devastating weapons, and charged madly at 2nd Company's positions. 2nd Company's ranks, overwhelmed by the surging orc tide, gradually found themselves in dire straits. Their defensive line began to waver, and the soldiers' stamina was steadily draining away. The entire unit teetered on the brink of being swallowed whole by the endless orcish flood, the situation growing ever more precarious. The supporting artillery fire stopped abruptly for some reason. Yet it was precisely this pause that allowed the green-skinned orcs to seize the opportunity, surging like a tide once more to launch a fierce assault on the final defensive line of the Solo Planetary Defense Force's 1st Company. At this moment, only the last Chimera remained on the 1st Company's position to serve as the anchor of the defense. Its autocannon fired without cease in an attempt to stem the tide, but the effect was visibly minimal. The surviving soldiers, though exhausted and wounded, still had a steadfast light burning in their eyes, their will to fight unshaken. However, if they continued to let the tide crash against this unsupported breach, even their desperate struggle would inevitably lead to defeat. As the soldiers around the Chimera fell one by one, the green-skinned orcs surrounded the last vehicle, with tank busters mingling among them, evidently seeking an opportunity to thrust their long poles forward. Just as this Chimera was about to meet the same fate as its predecessor, a group of towering figures descended upon the battlefield like war gods, appearing in the sight of everyone present. These tall figures, clad in crimson armor, each exuded an awe-inspiring majesty, as if they were saviors descending from the heavens. Under the sunlight, the crimson armor shone with a dazzling brilliance like burning flames, illuminating the entire battlefield. They advanced in orderly formation toward the orc army like a moving, indomitable steel great wall, utterly fearless. Angels! 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 Seeing the angels appear, the 1st Company commander immediately let out a thunderous roar, "By the Emperor! Charge!" The remaining soldiers of the 1st Company, as if touched by a divine power, began to follow these angels and countercharge against the surging tide of green-skinned orcs. Thus the crimson tide was now tinged with a touch of military green. "Charge with the angels!" The 1st Company commander shouted, thus simply grabbing the squad's bolt gun with both hands and firing wildly as he advanced step by step. Inspired by the new reinforcements and the commander, the soldiers' morale soared. Before he had taken many steps, a sudden explosion rang out. Bang! The commander was instantly struck and fell to the ground, a massive hole in his abdomen. The orc sniper responsible for this attack was immediately riddled with bullets by the angels. The soldiers nearby rushed to the commander's side. "Commander!" A soldier tremblingly reached for the commander's carotid artery. The faint pulse he felt made him shout hoarsely, "He's still alive. Quick, bandages!" But when another soldier pulled out the medicine and bandages they usually hoarded, so scarce and relatively clean, and began to examine the commander's wound, the bandages in his hands fell directly to the ground. For the ghastly wound had nearly pierced through the commander's body, ruptured organs, and shattered bones faintly visible. The meager medicine and bandages in his hands were utterly insufficient to stem the tide of life ebbing away. The soldier's hands trembled uncontrollably, the bandages almost crushed in his palms. The clamor of battle seemed to grow distant, leaving only the commander's increasingly faint breaths echoing in his ears. Instantly a soldier turned and threw himself to his knees before the advancing crimson tide. "Angels! I beg you, save him! Angels!" More soldiers began to follow suit. "Angels! We beg you!" They raised their hands frantically, making the inherited Aquila salute in the air, trying to move these figures in red armor. But they received no response. Just as the soldiers began to feel a desperate resignation. "Yes, the angels came to support us as the Emperor's grace. How dare we ask for more to have them save the lives of insignificant mortals like us?" A massive shadow, accompanied by the roar of engines, cast over the sky above the commander. The soldiers looked up and saw a huge aircraft hovering directly above him. Then a beam of emerald light from the belly of the hovering craft enveloped the commander's body. Immediately the blood that had been gushing forth miraculously began to slow. The shrapnel and debris in the commander's abdomen began to fly out along the green beam. At the same time, the commander's wound visibly regenerated, even fully healed. Then the massive craft retracted the beam, and with the roar of engines it moved forward with the crimson tide. All of this took only a few seconds. The commander, who had been on the brink of death just moments before, felt his body renewed with vitality. He opened his eyes and spoke. What happened? Am I still alive? He looked down at his abdomen, where the ghastly wound had vanished without a trace, leaving only the blood-stained combat suit and the shattered carapace to bear witness that the fatal injury had indeed existed. The faces of the surrounding soldiers still bore shock and ecstasy. Some even rubbed their eyes vigorously, unable to believe the miracle before them. A soldier spoke with a trembling voice. Commander, the Angel's aircraft saved you. That green light. It was miraculous. The commander took a deep breath, feeling the renewed strength surging within him. The weakness and near-death sensation were completely gone. He sprang to his feet, grabbed the fallen squad bolt gun, the cold touch of the weapon sharpening his mind. By the Emperor. He raised the bolt gun, his voice slightly hoarse with emotion. Soldiers, do you see? The angels are with us. The Emperor is with us. Now take up your weapons. For the Emperor. For Solo. Charge with me. His voice was like a war drum, instantly igniting the fire in the soldiers' hearts. The recent ordeal of life and death and the miraculous salvation had brought their morale to its peak. For the Emperor. Charge. The battle cries once again rang across the battlefield, louder than ever before. But soon the momentarily halted soldiers of the Solo Planetary Defense Force realized that their charge could not keep pace with the angels. The figures in crimson armor were like sharp blades plunging straight into the heart of the orc horde. They advanced with incredible speed, their bullets lethally precise. They never lingered on the battlefield, their only pause was to fire and fire alone. Yet the orcs were no easy foes. Their dark green tide rolled toward the crimson tide like a raging mudslide filled with boundless madness and savagery. The orcs brandished their weapons, letting out blood-curdling roars as they met the advancing angels and the Solo Planetary Defense Force behind them. When the crimson tide collided with the dark green tide, the battlefield erupted with a deafening thunder, as if heaven and earth trembled. Yet the crimson tide, like an unstoppable steel flood, repeatedly shattered the dark green tide. With each impact, countless orcs were repelled and fell, appearing utterly insignificant and fragile before this overwhelming force. Witnessing this, the already high morale of the First Company's Solo Planetary Defense Force soared even higher. Without needing orders from the commander, the soldiers began to fight shoulder to shoulder with the angels, without hesitation. Clang, 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 clang. Amid the fierce battle, the angels' massive weapons fired continuously. Each shot was accompanied by a dazzling muzzle flash like fiery serpents spitting forth, even raising the ambient temperature by a few degrees. The orcs fell one after another under this overwhelming firepower. Whether they were small Gretchens or strong bull-like orcs, they all fell like grass before the scythe under the angels' weapons. The orc Shudda boys tried to close in on the angels, but they were insignificant before them. The angels dealt them fatal blows with their weapons, preventing the Shudda boys from getting close, who could only fire futilely from a distance, never causing any real damage to the angels. As for the orc Ard boys, they wore thick, crudely patched metal plate armor. In the previous battles against the Solo Planetary Defense Force, these armors had withstood direct fire from their weapons, providing protection. But before the angels' weapons, these thick metal plates were as fragile as a thin sheet of paper. The angels' bullets pierced through the armor like sharp blades, leaving ghastly holes in the orcs' bodies. The orcs howled in agony and fell to the ground. The Shudda boys, wielding their big guns, fired wildly at the angels from a distance. Their bullets rained down on the angels' armor with a clattering sound. Yet these bullets could not fully penetrate the angels' armor, most only left shallow scratches on the surface. But for some reason, the angels did not prioritize engaging the distant orcs who were firing. Instead, they chose to shoot the nearest ones first. Boom, boom, boom. A series of sudden thunderous explosions erupted. The distant Shudda boys were instantly reduced to dust. It was the tanks beside the angels that had opened fire. These tanks were massive, their forms imposing. Even the towering angels seemed small next to them. This must be the legendary Emperor's Baneblade super heavy tank, thought the soldiers of the Solo Planetary Defense Force, who had only ever seen Chimera armored personnel carriers. To them, this Emperor's Baneblade super heavy tank was like a weapon from myth, filling their hearts with awe and wonder. Boss! An orc boy clutching his choppa tightly hurried toward Xiaobian Lupi. But he stopped abruptly while still a distance away, clearly afraid of being caught in the boss's attacks, his face full of urgency. There's a bunch of big fellas on the other side, he shouted. Hearing this, Xiaobian Lupi did not idle. His massive Shudda rattled as he sprayed the shrimp before him. These shrimp were trying to surround his base along with another group of shrimp. But Xiaobian Lupi saw through their trick at a glance. As the Shudda continued to fire, countless shrimp fell like wheat before a scythe. The shrimp's counterfire clinked harmlessly against his massive frame, which he paid no heed. With a turn bang, Xiaobian Lupi swung the great axe in his other hand, cleaving straight at a shrimp charging at him with a roaring chains word. This shrimp seemed to be the leader of the group, quite sturdy in build. But before Xiaobian Lupi's great axe, he was utterly insignificant. It was more like a smash than a cleave. The axe with a fierce momentum smashed the leader's body into pieces. Wayoag. Xiaobian Lupi's series of actions were awe-inspiring, displaying his might. After he finished, the orc boy continued, "Boss, those big fellas are way more exciting than these little shrimp. Fighting them is a real thrill. They broke through the front line and are heading our way." Suddenly Ao Lear clearly sensed that the pressure on their own line was significantly decreasing. It was a very distinct feeling, as if a friendly force was helping them bear the orcs' ferocious firepower. He instinctively assumed that the third company had finally entered the battle. So Ao Lear turned around and shouted encouragement to the soldiers fighting beside him. "Hold on. The third company is in position. Victory is ours." As soon as he finished, the soldiers responded with a unified shout for the Emperor. For Solo. For the Emperor. For Solo. The cries echoed across the battlefield, for the soldiers could also clearly feel the immense pressure suddenly lessen. The first company commander, recovering from his severe wounds, fixed his gaze upon the battlefield ahead, his eyes brimming with vigilance and resolve. In the distance, an unprecedented tide of orcs surged toward the angels and their position. The sheer number of orcs was almost inconceivable. A rough estimate suggested they outnumbered the combined force of every previous orc wave they had faced several times over. Truly an endless horde. The orcs howled and roared as they charged forward in a frenzy. At the very front of this surging tide stood a colossal orc, impossible to miss. Its muscles bulged with raw power, making it resemble a moving fortress of iron exuding sheer strength. Upon its back was strapped an equally massive war banner emblazoned with strange Orcish runes. The banner seemed to pulse with a mysterious and formidable energy, commanding awe and fear. This towering orc held a massive rotary cannon in one hand and raised an even larger battle-axe high in the other. Its stance made it clear that this was the chieftain of the horde. At that moment, the angels were still fully focused on firing at the previous orc wave. Bullets flew with precision, striking down the advancing orcs one after another under the intense barrage, a scene of brutal carnage. Yet while the angels were engrossed in the skirmish before them, the approaching orc chieftain suddenly raised his rotary cannon without hesitation and opened fire. Bang, bang, bang. The deafening gunfire echoed across the battlefield, a sound that seemed to pierce the very soul, carrying the threat of death. With each thunderous report, a massive bullet screamed through the air, hurtling toward the angels with lethal force. Under this concentrated assault, the first company commander stared in shock, witnessing for the first time an angel fall. So even angels could lose their lives on this cruel battlefield. The immense power of the giant orc made him realize with chilling clarity that without the angels, no matter how hard he fought, Soro would inevitably be trampled into a hellish inferno by this monstrous being. Soon the two surging forces collided with cataclysmic impact. The orc chieftain's rotary cannon continued to fire relentlessly, bullets raining down upon the angels. Simultaneously raising its colossal battle-axe high, it charged straight into the ranks of the angels, with heavy, resolute strides, heedless of their concentrated fire. With each swing of its axe, it channeled devastating power akin to a scythe of death itself, carving gaping holes into the angels' formation wherever it went. Damn, 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 damn. Lilu, who had just finished washing up and hurried back, stared at the game screen, where the orc chieftain was rampaging unchecked through his forces, hacking and slashing wildly, and couldn't help but shout out loud. The orc chieftain was tall and burly. Every swing of its weapon carried a fierce momentum like a violent gale sweeping through, and Li Li's riflemen fell one after another wherever it went. "I didn't expect the orc faction to actually have hero units," Lilu said with some surprise, quickly wiping his hands dry on a towel. Then he firmly grasped the mouse again, his fingers deftly pressing the T key on the keyboard. At the same time, he quickly commanded his riflemen to spread out on the interface, loosening his formation to minimize the orc hero's damage output. Then he deployed his siege tanks one by one, aimed them at the orc boss, and pressed a boom, boom, boom. The siege tanks began a methodical bombardment of the orc leader. Shells streaked through the air like meteors towards the orc chieftain, a spectacular and terrifying sight. From the perspective of the Soro Planetary Defense Forces, these siege tanks fired their shells with reckless disregard for the friendly angels, near the orc chieftain seemingly adopting a desperate stance to eliminate the orc leader in one fell swoop. However, just a few shots after the tanks opened fire, the tank busters within the orc ranks, like wolves scenting blood, charged fiercely towards the unsupported siege tanks that had been deployed individually without marine escorts. They moved with incredible speed, their eyes gleaming with bloodlust. Damn it, Leela couldn't help but curse. These tank busters were too fast. Pulling his rifleman back to cover the isolated tanks was already too late. Moreover, the siege tank had just fired a shot and couldn't rotate its turret quickly enough to get off a second shot at the charging tank busters. Just as Li Lu was about to abandon the siege tank, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The neutral units, known as the Soro Planetary Defense Forces, stepped forward like valiant guardians, throwing themselves in front of the tank without hesitation. They wielded auto rifles or laser guns, unleashing a furious barrage upon the menacing orc tank busters. A dense storm of bullets and lasers poured onto the tank busters, effectively halting their advance and buying the siege tank precious time to fire its second shot. Boom. The orc tank busters were subsequently blown to pieces. I didn't expect the neutral units on this map to be this smart. Li Lu said in amazement, clicking on the data info box of the orc chieftain who had weathered a barrage but still swung his axe and attacked wantonly across the battlefield. 300 HP, 45 attack. These stats are way too overpowered. Nevertheless, despite the orc chieftain's immense strength under the focused fire from Li Li's stymied marines and the remaining siege tanks, it began to falter. The once imposing and arrogant orc chieftain under the relentless rain of attacks found its body covered in an increasing number of wounds with blood pouring freely. Finally, unable to withstand the assault any longer, it collapsed to the ground and was blasted into a pile of gore by the tank shells. As the orc chieftain fell within the screen, a flash of light appeared, followed by a fleeting image that passed before his eyes. A victory text appeared in the center of the screen, with Li Li's game ID, displayed below it. Isn't this just the authentic StarCraft 2 victory screen? Li Lu leaned back slightly in his chair, gazing at the victory screen, a satisfied smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Even though it was against an easy AI man, that was satisfying. StarCraft 3 is seriously so much fun. But for factions with hero units like this, losing the hero means instant defeat. That's a bit too much, isn't it? Even if their stats seem overpowered. But given the trait where the orcs fall into civil war once the chieftain dies, ruling it as an instant loss seems fair enough. With that, Li Lu stopped overthinking. He now knew how to handle the orcs next time. Now that he understood the mechanics, a dozen different build orders to counter this type of race, which lost upon hero death, instantly flooded his mind. Yeah, a dozen rush strategies, ha. Chuckling, Li Lu reached out deftly using the mouse to click the shutdown button. The screen gradually faded to black, and the hum of the computer tower slowly ceased. Li Lu slowly stood up, stretched his body, and then headed towards the bedroom, ready for a good night's sleep. Victory? Could it be? Truly a victory? Commander Olyer murmured in disbelief, his voice laced with confusion and uncertainty. He stood upon the battlefield, thick with the stench of smoke and blood, gazing at the chaotic scene before him, as if seeking an answer amidst the wreckage. A mere second ago, those ferocious wolf-like orcs had been surging against their defenses like an unstoppable raging tide. The earth-shattering, spine-chilling roars filled the entire battlefield. Each bellow was like a death knell. Their wildly swung weapons traced sharp arcs through the air, carrying the force of utter destruction, as if intent on devouring Olyer's warriors and tearing them to shreds without mercy. Yet in the blink of an eye, these once fearsome orcs, as if manipulated by some unseen force, crazily turned their backs on their enemies. They began a bloody, self-destructive melee amongst themselves. Witnessing this, Olyer shouted, "Is it the third company? Did they succeed in their mission?" Olyer's heart was now a whirlpool of confusion and elation, these complex emotions intertwining and colliding, leaving him unable to find peace. Meanwhile, the radio operator standing beside Olyer also wore a face glowing with barely contained excitement. His eyes sparkled with a brilliant light like the brightest stars in the night sky. He hastily straightened his uniform and spoke to Olyer with a voice trembling with excitement. "Sir, communications are now operational." Hearing this, Olyer's gaze grew even more resolute, and he issued the order without hesitation, "Kill them all. Don't let a single orc escape." Then he snapped his head around, fixing the operator with a sharp, eagle-like stare, and commanded in a loud, stern voice, "Get me the third company on the line. I need to know what the hell is happening over there." At this moment, the warriors of the second company and the commander's guard were valiantly mopping up the disoriented orcs. The operator, without a moment's hesitation, swiftly and expertly carried out the commander's command, "Yes, sir." Olyer quickly took the handset from the operator, pressed it tightly to his mouth, and called out urgently into it, "Third company commander. Was it you? Did you succeed? If you did, you are the heroes of sorrow." A voice soon crackled back through the handset. A voice neither entirely familiar nor completely strange to Olyer. It was not the steady known voice of the third company commander, but that of the third company's first squad leader. "This is first squad leader of the third company, sir. The commander. He has ascended to the throne." The orcs saw through our carefully laid pincer movement. The fight was brutal. The commander charged at the orc chieftain, but was overwhelmed. After slaying the commander, the orc chieftain rallied his forces and headed for the first company's position. The voice of the third company's first squad leader trembled with lingering shock, each word seeming forced through clenched teeth. Then his tone eased slightly. "However, the orcs are in chaos now. Sir, I must ask, did you slay the orc chieftain? If it was you, that would explain the chaos we're seeing." A brief silence fell over the line. It was as if time itself had frozen the air, thick with a tense, oppressive stillness that was hard to breathe in. Just then another voice cut clearly through the channel. "This is the first company commander. The angel has slain the orc chieftain." It was the angel who turned the tide of this desperate battle. The angel, Olyer exclaimed in surprise, the name holding immense significance, a glint of joy flashing in his eyes. "Yes, the angel has come to sorrow." The first company commander's voice was brimming with fervor, as if he stood at the pinnacle of the world, eager to share this monumental news with his old comrade, Commander Olyer. At the time, upon meeting the first company commander, Olyer immediately demanded, Where is the angel? A hint of urgency crept into the commander's voice as his gaze swept around the first company commander, searching for a sign of the angel, but finding nothing. The angels. They vanished into thin air. The first company commander stammered, clearly caught off guard by the sudden turn of events. He stared wide-eyed at the spot where the angels should have been now empty, as if they had never existed at all. Look around. These craters, these orc corpses. This is absolutely not the work of my company's weapons. The first company commander's voice gradually steadied, but the shock and bewilderment remained unmistakable. He pointed at the ground around them, littered with craters of varying sizes and the scattered, mangled bodies of orcs. These marks were clearly the remnants of a fierce battle, but with the first company's equipment and capabilities, inflicting such massive devastation would have been impossible. And look here, my abdomen. I nearly died just moments ago. It was the angel who saved me. The commander's brow furrowed deeply. He examined the fresh, newly formed flesh on the first company commander's abdomen, then surveyed the surrounding signs of combat, sinking into deep contemplation. These traces indeed didn't seem like something the first company could have produced, and the newly healed wound on the commander's abdomen seemed no fabrication. So where could the angels have gone? How could they have vanished without a trace in an instant? The commander slowly shook his head, deciding not to dwell on the matter, for the battle was not yet over. He took a deep breath, then issued the command in a low, forceful tone: "Rally the troops. We must swiftly eradicate the remaining orcs before they can choose a new chieftain." Then the commander turned to the radio operator and said, "Inform the governor immediately. Tell him I need him to dispatch enough personnel to burn these orc corpses." The radio operator quickly responded, "Yes, sir," and immediately began working the radio to relay the commander's message to the governor. The commander then shifted his gaze to the first company commander, continuing with his orders. "As for the angels, after the battle you are to gather all who witnessed them. We need to conduct detailed interviews and collect all possible intelligence regarding the angels. Once the war is over, we will send someone by ship to the sector capital to consult the relevant archives. We must find the regiment these angels belong to. Then I will persuade the governor to erect a monument in the Heart of Sorrow Hive in their honor to commemorate their deeds. My name is Li Lu, and I have just turned 18 this year. I am unmarried, I have never smoked, and I only dabble in alcohol, tasting it ever so lightly. Every night, I go to bed promptly at 11 o'clock, ensuring a full 8 hours of sleep. Before sleep, I have an unshakable habit: I always drink a glass of warm milk. After finishing the milk, I perform 20 minutes of gentle stretching exercises to fully relax my body and ease the fatigue of the day. Once I complete these rituals and climb into bed, I immediately fall into a deep slumber. This sleep lasts until dawn, and I never carry any fatigue or stress into the next day. The doctors all say I am perfectly normal. In the early morning, soft and warm sunlight filters through the narrow gaps of the window, gently casting its glow upon Li Li's face. He slowly stirred awake, and upon opening his eyes he saw that the world outside the window was already bright. He suddenly exclaimed, "Damn, I'm going to be late." As he spoke, he swiftly completed his morning routine, each movement crisp and efficient, without any hesitation. Then he dashed out the door, heading to school. Indeed, Li Lu is a college student. However, he chose not to live in the dormitory like his classmates, but instead resides off campus by himself. This choice allows him to enjoy a relatively independent and free space, where he can arrange his little nest according to his preferences, free from the rigid rules of the dormitory. After getting ready, he stepped out of his home. Although it was still early morning, the streets outside were already bustling with traffic and lively activity. A myriad of vehicles flowed incessantly, and pedestrians came and went, creating a vibrant and bustling atmosphere throughout the street. Li Lu weaved through this lively thoroughfare, making his way to the bus stop, where he successfully boarded a city bus. Once on board, he found a seat by the window and sat down. Feeling utterly bored, he toyed with his phone to pass the time. Amid the gentle rocking of the bus, he opened a certain search engine. His fingers slid across the screen, attempting to find information about StarCraft 3. However, to his great bewilderment, the search page displayed no entries whatsoever related to StarCraft 3, as if the game did not exist in the digital world at all. That's not right. He murmured to himself, recalling the StarCraft 3 he had played last night, the scenes from that game still vividly fresh in his mind. At this moment, a sense of unreality welled up in Li Li's heart, as if he were immersed in a strange world where illusion and reality intertwined. Then, in hopes of finding more information about StarCraft 3, he logged on to certain StarCraft-related forums, such as a certain GA and a certain boy. He meticulously scoured every post on these forums like searching for a needle in a haystack, trying to unearth any first-hand information about StarCraft 3. Yet the result was that no one on these forums was discussing StarCraft 3 at all, and he indeed found not a single trace of it. He couldn't help but complain StarCraft is about to get popular. Li Lu decided to post his own thread, hoping to attract some attention and break this eerie silence. After pondering for a moment, he settled on a title for the post: "Shocking. A mysterious young man actually played StarCraft 3. To make the post more eye-catching, he even attached a grim image of a grilled Dick's grave. However, after he posted it, it vanished like a stone dropped into the sea with no replies. because almost instantly his post disappeared, as if the very existence of this game was a taboo subject that could not be mentioned. Soon the bus arrived at the stop with a sharp screech of brakes coming to a steady halt. Li Lu put down his phone with some resignation. Throughout the entire journey, he had exhausted every search channel on his phone, yet found no useful information about StarCraft 3. He tucked his phone into his pocket, hurriedly got off the bus, and jogged all the way to the classroom. He slipped in just in time, panting slightly as he caught his breath. His gaze swept to the back rows only to find that all the seats there were already taken. Left with no choice, Li Lu reluctantly walked to the front and took an empty seat. Today marked the beginning of the new semester, and the campus was bustling with activity, with freshmen everywhere, carrying various bags and luggage. Arriving at the teaching building, Li Li's classmates filed into the classroom one by one. However, apart from a few acquaintances who exchanged greetings, most people simply glanced up to acknowledge one another. Just then the class bell rang, and the already quiet classroom fell into an instant hush. Everyone shifted from looking up at their phones to quietly bowing their heads over them. Soon the classroom door was slowly pushed open. A burly man walked in wearing a pair of exquisite glasses. His golden hair glistened under the classroom lights, shining like meticulously polished gold. His features were deep and well-defined, and his eyes exuded an air of confidence and composure, making him quite handsome. Judging by his appearance and demeanor, he was clearly a foreigner, standing in stark contrast to the students around him. As this unfamiliar golden-haired foreigner entered, a wave of exclamations rippled through the classroom, voices rising and falling in surprise. Even the slackers in the back rows who had been glued to their phones set them down and looked up, curiously fixating on this suddenly appearing handsome foreigner. After the initial gasp subsided, the crowd gradually quieted down. The golden-haired man did not head toward the student seats. Instead, with steady steps, he slowly ascended the podium. Standing on the podium, he swept his gaze across the entire classroom, his eyes seeming capable of piercing through one's very soul. Then with a smile he spoke, "Hello, students. I am your new counselor." As he said this, he continued to scan the seats, seemingly noticing those students in the back who were clearly planning to slack off during class. But unlike some teachers, he did not demand that they move to the front row. Instead, he appeared to be searching for something or someone specific within the room. Soon he retracted his gaze and continued in a gentle tone, "I am Teacher Luo from the School of Architecture. You can call me by my Chinese name, Luo Man." His voice was clear and resonant, echoing through the classroom, reaching the ears of every student distinctly. Yet one person remained with his head slightly bowed, seemingly lost in deep thought, utterly unaffected by the commotion around him. This was Li Lu. While everyone else looked up at the mysterious new counselor on the podium, he remained immersed in his own world. "You there, student?" The voice of Teacher Roman echoed from the podium, shattering the strange silence that had fallen over the classroom. However, at this moment Li Li's thoughts had long since drifted away, still pondering the enigmas of StarCraft 3. It was precisely for this reason that he completely failed to notice the architecture department counselor with flowing blonde hair, Teacher Roman, calling out to him. Teacher Roman stood at the podium, his gaze fixed intently on Li Lu, a hint of displeasure flickering across his face. In the classroom at that time, the front row where Li Lu sat was empty except for him. The few classmates he was closer with were all seated at the back. Witnessing this scene, they felt a pang of anxiety. Although they saw Teacher Roman calling for Li Lu and wanted to alert him, they dared not make it too obvious. After all, in the presence of this unfamiliar foreign counselor, everyone felt a sense of restraint and caution. Yet while they didn't dare to call out directly, a discreet nudge was still within their courage. The next second, the screen of Li Li's phone resting on the desk suddenly lit up with a WeChat message notification. It was from those familiar classmates in the back row, anxiously urging him, "Hey idiot, the teacher is calling you." The screen's glow was conspicuously bright before Li Li's wandering eyes, instantly illuminating his field of vision. Li Lu finally noticed the blinking phone screen, and his thoughts, still entangled in the StarCraft universe, were abruptly yanked back to reality. Coming to his senses, he quickly straightened his posture and responded loudly, "Yes, teacher." Teacher Roman looked at Li Lu, a serious expression on his face, and asked, "Did you hear what I just said?" Li Lu frowned slightly, trying to recall the same old spiel his previous counselor had given around this time last year. After a moment, he answered earnestly, "It's hot, be careful, don't go swimming, and sign the safety responsibility form." Li Li's answer was concise and to the point, without any hesitation. Teacher Roman nodded, though his brow remained furrowed, and said in a slightly softer tone, "Pay attention next time. Don't let your mind wander." With that, he dropped the matter and proceeded to reiterate the very points Li Lu had just summarized. It proved that regardless of whether the counselor changed, they would only repeat this same tired rhetoric at this time of year. The class meeting ended quickly. For Li Lu, there was nothing else on his agenda for the day. After all, it was the start of the semester, classes were just beginning, and even the textbooks hadn't arrived yet. Typically, newly ordered textbooks wouldn't be available for another 2 or 3 days, so these first few days were quite relaxed, giving everyone a chance to properly rest or play. Students were gathering their belongings, preparing to leave the classroom. Just then, those 4 classmates approached Li Lu from the back of the room. These 4 were Li Li's close companions, each with a distinct physique. One stout, one tall, one lean, and one short. The stout one was round as a ball, his face perpetually wearing a simple, honest smile that made him instantly likable. The tall one stood straight and upright like a tall tree known for his integrity. The lean one was so thin that a gust of wind might blow him over, yet Li Lun never saw him eat less, he just never seemed to gain weight, which puzzled everyone. The short one, despite his stature, was full of energy. The stout one spoke first. Let's go grab a bite. He patted his belly as he spoke, as if he were starving. The tall one chimed in immediately, his tone resolute. The usual spot at the second canteen. How about the chicken pot? He seemed to have a particular fondness for that place, always suggesting it for meals. Of course, the chicken pot there was indeed delicious. The lean one quickly agreed. Let's go. I haven't had the second canteen's chicken pot all holiday. Just thinking about it makes my mouth water. The short one nodded excitedly, chanting, go, 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 go. Facing the invitation, Li Lu rubbed his own stomach, feeling a pang of hunger as well, and decisively said, let's go. During the meal, they first chatted about the new, clearly foreign architecture counselor who had replaced the original botany counselor. Everyone shared their opinions animatedly, then they each went their separate ways, and Li Lu headed back home. On the bus ride back, Li Lu gently patted his now full stomach, a wave of contentment washing over him. Those 4 classmates were friends he had made as soon as he stepped onto the university campus, and their bond had remained strong. Originally, by their unspoken agreement, these 4 would have saved him a seat. However, to Li Li's surprise, the new counselor, for the sake of convenience, had decided to hold a single combined class meeting to cover all the key points, and had brought in his other class as well. As a result, the seats at the back could no longer be reserved, and latecomers like Li Lu had to sit alone in the very front. Back at his place, the moment he entered, Li Lu with practiced ease turned on his computer. As the screen lit up, he quickly launched StarCraft 3. His curiosity about this new StarCraft installment, which lacked any detailed information, was growing stronger. Once the game finished loading, he saw the same old IDs from yesterday lingering in the public channel. However, unlike yesterday, someone was now speaking in the channel. The ID belonged to Ultramarines Chapter Master, Marnius Calgar. This player typed a message quickly onto the public screen which read, Ultramar is under attack, requesting reinforcements. Seeing this, a question mark appeared over Li Li's head. He replied in the public channel with a simple, but there was no response from the other player. Just as Li Lu was about to right-click on this cosplaying player's ID to check their profile, he noticed they were already in a game. Clearly, after sending the message, the player had immediately started a game without waiting for a reply. However, Li Lu could join the game mid-session if the player agreed. Li Lu thought since he had nothing better to do, he might as well give it a try, and clicked to request joining the game in progress. The request was approved almost instantly, but Li Lu hadn't fully joined the game yet, as he hadn't selected a hero. The screen transitioned to the co-op menu of StarCraft 3. Although this was Li Li's first time seeing it, unsurprisingly, it looked exactly the same as the co-op mode in StarCraft 2. The interface showed the current co-op game was on casual difficulty, and the map was named The Siege of Ultramar. Seeing the name, Li Lu muttered to himself, what the heck is this? What is all this? Where has this dropped me? Is this even StarCraft? He sent a private message to the host asking what kind of map this was. But the player cosplaying as Marnius Calgar didn't answer at all, merely repeating his earlier statement. Ultramar is under attack, requesting reinforcements. Feeling a bit exasperated, Li Lu thought for a moment and replied, reinforcements have arrived. The other player immediately responded, excellent. Please assist us in the defense. Li Lu couldn't help but roll his eyes, thinking to himself, man, these people are really deep into their roleplay. They act like they can't understand plain language unless you speak it. Still, Li Lu didn't let this small annoyance drive him to quit the party. He then looked at the hero selection screen for co-op mode. Besides the heroes from StarCraft 2, there was a row of heroes with grayed out portraits that couldn't be selected, each marked with a. Obviously, Blizzard hadn't finished this game yet, and these new heroes were probably still in development. Li Lu was speechless at the sight, but he then began racking his brain for details about the attacks on Ultramar from the Warhammer lore. He recalled that Ultramar had suffered 2 major assaults, one by the Tyranids and another by the forces of Chaos before the return of Guilliman. He wondered to himself which attack this co-op map was based on. He muttered, which hero should I pick? Marnius Augustus Calgar, Chapter Master of the Ultramarines, Lord of Ultramar, now gazed into the sky as it slowly turned crimson, lost in thought. Since the colossal Tyranid hive fleet known as Behemoth had emerged into the galaxy, it had swept across the Imperium like a nightmare from the depths of the cosmos, ravaging everything in its path, with terrifying speed, endlessly devouring all in its wake. The Imperium had attempted to negotiate, but these Xenos had no intention of communication. Their actions followed no discernible pattern, their existence and purpose nearly impossible to comprehend, yet undeniably. The Tyranids descended like a black storm, scouring one imperial world after another, leaving behind naught but desolation and ruin wherever they passed. Local defenders proved utterly helpless against their frenzied onslaught, crumbling at the first clash. Imperial planets fell in succession, reduced to shattered wastelands. Now the capital of Ultramar, Makridge, had become Behemoth's next target. Mindful of the grim fate that had befallen the Imperium's previous worlds, Calgar began marshalling his defenses with unwavering resolve. He first summoned every available voidcraft from the star systems bordering Ultramar, including well-armed naval warships, and hastily converted merchant vessels. Though these merchant ships were never designed for battle once fitted with weapon systems, they became a vital component in the defense of Macridge. Meanwhile, further reinforcements from the Ultima Segmentum were racing across vast stellar distances, hastening to Macridge to join the coming fray. To further bolster the planet's defenses, Calgar even activated several Nova-class orbital weapon platforms from the strategic reserves. These platforms, armed with formidable firepower and advanced defensive systems, were deployed by Calgar into Macridge's planetary orbit. They provided precision fire support for the formidable Imperial fleet he had mustered, making the entire defensive network far more comprehensive and unyielding. On the surface of Macridge, a vast array of ground-based defense batteries was systematically established under Calgar's direction, further solidifying the planet's fortifications. At every strategic choke point across the globe, a dense defensive web was woven intricate as a spider's net. Within a matter of weeks, the already heavily guarded Macridge had been transformed by the Ultramarines into one of the most heavily fortified fortress worlds in the entire Imperium. Its defensive might rivaled that of the Imperial capital world of Holy Terra itself, and in certain respects even surpassed it. Yet despite possessing supernova-class orbital defense platforms, a host of warships, including the Ultramarines' most powerful battle barges and strike cruisers, alongside a swarm of lightly armed merchantmen and private vessels. When the Tyranids' twisted and nightmarish biofleet finally arrived in the Ultramar system, they showed no intention of retreating in the face of the Ultramarines' meticulously crafted defenses. The behemoth hive fleet, like a ferocious, chitinous battering ram, burst into Ultramar from the outer darkness of the eastern fringe. Ignoring the carefully arrayed defensive firepower of the Ultramarines, they struck directly at the Ultramarines' home world of Macridge, without hesitation or fear. The first wave of the Xenos vanguard fleet alone numbered in the thousands, swarming toward Macridge like a dense plague of locusts. Of course, Calgar's defenses were not mere ornaments. Countless bioships were blown to shreds under the withering defensive fire, yet the Tyranids' numbers were simply overwhelming. For every vessel destroyed, two more surged forth to fill the void like an inexhaustible tide. In an instant, the defenses along Macridge's equator were shattered by the Hive fleet's orbital ram. The line Calgar had deemed unbreakable proved riddled with weaknesses under the Tyranid onslaught. Having seized orbital supremacy, the Tyranids began raining down countless drop pods upon the surface, plunging Macridge into dire peril. Gazing upon the warped sky, Calgar continued to ponder the reports relayed by his orbital fleet, transmitted in the desperate moments before they were fully engulfed by the Tyranid swarm that had breached Macridge's orbit. Even Calgar's initial strategic vision was to rely on the fleet he had assembled, supplemented by the orbital defense network and the endless stream of reinforcements arriving from every corner of the Imperium, to conduct a defensive campaign within Macridge's orbital space. He intended to intercept this hive fleet amidst the stars, utterly forbidding those loathsome Xenos from defiling the capital of Ultramar, the sacred and inviolable world of Macridge. Yet the battle raging in orbit at this moment was dire in the extreme. Though his naval forces and the garrisons manning the orbital defense platforms fought with fearless valor and unwavering commitment, they found themselves inevitably ensnared in the throes of defeat. The seemingly inexhaustible behemoth hive fleet shattered the orbital defense line almost instantly through sheer relentless numerical superiority, completely disregarding Macridge's orbital shields and the ground-based macro battery fire. And it was even now raining down an uncountable torrent of flesh tumors, each bearing the foul essence of the alien upon this sacred ground. At this moment, Calgar stood within the fortress of Hera, which was unleashing a furious bombardment upon the countless flesh tumors plummeting from the sky. He slowly raised his head, gazing upon the flesh tumors as they streaked down from the void like a terrible storm towards the planet's surface. Though all of Macridge's ground-to-orbit defense batteries were now at full capacity, straining to intercept the onslaught, achieving a perfect 100% blockade was an absolute impossibility. Even if they could successfully intercept 99% of the descent, the remaining 1% of Tyranid organisms that broke through to the ground would still constitute a number so astronomically vast as to border on despair. Have reinforcements arrived? Calgar withdrew his gaze from the heavens, turning to face Vero Tigurius, the chief librarian of the Ultramarines, who stood at his side. At this moment, the powerful Psyker was constantly transmitting psychic communiques, sending desperate distress calls to every Imperial world within dozens of light years, summoning all available forces to their aid. But despite these frantic pleas, the Imperial fleets that emerged from the warp in response, though not entirely without the power to resist, were but a drop in the ocean against Behemoth's colossal swarm. They could not fundamentally alter the deteriorating strategic situation. My lord, all allied forces within 30 light years have received our distress signal and are steadily joining the battle. Those further out. Vero Tigurius's words trailed off as his eyes, shimmering with the azure power of the warp, suddenly blazed with a terrifying light. Seeing this, Calgar swiftly raised the weapons mounted beneath his arms, training them upon Vero Tigurius. Yet contrasting with his merciless posture, his voice was filled with profound concern. "Vero, are you all right?" As he spoke, his gaze was locked upon his loyal chief librarian. Could it be a psychic backlash? Such an occurrence should never befall Vero Tigurius. His mastery over his psychic powers was second to none within the entire Ultramarines chapter. Nevertheless, should Vero Tigurius show even the slightest sign of corruption or instability, Calgar would not hesitate to grant him the Emperor's peace, sparing him from any further suffering. "My lord." Vero Tigurius could still speak, a sign that his mind was not yet lost. "I have received a vision from the reinforcements." After staring for about a dozen seconds at the awe-inspiring cover depicting the vast universe background with the boundless Tyranid hive fleet assaulting the orbital defenses of Ultramar, Li Lu finished reading the progress bar, but the game screen he had expected did not appear, or rather it did appear, but not in the way he had imagined. According to his earlier assumption, what should have appeared before him was a base and a dozen workers. However, what appeared were several unfamiliar options. "Please select your army type." He was taken aback upon seeing these words. What's going on? Could it be that in the cooperative mode of StarCraft 3 players do not need to build their base and economy from scratch, but instead receive a vanguard force ready for immediate combat? Although it is not uncommon in other RTS games to grant players a certain number of initial troops at the start of the game. For instance, specific scenario challenges in Battle Brothers, certain campaign chapters in the Command Conquer Red Alert series, and even some single-player story missions in StarCraft feature similar design concepts. However, being directly granted troops in cooperative mode was a first for Li Lu. Yet he quickly understood the logic behind it. "Oh, I remember. I'm joining a game that others have already progressed in. If I had to start from scratch at this point, that would be pure torture." The character Li Lu chose this round was the Hierarch Artanis because he wanted to see how Blizzard would justify the Protoss, a genuine alien species fighting alongside the Imperium of Man. Therefore, the options before him were all units of the Hierarch. Before starting the game, he had merely glanced at the content about the Hierarch in StarCraft 3. To be honest, he hadn't read it carefully and just picked it casually. He only remembered that the description said something like Artanis would no longer just remotely command the battle from the spear of Adon blah blah blah. This hierarch who was so keen on mustering forces would appear as a true hero unit at the start of the game, and so on and so forth. Looking at the text on the pop-up options, Li Lu moved his mouse toward the 3 different starting configurations provided on the game interface. The first starting configuration provided mostly Protoss air units in addition to the hierarch himself, and some basic infrastructure buildings. It also came with an air force worth about 50 supply, composed of Tempest warships and Phoenix fighters. The second starting configuration was a ground-based force, the most eye-catching part being a group of X and several High Templars with a few Immortals standing behind them. The final option was a combination of the first two, incorporating both some air units and ground combat capability, though the number of each unit was roughly halved. Regardless of which starting option was chosen, a tall and imposing Protoss hierarch would stand proudly at the front of the formation, with brilliant, dazzling blades of light coalescing in his hands, maintaining a battle-ready stance. Artanis' design here is indeed pretty cool. After a brief moment of thought, Li Lu still chose the more conservative ground force start, because as far as he knew in the Warhammer 40k lore, Ultramar could not hold the orbital defense and had to rely on reinforcements to counterattack. If he had been there from the beginning, he might have been able to do something. But joining someone else's game midway, and the guy who was cosplaying was constantly asking for help. If the situation were favorable, he wouldn't be frantically begging for support in the chat. So Li Lu was probably going to lose. Marnius Calgar, chapter master of the Ultramarines, a battle-hardened and awe-inspiring leader of the Space Marines, gazed with a profoundly complex expression at the peculiar being before him, which stood less than half a meter tall. The golden mechanical construct, which bore no resemblance to a human, stood silently in place, its sensor-like probe, where a head should be flickering with a steady blue light. Calgar's gaze first lingered on the small being with evident bewilderment, then shifted with a mix of displeasure and suspicion toward Vero Tigurius, the chief librarian of the Ultramarines, who stood beside him. "Vero, this is what you call reinforcements?" His voice was laden with skepticism and a hint of anger, each word striking the air with the weight of a hammer. Time rewinded to 10 minutes prior, when his loyal chief librarian Vero Tigurius had suddenly begun acting most strangely. He seemed to be on the verge of losing control of his psychic powers, with violent warp fluctuations surging around his body. Yet just as Calgar feared his old comrade was about to succumb completely, Tigurius rapidly regained his composure. He then urgently reported that a powerful reinforcement personally summoned for them by the Master was about to arrive. Immediately after, Tigurius's form became enveloped in a blinding golden radiance, illuminating the entire chamber like a blazing beacon. Without hesitation, he pulled Calgar along, hastening to this vast empty platform. Here Tigurius channeled his psychic might, tearing a small rift in the fabric of the warp. Had anyone else attempted such an act, Calgar would have intervened, without a second thought, potentially even slaying them to prevent the spread of danger. But this time he held back, for he saw Tigurius maintain full lucidity throughout the process, and the brilliant golden light felt utterly real, devoid of any deceptive pretense. As the lilac-hued warp rift widened, a diminutive figure, a mere half-meter tall, sprang forth with agility, landing firmly upon the platform. This was the golden mechanical construct now presented before the two of them. It was crafted from a peculiar material that emitted a lustrous golden sheen, a substance that not only shimmered with an alluring gleam, but also exuded an aesthetic of intricate precision, prompting one to wonder about its mysterious origins. Upon landing, it made no sound whatsoever, merely swaying its frame slightly, as if adjusting its own equilibrium. On its head, a circular device emitted a faint blue glow, seemingly engaged in some complex self-diagnostic procedure. Calgar furrowed his brow. As a veteran with countless battles under his belt, he had faced a myriad of enemies and alien constructs, yet never had he seen such a miniature so-called reinforcement. This thing didn't even reach the height of his shin. Far from participating in fierce combat, it likely couldn't even manage the most basic task of hauling supplies. At this thought, a powerful surge of shock and anger welled up within him. Nevertheless, to maintain the composure expected of a chapter master, and fueled by his trust in his chief librarian, he suppressed these emotions and turned his gaze back to Tigurius. At this moment, his stare was almost a tangible blade, silently demanding, "You had better have a damn good explanation for this, or this matter will not be resolved lightly today." On the other side, Tigurius remained grave-faced, his eyes fixed on the mechanical construct. His hands were slightly parted, palms facing upward, as if anticipating some momentous event. Yet as time passed, fine beads of sweat began to form on his brow. Clearly the process of maintaining the warp conduit and successfully summoning this reinforcement had taken a heavy toll on his energy. But he waited a while longer, and still the mechanical construct before him made no move. Just as he prepared to reach out and touch the construct, a faint shimmering blue shield instantly materialized, completely repelling his advance. Witnessing this, Calgar's eyebrow shot up in surprise. "So this little thing has a shield. And it seems to be some kind of new defensive technology," he stated coldly. "Go fetch the tech marine. Let's have a proper look at this reinforcement." He emphasized the last word with deliberate weight. Truth be told, he was seething with suppressed fury. Tigurius had not only wasted his precious time, but had also risked convincing him to allow a warp rift to be torn open within the fortress, all for the sake of this unimpressive little trinket. Throughout their entire exchange, the mechanical construct remained utterly unresponsive. The blue light on its head continued to pulse at a fixed regular frequency, as if wholly indifferent to the world around it. Just as Karjia was seriously considering summoning a tech marine from the Ultramarines chapter to dismantle this contraption, the mechanical construct before him finally stirred into motion. Observing the peculiar creation begin to move, Karjia and Waluo's previously bickering gazes once again converged upon it. Then, accompanied by a sound like "wong," as if some ripples were propagating through the air, the mechanical construct began to distance itself from the two, swiftly moving toward a more open area. "What does it intend to do? Waluo, can you truly be certain that this thing poses no threat, and is what you call reinforcements?" Karjia asked once more. Waluo Digelisai's face bore an expression of deep recollection, the golden radiance enveloping him showing no sign of diminishing. "My lord, it is indeed our reinforcement. I swear by the great name of our Gene Father Lubot Gillaman that it is our reinforcement." Waluo Digelisai's tone was resolute as he began recounting the vision he had seen. "In the unfathomable depths of fate, where currents run dark and turbulent, it will bring us warriors clad in resplendent golden armor amidst the surging tide of black and purple interwoven and churning, granting us immense aid, helping us forge ahead against the overwhelming, irresistible torrent, and carve a hidden path to the other shore amidst chaotic and disordered surroundings." Hearing Waluo Digelisai's cryptic words, Karjia, clutching his head, asked bluntly, "Is this a prophecy?" "Yes, my lord, I have seen these visions." Karjia nodded, for he had to admit that Waluo Digelisai, the chief librarian of the Ultramarines chapter, had rarely been wrong in his prophecies. At that moment, the meter-tall, elegantly shaped golden mechanical construct finally found the suitable open space it sought. A blue aperture at its front suddenly emitted a lightning-like beam of azure brilliance. The moment this beam touched the chosen spot, it condensed into a sphere of pitch-black interior, while its exterior radiated wild blue energy, constantly shifting its form every second. As time passed, this sphere gradually evolved, eventually transforming into a massive, ever-rotating azure crystal tower adorned with a golden shell. Karjia was somewhat astonished at the sight, for there was no trace of warp fluctuation, and it was impossible for an Eldar webway to exist within the fortress. Yet this tiny mechanical construct before him and Waluo, a master of the psychic arts, created matter from nothing, summoning a colossal, equally magnificent crystal tower interwoven with gold and azure. Ignoring the onlookers, the half-meter-tall construct continued its actions, emitting more blue beams within the area covered by the crystal tower. These beams converged to form spheres like before, then gradually evolved into various types of structures, towering ornate pyramids, with giant floating crystals at their peaks, arched buildings that occasionally emitted pulses of energy, and many others, all sharing the same aesthetic. From nothing, this half-meter mechanical construct conjured an entire complex into existence within the space almost instantaneously. But that was far from all. At the moment the structures took shape, massive clusters of azure crystal minerals and vents emitting green gas materialized around the largest pyramid, which bore the floating crystal. All these buildings and strange objects filled the once vast platform, where carve stood a space large enough to accommodate several legions, to the brim. Just as no more structures appeared, and carve thought it was over, a dazzling flash enveloped the pyramid. With that flash, over a dozen mechanical devices identical to the half-meter construct materialized before it, then headed toward the mineral clusters and vents to begin harvesting resources. Just as the waist-high mechanical construct ceased its construction of the camp and joined its comrades in harvesting the unknown minerals that had likewise materialized from thin air, Marius Calgar received a message from the command staff. The communication was urgent. My lord, the alien beasts have successfully landed in the settled regions near Makridge's equator. They are consuming everything around them to proliferate, and analysis of their movement patterns suggests they are rapidly advancing toward both the northern and southern poles of Makridge. Upon hearing the news, Calgar averted his gaze from the peculiar cluster of structures before him and fell into deep contemplation. Every planet the Tyranid swarm fleets had passed through before this had been rendered barren and lifeless. Now it seemed their purpose on Makridge was the same as ever: consumption. With this in mind, Calgar began to deploy his forces. Deploy the veteran elites of the 1st Company along with the 1st and 2nd Regiments of the Auxilia to Makridge's 2 polar fortresses. The remaining forces, including portions of the 1st, 2nd, 5th, and 10th Companies along with the rest of the mortal troops, will form a mixed task force under my direct command. I will lead this mixed task force to halt the aliens' advance head-on, buying enough time for the polar fortresses to complete their defensive preparations. If we fail in our objective, those 2 polar fortresses will be our final hope. As for the mortal civilians in the equatorial regions, evacuate as many of them as possible into the fortresses. Calgar's orders were swiftly relayed down the chain of command. The 2 polar fortresses at the northern and southern extremities of Makridge, already garrisoned, now received the veteran elites of the Ultramarines 1st Company alongside the Auxilia of Ultramar, whose history stretched back 10 millennia. The other units rapidly assembled along the equatorial front line, ready to slow the alien onslaught under Calgar's command. Only after issuing his commands and completing the deployment did Calgar turn his gaze back to the seemingly instantaneously materialized building complex addressing Vero Tigurius. Vero, the situation at the equator is grim. The alien numbers are far greater than I anticipated. I must go and command the battle. I will of course leave a squad with you. If these so-called reinforcements prove troublesome, eliminate them. With that, Calgar strode quickly away, leaving Vero Tigurius behind, still contemplating the scene before him. But Calgar had not gotten far when the archway atop the arched building beside the 1st crystal spires suddenly unfurled. The blue crystal within erupted with a surge of intense energy, morphing into a sphere of black light dotted with blue. In the next instant, countless beams of blue light cascaded down like the Milky Way falling from the heavens, shining with a dazzling blue radiance and crashing around the original crystal spire with a thunderous roar akin to stars falling to earth. Almost simultaneously, these beams coalesced into humanoid figures clad in radiant golden armor. The gleaming golden armor they wore was clearly of the same origin as the building complex behind them. Witnessing this sight, Vero Tigurius' pupils contracted sharply as he recalled the contents of the prophecy, in the unfathomable depths of fate where dark currents surge. It shall bring us warriors clad in resplendent golden armor, who will provide us with tremendous aid amidst the surging ink-black and purple intertwined tides. They will help us strive forward against the overwhelming and unstoppable tides, carving a hidden path to the other shore amidst the chaos and disorder. Calgar, who had swiftly returned upon hearing the thunderous impact of the blue beams, arrived just in time to hear Vero Tigurius reciting the vision he had witnessed in the warp. Everything before them was unfolding exactly as prophesied, except these figures were not human. When Calgar and his honor guard returned, he beheld the Xenos, their bodies largely encased in resplendent golden armor. Beneath the armor, their legs ended in hooves utterly unlike human limbs, and their hands bore but 4 fingers, a most peculiar sight. Moreover, their most striking feature was their bizarre facial structure: no mouth, no nose, no ears, and their eyes emitted a faint pale blue luminescence. At the back of their heads was a clean incision, as if something had once extended from that point but had been severed. The instant he perceived these inhuman Xenos, Calgar roared in fury, "Xenos!" He then turned to Vero Tigris, his voice seething with anger. "Vero, I can scarce believe my eyes. You have brought Xenos into the Hera fortress. What is the meaning of this?" At Calgar's words, every soul present, be they battle brothers or members of his honor guard, raised their weapons, training them upon the Xenos. Aloysius, the captain of the honor guard, spoke directly. "My lord, we should destroy these Xenos at once." Yet Calgar did not immediately give the order to open fire. Though his mind was a tempest of confusion and wrath, his heart still held faith in his old comrade Vero Tigris. But the man owed him a rational explanation. Why were these so-called reinforcement Xenos? He had expected humans. Even if they were Xenos, he might have found a way to plead their case for beings like the Eldar, given his rapport with the chief librarian. But these Xenos before him were utterly alien, unknown to him, and beyond his comprehension. VoidTales, perceiving the turmoil within Calgar, swiftly stepped before him and declared with unwavering conviction, "My liege, they are the reinforcements. I vouch for their presence. Their arrival is the will of the Emperor." Before the weight of Vero's proclamation faded, a thunderous boom resounded. A colossal beam of blue light, far more massive than before, descended from the heavens and struck the ground with tremendous force. As the radiance dissipated, a Xeno adorned in the most exquisite armor materialized before them all. His armor was predominantly white, embellished with profuse golden trims and accented by blue luminescent crystals, exuding an aura of nobility and enigma. The only incongruous element was the green glowing crystal adorning his right wrist. Regardless, judging by his raiment alone, he was clearly the leader of this Xeno reinforcement force. Furthermore, the imposing kin standing behind him were evidently not to be trifled with. The Xeno chieftain, upon seeing the assembled host, advanced but 2 steps. His face bore no mouth, yet a deep and commanding voice echoed in the minds of all present. "Dude, I'm in the game now. What's the situation? How do we play? I've never done this co-op mode before." This voice, resonating directly within their minds, left everyone, including VoidTales, utterly stunned. A cascade of bewildered question marks echoed in the silence. The cooperative mode of StarCraft 3 indeed diverged from Li's preconceived notions of the cooperative mode in StarCraft 2. First, in terms of visual artistry, StarCraft 3 utterly outshone StarCraft 2. Upon loading the map, Lilu was greeted by a fully equipped Protoss base. The crystal above the central nexus hovered and rotated, emitting a cerulean radiance with infinitely more refined detail than its StarCraft 2 counterpart. The entire scene was breathtaking, perfectly capturing the elegance of Protoss architecture. Before the magnificent nexus stood a few units, including a towering, imposing figure, Artanis. Out of curiosity, Lilu selected the hierarch and scrolled to adjust the camera angle, intending to examine the model's details more closely. To his astonishment, when he scrolled fully to the lowest angle, the perspective shifted from the third-person God's eye view to Artanis' personal point of view. Through the screen, every detail appeared vivid and lifelike, with a faint blue glow characteristic of Protoss technology at the edges of his vision. Even the grooves on the bolter of the distant Space Marine units and the insignia on their shoulder pads were crystal clear, as if he had truly become Artanis himself. Damn, the cooperative mode in StarCraft 3 is this amazing. The ghost of StarCraft Ghost is still haunting me. Blizzard, you're my dad. But after only a few seconds, Lilu scrolled back to the RTS God's Eye view, as he couldn't manage the base or control units in that perspective. Still selecting the hierarch, he began browsing the character panel. Lightning Charge, an old skill. Revitalize, still an Ire Baneling in StarCraft 3. Astral Wind, a group heal. Inspire increases attack speed and movement speed for nearby units. The first few were familiar from StarCraft 2, giving him a sense of familiarity, but soon he spotted an unfamiliar icon. Hovering over it, Rally the Troops. Randomly summons 50 population worth of combat units with options to set the type, preference, and population. Official mockery of the hierarch, huh? After reviewing the active and passive skills, Lilu examined Artanis' stats. To his surprise, the numbers revealed that the designer was clearly a devotee of the hierarch, contrary to his earlier assumption that the Rally the Troops skill was a mockery. 500 shields, 300 health, and 240 single target attack. This is incomparable numerical beauty. The Orc warlord he had fought against earlier in PvP had only 300 health and 45 attack. Without skill boost, the Orc warlord would be dispatched in 2 strikes. Of course that was PvP, while this was PV, so inflated numbers were understandable. Strike, subdue, smite, supreme. While grumbling, Lilu felt something was missing from the game screen. What's missing? Frowning in thought, he let his gaze wander across the game's interface and quickly spotted what was absent: the hierarch's panel active skill. No, the panel, my cheap cannon, my paper armor, and my beloved solar bombardment. Without you, how can I guide the solar bombardment? When playing as Protoss, regardless of actual strength, one must ignore facts and complain about weakness first, even in cooperative mode. Not only for Protoss, but also for Terran and Zerg. Everyone must complain, for this is an indispensable part of StarCraft. Thus, after Lilu finished complaining as per usual, he began to familiarize himself with various information about the cooperative mode, starting with the map. Well, the map of Maculage not only includes ground and space sections, but also, due to the realistic scale of StarCraft 3, the entire cooperative map is extraordinarily vast. Scrolling the mouse wheel to zoom out the game view, one could still see the orbital tracts of Maculage densely packed with all kinds of ugly tumor-like, nauseating biological vessels of the Bixamosi swarm fleet. As for the current battle situation, Lilu also checked his teammates' field of view and found that the entire planet was engaged in combat. Compared to his teammates' unit count, which resembled the Soviet Union, he was like the so-called Shimon Yuwa, while the Tyluan Chongzu was like the entire world. The situation now was that he and his teammate as Shimon Yuwa and the Soviet Union were 2 versus the whole world. Looking at this map, Li's head ached. So he decided to ask his teammate who had already entered and played for a while how to proceed. Bro, I'm in the game now. What's the situation? How do we fight? I've never played this cooperative mode before. Valodigelris quickly responded. Unsurprisingly, this alien reinforcement was formidable. The opponent could even transmit words directly into the mind of him, the chief librarian. Moreover, analyzing the opponent's words, it was merely a desire to understand the current situation of Maculage with no malice mixed in. So he turned his head to look at the silent Calgar beside him. My lord, the enemy leader is asking about the specifics of our current battle situation. Calgar also snapped out of the shock of having words transmitted directly into his mind. Suppressing his anger and astonishment, he faced the alien leader. Maculage is under an unprecedented swarm assault. Our defenses are on the verge of collapse. If you are truly reinforcements, we need you to engage immediately, help us hold back the swarm, and buy time to strengthen the defenses of the polar fortress. As he spoke, Calgar scanned these alien reinforcements who gave him a sense of formidable power, silently praying that Valo had not made a mistake, hoping that these extraterrestrial aliens were indeed the reinforcements guided to them by the Emperor. The next second words resurfaced in Calgar's mind. Roger. Immediately, the alien leader, surrounded by his subordinates, walked out in front of everyone, seemingly planning to go straight to the front line. Not to mention that it would take at least several days to travel from Hurl Fortress to the front line, but did he even know the way? So Calgar spoke in a friendly tone. I can use a transport to send you and your troops to the front line. Before he could finish, words echoed in his mind again. Bro, are you new? I'll walk first. Don't worry about me. Calgar, though puzzled that an alien would use such human terms like bro and buddy, understood that the words clearly meant refusal. Aluo Ixusi, captain of the honor guard, found the aliens somewhat impolite. His hand rested on his bolter and power sword, his eyes vigilantly fixed on the aliens, ready to launch an attack at any sign of hostility. But these alien reinforcements completely ignored their actions, silently walking outward. They hadn't gone far when several huge, beautifully crafted alien aircraft flew rapidly from the nearby buildings toward the direction of those alien reinforcements. Accompanied by a flash of blue light, those alien reinforcements vanished beneath the aircraft, evidently having boarded. Li's gaze returned to the map. Honestly, the co-op map in this match was exceptionally vast, so expansive that even the mini-map in the lower left corner couldn't contain it all. He recalled other Blizzard titles such as World of Warcraft's map mechanics and tentatively pressed the M key to get a full view of the entire map. The situation was clear across the entire map. The planet was speckled with red markers representing enemies, while green markers for allies also existed. Apart from scattered small units dispersed globally, the vast majority of friendly forces were concentrated in 3 regions. Roughly 2/5 were deployed across the northern and southern poles of Macrich, while the remaining 3/5 clustered along the equator. The red markers representing Tyranid forces were distributed globally as well, with a significant portion concentrated in the equatorial regions. Lilu shifted his camera to his teammates' equatorial battlefield. As he took in the combat scene, he couldn't help but blurt out, Wasn't StarCraft just about pressing F2 and moving a bunch of units? How come this teammate is fighting like it's World War II? All trench warfare. Lilu then remembered the combat style from that PDF he'd seen during bot matches. Or is this just how the Warhammer faction fights in StarCraft 3? Regardless, the massive front lines and screens cluttered with units gave Lilu a headache. He felt his teammate was playing Hearts of Iron while he was playing StarCraft, because compared to the friendly units spread across the globe, he had only a few dozen units, even counting his workers. On the equatorial battlefield of Macrich, the Ultramarines held the front line like living steel fortresses. Weapons in their hands spat continuous streams of fire. Bolt guns, meltaguns, and plasma casters alike. There was no need for precise aim. They simply fired, and their shots found their marks in the tide of Tyranid swarms surging forward. Of course, the defenders were not limited to them. The majority consisted of Ultramarine auxiliaries. Though these mortal soldiers far lagged behind the Astartes in physical prowess, they operated most of the heavy weapons. In other words, they were the true protagonists on the battlefield. As the distance closed, the Macrich auxiliaries opened fire as well. The interwoven beams from their lasguns and heavy weapons momentarily blotted out the sky, striking the charging Tyranid waves again and again, dispersing their assault. Massive shells screamed toward the swarm, erupting into dazzling, yet lethal bursts within the dense ranks, sending the grotesque creatures' limbs flying in all directions. The Tyranids showed no hesitation or avoidance toward the hail of gunfire. Even when some were struck down and fell, without dying, their kin simply trampled over them, continuing their frenzied charge toward the defensive line. Moreover, the shooting was not one-sided. During their charge, countless droplets of acid and explosive liquid spores from the Tyranid swarm rained down upon the defenders' positions like a relentless storm. Both the defenders and the attacking swarm knew that humanity could not halt their advance through gunfire alone, nor did the defenders ever harbor such illusions. Since the Tyranid invasion began, the once serene and tranquil skies of Makridge have been stained a terrifying crimson by the spores cast forth by the behemoth hive fleet. The fleshy tumorous drop pods plummeting from the blood-red sky, defying the anti-aircraft fire of Makridge defenders, have also rendered the planet's surface barren and lifeless. Upon impact, these pods devour everything around them to expand their mass, consuming both organic matter and soil alike without distinction. Once they have consumed everything in their vicinity, these developed Tyranid organisms converge into a relentless surging tide crashing toward the human lines that stand against their voracious hunger. Unlike the ceaseless swarm, humanity's ranged firepower cannot last forever. A second or two at most is all they have before they must pause to reload or allow their weapons to cool. As the flood of Xenos draws ever closer to the human battlements, the Ultramarines holding the front line draw their melee weapons without hesitation and charge forth to engage the approaching aliens in close combat. Even with the seething swarm before them, their eyes betray no doubt or retreat, for beneath their feet lies Makridge. The bloody close-quarters slaughter begins. An Ultramarine's power sword carves an arc through the air, and in a flash of crackling energy, cleaves a leaping Hormigaunt in twain. Simultaneously, another warrior, while parrying a Hormigaunt strike with his combat blade, deftly raises his bolt pistol in his other hand, and fires a precision shot shattering the skull of a Termagant attempting to flank his battle brother, splattering brain matter and gore in all directions. This is but a common vignette across the battlefield. The Tyranid numbers seem inexhaustible compared to the defenders' kill rate. After the first wave of the hive tide crashes into the foremost human positions and engages the Ultramarines in melee, more varied Tyranid bioforms begin to emerge. The first to appear are several massive Tyranid warriors bearing huge rending claws and with a monstrous blood-red bioplasma cannon slung at their hips. Of course, not all Tyranid warriors share the same appearance. They are diverse and exist in many variants. In this great assault wave alone, there are over a dozen distinct forms differing in armament and physique. These Tyranid warriors surge forward amidst the chaff creatures, wildly slashing their upper limb claws at any living non-Tyranid thing that stands in their path, while the bioplasma cannons at their waists fire relentlessly. Whether they strike Makridge Auxilia or Ultramarines, those hit by the bioplasma are almost invariably dissolved into a pool of viscous liquid. Though not without retaliation, the carapace of a Tyranid warrior is far tougher than that of the chaff-like Hormigants and Termagants. Unless a vital spot is struck, attacks only serve to enrage these already ferocious beasts, making them even more savage and bloodthirsty. However, their savagery does not imply that Tyranid warriors are mindless. On the contrary, they are the commanders of the chaff-like Hormigants and Termagants. As low-level synapse leaders, they are highly intelligent, possessing not only formidable combat prowess, but also the ability to effectively coordinate the surrounding chaff organisms into organized tactical assaults. For instance, the Ultramarine who was simultaneously parrying a Hormigant and supporting his comrades with bolt pistol fire was the moment he was noticed singled out for a customized package by these Tyranid warriors. A Tyranid warrior swiftly rallied a number of idle chaff creatures nearby to charge at that Ultramarine, preventing him from diverting attention to aid his allies and trapping him within the swarm's encirclement. Then, as the Marine became embroiled in a desperate struggle, the warrior struck without warning to claim the kill. The entire process executed with fluid, seamless precision. An Ultramarine, formidable and wielding a chainsword, had just hewn apart a lunging Tyranid warrior when another, hidden amidst the swarm, seized the opening and violently drove its massive rending claws into his chest. Such scenes of Ultramarines being served customized packages were countless. Soon as these frontline angels fell one by one, the balance of the battlefield began to shatter. Even though the battle had become so brutal that even the mighty Ultramarines were beginning to suffer significant casualties that could not be ignored, the defenders holding their positions remained steadfast. Whether they were ordinary mortal soldiers or the angels they regarded as demigods, none of them showed the slightest intention of retreating in the face of such immense losses. They harbored but a single conviction: to defend the sacred land of Makridge, to fight the invading Xenos to the very end, never yielding even at the cost of their own lives. As breaches began to appear in the defense line, the Ultramarines swiftly formed small combat squads, launching counter-assaults across the battlefield, covering one another as they sought opportunities to isolate and encircle the Tyranid warriors that served as the swarm's commanders. For if they could successfully eliminate these Tyranid warriors, the Tyranid swarms under their command would lose effective control and descend into a primal instinct-driven state, thereby alleviating considerable pressure on the defenders in the trenches. However, the Tyranid swarm often possessed an abundance of replacements. Even when the Ultramarines managed to butcher a number of the Tyranid warriors, it failed to produce any decisive effect. On the contrary, the Tyranid assault seemed like an unending tidal wave, crashing forward wave after wave, each one more ferocious and powerful than the last. Under such relentless impact, the human defense line began to show more and more gaps. At the breaches, the Ultramarines could not cover the surviving Auxilia, unable to engage in melee combat with the Tyranids that had broken through, clustered tightly around heavy weapon emplacements under their commander's direction. Using their own flesh and blood to hold back the surging tide of the swarm, they bought precious time for the gunners operating the heavy weapons, allowing them to better sweep the swarm and ease the pressure on the defense line. Neither side gave an inch. Every breach became a gruesome slaughterhouse where flesh and blood flew, filled with the intertwined figures of humans and tyrannid monsters locked in mortal combat. Soon not only had the skies of Macridge turned crimson, but the very earth of Macridge had also donned a coat of red. A red gown dyed with the blood of Macridge soldiers. As the seesaw battle dragged on, increasingly massive and more grotesque tyrannid bioforms began to appear at the fringes of the battlefield, including twisted monstrosities over 10 meters tall. Upon witnessing these tyrannid creatures, each like a moving fortress of armored flesh, their bodies coated with viscous, nauseating bioweapons, and bizarre appendages, their maws unleashing deafening roars as they charged the human defenses. The sergeants among the Ultramarines rallied their battle brothers, hoping to halt the advance of these colossal tyrannid bioforms with the support of artillery fire. Meanwhile, the surviving auxilia desperately operated heavy gun turrets and tank main cannons from the rear, pouring out relentless fire in an attempt to support the Angels holding the line. Regrettably, their efforts proved largely futile, and the defense line was soon breached. Seeing that the situation was beyond recovery, the line's commander finally issued the order to retreat to the second defensive line. A blue Thunderhawk gunship of the Ultramarines tore through the crimson skies of Macridge at terrifying speed. Within the gunship, Marnius Calgar, the master of Macridge, sat with his honor guard bound for the second defensive line at the planet's equator. Inside the Thunderhawk, Calgar's expression grew grim as he listened to the grim reports from the front lines, for every piece of news he received was dire. Have the garrison forces reached the polar fortresses? They have arrived, my lord. However, before their arrival, a massive swarm of tyrannids had already assaulted both fortresses. Fortunately, with the aid of the newly arrived reinforcements, the Xenos were successfully purged. The defensive structures are still under construction. Calgar nodded, then issued a decisive command. Dispatch the reserve forces immediately. They are to advance at full speed to the front lines and escort the defenders of the first line in an orderly retreat to the second. There on the steep slopes we will delay the alien advance as long as possible. As he finished issuing the order, another thought struck him. And where are those reinforcements now, He pronounced the word reinforcements with particular force. Upon hearing Calgar's question, the communications officer immediately patched him through to the personnel tasked with monitoring the reinforcements and relayed the inquiry. My lord, those reinforcements boarded their flying machines and vanished. With the entire surface of Macridge littered with drop pods, our auguries are severely disrupted. We have lost track of them. At this, Calgar's brow furrowed into a tight knot. Suppressing the urge to reprimand the team for their failure, he said in a low, stern voice, "The moment you have any new information, no matter how small, report to me immediately. Furthermore, alert all units to be on high guard. If they detect any anomalous behavior from those reinforcements, they are authorized to open fire. But if they are not hostile, they are forbidden from firing." Understood, my lord. The comm channel was severed. Calgar sat in grim silence, his mind churning. The silence within the Thunderhawk was so absolute that only the roar of the engines filled the air. Soon Calgar arrived above the second defensive line. He looked down upon the first line, a landscape utterly consumed by war. The deafening war cries of the charging tyrannid swarm pierced the sky and drilled into his ears, filling him with fury. As far as the eye could see, the first defensive line had been breached. A vast number of civilians who had failed to evacuate in time, along with scattered units that had also been caught in the retreat, were being engulfed by the alien tide below. Calgar knew the first line could not be held, but he had not anticipated it falling so swiftly. Though the Ultramarines and their auxiliaries had inflicted astronomical casualties upon the first line, the enemy's numbers were beyond astronomical. Fortunately, he had planned ahead. While deploying the first defensive line, he had already prepared the second, third, fourth, fifth, and even more successive defensive lines. His intention was to buy enough time, at least until the defensive fortifications of the polar fortresses were fully constructed. Of course, the defense did not rely solely on ground forces. Losing the orbital lanes did not mean he had lost the skies of Macridge. Though the crimson sky was unfamiliar, it remained firmly under his control. Just as Calgar was about to contact the commander of the orbital starport to request more intensive aerial support to slow the tyrannid charge, a familiar voice laced with a hint of surprise echoed from the depths of his mind. "Dude, why are there a bunch of red dots all over your place?" A newbie. Within the Sirocco starport, Orius Derva, the 3rd Regiment commander of the Ultrama Auxiliary Forces, stood in a towering structure within the port, arms crossed over his chest, overlooking the bustling scene below. As a commander renowned for his strategic acumen among the inner guard, Derva had been entrusted by the Master of Ultramar with the vital duty of keeping this starport, which harbored nearly 90% of Macridge's atmospheric aerial forces, fully operational. He was confident in his ability to fulfill this monumental task. The starport currently housed not only Derva's own 3rd Regiment, but also several Macridge legions, and a far more numerous force of planetary defense forces assembled from other worlds within the system. These forces were gathered to board the transports docked at Sirocco starport, enabling rapid deployment to battlefields across Macrich. In essence, this starport was the strategic lifeline of Macrich, as Derva was mentally mapping out ways to optimize the transit efficiency of the various units. His adjutant approached and began reporting an unexpected situation, the only circumstance under which Derva permitted his thoughts to be interrupted. My lord, 2 off-world planetary defense force regiments, not mentioned in any mission briefings, are requesting entry into the starport for strategic transit. Which regiments? Why are they here? The adjutant replied respectfully. My lord, they are the 3rd and 5th regiments of the Thalasser Planetary Defense Force who arrived on Macrich the day before the Tyranid invasion. Their commander claims to have received an urgent deployment order to board transports here for the Equatorial Defense Line, which is under heavy Tyranid assault. As he spoke, the adjutant presented an urgent deployment order to Derva. However, Derva did not immediately reach for it. Instead, his brow furrowed a flicker of suspicion arising within him. By protocol, all deployment orders should first pass through his office for verification. Urgent orders were not unheard of, but they were rare. Perhaps given the exigencies of war, not everything strictly adhered to standard procedure. Exceptional circumstances called for exceptional measures. With this thought, Derva accepted the order and began to scrutinize it. Every required seal and mark was present. Undoubtedly, this was a legitimate and authentic urgent deployment order. After a moment's consideration, this Derva decided to grant them entry. Let them in, but keep a close watch on them. Report any anomalies to me immediately. The adjutant saluted and withdrew while this Derva's gaze returned to the starport below. Yet his fingers began to drum absently against the tower's railing, a clear sign that his misgivings had not entirely dissipated. These defense forces hailing from other planets within Ultramar rather than Macrich's own inner guard had an urgent order as their explanation. Still, the fact that the order hadn't first reached his hands remained a point of suspicion. Perhaps the battle situation was so dire that the command relay had been delayed. Derva rationalized this to himself, for the immediate priority was ensuring the starport's operational efficiency. Above all, the flow of reinforcements and troop movements to the front lines could not be allowed to stall. Below, the commander of the Thalasser Planetary Defense Force, upon receiving clearance, began directing his soldiers in an orderly march into the starport. Looking on, these non-inner guard soldiers marched with a resolve that rivaled, and perhaps even surpassed, that of the inner guard units. Witnessing this, Derva's lingering doubts finally faded. All are steadfast warriors of the God Emperor. With that, Derva turned and re-entered the interior. What he did not know was that beneath the helmets and armor of many of these steadfast warriors of the God Emperor lay slightly purplish-skinned, hairless heads with ridged plate-like protrusions. The Shiloah starport was not an independent military structure. It was built upon the foundation of the upper nest of the Shiloah Nest city below. At this moment, in the narrow and dilapidated streets of the lower nest of Shiloah Nest city, countless residents draped in robes emerged from their crumbling dwellings, as if drawn by an unseen force, step by step treading onto those cramped lanes. Soon the usually congested and decaying street was filled with a crowd which surged like a torrent toward the route leading to the upper nest of Shiloah. During the march, the procession that filled the street was eerily silent, without a single murmur, as if they were a host of silent phantoms moving stealthily beneath the dim, almost non-existent light. Beneath their robes were men and women, old and young alike. Moreover, their forms were vastly different. Some were towering beyond normal human imagination, with bulging muscles, while others were diminutive, unlike ordinary beings. Yet regardless of their differences, regardless of their gender, at this moment their eyes beneath the robes all revealed an unwavering faith and devotion, as if they were heading toward a sacred mission. When they reached the junction between the lower nest and the middle nest, the towering figure, leading at the front, several meters tall, uttered a low command: "Enter. The day of ascension has arrived." With his words, the previously silent atmosphere was instantly shattered. These citizens displayed a nimbleness utterly different from their earlier slow walking, moving so swiftly that their robes flapped in the air. As they charged, they also shouted in unison, "The day of ascension has arrived. The day of ascension has arrived. The day of ascension has arrived." These citizens, who had been utterly silent moments before, now surged like a raging tide toward the passageway, some even dropping to all fours, crawling on the ground, or leaping across the walls with astonishing speed. From the limbs occasionally exposed beneath the robes, it could be seen that the vast majority of them had skin tinged with an eerie purple sheen. Moreover, many of them possessed more than one pair of limbs, some had a third, or even a fourth hand, and those hands were not human five-fingered ones, but gleaming sharp claws. The wave that originated from the lower nest tore through the original silence of the nest city, with roars erupting from all directions. Witnessing this unusual scene, the members of the nest city security force attempted to block them. They moved swiftly, raising their weapons almost as quickly as typical Star Troopers. Yet in the next instant, bang, 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 bang. These security force members who had just raised their weapons were struck down by bullets from behind, bullets fired by their own comrades from other squads. These defected teammates, as they opened fire, also shouted, "The day of ascension has arrived." After killing their own colleagues, these individuals, their eyes brimming with fanaticism, rushed along with the surging tide toward the upper nest. This surging tide was not aimlessly thrashing about, but surged with clear purpose toward the sole passage leading to the upper levels of the Hive City. For that passage was the final obstacle standing between them and their ultimate dream of ascension. Along the way, any force that dared to stand against this torrent was crushed, their bodies piling up as mounds of corpses along the path. Yet the Hive City's defense systems quickly reacted to the tide. Formations of garrison troops rapidly assembled, establishing defensive lines before the passage to the upper levels, attempting to halt the tide's advance with concentrated firepower. Seeing this, the giant figure in the ranks, who had remained largely inactive until now and stood nearly 6 meters tall, finally moved. It tore apart the concealing robe draped over its form in one violent motion. As the shredded robe fell away, the towering figure revealed its true form. A hardened carapace gleaming with an eerie purple luster covered its entire body, and 4 massive razor-sharp claws at the front of its frame glinted with cold light. With a swift blur of movement, it charged headlong into the garrison's lines amidst the hail of gunfire, tearing apart those foolish roadblocks into shreds with devastating, unstoppable force. After shattering the garrison defenses that had impeded the tide's advance, this pure-blooded Genestealer patriarch, who had long lurked within Macridge, raised its head skyward and unleashed a thunderous, ear-splitting roar. Charge. Ascension. While roaring, the patriarch also utilized its unique psychic link with the brood to transmit the order to charge across the entire tide. In an instant, the already fervent tide grew even more frenzied, recklessly flooding past the shattered garrison lines and surging forward along the path. The Genestealer patriarch stood outside the gate, watching it all unfold, while continuing to bellow, "The day of ascension has come." Bolstered by the patriarch's encouragement, the faithful flung themselves into the passage with even greater abandon. However, as the faithful continued to pour in, the Genestealer patriarch, standing at an elevated vantage, gradually felt his expression turn cold. For within that single minute just past, over 1,000 faithful had entered the passage leading to the upper levels, yet each and every one of them had lost their psychic link to him. It was as if the moment they entered the passage they vanished from the world without a trace. A flicker of doubt stirred within the Genestealer patriarch's mind, just as he prepared to link into the perspective of a relatively pure-blooded faithful who was about to charge into the passage to see what fate befell them upon entry. The very next second, a blinding radiance suddenly erupted from within the passage, like a razor-sharp blade instantly piercing through the faithful gathered at the entrance. As the light faded, the ground was littered with corpses, and standing atop the sea of dead was a figure in resplendent, ornate armor, standing tall and straight. A non-human. His movements did not pause. With a flash, he plunged into the surging tide of Genestealer faithful. With every motion, he carried the force of a collapsing mountain, tearing apart everything that stood in his path, whether the bodies of the Genestealers or the weapons they brandished, into shreds. The figure slaughtered the faithful with such blinding speed that even the Genestealer patriarch, eyes wide with shock, could not discern his precise movements, only barely catching a glimpse of the glowing blade-like weapon in the figure's hands, dancing relentlessly. Amidst the harrowing screams, large swaths of the faithful were instantly cleaved in two. Bodies piled up across the ground, and a thick, nauseating stench of blood immediately saturated the air. Yet the mysterious figure moved as if through unguarded territory, steadily advancing towards the other Genestealers. There was no fear, no mercy in his eyes, only boundless coldness and killing intent. He was the very embodiment of death itself, come to reap the lives of these Genestealers. Lilo was seated at his computer, his fingers dancing nimbly across the keyboard like graceful performers, producing crisp clicks while he muttered incoherently, "AQ-A-dur-dur-dur-dur-dur-dur-dur." As his commands echoed, Artanis on the screen carved a path through the surging tide of Genestealers, his twin blades flashing in relentless arcs. Not a single Genestealer could survive even one exchange against him. The reason was simple. The Genestealer's stats were utterly pathetic. With a single skill cast, Artanis could wipe out entire swaths of enemies. Throughout it all, the hierarchs' shields barely dented. The Genestealers' attacks were nothing more than gentle tickles, unable to outpace the shield's own regeneration. "Damn, this is satisfying." Lilo shouted, his hands still flying across the keyboard as he commanded Artanis, occasionally flicking his gaze to other mini-maps to survey the situation. Among them, the starport screen was toggled most frequently, for his ground forces were stationed there, assisting an overwhelmed teammate in clearing out targets marked in red. Every skirmish for Li Lu and his Artanis forces was as effortless as slicing through vegetables. His army swept through the enemy ranks with pure, overwhelming dominance. The outcome was never in doubt. Again, it all came down to the Genestealers' pitifully low stats. After unleashing another wave of skills with the hierarch, Li Lu decided to amass more troops and switch to his building control group. However, at that very moment, he realized he couldn't click the supply button. Simultaneously, a painfully familiar voice echoed, "Supply blocked, good brother." The voice carried a slightly annoying, cheeky tone, causing Li Li's keystrokes to falter for a split second, while a torrent of question marks flooded his mind. What the hell, supply capped this fast? With my macro, that shouldn't be happening. Li Lu reasoned, because his current forces, even counting the workers back home, barely totaled 100 supply. Yet the voice warning about the supply cap didn't seem fake. Pondering this, Li Lu glanced at the supply count in the top right corner, which read 100,100. He then cycled his screens to check the numerous pylons scattered across his base. Theoretically, his capacity should exceed 100, yet the cap stubbornly remained at 100. Since the problem wasn't on his end, it could only mean one thing. Wait, I only have 100 supply. What the hell? Turning his gaze to his teammate's planet, he saw a dense swarm of troops that clearly numbered far beyond 100 supply, likely several orders of magnitude more. Seriously, am I playing StarCraft while my teammate is playing Hearts of Iron? Despite the continuous grumbling, Li Lu quickly grasped the underlying logic. Through the course of the game, he could clearly perceive that both his teammates' regular units and the enemy's units were pathetically weak compared to his own. Their only advantage was a single word: numbers. Even the standard Space Marines of the Ultramarines chapter were utterly insignificant in terms of stats when faced with the Hierarch's forces. Although the opposing hero unit Calgers, Honor Guard, and those special suffix units boasted decent stats matching the level of the Orc hero units from previous custom games, and some even surpassing them, such formidable entities were few and far between. As for the teammate's hero unit Calgar, just from a statistical standpoint, it would take several of him to merely match Artanis' paper stats. And that's not even accounting for Artanis' array of game-breaking abilities. If the Hierarch's supply cap were truly lifted, he would be utterly overpowered. Once he figured this out, Li Lu felt a sense of relief. Well, it's not entirely unacceptable. I'll just treat it like playing Warcraft 3. 10 minutes earlier, Aurelius Derva, stationed atop the spire overlooking the starport, remained utterly oblivious to the vast rebellion beginning to coalesce in the hive city below. His attention was wholly consumed by the intricate affairs of the starport. As its commander, he was responsible not only for managing the transit of military forces, but also for the port's own defense. Though his starport was positioned well behind the true front lines, even here sporadic Tyranid drop pods would occasionally breach the anti-aircraft fire and crash nearby, launching assaults on the hive city. After attending to the starport's ceaseless demands for what felt like an eternity, Derva finally found a moment of respite. As was his custom, he walked onto the balcony, his gaze sweeping over the assembled troops below. But the sight that greeted him made his brow furrow instantly. Within his field of vision, the Thalasian Planetary Defense Force soldiers who had only recently arrived at the starport had already moved with impeccable order into their pre-designated staging areas. The soldiers were arrayed in perfect, disciplined ranks, presenting a facade of elite professionalism. However, the weapons clutched in their hands were now being raised, aimed squarely at the other units surrounding their assembly point. Witnessing this anomalous scene, Aurelius Derva immediately contacted the patrol commander of that staging area via comms, ordering him to lead his men to the location and ascertain precisely what the Thalasian Planetary Defense Force was doing. Yet the response that crackled back through the comm device was not the prompt acknowledgement he was accustomed to, but a jarring, discordant burst of static. Before he could even process the anomaly, a deafening eruption of gunfire thundered from the direction of the Thalasian Planetary Defense Force's staging area below. The crisp clangor of colliding metal, the furious and anguished screams of soldiers, and the shrill shriek of weapons discharging all wove together into a single chaotic symphony of violence. He rushed back to the balcony only to witness the once orderly ranks of Thalasian soldiers below now laying down a relentless hail of fire upon the unsuspecting allied forces around them. Like an immense net cast wide, the starport's previously serene order was torn asunder in an instant. Beyond the Thalasian forces zone, several other units had also descended into mutual combat. What shocked Derva even more was that amidst the traitors who had suddenly turned their weapons on their allies, there were even some members of his own inner guard, the Ultramo Auxilia. The fanatical cries echoing from below reverberated endlessly through the starport. No matter how much Derva wished to deny it, he could not deceive himself. A meticulously orchestrated rebellion had erupted right under his very nose in a manner he could never have dreamt of. Or perhaps he had simply never conceived that such a thing could ever transpire on this soil. After all this was Macridge. Derva opened his mouth, ready to spin around and issue orders to the commanders of other units to dispatch forces to purge these audacious traitors. But then several unknown vessels of strange, almost opulent design appeared soundlessly in the skies above the starport. Though the ornate flying vessels that suddenly appeared above the starport were certainly eye-catching, Dilva's attention was drawn more to the traitors wreaking havoc below. To him, these strange-looking ships were novel, yet not entirely unfamiliar, as documents previously issued by Lord Calgar had detailed the origins and characteristics of this contingent of alien reinforcements. The documents clearly stated that these aliens, inspired by the Emperor's ideals, had come to Macridge to serve as auxiliary forces assisting the Ultramarines in their defensive operations. Lord Calgar had also emphasized that should these alien auxiliaries exhibit any sign of unrest, Orisis was authorized to immediately dispatch the internal security forces to execute them on the spot. But if they remained docile, their movements were not to be obstructed. Thus, although Dilva felt some confusion as to why the vessels of these alien auxiliaries would suddenly appear amidst the chaos at this crucial transit starport for Macridge, he had no choice but to let them be. However, surveillance was still necessary. Noting the relatively small size of the alien ships, which likely limited their troop capacity, he adjusted some of his orders for suppressing the rebels. He planned to detach an elite squad from the assembling suppression forces, ordering them to monitor the aliens and open fire immediately upon detecting any hostile action. Just as Orisis Dilva finished organizing his thoughts and turned to dictate orders to the guard carrying the tactical radio, beside him a sharp swish cut through the air. A flash of cold light streaked past, and the guard along with his equipment was instantly cleaved in two. Following the sound, the attacker was a mutant sporting multiple razor-sharp claws covered in purple chitin with distinct purple markings etched across its forehead. It was unclear from where it had infiltrated the command center. Dilva instantly realized this mutant assassin had been lurking on the ceiling all along, seizing the gap during his previous dictation to drop down and strike. Though he couldn't fathom why the creature hadn't targeted him directly, but instead prioritized killing the comms guard, the dire situation left no room for deep contemplation. Reacting swiftly, Dilva drew his Lost pistol and fired continuously at the sudden mutant assassin, hoping the gunfire would alert the guards outside the door. However, the mutant's movements were not only bizarre, but also astonishingly fast. It weaved through the cramped space with agility, sometimes scuttling along the walls, other times slinking low across the floor. It could even flip and leap, running along the ceiling to attack, making it exceedingly difficult to target. For a time, the command center echoed with relentless gunfire. A deafening screech of tearing metal erupted as the command center's hatch was forcibly breached from outside. But the figures revealed through the breach were not Orisis's fully armed guard, but more mutants identical in form to the assassin inside. Their claws were slick with blood, clearly indicating the guards outside had met a grim end, yet Dilva had no intention of surrendering. He continued firing with rapid, precise shots while deliberately moving towards the bisected guard's corpse. Seizing the moment when a tricky aimed shot forced the assassin to dodge, he quickly snatched up the guard's rifle and grenades. Switching weapons boosted his firepower. Dilva suppressed the lunging assassin while precisely hurling one of the retrieved grenades towards the breach where the enemies clustered outside. Boom! The precisely thrown grenade detonated with a thunderous roar just outside the door, the sheer force of the explosion warping the sturdy entrance inward, leaving a massive bulge in the metal. When the blast faded, the indistinct, shambling silhouettes that had been prowling outside were utterly eradicated, leaving nothing behind. No longer fearing an assault from the mutated horde breaching the entrance, Dival continued his deadly duel with the assassin. Now it's just you and me, Abomination. He squeezed the trigger relentlessly, unleashing a torrent of laser fire that poured down upon his foe. Dival sought to overwhelm the genestealer assassin with sheer firepower, attempting to pin down its uncanny darting movements. Yet the mutant assassin facing Dival's seasoned marksmanship moved with lightning agility, weaving and dodging through the fusillade of lasers from Orithis. Between his evasions, he would let out a guttural roar for the four-armed emperor. It was a taunt of bestial challenge meant to provoke and enrage Orithis to cloud his judgment with fury. Dival ignored the provocation from this mutant, a heretic as much as a monster. Watching the battery gauge on his laser rifle plummet, he knew he couldn't sustain this barrage. He needed a different strategy. The cluttered interior combined with the assassin's phenomenal agility and speed made this a grueling contest. Even as the captain of the inner guard, Dival found himself struggling, a creeping sense of being overwhelmed beginning to take hold. Foreseeing his potential defeat, Dival knew he had to change the course of this fight. While maintaining his suppressing fire, his mind raced, desperately searching for an opportunity, a tactic to turn the tide. His gaze quickly fell upon a corner of the room cluttered with several tall cabinets. Perhaps he could use them to restrict the mutant's movements, buying himself a crucial opening. In the next instant, Orithis deliberately created an opening, letting his curtain of laser fire weaken for a fraction of a second. It was a calculated gamble, baiting the assassin to lunge toward the exact spot he wanted. As predicted, the assassin took the bait, lunging forward with reckless abandon to deliver a decisive blow. But just as the creature closed the distance, Orithis swung his weapon with all his might, smashing the stock into a nearby cabinet. The heavy piece of furniture toppled over under the tremendous impact, crashing down toward the genestealer. Taken completely by surprise, the genestealer assassin was forced to divert its attention to avoid the falling cabinet. Its fluid predatory grace momentarily faltered, a critical hesitation in its movements. Seizing the instant of distraction, the veteran Orithis drew his combat knife and lunged, aiming a killing thrust at the genestealer's throat. However, to his shock, he realized the assassin had been anticipating this very move. With a sudden vicious upward sweep of its talons, the assassin not only cleaved the steel cabinet in two, but continued its arc, slashing directly toward Orithis. Its movement was faster, swifter than his own. He was never afraid of the cabinet. He was waiting for me to come to him. Damn it. Orithis' heart clenched. He realized he was about to fail the crucial mission entrusted to him by Lord Kalkar, a failure that would be an unforgivable sin. Shing. In the split second before the assassin's talons could tear into Orithis' throat, the door, already grotesquely warped by the explosion, was cleanly sliced in two. The cut was utterly unlike the jagged, messy holes the genestealers had clawed through earlier. It was impossibly precise, flawlessly smooth. The echo of that single shing had not even faded, and before Orithis could even register the event, the genestealer assassin before him was also split cleanly in two. Only then did Dival look up, his senses catching up to the sudden turn of events. Standing in the doorway was a humanoid figure clad in ornate golden armor wielding a massive axe. His peripheral vision caught the scene outside, a scattering of severed limbs and broken bodies. The remains of his own guards, the mutants torn apart by the grenade, and many more, their bodies bisected with the same unnerving precision as the door. Fresh off his arrival, Li Lu stared at the hive city that pierced the clouds on the map, especially the colossal starport at its very apex that towered even higher than the clouds, nearly dumbfounded. He looked like a complete country bumpkin. What a massive map. So many units. And look at all these architectural details. He marveled, his gaze sweeping over the countless allied units and various vehicles within the starport. Can my piece of junk computer really run this game? Is this really the same graphics detail and performance of the single-core StarCraft? Indeed, no matter how many allied units filled the screen, it didn't affect Li Li's buttery smooth gaming experience in the slightest. He recalled playing StarCraft 2 in the past. Even in custom maps with the population cap removed, he could distinctly feel the input lag once the unit count exceeded the normal limit by even a small margin. And when he engaged in massive A moves against other players, the game would stutter like a slideshow. Yet now, staring at the tens of thousands of allied units on screen, not to mention the countless NPCs within the hive city below, his game remained flawlessly smooth. Not to mention the richly detailed buildings and the neatly arranged vehicles of various models. He could even see allied units and enemy NPCs on the map busily attending to their own affairs. They were either patrolling, fighting, or repairing equipment. Every action had a logical flow, not merely repeating pre-programmed routines. Gotta say, a serious Blizzard is truly formidable. These NPC details are as specific as Abathur, saying Zerglings really are allergic to lemon juice. This more intuitive and humanized level of detail made the entire map feel more vivid and lifelike, as if it weren't a virtual scene in a game, but a real existing spectacle. However, despite the game's incredibly impressive details, if Li Lu were just playing alone, he would have taken his time to admire the entire map from top to bottom. But right now he had things to do. Because when Li Lu moved his view to this starport, a new mission popped up on the mission bar on the left side of the screen. A marker for an authentic bonus mission from StarCraft 2's co-op mode. This bonus mission had two objectives to fulfill. The first was to ensure the survival of Starport Commander Orias Dilva. The second was to assist the Imperial Guard forces within the starport in repelling the genestealer assault, while ensuring as many vehicles as possible were not destroyed to maintain the starport's normal operations. Currently, both objectives were still lit, indicating the mission hadn't failed yet. Although Li Lu didn't know who Orias Dilva was, he noticed that the progress bar for the second objective, requiring vehicles not to be destroyed, had already begun to slowly decline. Seeing this, his gaze quickly shifted to the starport's landing pad, where many vehicles were parked. There he saw a large number of red-named units clad in the armor of the Imperial Guard concentrating their fire on the docked ships and vehicles, as well as the surrounding allied units. Judging by the ferocity of the red-named enemy's assault, if Li Lu dawdled any longer, this bonus mission would clearly fail. Holy crap. Inside the Shua starport, the commander of this Holy War, Brigadier General Lezet No. Should be called Commander Lezet, was now sitting in his command vehicle fantasizing about the scene of the angels descending upon Maculich, and then his own ascension into the divine kingdom of the many-armed divine emperor to gain eternal life. As long as they could successfully capture this starport, which had gathered almost 90% of Maculich's aerial vehicles, the true angels under the many-armed divine emperor would be able to descend upon the land of Maculich without any obstruction, ushering in the day of ascension eagerly awaited by all followers, and he would no longer be just fantasizing. Although the forces loyal to the many-armed divine emperor were slightly inferior in apparent strength compared to the heretic sect defenders in the starport who believed in the two-armed divine emperor, the sudden attack caught those heretics off guard, so the initiative was currently in the hands of Commander Lezet. Moreover, they only needed to wait patiently for a moment, and the numerical disadvantage in this battle would disappear, because on this planet what they lacked least were like-minded brothers and sisters. Even if this was the sacred capital of the sacred Aetelema world, claimed by those self-proclaimed orthodox angels who called themselves the true faith. Yet even in this place they called most sacred, it was still filled with a vast number of suffering beggars, impoverished scribes, anonymous laborers on assembly lines who could die between machines at any moment, and all kinds of humble workers. Their numbers were countless. At this moment, these long oppressed and neglected workers, under the patient guidance of cult members hidden in Maculich, had already recognized that the two-armed divine emperor currently occupying Maculich was merely a false faith. Otherwise, how could it be explained that under the rule of a divine emperor who loved the world, they never slacked off and worked hard every day, yet still lived like garbage on the roadside? Learning that ascension was imminent, these suffering workers had united and were surging upward from the hive city beneath the starport, wanting to clear obstacles for the arrival of the true angels of the many-armed divine emperor so that they could ascend into the divine kingdom. Besides these workers, even within the so-called inner guard which the false angels regarded as their core strength, the followers of the many-armed divine emperor had long been widespread. The smooth progress of this holy war also benefited from the intelligence they provided about the commanders within the inner guard. For these commanders, the local Hive City's cult had dispatched holy executors to assassinate them. Facing this battle that was entirely under control, Brigadier General Lezet couldn't help but remark, "The advantage is mine." Suddenly, two new blips without identification signals appeared on the aspects of Brigadier General Lezet's command vehicle. What are those things? Are the heretic angels coming to reinforce? However, judging from the size of the blips, they are just two small ships. Even if those false angels of the heretical faith come to reinforce, how many people can two ships carry? At this thought, a contemptuous smile curled at the corner of Brigadier General Lezet's mouth. A few false angels could not have any substantial impact on the current battle situation. He continued, giving orders through the communicator to the junior commanders around him. "Do not bother with those two small ships. Continue advancing according to the original plan. We must take full control of the starport before the main forces of those heretics arrive." After receiving the orders, the junior commanders quickly relayed the command, and the offensive of the cult brothers became even more fierce. Within a temporary bunker on the staging pad of Baraka Starport's 3rd docking zone, Babbage, a signalman of the 3rd Company's 7th Regiment of the Ultramar Auxilia, crouched behind cover. Yet even for him, an elite among mortals in the Ultramar Auxilia, sweat beaded thickly on his brow, and an urgent unease crept into his eyes. He cranked the handle of the portable Voxcaster with all his might, shouting into the microphone, his voice trembling as he desperately tried to reach command, pleading for support and orders. But no matter his efforts, the Vox remained dead silent as the grave. Babbage's heart sank. Finally, he turned to his commander, Major Ryan, and cried out in despair, "Sir, communications are down." The moment he shouted, a fully armed traitor of the Astra Militarum charged forward, bellowing for the many-armed God Emperor. With one hand, the traitor raised a grenade high, swinging it in a wild arc as he sprinted toward the bunker, intent on hurling it into their midst and obliterating their defenses. Around him, more fully armed traitors surged toward the bunker, some laying down suppressive fire on the defensive positions. Bullets and energy beams wove a lethal web through the air. Facing the screaming bullets and energy beams, Babbage inside the bunker managed to maintain a semblance of calm, but his mind was tormented by a single question: how had these former comrades who had fought alongside them for the Emperor turned their coats so swiftly? Bang, 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 bang. Before the traitor could throw his grenade, the roar of an autocannon from Babbage's bunker drowned out his war cry. A glance showed the traitor's arm being severed first, followed by his body being torn to shreds, limbs flying. Finally, the unthrown grenade dropped to the ground, detonating and blasting the traitor and his nearby comrades into oblivion. It was Major Ryan who manned the autocannon. Without an order from him, Babbage, after a brief glance, could only turn back to his Voxcaster, though as a signalman, he knew it was already a futile gesture. Major Ryan paid little heed to Babbage's report of the failed communications. Instead, under Babbage's gaze, he swiftly scrambled out of the bunker, continuing to pour devastating fire from the autocannon into the advancing traitors, the muzzle flash like a furious dragon, cutting them down one by one. Beyond Major Ryan, other defenders in their bunkers and in the open also opened fire, creating a dense network of suppressive fire. After a brief exchange, Major Ryan decisively set down his autocannon and shouted, "They're starting again. Everyone take cover." Major Ryan's words had barely left his lips when a thunderous series of explosions erupted. Boom, boom, boom. A deafening barrage of artillery shells slammed into the staging pad and surrounding structures, shaking the starport itself. Smoke and dust filled the air. The traitors had been using this sacrificial tactic all along, forcing the defenders out of their bunkers only to unleash a devastating artillery bombardment. If they ignored the charging traitors, they would soon be overrun. But if they engaged the infantry, they wouldn't have time to get back under cover before the artillery struck, a deadly dilemma. This strategy was devastating for the troops waiting on the pad for transport, who had little cover, few heavy weapons, and no ground vehicles. Though the line held, the defenders' casualties far outweighed the attackers. Boom. As Babbage continued shouting into the Vox, a violent explosion rocked the makeshift bunker of wrecked vehicles and corpses. The shockwave hurled Babbage from within. It was clear that Major Ryan's earlier autocannon fire had been marked by the enemy commander, making their position a primary target. As the ground receded and he faced the full force of the blast, Babbage realized he was not only alive, but being flung skyward by the explosion's shockwave. Before he could even process this, the ground rushed up to meet him, slamming into his body with brutal force. As excruciating pain engulfed him, the world went black. All sound and light vanished, leaving only an endless silence. Are these AIs hopped up on stimulants? How can every single one of them be this ferocious? Lilu stared intently at the screen, watching the Genestealer rebels advancing at an absurdly rapid pace, these enemies madly capturing the unprepared Allied positions on the starport map. As the defenders continued to retreat, the progress bar beneath the bonus objective visibly dwindled. Li Lu made an immediate decision, swiftly controlling his two warp prisms. He first directed one of them to hover over the nearly overrun defensive position, while the other he moved above the rebel artillery formation. Just as Li Lu was about to begin his macromanagement, churning out a wave of troops to turn the tide, he discovered a problem. As his hand movements quickened, the keyboard he was using became increasingly awkward, which infuriated him. Every key on this wretched keyboard seemed to deliberately defy him, preventing him from executing his micro-operations smoothly. Li Lu tried to force himself to endure the discomfort and perform the actions he desired, but he found he absolutely could not tolerate this feeling. Unable to bear it any longer, Li Lu abruptly raised his head, took a deep breath, and shouted, "Bring me my keyboard." No sooner had the words left his mouth than he retrieved a long dusty box from atop his computer tower. This box held his treasured possession from years past, containing his former comrade, his old partner, an FC750, or keyboard. The keyboard was extremely plain in appearance, lacking any flashy design or dazzling lights, but every key was intimately familiar to Li Lu. This was the keyboard he had specifically used for StarCraft for many years, all the way until StarCraft 2 shut down its servers. After that, Li Lu thought he would never again be able to roam freely in the world of StarCraft, so he sealed away this old partner, placed it on top of his computer tower, and never opened it again. He also believed he would never have the chance to open it again. Yet he never expected that today he would once again wage war in StarCraft alongside this old comrade. And what's more, StarCraft 3. Pulling out the keyboard, Li Lu carefully connected the FC750 to his laptop, replacing the previously sluggish broken keyboard. Despite his careful movements, this entire series of operations was completed almost instantaneously because he and this keyboard were already in perfect sync. As for that broken keyboard from before, the moment the replacement was complete, Li Lu directly tossed it into the trash bin beside him. After switching to his old partner, Li Lu's hands, which had previously been placed casually, underwent a noticeable transformation. If before he was slowly pressing keys one finger at a time, now he was nothing short of a virtuoso pianist. His hands danced nimbly across the keyboard, and in an instant the originally chaotic base became meticulously organized. An entire group of buildings was efficiently hotkeyed, and his macromanagement was flawless. Surplus workers were instantly reassigned to where they were needed, and the entire base seemed to transform into a highly efficient, well-oiled machine. With a single key pressed to switch screens, his view returned to the starport. Simultaneously, the little finger of his left hand steadily held down the shift key, while the other fingers of his left hand flexibly pressed the Z key, and his right hand firmly held down the left mouse button, as if he held the fate of the entire battlefield in his grasp. At the nearly overrun docking area, Li Lu gently slid the mouse, then at an incredible speed switched screens, arriving in the blink of an eye at the enemy's artillery position. He gently slid the mouse again, the entire process smooth and natural, without a hint of lag. If anyone were present, they would certainly consider Li Lu's operations a breathtaking artistic performance worthy of admiration. The darkness was but a fleeting veil, yet soon Babbage felt his senses and limbs returning. No, it seemed he only had 3 limbs left. He felt like a discarded ragdoll, lifeless and utterly at the mercy of others. Yet despite the brutal impact his body had endured, lying amidst the roar of the traitor's assault and the sporadic fire from his surviving comrades, Babbage miraculously struggled back to his feet. Whether it was a desperate will to live or an unyielding devotion to the Emperor that drove him, Babbage limping painfully staggered towards the obliterated makeshift bunker. Though most of those who had taken shelter there, including his commander Major Ryan, had not survived, the remnants of the bunker still offered some meager protection, far better than standing in the open road as target practice for the traitors. During his arduous trek, the piercing tinnitus from the shelling buzzed incessantly in his ears, an invisible barrier cutting him off from the world's sound. Babbage was once enveloped by the shadow of death, lost in an abyss of darkness. Yet just as he felt himself succumbing, his consciousness miraculously clawed back to clarity. He noticed the left side of his uniform was shredded, blood oozing down his bare arm. He was missing half a hand. So this is the limb I lost. Realizing which limb was missing, the exhausted Babbage leaned against the still smoking corpse of a fallen soldier. Beneath it lay a lumberjack gun, twisted and deformed by the explosion. Boom. The bombardment continued, and the traitor's frontal assault showed no signs of abating. Feeling the shockwaves of explosions and the whizzing of bullets and energy beams, Babbage leaned against the body, shook his head, and closed his eyes, preparing to meet death, as Major Ryan had. But death did not come. He opened his eyes once more, and before his blurred vision unfolded an incredible sight. Ahead of the charging traitors, and even within their dense ranks, dazzling beams of light descended from the heavens, slamming heavily into the ground. Before the traitors could react, the pillars of light solidified into towering humanoid figures. Babbage widened his dazed eyes, trying to discern what these mysterious apparitions were. In an instant, the beams of light fully materialized into tall, golden-armored figures. They stood shoulder to shoulder, forming an impenetrable and magnificent golden wall, grand and resplendent. The traitors saw them too. Their commander bellowed an order, and instantly lasers and bullets swiveled towards the sudden golden giants. Angels. Babbage whispered the only word that seemed to fit. But angels in golden armor. Did Macrich have angels in golden armor? As he pondered, his vision sharpened, and he finally saw the golden figures clearly. They were Xenos. As his vision cleared, Babbage noticed more details. He saw the traitors' attacks before even touching the inhuman Xenos were halted by a shimmering azure energy field surrounding them, sending ripples across its surface. The towering Xenos in golden armor tensed their arms, and twin blades of glowing blue energy hummed into existence along their gauntlets, gleaming like the sides of death in the sun. The front line of traitor soldiers never got another chance to pull their triggers. The energy blades sheared clean through their armor and flesh, and that was carapace armor. But against those blades it was less than paper. The golden figures moved through the hail of gunfire like phantoms, each flicker accompanied by a chorus of screams. Babbage saw a traitor captain raise a chainsword to strike at the lead Xeno. But before the weapon was even fully raised, the golden Xeno sidestepped nimbly, brought its blade up in a swift arc from below, and cleaved the captain clean in 2 chainsword in all. As the golden armored Xenos plunged into the traitor ranks, the latter became like gristle fed into a meat grinder. The Xenos were the blades, their energy weapons flashing amidst the enemy, sending severed limbs flying. The traitors, or rather that gristle, tried to fight back, but their guns and cannons simply couldn't track the towering Xenos, who moved so fast they left afterimages. Even the tanks and armored vehicles were literally chopped to pieces by the golden Xenos. Literally. Collapsed by a pile of corpses, Babbage watched these towering golden warriors single-handedly hack down an entire traitor infantry regiment. By the throne. Leela stared at the battle scene on the screen, which was vastly different from what he had imagined. The slight smirk that had formed on his lips while commanding his forces gradually faded, and he couldn't help but curse. Damn it, why are they ground zealots? The zealots on the screen were not the unstoppable whirlwind zealots wielding solar war axes that Li Lu had envisioned, but rather the most basic standard zealots armed with twin side blades. Although both were zealots, the ground variant was vastly inferior to the whirlwind version. Thus the battle unfolding before him bore no resemblance to the scene he had pictured in his mind. An invincible whirlwind zealot charging into the swarm of genestealer cultists, spinning and cleaving through them like harvesting vegetables. Taking his hands off the keyboard, Li Lu seemed to recall something and slapped his own forehead. Oh crap, I misremembered. In StarCraft 2 I maxed out the Hierarch's level and prestige, but this is the StarCraft 3 trial version. My Hierarch is only level 1. Nothing unlocked, completely bare bones. Indeed, in StarCraft 2's co-op mode, powerful units and their associated upgrades were gradually unlocked as the commander's level increased. The Whirlwind Zealot that Li Lu had mentioned required Commander Artanis to reach level 4 to unlock in StarCraft 2's co-op mode, whereas his current commander level was a mere 1 with nothing available. However, the familiarity and excitement brought on by delving deeper into StarCraft 3 had unknowingly caused him to project the sensation of his max-level commander from StarCraft 2 directly onto StarCraft 3. Although they weren't the Whirlwind Zealots he had originally expected, these ground zealots still brandished their twin side blades and charged fiercely toward the genestealer cultists disguised as starbound soldiers. During their charge, only a scant few enemies managed to react, forcing themselves to fire a handful of laser bolts in the zealots' probable direction, but it was to no avail. The sporadic laser fire from their weapons splashed against the zealots' shields, causing them to shimmer continuously. Yet any keen observer could tell that relying on such scattered fire to break through the zealots' defenses was nothing short of wishful thinking. Even to breach the shields, one would need to concentrate fire on a single zealot. But these zealots, empowered by their charge upgrade, would never grant these genestealer rebels such an opportunity to open fire. To truly inflict damage on a zealot, sustained hits from heavy caliber weaponry were required. Although the rebels possessed such firepower, the zealots' speed was so overwhelming that the heavy weapon operators among the genestealers couldn't track them in time. Even the accompanying vehicles struggled to properly aim at these zealots. Their traversing mechanisms, which were not particularly swift, simply couldn't keep their gun barrels aligned with the zealots' rapid movement. Often by the time a zealot appeared from one spot, charged to point A, cut down the enemies there, and began its sprint toward point B, the accompanying vehicles or heavy weapon operators would only just manage to train their guns on the location where the zealot had previously been standing. Therefore, in the scene, aided by their incredible speed, the zealots reached the genestealers almost instantaneously, raising their arms and cutting the enemy forces down to the ground. Even the rebels' heavily armored vehicles were carved into scrap metal by the zealots' side blades as easily as a hot knife slicing through butter. Though they weren't the anticipated whirlwind zealots, these swift ground zealots were nonetheless brutally efficient in annihilating the genestealers that had attacked this location. Just as he was reveling in the thrill of the numbers, a dialog box suddenly popped up on his game screen. Your commander level has increased. Please choose your upgrade reward. Accompanying this dialogue was a highly conspicuous selection of upgrades below it. Zealot upgrade: equip your zealots with solar war axes and unlock the whirlwind strike ability. A question mark appeared in his mind. Lord Lester's forces quickly received word that the entire unit he had dispatched to assault Berth 3 had been wiped out. Did the false Emperor's angels intervene? Without a second thought, Lester directly called the artillery in the rear, ordering them to blanket the entire dock area with firepower. Boom, boom, boom. Hearing the whistling roar from the distance after issuing his command, a crooked smile formed on his lips. Merely the false emperor's angels with artillery like this. Before he could finish his sentence, the thunderous roar of the cannons abruptly ceased. What's going on? Lester rushed to the communicator and once again connected to the artillery position, but there was no answer. Carrot and his unit were dispatched by Lord Lester to investigate the condition of the artillery position and rebuild it. He knew this battle would be fraught with peril, for no matter how the Lord called out, the cannons that should have been thundering gave no further response. Inside the Chimera transport they were riding, Carrot took a deep breath, unconsciously touching the purple markings on his forehead beneath his helmet, reaffirming his resolve to fight for the many-armed God Emperor. He thought that at this very moment the angels of the many-armed God Emperor were watching over this planet. Once they fully descended, everyone would ascend to the blissful paradise. And seizing this port from the heretical enemies was the key to making the angels' descent possible. A truth that Carrot and all his comrades understood clearly. But for some reason, Carrot, seated near the hatch, felt a wave of unease. He turned to his brother beside him and said, "Slaw, could I switch seats with you? I'm feeling a bit unwell." "We're almost at the destination, hold on, brother." Though he said this, Slaw did not refuse Carrot's request. He curled up slightly and completed the seat swap with Carrot. A minute later, the squad leader seated opposite Carrot spoke up, "Prepare." With his words, the Chimera's engines let out a piercing roar. The vehicle shuddered violently, and the heavy hatch slid open slowly under the drive of hydraulic mechanisms, revealing a glimpse of the artillery position blackened by smoke. A cold wind carrying a thick stench of blood and the acrid smell of scorched metal rushed into the cabin, involuntarily tensing everyone's nerves. But Carrot felt something was off. A whole company had been dispatched to rebuild the artillery position. Besides their vehicle-borne squads, there should have been accompanying infantry squads on foot. Yet outside was eerily quiet, with no sign of those infantry squads at all. Thinking this, Carrot tightened his grip on his laser gun. He could clearly hear his own heart pounding violently in his chest, and the purple markings on his forehead seemed to grow slightly warm with each heartbeat. The others, however, seemed oblivious to the anomaly, and under the squad leader's direction prepared to leap out of the vehicle in an orderly fashion. For the many-armed God Emperor, brother. Slaw, near the exit, patted his shoulder, a hint of encouragement in his eyes. After uttering those words, he took the lead and strode towards the open hatch. Carrot took a deep breath, ready to crouch and follow behind Slaw. At that very moment, a ghostly blue energy axe tore through the Chimera's slowly descending hatch, without warning, spraying molten metal droplets like a torrential rain into the cabin. Carrot witnessed Slaw's body along with the hatch being cleanly sliced in two. Blood gushed from Slaw's severed torso, splattering across his face. The wielder of that energy axe, a towering figure clad in golden armor, stood outside the now half-severed hatch. Crystals on the armor emitted a dangerous glow, and behind the helmet eyes burned with inhuman blazing fury. "Zeno!" The squad leader's scream was cut short, replaced by a dying gasp. The golden-armored Zeno, after cleaving the leaping brother in two with a single axe swing, slammed into the Chimera's open hatchway like a lightning bolt. Simultaneously, he swung his azure energy axe like a raging cyclone, brutally slicing through the Chimera's armor and several other brothers who had risen and were heading for the exit. The afterimages left by the golden-armored Zeno's movements were nearly too fast for Carrot to track. He only saw that the carapaces of his brothers, and even the Chimera's heavy armor, were more fragile than paper before that great axe. Carrot, who had fortuitously swapped seats, escaped the initial onslaught, but the crisp sounds of his brethren's bones being severed echoed relentlessly in his ears. The cabin was filled with screams, which were soon swallowed by the shrieking whistle of the energy axe cutting through the air. The screams gradually subsided, thanks to the cabin being cramped compared to the golden-armored Zeno. Carrot and a few brothers with seats further inside who hadn't disembarked remained unharmed. The golden Zeno couldn't enter either. Although his great axe could easily slice through armor, its length was insufficient to reach those inside. Carrot and the surviving brothers raised their laser guns and began firing furiously, a continuous stream of beams striking the golden Zeno. However, just as the bolts were about to hit, a shield suddenly materialized around the Zeno, blocking all the attacks. Despite this, the Zeno quickly retreated from the rear of the vehicle after being fired upon. After the xenomorphs retreated, the silence around Carrot was unnerving, and the roar of the Chimera's engines had fallen quiet at some point. The blood of his brothers, who had fought side by side for the many-armed God Emperor, had spilled across the narrow floor of the crew compartment, pooling at the Chimera's exit and gathering into a small stagnant lake. Is it gone?" asked a brother crouched directly across from Carrot, clutching his laser rifle and aiming at the hatch. "I don't know." Carrot shook his head, acutely aware of the silence. His mind flashed to the golden-armored alien's axe that had carved through their armor, and he wondered how much more resistant the armor they now leaned against truly was. Without a second thought, Carrot charged toward the hatch, shouting for the many-armed God Emperor. The two surviving brothers exchanged a glance and echoed the cry as they followed. Rushing out of the vehicle, Carrot's boots crunched through the congealing blood, its sheer volume producing a sickening grinding sound with every step. Upon exiting, his gaze was seized by a hellish tableau, a sight he had never imagined. He had contemplated defeat, but never this kind. The battlefield was strewn with the grotesquely contorted corpses of his brothers. Some had been brutally cleaved in twain, their pale spinal columns jutting obscenely from their torn torsos. Others were headless, their lifeblood still seeping from truncated necks, slowly congealing on the scorched earth into bizarre macabre blossoms of crimson. A wrecked armored vehicle lay on its side, its mangled form barely recognizable as a chimera. Its cockpit armor had been torn open like a tin can twisted by some immense force, the metal edges eerily smooth. A half-eaten driver's limb was all that remained beside the overturned wreck. Elsewhere on the wreckage, scorch marks carved by energy weapons were clearly visible, their searing trails etched deep into the molten metal like the claw marks of a demon. But the most terrifying sight was not this carnage, but the complete absence of any alien or other creature's corpse besides his fallen brothers. By the many-armed God Emperor. Carrot's throat tightened. There was no time to dwell on it, for he spotted a familiar figure in golden armor at the edge of the wreck, turning toward him with unnerving speed. There was no doubt that if they had remained hidden inside, this alien would have used its energy axe capable of slicing through armor to decapitate them all. Keeping his eyes on the alien, Carrot's peripheral vision swept the area, spotting several more of these enemies turning towards them from the other silent wreckages. Open fire! Open fire! With the situation dire, Carrot sprinted towards the fallen artillery position, shouting at the top of his lungs, signaling the two brothers who had emerged with him to prepare for battle. Even as he yelled, his laser rifle was already spitting a beam of light streaking towards the golden-armored enemy. The two brothers who had just leapt from the vehicle and were still disoriented snapped to attention at Carrot's cry. They swiftly brought their weapons to bear and opened fire in his direction. For a moment, the trio's lasers arced across the air, leaving brilliant trails like a cascade of shooting stars. However, just as before the moment these meteors were about to strike the golden-armored alien, they collided with an invisible barrier, unable to advance an inch. Its shield had once again intercepted their attacks. But this time, instead of retreating, the alien raised its energy axe and charged at them with a speed far more violent than its previous turn, becoming a golden blur. The axe whistled a piercing shriek as it cleaved through the air. Carrot instinctively threw himself to the ground, having learned from their brief encounter that these creatures favored cutting their victims in half. The axe blade whistled past just above his back armor, and he felt its terrifying heat. He had dodged, but the brother behind him, who was too slow, was bisected, gun and all. He died so casually, so simply. Caluot, who had thrown himself to the ground, took advantage of the moment when the alien swung its great axe to attack the second brother and rolled and crawled to hide behind the broken track of a damaged vehicle ahead. In that moment of brushing past death, he realized that these aliens, equipped with personal shields and clad in golden heavy armor, were enemies he could not defeat. Yet, even so, he would never abandon his brothers of the Order because of that. After finding cover, Caluot immediately turned around, set up his rifle, and opened fire to support the second brother. At that moment, the alien was also leaping over the corpse of the first brother, its axe blade aimed directly at the second brother. The blue light trailing from the alien's battle axe carved a scorching arc through the blood rain that erupted when the first brother was sliced in two, stirring up wisps of blood mist. However, the second brother seemed to have prepared as well. He held his weapon with one hand, firing wildly, while his other hand clutched a grenade, and he charged toward the alien, shouting for the many-armed divine emperor. Though he was unexpectedly cleaved in two, just like the first brother, to Caluot's surprise, his flying corpse was not blocked by the alien's shield. The upper half of his body, still clutching the grenade, fell at the alien's feet. The next moment, boom! The violent blast wave instantly engulfed the alien. The scorching air, carrying metal fragments and possible remains of flesh, spread wildly in all directions. The broken track of the vehicle where Caluot was hiding rattled loudly, and the dried blood crusts on it were shaken into the air. Amid the drifting crimson debris, Caluot vaguely saw that the energy shield on the golden-armored alien seemed to have condensed and distributed entirely over its body. A transformable shield. Without time to think, Caluot saw the shield covering the alien's body flicker violently several times in the intense light, then dissipate like shattered glass. But what happened to the alien afterwards, Caluot could not see clearly, as the explosion, so close, nearly threw him over. Is it finished? With this murmur, Caluot's thoughts raced. From the moment their company arrived here to when only he remained, it had been a mere 10 seconds. Within 10 seconds, a fully armed company had gone from arrival to annihilation. Brothers who once fought side by side had become bloodstains on the floor. Caluot curled up behind the broken track. Though there was cover, it was only a few steps away, but the shockwave of the explosion still made every heartbeat in his chest feel like tearing pain. The aftermath had not yet settled. The air was thick with the acrid smell of gunpowder, blood, and molten metal. Soon a heavy footstep sounded, growing closer from afar. That footstep was both unfamiliar and familiar, like the crunch of some creature's hoof, heavily treading on gravel and corpses. Still alive, Caluot's heart tightened. He held his breath abruptly. Though his right hand trembled, he still gripped the laser gun tightly, while his left hand fumbled for the grenade at his waist. Soon the footsteps stopped less than a meter in front of the cover. Caluot heard a faint metallic scraping sound. Just as he was about to move, a blue light suddenly flared, and the sharp screech of the battle axe cutting through the air rang out again. The opponent was directly swinging the axe at the track cover. The energy battle axe, carrying the force of tearing air, instantly cleaved through the thick cover. Seizing the moment when the cover drew the enemy's attention, Caluot rolled to the side and pulled the trigger. The laser beam shot toward the alien's chest with a piercing hum. However, this time, no shield protected the alien. Went. Just as Caluot thought that he saw that the laser he fired only left a faint scorch mark on the alien's armor. The opponent's golden heavy armor was not just for show. Attack! The alien turned to face Caluot. At this moment, Caluot finally saw the alien's true condition. The alien was also in a sorry state. Its once magnificent golden armor was now covered in cracks, dull and lusterless, while its exposed limbs constantly dripped some kind of liquid from the edges, presumably the alien's blood. However, these wounds did not affect the alien's combat movements at all. On the contrary, Caluot's attack seemed to have angered it, and the blue light on the battle axe in its hand surged. "Come on, you bastard!" Caluot roared, yanking the pin of his last grenade. "Take this, for the many-armed divine emperor." Though he shouted that, Caluot did not charge forward like the second brother. Instead, he threw the grenade with all his might at the alien's feet, then turned and sprinted away. Yes, though it was all for the many-armed divine emperor, he had come with a mission. He could not die so casually. Behind him, the grenade's explosion roared, and the blast sent him flying, crashing heavily onto the corpse of an order brother. He struggled to lift his head and looked back, finally seeing the moment when the alien was blown to pieces by the violent explosion. Victory! But the next instant, the alien's limbs seemed to reverse time, instantly returning to their previous state. It even reverted to before the second brother's grenade attack. Its cracked and dim golden armor returned to its original splendor, and the faint wounds on its body were gone. Where was the disheveled look of being blasted? At this moment, as Caluot looked back at the alien's miraculous sight, he heard a sound from the other side of his head: swish. With that sound, he then felt himself flying high into the air. As he flew higher and higher, he saw his own bleeding body and saw the culprit standing beside his body that had sent him flying. A golden-armored alien identical to the one that had annihilated his squad. Moreover, as Caluot flew upward, he saw more. Yes, there was more than one of these aliens. Carlotte gazed down at the alien creatures beginning to converge below. Clad in gleaming golden armor, they appeared magnificent, yet their deeds were no different from the horrific demons that had clawed their way out from the deepest pits of hell. Especially striking were the trails of ethereal blue light dragged through the air by the war axes wielded by those creatures, a dazzling sight for Carlotte high above. With every arc carved by those axes, as they fell, the heart-wrenching screams of his fellow cultist brothers whom Carlotte could no longer reach echoed through the air. The entire artillery position was splattered with blood, bodies strewn across the field. Watching the one-sided massacre below, Carlotte's consciousness began to fade until he saw his own body still frozen in that posture of turning back for a final look. A torrent of blood gushed from his neck like a broken and damaged fountain, its crimson flow dyeing his entire form. Only then did he realize that the swish sound he had heard moments ago was in fact the war axe of another alien demon cleaving through his neck. What he had perceived as himself, soaring high, was merely his severed head being hurled into the air by the force of inertia after the axe's blow. The final image etched into his fading vision was of countless whirlwinds of shimmering blue light surging from all directions, violently crashing upon the cult's reinforcements who had just arrived, shouting for the many-armed god emperor. The green tide was effortlessly scattered by the blue whirlwinds in an instant. In the end, the glory of the many-armed god emperor could not shield them from surviving this bloody slaughter wrought by the aliens. Beneath one of the structures within the starport, a man shrouded in a robe stood, his form indistinct. He had no fear of being discovered, for the entire starport had already descended into utter chaos. "This is the place." The man slowly raised his head, his gaze fixed intently upon the towering skyscraper before him. As he spoke, he extended a third and fourth arm appendages with segmented joints that were beyond the norm for a human. Without hesitation, he pressed them directly against the edge of the wall. His hands seemed to possess an immense adhesive power, latching firmly onto the building's exterior. Using this grip, he began to climb upward. Soon this man began to scale the wall with the agility of a spider, his movements utterly silent, yet incredibly swift. Moreover, not a single trace or mark was left in his wake. At first glance, only a blurry shadow could be seen rapidly ascending the wall's surface. When encountering vast gaps between structures during his climb, this indistinct shadow could miraculously stretch itself thin. Conversely, when faced with narrow crevices, it could even compress into a tight ball to squeeze through. The joints of the man's body worked tirelessly, adjusting his posture on the sheer vertical surface, even altering his physical size, allowing him to swiftly ascend walls that were utterly impossible for any normal human to climb. Upon reaching the window of his target, he raised a normal human arm not attached to the wall and adjusted the vision-enhancing device on his forehead over his eyes. The device promptly began a detailed thermal imaging and spectral analysis of the room's interior. Through the instrument, he clearly detected two biological signals within the target room. The figure in the center bearing the appearance of an officer was the primary objective of this mission. Having confirmed the target, the man did not recklessly burst into the room to reveal his fangs and attack. Instead, he cleverly climbed into an adjacent unoccupied room. Indeed, his familiarity with this building surpassed even that of its original architect. Inside the empty room, he entered the ventilation shaft with the inverted grace of a gecko, using it as a passage to approach the target's room, patiently awaiting the optimal moment to strike. The ventilation duct was thick with dust, yet he moved through it with the silence of a ghost. The metal conduit didn't even register the faintest vibration, as if he were an intrinsic part of the duct itself. Nearing the vent opening of the target room, he halted, focusing entirely on sensing the vibrations of sound waves and the flow of scent molecules in the air. Through scent, he confirmed the target was still inside. Moreover, the target's voice drifted faintly through the gaps in the duct, seemingly engaged in issuing orders regarding the starport's internal military deployment. He began to regulate his breathing, slowing his heart rate to fewer than 10 beats per minute. He pressed his body into perfect conformity with the duct's inner walls, waiting quietly for the right moment. Suddenly, a psionic communication surged through his mind, a message from his clan leader. All the guards outside the door have been dealt with. You must capture that commander alive. The deployment plans in his head are crucial for the Angel's descent. He responded silently in his mind, for the many-armed God Emperor. For the many-armed God Emperor. Several minutes later, before he could even react to the gale of wind behind him, the man was cleaved in two. At that moment, Orihis, having narrowly escaped death, gazed upon the alien before him, clad in resplendent golden war armor and wielding an energy battle axe. Though his heart churned with shock and bewilderment, he did not panic, for this was an alien auxiliary soldier. Noting that the alien auxiliary soldier had made no further move after slaying the mutant assassin, Orihis's hand began to creep slowly toward the laser gun he had discarded earlier during the fierce struggle, when he had set it aside for easier use of his dagger. Though Lord Kargath had instructed that these alien auxiliaries were not to be attacked unless they stirred up trouble on their own, Orihis still felt the need for some means of self-preservation. Just as his fingers were about to touch the laser gun, a voice like a tolling bell resounded directly within his mind. Brother, I just finished a bonus mission and now there's another one. Defend the starport from a genestealer incursion. Hold the port, there are quite a few red dots. You coming along? The voice carried a note of excitement utterly at odds with the life and death tension of moments before. The speaker seemed to be playing, as if this were all a game. Orihis had no idea who could be projecting words into his mind, yet the voice made his hand slow involuntarily. Who? Orihis instinctively swept his gaze across the room, searching for the source of the voice. Yet aside from the golden-armored alien servant standing before him, its axe still stained with fresh blood, there was no other figure in sight. But Orihis was certain that the strange voice had not come from the golden alien, for the creature had no mouth at all. And after killing the assassin, it had made no further move. Could it be a psyker? Or a demon? Orihis speculated, his eyes continuing to dart across the room, leaving no corner unexamined. The metallic patterns on the walls, the dark shadows in the corners, even the inconspicuous ventilation grate that had somehow been opened on the ceiling, all became objects of his suspicion. Yet no matter how carefully he searched, the only sounds were his own slightly ragged breathing and the silent statue-like presence of the golden alien amid the scattered remains. Nothing else stirred. Forget it, you probably have plenty of red dots on your end too. I don't know how you play as a commander, but you handle your own business. I'll take on these bonus missions myself. Just as Orihis remained lost in confusion, the unknown voice echoed unbidden in his mind once more. Before the words had even faded, a sharp crack, followed by the sound of countless shattering panes, erupted crash. With the two resounding impacts, two towering figures slammed heavily onto the balcony behind Orihis, bursting into the room. Turning to look, Orihis saw that both figures wore blue power armor, the U-shaped emblems on their shoulder guards gleaming a deep crimson under the strobing emergency lights. And the identity of these two figures in blue power armor was all too familiar to Orihis: Ultramarines. One of the Ultramarines, bearing a white skull emblem on his left shoulder guard, first cast his gaze upon Orihis, who was still sitting dazed on the floor, before turning his attention to the alien servant, still holding the blood-stained blue energy axe. As the Space Marine beneath the armor opened his mouth to speak, "Xenos, you." His words were cut short as the golden-armored alien completely ignored him and turned to stride away. His companion beside him raised his bolt gun, but the disregarded Space Marine reached out and gently pushed the barrel back down. He shook his head at his companion with utmost seriousness. "They are allies." Li Lu was exceedingly busy at the moment, still having an unfinished mission to eliminate the genestealers assaulting the starport. His teammates were preoccupied with the frontal assault, leaving these bonus objectives for him to handle alone. The instant the notification for protecting the starport commander appeared as complete, he swiftly tabbed to the road connecting the Hive City to the starport, pressed F2, and lightly tapped the A key toward a shadowed area. At that very moment, a system chat window appeared on his screen with a message from Calgar. "I have dispatched reinforcements to assist in the starport's defense." A few seconds later, as if adding clarification, another message popped up. "Please hold your position and await reinforcement." Li Lu rolled his eyes at the two messages, his fingers dancing rapidly across the keyboard as he typed out a line. Bro, no need to be so formal, it's just a game. But on second thought he pressed backspace and deleted it. After all, if he actually sent that, it would make him seem impolite instead. It was just a game after all. Everyone had their own way of playing. If the other person was deeply immersed in their role, there was nothing for him to say about it. In the end, he sent only a single simple word, okay. The moment he sent the message, Li Li's peripheral vision caught sight of a massive cluster of red dots converging relentlessly on the starport on the minimap, the very wave of genestealers he was tasked with holding back. Moreover, the leading red dots were not the main body of the genestealer force, but merely the vanguard reminiscent of the game. They are billions that Li Lu had played before. The true enemy host stretched on endlessly without respite. It wasn't as if there were no allied units attempting to intercept on the map. Li Lu had even switched his viewpoint to observe for a while. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known that this enemy wave wasn't just one or two surges, but an unending continuous onslaught. During his earlier observation, Li Lu had also selected a few genestealer units to inspect their stats. Suffice it to say, they were pathetically weak. Their numbers didn't even measure up to the infected humans from the Night of the Dead mode. His teammates' scattered units boasted slightly better stats than the genestealers, but only marginally so. Combined with their pitifully small numbers compared to the genestealer horde, when Li Lu switched his view over, they were offering virtually no resistance at all. We still need a qualitative change. These teammates have far too few units. As the red dots drew nearer, Li Lu ceased watching the genestealers devour the scattered allied units along the way. Instead, he tabbed back once more and pressed F2 again. From all the units selected by F2, he singled out the most conspicuous, the most magnificently adorned one with his mouse. It's all up to you now, Hierarch. The moment he spoke, Li Lu clicked on this towering, formidable Hierarch, a figure who in StarCraft 2's campaign handled nearly everything personally, yet in co-op mode never set foot off his ship, but in StarCraft 3's co-op mode finally deigned to disembark. He lightly clicked once toward the direction of the approaching purple tide and pressed the A key. With his command, the Supreme Hierarch stepped out from the formation alone, striding with unhurried composure toward the surging purple tide. Mutants! Mutants! Open fire! Open fire! Kill them! We must not let them through. Amidst the chaotic barricade, a cacophony of shouts rang out, some filled with terror, others with rage, and still others with battle cries brimming with fighting spirit. Above these voices, the thunderous roar of guns and cannons howled in a frenzy. Yet the Hive City enforcers, preoccupied with suppressing the distant mutants with heavy firepower, failed to notice a young woman creeping stealthily along the shadows at the edge of the barricade. Her movements were cautious, yet swift and agile. And she was not alone in that shadow. Several of her kin followed close behind, concealed within the same darkness. As she bided her time, she cast sidelong glances at the heretical Hive City enforcers before her, fools who knew not their doom. They dared to stand in the way of the faithful followers of the God Emperor who sought ascension. This infuriated her beyond measure. Just as one enforcer's attention was drawn to a massive three-armed brute wielding a heavy industrial drill to assault the barricade, the young woman seized the moment. She slipped deftly out of the shadows and appeared behind the enforcer in a flash. Escharararke. A soft tearing sound echoed as the enforcer's throat was shredded, blood gushing forth. Even his neck guard offered no protection. The third arm's claws tore through it, and his throat alike vanishing in an instant. At the same time, her kin emerged from the shadows behind her, each executing their kills in the same ruthless manner. After taking the barricade, the young woman rose to her feet and turned toward a man leaning on a long staff beside the massive brute who had been drilling the fortification. Uncle, the entrance to the starport is just ahead. Her voice, crisp and clear as a mountain bird's song, stood out starkly against the chaotic noise. The man, clad in white medical robes and leaning on a crescent-topped staff, slowly lifted his head at her call. The crimson goggles beneath his hood gleamed with fanatical fervor as he replied in a hoarse voice, "Very well, Lena. The day of ascension draws near. We are all devotees of the divine, and as his faithful, we must now clear the path for the angels he has sent to escort us to ascension." No sooner had the words left his lips than his staff struck the ground with a heavy thud. At that signal, the massive brute beside him let out a deafening roar that seemed to shake heaven and earth, charging forward once more. The portable drill in the brute's hands roared with intensified fury, its unstoppable momentum driving straight toward the defensive fortifications at the starport entrance. But this was far from all. A flood of cult-modified vehicles sped past, their guns blazing and bullets and shells pouring down like rain. Wheels churned up thick clouds of dust as engines screamed in harmony with gunfire, a sight both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Beyond the vehicles and the cult's dedicated siege brutes, more of the young woman's kin rushed past her. Their weapons varied. Some carried autoguns, others relied solely on their claws. Yet this did not diminish the resolute determination etched upon their faces. Their eyes burned with longing for the day of ascension as they brandished their weapons and surged forward. Ascension! 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 Their footsteps and battle cries merged into a mighty torrent, smashing through every obstacle ahead. Metal shards and concrete rubble were ground to dust, scattering in every direction. Sparks of flying embers cast a ruddy glow upon the young woman's face, stained with blood, yet resolute beyond measure, radiating an unyielding strength. Witnessing this scene, the young woman glanced down briefly at the young face beneath her feet, the enforcer whose throat she had torn out, whose helmet had fallen away to reveal his youth. Facing the face of this heretic who not only worshipped the false emperor, but dared to block the faithful of the many-armed god emperor from achieving ascension, she did not hesitate. She raised her foot and crushed it beneath her heel. Then she turned and surged forward with the tide. Ascension. The tidal wave of the girl's kin breached the final defense line between the nest and the starport, and then the nearly 6-meter-tall chieftain of her tribe stepped forth to the surging front. At that moment, all those around instinctively raised their heads, gazing up at the chieftain's mighty and handsome figure. The girl named Lena among the crowd looked upon the chieftain with eyes brimming with reverence and adoration. The chieftain, or more precisely the divine envoy bestowed with a sacred mission, stood before the passage that led to ascension, offering no superfluous words. Facing the passage, he raised his head and let out a soul-stirring roar, "Charge! Ascend!" That battle cry instantly ignited the entire stagnant tide before him into fervor. Lena, amidst the crowd, felt her own heart surge with overwhelming emotion. If they could pass through this gateway and successfully unite with the other cult members already inciting chaos within the starport, capturing it would herald the descent of the angels. At that time, not only she herself, but all of them would step into the divine kingdom of the God Emperor and begin a glorious new chapter of life. This beautiful vision, like the most blazing flame, dispelled all fatigue and fear from her body. Instinctively, Lena tightened the claws on her third arm. Ahead, the silhouette of the starport entrance loomed vaguely through the pervasive smoke. Not merely a physical passage, but a sacred gate to an eternal paradise. Lena took a deep breath, her conviction further solidified. Around her, more companions, brothers, sisters, uncles, aunts. Their eyes all shimmered with the same light as Lena's. With the chieftain's roar, everyone shouted the mantra of ascension and charged forward valiantly. Lena, too, quickened her pace, merging once more into the relentless tide, surging toward the passage that symbolized ultimate redemption. For she knew the eyes of the God Emperor and the angels were upon them, these brave devotees, and victory would surely belong to the faithful seekers. Yet the moment she rushed into the entrance, Lena sensed something amiss. Over 1,000 had entered before her, yet the cries of those cult brothers, sisters, uncles, and aunts had vanished without a trace. A deathly silence pervaded the passage ahead, as if the recent charge had been naught but a phantom dream. Lena's fervor gradually cooled as she realized the abnormality of her earlier state. A single battle cry from the chieftain had sent her into inexplicable euphoria, stripping her of reason. Something is wrong. Lena slowed her pace. Around her, other members of the cult, brothers, sisters, uncles, aunts, continued to flood, and yet none noticed that the earlier throng, along with their various vehicles, had now fallen utterly silent. Moreover, a continuous piercing sound of something tearing through the air gradually overshadowed the clamor of her kin, beginning to echo faintly in Lena's ears. And it seemed to be growing clearer. Was it also intermingled with brief, stifled screams? No, not merely seemed. The source of the sound was less than 100 meters ahead of Lena, and it was slowly drawing closer to her. The purple tide formed by the uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters passing by her was also encountering some obstruction 100 meters ahead. Lena rose onto her tiptoes, straining to see what was happening ahead, but what met her eyes was not a mere blockage caused by hesitation. Instead, it was limbs and debris flying high into the air, sending chills down her spine, along with faint flashes of blades and glints of steel. As the distance closed, the sound resembled a repetitive, slashing motion over and over again. The speed and frequency of the strikes, even the piercing whoosh of the blade cutting through air, were as dense as torrential rain pounding the ground. She thought perhaps her eyes were playing tricks on her. For some reason, their vision tended to blur when observing distant objects. At that moment, Lena heard heavy, ponderous footsteps beside her. She instinctively turned her head and saw her uncle and his hulking companion. A sense of relief washed over her. "Uncle, something seems wrong up ahead." Hearing the unease and confusion in Lena's voice, her uncle assumed the young girl was merely flustered by the sight of so much blood. He offered a word of comfort. "Lena, do not be afraid. The gods are watching over us." As his words faded, Lena saw her uncle plant his scepter firmly on the ground. In the next instant, the massive man beside him raised a heavy drilling machine without hesitation and charged headlong toward the direction of the piercing sounds. With her uncle and his giant by their side, things should be fine. After all, that giant had single-handedly torn through an entire line of heretics before even effortlessly slaughtering 5 fully armed enforcers who stood in his way. Comforted by this thought, Lena edged closer to the surging tide of people, her gaze following her uncle's toward the source of the sound. However, mere seconds after, the giant merged into the crowd and charged forward. A round object was hurled high into the air, landing with a thud right before her uncle. It was a head, the head of the giant who had just charged forth. As the head came to a stop, its eyes stared wide open from the upturned face, the ferocious grimace of the charge still frozen upon it. Gone was the arrogance he had displayed when he effortlessly slew the enforcers. At the sight, the scepter slipped from her uncle's hand and clattered to the ground. His lips trembled, but no sound escaped. A chill shot up from the soles of Lena's feet to the crown of her head. The brief moment of reassurance vanished, replaced by a bone-deep terror. She could clearly see the severed neck of the giant. The cut was clean and smooth, as if sliced through by an incredibly sharp weapon in an instant, without even a shred of torn flesh connecting it. Clearly Lena had not been mistaken earlier. What was flying into the air were indeed severed limbs and arms. At this moment, the dense rain-like sound of slicing continued unabated from ahead, as if mercilessly mocking the folly of those who dared to charge. Lena watched as her uncle's body swayed, as if he wanted to retreat, but he was shoved forward by the surging, relentless crowd pressing from behind. Acting on instinct, Lena reached out to grab her uncle, but her fingertips only brushed against a pocket of cold air. Her uncle had already been swallowed by the invisible slaughterhouse ahead. A brief yet familiar cry of agony followed, but it was quickly and utterly devoured by the dense rain-like sounds of slicing disappearing without a trace. Brothers, sisters, uncles, and aunts within the surging tide continued to press forward one after another, yet they were like moths drawn to a flame dissolving at the 100-meter mark. Only more and more severed limbs and broken arms piled up within the passage. The piercing sound of slicing remained as dense as a torrential downpour, drawing ever closer. But now it was no longer merely the sound of a weapon being swung. It was more like the sound of death's colossal scythe cutting through the air. Even so, the tide behind continued to surge relentlessly. Those brothers, sisters, uncles, and aunts, their minds clouded by zealotry and stripped of reason, trampled over the mounting pile of corpses and pressed on. Their roars and death throes intertwined, echoing in grim harmony with the dense, relentless sounds of slicing. With a unique and slightly comical tone, Li Lu babbled nonsense, while his fingers danced aimlessly across the keyboard. Though he muttered "Aqua" under his breath, the keys he actually pressed had no connection whatsoever to the letters he was voicing. As he continued his ceaseless muttering, he guided the Archon on the screen to advance forward. Calling it control was generous. His actions were about as simple as they could possibly be. He pressed A once in place, held down the shift key, then clicked again at the exit point behind the enemy horde. After that, he did nothing at all, letting the Archon simply bulldoze its way through on its own. His confidence stemmed from having already reviewed the enemy data beforehand. It was no exaggeration to say that their attack power couldn't even breach the Archon's defenses. Their damage output was so pitiful it couldn't even outpace the Archon's shield regeneration. It was precisely for this reason that Li Lu felt something was off. How can these casual mutation red points be this weak? Is this mission really this simple? They're all just... He paused mid-sentence, his gaze shifting to the Genestealers on the screen. Among these Genestealers, the only units that could even be considered large were a handful of heavily modified vehicles. However, comparing these Genestealer vehicles to true war machines was like comparing heaven and earth. The Kelmorian Combine, for instance, also modified industrial vehicles much like the Genestealers did. But the Kelmorian Combine would mount devastating tank cannons onto their industrial vehicles and weld on thick, heavy armor plating, transforming what were originally mining machines into forces that could go toe-to-toe with the Confederacy's main battle tanks. The Genestealer vehicles, on the other hand, were nothing more than haphazardly cobbled together Toyota pickups. They simply bolted some small-caliber turrets or machine guns onto ordinary pickup truck bodies with crude brute force methods. Moreover, the operators manning these makeshift weapons stood directly on the vehicle hulls, completely exposed with no protection whatsoever. The whole setup looked crude and shoddy, utterly devoid of any industrial elegance. In short, they were fragile, weak, and ugly to boot. Aside from these poorly modified trucks, ATVs, and motorcycles, Li Lu occasionally spotted some Genestealer aberrations as well. Yet when he clicked on these creatures, which stood half a head taller than the ordinary Genestealers, and examined their stats, he found them laughably pathetic. They weren't even fit to carry the shoes of the true aberrations in StarCraft. All in all, these casual mutation Genestealer red points were no more than a single swing of the Archon's blade. The only difference was that it would take a bit more time to cut through all of them. Compared to the quality of red points in StarCraft 2, they fell short by a considerable margin. In the co-op missions of StarCraft 2, red point quality had never been reduced to this level of riffraff. To give an example, if the enemy were Terran, a red point would at least consist of a massive group of fully armed Marines combined with Marauders and Ghost operatives, supported by medevac dropships, and backed by a substantial number of siege tanks providing heavy firepower. Fully mechanized red point forces like those of the old mech faction were a common sight, and even units like Terran battlecruisers and planetary fortresses would litter the entire map as if they cost nothing. Not to mention that sometimes hybrid units would sneak into the red point attack waves. Units whose sheer presence was on an entirely different level of prestige compared to these Genestealers. After Li Lu let the Archon carve through these cannon fodder in the corridor for a while, no high-quality enemies appeared in the Genestealer tide. It was only then that Li Lu belatedly recalled something. Alright, Genestealers never really had much in the way of powerful units. The real good stuff is all with the Tyranids. With that thought, Lila looked at the endless tide of Genestealer cannon fodder still surging toward the Archon and grew weary of it. He selected the Archon and pressed a key that matched the words coming out of his mouth. Q. The flashing blades and gleaming shadows drew ever closer, and Lena could now discern the form of the alien monstrosity, the very creature that had butchered countless of her brothers, sisters, uncles, aunts, and all her kith and kin. Yet when Lena finally beheld the being she had branded a monster, she was astonished to find that it bore no resemblance to the hideous, grimacing executioner she had conjured in her mind. This alien creature was not in the least grotesque. Instead, it was clad in a suit of armor so noble and resplendent that even a low-born denizen of the Undercity like her could recognize its worth at a glance. Moreover, it exuded an aura beyond all description. This aura made Lena feel not evil or terrifying, but rather a profound sense of sacred awe and reverence. Yet no matter how she perceived it, this did nothing to change the fact that it was efficiently slaughtering her kin and was about to claim her life as well. As the bone-chilling lethality radiating from the creature's sweeping weapon drew inexorably nearer, Lena recalled the arduous journey that had brought her to this point. Her parents had perished long ago. She, along with her uncles, aunts, and her brethren of the faith, had supported one another through countless trials and tribulations under the guidance of the divine envoy. They had gritted their teeth and persevered, fighting tooth and nail to survive amidst the squalid depths of the Hive City. Now, with ascension imminent, she yearned to continue living, though death would also grant her passage to the divine kingdom of the many-armed God Emperor. If given the choice, she wished to enter that hallowed realm alive. But as her uncle, whose soul had only recently departed for the divine kingdom, had said, the god's gaze was upon all his faithful. She could not retreat now. She must not, and she dared not. The divine kingdom. Just as Lena was sinking deep into thought, a sound, so familiar it sent a jolt through her, rang out beside her ear, snapping her back to reality. That sound signified the monster had claimed yet another of her kin. Turning to look, she saw the fallen figure, the brother of the nephew of the son of the sister of one of her father's brothers. The slashing motion was so merciless, so decisive, as if slaughtering them. These devotees of the many-armed God Emperor, desperately clinging to life, was no more significant than kicking aside dust by the roadside. There was no time for hesitation. Lena cried out, "O many-armed God Emperor, please prot." And then, like her brethren around her, she bared her claws and lunged toward the towering figure. But before Lena could even finish her prayer, the monster moved like a streak of light, piercing the heavens. With unstoppable force, it obliterated everything in its path and burst straight through the passage. And in that same instant, Lena crumpled to the ground. Her vision began to blur, and warm blood gushed from the severed wounds of her body, spreading rapidly across the cold floor like a breached dam. She struggled to lift her 5 limbs, but not a single one would obey her command. She could only lie there helplessly, feeling her life force ebbing away strand by strand, her consciousness like a kite, with a severed string drifting further and further into the void. Aren't I supposed to go to the divine kingdom? Why is it getting darker and darker? The passage still echoed with the cacophonous cries of ascension from all around, the dense rain-like patter of gunfire, and the most piercing of all, the whistling shriek of a warblade cleaving the air. Yet these sounds grew increasingly distant to Lena's ears, as if a thick, heavy barrier had completely sealed her off from the world outside. In the final moment before she succumbed to eternal slumber, the afterimage of the light streak that had vanished through the passage was all she could see, along with the kin whose lives had been instantly extinguished along its path. The mutilated faces of those kin still bore the infinite longing for the divine kingdom, yet they had all without exception been reduced to lifeless corpses. Just like her. There is no divine kingdom. Her consciousness faded into oblivion. Q. As the Q key was pressed, the Templar on screen instantly transformed into a dazzling streak of light, hurtling toward the other end of the corridor. Wherever it passed, the limbs and carapaces of the Genestealers that had been clogging the passage were torn apart by its radiant trail, reduced to fragments. Lilu watched the kill counter below the screen, where the Templars' tally had skyrocketed to 100, a number nearly impossible to reach even in StarCraft 2's co-op mode. He couldn't help but murmur, "Am I playing the real StarCraft Dynasty Warriors?" Yet this also revealed that these Genestealers lacked stats, numbers, and everything else. Only a small fraction clad in Adeptus Astartes and Arbites gear possessed any semblance of combat effectiveness. The vast majority of the remaining Genestealers were merely cannon fodder, brandishing claws, crude cold weapons, and a handful of homemade inferior firearms. Of course, this was also related to the fact that these Genestealers all originated from Macridge, Ultramar's premier city. Its management was stricter than on other planets, so even as these local Genestealers grew in strength, they could hardly obtain proper weapons and equipment. In contrast, the rebels in the spaceport were not only equipped with standard-issue weapons, but also possessed considerable heavy firepower. Both sides were Genestealers, yet their combat effectiveness was worlds apart. Blizzard has always excelled at these details. Macridge may not be able to stop the infiltration of these Genestealers, but its management, in other aspects, is strict. No weapons means no weapons. The environment determines the ceiling. Ascension. Countless genestealers cried out wildly, rushing headlong toward the corridor entrance, each filled with fanaticism and longing, as though that place were the longed-for realm of ascension they had dreamed of. However, at the very moment these genestealers reached the corridor entrance, a blinding azure radiance erupted from within. Forced to do so, all the genestealers gathered outside the entrance, attempting to surge forward, instinctively squinted their eyes, and even covered their faces, yet they still could hardly withstand the piercing intensity of the light. Wherever the light passed, any object in its path was ruthlessly pierced through. Whether modified engineering vehicles or dense swarms of genestealers, all were torn apart as easily as paper. Finally, amid the tide of genestealers at the corridor entrance, that azure brilliance detonated in an instant. The explosion was so powerful that it even distorted the surrounding air. Countless genestealers were reduced to nothingness in the dazzling radiance, leaving no trace behind. Explosion. We're under attack. What is that monster? Among the remaining genestealers, someone couldn't help but scream in terror. They had never witnessed such a horrifying attack. No matter how hardened the armor or how thick the carapace, everything appeared fragile before that radiance, melting away as swiftly as wax before intense heat, vanishing into nothingness. The follow-up explosion shockwave sent nearby genestealers flying. Some unfortunate souls crashed directly into the walls, instantly reduced to pulp, while others were shattered into pieces before they could even land, their severed limbs scattered across the ground. The corridor entrance, once densely packed with genestealers, was now forcibly cleared into a circular vacuum zone. The thick stench of blood filled the air, and those genestealers on the outer periphery of the entrance who had luckily survived could hardly comprehend what had just occurred. Why had their kin and companions who had been cheering and shouting alongside them just moments ago instantly turned into pile after pile of pulp? Even after the blue light faded, they remained frozen in place, their eyes filled with terror and bewilderment. As the cultists stood paralyzed, overwhelmed by the sudden and devastating blow, several figures among them began to move. Clad in azure priestly robes, they wielded staffs resembling sonic emitters and carried portable amplifiers at their waists. Ascension. One of them roared, his voice amplified through the staff and loudspeakers, thundering across the grounds like a clap of thunder. For the many-armed God Emperor. Another voice followed, brimming with fanatical devotion. That is the enemy of the divine. Kill him. Kill that abomination. A third voice cried out, seething with fury and hatred. These incendiary exhortations proved remarkably effective. Like a spark igniting dry tinder, they instantly rekindled the fanatical fervor within the genestealer cultists who had been frozen by fear of the unknown. The morale was reignited. Within seconds, a chorus of war cries and battle shouts echoed across the entire area, answering the call. As if injected with a potent stimulant, the confusion in the cultists' eyes was swiftly replaced by an even more frenzied bloodlust. The terror born of the devastating strike was utterly consumed by their zealous faith. The faithful no longer hesitated, no longer feared. They surged once more in a violent charge towards the entrance of the passage. Even though the path ahead had just been subjected to apocalyptic destruction, even though the mutilated corpses of their brethren lay scattered around them in a gruesome tableau, nothing could halt their advance. Their fervent faith had completely overridden their reason, transforming them into mindless killing machines. Their eyes saw only the enemy ahead, only the objective of the charge. The vacuum zone at the passage entrance created by the earlier battle was quickly filled again by new waves of genestealers. Each successive charge was more reckless and more insane than the last. They surged towards the entrance like a relentless tide, vowing to drown the unknown figure in sheer numbers, to pave a road to ascension with the corpses of themselves and their kin. Behind this reforming purple tide stood a monstrous figure 6 meters tall, with 4 massive claws growing from its waist and a hideous visage. This was the patriarch of the genestealers, or rather their divine emissary. At this moment, within its mind, usually filled with greedy and cruel thoughts, the image of the blue light, exploding, replayed involuntarily. It could even feel sweat trickling from the skin beneath the chitinous plates on its back. Even so, it forcibly used its psychic link to compel the preachers hidden among the faithful to speak, supplemented by its own broad-spectrum psychic influence over the cultists. This was what rekindled their fighting spirit. After re-energizing its followers, it once again glanced seemingly nonchalantly at the towering golden figure that was carving through its cultists as easily as chopping vegetables, and at the energy blade extending from its hand. Then it lowered its head slightly to look at the claws on its 4 arms. Though razor-sharp, they seemed utterly insignificant before that azure blade. Hiss! The patriarch finally couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. And on its back the sweat continued to flow. As the vanguard of the swarm fleet, the genestealer patriarch bore the knowledge etched into its very genes. Coupled with the keen psychic insight unique to its station, it perceived in an instant the insurmountable chasm that separated it from the towering figure before it. Fortunately, the lesser brood members surrounding it lacked such acute perception and remained ignorant of the dire stakes, continuing their blind charge forward, spurred on by the clamor of the heralds. Had it been otherwise, the patriarch would have found itself with a scarcity of expendable cannon fodder. It intended to test whether these masses could be used to weary that formidable presence. It was at this moment that a woman of striking allure, her head completely shaven and radiating an intoxicating charm, stepped forward, placing herself before the patriarch. Her hand traced a path across its waist, a gesture as delicate as a spring breeze brushing a lake's surface, yet laced with a subtle teasing intent. My patriarch, leave that alien to me. The speaker was the cardinal of the genestealer cult, a potent psyker, and one of the countless playthings that shared the patriarch's bed. Ahead, the devoted cultists continued their futile assault on the towering figure, repeatedly cut down, scattering, only to be rallied and sent charging once more into a hopeless fray. Their situation was utterly desperate. Yet the bald cardinal exhibited no trace of alarm, even finding the leisure to attend to the maintenance of her gleaming scalp. How was this known? Simply because her head, even in the dimness of the battlefield, shone with an unmistakable polished luster. Let her test the waters for me. With this thought, the patriarch extended a psychic link to the bald cardinal. Receiving the patriarch's silent consent, she clutched her scepter tightly and swayed her hips towards the golden figure. Her scant robes fluttered with each sinuous movement, while a chilling wave of psychic energy began to gather silently with every step she took. The charging genestealers, sensing this familiar and overwhelming presence, instinctively parted to clear a path for her. As she passed, their gazes were filled with a mixture of reverence and fervent zeal, an unparalleled devotion. The cardinal advanced unhindered to the center of the battlefield, halting to raise the hand that gripped her scepter, pointing it directly at the towering figure that had just unleashed its terrifying radiance. Seeing that the figure remained utterly indifferent to her presence, a cold, eerie smile curved her lips. What in the world is that? Li Lu, engrossed in his game of true StarCraft galactic conquest, spotted a gleaming bald head striding towards the enemy commander amidst the tide. However, what caught his attention was an all too familiar yet unexpected element beneath this bald figure's health bar, an energy bar. He had previously only seen this feature on the librarians of the Adeptus Astartes and certain allied units, but this was the first time he had witnessed it on an enemy. While it was hardly surprising for genestealers to have psychers, what truly excited Li Lu was the specific game mechanic in StarCraft 3, Warhammer psychers caster units. Realizing this, a crooked grin spread across Li Lu's face. Just as he was about to showcase his skills, several messages from his teammates popped up in the chat window. General Lucite, the heretical Ultramarines are descending via Thunderhawk gunships over the spaceport, and our forces are doing everything they can to intercept them. Moreover, the heretical forces within the spaceport have also launched a counterattack against us. As the staff officer spoke, General Lucite, who had been so spirited and confident just moments before, now sat in the command vehicle, his head in his hands, elbows on his knees, listening to the report. As the report continued, his expression grew increasingly grim. Angels. Counterattack. Finally, Lucite stood up abruptly, strode quickly to the observation window of the command vehicle, and fixed his gaze on the blue-armored figures in the sky that were continuously breaking through their own anti-aircraft fire. His eyes blazed with fury, his voice rising with anger. Those heretical scum are far too arrogant. He took a deep breath and raised his voice to a roar. Give the order. All anti-aircraft squads concentrate fire and bring down those annoying blue flies. Don't let them land on the ground. Then he added, also order the reserve units to attack immediately. I will make those bastards understand that the great will of the many-armed God Emperor cannot be resisted by heretics like them. Their resistance is nothing but a mantis trying to stop a chariot before our faith in the many-armed God Emperor. With that said, the fury in Lucite's heart could no longer be suppressed. He slammed his fist hard against the edge of the console. With a loud clang, the metal surface instantly dented. My lord. The staff officer pretended not to see Lucite's outburst, hastily turned to convey the order, but hesitated. He turned back to look at General Lucite, his face showing a hesitant expression, as if he wanted to say something, but held back. Finally he spoke. Will the reinforcements from below the spaceport still come? They are already very late. Coupled with the earlier Xenos, our brothers are exhausted. Now these heretical angels have appeared, and we are barely holding on. Already seething with anger, Lucite's eyes turned sharp upon hearing this. He grabbed the staff officer by the collar, yanking him close until his spittle nearly sprayed onto the officer's face. Barely holding on. When did the faithful followers of the many-armed God Emperor learn to retreat? This is a complete joke. Tell the brothers that even if the reinforcements from below the spaceport never come, we will dye this spaceport red with the blood of heretics. We will make them know that the followers of the many-armed God Emperor will never be easily defeated. Everything we do now is under the watchful gaze of the many-armed God Emperor. Anyone who dares to take a step back, even if they die, will never ascend to the divine realm of the many-armed God Emperor. The staff officer was not frightened by Lucite's ferocious expression, but the following words about being unable to ascend to the many-armed God Emperor's divine realm made him tremble, in terror, his legs nearly giving way. The staff officer dared not utter another word. He nodded, hurriedly turned around, and stumbled out of the command vehicle to deliver the order, terrified of being blacklisted by the many-armed God Emperor from entering the divine realm. After the staff officer left, Lucite suppressed the violent heaving of his chest. He was a general and could not let anger cloud his judgment. He turned his head to look at the holographic map inside the command vehicle, but the holographic maps had become useless by now displaying information that was already outdated. The actual situation of the battlefield was a chaotic mess. Rather than looking at this thing, it was better to simply look out the window. It provided more intuitive information. He walked again to the observation window and gazed outward. He saw that the Ultramarines equipped with jetpacks had already broken through several layers of fire and were rapidly descending toward the ground. The weapons in their hands continuously spewed flames, flashes of fire flickering. The brothers of the cult who believed in the many-armed God Emperor fell screaming in agony, but many more did not even have time to scream before being reduced to bloody pulp. Damn! Witnessing this scene, Lucite cursed under his breath and began to ponder how to turn the tide of battle. It's all those Xenos bastards' fault. Those Xenos that had suddenly appeared earlier had destroyed the artillery positions and prevented his troops from destroying the spaceport vehicles, directly causing the front line to collapse to this state. Moreover, those Xenos had now long vanished without a trace. Lucite could easily guess that they must have gone to intercept his reinforcements below, but now Lucite could not care about that anymore. If those Xenos had only temporarily halted the advance of the many-armed God Emperor's followers in occupying the spaceport, then these heretical space marines were like a real steel blade truly about to stab them to death. Above a battlefield thunderous with gunfire not far from the lair of the Genestealer's leader, a blue Thunderhawk gunship bearing the U-shaped insignia unleashed a torrent of rockets upon the traitorous anti-air vehicles below, while its heavy bolters raked every heretic in sight. Having annihilated the heavy anti-air defenses, the Ultramarine pilot angled the Thunderhawk lower, and the assault ramp hissed open. A squad of Ultramarines plummeted from the base, slamming down like avenging angels upon their designated landing zone, directly atop the heretics below. A veteran sergeant distinguished by his crimson helmet struck the ground first. In a single fluid motion, he kicked aside a heretic who was struggling to rise, and raised his weapon, the sheer weight of his power armor shattering the traitor's ribcage with a sickening crunch. Purge all traitors who betray the God Emperor of mankind and consort with Xenos filth. Gathering around their red-helmed sergeant, the Ultramarines swiftly deployed into a firing line. Their bolters spat tongues of deadly fire, cutting down the heretics who desperately tried to mount a resistance. Their movements were precise and devastatingly swift. Each shot was punctuated by the sound of shattering bone and bursting flesh. Though the heretics attempted to fight back, their defenses crumbled like paper before the blue giant's relentless advance. Nearby, the wreckage of an anti-air vehicle destroyed by rockets still blazed, spewing thick columns of black smoke into the sky. The roar of the Thunderhawk overhead intermingled with the crackling flames, painting a grim and chaotic picture of war. As the red-helmed squad advanced through this tableau, a shrill screech tore across the battlefield. Several missiles trailing fire screamed from the heretics' rear entrenchments, hurtling directly toward the advancing Ultramarines. The sergeant's eyes widened. He thrust his arm into the air and bellowed, "Take cover." Before the word had fully left his mouth, he had already thrown himself into a lateral roll, his power armor crashing against the ground with a dull, heavy thud. A wave of searing heat and shrapnel swept across the position. Several Ultramarines, a fraction too slow in their reaction, were hurled through the air by the concussion, their pristine blue armor instantly scorched with blackened scars. For the many-armed god, the war cry echoed, and more voices answered in a swelling chorus, "Ascension! Ascension! Kill them all! Welcome the true angels!" Through the smoke and dust, more heretics surged from the ruins and barricades, screaming their allegiance as they poured a torrent of fire, desperate to seize the initiative. Their assault was like a breached dam. A dense storm of lost fire and solid slugs ricocheted off the Ultramarines' power armor, kicking up a storm of sparks. Just as the red-helmed sergeant rose from his roll, he saw a heretic shouldering a rocket launcher aiming directly for him. Without hesitation, he raised his own weapon and fired. The bolter round struck the traitor square in the chest, detonating in a shower of gore. Yet more enemies surged from every direction. Some brandishing crude chainswords howled their devotion to the many-armed god as they charged the nearest Ultramarine. The battle brother instantly drew his own blade to parry. The grinding shriek of ceramite against adamantium teeth filled the air. In a fluid follow-up, he kicked the heretic back, and with his other hand fired his bolter point-blank, vaporizing the traitor's head. At the center of the battlefield, the carnage intensified. The heretics' numbers were far greater than anticipated. Seemingly devoid of fear, they threw themselves at the Ultramarines in wave after wave, attempting to drown the Adeptus Astartes in a sea of bodies. The red-helmed sergeant continuously barked orders, maintaining the squad's formation and marking targets of heavy weapons that could pose a threat to his brothers. Veteran Meltagun engage. Heavy stubborn nest destroy. Heavy bolter position destroy. Even as he relayed coordinates, his own Meltagun tore searing rents through the enemy ranks. High above, the Thunderhawk gunship circled its turret and heavy bolters spitting support fire earthward. Though the heretics' anti-air fire had been suppressed, sporadic missiles still streaked skyward, forcing the pilot into constant evasive maneuvers and reducing the efficiency of their aerial support. The Ultramarines found themselves locked in a stalemate. While their power armor was nearly invulnerable to the heretics' weapons, the sheer density of the assault was beginning to take its toll, and the first casualties started to appear. Even so, the red-helmed sergeant held the line, commanding his squad to hold their ground, issuing no other orders. After holding their position for a while, the red-helmed veteran seemed to receive a silent command. With a furious roar, he cranked his meltagun to maximum output, aimed at the densest cluster of enemies, and pulled the trigger. A searing beam of coherent light pierced through over a dozen heretics, leaving a smoldering black scar in their ranks. But who could possibly be commanding him? Before his brothers could ponder the question, the sergeant seized the momentary lull and bellowed, "Target acquired. Break through the encirclement straight for their command point." He charged headlong into the most heavily defended sector of the heretic line. Beside him, blue power armor moved through the smoke like mobile fortresses. Bolters and chainswords interwove into a symphony of death, tearing apart all who stood in their path. They advanced over the broken bodies of their enemies step by step toward a specific objective, sworn to eradicate every last traitor. Yes, right there. You dropped in too early. Watch out, a wave of red dots is about to counterattack you. Hold your position, don't move forward yet. That's right, buddy. The red dot is in that command vehicle over there. See it? Yes, that's the one. Huh, you're asking if I need backup. Don't worry. Your Archon here is at least AT1. 5 unit right now. Plus these guys are all just small fry. Easy pickings. Even with me alt-tabbing to guide you and not micro-NG, I bet these small fry haven't even scratched my Archon's shields yet. Lilu stopped his fingers, which had been dancing across the keyboard. He leaned back in his chair, letting out a long sigh. Man, my teammate can't see the red dots. I have to point them out for him. This is just like that bomb defusal bot in StarCraft 2, where one teammate reads the numbers and the other inputs them to disarm it. Initially, Lilu had intended to observe the abilities of the Genestealer Psychers. But then his teammate asked in the chat if he could point the way. After a brief exchange, Lilu confirmed the player wasn't joking. He genuinely couldn't see the enemy markers. With no other choice, he ordered his Archon to hold position, then tabbed over to the starport to guide his teammate to the target's location. Hey buddy, why is your home infested with a swarm of red dots? Are you a newbie? This familiar yet slightly alien voice resonated once more within Calgar's mind. Calgar immediately scanned his surroundings with heightened vigilance, his gaze sharp and wary, yet betraying not a hint of confusion. As a chapter master, even when confronted with the inexplicable, he was bound to project an aura of absolute command and understanding. Yet after a meticulous sweep of the area, he found no trace of the supposed alien servant army said to be summoned by the God Emperor's will. Then, where was this voice truly originating from? Could it be that its presence didn't require the proximity of those Xenos to reach his consciousness? A torrent of questions flashed through Calgar's mind. However, the current predicament left no room to dwell on such trivialities, for the information conveyed in the voice's latest utterance seemed far more critical. Calgar subconsciously latched onto the pivotal phrases of the message, home. Which home exactly? And what of this cluster of red dots? What could they possibly signify? As if perceiving his unspoken query, the voice swiftly materialized in his mind once more, its tone clearly indicating it was answering his question. Let me check. Sirocco Starport, that's the name. As for the red dots, you don't even know what red dots mean. Those are the enemies. Sirocco Starport swarming with enemies. Though the telepathic message was somewhat disjointed and lacking in coherent logic, Calgar, no ordinary being, grasped its implication instantly. By the throne, Sirocco Starport. The moment comprehension dawned, a rare flicker of urgency appeared in Calgar's eyes. The reason was Stark. Sirocco Starport currently housed nearly 80% of Macridge's entire aerial might. The presence of enemies at such a vital location spelled imminent and dire consequences. Calgar immediately turned to his command group adjutant. Withdraw squads for 6, 7, and 8 from the first company. Have them board Thunderhawk gunships and return to Sirocco Starport at once. There must be no delay. Engage and eliminate any hostiles upon arrival. Sirocco Starport must not fall. Hearing this order to redeploy forces at such a critical juncture, the adjutant harbored internal doubts, but betrayed none, for Chapter Master Calgar never issued frivolous commands. Within a mere 5 minutes, everything Calgar had demanded was ready. Several Thunderhawk gunships carrying veteran squads of the first company roared into the sky, streaking towards Sirocco Starport. Yet the stone of anxiety in Calgar's heart remained unsettled. He sensed that time might already be against them. The enemy could be initiating their actions at the starport this very moment. Thus he began attempting to communicate with the voice using his own mind, for it had clearly demonstrated the ability to hear his internal thoughts and converse with him. As for its Xeno's nature, that seemed less consequential now. Can you hear me? Calgar projected inwardly. Huh, what do you want? The voice responded almost instantly, its tone flippant and casual. Calgar's brow furrowed at the impertinence, but if the entity's earlier claims held true, then there was no doubt that it had already rendered a tremendous service to him, the Ultramarines chapter, the entire Imperium, and all of humanity. Therefore Calgar suppressed his rising displeasure, seeking to glean more vital intelligence from this mysterious speaker. I have dispatched reinforcements to Sirocco Starport, but I am uncertain if they will arrive in time. I require your assistance. No problem. I'll handle the rewards myself, you just focus on the front lines. Lester stood inside the command vehicle contemplating strategies to turn the tide of battle. However, he soon sensed something amiss, for the dense gunfire was drawing closer and closer, signaling that the front line was advancing toward his position. How the hell did these heretical scum find my location? Lester could hardly believe it, for only his guard unit and a few key figures knew of his whereabouts. But now there was no time for second thoughts. He swiftly snatched the communicator from the signalman of his guard unit and issued orders to the reserve company he had positioned at the rear, reserve forces. Get to Sector B and block them off. However, the expected response never came. From the communicator, only the piercing hiss of static and intermittent agonized screams could be heard. Clearly, the reserve forces were gone. Damn it. Lester cursed in fury, a flicker of panic flashing in his eyes, but he forced it down. He was after all a commander. Guard unit to me. We're relocating. Soon his well-equipped guard unit swiftly assembled and began escorting him to a new command post. Meanwhile, he ordered whatever units he could still reach to establish layers of defense behind him. But Lester soon discovered a baffling situation. No matter where he relocated, and no matter how many defensive lines he set up behind him, the front line remained hot on his heels. Once could be a coincidence, twice, 3 times. All the same, Lester muttered to himself, his face turning pale under the dim lights of the command vehicle. Cold sweat trickled down his temples, soaking his collar. Are we being tracked? Or is there a traitor? The thought was dismissed the moment it surfaced. No, there could not be a traitor among the faithful of the many-armed God Emperor. Then they must be tracked. With that thought, Lester gazed out the window at the ruins flashing by. The once prosperous starport buildings were now nothing but crumbling walls and desolation. Seeing this, an idea struck him. As the command vehicle rounded an extremely concealed corner, Lester ordered in a low voice, "Keep the command vehicle moving. Beggar learn, you two come with me." With that, Lester jumped out of the vehicle carrying essential command equipment, items as vital to him as a warrior's weapon. Afterward, he found an unremarkable ruined building and concealed his new command post within, ordering these 2 elite guards to secretly watch the entrance. He himself attempted to rebuild his command network amidst the debris, hoping to regroup his forces and plan his next move. However, just as he finished setting up his command center, the shelter's door was violently smashed open by a tremendous force, the deafening crash echoing through the silent building. The silhouette of an ultramarine sergeant in blue armor and a red helmet emerged from the swirling dust, the muzzle of his melta-gun aimed steadily at Lester. "Heretic!" The red-helmeted sergeant's voice boomed through his helmet's speakers, cold and imposing, so loud it seemed to rupture one's eardrums. The moment he heard the sound, Lester instinctively drew his sidearm with lightning speed. Yet the red-helmeted sergeant was even faster, leaving Lester no time to react further. Bang! A flash of light seared through the air, and Lester's lower body was instantly vaporized. His plasma pistol, drawn but not yet fully raised, clattered to the ground with a sharp clang. Lester still couldn't comprehend what had just happened. The 2 guards he had singled out were the elite of the elite, yet these heretical angels had silenced them without a trace. That alone was baffling, but what truly gnawed at Lester was something else. His bleeding lips trembled as he forced out a final question. Ho. W. D. D. Yo. U. Phi. N. D. M. E. His voice was barely a whisper, and uttering those words seemed to drain the very last of his strength. Bang! The red-helmeted sergeant offered no answer, simply crushing Lester's skull beneath his boot. "You are not worthy to know, traitor. The rebellion within the starport has been utterly crushed. Every traitor who turned their back on the boundless glory of the master of mankind has been annihilated. Is the starport commander Orius Dilva still alive?" "My lord, Orius Dilva yet lives. Before our arrival, he was rescued by one of the alien thrall soldiers. Inform him to reorganize his forces immediately and restore the starport to full operation with utmost haste. Within 10 minutes, I want the first wave of aerial support to reach the front lines. As for his failure in duty, I shall personally preside over his judgment once this is concluded." "Yes, my lord. I shall relay your orders at once." The crimson-helmeted sergeant assumed Calgar's commands had ended, but Calgar did not terminate the communication. "By the way, those alien thralls." Calgar's voice paused briefly, as if searching for the right words. "Those alien allies, what exactly are they doing now? I need to know their movements." Even as a veteran of the First Company, the sergeant never expected Lord Calgar to so swiftly amend his phrasing, from thrall soldiers to allies. "There is no sign of them within the starport at present, my lord. According to reliable intelligence, they have descended into the underhive below. Dispatch support for them. Since those alien allies have come heeding the Emperor's call, we cannot stand idly by." "Yes, my lord. I shall arrange the support operation immediately." The crimson-helmeted sergeant relayed Chapter Master Calgar's words verbatim to Orius Dilva, who was moved to tears of gratitude before departing to execute the orders. To prevent a recurrence of the earlier assassination attempt and ensure Orius Dilva's safety, he left a squad of battle brothers to guard him. It also served as a measure of surveillance, for the Chapter Master had declared that Orius Dilva would face personal judgment for his negligence in defending the starport. Having swiftly completed the arrangements, the crimson-helmeted sergeant led his squad away from the temporary command center, issuing rapid orders through his helmet's built-in comms as he walked. As for where the Xenos currently were in the Underhive, one only needed to closely observe the surroundings and follow the distribution of the cleaved corpses to locate those alien thralls. No, they should now be properly called allies. After all, since Lord Calgar himself had changed his wording to allies, they could not be treated like thrall soldiers any longer. At that thought, the crimson-helmeted sergeant added over the comms, "Mind your words and actions when you see those allies. Lord Calgar has personally confirmed them as allies of the Imperium." The battle brothers around him nodded in understanding. Everyone knew these Xenos had contributed greatly to besieging the starport, and with the chapter master personally vouching for their allied status, any lingering doubts they harbored would yield to unwavering execution. Execute, execute, and execute again, resolutely completing the mission. Soon the crimson-helmeted sergeant and his men advanced along the passage from the starport to the Underhive, the battle marks left along the way growing increasingly dense. At first they still saw the cleaved forms of rebel soldiers, but gradually what appeared before them shifted to numerous decapitated armed, bald mutants with unique purple markings on their foreheads. These mutants lay strewn across the ground in chaotic disarray. Judging by their manner of death and the time of demise, they had been slain instantaneously by a formidable force. As they passed through the field of corpses without finding a single fallen alien ally among them, one of the brothers finally spoke, unable to contain himself. "Those Xenos. No, I should say allies, their combat prowess is not to be underestimated. Look at these wounds. Every single one is a fatal blow from some melee weapon." Hearing this, the other brothers in the squad nodded in agreement, their eyes likewise betraying astonishment at the allies' strength. Even the sergeant in his heavy crimson helmet slowly nodded, keenly aware that dispatching these enemies so cleanly with melee weapons was no easy feat. In truth, cutting down these mutant rebels with melee weapons was something each brother in the squad could accomplish. However, to achieve a single fatal blow on every enemy, and to slay hundreds, even thousands with melee weapons while sustaining zero losses, that was no simple matter. Though they did not yet know the exact number of those allies, it was clear that they were undoubtedly formidable warriors. Arriving before an enormous pile of corpses, the crimson-helmeted sergeant studied the still-fresh battle marks around him, then said with a grave expression, "These traces are recent. The battlefield of those allies and the rebels should be nearby. Prepare for combat." "Huh?" The bald bishop let out a furious roar, her eyes blazing with a strange potent light. As she moved, the light rapidly converged at the tip of her long staff. Throughout this, the alien figure remained rooted to the spot, its only action an endless, relentless slaughter of the surging cultists, as if its entire world consisted solely of the act of cutting down foes. Whoosh! With a piercing sound, a sphere of energy shot from the staff, crossing the dozens of meters in an instant to strike the alien's back with unerring accuracy. However, the explosion and scream the bald bishop anticipated never came. The moment the energy sphere touched the alien's form, it dissolved into countless specks of light. The alien's slashing movements didn't pause for even a fraction of a second. With every rise and fall of its limbs, it was accompanied by the screams of the faithful and the separation of their bodies. Seeing this, the smug smile that had just formed on the bald bishop's face vanished, replaced by an expression of utter disbelief. How is this possible? Unwilling to accept the result, she raised her head sharply, the light in her eyes intensifying until they were like twin stars. "Taste my psychic blast." With the bishop's furious shout, layers of electric-like energy enshrouded the staff in her hand. The moment the charge was complete, she pointed the weapon at the indifferent alien. In the next instant, a bolt of psionic lightning erupted from the radiant staff tip, striking the alien directly. Yet even upon contact, it didn't stir so much as a ripple. The alien continued to stand firm, slaughtering the cultists without pause, not even turning its head towards the bishop. Her attack seemed no more consequential than a gentle breeze, there to be felt and then ignored. Witnessing this, the bald bishop's expression turned profoundly strange. The two forms of psionic attack she had always prided herself on were proving so utterly insignificant in the eyes of her opponent, not even worthy of a backward glance. The hand gripping her staff trembled uncontrollably. A dawning realization crept in. Recalling the faint slick dampness she had felt on the patriarch's waist earlier, it must have been cold sweat. The surrounding genistellar cultists seemed to sense the bishop's predicament, and their furious charge momentarily hesitated. Their gazes towards the bishop, while still filled with reverence, now carried a subtle, barely perceptible hint of confusion, as if they were pondering why her attacks were so ineffectual. Could it be that the bishop hadn't truly unleashed her power yet? And so the cultists fixed their gazes with even more intense anticipation upon the bishop's gleaming bald head. Feeling the weight of the cultists and the patriarch's stares from behind her, the bald bishop suppressed the tempest of fear within her heart. Even if the creature was beyond her ability to defeat, she could not back down now. To retreat would not only forfeit the patriarch's trust, but also shatter the very foundation of her followers' faith. Since there's no other choice, then I'll fight with everything I've got. With the reckless determination of one who has nothing left to lose, the psionic energy within the bishop's body began to surge upwards in a wildly unstable manner. The robe she wore billowed and snapped in an unfelt wind driven by the sheer force of her power. The very air around her seemed to warp and tremble under the strain of the violent psionic energy, as if protesting the existence of a force so powerful, so out of place in this realm. All of this was observed with perfect clarity by the patriarch standing behind her. He made no move to stop the bishop's forced channeling of power, secretly thinking to himself that this expendable pawn was the perfect tool to probe the true strength of that alien creature. That's actually kind of interesting, Li Lu muttered while complaining about the unfamiliar cooperative mechanic he had just encountered, simultaneously switching the view back to the scene where the Archon was located. However, the moment the view changed, he felt something was off, as the Archon's shield was clearly shorter than before. Moreover, not far away on the map, the genestealer patriarch Psyker, with an energy bar that he had seen earlier, was now surrounded by waves of dazzling light, clearly charging up something. Casting a spell, looking closer, accompanying the patriarch Psyker's movements, a distinct progress bar appeared above its head. A World of Warcraft cast bar. Li Lu immediately recognized that the progress bar above the enemy's head was a direct copy of the casting frame from World of Warcraft, and this casting bar was now filling up at a visibly rapid pace. Damn it. Although he had no idea what skill the Patriarch Psyker was casting, Li Lu, having played with W, knew that no matter what channeling an enemy was doing, it should be interrupted whenever possible. If you can interrupt, but don't, you're asking for a beating. Prism expand. Barracks. T. F. With that, Li Li's fingers danced across the keyboard. Just 3 more seconds. The bald female patriarch's gaze was locked onto the powerful alien creature that was still ignoring her and casually slaughtering the cult followers. Her eyes were now filled with rage, the previous fear having vanished entirely. The psionic energy surging through her body made her feel like the most powerful being on the field. Though channeling such an overwhelming amount of psionic energy made her body feel agonizing, feeling the power surging within her, she still managed to stretch out a smile tinged with a hint of madness. 2 more seconds. She continued to count down in her mind. At this moment, the light around the patriarch grew increasingly violent. The ground began to tremble slightly, and even the various debris on the floor was being lifted by the psionic energy surrounding the bald patriarch, slowly orbiting around her. Everything signaled that an unprecedented psionic attack was about to be unleashed. Finally, the charge was complete. The bald patriarch tilted her head back and let out a long guttural cry. Take this. This is my ultimate strike. You detestable alien monstro. However, before she could finish her sentence, a brilliant azure flash descended from the sky. In the next instant, the patriarch seemed to see an ethereal, magnificent golden figure emerging from within the flash. That mysterious figure, draped in some kind of resplendent cape, merely slightly raised a hand and then gently pointed in her direction. Following that gesture, the bald patriarch, who was just about to launch her attack, suddenly felt the psionic energy she had gathered slip from her control, no matter how hard she tried to command it. It was as if an invisible giant hand had violently squeezed that energy, causing it to explode within her body in an instant. WH. Before she could even speak, the violent energy backlash caused a coppery taste to flood her throat, and a mouthful of blood was involuntarily spewed out. The world before her eyes warped violently, and then she could no longer feel her body. At the same time, the energy surrounding the bald patriarch erupted, completely engulfing her and the surrounding space in a cataclysmic blast. Boom! A thunderous explosion resounded, nearly shattering the entire entrance to the starport passageway within the Hive City. Following the trail, the Red Helmet Sergeant and his squad arrived at the battlefield, where the alien allies clashed with the mutated traitors. Brothers, there are over 10,000 mutated traitors ahead. Our squad alone may not be enough to handle them. There is still hope, the Red Helmet Sergeant declared firmly. We have allies. They should be formidable warriors. With their aid, we can hold out until the starport dispatches a suppression force. With that, the Red Helmet Sergeant shifted his tone. Have you found any trace of them? The brother holding the recon binoculars did not answer immediately, but from his repeated lowering and raising of the binoculars, the Red Helmet Sergeant sensed a hint of confusion in him. What have you found? Sergeant, I'm not quite sure. The brother with the binoculars hesitated. Several hundred meters southeast, someone seems to be fighting, but it looks like only one person. And his opponents are nearly endless waves of rebels. With that, the brother holding the binoculars shook his head and emphasized again, I'm not certain, brother. Perplexed, the Red Helmet Sergeant took the recon binoculars from the confused brother and peered in the direction he had indicated. What first filled his view was a sea of mutated rebels. Soon he noticed an anomalous area tightly encircled by the rebels, with severed limbs and bodies occasionally flying out from within. He adjusted the binoculars, magnified, focused, zoomed in further, and focused again. When the image finally became clear, the Red Helmet Sergeant's breath nearly stopped. Because in the lenses, a solitary figure stood at the very heart of the rebel forces. It was not human, but an alien clad in golden armor. No, an ally, but he was utterly alone. With each swing of the energy blades on his arms, a spray of blood followed. The mutated rebels surged forward like a tide, yet they could not advance an inch before him. There was no gunfire, no glow of supernatural powers, only the sharp whistle of melee weapons cutting through the air and the death throes of the mutated rebels. The ally moved so swiftly that afterimages trailed his every motion. Each turn and slash was as precise as a textbook example, as if he were not facing tens of thousands of rebels, but performing a brutal macabre dance. The Red Helmet Sergeant even saw several hulking mutants charge to the very front of the lone figure only to be cleaved in two by a single backhanded strike. He gripped the binoculars tightly, a single thought pounding in his mind: this is impossible. How can one alien withstand such a number of rebels? Doesn't he tire? Does he have no weakness? Yet the scene before him was undeniably real. Within the besieged zone, the number of rebels was not increasing, it was visibly dwindling. He finally understood why that brother had been so bewildered. For it is human nature to be unable to comprehend what one cannot achieve oneself, even if they are supers. But soon the Red Helmet Sergeant noticed an unusual rebel. She was enveloped in an ominous, eerie glow, clearly not an ordinary mutant. Seeing that glow, the Red Helmet Sergeant recognized her identity in an instant. There's a psionic among the rebels. The ally needs support. Before his words even faded, a sudden change occurred. A beam of blue light descended from the sky, landing beside the ally fighting alone. Then, before anyone could react further to the sergeant's warning, the psionic energy that had been flowing orderly around the distant psionic user suddenly became violently chaotic, rampaging like a runaway wild horse. Get down. Take cover. The Red Helmet Sergeant bellowed with all his might. Yet before the last syllable left his lips, the psionic energy around the now unhinged psionic user compressed into a small sphere and then exploded instantaneously. A colossal amount of energy was unleashed in that moment. The force of the explosion threatened to annihilate everything in its vicinity. Accompanying the blast was a violent shockwave that swept outwards in all directions at terrifying speed. Wherever it passed, dust and debris were hurled into the air, and the very air seemed to shriek under the immense pressure. The roar of the explosion echoed throughout the entire area, reverberating for a long, long time. A red-helmeted veteran ultramarine sergeant along with his veteran squad witnessed the sudden loss of control and subsequent violent explosion of the heretical psyker at the exit. To be precise, the explosion occurred without warning, just as they were about to burst forth from the tunnel to provide support for their alien ally who was already locked in a desperate battle against the rebels. The explosion triggered by the rebel psyker's sudden loss of control was so immense that even its shockwave nearly knocked over the entire squad, who had not yet fully emerged from the passage. It was only after a long moment that the brothers managed to steady themselves against the overwhelming force of the shockwave. Then, unable to contain his shock, one of the brothers shouted, "How could that psyker suddenly lose control? That blinding blue flash, just now." Earlier intelligence indicated that those Xenos used such blue flashes for a special form of teleportation. And just then that flash appeared on the battlefield. Another brother chimed in. They must have teleported in an ally, a friend. And then the psyker lost control without any warning. As the brothers regained their footing, they exchanged opinions. Can those allies survive an explosion of such magnitude? After all, our orders were to reinforce them. The red-helmeted sergeant nodded thoughtfully, his gaze piercing through the aftermath of the shockwave to survey the area spanning hundreds of meters. The entire zone, ravaged by the catastrophic self-destruction of the uncontrolled psyker, lay in utter ruin, littered with shattered debris and swirling clouds of dust. As Brother Lurin just said, that blue light was a teleportation method, and our allies did use it to bring down a reinforcement. However, I happened to be holding a reconnaissance scope, so I saw more than the rest of you. No one interrupted. They waited for the red-helmeted sergeant to continue, eager to learn what more he had witnessed. He went on. The teleported ally simply pointed a finger at the psyker, who was steadily gathering warp energy, and in the next instant the ordered flow of that energy erupted into complete chaos. As for whether those allies are still alive, before he could finish, the sergeant heard several of his brothers draw sharp breaths, clearly struggling to suppress the turmoil within. If one could make a psyker's power spiral out of control with a mere gesture, then just how formidable a psyker must that teleported ally be? And then what? A brother asked impatiently. The first ally and the newly teleported reinforcements instantly transformed into a radiant light and vanished from the spot a split second before the psyker's complete detonation. They must have evacuated using the same teleportation method. As the brief exchange concluded, the shockwave's aftereffects gradually dissipated. Once the situation had stabilized, the red-helmeted sergeant surveyed the devastated landscape and spoke in a cold, commanding tone. The allies have withdrawn. We are no longer needed for reinforcement. Mission change: secure your gear, sweep this area, and eliminate every remaining traitor who has forsaken the glory of the Emperor of Mankind. At his command, the squad members sprang into action, and the clatter of metal rang out through the drifting dust. Even amidst the violent wash of that overwhelming shockwave, the Red Helmet Sergeant and his squad held their weapons tightly, unwavering. Thus, with little need for preparation, the squad swiftly advanced toward the epicenter of the explosion. Though the psychic's uncontrolled detonation made the survival of surrounding traders exceedingly unlikely what if by some chance they still lived. Their very existence was to eliminate that what if. Any traitor who had forsaken the glory of the Lord of Mankind must be purged. These veterans from the first company of the Ultramarines required no verbal commands, years of fighting side by side, had forged a synergy that transcended language. The red helmet sergeant led the formation, deliberately stomping his ceramite boots upon the shattered, unrecognizable debris, producing a dull, heavy sound to bait the enemy. Soon a gaunt figure peered out from behind a nearby broken wall, attempting to assess the situation. Bang! Without a word, a precise bolt round struck the purple markings on his bald head, splattering hot blood across the rubble behind him. That single gunshot was like a stone cast into a placid lake, instantly triggering a cacophony of roars throughout the area. Clearly many traitors had survived. The red helmet sergeant frowned, but what truly troubled him was not the surviving traitors, but a massive 6-meter-tall entity not far away. Though 99% of his species suffered from myopia and poor eyesight, as the clan leader, the high priest possessed exceptional dynamic vision. When his gaze caught the brilliant blue beam descending from the sky, he saw a figure falling along with that beam of light. The mysterious figure lightly pointed a finger at the bishop, and the psychic energy around the latter began to spiral out of control. Sensing the imminent danger even as the clan leader, he did not hesitate to turn and flee. Moreover, during his escape, he made full use of his 4 arms, swiftly grabbing several sturdy armored individuals from the bewildered congregation and shielding himself with them. Just as he seized the 8th person as a human shield, the psychic energy around the bishop suddenly detonated without warning. Although he had anticipated an explosion, he had not expected it to occur so abruptly. With no time to react further, the clan leader quickly dropped to the ground, using the prepared human shields as padding to mitigate the blast's impact. In the next instant, the explosion reduced all the human shields to ash, and even a portion of his own back was blasted away. Despite his grievous injuries, the clan leader barely survived thanks to the layers of cushioning. However, the violent shockwave from the ensuing blast slammed his struggling body heavily against a distant broken wall. He felt as if struck by a speeding train, the immense force nearly suffocating him. Yet he had no time to dwell on the searing pain in his chest. Clenching his teeth, he fought with all his might to crawl out of the wreckage. The explosion had swept the entire area, and the thick dust cloud blurred his vision. Struggling to his feet, he stared at the spot where the bishop had stood, his eyes filled with wariness and lingering fear. Only a massive crater remained there, and the surrounding scene was a chaotic mess. The assault has failed. I must gather the followers, return to the lair beneath the hive city, and survive first. With this thought, the clan leader began to sense the state of his followers through the psychic network, only to find that barely 100 remained. Damn! Upon sensing this, the clan leader could not help but curse aloud. But before he could move to rally his followers, heavy footsteps echoed from the passage leading to the starport, followed by a sharp gunshot that reverberated across the ruins. The clan leader turned toward the sound of footsteps and gunfire, just in time to see a tall figure staring back at him. The figure was clad in blue armor and a red helmet, wisps of smoke still curling from the muzzle of his weapon. Clearly the gunshot had come from this man, or rather this ultramarine. Before the crimson-helmeted officer and the surviving genestealer patriarch could formally clash, a familiar blue beam of light instantly recognizable to both sides slammed into the ground before them at a breathtaking speed. As the crimson-helmeted officer and the genestealer patriarch's minds were still reeling from the sudden turn of events, a figure clad in resplendent golden armor, equally familiar, leaped from the smoke of the impact, charging directly at the genestealer patriarch. As the crimson-helmeted officer and the genestealer patriarch's minds were still reeling from the sudden turn of events, a figure clad in resplendent golden armor, equally familiar, leaped from the smoke of the impact, charging directly at the genestealer patriarch. Seeing the familiar glowing blade closing in, the patriarch hastily raised its 4 arms in a desperate attempt to parry the incoming strike. With a single stroke, the blade effortlessly sliced through the patriarch's 4 arms, whose actual hardness far surpassed steel, as if cutting through tofu. The severed limbs hit the ground, splashing a pool of blood before the patriarch could even scream from the searing agony of its lost limbs. With a second swift swing, the golden-armored figure unleashed another powerful blow. This time, with no arms left to defend itself, the patriarch's grotesque non-human head, covered in sharp spikes, was severed, cleanly tumbling to the ground like a chopped melon and rolling a short distance away. Then, just as he had arrived, the golden-armored figure dissolved into a streak of blue light that vanished into the sky, leaving the bewildered crimson-helmeted officer and his squad staring at each other in stunned silence. What the hell? This stupid castbar enemy turned into an uninterruptible monster after taking that feedback effect. And it's a suicidal bomber that doesn't discriminate between friend or foe. And there's a terrain destruction mechanic too. Lilu stared at the terrain on his screen, which had just been filled with enemies, but was now almost completely obliterated by the bald bishop's suicidal blast, and couldn't help but complain. Good thing I was quick and recalled the Archon and the High Templars. That red dust should be cleared now, right? As he spoke, Lilu prepared to move the Archon to another location to put out fires. In the process, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the minimap in the bottom left corner of the game, only to find that the red dot marker was still there. Huh, the red dot is still there? Let me check. Looks like my teammate is coming too. Damn, it's just one enemy left, and it's still marked on the map. Stupid Blizzard, they still haven't fixed this deceptive mechanic. In StarCraft 2's co-op mode, if a red dot on the map represents 100 units, even if 99 of those 100 are killed, the red dot marker would still remain on the map as long as one survives. In a sense, it's a red dot scam. However, Li Lu didn't expect this scam to still be in place in StarCraft 3. Looking at the unusually conspicuous model size of the surviving red dot unit, Li Lu realized he had never seen this enemy before. Curious, he moved his mouse over the large surviving unit and clicked lightly. Information about the unit then appeared at the bottom of the screen: Interstellar Patriarch. This unit had no personal name, only this simple title. Just a small elite, and it's already at half health. Might as well send the Archon on another trip. With that, Li Lu controlled the prism, deployed the Archon, and pressed A on the small elite. 2 slashes and it's done. After dealing with the small elite, Li Lu recalled the Archon and quickly switched the game view to another area, the main battlefield where his teammate was. In Li Lu's view, his teammate's defense line was completely overrun by the AI, and even the hero unit Marnius Calgar, chapter master of the Ultramarines, was on the verge of falling. This Archon has no panel and no mobility. I wonder if this guy can hold on until I get over there to help him. On the front lines of Macrage, Calgar watched the aerial support roaring in from the Sirocco starport above his brow, furrowing in displeasure. The number of fighters and transports that actually arrived fell far short of what he had expected. My lord, the support Sirocco starport can currently provide is extremely limited. Of the transports you requested, only half have managed to reach your position so far. A communications officer bearing a sonic array system stood before Calgar. Through the array, Sirocco starport commander Orihith Dival reported the situation with a somewhat anxious tone. And the other half? Calgar showed no sign of urgency. He simply stared at the communications officer, as if gazing directly at Orihith in the starport, asking his question with cold composure. My lord, thanks to the aid of those Xenos allies, most of our vehicles were fortunately preserved. However, the damage to the starport's internal platforms is severe. Due to the missing platforms, the efficiency of aerial support takeoffs and landings has been greatly restricted. As a result, the other half of the transports are currently working around the clock to launch. Now, Orihith Dival's voice no longer carried its earlier hesitation, but instead sounded somewhat resolute, in a sense resigned to his fate. Hearing this, Calgar could feel the fury churning in his chest, threatening to erupt despite his efforts to suppress it. Drawing a deep breath, he forcibly quelled the rage. For Calgar knew this was not the time to assign blame. That Orihith had managed to launch these transports with half the starport's platforms crippled was already a Herculean effort. Killing him now and replacing him with another would not necessarily yield better results. The reason for Calgar's fury was that the main force's position was far from favorable. The Tyranid Xenos had already breached multiple defensive lines. Continuing to hold here would only result in mounting casualties. He needed sufficient transports to relocate his forces northward and re-establish a meaningful defense. Yet now only half the transports could arrive on schedule, throwing his plan for a rapid full-force aerial evacuation into jeopardy. If he insisted on this plan, it meant half the troops would have to trek north on foot through Tyranid-controlled territory. Calgar fell silent, turning his gaze toward the tactical hololith where red markers indicated the Tyranid swarm clusters. Those writhing points of light surged ever closer like a torrential tide. To remain here any longer meant the defenders would be inevitably swallowed by the endless swarm. A trek on foot, and only half the forces. How was that any different from marching to their deaths? Death. The thought circled endlessly in Calgar's mind. There was no denying the effectiveness of the aerial bombardment. The Tyranid assault waves were visibly slowing, buying Calgar precious time to think. Calgar pondered over the map in deep thought. Around him, neither the subordinate commanders, nor his honor guard, nor the communications officer beside him dared to disturb his contemplation. Having only half the force crossing Tyranid-controlled territory alone would undoubtedly result in catastrophic casualties. Therefore the force could not be split, but equally during the crossing there could be no stragglers holding them back. The wounded and heavy weaponry must all be transported. Only then could the main force travel light and fast, swiftly cutting through the Tyranid-controlled zone. But there was still another problem. Morale. The mortal soldiers' spirits were already low as Calgar had successively abandoned nearly all the major cities near the equator where civilians had not yet fully evacuated, followed by retreat after retreat after retreat. Visibly the faces of the soldiers were etched with exhaustion and confusion. Their morale was at rock bottom, and they were deeply worried about the future of the war. Calgar knew he needed to win a decisive counterattack to restore morale and reignite the soldiers' fighting spirit and confidence. With this thought, Calgar's gaze continued to move across the map. Moving. Suddenly his eyes stopped. Cold Steel Ridge. A glimmer of light flashed in Calgar's eyes, as if finding a spark of hope in the darkness. This glimmer cleared his mind. He turned to his adjutants, prioritized loading heavy weapons and the wounded onto the transports. Send the heavy weapons to Cold Steel Ridge and evacuate the wounded to the rear. Have the remaining troops immediately pack light. We will swiftly cross the Deso Plains ahead and reinforce the original defensive line at Cold Steel Ridge. Cold Steel Ridge was not a single mountain range, but a collective term for numerous high-altitude, bitterly cold ridges. Beyond the insurmountable peaks, deep ravines and canyons sprawled below, and the connections between ridges were traversable only by narrow bridges. Given such a perilous environment, only an iron-willed determination could hope to cross this natural chasm, hence the name, Cold Steel Ridge. Similarly, on the battlefield, the combination of high ridges and deep gullies made this an undeniably formidable natural fortress. Easy to defend, difficult to assault. Any attacker seeking to break through the line had to traverse these nearly impassable chasms, while defenders could leverage the advantageous terrain for effective defense. Cold Steel Ridge was a veritable one man can hold a pass against 10,000. It was precisely because of this significant defensive advantage that Calgar chose this location as the battlefield to counter the Tyranid swarm. Moreover, the defensive line there was already pre-existing. Before Calgar even formulated this plan, a fully equipped mortal regiment was already stationed there, equipped with the Shadowsword's super heavy tank, the Glory of Hera. Calgar's orders were executed swiftly, unencumbered by heavy equipment, and the wounded, the main force traveling light, withdrew to Cold Steel Ridge without incident under his command. Upon arrival, Calgar deployed his forces to the already formidable positions on the ridge, further reinforcing their defenses. Recognizing that the Tyranids' primary advantage lay in their overwhelming swarm numbers, Calgar fully exploited the narrow passages of Cold Steel Ridge, stationing heavy concentrations of troops at every mountain pass. This allowed his forces to assume a defensive posture against the Tyranid assault points, preventing the attacking Tyranids from leveraging their numerical superiority and in fact granting the defenders the advantage of numbers. Calgar was confident that under this strategic deployment these passes could not fall unless those mindless creatures managed to reach the positions undetected. After planning the pass defenses, Calgar meticulously positioned the various pieces of heavy equipment that had been transported there in advance, including numerous long-range artillery pieces, ensuring every position could receive fire support at a moment's notice. These long-range artillery pieces were crucial weapons in his plan to attrition the Tyranid forces. He intended to use them to rack up casualties. Barely an hour after Calgar's forces withdrew into Cold Steel Ridge and established their defensive line, the pursuing Tyranids launched their assault on the ridge. The densely packed creatures in the canyons could only disperse, climbing along the mountain ridges, launching wave after wave of charges against the waiting defenders. The dull thud of artillery fire started sporadically, then erupted like rolling thunder through the canyons. The sound of shells from the basilisks in the rear slamming into the dense Tyranid masses below Cold Steel Ridge. As if provoked by the explosions, countless Hormagaunts, termagants, and even Tyranid warriors screeched as they surged upward from the depths of the ravines. The dark oppressive swarm was like an incoming black tide, but this tide facing the narrow passages could only split and flow upwards. And what of the Tyranid gargoyles in the sky? Thanks to the aid of their alien allies, most of the vehicles in the starport remained intact. The moment those gargoyles appeared, countless squadrons of aircraft surged from behind the ridges like a flood, diving straight at them. Combined with the anti-aircraft fire from the ridges, even the flying Tyranid gargoyles found it nearly impossible to make headway in the skies. The engagement in the sky even preceded the ground battle. At the most critical defensive position on the ridge, as the Tyranids charged up to the crest, the main cannon of the mortal regiment's Shadowsword's super heavy tank, the Glory of Hera, roared first, shaking the heavens. A searing tongue of flame erupted from the massive barrel. A single shot swept away a huge swath of Tyranids on the ridge, leaving behind a bottomless crater that made it difficult for subsequent creatures to advance. Following closely was the roar of heavy bolters and the flashing of countless lost guns from various positions across the ridge. Dense streams of fire and laser bolts poured down like a waterfall, methodically slaughtering the charging Tyranids, as if at a shooting range. With countless lines of direct fire combined with the relentless thundering of artillery, the defenders of Macridge wove an impenetrable barrier of death at Cold Steel Ridge that the Tyranids could not cross. The lightning fighters howled across the sky, diving straight at the Tyranid gargoyles. Missiles, lasers, and the long-barreled autocannons mounted on their undersides opened fire in rotation, blasting the Tyranid gargoyles into a disorganized rout. Behind these lightning fighters, which had seized air superiority, followed a formation of various bombers and transports. The former dropped heavy aerial bombs one after another upon the Tyranid swarms below the ridgeline. The devastation wrought by these bombs far surpassed any artillery barrage, and they also rendered the already treacherous terrain even more rugged and impassable. The latter, meanwhile, continuously delivered supplies or fresh reinforcements onto the pre-designated landing platforms scattered across the various defensive positions. At the main defensive position of Sector D, Peak 3 of Cold Steel Ridge, the Astra Militarum defenders stationed there finally welcomed their Valkyries. Sergeant Glass, having long since prepared for the handover, meticulously inspected the autocannon to ensure its optimal condition before yielding his position to the new comrades once the reinforcement unit had arrived safely. This new face bore the rank of staff sergeant. He observed Sergeant Glass, who had carefully checked the weapon before relinquishing the firing position, gave him a serious look, and then spoke. You have 10 minutes to eat. After that you must immediately return to your combat posts. Indeed, despite the creatures seemingly enraged, recklessly attempting to surge up the ridge in wave after relentless wave, as if endless. Yet thankfully, thanks to Lord Calgar's masterful deployment, the defensive pressure on their positions was not as overwhelming as anticipated, leaving them with a sliver of time to spare for a meal. Sergeant Glass let out a soft breath. He gathered with his squad members, eating their ration packs. They huddled in a corner of the position, eating and engaging in brief casual conversation, the topic naturally revolving around the troublesome creatures before them. Glass spoke first. 3 hours of continuous firing, and my hands are going numb. His hands ached dully from the prolonged grip on the autocannon's control handles, and his fingers were beginning to disobey his commands. Count yourself lucky, Sergeant, said Learns, the closest thing the squad had to a repairman. He was responsible not only for fixing damaged equipment on the battlefield, but also doubled as an impromptu ammunition hauler. I've been hauling ammo for 3 hours. Those creatures never stop. As he spoke, Learns vigorously shook his arms, which bore red welts from the ammunition crates, then pointed towards the base of the opposite mountain, where the creatures were clustered so densely that no one could ascertain their true numbers. Private Mark, who was gnawing on a compressed biscuit nearby, swallowed the mouthful with effort, and chimed in, I've fired more ammo today than I have in my entire life combined. Shoot, 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 non-stop shooting. Though Mark was a veteran, this was his first time experiencing such a grueling battle. Throughout the day, he fired relentlessly, emptying ammunition crate after ammunition crate, feeling as though he had been plunged into an endless abyss of combat. As he spoke, Mark took another large bite of his biscuit. Fine crumbs tumbled from the corner of his mouth, yet he paid them no mind, wholly absorbed in his own words and the act of eating. I think I'm developing an allergy to the color purple. Don't those creatures ever get tired? They're like perpetual motion machines, constantly surging upwards. I wonder when it will ever end. Enough chatter. Eat up quickly, and then we'll get back to target practice, said another veteran, Boujonniao. Within the entire squad, compared to his teammates who constantly grumbled and complained about this, and that he was the most dedicated. Because he had the worst aim in the squad, often being the butt of jokes during training. But today, on this unique battlefield of Cold Steel Ridge, the situation had drastically changed. The creatures here were densely packed in astonishing numbers. Even firing blindly down the slope would result in kills, so he fought with the most gusto. While such talk of comparing defensive operations to target practice varied slightly between individuals, its essence was largely consistent across the entire Cold Steel Ridge defensive line. Whether among the Astra Militarum soldiers conversing, the Ultramarines discussing amongst themselves, or even Marnius Calgar himself, the consensus was unanimous: simply holding the line and continuously firing at the charging Tyranids like target practice would be enough to easily secure the Cold Steel Ridge defenses. The Tyranids are, after all, nothing more than mindless beasts. Fire. Keep up the suppressive fire. A few days ago, Sergeant Glass would still shout out commands like these. Beyond that, he would scan the trenches between volleys, calling out to confirm the status of each post. He would personally tally the ammunition crates when supplies arrived at. During meals, he would initiate conversations to lift the spirits. Yet gradually, even he stopped shouting commands altogether. This was not born of fatigue nor of negligence, but of a depletion heavier than death and deeper than silence. Daily life had devolved into a mechanical cycle, eating, shoving cold hard rations into the mouth, chewing 3 times before swallowing, tasting nothing, sleeping, curling up in a hollow at the bottom of the trench, eyes closing and opening, 4 hours passing in a blink. He was jolted awake by 3 alarms during that time, yet found it impossible to fall back into true sleep. During his waking hours, he merely fired mechanically, fire, fire, fire without end. The rest of the squad, and even the rotating reinforcements, were in the same state. After prolonged shooting, old Mark could no longer even distinguish whether the dried blood crust on his trigger guard was from yesterday or the day before. Though the maintenance man Lou Renz no longer had to haul ammunition due to the deployment of servo skulls to the positions, he had likewise begun an endless cycle of shooting, gradually becoming indistinguishable from the others. Even Wu Zhongyao, who had once been fervently enthusiastic about shooting, had now lost all his vigor. He still shouldered his weapon, still fired, but the excitement of killing bugs with wild shots was long gone from his eyes. Instead, his gaze pierced through the swarming tide, settling on something farther away in a more desolate expanse. Staring at the pile of Tyranid corpses nearly forming a mountain below the ridge. Arthropod limbs stacked upon limbs, chitin piled upon chitin. To borrow the words old Mark used when he still cared to speak. We're not defenders. We're just firing machines. No one knew when this battle, which felt like target practice, would end. The only order from above was to fire and nothing else. Their minds had gone numb. Besides firing, eating, sleeping, and firing again, they could scarcely think of anything else. All that remained was a neural circuit defined solely by pulling the trigger. The weapons were long hot enough to boil water. Each trigger pull was accompanied by a faint whine from components overheating, but no one cared anymore. Their fingers were as good as nailed to the triggers. With hollow stares fixed on the writhing swarm ahead, their pupils contracted to pinpricks the scare a shot through with blood vessels, as if their souls had long since been siphoned from their shells. Everyone, even the genetically enhanced ceramite-clad Astartes, merely repeated mechanical firing motions: raise the arm, seat the stock, hold the breath, fire, absorb the recoil, reset, fire again. There were no war cries, no litanies, no final words. Only the dull thud of metal striking chitin, the sharp shriek of exploding bolt rounds, and the wet splatter of ichors spraying from pierced carapaces. The entire defensive line was a slaughter machine programmed for a single purpose, emitting a monotonous, dreary rhythm under the relentless swarm assault: click, boom, hiss, splat, clatter, repeating endlessly without respite. Boom. Artillery. Sergeant Glass's mind reacted mechanically to the sound. Nothing more, because artillery fire had not ceased for days, not even during the brief windows of sleep. But soon as the ground trembled violently beneath him, his numbed thoughts finally caught up. That was no artillery fire. It was the earth itself cracking apart. The entire edge of the trench to Sergeant Glass's left collapsed inward like a brittle cracker, rocks and dust erupting upward, stinging eyes shut. He instinctively threw himself to the side, and then he heard roars, the scrape of chitin boring up from the deep earth into his eardrums. The section of trench that had just collapsed was now a deep pit. A colossal insect emerged from underground, not charging up, but burrowing its way out. Then a long tail wreathed in rock debris, its hammer-like whip, and slammed into the chest plate of Bujong Yao, who was still mechanically firing from his position. The alloy plate caved and tore and collapsed inward on impact. Before he could even register what had happened, he was hurled backward into the ammunition crates behind him. The sharp crack of his spine snapping was swallowed by the second wave of explosive sounds. Then the defensive line collapsed. This was not a localized breach, but the simultaneous failure of the entire left flank's foundation. Clearly the creatures had burrowed tunnels directly beneath the left-wing positions. Sergeant Glass watched as two soldiers mid-reload were, along with their weapons, instantly carved into slumped heaps of gore by a towering alien creature with bone blade-covered limbs that surged from the collapsing ground. Seeing this, 3 Astartes stationed on the left flank immediately rushed from their positions further down the line towards the breach. However, before they could cover more than a few steps, the rock beneath their feet suddenly tilted. The entire stretch of ground began to sink, twist, and churn at an imperceptible speed. A flood of creatures erupted from beneath their feet, instantly overwhelming and killing 2 of the Astartes, who couldn't even find their footing, let alone understand what was happening. Left flank is lost. Repeat, left flank is lost. The creatures dug. A burst of piercing static erupted over the comm channel, abruptly cut short by a brief, inhuman guttural sound. The final transmission from the last Astartes before he was slain. Watching the ever-collapsing position and the angels dying so carelessly, Glass suddenly laughed. It wasn't a bitter laugh nor a mad cackle, but the serene calm of one who has finally shed every burden. He let go. The lost gun he had snatched up for defense during the scramble slipped from his hand, tumbling into the churning pit below, quickly swallowed by debris and dirt. Then slowly he removed his helmet, letting the countless creatures surging from the tunnels charge straight at him. Left flank is lost. Repeat, left flank is lost. Those bugs are digging. The urgent voice was eventually consumed by the grinding sound of colliding steel, then abruptly fell silent. The seasoned Kergia instantly realized he had fallen into the enemy's trap, a scheme devised by the supposedly mindless Tyloan beasts. The enemy deliberately feigned an assault on the front, yet it was not a bluff. They launched relentless attacks for days, thoroughly capturing their attention. The prolonged offensive dulled the minds of everyone, including Kergia, making them careless and numb. Meanwhile, the Tyloan Zerg, executing their plan, delivered the true strike on the left flank, shattering it with a single blow. At this moment, Kergia had no time to mourn the fallen warriors or lament the failure caused by his own underestimation. The instant communication was severed, he began issuing orders, striving to salvage the left flank's defense. Yet before his commands could be fully conveyed, he was informed that the left flank had already completely collapsed. Worse still, the Tyloan Zerg that had breached the left flank surged like a tidal wave toward the main position's perimeter, forming a pincer with the Zerg on the front. Though the main position held for the moment, Kergia knew it was only temporary. The terrain advantage had been shattered, and if this continued, they would surely perish. With this thought, Kergia made a swift decision. He left a small detachment to block the enemy at critical points, buying time for the main force to relocate. Simultaneously, he ordered the commanders of each position to gather their troops, fighting while retreating to the predetermined rally point. The units were currently too scattered across different positions, and Kergia needed to consolidate his forces. Upon receiving the orders, the defenders at Kergia's position began to assemble in an orderly manner, resisting the Zerg assault while slowly pulling back. Yet the purple tide drew ever closer. Kergia even saw that the tide completely ignored the small blocking squad he had left behind. No matter how fiercely the squad fired, the bugs paid them no heed, charging straight toward the main force. This only confirmed that the bugs possessed a unified command, and the enemy commander cared little about the casualties inflicted by the blockers, determined not to let them escape. Such behavior was far from that of mindless beasts. Thus Kergia called for air support. He began to feel grateful that at least the sky still belonged to him. We need air support. With this command issued, the fighter squadron's transport planes and bombers that had appeared earlier once again materialized in the sky. But this time, the moment the air fleet emerged, countless Tuluan gargoyles with wings spread wide and wielding biological weapons appeared on the horizon. The number of these gargoyles was staggering. They blanketed the sky like a dark cloud, far exceeding the total of all previous Tuluan gargoyles, and vastly outnumbering the air support Kergia had at his disposal. As soon as these gargoyles appeared, they all surged toward the aircraft. Although human fighters inflicted considerable damage, they could not withstand the bioweapon attacks of the gargoyles, which outnumbered them tenfold and fell one after another. Visibly, humanity was immediately at a disadvantage under the aerial numerical superiority of the bugs. Seizing the advantage, some gargoyles broke away from the aerial dogfight, flew over the positions, and rained down fire from their biological weapons, beginning to harvest the soldiers' lives. Witnessing all this, Kergia's heart burned with a blazing fire of regret and fury. Part of that fury was directed at the enemy, but the deeper part was at himself. He loathed his own reckless underestimation, which had led to devastating losses. Countless warriors fallen and the carefully constructed defenses crumbling in an instant. How could he not understand? Once again, he had fallen without a doubt into the trap laid by these seemingly mindless enemies. Previously, those gargoyles that appeared to be the full might of the Tuluan Zerg's main force were merely a feint by the Tuluan Zerg commander, deliberately showing weakness. The true main force had been silently gathering in the shadows, waiting with immense patience for the perfect moment to deliver a fatal blow. And that moment was precisely now. At this point, their side was in an extremely passive position, no air support, and transport planes completely outmatched in the air could not land safely. Despite the bomber pilots with a resolve to face death launching suicidal charges under the mad onslaught of the gargoyles, dropping bomb after bomb into the surging purple tide. Yet the purple tide did not diminish in the slightest. It continued to surge toward them irresistibly. Just as Kergia was struggling, even worse news arrived. "Sir, the bugs are emerging from underground, cutting off our retreat route." Before Kergia could react, even worse news followed. "Sir, the right flank has lost contact with us." Then came even worse news, "Sir. Almost all subsidiary positions have lost contact with us." Of course, there was still worse news, "Sir. The blocking defenses have been completely destroyed. Some bugs can level a mountain with a single attack." Finally, the worst news arrived. "Sir, we have engaged the bugs. They have us pinned down, and we cannot retreat." Amidst the relentless stream of grim tidings, Calgar clenched his power fist and surveyed his surroundings. Cold Steel Ridge, the bastion he had once deemed unshakable, now resembled a fragile skiff adrift in a raging tempest, one that had already been capsized beyond recovery. All that met his gaze was a tide of violet. The sky lay shrouded in darkness beneath the swarm of gargoyles, countless bioweapons and globs of venom streaking through the air as allied aircraft plummeted one after another. On the ground, the swarm surged from every direction. The shrieks of the Xenos, the anguished cries of soldiers, the thunder of weaponry, and the deafening roar of collapsing terrain filled the battlefield without respite. The creatures erupting from beneath the earth had not only severed their line of retreat, but sought to entrap and annihilate them utterly upon this very soil. Perhaps the final hour had come. Yet Calgar's gaze turned razor-sharp once more. He was Calgar, Marius Calgar, chapter master of the Ultramarines, Lord of Makrich. He could not fall, not yet. As long as he stood upon this field, as long as the battle raged, he must remain at the vanguard. Even if this was the end of the road. Calgar thrust his fist forward with savage resolve, the blood-dark sky, casting its pallor upon his soot-streaked, unyielding visage. "Warriors!" His voice, even without amplification, cut through the din and reached every soldier still locked in combat. "We are the blade of the Imperium. We are the guardians of Ultramar. Our war cry shall tear asunder the throats of these abominations. Our blades shall bathe in their foul blood. For the Emperor! For the Emperor! For the Emperor!" The surviving soldiers found their spirits reignited by Calgar's thunderous roar. Though weary beyond measure, though the enemy outnumbered them 1,000-fold, the Lord of Makrich himself led the charge. What was there left to fear? Calgar surged forth from cover, his power fist crashing down with cataclysmic force, pulverizing a charging Hormigaunt into a pulp of gore. Close behind, the soldiers reformed into combat squads, hurling themselves alongside Calgar in a desperate suicidal assault against the surging swarm. As the advance ground on, the ranks around him thinned, and the squads dissolved into chaos. Yet even amid such turmoil, warriors remained steadfast at Calgar's side, his honor guard. Amid the violet deluge, their forms clung to Calgar's wake, fighting with ferocious tenacity. Calgar himself was an immovable avatar of war, carving through the swarm with every swing of his fists, each blow claiming multiple Xenos' lives. In the intervals between punches, the weapons slung beneath his arms spat tongues of fire, precisely detonating the skulls of creatures that sought to strike from treacherous angles. Yet the swarm's numbers were simply overwhelming, and not all were mere Hormigaunts and devourers. Soon several towering Tyranid warriors advanced to meet Calgar head-on. Calgar sidestepped a volley of bioplasma, his right fist colliding with the scything talons of an enemy's upper limbs, while his left smashed into the creature's flank. With a dull, thunderous crunch, the warrior screeched in agony and crashed to the ground. But more surged forth wave upon wave, heedless of their own casualties. Their sole purpose was to see Calgar dead upon this field. Even for a being as powerful as Calgar, fighting against the endless tide of the swarm was beginning to take its toll. As he punched another Tyranid warrior into pulp, an unknown creature, its body looming like a small mountain, appeared directly before him. The colossal insect had no eyes, yet the moment it materialized, it turned unerringly towards Calgar and let out a deafening, inhuman roar from its monstrous maw before charging at him with terrifying speed. It was not alone. More creatures surged in its wake. Among them, one whose size rivaled the charging behemoth was shielded at the swarm's center, brandishing four massive bone swords as it advanced menacingly towards Calgar. Calgar had never witnessed Tyranids with such bizarre forms. The creature wielding four bone blades, radiating a mysterious energy fluctuation, in particular, exuded an unprecedented sense of dread. Moreover, the eyes fixed upon him were so cunning and intelligent, starkly different from the mindless creatures he had faced before, for he perceived a glimmer of intellect within them. Undoubtedly, this was the Tyranid commander who had orchestrated everything and led to the downfall of Calgar's forces. Without a command from Calgar, the surrounding honor guard members unhesitatingly moved to form a defensive line before him with their own bodies. Yet this barrier seemed fragile against the surging, relentless swarm. Just as the tank-sized creature was about to collide with the thin line, a tank burst forth from the swarm's flank, like a beast unleashed from the abyss, accompanied by a thunderous engine roar. The tank slammed heavily into the leading colossal insect, the immense impact pinning it in place. Even so, the tank did not stop. It continued its relentless charge. The Venom Blade Super Heavy Tank, Hera's Glory. Calgar instantly recognized the tank, a familiar emblem. However, the next moment, Hera's Glory, along with the colossal insect it was pushing, plunged into the swarm on the opposite side and vanished without a trace. The battlefield momentarily belonged solely to Calgar and his honor guard, along with the Tyranid commander and a host of warrior creatures charging madly towards them. Without a moment's hesitation, Calgar took the initiative, charging straight at the commander, shielded by the warrior bugs. The ground beneath his feet fractured with spiderweb-like cracks under his powerful strides. The surrounding honor guard members also surged forward with battle cries, engaging the warrior creatures around the commander. Everyone understood clearly this was now a battle of king versus king, general versus general. This was the decisive confrontation that would determine the outcome. Clang! A thunderous, explosive clash of metal rang out like a thunderclap. Calgar's power fist met the commander's sweeping bone sword in a heavy collision, sparks flying from the point of impact. Absorbing the full force of Calgar's blow, the energy fluctuation enveloping the commander's bone sword flickered violently, a testament to the immense power contained within Calgar's wrathful strike. However, the commander's strength was equally terrifying. Wielding four bone swords, the other three shot out like vipers, striking from ambush. Seizing the infinitesimal gap between Calgar's spent force and the gathering of new strength, they thrust towards his head, throat, and the joints of his power armor from three extremely cunning angles, accompanied by sharp, piercing whistles. Calgar retreated sharply, simultaneously crossing his arms in front of him in a defensive posture. Clang! 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 Three crisp sounds rang out in quick succession as the bone swords were precisely deflected by Calgar's gauntlets. Though successfully blocked, a tremendous force transmitted up his arms, leaving them slightly numb. Looking at the ground beneath him, it had sunk further under the strain of this powerful exchange. Clearly, the Tyranid commander before him was no mere common soldier. The speed, strength, and combat skill it displayed were in no way inferior to his own. In fact, after this brief engagement, Calgar faintly sensed that his opponent might even be superior. The battle raged on. The commander spun its four bone swords like a rapidly rotating windmill. Each slash and thrust was clean, decisive, and ferociously sharp. With every attack, the air tore with a sharp howl accompanied by flickering, eerie energy fluctuations. Against such a formidable opponent, Calgar had no choice but to focus completely, unleashing the full extent of his years-honed combat skills just to barely withstand the commander's storm-like onslaught. He soon realized that he could not remain on the defensive. It would only lead to an increasingly passive position. So he decisively changed his strategy, seizing the initiative and turning defense into offense. The Tyranid commander, conversely, showed no signs of panic from Calgar's aggressive attacks. It deftly wove its four bone swords into an impenetrable web of defense, blocking all of Calgar's strikes. Their forms clashed violently across the battlefield, each exchange erupting with blinding sparks and deafening sounds. Meanwhile, the skirmishes between the Tyranid warriors and the Space Marine Honor Guard seemed utterly insignificant and overshadowed by their earth-shattering duel, as if merely a backdrop to this King of Kings battle. Despite holding his ground, Calgar knew clearly that if the stalemate persisted, he would ultimately lose. With this thought, a flicker of grim resolve passed through his eyes. He let out a heaven-shaking roar, and his power armor responded with a low hum as its output surged to its absolute limit. Calgar no longer sought a killing blow with every punch. Instead, he pushed his speed to the maximum, his form blurring as he circled the commander at high velocity, his punches accelerating with each passing moment. As Kalga altered his fighting style, the tide of battle began to shift subtly in his favor. But at that very moment, danger struck suddenly. Behind Kalga, amidst the piles of killed insect corpses, a large number of creatures suddenly returned from the dead, leaping up and attacking his exposed back. Even as the Ultramarines along the way fought desperately to intercept these suddenly revived creatures, a significant number still broke through the line, converging with the Tyranid commander to encircle and trap Kalga. Cowardly, Kalga roared, his fury palpable. His eyes darted to the side, catching a glimpse of the bone scythe of a warrior creature he had punched dead moments ago, now inches away. Forced to abandon his attack, Kalga twisted his body violently, his power fist sweeping out with a violent gust of wind, shattering the creature's bones and sending it flying, ensuring it was truly dead this time. However, this brief lapse in concentration gave the Tyranid commander the opening it had been waiting for. A cold glint flashed in its eyes, revealing cunning and ruthlessness. The bone sword previously locked by Kalga's gauntlet spun with incredible speed and precision, breaking through his defense. The sharp blade scraped past the edge of his fist, moving so fast that Kalga had no time to react. With a whisper of friction, the bone blade carved a gruesome, deep gash across Kalga's waist. Sparks and dark crimson blood sprayed out together. Agony shot through every nerve in Kalga's body, each fiber trembling in pain. Yet he had no time to attend to his wound. For more creatures were surging towards him from all directions with a near-frenzied fervor. Their coordinated attacks with the commander formed an airtight net, like a vast and resilient web, trapping Kalga tightly within. He was in unprecedented peril. Even though the honor guard members around him were frantic with worry and desperate to reach him, they were powerless, for the surging swarm had sealed them off. Time ticked by. Kalga's wounds multiplied under the relentless assault, his stamina steadily draining. Finally, his body could hold out no longer, revealing a fatal flaw. His retraction was a fraction too slow. His opponent seized the opportunity instantly. Before Kalga could recover his stance, a piercing strike tore clean through his sturdy Terminator armor. The sharp weapon punched a massive hole in Kalga's abdomen, blood gushing forth like a fountain. He was gravely wounded, his body staggering. No. Witnessing this, Aloysius, the honor guard commander who was blocked by the swarm and unable to reach Kalga, desperately traded wounds for wounds. He swung his mastercrafted power sword with reckless abandon, hacking off the head of the Tyranid warrior blocking his path to Kalga. Then Aloysius charged towards the Tyranid overlord who was about to end Kalga's life. Raising his sword high as he ran, he brought it down in a vicious arc onto the creature's back just before it could deliver the killing blow. Though the overlord's chitinous carapace was incredibly hard, it was cleaved through by Aloysius's full-powered strike. The blow successfully drew the swarm leader's attention. Wounded and enraged, the overlord spun around instantly, its bone blades whipping towards Aloysius like a gale. For the first few exchanges, Aloysius, relying on his exquisite swordsmanship and indomitable will, fought the overlord to a standstill. But he was no Kalga. After a few more moves, his stamina began to wane. Soon the overlord unleashed a mighty, cleaving strike, the sheer force sending Aloysius flying. Aloysius crashed heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He felt as if his internal organs were shattered, every bone in his body screaming in pain. His mastercrafted power sword flew from his grasp, skidding far across the ground. He struggled to rise to protect Kalga once more, but found that no matter how he tried, he couldn't even lift a finger. He could only watch helplessly as the Tyranid overlord turned, aiming its monstrous bone sword once more at the fallen Kalga. The overlord slowly raised its bone sword, the sharp edge reflecting Kalga's face, pale from blood loss. Death was imminent. Is this how I return to the throne? Kalga thought. Then boom. A blinding azure beam of light slammed into the swarm overlord, illuminating the entire battlefield. Kalgar inexplicably felt a flicker of fortune, though he couldn't articulate why. He sensed he had narrowly evaded some utterly catastrophic fate. Accompanying the mysterious azure radiance was the now familiar voice. Whoa, buddy, you need to muster your forces more than I do. Don't try to tank this wave of red dots. Your hero is down to a sliver of health. As the words faded, the column of blue light solidified, and its owner, the towering alien figure who had left such a profound impression, materialized before him. As always, the ally was clad in golden armor with energy blades extending from his arms. His imposing and magnificent form radiated reliability. Though the Hive Tyrant was bewildered, its cunning nature recognized this new foe was a threat not to be ignored. It lunged forward, brandishing its razor-sharp bone sabers. The grievously wounded Kalgar attempted a warning, but watched in awe as his ally, seemingly foreseeing the tyrant's strike, glided aside. With effortless grace, his movements fluid and swift, easily evading the powerhouse's devastating blow. As he slid past, the allies' twin blades carved two brilliant arcs, landing precisely upon the wounds Aloysius had just inflicted. The tyrant shrieked in agony as blood gushed from the fresh cuts, the acrid stench of gore saturating the air. But the ally did not relent. He turned the battle into a solo performance, his ferocious onslaught forcing the colossal Hive Tyrant to stumble backward. Visibly, the overwhelming dominance the tyrant had displayed against Calgar was now utterly shattered. You still need me. Though seemingly locked in combat, the allies' voice echoed directly within Calgar's mind, laced with its usual jest, clearly showing he was multitasking with ease amidst the fray. Look down on the High Inquisitor, will you? Mock him in the past. Now that I'm off the ship, you still need me. Calgar's mouth twitched at the words. Who was this High Inquisitor? He had never disdained any High Inquisitor. Was this alien ally some sort of religious leader? And did his later remark about needing him imply a reproach for Calgar's inability to assist? With a helpless sigh, Calgar said, I am too badly wounded to help you. This hero of yours isn't familiar to me. Don't you have any healing abilities? Forget it, watch me. Astral wind. As the words rang out, the dual-bladed dancer emitted a wave of cerulean energy from his form. This pulse spread outward from him across the entire battlefield like ripples from a stone cast into a placid lake. Wherever it washed over, wounded soldiers felt an invisible vitality surge into them. Their movements, previously sluggish from injury, became swift and agile once more, as if they were warriors reborn with renewed strength. Calgar was no exception. A gentle yet potent energy flooded his body. In the next instant, the searing, tearing pain in his abdomen miraculously subsided, and his blurred vision sharpened into clarity. He could even feel his nearly depleted stamina replenishing at an unbelievable rate, like parched earth receiving life-giving rain. Soon Calgar felt reborn, able to rise to his feet without the slightest effort. He looked down at the gaping hole in his midsection. The gruesome wound was gone as if it had never been, his flesh whole and unblemished. Yet the torn armor served as a stark reminder of his recent brush with death. Feeling the renewed power within him and his fully restored body, Calgar looked around. Many soldiers who had fallen were also rising, invigorated by the astral wind, seizing their weapons and re-engaging the enemy. Not far away, Aloysius, who had also been gravely wounded and on the ground, lifted his head, disbelief gleaming in his eyes. He too had been touched by the astral wind. Quickly he retrieved his fallen mastercrafted power sword and moved towards Calgar. A complex emotion swelled within Calgar. This High Inquisitor, supposedly called by the God Emperor, possessed abilities that far surpassed his comprehension. Not only did he command awe-inspiring combat prowess and intelligence, but he also wielded such miraculous restorative power, a power that could heal everyone present. His gaze shifted back to the blue figure still fiercely dueling the Hive Tyrant. The allies' movements remained swift and graceful, like a nimble azure bolt of lightning darting across the battlefield. Each swing of his energy blades was precise and lethal. Like a master assassin, he carved through the tyrant's nigh impenetrable chitin with the ease of a hot knife through butter. The battlefield echoed with the sharp whistle of slicing air and the tyrant's enraged, agonized screams, the former like the hiss of death itself, the latter filled with fury and despair. Perhaps foreseeing its own defeat, the Hive Tyrant began directing its swarms to ambush the High Inquisitor, much as it had done to Calgar earlier. Don't just stand there, AFK. The High Inquisitor's voice jolted Calgar back to reality. He had been utterly transfixed by the duel. Taking a deep breath, he clenched his power fists. Yes, this was not the time. The war was still raging. The enemy was attacking relentlessly. He had to give his all to secure victory. For the Imperium. For Ultramar. Calgar's roar was filled with unprecedented power, echoing across the battlefield like a great bell, instantly igniting the fighting spirit of every soldier. Aloysius, also snapped out of his stupor by the cry, answered with a deep, resonant battle hymn of his own. Without another word, they charged towards the swarm, attempting to surround the High Inquisitor. Calgar, fresh from the brink of death, fed all his power into his power fists, which whined with a more frenzied intensity. Every swing created a storm of gore, pulping the bugs in his path. Aloysius moved like a blue lightning bolt at his side, clearing threats from their flank. On the other side, the Hive Tyrant, cut off from its swarm's support by the interference of Calgar and his guard captain, began a desperate, frenzied counterattack. Yet Calgar could see that even so, the alien ally, or rather the High Inquisitor, remained completely at ease. While deftly dodging the tyrant's storm of blows, he still found time to chatter in Calgar's mind. Dude, mass-produce units. Manage your economy. You're so far behind, how can you win the late game? Hurry up and gather your forces. Calgar, while hacking through the oncoming swarm, listened to the endless advice. Mass-produce units. Manage economy. These terms were still alien and strange to him. Such concepts had never existed in his understanding of warfare. But the final instruction, gather your forces, hit the nail on the head. Indeed, his forces were split by the Tyranids. He had only a handful of guards left, pitifully few soldiers at his disposal. The overall battlefield situation was dire for them. Calgar began trying to rally his troops, shouting with all his might, "Rally to me." His voice carried across the chaotic battlefield, though partially drowned out by the shrieks of the swarm and the roar of weapons. Still, those soldiers, with their fighting will intact, caught Calgar's command. Space Marines, and even mortal soldiers who had been scattered and fighting individually, now found a focal point. They began to fight their way towards Calgar's position, covering each other, each step forward marked by brutal close-quarters combat. Throughout this, the High Inquisitor's voice never ceased, and Calgar continuously adjusted his orders, guiding the scattered units to converge on the core area based on the shifting realities of the battle. However, the Tyranids were unwilling to give them the chance. More and more swarms surged from all directions, seemingly endless, determined to cut off the path of the troops converging on Calgar. Just then the High Inquisitor's voice echoed in Calgar's mind once more. "I'm waiting for my unit cooldown. What are you waiting for?" As he spoke, countless beams of blue light descended from the sky, slamming heavily into the ground. From within the pillars of light emerged alien warriors clad in golden armor, wielding energy axes. They moved with perfect synchronization, launching a swift countercharge against the surging swarm the moment they materialized. These newly arrived warriors fought with impeccable coordination, tearing a breach in the swarm's assault and providing invaluable support for the Imperial forces trying to regroup around Calgar. Calgar watched these sudden reinforcements, a flicker of shock in his eyes before it hardened into even more resolute determination. Now was the perfect moment to turn the tide of battle. But the respite was short-lived. Soon an unprecedented wave of biohorrors surged towards their position, including several bugs over 20 meters tall. These were the Tyranids' heavy bioweapons, the Hierophant biotitans. Their arrival instantly multiplied the battlefield pressure 100-fold, the very air seeming to solidify. The gathering Imperial soldiers paled at the sight of the mountain-like creatures charging at them. Many hands gripping weapons began to tremble. Before Calgar could react, the familiar voice sounded again. "I'll aggro this wave of red dots." With those words, several more beams of light slammed down directly before the Tyranid biotitans and Hierophants that were surrounded by countless bugs. The light solidified into several magnificent figures hovering in the air, their robes flowing gracefully. They radiated an aura of holiness and majesty. Unlike the fierce warriors in gold armor, these beings seemed more like casters wielding some mysterious power. One of them slowly raised an arm and pointed forward. An energy storm instantly engulfed the leading Hierophant and the swarm around it. Then before everyone's eyes, the Tyranid biotitan and the bugs around it began to disintegrate. Disintegration in the most literal sense. Starting from the atomic level, they faded away piece by piece along with the very ground beneath them, turning to dust as if they had never existed. The larger biotitan disintegrated slower, but the High Inquisitor seemed prepared for this. Several massive blocky mechanical constructs several meters tall materialized ahead alongside more beams of light. Boom, 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 boom. Cannon-like weapons mounted on these bulky machines began bombarding the biotitans relentlessly. Visibly, the struck biotitans had their carapaces shattered as if pummeled by some colossal force until they were blasted into pulpy masses of gore. This didn't look like a battle at all, but rather a one-sided higher-dimensional domination. The High Inquisitor's voice, laced with a hint of satisfaction, echoed in his mind again. Satisfying. Following his words, the other robed figures also began to wave their arms. Without exception, massive energy storms enveloped all the charging Tyranids, who began to disintegrate in the storms just as before. Some Tyranid ranged units attempted to counterattack, but their projectiles were all intercepted by some kind of shield just before reaching the robed figures. However, the ranged fire was dense as rain. Just as the shield seemed about to fail, the figure who had first raised his hand pointed at the ground beneath his feet. A psychic storm instantly enveloped them. But instead of disintegrating like the Tyranids, their shields visibly thickened and grew more vibrant, clearly being recharged by the storm. The Tyranid ranged attacks that entered the storm surrounding these figures also began to disintegrate, unable to harm them in the slightest. Mediocre. Calgar, still reeling from the apocalyptic, atomic disintegration, was rendered speechless by this dismissive remark. He stared at the figures hovering in the air as if strolling through a park, and the terrifying power with which they could annihilate entire swarms with a mere gesture, leaving him filled with nothing but endless awe. Yet the brutality of the battlefield was far from over. In the distance, more swarms were still shrieking as they approached, undeterred by the terrifying display, surging forward in wave after wave. Calgar took a deep breath. The High Inquisitor and his forces were undoubtedly powerful, but they were too few in number. He couldn't rely on them for the entire battle. As the Lord of Ultramar, he had to rally his forces quickly and lead his warriors to regain control of the battlefield. At the very least, he could help reinforce the High Inquisitor's line. Calgar let out another roar, this time filled with unprecedented strength and confidence. It pierced through the clamor of war and the uncertainty in the soldiers' hearts. They answered with a thunderous cry and charged headlong into the swarm. During this time, the robed figures and the magnificent heavy machines acted like guardian deities of the battlefield, occasionally intervening to utterly shatter any swarm that resisted stubbornly or was too overwhelming in number, clearing the path for the Imperial advance. For the first time, Calgar allowed a sliver of hope to take root in his heart regarding this battle. He had thought, doomed to failure, the thought that they might actually win. Not only had humanity achieved an overwhelming advantage on the main battlefield, but Calgar also sensed that the fierce confrontation between the enigmatic Archon and the Swarm Lord was nearing its ultimate conclusion. As expected, in the next moment, what appeared to be a simple exchange of blows was starkly different from the previous back and forth. The Archon's twin blades carved directly toward the Swarm Lord's bone scythes, which had been perpetually shrouded in a powerful psychic aura. In that instant, the weapons clashed, erupting in a blinding shower of sparks, followed by the sharp splintering crack of the Swarm Lord's bone blades shattering. Having severed the Swarm Lord's weapon, the Archon pivoted with fluid grace, driving his twin blades straight through the creature's thick carapace, without the slightest resistance, cleanly severing its head. The Swarm Lord's colossal mountain-like body, now headless, crashed to the ground with a thunderous boom, throwing up a massive cloud of dust. Executed. In the depths of the Swarm Lord's severed head, its compound eyes reflected a blue figure standing before it. An alien creature with twin blades resting at its sides, its cloak billowing violently in the fierce wind. The Swarm Lord's gaze was filled with profound confusion and disbelief. It could not fathom how this seemingly insignificant carbon-based organism possessed such overwhelming power that defied its very understanding of reality. Even more perplexing was how its own swarms, when faced with the companions this being had brought, seemed as fragile as paper, utterly incapable of putting up a fight. Earlier, sensing the dire situation, the Swarm Lord had attempted to mobilize more of its broods, hoping to overwhelm the area with sheer numerical superiority and render its enemies helpless under its swarm tactics. It believed that with enough creatures it could drown its foes and secure victory. However, reality proved it had been gravely mistaken. The vast swarms did not inundate the enemy as anticipated, but instead rushed headlong into their own demise under the storm-like ferocity of the assault. The swarm could not support it, and its opponent's combat prowess was vastly superior. Whether in martial skill or tactical deployment, the Swarm Lord was left far behind. Unsurprisingly, it was defeated, and miserably so. With the fall of the Swarm Lord, the tide of battle tipped decisively in humanity's favor. Though the Swarm Lord's demise did not instantly collapse the Tyranid hive mind's command structure, the Swarm's tactical acumen plummeted several levels. Bereft of high-level direction and facing the Imperial forces' relentless offensive, the Tyranids finally began to show signs of a full-scale rout. After felling a warrior that attempted to flank him with a single blow, Calgar looked up. The once sky-obscuring cloud-like tide of the swarm was now retreating rapidly like an ebbing tide. Gargoyles in the sky were being harvested by the golden hypersonic fighters brought by the Archon, plummeting to the ground like rain. The swarm had come quickly and retreated just as fast. As the battle concluded, Calgar stood panting amidst the carnage, his chest heaving violently as he surveyed the corpse-strewn field and the pockmarked earth. The battle had been arduous, but he had won. Coldsteel Ridge held. He turned his gaze toward the Archon, who, having just slain the Swarm Lord, now stood silently gazing into the distance. Thank you. Calgar's voice was hoarse, yet laced with a sincerity that was hard to believe, for this battle had nearly driven him to despair. In its darkest moments he had thought he would meet his end, but now they had won. Calgar closed his eyes, savoring this hard-earned victory. More than anything, it was a chance to rest. He hadn't closed his eyes for even a second in what felt like an eternity. At this moment, all thoughts of post-battle logistics or further gratitude towards the Archon were cast aside. All he wanted was to rest quietly for a minute. However, when he tried to open his eyes after closing them, he encountered an unexpected predicament. No matter how desperately he struggled, his heavy eyelids seemed glued shut by an unseen force, refusing to budge even a fraction. His limbs and even his senses had gone completely numb. He couldn't move. He couldn't hear. He couldn't see. He couldn't even smell. Just as panic began to set in, the Archon's distinctive voice echoed clearly within his mind, GGT. He repeated the two letters internally, seeking a response from the Archon. Upon the throne, a figure seemed to break free from the merciless shackles of time. His long vacant eyes began to slowly open, and his lips, little more than a skeletal jaw, moved almost imperceptibly. Though no sound escaped, he formed two silent words, not enough. With that utterance of not enough, Calgar was finally able to open his eyes. Feeling the return of his limbs and senses, his first thought upon opening his eyes was to find the Archon, to understand what had just transpired and the meaning behind the GG and that strange not enough. Yet when his gaze fell upon the scene before him, he was frozen in shock. He was not at Coldsteel Ridge, but within the all-too-familiar walls of the Hera Fortress. What is going on here? He had just been fighting the swarm at Coldsteel Ridge. How could he suddenly be back at the Hera Fortress? Coldsteel Ridge was tens of thousands of kilometers from the Hera Fortress. Filled with confusion, Calgar began to survey his surroundings. On the fortress's expansive parade ground, ranks of ultramarines in gleaming armor stood in meticulous formation, as if awaiting his orders. Soon as Calgar continued to turn, a familiar figure came into view, his old friend Vero Tigurius, chief librarian of the Ultramarines. At this moment, this immensely powerful psyker was wholly engrossed in issuing a psychic communication. His face was a mask of intense concentration, his eyes blazing with psychic energy, clearly sending out distress signals to Imperial worlds across dozens of light years. He was striving to rally the scattered forces, urging them to hasten to Ultramar's defense. This scene stirred an inexplicable sense of familiarity in Calgar's heart, as if he had lived through it all before. This overwhelming sense of déjà vu clung to him, compelling him to rack his brain, desperately searching the river of his memory for an answer. Soon he successfully superimposed the scene before him onto a fragment of his memory. Simultaneously, a profound shock reverberated through his being, and he cried out inwardly, "Is this? What could it be?" Calgar snapped his head down, his gaze locking onto his own hands. The grime and scratches that had marred his power fists were now gone without a trace. Or rather, had they ever been there? He then turned his attention to his armor. The armor before him was immaculate, gleaming with every line perfectly crafted, befitting his august status as the Lord of Ultramar and Chapter Master of the Ultramarines. Every detail radiated an awe-inspiring sense of majesty. "No, I can't be sure." Still uncertain, Calgar, half convinced and half doubtful, looked behind him as if seeking further verification. What he saw made his single eye widen in disbelief. For he saw a member of his honor guard, a warrior who should have perished on the battlefield, standing there alive, guarding him. The honor guard captain Aloysius stood quietly nearby. When he saw Calgar turn with a look of confusion and shock, he too was puzzled, but said nothing, simply standing by and fulfilling his duty. Yet Calgar knew with absolute certainty that the battle he had just fought at Coldsteel Ridge was no illusion. It was a battle he had personally endured. At this thought, an indescribable chill shot up his spine, causing him to involuntarily stagger backward. It was at this moment that Vero Tigurius, who had been intently focused on his communication, finally noticed Calgar's aberrant behavior. He immediately ceased his psychic communication and reached out to steady the unstable Calgar. The honor guard members also cast concerned glances his way, and Captain Aloysius was quick to ask, "My lord, are you all right?" Hearing this, Calgar's mouth opened slightly as if to speak, but he found he didn't know where to begin. Vero before him, the warriors at attention on the parade ground, the unscathed Aloysius, the resurrected guardsman, and his own pristine armor. This was unmistakably a scene from long ago. Had time truly flowed backward? He snapped his head up to look at the sky. There in the wide orbital lanes, a multitude of fleets had gathered, their massive warships arrayed in orderly ranks, forming a spaceborne defense line that had once seemed unbreakable in Calgar's eyes. Clearly the defense fleet had not yet engaged the Tyranid fleet. Everything seemed to be in its initial peaceful state. No. Impossible. Calgar could no longer contain his shock and confusion, letting out a guttural roar. The orbital platforms were gone. The ground. The equator. Coldsteel Ridge. The Archon. He slew the Swarm Lord. What is happening? An illusion? His roar echoed across the empty parade ground, causing everyone bustling about to halt their tasks and turn towards him with bewildered stares. Their eyes were filled with confusion and puzzlement, unable to comprehend why their chapter master was so distraught. In their memory, Calgar was a steady, composed, and commanding leader, rarely prone to such a loss of composure. Vero Tigurius, seeing Calgar in this state, looked at him with deep concern. "My lord, what are you talking about? What orbital platforms? What ground? What Coldsteel Ridge? The Archon slew what Swarm Lord? What is the matter with you? We have not yet engaged the enemy." He attempted to use a gentle tone to snap Calgar back to reality, while also hoping to glean more precise information from him. Not yet engaged. Was it all just a dream? A nightmare so vivid yet so absurd? But the soul-deep fatigue, the tangible sensation of striking down Tyranids, the surge of excitement at the cusp of victory, those feelings had been so real. Could it be that they had never won? Or were they trapped in an endless looping deadlock, forever struggling to escape, but never succeeding? Gazing at the familiar yet alien scene before him, if the victory he had just experienced was but a phantom, then had the true battle not even begun? At that moment, Calgar suddenly recalled the starkly simple words, "Not enough." He snapped his head up, his gaze sharpening. Who was the owner of the voice that had spoken those words in his mind? Why did it feel both strangely familiar and yet so cold a detachment that felt as distant as the far reaches of the cosmos, devoid of all emotion? He knew it could not be the Archon, for the Archon's manner of speech and conduct were entirely different from this mysterious voice. Then who was it? Who was it that in response to a victory he had won with all his might at the cost of countless efforts and the lives of his warriors offered only the frigid judgment of not enough? If so, what would truly be considered enough? He turned his head once more, looking at his comrades in arms, Vero and Aloysius. He then looked towards the soldiers on the parade ground, their spirits high, awaiting his orders. Finally, he looked up at the fleet gathered in orbit, standing ready against the Tyranids. All of this was equally real. Then, was everything he had just experienced some kind of premonition, a rehearsal orchestrated in his mind by some mysterious force? Whether it was a rehearsal or not, the echo of that "not enough" continued to resonate in his mind. The voice was cold and indifferent, as if mercilessly mocking his efforts and sacrifices, and yet also subtly urging him to change. What would be enough? Just as Calgar's thoughts were about to sink back into contemplation, Vero, standing beside him, spoke again. Seeing Calgar's aberrant state, he couldn't help but worry. "My lord, your current condition is highly unusual." Hearing this, Calgar took a deep breath, forcing his chaotic thoughts to calm. He had indeed lost his composure, but regardless of whether what had happened was real or not, he could not afford to show any sign of retreat. He was a son of Robu Gilliman, the Lord of Ultramar, the chapter master of the Ultramarines. He bore a supreme responsibility and duty. The fate of Ultramar, and indeed the entire human race, rested in his hands. Fine. Very well. Then let me see what exactly it takes to be enough. At that moment, an unexpected voice echoed again in his mind. Match with you again, huh? Buddy. Setting aside the cinematic-grade visuals and intricate details of StarCraft 3, this was nothing more than an unremarkable first foray into a new co-op map. While to be fair, his teammate was also quite inexperienced, allowing a sand WIRM resembling a wormhole to slip past and destroy their base. He suspected this wasn't just the teammates' first time on this map, but likely their first time playing co-op, and with that commander. Perhaps even their first time playing StarCraft altogether. After his cooldowns refreshed, and he cleared a wave to stabilize their position, Li Lu directed his Artanis to execute a QA combo, eliminating the nearly defeated hybrid. As the beast fell, the screen flashed, transitioning instantly to the score screen. Huh, it's over already. Li Lu stared at the victory prompt and the match statistics displayed on his screen, utterly bewildered. He instinctively scratched his head. No way. I just built up a wave of units with my cooldowns ready. It's already finished. He muttered under his breath, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the keyboard. Finally, his gaze swept over his teammates' statistics on the score screen. Whoa, that many resources and eliminations. The scoreboard showed his teammates' collected resources were vastly higher than his, and the numbers of destroyed buildings and units were also far greater. Just by looking at the data, Li Lu would have assumed he was the one being carried. However, StarCraft 3's co-op mode included a statistic not present in StarCraft 2: objectives completed, in-game contribution percentage, and cost efficiency ratio. The board showed his teammate had completed 0 objectives, while Li Lu had handled the majority. His contribution percentage was a staggering 80, with a cost efficiency ratio nearing thousands to 1. His teammates, on the other hand, was abysmal. Looking at it that way, it was clear the newcomer cosplaying as Karlgar was the one being carried. Even though Li Lu often enjoyed poking fun at the Protoss after this match, he had to admit, Artanis in StarCraft 3 had received significant buffs. Not to mention the single-target monstrosity he became after disembarking with his group healing ability. Just considering his earlier use of High Templar in the thick of the enemy swarm protected by the Guardian Shell, each Templar could unleash 2 full-powered psionic storms. The damage they dealt was almost like clearing the entire battlefield. While some high-health units survived the initial storm, the combination of the Archon's shield regeneration, Artanis' Celestial Wind, and the safety net of Guardian Shell made the Templars incredibly durable. When the Guardian Shell triggered, leaving them with just shields and a sliver of health, Artanis could use Celestial Wind to restore them to full health instantly. Using the storm on their own units would fully recharge shields. It was incredibly satisfying. But there were downsides. No orbital strike, no solar bombardment, no power field, not even shield overcharge. The biggest issue was the lack of mobility, so Li Lu only spawned units when intercepting attack waves. Win some, lose some. He mused briefly on Artanis' strength before checking his experience gained from the match. It was then he noticed a difference from StarCraft 2, there was no experience bar. Also, his Artanis level had jumped directly from 1 to 2. 1 level per match. No way. Li Lu was shocked. Did this mean he could unlock mastery levels in just 15 matches? No more grinding through tedious low-level content. Moreover, the game had dynamic leveling. Li Lu recalled a promotion option appearing after his regular X-type units at the support starport wiped out a wave of rebels, allowing them to upgrade directly into Cyclone X-types. Thinking about it, Li Lu realized, could it be that if my units kill enough enemies, I can unlock upgrades early that are normally only available at higher levels? This is incredibly user-friendly. Blizzard finally realized how awful their old system was. 1 level per match, dynamic unit upgrades within the game, early access to new abilities. Leveling up is so much faster now. Otherwise, some heroes were painfully weak from level 1, making them miserable to play. Who would even bother with them? It was like forcing yourself to eat something terrible. The more Li Lu thought about it, the more he appreciated the change. Previously, some heroes at level 1 were laughably weak. Without key upgrades and abilities, incomplete skill sets, and weak starting armies, even clearing normal missions was a struggle, let alone dealing with unhelpful teammates in co-op. There was no way to even compensate for their shortcomings. He had experienced that frustrating feeling of being unable to turn the tide, watching helplessly as the game spiraled out of control. But now, with 1 level per match and in-game upgrades based on eliminations, things were different. Didn't this mean that even a brand new hero could experience their power spike faster as long as they played well and gained an advantage? Getting to the fun part early, Li Lu couldn't help but slap his thigh in excitement. He had abandoned several heroes in StarCraft 2 due to the painful leveling process, but now it seemed he could pick them up again. With his eyes gleaming, Li Lu looked at the hero selection screen. 1 more match. This time I'll pick someone with a more versatile army. He selected his commander and clicked the ready button. Li Lu stared at the familiar loading screen, its awe-inspiring cover depicting a boundless cosmic canvas where the endless swarms of the Tyranid hive fleets surged like a tidal wave against the formidable orbital defenses of Ultramar, which stood like an indomitable fortress of steel. Why is this still the image? His gaze then drifted to the teammate slot, and there it was, a familiar avatar and ID. He had just played with this guy? It was Marius Calgar. Once in the game, Li Lu managed a rough greeting. Dude, we got matched up again. After the brief acknowledgement, Li Lu began to survey the new starting environment. He found the map relatively clean aside from some unexplored areas shrouded in fog. Everything that should be there was present, and everything that shouldn't be was absent. Seeing a starting setup quite similar to the StarCraft 2 co-op mode, Li Lu nodded approvingly. This is what a new game should look like. However, when his screen panned over to the allied base nearby, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Holy crap." There was no other reason. His teammate simply had an overwhelming number of units. Does the local Warhammer hero just start with this much army? He looked at his own base, which was practically bare with just a few drones and a hero's cocoon, and then back at his teammates' forces, which seemed to be nearly maxed out on supply from the get-go. StarCraft 3 co-op mode hero information. Zagara. Initial prestige talent swarm mother. Take direct control of Zagara and missions. She possesses various incubation skills capable of creating an endless tide of Zerg to overwhelm your enemies. When hatching units, each larva can hatch 2 additional units. Units corresponding to each different nest can hatch 4 additional free units. Units: Zergling, Queen, Baneling, Aberration, Scourge, Corruptor, Overseer, Spine, Crawler, Spore, Crawler, while launcher locked. Additional prestige talent Hand of the Queen. Advantage: as the Hand of the Queen, Zagara commands the vast majority of Zerg units, unlocking additional hatchable units. When hatching units, each larva can hatch 1 additional unit. Units corresponding to each different nest can hatch 2 additional free units. Disadvantage: Zagara becomes unavailable. New units added: Roach, Hydralisk, Mutalisk, Swarm, Host, Brood, Lord locked, Ultralisk locked, Overseer, Guardian locked, Viper locked, Brutalisk locked, Leviathan locked, Lurker locked, Niduswarm. Additional prestige talent Swarm Queen. Advantage: ascending: as the Swarm Queen, Zagara enters battle in a new form, her personal combat capabilities greatly enhanced. Besides new skills focused on her own power, she can also use new panel abilities to summon numerous Zerg allies to support the fight. Disadvantage: when hatching units, each larva no longer hatches additional units. New units added: Roach, Hydralisk, Mutalisk, Swarm, Host, Brood, Lord locked, Ultralisk locked, Overseer, Guardian locked, Viper locked, Brutalisk locked, Leviathan locked, Lurker locked, Niduswarm. Additional prestige talent. Advantage. Disadvantage. Units. You're up again, buddy. The moment this eerily familiar voice rang clearly in Calgar's mind. Vero, who had been standing silently beside Calgar with an outstretched hand, suddenly had his azure psychic energy-imbued eyes erupt with a terrifying light. Witnessing this all-too-familiar scene, a wave of intense déjà vu washed over Calgar. How could he not recognize how strikingly similar this was to what he had experienced before? It was like watching a video replay. However, this time his ally had arrived much earlier than the last. Although the situation before him was identical to his memory, as if following a script. Yet Calgar swiftly and decisively raised the weapons mounted on his arms, steadily aiming them at the radiant Vero Tigris. This was without a doubt something he had to do. It was not an act of disrespect towards Vero, but rather a form of respect. "Vero, are you alright?" Calgar asked softly, then waited quietly for Vero to speak, just as he had in his memories. Sure enough, Vero slowly opened his mouth. "My lord." Vero Tigris spoke in a pained tone, each word heavy with strain. "I have received the guidance of the reinforcements." Reinforcements. Hearing the words that matched his memories perfectly, Calgar felt a surge of joy. He thought to himself, "Archbishop, I never expected we would meet again so soon. This time Cold Steel Ridge will not fall." Soon, just as in his memory, Vero Tigris quickly regained his composure, his expression turning resolute and stern. He urgently reported to Calgar that a powerful force of reinforcements personally summoned for them by the Lord was about to arrive. Immediately after, Tigris's body became enveloped in a dazzling golden light. The radiance, like a blazing lighthouse, illuminated the entire plaza, drawing the gaze of everyone present. Then Vero unhesitatingly channeled his psychic powers, forcibly tearing a small rift in the fabric of the subspace above the plaza. As the pale purple subspace rift gradually widened, a figure barely half a meter tall agilely leaped out from within, landing steadily on the platform. This was the golden mechanical construct now revealed before the two of them. That's how it should have been. Calgar stared in utter shock at the stream of creatures emerging before him, creatures covered in purple chitinous armor, with 2 massive crab-like claws at the front, completely alien insectoids. His single eye widened in disbelief, and he stood there dumbfounded. A full 13 of these creatures had emerged, followed by a balloon-like monstrosity of equal strangeness, before the rift finally began to close. In the final moments before the rift sealed shut, a cocoon was hurled out from within, as if thrown by some immense force, crashing heavily onto the ground. Following that, one of the initial 13 creatures spun in place before transforming into some kind of fleshy tumor, sending a shiver down Calgar's spine. "By the God Emperor. Vero, tell me, what in the hell are these things?" It wasn't just Calgar who was unnerved. Some of the soldiers awaiting orders in the plaza had already readied their weapons, prepared to blast these purple bugs, and even Chief Librarian Vero Tigris into pulp at the slightest provocation. But for now they still trusted their chapter master and chief librarian, so they held back waiting for a plausible explanation. VoidTales was visibly startled upon first seeing the creatures as well. But he quickly regained his composure, and surrounded by swirling golden light, he spoke solemnly to Calgar, "My lord. They indeed are our reinforcements. I swear by the great name of our Gene Father Robert Gilliman, they are our reinforcements." VoidTales' tone was unwaveringly firm. In the unfathomable depths of fate where currents churn silently, it shall bring us an endless swarm. Within those surging ink-black and purple waves it will grant us immense aid. It will help us charge against the overwhelming, unstoppable tide, carving a hidden path toward salvation amidst the chaotic and disordered environment. Hearing VoidTales' words similar to his memories, yet different, and filled with profound mystery, Calgar, as he had done in his previous memory, asked directly, "Is this a prophecy?" VoidTales nodded solemnly. "Yes, my lord, I have seen these visions." Calgar nodded in return, and asked no further questions. After all, instead of asking Vero, it was better to ask the Archbishop directly. So Calgar began to respond in his mind to the previous voice. "Archbishop, my friend, why is your presence not seen? Where are your brave warriors? Why is it these alien creatures that have come this time?" I'm playing Zagara here, not the Archbishop." "Zagara? I switched heroes, you know. Are you serious? Don't tell me you didn't even know you could switch heroes." Calgar felt his mind reeling as if struck by some force. As the chapter master of the Ultramarines, he had endured countless brutal campaigns and faced the most hideous chaos demons, yet he had never felt such an utterly absurd sensation. It all defied his understanding of reality. Words like "matched with you, Zagara," and "switching heroes" clashed against his logic like discordant subspace noise. He looked at the purple creatures writhing before him, already beginning to gather minerals that appeared alongside the living structure the first creature had morphed into. Then he glanced at Vero beside him, who stood with a serious face as if everything was under control. A profound sense of helplessness and absurdity washed over him. But the golden light around Vero seemed genuine, and the Archbishop's tone was no different. Everything was familiar except for the nature of the reinforcements. Shaking off his doubts, Calgar turned to face the soldiers standing at attention in the plaza. "Everyone, lower your weapons, stand down." Calgar stepped forward, his armor clanking loudly. His voice thundered across the plaza. His eyes blazed as he scanned every ultramarine, every gun barrel still aimed at the aliens. "I know what you see, twisted bodies, alien limbs, forms not of humanity. But I tell you this, they are not our enemies. They are allies summoned by the God Emperor's will, guided by his divine purpose." He paused, his tone growing even more resolute. "I, Calgar, swear by the name of the chapter master of the Ultramarines, I swear by the bloodline of our Gene Father Robert Gilliman, I swear by the eternal glory of Holy Terra, and the God Emperor of mankind, these creatures, though fearsome in form, carry our hope for crushing the enemy. They will fight alongside us in their own way. Do not be deceived by appearances. True loyalty lies not in the flesh, but in the alignment of will and purpose. From this moment forth, these aliens share our fate. Any attack on them will be considered an act of betrayal. Trust is the only price I can ask you to pay now, and I am willing to bear all consequences for it." The soldiers' silence fell over the plaza like an iron shroud. But it was not hesitation, it was the stillness before a storm. Then the first heavy metallic thud echoed across the ground. It was Captain Saul of the First Company, the Indomitable. He knelt on one knee, planting his weapon firmly beside him. In an instant a chain reaction erupted. Weapons were holstered, replaced by the synchronized clatter of power armor, the Ultramarines saluting Calgar with their most solemn gesture. They trusted Calgar. With morale stabilized, Calgar immediately began adjusting his defenses. He ordered the fleet holding formation in orbit to consolidate, anchoring themselves around the defense platforms rather than engaging directly. Thanks to his previous memories, Calgar knew the orbital line would be breached. It was better to hold one or two key points while preserving his strength than to be wiped out and then breached anyway. He also had to evacuate civilians near the equator. Previously, after the orbital defenses fell, Tyranid drop pods had pierced the anti-air fire and crashed near Makrid's equator. He hadn't had time to evacuate the civilians, forcing him to abandon countless cities and lives. Using those civilians and the equatorial biosphere as sustenance, the Tyranids rapidly built up a massive army, launching a fierce assault towards Makrid's higher latitudes. This time Calgar was determined not to make that mistake again. He immediately dispatched transports to the equator to evacuate civilians, emptying the cities first. Subsequently, he planned to send troops to turn Makrid's equatorial zone into a charred wasteland, leaving no sustenance for the Tyranids. Even if they broke through the anti-air defenses and landed without nourishment, their numbers couldn't grow. Of course, there were also the infiltrating traitors. They were already on Makrid, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. With this in mind, Calgar summoned Captain Saul. After a brief exchange, he left with a group of veterans, his anger palpable. Saul would lead a planet-wide screening operation to check foreheads for the mark of corruption, while several newly arrived Astra Militarum regiments assigned to garrison duty had also vanished without a trace. Only after handling these matters did Calgar finally have time to look at his allies. In the plaza, the living structure that had formed was extending, a strange creeping bio-creep spreading slowly, but steadily in all directions. The creatures with massive claws deftly carved into the suddenly appearing mineral crystals, then generated growths at the vents spewing inexplicable gas extracting it. Finally, they carried the minerals and gas back to the central living structure and shoved them underneath. Meanwhile, the balloon-like creature hovered motionless in the air. Beside the central living structure, the large cocoon that had been thrown from the subspace continued to pulse. Judging by the powerful fluctuations emanating from within, the so-called Zagara was likely inside. But as Calgar watched the creep spreading across the plaza of the Heroth fortress, his brow furrowed. Archbishop, can you control this? Carpet. And stop its spread. This is after all the Heroth fortress. Huh. My creep doesn't affect your building construction. Sigh. Fine, it'll stop spreading soon anyway. I wasn't planning on expanding it further. Are you sure? Calgar pressed, unable to muster any fondness for this purple stain encroaching upon the sacred ground of the plaza. Its very existence clashed with the solemn atmosphere of the Heroth fortress. Every inch it spread felt like a desecration of this holy ground. But recalling the Archbishop's invaluable assistance from his memories, Calgar could tolerate it as long as the creep stopped spreading. Also, what are these bugs doing? Cutting those inexplicably appearing rocks, then generating growths at the vents spouting inexplicable gas, extracting it, and finally feeding it to that central fleshy lumpoid. He pointed at the busy purple crab-clawed creatures, a hint of confusion in his voice. These were questions he had wanted to ask in his previous memory, but the battle had been urgent, and he hadn't been on familiar terms with the Archbishop, so he had held his tongue and eventually forgotten. Respected Lord Calgar, those are called mineral crystals and Vespine gas. They are basic resources. I need them to mass-produce units. Calgar could clearly hear a hint of impatience in the Archbishop's suddenly formal address, as if he were explaining something to an idiot. Hearing this, he couldn't help but wonder, have I fallen behind the times? Is this supposed to be common knowledge? The feeling of absurdity welled up within him again. All right, resources, bugs, mass-producing units. He took a deep breath, trying to sound calm. So, Zagara or Archbishop, whatever you call yourself now, that thing in the cocoon, is that you? And what do you plan to do this time? In the cocoon is my hero. That is Zagara. I guess you could say it's me. The voice was somewhat vague. As for how I plan to fight, you'll see in a bit. Just wait for me to carry you to victory. All you have to do is hold the ground. This guy is really committed to the roleplay. Having dealt with his teammates' utterly useless questions, Li Lu deftly continued building workers while glancing at the map. His teammate, though inexperienced, seemed to know enough to follow the mission script. He was already clearing the equatorial zone ahead of time, and had also deployed troops where the traitor reward mission would spawn. Looks like he's not completely hopeless. But his teammates' actions were inconsequential to Li Lu. Because looking at the known enemy composition in the bottom right corner, a hive fleet primarily composed of bioships carrying numerous drop pods, Li Lu couldn't suppress the grin spreading across his face. Now watch me pull a fast one. Calgar's orders were executed with exceptional smoothness. Within half a day, the civilians along the equator had been fully evacuated. The local biological communities that could not be evacuated along with the entire ecosystem were reduced to scorched earth, with only the necessary seeds preserved for post-war restoration. The fleet in space had now cowered near the Star Fortress, its commanders following Calgar's orders, allowing the Tyranid swarm fleet to occupy Makrid's orbit. They only needed to hold the Star Fortress and preserve their strength. Unsurprisingly, the Tyranid fleet easily broke through the token defenses in Makrid's orbit, docking directly above the equatorial orbit and beginning to rain down carapace pods containing swarm units. Countless drop pods descended like a purple rain, densely smashing into the atmosphere, bursting into blazing flames from the intense friction. Yet the flames did not slow their descent. Instead, they plunged toward the ground with a relentless determination. On the ground, the defensive forces deployed by Calgar stood ready, all weapons aimed skyward. The moment the carapace pods appeared, anti-air firepower wove into a dense network of fire, desperately intercepting these deadly carapace pods. However, even with Calgar's preparations, this time the scale of the swarm fleet's orbital drop still far exceeded his interception capacity. Some inevitably slipped through the defensive line and crashed toward the ground. Nevertheless, Calgar adjusted his deployment in time, ensuring that as many of these pods breaking through the anti-air fire as possible fell into the scorched earth near the equator. There, aside from the cracked earth baked by high temperatures, there was almost no resource available for the swarm units to exploit. When the drop pods crashed onto the scorched earth, and their shells burst open, the Tyranid ground units that poured out had yet to launch their assault before they were trapped in the death zones Calgar had pre-laid in those scorched lands. Preset mines were triggered, and violent explosions sent swathes of the swarm flying. After the explosions, cleaning squads hidden in safe positions opened fire, the roar of bolters and laser beams interweaving, precisely eliminating any surviving organisms to ensure every Tyranid unit that had slipped through was destroyed. Even if a few units miraculously survived in this death zone and somehow evaded the cleaning squad's finishing shots, the numerous detectors scattered across the vast scorched earth would expose their tracks, turning them into moving targets for artillery. Standing before the holographic projection in the command center, Calgar watched the constantly flickering exchange of fire signals in the equatorial region and the favorable reports coming in from the front momentarily relieved. After all, in his previous memory, once those Tyranid Xenos broke through to Macridge's surface, they had almost instantly converged into relentless torrents that overwhelmed him. But now it was different. Earlier, he had waited long in the plaza until the cocoon that emitted powerful energy fluctuations hatched. When the cocoon split open, he saw the insect-like Archon within, or rather Zagara, and then engaged in a deep conversation with her. Admittedly, the Archon also had unique insights into weaving anti-air firepower. For instance, the deployment just now was based on the Archon's advice. According to the Archon, one of her human predecessors, when facing another massive swarm attack, had managed to keep the planet's surface as impenetrable as an iron bucket, even without control of outer space. Since you can't defend everywhere anyway, why not concentrate your anti-air firepower where you don't want the bugs to break through? That way when they land, they can only land where you want them to. Then deploy mobile forces in those weak anti-air zones to swiftly eliminate the bugs that land. Wouldn't that be easy to defend? The Archon's words were concise, yet full of wisdom. It seemed that even someone as experienced as himself still had things to learn. He also wished to meet the human predecessor the Archon mentioned to discuss how to defend against a swarm fleet of such scale, but he did not know when that opportunity would come. When Calgar heard this, his eyes lit up. Yes, his thinking had been too rigid, always trying to cover everything, intercepting every drop pod. As a result, because the defensive line was spread too wide, it became riddled with vulnerabilities under the Tyranids' overwhelming orbital drop. Abandoning the impossible goal of total defense, he instead guided the enemy's attack direction, concentrating limited anti-air resources on key areas to ensure the safety of the core zone. Meanwhile, he deliberately left weaknesses in secondary areas, even preset zones, to lure the swarm into his traps. As it turned out, this strategy worked remarkably well. The swarms that crashed into the scorched earth zones, just as the Archon had predicted, became fish on the chopping board, completely at their mercy. But Calgar knew this was only the beginning. With the initial attack thwarted, the bugs would surely intensify their orbital drops or employ tactics he had never seen before. Just like the Battle of Cold Steel Ridge in his memory, these bugs were not mindless beasts. They had their own strategies and intelligence. Therefore, he could not let his guard down. He must use this time to further consolidate the rear defenses, laying a stronger foundation for the ensuing war of attrition. Soon the swarm fleet in space seemed to sense that the units breaking through anti-air fire to reach Macridge's surface had an abnormally short survival time. The previously continuous orbital drop rhythm also stalled. No doubt they were gathering strength to launch a more ferocious drop, aiming to overwhelm Macridge's anti-air network in one go. Recalling the word "not enough" that echoed in his mind after the Pyrrhic victory at Cold Steel Ridge, Calgar silently pondered in his heart. Or rather, he had never stopped thinking about how to make it enough. Perhaps he needed to rely more on the power of these allies summoned by the God Emperor's will. Thinking thus, Calgar spoke inwardly. Archon, how much longer do you need to finish what you're doing? The Tyranid Xenos are currently building up their offensive and could launch another attack on Macridge at any moment. I need your help. I am Zaga. Forget it, I am the Archon. I know you're anxious, but don't be anxious yet. Inside the Hera fortress, the first hive that appeared remained the same size as before, with no notable change except for the increased number of balloons hovering above the structure. Cut to a very secluded spot outside the Hera fortress, where Li Lu had established his second base and developed it into his main base. After all, if he didn't do this, placing all buildings in the Hera fortress square would not only occupy the entire square, but also fail to accommodate all the structures. Moreover, doing so would earn him a glare from Calgar. In truth, it must be said that this player playing Calgar was truly immersing himself fully in the role of Calgar. Every action and every word seemed as if Calgar himself was speaking and acting. Li Lu searched for a long time, but could find no flaw in his role-playing. When playing Warcraft, Li Lu had also encountered many players who were passionate about role-playing like this. Most of them had their own character cards and played the game while embodying their roles, or rather living in the world of Warcraft. When encountering such players, Li Lu was quite willing to cooperate with them. After all, this kind of role-playing added a unique layer of fun to the game. Therefore, for this rarer type of StarCraft role-player, Li Lu also showed maximum patience. In the scene, it was clearly visible that Li Li's main base was surrounded by several satellite bases. Several queens worked non-stop among these bases, injecting eggs into the hatcheries without pause. Visibly, the ground beneath the hatcheries was already covered with densely packed eggs. However, in reality, Li Li's total population, aside from basic drones and queens for injecting eggs, his combat population fluctuated within single digits. Even though he clearly had enough housing to accommodate more population and sufficient resources to support a wave of max population build orders, he refrained from doing so. Instead, he was stingy, hatching Scourge bit by bit each time. Then he carefully controlled these Scourge, directing them to sneakily crash into the already damaged Tyranid bioships in space that were assaulting the impregnable defensive line Calgar had established around the Star Fortress. In plain terms, he was essentially kill-stealing. As everyone knows, Zagara has an upgrade at level 4 that reduces the gas cost of hatching Scourge and causes their explosions to deal 50 splash damage. And from the previous game, with a level 1 Archon, after killing enough enemies with Zealots, one could unlock the level 4 charge upgrade for Zealots. When a certain unit type kills enough enemies, if that unit is at a low level, it can unlock higher level upgrades within the current game. And Li Lu was now waiting for the in-game trigger of 2 upgrades: reduced gas cost for Scourge and splash damage. After all, the Tyranid swarm fleet in Makridge's orbit was unimaginably vast, making it nearly impossible to clear with Calgar's fleet that had chosen to cower and defend. And once these swarm fleets gained a foothold in orbit and continuously dropped ground forces, no matter how exquisite Calgar's ground defense arrangements were, they would eventually be overwhelmed by the endless swarm. Therefore, clearing the orbital threat ultimately depended on his own Scourge swarm. Or rather, he wanted to have a big blast. Thinking of this, Li Lu suppressed the grin that kept creeping onto his face, watching the massive bioships slowly moving in space on the screen, a subtle glint of anticipation flickering in his eyes. Every damaged bioship successfully bumped off by his Scourge was a contribution to his upcoming Scourge army. The eggs below continued to pile up, and Vespene gas and minerals had already accumulated to a number where he could press buttons freely once the upgrade triggered. Before long, the swarm fleet in orbit resumed its attempt to breach Makridge's ground-based air defense network. This time, however, the scale of the orbital drops far exceeded anything seen before. A dense rain of fleshy pods plummeted from orbit toward Makridge's surface, placing an immense strain on the intricate defense system Calgar had so carefully constructed. The anti-air network, which had been more than adequate against the previous assault, began to show visible signs of strain and hesitation under the relentless new barrage. In some sectors, the sheer continuous rate of fire caused weapons to overheat and overload, creating brief but critical gaps in the aerial defense coverage. Inevitably, as time wore on, more and more drop pods managed to breach the network. Moreover, their landing zones were no longer confined to the equatorial scorched earth. They began to fall across every corner of the entire planet. Witnessing this, Calgar realized that the Tyranid commander had seen through his initial baiting strategy. This, of course, was within his expectations. He knew the Tyranids were no mindless beasts, and he had never believed he could hold Makridge this way indefinitely. The lesson of underestimating these Tyranid Xenos was one he had learned at Cold Steel Ridge, a lesson he would never forget, and could never afford to. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Calgar immediately ordered the ground defense forces to begin repositioning according to the contingency plans he had prepared long in advance. Mobile anti-air units began to converge on more vital locations, ensuring these critical points remained firmly in his grasp. As for the less important areas, the civilians had long been evacuated, requiring only transports to extract the local garrison. As time passed, the Tyranid drop waves came one after another. The holographic projection of Makridge before Calgar flickered constantly with reports of firefights. Though he had never underestimated the Tyranids' power from the start, in the face of their absolute might on the actual battlefield, no number of plans he devised could fully stem the tide. He could only trade ground for lives, scorching nearly half of Makridge by his own hand and willingly ceding it to the Tyranids. On paper, Calgar seemed to be suffering defeat after defeat, losing vast territories. In reality, however, the soldiers and civilians of Makridge had suffered minimal casualties. Thanks to the scorched earth policy, the Tyranid swarm had not grown to an uncontrollable scale. Yet, as the old adage goes, the young are always bold, the Tyranids had escalated their orbital drops to a frenzied pitch, attempting to overwhelm this seasoned old master with a flurry of wild, relentless punches. If this high-frequency, high-density bombardment were to continue for even another hour, at least half of Makridge's anti-air defenses would collapse entirely. At that point, the swarm fleet waiting in orbit would undoubtedly seize the fatal window of opportunity, unhesitatingly deploying far more threatening heavy bioweapons. When that moment came, the ground defense forces would face a pincer attack of relentless aerial suppression and mass ground assaults. Makridge's defensive lines would collapse in an avalanche from multiple directions simultaneously, and the entire meticulously constructed planetary defense system would very likely be utterly shattered. By then, Calgar and the people of Makridge would have no ground left to retreat to. Just as the situation grew ever more dire, and Calgar was about to gather his forces to tread the familiar, desperate path from his memories, the Archon's powerful voice suddenly resounded clearly in his mind, speaking only a few simple words. Enough. On the parade ground of the Hera Citadel, Vero Tigurius, chief librarian of the Ultramarines, observed the leader of the reinforcements standing before him, Zagara, who had remained motionless since emerging from the Great Cocoon. Although Zagara paid him little heed, Vero Tigurius showed no sign of impatience or animosity. Even though she was not human, but a terrifying-looking Xeno, as the chief librarian of the Ultramarines, if he did not know who she was, who would? She was the reinforcement personally guided to Makridge by the One. Moreover, the unique and powerful psychic energy radiating from Zagara was unmistakably genuine. He was not there to monitor the Xeno leader, but to vouch for her identity. Whatever she did, their fates were now intertwined. The relief of Makridge depended heavily on this ally's formidable assistance. Just as before, however, she paid him no attention, barely moving an inch since emerging from the cocoon. And so Vero stood there keeping her company in stillness. Suddenly Vero heard a series of sounds, the noise of something forming cocoons. Uttering a soft exclamation, he traced the sound to its source. There beneath the colossal living structure behind Zagara, countless larvae, as if obeying a single unified command, were rapidly transforming into cocoons. Within an incredibly short span, these cocoons began to writhe violently, their slick surfaces reflecting the citadel's lights with an unsettling sheen. Others might not perceive it, but Vero Tigurius could sense the life energy within those cocoons swelling and mutating at an astonishing rate. He tightened his grip on the shaft of his force staff. Though he knew his duty was to vouch for them faced with such an eerie spectacle, his instincts, as the Ultramarines' chief librarian, compelled him to remain vigilant. He cast a barely perceptible glance at Zagara. She remained in that same vacant stance, utterly indifferent to the events unfolding behind her. So he could only continue to watch the cocoons. Before long, the cocoons began to split open in clusters. The sounds rose in a cacophony, sharp, wet, like countless pairs of small scissors simultaneously slicing through tough leather. In the instant they all burst open, a multitude of identical adult Xenos flew out from the cocoons. These adults were eyeless with sleek, bone-white carapaces. Their translucent blue membrane wings glinted faintly under the lights, and from their massive maws dripped clear viscous fluid. They occasionally emitted sharp, piercing shrieks. Their numbers were immense, forming a sky-obscuring cloud of chittering creatures that swirled above the Hera citadel, their combined cries causing the very ground of the parade ground to tremble. Vero Tigurius was not the only one to notice. Many battle brothers on duty within the fortress and even mortal soldiers witnessed the spectacle of larvae cocooning and emerging as adults within a mere dozen seconds. Their reaction was more direct than Vero Tigurius's. They raised their weapons, aiming squarely at the swarm hovering above the Hera citadel. What are these Xenos doing? A battle brother's furious shout cut through the silence of the parade, ground his weapon already primed and ready. The surrounding soldiers and ultramarines alike responded in kind of forest of cold gun barrels, swiveling to point at the suffocating cloud of insects in the sky. Vero Tigurius's heart clenched. He immediately raised his force staff high and shouted sternly at the first battle brother, "Hold. Do not fire. They are allies." His voice, amplified by his helmet speakers, boomed across the parade ground with unquestionable authority. Yet the suspicion on the soldiers' faces did not fade. The Xenos' forms were simply too horrifying. Their menacing hum as they circled, and the dripping fluids from their maws exuded an aura of palpable danger. But Chief Librarian, the Astartes tried to argue, his gaze locked on the nearest adult, close enough to see the patterns on its carapace. His hand remained on the trigger. There are no buts. Vero Tigurius cut him off. This is an order. Have you forgotten Lord Calgar's guarantee? He has vouched for these allies in his own name, in the name of our Gene Father, in the name of the God Emperor. Vero Tigurius's tone grew heavier, laced with frustration. Lord Calgar, all he asks of you is to trust these allies. Can you not even manage that? It was at that moment that Zagara, who had remained motionless, finally stirred. Her non-human, somewhat bulky form turned slightly, her compound eyes seeming to scan the swarm above before she let out a low, piercing shriek. The sound was unlike the cries of the adults, it was more of a command. In response to Zagara's shriek, the swarm above, as if receiving its final order, halted its circling momentum abruptly. Then the entire cloud of insects, as if manipulated by an invisible hand, converged suddenly, transforming into streaks of blue and white light that shot towards the skies above the Hera citadel. They moved with incredible speed, but no matter how many flew off, the sounds of larvae cocooning and emerging in the citadel's plaza never ceased. This ceaseless tide of insects rising from the ground to the high heavens was like a river of stars flowing backwards into the cosmos. Watch my performance. For some reason, upon hearing those somewhat prideful words, a small sigh of relief escaped Calgar's heart. Archon, are you ready? I intend to gather the forces for a large-scale purge of the Tyranids that have landed on Makrich. Your warriors can assemble on the plains before the Cold Steel Ridge to join me. The words echoed in the void. No. Calgar was taken aback. The Archon had refused him. He had assumed that once the Archon was ready, he would immediately dispatch his forces to the battlefield, fighting alongside him to purge the Tyranids on the ground, just as they had at Cold Steel Ridge. After all, the current situation was rapidly escalating into a crisis, with precious moments of opportunity slipping away each second. Calgar had even begun to formulate a tentative joint battle formation and coordination plan in his mind. Yet the Archon dismissed his proposal with a curt no. That single simple word set his mind racing with speculation. But the next words instantly dispelled his concerns. I'm going to steal the prize. You hold the line against the small fry on the ground for now. Clearly the Archon had his own plan. However, what exactly did steal the prize mean? Just then Calgar heard a wave of startled exclamations from outside the camp. What's going on? Why all the commotion? He spun around, strode quickly out of the command tent, and followed the direction of the soldiers pointing fingers towards the sky, towards the Hera citadel. He looked up. In that instant Calgar's single organic eye widened in astonishment. For a pale blue torrent was converging from all directions towards that point, then flying straight up into the crimson sky, stained by the Tyranid spores. That vast torrent was dazzlingly conspicuous against the red firmament, even outshining the flashes of the anti-air fire. Through his bionic eye Calgar could vaguely discern that the torrent was composed of countless flying units, as dense as a swarm of bees, each the size of an ultramarine. They carried a sharp, unstoppable momentum charging, without a moment's hesitation directly at the bioships of the swarm fleet that were still hurling fleshy pods down from orbit. What followed was a relentless series of brilliant, yet deadly blue explosions high in the atmosphere, each one signifying the destruction or severe crippling of one, several, or even dozens of Tyranid bioships. Visibly, the swarm fleet that had loomed over Macridge's orbit like a dark storm cloud began to show signs of distinct chaos and agitation under this sudden suicidal assault. Even the rhythm of the orbital drops crashing down to Macridge's surface was thrown into complete disarray. The pressure on the ground defenders was instantly and dramatically reduced. Calgar's eye was glued to the unbelievable spectacle in the sky, his mind a blank. He had never witnessed such a peculiar, yet devastatingly effective method of attack. It defied his entire understanding of interstellar warfare. What were those little blue things? How did they possess such immense destructive power? Was this what the Archon meant by stealing the prize, the swarm fleet, in orbit? A cascade of questions flooded his mind, leaving him momentarily unable to process his thoughts. He even began to wonder if the relentless high-intensity command had caused his mind to wander, conjuring such a reality-defying vision. After all, that was the swarm fleet entrenched in orbit. Even if Macridge's anti-air network had been stretched thin in the previous battles, that was only in dealing with the drop pods. To directly inflict substantial damage on the massive ships in orbit and force them into chaos was impossible even with all ground firepower at full capacity, let alone with the fleet currently cowering in orbit. He had tried it before. But now the blue flowers of death blooming in the sky and the obvious turmoil of the swarm fleet were mercilessly telling him that all of this was real. Calgar's heart began to race involuntarily. A mix of shock, disbelief, and a hint of indescribable elation surged within his chest. If the Archon could truly deal with the swarm fleet in orbit, then the crisis on Macridge's surface would undoubtedly usher in a fundamental turning point. He would no longer have to passively endure the Tyranids' relentless drops, no longer have to watch helplessly as his hard-earned defenses were slowly consumed, and no longer have to tread that desperate familiar path. Victory was within his grasp. In the outer space of Macridge, a colossal fleet of over 100 vessels tore through the fabric of reality, emerging at the edge of the star system. It was the Imperial Navy of Lord Marshal Zacharias Wrath, commander of the Storm Domain's naval forces, and the armada under his command. They had received a psychic signal from Macridge and had come to its aid, now constituting the largest reinforcement force to arrive. Aboard the flagship of this relief force, the Emperor-class battleship Queen of Stars, Marshal Wrath's brow furrowed deeply as he observed the orbit of Macridge almost entirely besieged by the Tyranid hive fleets. Send a message. Rally the scattered Imperial remnants at the system's edge and have them join us. Indeed, before Marshal Wrath and his fleet arrived, other Imperial flotillas had reached the system, but their strength was far too meager, and they dared not approach Macridge. Now that Marshal Wrath had arrived, these Imperial ships, which had been trembling at the edge of the system, gazing upon the seemingly endless swarm of hive ships, finally found their anchor. One by one, naval warships and even armed merchantmen converged upon the Queen of Stars like stars orbiting a moon, causing Marshal Wrath's fleet to nearly double in size within an extremely short span of time. Standing before the viewport of the Queen of Stars bridge, his gaze sharp as a hawk's, scanning the hastily assembled vessels, he commanded, "Order the fleet to maintain a defensive formation and hold position. All weapon systems to standby status. Charge the lance batteries, load the macro cannons and torpedoes." As the orders were relayed, Marshal Wrath's gaze swept across the bizarre and nauseating bioships depicted on the tactical hololith. The sight was staggering. The scale of the hive fleet before them far exceeded all estimates. The number of confirmed bioships was at least several dozen times that of their own force. Suppressing the shock within him, Marshal Wrath began to contemplate what assistance he could truly offer Macridge at this moment. If he were to lead the fleet directly towards Macridge, he had no doubt that his ships wouldn't even suffice as a morsel for these abhorrent Xenos. Lost in thought, he unconsciously tapped the armrest of his command throne. Dispatch scouting vessels. The defense fleet in Macridge's orbit cannot have been utterly annihilated. I want their exact location. After a pause, Marshal Wrath continued, have the astropaths send a psychic message to Macridge, attempt to establish contact. At the very least, let them know we are here. Finally, bring me a cup of hot water. An aide quickly fetched the water, but just as Marshal Wrath turned to receive it, the cup in the aide's hand fell to the deck, without warning. The sharp, clear sound of shattering echoed starkly within the solemn bridge command center, scalding water and fragments splashing everywhere. Marshal Wrath instinctively withdrew his hand, his sharp gaze snapping towards the aide, whose eyes were wide, completely unfocused, staring past him. Before Marshal Wrath could voice his displeasure, his peripheral vision caught other crew members like the aides staring intently at a point behind him. Intrigued and wary, he too turned to look. There the vast swarm of bioships that had besieged Mackridge was being annihilated in swathes, as if struck by a violent and unseen storm. The process was so swift it was breathtaking. Within a few short breaths, a colossal gap was torn through the previously dense formation of the Hive fleet. The bridge fell into a deathly silence. Every soul present was stunned by the unimaginable sight, their breath caught in their throats. The matter of the hot water was long forgotten. Even Marshal Wrath, a veteran of countless battles, wore an expression of utter disbelief and shock. What? Is that a young aide barely over a century old couldn't help but cry out, shattering the silence. Marshal Wrath snapped back to reality, his face a mixture of lingering shock and sudden fervor. Whatever it is. If it's tearing into those Xenos, it's an opportunity for us. All ships, set course for that gap in Mackridge's orbit. Attack. All vessels, follow the Queen of Stars. Marshal Wrath's voice thundered across the bridge like a clap of thunder, instantly dispelling the dazed awe from the crew's faces. The crew swiftly returned to their stations. The cold mechanical chatter of commands, the hum of charging weapons, and the reports from various departments intermingled, shattering the previous stillness and restoring the bridge to its steel-hard order and efficiency. The Queen of Stars was the first to move, its colossal engines belching brilliant flames, propelling the Emperor-class battleship like a blade straight towards the breach torn in the Hive fleet's lines by that mysterious force. Following closely behind, hundreds of Imperial Navy vessels moved as one, a waking steel dragon. Led by their flagship, they maintained a tight combat formation, all guns trained on the bioships on either flank that were still struggling to close the gap, and charged headlong towards Mackridge in a desperate assault. Standing at the front of the bridge as the distance between the Queen of Stars and Mackridge shrank, a rapid series of crisp, authoritative commands issued from Marshal Wrath. Lance batteries, target the densest clusters of Hive ships flanking the gap. Fire at will. Macro cannon batteries, saturation fire. Clear all Xenos bioships blocking our path. Forge a corridor for the fleet. Torpedo crews prepare to launch on my command. Amidst issuing commands, Marshal Wrath's gaze was resolute. The earlier shock had been replaced by sheer calm and decisive resolve. Whether the mysterious power that had torn apart the Tyranid fleet in orbit was the God Emperor's divine will or a desperate counterattack by the defenders, it mattered not now. What mattered was that an opportunity had presented itself. Even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance of success, he would lead his fleet through that gap, link up with Mackridge defenders, seize the moment, and drive these abhorrent Xenos from this star system for good. For the Emperor. Marshal Wrath's low, guttural roar echoed through the fleet's comm system. For the Emperor. The responses from hundreds of ships merged into a single mighty chorus, a torrent of sound that shook the very stars. After using banlings to obliterate countless bioships of the swarm, Li Lu finally saw the upgrade option he had been eagerly awaiting. The upgrade information displayed before him was clear. The Vespene gas cost for hatching banlings would be reduced by 50. Upon death, banlings would deal damage equal to 50 of their own attack damage to a small area around them. Seeing this, the corners of Li Li's mouth could no longer be suppressed into a smile. He stopped trying to restrain it, and for the rest of the session, he played with a lopsided grin. With the upgrade available, his fingers flew across the keyboard. With a single key press, he selected all of his bases. He then decisively pressed the S key, selecting his seemingly endless supply of larvae. Following that, he pressed his index finger down on the R key and held it there. This series of actions was executed flawlessly, showcasing the skill of a true master. A torrent of R's filled the screen as his stockpiled larvae morphed into eggs, instantly maxing out his supply. The feeling was incredibly satisfying, filling Li Lu with immense relief and joy. So satisfying. Li Lu sighed. In StarCraft 3, one Zagara egg could hatch 6 banlings. With his supply maxed, the screen was immediately blanketed with a dense swarm of banlings, obscuring his view. Hearing the supply block notification, Li Lu took a deep breath, his gaze sharpening into that of a hawk. He yanked the mouse wheel back, and the view zoomed out to show the entire Mackridge map extending into outer space. Locking his eyes on an empty spot near the Tyranid swarm fleet in orbit around Mackridge, Li Lu unhesitatingly pressed the A key. The next second, the sky-obscuring swarm of banlings surged toward the Tyranid bioships docked in orbit like a tidal wave, threatening to engulf the enemy entirely. On the screen, the swarm fleet that had loomed over Mackridge like a dark cloud began to meld away under the assault. One by one, the bioships dissolved like butter thrown onto a scorching hot plate. Large bioships targeted by multiple banlings were often torn to shreds in the first wave of impacts, seemingly melting on contact. The area of effect explosive damage also washed over a considerable region, bringing the kiss of death to nearby bioships and pushing them into desperate straits. It was no exaggeration to say that the moment the banlings touched the bioships, Li Lu performed a display of disappearing numbers for the swarm's collective consciousness. The swarm consciousness attempted to intercept the banlings, but for such insignificant losses, the Overmind did not care. Some banlings were even shot down by anti-air fire before reaching their targets, but the 50 attack damage they dealt upon death still sliced through the enemy ship's outer bioarmor like a sharp blade, leaving them more vulnerable. So satisfying. Watching his combat supply constantly hit zero and instantly refill, while the Tyranid bioships continuously vanished, Li Li's excitement was like a child receiving a long-desired toy. Indeed, it had been years since he had played StarCraft with such unadulterated joy. With a lopsided grin and a triumphant look on his face, Li Lu continued to deftly execute his key sequences F2. He directed the endless stream of subsequent banlings towards the swarm fleet. In his base, the queens never stopped injecting larvae. As soon as larvae hatched, they morphed into eggs, which immediately spawned banlings. These banlings, answering the call of that magical key, unhesitatingly joined the massive swarm, flying towards orbit. Like fearless warriors, they charged at the enemy wave after wave. Li Li's teammate RP Carl was exclaiming in awe in the public channel. Basking in the praise, Li Lu savored the feeling. After all, what could be more satisfying than carrying a noob RP player through a quick run, showing off your skills and listening to their praise? It's so damn satisfying. The small flying creatures, which Calgar learned from the Archon were called bile bombs, coalesced into a blue torrent like an inverted river of stars tearing through the crimson sky, stained by the spores scattered by the Tyranids. They plunged straight toward the Tyranid bioships, moving freely in Macridge's orbit, which disintegrated, tumbled, and shattered into fragments under the relentless suicide impacts of the bile bombs like rotting chunks of flesh. According to the joint analysis of his sergeants and lexiconum, these bile bombs were suicide attack organisms driven by a peculiar form of psychic energy. Their bodies underwent a rapid series of metamorphoses while streaking toward their targets, transforming from pure biological organisms into living plasma bombs by the time they reached their destination. The devastating power of these fully autonomous living plasma bombs, capable of altering their flight path, at will even reversing course, was plain for all to see. A mere handful could easily destroy a small Tyranid bioship, let alone the collateral damage inflicted upon nearby targets. As for the larger bioships, in the Archon's words, plenty to go around. Thanks to the Archon's intervention, the frequency of drop pods descending upon Macridge plummeted by over 70%. The dense rain of fleshy tumors crashing down ceased abruptly, leaving only scattered remnants. With the pressure suddenly relieved, commanders across all defensive lines reported the good news to Calgar almost simultaneously. And Calgar was never one to let an opportunity slip. He swung his clenched gauntlet forward, sharply turning to the Master of Signals to issue his command. Order all forces to sweep the Tyranids that have landed on the surface now. The order was relayed. Thanks to the preemptive purging of the human traitors entrenched on Macridge, Calgar's aerial forces remained fully intact. Spearhead units began arriving at their designated targets, transported and supported by Calgar's air fleet, systematically cleansing the alien filth from the scorched earth as planned. Soon over 90% of the Tyranids on Macridge's surface, deprived of reinforcements, were purged. Except for a few isolated regions, the planet was once again firmly in Calgar's hands. Throughout this process, the blue galaxy formed by the converging bile bombs showed no sign of abating. Under the suicidal assault of this torrent, visible gaps, irreparable ones, began to appear in the Tyranid hive fleet's encirclement of Macridge. How could Calgar possibly miss this chance? With the ground situation now stabilized and no longer requiring his direct command, he delegated his authority, boarded a transport, and under escort of Macridge's fighter wings arrived at the starfort, in orbit, immediately assuming command of the fleet. Order the fleet to sortie. Coordinate with the Archon's bile bombs. Calgar's thundering command swiftly reached every warship that had been hunkered down within the starfort. These ships, forced to remain dormant by orders while watching the sacred world of Ultramar Macridge be ravaged by Xenos, erupted in fervor. Finally, a chance for vengeance. Warship engines roared with a deep, resonant power. The fleet, trailing searing plumes, surged through the path carved open by the Archon's bile bomb torrent, charging headlong into the heart of the chaotic Tyranid hive fleet. Batteries of prow cannons thundered, weaving a net of death with the devastating shells of macro cannons and the precise beams of lance arrays hammering the Tyranid bioships, whose formations had been shattered by the bile bombs. The flashes of explosions from the combined attacks of the bile bombs and Calgar's fleet blossomed across the orbital battlefield like errant fireworks during a festival, each flare signifying the swift destruction of dozens, even hundreds of Tyranid bioships. Though the Tyranid bioships' tentacles, bioplasma cannons, and acid sprayers never ceased firing, their chaotic attacks were utterly incapable of breaching the defenses of Calgar's fleet in time. He stood at the highest point of the temporary flagship's bridge, watching his fleet drive deep into the horrifically deep wound carved into the Tyranid hive fleet by the Archon like a red-hot dagger. Last time his defense fleet, though fighting valiantly in a head-on confrontation with the Tyranid hive fleet, was nearly annihilated under the sheer weight of Xeno's numbers. This time, guided by the Archon's counsel and his own experience, he chose to conserve his strength and bide his time. Now that time had come. Watching the Hive fleet gradually turn to ash, Calgar's eyes burned with the fire of vengeance and victory. Calgar was not foolishly charging in, of course. He had already communicated with the Archon beforehand. The Archon had stated that Tyranid Hive fleets typically possess a central command node, the Hive ship, and the Behemoth fleet was no exception. The Hive ship is the command node through which the Hive mind controls the surrounding Tyranid bioships. Destroy that nauseating biovessel, and the Behemoth fleet attacking Macrage would collapse and scatter without direction. Though he didn't understand what the Hive mind was since the Archon said, so he must have his reasons. And so their target was set squarely on the colossal Hive ship, heavily guarded at the center, covered in all manner of grotesque tentacles. However, the Xenos command clearly perceived the intentions of Calgar and the Archon, and began frantically redirecting various bioships to block the path to the Hive ship. The tide of bile bombs paid no heed to these obstructing bioships. In their way, just rammed through them, just as the Archon had said, plenty to go around. Thanks to this, the advance of Calgar's fleet didn't stall for a moment. He even noticed that they were purging the Tyranids faster than he had anticipated. Just as he pondered the reason, the ship's previous commander approached him respectfully, offered a simple salute, and said, "My lord, reinforcements from the storm zone have arrived. They are joining our ranks. The comms are being linked. Reinforcements from the storm zone." The smile on Calgar's face widened. "Put them through." Soon a steady voice resonated across the bridge. "This is Admiral Zacharias Rath, commander of the Imperial Navy forces from the storm zone. We have come to support you." With the voice came the revelation of a massive fleet. Calgar's eyes flickered with surprise at its size, but it vanished quickly, for compared to the awe the Archon had inspired, this was nothing. Yet his tone remained grateful. "Admiral Rath, Ultramar will not forget your aid. Just doing my duty." Admiral Rath's voice continued, "My fleet has completed tactical deployment and is clearing the outer Tyranid bioships. But if these Xenos turn their attention to us, my fleet won't hold out for long." Calgar, watching the bile bombs still streaming from the surface to slam into the bioships between them and the Tyranid Hive ship, replied, "Don't worry, these Xenos are too preoccupied to bother you. They have their hands full." Hearing this, Admiral Rath had of course already noticed these small organisms swarming from Macrage. His tone turned grim, and disregarding Calgar's rank, he questioned with a hint of accusation, "Those weapons, if we can call them that, launching suicide attacks on the Tyranid bioships, are they Xenos too?" Calgar's brow furrowed instantly. He knew exactly what Admiral Rath was referring to. That pale blue torrent of bile bombs, with its devastating power and suicidal attack pattern, was equally awe-inspiring and would inevitably raise the suspicion and questions of any rational commander. He could accept it because he knew they were the Archon's creation, and the Archon was a reinforcement summoned by the God Emperor's will. But these loyal Imperial reinforcements didn't know that. They couldn't help but suspect he might be resorting to dubious means to lift the siege of Ultramar. "No, Admiral," Calgar's voice was sincere, yet brooked no argument. "They are Xenos, yes, but not Tyranids. They are our allies. As for the details, once we have concluded this battle, I will give you a satisfactory explanation." On the bridge of the Storm Zone fleet's flagship, Admiral Rath's expression twisted into one of utter bewilderment at these words. An unknown Xenos ally possessing such terrifying biological weaponry posed a threat level no less than the current Tyranid menace. Admiral Rath's voice turned grave. "Chapter Master Calgar, are you certain you're not inviting a wolf into the fold? Macrage is on the brink of annihilation, and the Tyranid Behemoth fleet has yet to be defeated. As for other matters, I have already said I will provide a satisfactory answer after the battle." Admiral Rath. Calgar cut him off, his tone resolute, even carrying a hint of anger. He had already said he would give a satisfactory answer later, yet the man kept harping on this point. Sensing the displeasure in Calgar's voice, Admiral Rath could only nod. Despite the heavy doubts in his mind, he refrained from further questioning, turning his focus back to the immediate battle. After all, he was merely a naval admiral of the Storm Zone, while the other was the chapter master of the Ultramarines. Calgar's voice came through again. "Admiral Rath, your fleet is to cut off the Tyranid fleet's escape route and attack these Xenos bioships from the flank. The ultimate objective is the Hive ship at the core of the Hive fleet. My fleet will also coordinate with these allies bile bombs, striking directly at the Hive ship at the fleet's core, forming a pincer movement with you." Calgar's orders were clear and decisive, dispelling some of the doubt in Admiral Rath's mind. Whatever those bile bombs were, at least this Ultramarines chapter master had a clear understanding of their capabilities and tactical integration. Admiral Rath replied, "Understood, Chapter Master Calgar. My fleet will coordinate with your actions." Hearing the crisp, decisive response from the other end of the comms channel, the tense line of Calgar's jaw relaxed slightly. After all, the Imperium was not short of obstinate fools. It was good that this Admiral Rath would listen. He had been somewhat worried the man might cling to this issue and turn hostile, which would have forced him to go through the trouble of boarding the other's flagship to take over his fleet. The battle raged on. Calgar looked out the viewport. The Archon's bile bomb torrent, brilliant and resolute as a blue galaxy, continued to batter the Tyranid Hive fleet's vast and ugly form. They were getting closer and closer to the Hive ship at its core. Admiral Rath's Imperial Navy fleet also wove dense networks of fire with their macro cannons and lances, precisely clearing the outer Tyranid bioships, carving a path towards the central hive ship. As the Hive fleet's attention had been almost entirely focused on Calgar's fleet, and the Archon's bomb swarm Admiral Wrath's fleet faced little resistance, and their path clearing proved highly efficient. Before long, through the combined might of Calgar the Archon and Admiral Wrath's reinforcement fleet, they swiftly punched a corridor through the Hive fleet's encirclement, arriving directly before the Hive ship, suspended at the heart of the Behemoth fleet. Its silhouette was as vast as an asteroid, its surface covered in writhing fleshy membranes, numerous disgusting tentacles, pulsating blood vessels, and acid-spraying gun ports. Seeing the three forces converge before it, countless tentacles, biological weapons, and biofighters continuously surged from its immense hull, forming a wave, and began to counterattack. But at that moment neither Calgar nor Admiral Wrath could divert their fleet's fire to the Hive ship, so close at hand. Admiral Wrath cried out, "It's a trap!" For they hadn't completely destroyed the outer bioships. Rather, they had drilled a hole straight through the skin of an apple, creating a tunnel to reach the core. The easier it had been to get here, the more ferocious the onslaught from bioships on all sides now became. Once the Behemoth Hive fleet discerned their intent, it simply used its Hive ship as bait, allowing these enemies that hindered its feeding to come close, then concentrated its forces to annihilate them. However, its imagination was rosy, but reality was harsh. When both Calgar and Admiral Wrath were unable to spare any forces, an even more formidable wave surged forward, forcefully pushing the tide back. It was the torrent of bile bombs, personally guided by the Archon. Soon an unprecedented wave of bile bombs. An ocean of bile bombs gathered before the eyes of all, even the hive mind itself, until no more bile bombs joined this sea. Then that pale blue ocean of bile bombs, as if gently pushed by an invisible colossal hand, transformed into a screen of blue light spanning heaven and earth, directly engulfing the Hive ship. Within the screen of light, the Hive ship's colossal form was like a wax figure cast into a furnace, its surface flesh rapidly melting and vaporizing amidst the raging energies of psychic force and plasma. Deep, violent explosions echoed from within the vessel's hull, as if countless stars were detonating simultaneously inside, tearing this living asteroid apart from within. Soon the pale blue screen of light faded, leaving behind only a cloud of cosmic dust reeking of foul odor. The Hive ship left not even a trace of biological tissue behind. The Hive ship was destroyed. Bereft of the Hive mind's control, the remaining Tyranid bioships instantly descended into chaos, colliding and spinning aimlessly in space, like headless flies, while many more simply turned and fled. A considerable portion of the Archon's bile bomb torrent remained in the fight after smashing the Hive ship. These bile bombs did not stop, instead, like precise hunters, they veered towards these leaderless prey. Admiral Wrath's Imperial Navy and Calgar's fleet seized the opportunity, swiftly readjusting their formations. Macro cannons and lances thundered continuously, destroying the bioships that attempted to flee or offered futile resistance one by one. With the destruction of the Tyranid Behemoth fleet, the crimson sky over Macridge gradually faded, revealing the deep azure blue of the original heavens. Calgar stood on the bridge, watching the battlefield slowly settle outside the viewport. His fists, clenched the entire time, finally relaxed. "We won." His voice over the comms channel carried a hint of exhaustion, but also immense relief. They had broken the seemingly endless Tyranid Behemoth fleet. A subordinate's voice came through. "My lord, the main Hive fleet has been routed and the remnants are being purged. Our casualties have been tallied. They are almost negligible." Calgar nodded slightly. His gaze drifted once more to the region of space that had been devoured by the ocean of bile bombs, a complex gratitude and an indescribable awe stirring within him. This victory belonged not only to the Ultramarines, not only to the Imperium, but also to the ally who brought the Blue Galaxy, the Archon. But Calgar quickly steadied himself. Amidst the cheers of those around him, he remained unmoved. For there was still one matter he had to face. He slowly closed his eyes and a moment later opened them slightly. The cheering on the bridge continued. The mysterious voice he had anticipated, tinged with complaint and urgency, did not appear. It was as if it had never existed. "Is that enough?" Only then did a smile grace Calgar's face. It wasn't entirely the joy of victory, but more a release, as if a great weight had been lifted. Sunlight streamed through the ship's viewport, casting his resolute features in sharp relief, illuminating the smile clearly, and the light rekindled in his eyes. "GG." Soon the Archon's words echoed in Calgar's mind. Though he didn't understand their meaning, he silently echoed in return, "GG." "My lord." Just as Calgar was savoring a rare moment of respite these past days, a subordinate rushed urgently before him, foregoing even a proper salute, and spoke with haste, "My lord. The alien allies. They have vanished." "What?" Calgar, who had just felt a flicker of ease, thought he must have misheard, and looked at the subordinate who had forsaken decorum, asking, "What did you say?" "The alien allies. They have vanished." This time Calgar was certain he had fully comprehended the subordinate's words. Gazing upon the man's earnest expression, a sense of bewilderment seized him, and his tone grew anxious. "Vanished? What do you mean? Did they leave, or?" "My lord, they vanished. Not left. All of those creatures called blight bombers, even the residual matter. Everything is gone. As if they had never existed. Even the living structures that once adorned the plaza of the Hera fortress disappeared in an instant. Not a trace remains. Calgar spun around and lunged towards the holographic tactical display. On the screen, the dense cluster of blue dots marking the blight bomber swarm seemed erased by an unseen hand, leaving only the markers for Imperial ships and the wreckage of the Tyranid Hive fleet. He then magnified the surface scan of Makrich. The grand structures of the High Lord were also gone without a trace, leaving only the pristine land beneath, as if that azure tide had been nothing more than a bizarre fleeting dream. And the High Lord? Contact Vero. Wasn't he stationed beside the High Lord's avatar the whole time? Is the High Lord still there? A barely perceptible tremor crept into Calgar's voice. The comms officer furiously adjusted frequencies and soon established contact with Vero Tigris in the Hera fortress. Vero's voice also sounded bewildered, clearly reeling from the shock. My lord. I don't know what happened. The High Lord simply vanished. I have searched. Not a single trace was left. Even the ground in the plaza that was previously tainted by those living structures has reverted to its original state. There is not even a hint of corruption. Did he do anything unusual before he disappeared? Calgar pressed. No. Nothing. He was just standing there, and the instant you completely shattered the Hive fleet, he vanished into thin air. I tried to reach out and grab him, but my hand closed on empty air. There wasn't even the faintest ripple of psychic energy during the process. I couldn't sense his presence at all, as if he and his alien subordinates had never appeared on Makrich. Vero's voice, rendered almost incoherent by his inability to comprehend the situation, struck Calgar's heart like a physical blow. Never existed. He murmured to himself, the phrase echoing in his mind like an inescapable curse. He glanced around at the others. In their eyes, the High Lord was merely an alien. Gone was gone. Or perhaps, since it was an alien, its disappearance was for the better. The euphoria of victory still permeated the entire bridge. Yet Calgar, who had fought alongside the High Lord on 2 occasions, felt only a suffocating emptiness, born from the loss of an ally and from the shattering of his own understanding of reality. Consider this an entity capable of single-handedly slaying a monster like the Hive Tyrant, a power that could withstand the might of the behemoth Hive fleet. All traces of its existence were erased in an instant, as if it had never set foot in this star system. This far exceeded any technology or psychic phenomenon he knew of, surpassing his very comprehension of what reality meant. Was the High Lord a savior sent by the God Emperor, or some cosmic jest he could never hope to understand? That whisper of GG now felt in retrospect like a farewell, for it was after their narrow victory at Cold Steel Ridge that the High Lord had first uttered GG. And upon their second meeting, the High Lord's exact words had been, "So, I've run into you again, buddy." Clearly the High Lord had not anticipated their paths crossing again either. Lost in a torrent of thoughts, Calgar stepped past the clamoring crowd and walked alone to the viewport, gazing out at the starfield gradually returning to calm. Makrich's silhouette stood silent in the starlight, the clamor of victory sealed away from him behind an invisible barrier. The High Lord and all the unknowns he represented were like a stone cast into a placid lake. After raising towering waves, they sank back into the depths, taking the ripples with them, leaving only Calgar and this world which had just endured a cataclysm, yet emerged virtually unscathed, staring blankly at the water's surface, now restored yet forever changed. Bang! Calgar suddenly spun around and snatched a data slate directly from the hands of a cheering subordinate. His hands flew across the surface, sketching the likeness of the High Lord and his subordinates from his memory of their first encounter. He then handed the data slate to his honor guard, Captain Aloysius. Compile all records of these vanished allies, including this portrait, into a manual. Distribute it within the chapter and make it known to all. They are eternal allies of Ultramar. Aloysius looked at the unfamiliar, clearly Xeno's likeness in his hands, asked no questions, and simply replied, "Aye." What a rush. The instant the game ended, Li Lu typed GG in the chat box, set down his headset on the desk, rose from his seat, and turned to walk out the door without a second thought about the match he had just finished. His haste had a simple reason. He was hungry. He decided to head to his usual haunt on the neighboring street before it closed for the night. This was one of the perks of living off campus at night. He could eat whenever and wherever he pleased, unlike his dorm days when a late-night hunger pang meant a frantic dash to the cafeteria before it shut its doors. Besides, after 10 p.m., the cafeteria was usually picked clean anyway. At the eatery, he ordered his usual braised pork rib rice and settled into his seat, gnawing on a savory bone while fiddling with his phone. His mind wasn't entirely on the food, though. A thought lingered. News about StarCraft 3. Despite having searched during the day, he hadn't given up. He continued to scour forums and video sites for any scrap of information about StarCraft 3. He clicked through forum thread after forum thread, searched video after video, but the results mirrored his daytime efforts. Nothing. The few hits he found were pure clickbait nonsense. Lilu checked his own post, as well, still no replies. That's not right. He muttered, a puzzled expression creeping onto his face. Just then his phone rang. He glanced at the screen, noticing an unfamiliar short number. Who could be calling this late? He hesitated for a moment. Not answering risked missing something important by answering risked a telemarketer. In the end, he pressed the answer button, resolved to hang up immediately if it wasn't a legitimate call. Hello, he ventured cautiously. A male voice with a vaguely familiar customer service tone came through, though that faint sense of familiarity might just be his imagination. Is this Mr. Lee? The stranger addressed him by his surname right off the bat, which irked Li Lu. His brow furrowed, and his tone turned cold. Who is this? What do you want? Li Lu asked impatiently. The voice, seemingly oblivious to Li Li's annoyance, continued in its standard customer service cadence. Hello, I'm a representative for StarCraft 3. We've noted that you've been granted closed beta access, and we've also observed your attempts to share information about StarCraft 3 on various forums. Li Lu couldn't help but exclaim in shock, his face a mask of disbelief. Huh. The customer service voice, ignoring Li Li's astonishment, pressed on. Here's the thing, before you played StarCraft 3 on Battle.net, did you carefully read the relevant agreement? If you continue to attempt to leak information about StarCraft 3 ahead of schedule, we will revoke your closed beta access. Huh. A torrent of exclamation marks flooded the screen, followed by a long silence. After finishing that phone call, Li Lu sat at the dinner table, continuing to gnaw on the braised pork ribs while pondering, his mind replaying the words of the customer service representative. He mulled over every sentence the other party had said, and the more he thought, the more he felt that the words actually made considerable sense. Moreover, considering the circumstances, it didn't sound like a scam at all. After all, in the gaming industry, the vast majority of games strictly prohibit information leaks during internal testing. This is an industry convention and a rule. Take the recently released Battlefield sequel, for example. Those who leaked game information early not only had their testing privileges revoked, but also suffered worse fates, with some even having their game accounts permanently banned. And his own actions today had undoubtedly been repeatedly crossing the red line drawn by the officials. But if he had been aware of this agreement, receiving this phone call would have been only natural. It was the inevitable consequence of his own behavior. Yet Li Lu knew full well that he had never applied for the StarCraft 3 alpha test qualification, let alone known of the existence of any such test agreement. Regarding this issue, the customer service representative had also answered. The StarCraft 3 alpha test qualification is randomly assigned. Players are not required to apply proactively. If you see the StarCraft 3 download option on Battle.net, congratulations. You have been lucky enough to be selected as a tester and will be able to play the still in development StarCraft 3 early. Li Lu couldn't help but mutter softly, what a shoddy operation. Then he began to rack his brain, trying to recall the test agreement the representative had kept emphasizing to see if he had misremembered. Yet no matter how hard he tried, he truly had no recollection of such an agreement. Li Lu scratched his head, thinking to himself perhaps it was because he had lost his mind upon seeing StarCraft 3, gotten overly excited, and thus overlooked the existence of the agreement. Regardless, Li Lu decided that after returning, he must take a good look at this so-called test agreement and figure out exactly what it contained. With this thought, Li Lu quickened his pace of gnawing on the ribs, finishing the rice in his bowl in a few bites and cleaning the last bone clean. Then he stood up, went to the cashier to pay, and began heading back along the same route he had come. The night breeze blew, carrying a chill that brushed against him, clearing his somewhat chaotic thoughts and making him even more eager to return to his dwelling. On one hand, he wanted to confirm the specific content of that shoddy agreement as soon as possible and maybe even squeeze in another round of StarCraft 3 before sleeping. On the other hand, the wind in the city at night was truly fierce, cutting across his face like a blade, enough to make a person cry. Li Lu quickened his pace and soon reached his residence. Everything inside was just as he had left it, unchanged. The computer screen still displayed the cooperative match result screen from before he had gone out to eat ribs. He sat down at the computer, barely glancing at the data on the screen because he had enjoyed that match immensely and the stats no longer mattered. Not to mention, even without looking, he knew he had been ranked first. Skilled, he pressed Alt-Tab, switched to the Battle.net interface, and began meticulously searching for the test agreement mentioned by the customer service representative on the StarCraft 3 page. He still thought to himself that he needed to know which actions could lead to the revocation of the test qualification or even an account ban, so he could avoid making mistakes during gameplay. He hovered the mouse over the page, scanning left and right, but still couldn't find the agreement the representative had mentioned. Finally, he noticed that this interface seemed to be scrollable, so he tried gently rolling the mouse wheel to the bottom. Sure enough, in a very inconspicuous corner at the bottom of the page, he discovered a clause named Test Agreement. Staring at the location of the clause, Li Lu was stunned for a moment, then blurted out, "How the hell is anyone supposed to see this when you put it here?" He clicked the clause link and a lengthy document popped up. He patiently began to read it carefully. The document started with some standard confidentiality clauses emphasizing that test content must not be leaked in any form, including text, images, or videos. Li Lu nodded gently as he read, thinking to himself, this is standard. Game testing confidentiality is normal. He continued scrolling down, and the clauses grew increasingly detailed, including, but not limited to, prohibiting the transfer of accounts to others and the official right to revoke the test qualification at any time. In short, these clauses looked extremely professional, leaving no loopholes which conflicted with the shoddy operation image he had imagined. Li Lu shook his head, muttering inwardly, did I misjudge them? Not a shoddy operation. Whatever, as long as I have fun. Then Li Lu stopped worrying about the agreement. After all, the core content was already clear to him. Basically summarized as play the game, well, don't leak secrets, and I am the official I am your daddy. He dismissed the document, pressed Alt-Tab again to switch back to the StarCraft interface, and returned to the normal game screen. At that moment, Li Lu noticed a new red dot on the social options in the bottom right corner. Having played StarCraft for years, he knew exactly what that meant. A friend request. He clicked on the tab, and it was indeed a friend request. Unexpectedly, it was from the same RP player who cosplayed as Kal-El, and there was a small line of text beneath the request. Oh, StarCraft 3 has a request note function. Li Lu leaned in curiously to read the note left by Kal-El, forever ally. He murmured the words, the corner of his mouth twitching involuntarily, thinking that this guy was really too immersed in his role. But after all, this was the first person he had met in a multiplayer match in StarCraft 3. For that reason alone, Li Lu would not reject the friend request. Moreover, during the game just now, although the other player wasn't very strong, their cooperation was fairly smooth, and he hadn't dragged Li Lu down. In other words, he followed orders. To use a Delta Force analogy, it was like Li Lu being the commander and him the corporal. Commander Li Lu taking along a Corporal Kal-El isn't bad either, huh? Li Lu chuckled, making a slightly teasing remark, and then moved the mouse to click the accept button. After accepting the friend request from the player named RP Carl, Li Lu intended to send a private message to greet him. However, to his embarrassment, the message could not be sent because the other party was offline. Going to rest this early? A bit like me. Li Lu muttered softly. Well, it is indeed getting late. I'll play one more round, and then rest as well. Otherwise, I won't have time for my bedtime milk and stretching routine. Talking to himself, he casually glanced at the hero on the screen and clicked the ready button. Almost the instant he clicked, the game's notification sound chimed, and he had successfully matched with other players. StarCraft 3's beta phase still has quite a few players. It matched instantly even at this hour. Li Lu muttered in surprise. After the match was made, the screen transitioned, revealing a scene he had never seen before. It was a planet comprised of 3 major continents, each possessing a unique topography and outline. Among them, the largest continent was particularly striking. A conspicuous green trail like a colossal ribbon split it into 2 halves, appearing to be some kind of gigantic forest. Meanwhile, in the planet's orbital space, a twisted and battered, yet formidable-looking fleet was quietly closing in. Li Lu first admired this unfamiliar loading screen before tilting his head to check the hero his teammate had selected. The portrait of the teammate's chosen hero depicted an old man with hair and beard, as white as snow, clad in blue armor, covered with some kind of fur. The armor was exquisitely designed, adorned with golden trimmings. Of course, the most striking feature was the lifelike golden wolf head atop the armor. CL? Who is this? Li Lu couldn't help but admire it. He had played many Warhammer games and heard many of its stories, but he didn't recognize every character from such a vast universe. Realizing he couldn't identify the figure, he had to look at the hero's name below the portrait, which read Logan Grimner. Sounds familiar, yet not. As he spoke, Li Lu glanced at his teammate's ID. Unexpectedly, the teammate's ID was also Logan Grimner. Looks like another RP player. But who is this guy? Whatever, I'll search for him online after the game. StarCraft 3 Co-op Mode Hero Intel. Jim Raynor. Initial Prestige Talent Insurgent Commander. Can summon and control an elite battlecruiser and command an army unit supported by strategic support assets. Units: Marine Firebat Medic Marauder Vulture Siege Tank Viking Banshee Battlecruiser locked. Additional Prestige Talent Emperor's Marshal. Strengths: as the Marshal of the Terran Dominion, Raynor's Rangers receive systematic equipment and personnel support from the new Dominion, completing their roster. Additionally, all units gain a 30 increase to health and attack damage. All units' mineral and Vespene gas costs are reduced by 20. Weakness mules are unavailable. Units: Marine Firebat Medic Marauder Ghostmine Vulture Hellbat Goliath Cyclone Siege Tank Thor locked. Viking Medevac Banshee Battlecruiser locked. Science Vessel locked. Additional Prestige Talent Insurgent Ranger. Strengths: as the commander of the Rangers who represent the fight against tyranny, Raynor's starports, armories, and orbital command centers no longer have tech lab requirements. Building starports no longer costs Vespene gas, and the units produced from them cost 30 less Vespene gas. Every supply of Vikings, Banshees, and Battlecruisers speeds up the top ability bar's cooldown rate by 1. Weakness: combat units cost 30 more minerals. Units: Marine Firebat Medic Marauder Vulture Siege Tank Viking Banshee Battlecruiser locked. Additional Prestige Talent. Strengths. Weakness. Units. The hive city of Infernus, perched on the northernmost edge of the Armageddon main continent, was now shrouded in a pall of smoke and ruin. A thick yellowish fog like a rotting burial shroud clung tightly to the shattered spires. The city's once mighty defensive fortifications were now nothing more than twisted skeletal frameworks jutting into the leaden sky like the torn ribs of a colossal beast. Fires still smoldered amidst the rubble, and the burning wreckage of a chimera, its internal ammo cooking off, periodically erupted with muffled booms, startling flocks of vulture-like birds into the air. The air was thick with the acrid stench of molten metal, the cloying reek of burnt flesh, and the deeper, more pervasive odor of decaying corpses. A wind swept through the desolate streets, painted with strange crimson symbols, carrying with it strands of hair from the rotting heads impaled on equally adorned wooden stakes, causing them to whisper and wail through the broken walls like the laments of the dead. Beyond these stakes, a broken flagpole jutted from the earth, bearing the tattered, fire-scorched remnant of an imperial aquila, its edges fluttering weakly in the breeze. At the city's entrance, the once broad main thoroughfare was now a cratered wasteland littered with overturned and gutted vehicle wrecks. A destroyed Lehman Russ battle tank lay on its side in the middle of the road, its cannon barrel snapped, its tracks blown into tangled metal knots. A crewman's body was wedged in the hatch, his torso burnt to a blackened husk. Nearby, a squad of infantry lay where they had fallen during their advance, their armor riddled with bullet holes, their weapons long since stripped away, their headless bodies leaving long streaks of blood in the dirt. Upon closer inspection, such scenes were countless throughout the hive city. Piles upon piles of headless, unburied corpses stacked upon one another, with flies swarming in thick clouds and maggots writhing within the severed necks. Further out from the now bizarre hive city of Infernus, the commander of the Armageddon 7th Mechanized Infantry Regiment stood inside an observation post, gazing through the cracked, bulletproof glass toward the enemy lines. There too an unnerving silence prevailed, broken only by the occasional tracer round arcing through the twilight, a grim testament that the rebels still held their ground. They lurked within the collapsed buildings, using the labyrinthine network of pipes and gaps between structures to appear and vanish with unnerving ease. Night raids, ambushes, suicidal bombings. Every attempt to suppress the rebellion cost a terrible price. As night fell, the battlefield did not fall silent. The commander once again dispatched his forces. The low temperature froze the blood, making the ground hard and treacherously slick. The advancing soldiers trod upon the remains of their fallen comrades, the soles of their boots making a sickening crunch, a sound soon swallowed by the roaring engines of armored vehicles. An old veteran, Tinwo Jiangshi, hunched over as he followed behind a Lehman Russ tank, silently wiping down his last gun, which had long been neglected of proper maintenance. His eyes were hollow, as if lost in some distant memory. It hadn't started out like this. Not long ago, a rebellion. No, to be precise, 8 rebellions had erupted simultaneously across the soil of Armageddon. A massive local force, including the Armageddon 7th Mechanized Infantry Regiment, to which Tinwo Jiangshi belonged, was swiftly dispatched to quell them. The rebellions on the subcontinents were relatively easy to suppress. They were nothing more than uprisings by workers and commoners dissatisfied with the hive city's upper-class nobles, men who could barely hold a rifle. From receiving the order to completing the suppression took only a few short days. However, when they were tasked with suppressing the rebellion on the main continent, the vast distance meant that by the time they arrived, the uprising had already begun to spread and many hive cities had already fallen. The hive city of Infernus before them was one such completely fallen city. The rebels had killed all the nobles and taken direct control of the entire metropolis. And so upon their arrival, the siege began. The initial advance was relatively easy, but soon as time wore on, their opponents began to change. They transformed from angry but fearful, poorly armed civilians and workers into something fanatical, utterly fearless, and even welcoming of death, madmen. Furthermore, in the past, combat between the two sides was limited to the clash of arms. Nothing so sacrilegious had ever occurred. But later the traitors' attire changed, they appeared insane, and they began to sever heads, whether from their attackers or from their own fallen comrades. These severed heads were not simply discarded. Instead, in a bizarre ritual, the rebels impaled them upon wooden stakes painted with strange symbols along the streets, their lifeless eyes staring at everyone who passed. They no longer fought for any mortal cause. Killing itself had become their sole purpose and pleasure. Tinwo Jiangshi even witnessed a rebel smiling as he cut the head from a comrade who had been shot down during their assault. It was from that moment on that he understood. He knew they were no longer facing ordinary insurgents, but monsters whose minds had been utterly warped by some unknown malevolent power, both crazed and cunning. The commander had tried to analyze the tactical significance of the rebels' behavior, perhaps to demoralize the attackers, or perhaps some primitive form of intimidation ritual. But regardless, they could not comprehend it. Just as Tinwo Jiangshi's mind began to wander, boom. The Lehman Russ tank he was using for cover fired not only to engage the enemy, but also as a signal to the accompanying infantry that they were now close enough to the rebel fortifications to launch a charge. Tinwo Jiangshi snapped back to reality in an instant, taking a deep breath to steady his nerves. He gripped his weapon tightly as his comrades one by one surged forward from their positions. His turn was coming. For the Imperium, for the Emperor, someone shouted hoarsely. The voice was small, yet it fell upon the soldiers like a spark landing on dry tinder. For the Imperium, for the Emperor. More voices joined in, initially scattered, but gradually converging into a steadfast, surging tide of sound. It was Tinwo Jiangshi's turn. He rose swiftly, his lost gun trained steadily on the ruins ahead, and dashed towards the assembly point where his squadmates were gathering. Boom! Another blast from their own Lehman Russ. Accompanying the artillery strike was the roar of the squad leader, charge. For the Emperor. For the Imperium. For the Emperor. Aawiawa. Like a flood, the soldiers surged forward, crouching low and using the broken walls, shell craters, and wrecked vehicles as cover as they rapidly advanced. The rebels who were prepared opened fire. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. The staccato roar of autoguns and other automatic weapons filled the battlefield. Beams of light and streams of bullets crisscrossed like rain, kicking up stone ships and sparks around both sides. And blood, of course. Just as Tinwo Jianshi was about to advance, once more thud. A dull, wet sound of impact. He looked down to see a splash of crimson bloom on his chest. His body then pitched backward like a kite with its string cut. The fall seemed to stretch on forever. He felt his life force ebbing away with the blood from the hole in his chest. His consciousness began to fade, and the sounds of gunfire explosions and the shouts of his comrades grew distant, as if muffled by a curtain of water. His vision blurred. The battlefield and ruins faded, replaced by the dim lower levels of his home hive city, the bustling figure of his mother, the laughter of his childhood friends. Those memories were brief and warm, yet they seared like a branding iron upon his fading soul. He reached out to grasp them, but his fingers only closed on empty air. Squelch. Tinwo Jianshi crashed heavily into the mud, splashing up gore. His final conscious thought was of his lost gun sliding into the dirt, its barrel caked with mud mirroring his own brief and earthbound life. Darkness completely engulfed him, leaving only a cooling corpse destined to be trampled underfoot or to serve as a meal for scavenging birds, rotting away with countless other nameless dead, as if he had never existed. And as he lost consciousness, the battlefield truly came alive. The symphony of screams and explosions, a desperate and maddening death knell seized control of everyone's senses. The soldiers did not stop for their fallen comrade. The instinct for survival and the primal urge to fight took over. They screamed and charged towards the ruins as if only killing could dispel their fear. The Lehman Russ tank thundered again, its shells raining down on the city's fortifications. Smoke and fire blotted out the sky. Yet even this ferocious bombardment seemed unable to dispel the gloom and madness that hung over the hive city of Infernus and indeed the entirety of the Armageddon main continent. The battle raged on, bloody and unending, trapped in a cycle of despair that continued without respite. At that moment, a fleet led by a colossal, grotesquely twisted vessel arrived in Armageddon's orbit. Soon the Chaos forces aboard, Chaos Space Marines, cultists, demon, hosts, mutants, beastmen, and more, poured forth from the fleet under the command of the Red Angel, descending upon various locations across the Armageddon main continent. As the loading screen completed, the image flashed, and what greeted Li's eyes was a basic blue-colored human base, with 12 SCVs bustling beside it. And at the top of the screen was a panel that felt instantly, overwhelmingly familiar. That familiar feeling. However, Li's attention quickly shifted away from the base and the SCVs because he noticed something odd. There was no sign of his ally near his base. He hastily zoomed the map out to its maximum extent, searching meticulously across the entire map, yet ultimately failed to find his ally's location. To put it another way, it seemed his ally wasn't even on the same map as him. Somewhat baffled, he unhesitatingly pressed the enter key and quickly typed a line in the chat box. "Hey man, I've never played this map before, where are you?" But after a long while there was no response. No, actually someone did reply, but it wasn't a reply in the traditional sense. It was a voice line that played directly within the game, and the voice belonged to the map's announcer. The voice said, "I'm Donnie Vermillion reporting live from high orbit over Armageddon." That familiar, slightly smug, goofy-sounding voice made Lilu, who knew it all too well, involuntarily blurt out, Huh. However, Donnie Vermillion showed no reaction to Li's outburst, continuing his spiel without missing a beat. Once the home of the people of Armageddon, now suffering the wanton destruction of vile forces. Hearing this, Li's eyes widened, his mouth slightly agape as he couldn't help but let out another huh of surprise. Donnie Vermillion continued, "The entire rescue plan is to evacuate the innocent civilians of Armageddon to safety before those vile forces and the Imperial forces slaughter them all." Can they do it? I'd say it's a long shot. Regardless of whether Lilu was still exclaiming in surprise, as soon as that smug announcer voice finished, several green markers suddenly appeared on the map. Clearly, these green markers represented the innocent Armageddon civilians that Vermillion mentioned needed to be evacuated. The green markers were scattered across different areas of the map. Some were closer to Li's base, while others were quite far. Getting all of them to safety was clearly not going to be a simple task. Moreover, Vermillion didn't provide any specific instructions on how to evacuate these civilians. Though it was probably something like moving your units onto the green markers to activate an evacuation. Even so, Lilu couldn't help but complain, "Donnie Vermillion from the Terran Dominion is guest starring as a news anchor in the Imperium of Manfine. I mean, in the CG, Kerrigan and the Golden Throne guy are shaking hands. With a 3-faction coalition entering the Warhammer universe, one more Donnie Vermillion doesn't make a difference. But these missions. Just me. I don't even know where the hell my ally went. If I'm supposed to solo this, then at least give me a second base at the start, so I can get a 2-base economy going." Despite his complaints, Li's macro management hadn't stopped since the moment the screen switched to the base. These mutterings were merely his way of expressing how unorthodox and wild the map's mechanics and design seemed to him. But Well, if it's designed this way, it probably means the map's difficulty is something I can handle alone. As for my ally, if I had to guess, he's probably on a different map. This new co-op mechanic from the design is actually pretty interesting. Li Lu shook his head, deciding to stop worrying about the ally issue and instead focus all his attention on the base before him and those green markers. Regardless, let's get the base economy up and running first. After building his first supply depot, while waiting for his resources to accumulate, Li Lu began searching for the location of his natural expansion. Soon he spotted a cluster of blue crystal nodes at the location of the first green marker, not obscured by the fog of war. Trouble. The natural expansion spot is in an awkward position. I'll have to fight for it. Can't sneak an economic advantage. I'll build the expansion and drop mules later. Time to pump out some units first. So the moment his minerals hit 150, Li Lu placed down a barracks. Under his methodical management, the base was developing smoothly. First came the supply depot, followed by the barracks and refinery, then the orbital command, and finally adding on until he had 3 barracks. This ensured a solid foundation for basic unit production. As for upgrades and later game economy, Li Lu planned to deal with that after securing his natural expansion. Li Lu looked at the fresh batch of marines he had just produced and the bunkers he had set up, mentally estimating the timing. The first wave of red dots should be coming soon. Just as he thought this, a familiar voice sounded in his ear. It wasn't that Joker Donnie Vermillion, but the voice of Jim Raynor. Looks like I've got company at my base. And they don't seem friendly. As the line finished, red dots representing enemies instantly appeared on the mini-map in the bottom left corner of the screen. When the enemies appeared within his field of vision, Li Lu decided to first examine the composition of the red dots. As the image zoomed in, he saw that the red dots were formed by a massive number of people. No, they were cultists. The models of these cultists exuded an indescribable sense of strangeness and malevolence. First and foremost were their garments, which could only be described as savage. In the context of Warhammer, these outfits were a quintessential embodiment of every sinister and twisted element imaginable. Moreover, each one of them was a hulking mass of muscle, with the exposed parts of their bodies being nothing but solid, dense muscle. Their skin was covered in blood-red tattoos. The weapons wielded by these cultists were also a motley assortment. Most were melee weapons, ranging from strangely shaped battle axes and long blades to a hodgepodge of autoguns, none of which shared a uniform design. These quintessential Warhammer cultists sprinted towards Li Lu's base, seemingly shouting some sort of war cry. It was at that moment that Raynor's voice echoed in his ear again. Well, so our enemies are human after all. The same old tune, the same old feeling. As soon as Li Lu discerned the composition of the cultists, his mouse cursor quickly swept over the individual enemies. Ranged cultists have 25 HP and 3 attack. The melee ones have even higher stats, 30 HP and 4 attack. Well, the noble melee fighter is an essential part of Warhammer, but even so, these stats are worse than a dog's. The numbers, however, are quite substantial. Looking closely, there were nearly 4 squads of cultists within Li Lu's field of vision. And mind you, this was just the first wave of red dots directed solely at him. As for his allies, sorry, but Li Lu hadn't seen a single one since the game started. Under normal circumstances, this number was already more than expected, perhaps even over the top. It was clearly a red dot wave meant for 2 players. If Li Lu had opted to sneak in some economy and save up for a starport earlier, this wave of cultists might have easily overrun his defenses. Fortunately, he had chosen a fast triple barracks opening this game with a clear objective: sheer numbers. Just as Li Lu was about to deftly press F2, stimpack his marines, and A-click forward to clear out the cultists, suddenly several Warhammer drop pods appeared in the sky. They slammed down heavily right on top of the charging cultist formations. The impact scattered the cultists' charge, shattering their ranks completely. Witnessing this sudden turn of events, Li Lu lost count of how many times he had blurted out, "Huh," that day. He was not only surprised by the sudden drop pods, but also by the fact that the cultist forces were breaking. Clearly these enemies had some kind of morale mechanic, and the drop pods had crushed their spirit entirely. As the drop pods landed, several agile figures leaped out from within. They wore blue-green power armor adorned with various furs, with shoulder pads painted yellow and emblazoned with a lifelike black wolf's head. Their overall appearance radiated feral ferocity. The moment these figures emerged, they charged straight at the already scattered cultists. Simultaneously, their bolt guns began to roar with a series of deep booming thuds, sending streams of mass-reactive bolts screaming towards the cultists. Of course, a significant number of them wielded melee weapons. They leaped high into the air, carving fierce arcs through the sky before descending with overwhelming force upon the cultists below. The ranged cultists, caught in the immense destructive power of the bolt rounds, were torn apart as if they were paper dolls, offering no resistance whatsoever. Meanwhile, the melee cultists, who never even had a chance to swing their weapons, were cleaved in two by the enemy's sharp axes and chainswords, blood spraying everywhere in a brutally bloody scene. The battle was over in a flash. Soon, from amidst the armored figures, one character stepped forward, whom Li Lu found familiar. A prominent golden wolf's head emblem adorned this character's armor, clearly marking him as the ally hero, Logan Grimner. Before Li Lu could even speak, the other party strode up to the front of Li Lu's base, looking at his stimmied up units that had just barely made it to the entrance. He looked them over left and right for a good while before finally speaking with a hint of uncertainty. Which chapter are you from? My orders indicated that my company was the only one in this sector. Logan Grimner, the Great Wolf of the Space Wolves chapter. For once Logan was genuinely perplexed. He and his Night Runner Great Company had been assigned to the central sector of Armageddon's main continent to aid the local defense forces who were besieged by chaos. However, upon selecting a landing zone and arriving, his drop pod as luck would have it crashed directly atop a group of cultists. But not just cultists. There was also a fully equipped contingent whose allegiance was entirely unknown. Of course, as before, the opposing force was fully equipped, clad in some kind of unrecognizable power armor. Moreover, they had already established a fully functional forward operating base here. Therefore, to exercise caution, Logan refrained from immediate conflict, opting instead to first ascertain the identity of these strangers. For the armor these figures wore bore not a single mark or sigil of corruption, and their overall appearance showed no signs of chaos taint whatsoever. Yet the absence of any heretical symbols didn't mean their armor displayed any insignia related to the Imperium either. While not entirely devoid of markings, Logan didn't recognize any of them. Having scrutinized them for a long while, without gaining any insight, Logan was deeply puzzled. To attack would risk harming potential allies as they appeared to be some unknown chapter. But to hold back meant tolerating an unstable, unidentified force. He couldn't even confirm if they were truly a chapter, let alone whether they were loyalists. Thus Logan chose direct inquiry. Which chapter do you belong to? My orders indicate that only my company should be in this sector. Huh. Instantly Logan raised his weapon in alert, scanning his surroundings for that had echoed directly within his mind. Who goes there? He swiftly spun around, for the contingent before him remained silent, not a single mouth having moved. The entity that spoke telepathically into his mind couldn't possibly be them. Seeing their great wolf suddenly braced for battle, the surrounding Night Runners swiftly entered combat readiness. I am Chief Librarian and Chapter Master of the Ranger Chapter, Jim Raynor. Stop looking, for I'm speaking to you psychically from orbit. Logan Grimner's brow furrowed into a tight knot beneath his wolf pelt. Ranger Chapter, Jim Raynor. Neither of these names had he ever encountered in his long years of campaigning. He was uncertain if the claim was genuine. For the Imperium's star map was vast and teeming with chapters, it wasn't impossible that some obscure chapter with its uniquely styled armor existed in a forgotten corner. However, as Logan had initially stated, his orders indicated that only his chapter was assigned to this sector. Moreover, the sheer ability to project a voice so clearly and abruptly into his mind from a distant orbital position spoke of a psychic power of unfathomable depth, which dissuaded Logan from rash action. He fixed his gaze upon the silent, power-armored warriors on the ridge. What is your purpose here? Rescue. Rescue. Yes. By the grace of the God Emperor, the Rangers learned of Armageddon's peril and have come in full force to aid these Imperial subjects. Do you doubt the loyalty of the Ranger chapter? Full force. Logan eyed the warriors on the ridge, no more than 10 in number. That was hardly the strength of a chapter. His earlier question was merely a probe, but thinking on it, it wasn't entirely impossible. After all, the voice had claimed to be speaking from orbit, implying the bulk of their forces were still aboard their strike cruiser. Plus, he hadn't found their vessel anyway. And with Armageddon's orbital space in utter chaos crammed with ships, finding a specific one would be difficult. So Logan pressed on. Can you prove your identity? Ever heard of the Ultramarines chapter? Of course. Good. Chapter Master Calgar of the Ultramarines is my good buddy. Good. Buddy. Logan understood the implication, but good buddy. Such a refreshingly casual term. Yet words were cheap. Logan continued. Do you have any token of proof? Token. Of course. With that confident tone, an image materialized within Logan's mind. The backdrop of the image was the bridge of a warship before which floated the wreckage of numerous unknown fleshy vessels. Beyond the wreckage lay a breathtakingly beautiful planet. Upon the bridge stood a towering figure clad in blue Terminator armor with a crimson cape, power fists on both hands. Though not intimately familiar, Logan instantly recognized the Ultramarines chapter master, Marnius Calgar. In the image, Calgar looked ahead, addressing a figure obscured from view, eternal ally. Then the vision vanished. The implications of this vision struck Logan deeply. An eternal ally of the Ultramarines. What could this Ranger chapter have possibly done for Calgar to earn such a title? But this was not the time for such ponderings. Chapter Master Jim Raynor of the Ranger chapter, I am Logan Grimner, Chapter Master of the Space Wolves. My company and I are assigned to reinforce the planetary defense forces here. Please carry on. Logan nodded in response. And you do as you will. We have our duties. With that, Logan signaled for the Night Runners to lower their weapons. Though his suspicions about this sudden Ranger chapter lingered, they showed no hostility. And the eternal ally of the Ultramarines connection was enough to stay his hand for now. That vision was certainly not fabricated. For now, the priority was reinforcing the besieged hive city of Dearth under attack by traitors to the north. With Logan taking the lead, the Space Wolves warriors swiftly melded into the smoke-filled landscape of Armageddon. On the ridge, the contingent in their strange power armor remained motionless, watching the Space Wolves company disappear behind the ruined buildings. Only after covering several miles and reaching a relatively flat area did Logan halt, as if waiting for something. About a minute later, a familiar figure emerged from the ruins nearby and approached him. No unusual movements. Hearing this, Logan nodded. It seemed the so-called Ranger chapter indeed harbored no hostile intent. Of course, he wasn't solely waiting for the sentry's report. He was also waiting for his forces to consolidate, for Hive City Dearth lay just ahead. He hadn't come alone with just the few brothers who dropped with him. He had brought his entire great company, a full 300 night runners. Bring them all down. Indeed, as the Great Wolf, Logan had personally acted as the tip of the spear, dropping to the surface to scout the situation and select a suitable LZ for deploying their equipment. A swarm of Valkyrie transports descended from the sky, deploying the main Night Runner force and their armored vehicles onto the open ground before Logan. He looked towards the Hive City, shrouded in rolling black smoke with flashes of intense firefights and explosions faintly visible. Logan didn't know how strong the traitorous enemy was that the local Iron Legion of Armageddon couldn't suppress them. But since the Space Wolves had arrived, they would deliver the Emperor's judgment upon these traitors. Check your gear and stay close to me. With that, he mounted a waiting land speeder and took the lead, racing towards the city, groaning in the flames of war. Several other land speeders immediately followed. On the ground, the engines of Land Raiders and Rhino transports roared to life, with Predator tanks following suit, forming an unyielding steel tide. Together they followed their Great Wolf, charging headlong into the firelight, and the sounds of battle unwavering and resolute. The moment he heard the first sentence, Li Lu rolled his eyes. As expected, this guy was a role player, and to converse with a role player, one had to adopt a persona as well. So Li Lu played along and chatted with him in character. However, when the other party asked for a token of allegiance, Li Lu was momentarily stumped. A token? How the hell do I get one of those? Then it struck him. StarCraft 3 allowed players to open their friends list in-game. A sudden idea sparked in Li Lu's mind. That's it. Li Lu reasoned that these hardcore role players typically had their own tight-knit circles. Since both Calgar and Logan used their character names as their IDs, they might very well know each other. Deciding to give it a shot, Li Lu opened his friends list, found the friend who cosplayed as Calgar, right-clicked to copy Calgar's profile link, and sent it directly. After receiving the link, the guy deep in his Logan persona surprisingly stopped pestering him about the fabricated warband identity. Li Lu couldn't help but mutter, so these two really do know each other. After a bit more back and forth, Li Lu watched as the other player headed straight for the first objective marker, clearly preparing to tackle the mission. However, during this process, the light that representing this ally's army kept growing larger, clearly indicating he was continuously reinforcing his troops. Yet Li Lu still couldn't spot his ally's base. Switching the camera over, he saw that the reinforcements were arriving via dropships descending from the sky, and the army as a whole was steadily becoming quite formidable. Clearly, either the units were summoned via hero abilities or panel skills, or the other player was operating from outside the map. Well, it makes sense for Space Marines to set up their base on a strike cruiser when deployed for war. Operating from there is logical, but this rate of unit production is seriously imbalanced. But then again, judging by his actions, is he planning to solo the red dots without waiting for me? Just as Li Lu was thinking this, that annoyingly glib voice echoed in his ears again. A wave of evil forces is heading towards the nearest Hive City to you two commanders. I do hope your forces can arrive in time to save the citizens, don't you? Come. It's better if you don't make it, that way we can boost our ratings. With that, a wave of red dots emerged from the edge of the map, charging towards the first objective. What? This guy is really going to solo the red dots. Forget it. With that, Li Lu pressed F2, sending his freshly produced army, a mix of Marines, Marauders, Firebats, and Medics, marching from his base towards the objective location. The autocannons on the land speeder roared, carving a clear swath through the defensive line that was under siege by rebels. The enemy, clearly not expecting additional support for the defenders, faltered in their assault. Logan stood up in the land speeder, his gaze sweeping over the mortal rebels in their tattered uniforms. Finally, he spotted his target further ahead. A World Eater traitor clad in red armor covered in the marks of chaos corruption. Gripping his battle axe tightly, he leaped straight off the land speeder, descending upon the traitor with a downward strike. Clang! The World Eater noticed the attack and tried to dodge, but was a fraction too slow. His arm was severed cleanly. With only one hand left, he dropped his bolter and drew a chainsword from his belt, swinging it at Logan. Failing to kill the traitor in one blow had already irritated Logan, and seeing the enemy dare to resist further fueled his rage. With a terrifying feral roar, Logan whirled his massive axe with furious momentum, instantly cutting down the one-armed World Eater before him. Having slain the Chaos Traitor, who seemed to be the commander of this assault point, Logan swept his wolf-like, piercing gaze across the battlefield, searching for his next target. His objective was clear: eliminate every Chaos Space Marine acting as a commander among these traitors. Their very existence was an abomination against the All-Father. Meanwhile, his battle brothers had joined the fray, moving like drawn blades, swiftly engaging and interlocking with the surging rebel forces. The battlefield was filled with the howls of the wolves, the thunderous roar of bolters, and the clash of weapons. Suddenly, a mortal rebel seeing Logan standing still leaped from behind him, brandishing a blood-stained cleaver, screaming as he lunged in an attempt to ambush him. Logan didn't dodge or flinch. He turned slightly, his left hand shooting out with precision, clamping onto the incoming cleaver. The rebel felt a tremendous force, and his weapon could not advance another inch. He looked up in horror, meeting Logan's icy gaze. Before he could make another sound, Logan's right hand brought the massive axe sweeping across his neck with a howling, air-splitting whistle. The head rolled off. Logan kicked the headless corpse away and charged towards his newly identified target. The enemy had also noticed Logan's ferocity. His bolter spat deadly fire rounds, hammering into Logan's power armor, sending sparks flying, but failing to cause any harm. Logan deliberately angled his position, causing the incoming fire to strike the thickest plates of his armor. With a thunderous roar, he lunged at the World Eater with the speed of a starving wolf. The World Eater, caught off guard by Logan's blinding speed, hastily raised his bolter to block. Clang! The axe collided with the bolter, cleaving it in two instantly. The sheer impact sent the World Eater staggering backwards. Logan gave him no chance to recover. He pressed the axe down, slamming the traitor to the ground. Planting a boot on his chest, he raised the massive axe high and brought it down again, ending his life for good. For Russ. For the Allfather. Logan's roar echoed across the battlefield, inspiring every night walker. Like a pack of true wolves, they tore through the enemy ranks, unstoppable and invincible. Land speeders weaved through the battlefield, their autocannons spitting fire, providing heavy fire support for the ground forces. Land raiders and rhino transports advanced like mobile fortresses, steadily pushing forward and tearing gaping holes in the enemy's defensive lines. On the Hive City streets, crumbling ruins were everywhere. Burning vehicles billowed thick smoke, and the air was thick with the stench of gunpowder and blood. But none of this could halt the Space Wolves' advance. Soon they had carved a path through to link up with the defenders holding out inside the Hive City. When the ragged, weary, but still weapon-clutching soldiers of the Astra Militarum saw the Steel Tide, led by Logan, appear, disbelief flashed in their eyes, first followed by the overwhelming joy of survival and reignited fighting spirit. A colonel of the Militarum, covered in dirt and blood, climbed out from a sandbagged Lehman Russ on the front line. He approached Logan, snapped to attention, and gave the Aquila salute. "The Emperor protects. Thank you for your aid, my lord. I am Ethan, commander of the 8th Armageddon Mechanized Infantry Regiment." Logan walked up to Ethan, his wolf-like gaze scrutinizing the steadfast soldier, saluting him. He nodded. "Take me to your governor. I have matters to discuss with him." Colonel Ethan immediately obeyed. Handing over the line to a subordinate officer, he personally led Logan and his wolves into the city. As they walked, Logan continuously questioned Ethan about the current situation. "The situation is dire, my lord. The entire lower city has almost completely fallen. The number of rebels far exceeds our expectations, and among them are some terrible things. Not just those mad Space Marines in red armor, but some creatures that seem to have crawled out of hell." Ethan carefully chose his words, a hint of lingering fear in his voice, clearly having witnessed the horror of those monsters. "In short, our lines are constantly being compressed. We've suffered heavy losses in both ammunition and personnel. Communications are intermittent. We were on the verge of collapse. Thank the God Emperor you've arrived." Logan's gaze grew even colder. "So it wasn't just rebels and heretical warbands, but demons as well. You have done well." Soon the group arrived before an opulent building. Unsurprisingly, Logan and his Space Wolves were received with high honors by the governor's attendants and escorted inside to meet the Hive City's governor. It was a lavishly decorated hall. However, as Logan entered, the sight before him left him momentarily stunned. For standing before the Hive City's governor was a group he had never expected to see: Rangers. Noticing Logan and his Space Wolves entering, the governor's face lit up with extreme enthusiasm. Politely taking his leave from the Rangers in front of him, he approached Logan to greet him. Logan glanced at the somewhat fawning governor preparing to speak with him, then looked over at the group of Rangers. He began to ponder. He had heard from their chapter master that they were here to help Armageddon, but he hadn't expected them to show up at this particular Hive City, the very one he intended to use as the base for his defensive restructuring. Moreover, there was another thing Logan couldn't comprehend: how had they managed to arrive at this Hive City faster than him? The entire Hive City was besieged by rebels. Approaching from any direction would require fighting through numerous battles, just as he had. Yet, judging by the cleanliness of their armor, although bearing signs of combat, they were significantly cleaner than his own forces. Noticing his gaze with a soft hiss, the faceplate of the unconventional power armor worn by the Ranger who had been standing before the governor opened. A man with chiseled features met his gaze without flinching and spoke. "Hello." Lilu now knew how to play StarCraft 3. The earlier confusion stemmed from his unfamiliarity with the game. Watching the red blip draw closer to his objective, Lilu scratched his head. "Time's tight. Oh, we won't make it. A level 1 Rainer, no orbital drop, not even a Banshee strike. In a sense, I'm biting off more than I can chew. I need to find an easy map to grind some levels." His words trailing off, Lilu decisively administered a stimpack, and his unit's movement speed surged instantly. The mixed force, which would have needed half a minute to reach the objective, now closed the distance at a near jog. In the end, Li Li's forces arrived at the outskirts of the Nest City almost simultaneously with Logan's hounds, albeit from different directions. But one thing was the same for both: when they arrived, the enemies represented by the red blips had already begun their siege. Guiding his forces to the edge of the battlefield, Li Lu watched the fierce clash between the two sides amidst the hail of artillery fire, and simply froze. It was solely because of the scene before him. The firelight from the explosions seemed to burst through the screen, and the flying debris carried such vivid texture it felt like it might fly out and hit him in the face at any moment. In the distance, the Nest City's defenses twisted and collapsed under the enemy's heavy firepower, the cracks splintering across the structures clearly visible. Li Lu could even see the defenders' figures staggering behind their cover from the shockwaves. The rebel soldiers on the attacking side, charged with the ferocity of beasts injected with rage, recklessly storming forward through the dense hail of bullets. Most of them wore red uniforms adorned with various profane symbols and trinkets, now stained with mud and dark crimson blood, their faces a twisted mix of savagery and fanaticism. Some rebels struck by bullets would jerk to a halt before collapsing to the ground, like marionettes with cut strings, their blood instantly dyeing the earth. Others, caught in the blast waves of explosions, were hurled into the air, tracing a desperate arc before crashing down with a dull thud. Their weapons were a motley collection ranging from outdated automatic rifles to modified high-powered laser guns. Some even brandished spiked iron bars, emitting incomprehensible roars, as if to tear everything in sight to shreds. A rebel's helmet was knocked off by a stray bullet, revealing a face contorted with fanaticism. The next second, a bullet struck him precisely between the eyes. His body stiffened, his eyes bulged wide, and he toppled over rigidly. Spurred on by the calls of red-armored Chaos Space Marines, the rebel charges became even more frenzied and organized. Meanwhile, the weapons of these Chaos Space Marines spat out devastating tongues of fire, and the profane symbols on their armor seemed to come alive amidst the chaos of battle, radiating a sinister aura that chilled the heart. One Chaos Space Marine even leapt directly into the defensive line, grabbed an unprepared defender with a single hand, and ended his life as easily as snapping a twig. He casually discarded the body and continued leading the rebels forward. Although the defenders of the Nest City resisted valiantly, their network of laser cannons and heavy machine guns initially pinning down the rebels, the defensive line was gradually being eroded under the lead charge of the red-armored warriors and the rebels' seemingly inexhaustible numbers. Through the screen, Li Lu could almost feel the desperate yet tenacious will of the defenders. They roared, using their bodies to plug the breaches, buying time with their lives. The entire battlefield was like a colossal meat grinder, ceaselessly consuming the lives of soldiers on both sides. The air was thick with gunpowder smoke, the stench of blood, and an indescribable aura of madness. All of it delivered through the ultra-realistic visuals slammed violently into Li Li's senses and comprehension. This was no longer the data-driven RTS combat viewed through a screen, a simple matter of box selecting and comparing numbers. Every soldier that fell, every roar of an explosion, every death cry carried an overwhelmingly shocking sense of reality. It was as if what lay before him wasn't a game, but a window through which he was witnessing a bloody, brutal war unfolding in real time. Li Lu couldn't help but mutter, "Back when I fought the Tyranids on Macridge, I didn't have this feeling. Now, I finally understand why so many beta testers were into role-playing rather than looking down from a god's eye view. Is this StarCraft 3? Staring at the scene, Li Lu recalled a feature he'd discovered while playing as the Hierarch before, but his rigid mindset had only seen it as an RTS, and he'd overlooked a function that could completely change the gameplay. Filled with anticipation, Li Lu selected a Marine and slowly scrolled down with his mouse wheel. As he did, the game's overhead camera view gradually leveled out. Finally, it merged completely with the Marine he had selected. Gazing upon the first-person perspective filled with holographic tactical displays, were it not for the screen still separating them, Li Lu would have felt as though he had truly stepped into the body of that Marine. The sounds from his headset were no longer the distant, detached battlefield audio of before, but a deafening, thunderous roar. The bellow of heavy weapons, the shriek of artillery shells, the thunderous collapse of structures, and the shouts and screams of soldiers right beside him all merged into a torrent that slammed against his eardrums. He could even hear his own characters breathing. The world before his eyes was no longer the God's Eye strategic map, but a highly realistic, slightly swaying first-person view. Through the Marine's heads-up display, he could see the figures of the rebel soldiers in their red uniforms in the distance with greater clarity than the God's Eye view had allowed. Their contorted faces, eyes wide with rage, and even the spittle flying from their mouths seemed to be right before his eyes. Roughly 10 seconds after switching to this view of the battlefield, an option suddenly appeared before Li Lu. The display read, "Detected that you have remained in first-person view for an extended period. Would you like the computer to take over your base management while you experience the battle in this perspective?" In this mode, you can command your forces using hotkeys. If you wish to exit this mode, simply press ESC. He had switched to this view when playing as the Hierarch before, but no such prompt had appeared back then. However, on second thought, he realized he had only remained in the Hierarch's first-person view for a mere few seconds. This prompt likely only appeared after the system detected a player remaining in first-person view for a prolonged period. Otherwise, having the prompt pop up every time one switched views would be incredibly annoying and would harm the gaming experience. But he had to admit this was tailor-made for role players who wanted an immersive combat experience without letting their army devolve into a leaderless mob. Lilu clicked the agree button without a moment's hesitation. Agree. Absolutely agree. He rubbed his hands together, excitedly feeling like he had discovered a new continent, his excitement and surprise evident. I should have found this earlier. Otherwise, this realistic scale StarCraft 3 with such incredible graphics would have been wasted. I enjoy sightseeing too. I'm a role player too, Lilu said, inwardly kicking himself for not discovering this feature sooner. After all, playing as level 1 Rainer meant taking hits without much hope of winning anyway. The computer could manage the base however it liked. For now, he just wanted to be a Warhammer sightseer. If he lost, he could just restart. He was prepared to sleep a little later tonight. He was ready to pull an all-nighter, prepared to thoroughly enjoy this new toy. With that thought, Li Li's hands settled into a classic position, and he began to mutter to himself. WASD forward, back, left, right, shift to run, UT to stim, R to reload. Then, following his keystrokes, the character on screen performed the corresponding actions. Right-click to aim. Wait, this isn't right. Lilu repeatedly released and pressed the right mouse button, watching the crosshair on the screen jump back and forth erratically, sometimes locking onto the AI-controlled rebels, sometimes snapping to the position of his mouse, in a frantic dance. Arg. This chapter was purely created to show you the image that perfectly captures Li Li's current mental state. Hanks swung his crimson chain axe, utterly immersed in the moment, savoring the unparalleled ecstasy of the bloody carnage before him. The shrill whine of the spinning chain teeth and the ghastly sound of bone and flesh being torn asunder were to him the most beautiful symphony in the world. After cleaving a mortal who dared draw steel into a pulp of mangled meat, Hanks turned his gaze toward an Astra Militarum trooper ahead, who, despite trembling violently at the sight of his comrade's demise, raised his rifle to fire. A deranged grin split his face, and he charged forward with a howling laugh. His chain axe descended with immense force. The guardsman frantically raised his lost gun to parry, but it was shattered like a flimsy toy. The high-speed teeth then viciously bit into the soldier's shoulder plate, producing a grinding screech that was pure music to Hank's ears. But Hanks deliberately held back, letting the axe linger and ravage within the mortal's body. Finally, growing bored, he wrenched his body with explosive force, tearing the already dead guardsman's torso clean in two. Hot blood splashed over him like a fountain. He merely tilted his head back and let out a satisfied sigh. Not far off, 2 more guardsmen swiftly formed a fire team, cautiously attempting to flank him from both sides. Without even turning, Hanks swung his axe backhanded, splitting one soldier's skull with pinpoint precision. Blood and brain matter sprayed into the air. The other soldier froze, stunned by the horrific sight. In that instant, Hanks closed the distance like a phantom. He seized the soldier's throat in an iron grip, hoisting him high into the air, while the man kicked his legs feebly and let out a desperate, choked scream. As Hanks savored the soldier's death, a chilling sensation crept up the back of his neck, as if a pair of icy eyes were watching him from the darkness. Then, with a crisp, tearing sound, a searing agony erupted from his abdomen like a tidal wave. It felt as though a red-hot iron had been driven straight through him. Boiling blood gushed from the ghastly wound, adding another thick layer of dark crimson to his blood-red power armor. Clearly, some sharp projectile had pierced his power armor at incredible speed, leaving 2 horrifying holes in his chest and back. The sudden shock of pain sent violent spasms through his muscles, and his grip on the soldier's throat involuntarily loosened. The soldier crashed to the ground, clutching his neck and coughing raggedly. Driven by the terror of his narrow escape, he scrambled backward on all fours. Hanks stared down in disbelief at the wound in his abdomen, where blood continued to pour. Fragments of armor mixed with flesh and viscera bulged out with each labored breath he took. His eyes bulged with pain and fury as he swiftly scanned his surroundings, but found no trace of his shooter. Only a small blue speck on a distant hill flickered in and out of view under the sunlight. Without a doubt, that blue speck was his attacker. Sniper. Coward. Hanks let out a guttural roar, his voice twisted with agony, sounding hoarse and brimming with savagery. Though the wound was far from fatal, the sting of being ambushed enraged him beyond measure. Without hesitation, Hanks turned and charged toward the hill. Each step landed with such force that it left deep impressions in the earth. The wound in his abdomen tore with every stride, agony gnawing at his nerves like a clinging parasite. Yet, driven by the pain, his speed did not slacken, it only grew faster. He thought to himself that he merely needed to spot the sniper's muzzle flash and dodge in time. He had absolute confidence in his reflexes. He had been caught off guard just now. This time he would not give that sniper another chance to hit him. And then, he would personally drag that cowardly sniper out from hiding and grind him into pulp. The blue speck on the hill gradually sharpened into focus. It was a figure clad in an unfamiliar type of power armor. Hanks could even vaguely see the figure fumbling frantically with his weapon, also an unfamiliar model. But none of that mattered. Bang! The sniper fired. Hanks spotted the muzzle flash and sidestepped, nimbly dodging the shot. He bared his teeth in a savage howl of laughter, and the chain axe in his hand roared back to life with a deafening whine, as if it too were cheering for the coming slaughter. Coward! I'll grind your bones too. But contrary to Hank's expectation, after dodging the first shot, the muzzle flash did not cease. The gunfire continued. Bang, 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 bang. A torrent of gunfire rained down upon him. There was no time to react, no room to dodge. In an instant, Hank's was riddled with holes. Bang! At last the firing ceased. Hank's, utterly baffled and devoid of thought, also fell silent. Gah! Lilu stared at the crosshair that automatically locked onto the enemy. Remembering that this was simply the design of the Marine unit, he couldn't help but remark. Aimbot. A feature of the CMC series power armor that you simply must experience. Knowing he had an aimbot, Lilu's fingers itched. He looked down at the battlefield, targeted the most conspicuous World Eater, and held down the left mouse button. Instantly the crosshair locked firmly onto the target. Simultaneously the view zoomed in, bringing the target's entire form into stark clarity, though he still had to fine-tune where he wanted to hit. Considering the distance in first-person view, Lilu decided to aim for the body to avoid missing entirely. It would be embarrassing if the AI bot actually dodged. So after locking onto the target's abdomen, he tentatively tapped the left mouse button. Bang! A metal spike tore through the air at supersonic speed and struck the target's abdomen in an instant. Through the locked-on view, Lilu clearly saw the enemy's body jerk violently, muscles spasming, movement halting. Holy crap, that's realistic. Cool. While Lilu was still savoring the vividly immersive feedback of the game, the World Eater he had pinned began to stride toward his hill with an overwhelming sense of pressure. I pulled aggro with that one shot. Watching the World Eater charge at him, Lilu could almost feel the rage radiating from the enemy. It felt as though he had personally slaughtered the AI's ancestors for 18 generations. Of course, watching was one thing. Lilu had no intention of letting the enemy get close. His hand moved back to the left mouse button, but this time, he didn't tap lightly. He held it down. Bang, 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 bang. A storm of fire poured down like a torrential downpour. Lilu noticed the enemy managed to dodge against the first spike, but the subsequent ones hit home without fail. So he has a dodge skill? The cooldown's just a bit long. Metal spikes hammered against the World Eater's crimson power armor with a cacophonous clatter, riddling his body with holes. Lilu watched the World Eater collapse under the hail of gunfire in the distance, then looked down at the C-14 rifle in his hands. After a long moment he murmured, no hidden stats, just pure skill and hard work. Lilu began experimenting with the shortcut keys for commanding troops that had appeared in the pop-up earlier. F1. As he pressed F1, the troops beside him immediately charged towards the battlefield below. Damn. Lilu hastily pressed F2, and the troops turned and regrouped around him. So F1 is auto-targeting combat, F2 is regrouping troops. Then what about F3? Saying this, Lilu pressed F3. Instantly, the holographic tactical display beside his interface marked out every enemy on the battlefield before him. A tactical scanner. Hiss. What a waste of energy. Just as Lilu was about to experiment further, Renault's slightly urgent voice rang out. Proceed to the defense objective immediately. Right? The red markers. I almost forgot about the mission. So while the scanner's effect was still active, Lilu pressed F2, then looked towards the battlefield ahead and pressed F1. Mace had just witnessed his comrades being slaughtered by those angels who for some unknown reason had allied themselves with the heretics. No. In Mace's heart, they were no longer worthy of the name angels. Their deeds had thoroughly defiled that sacred title. They should be called traitors. Yes, a bunch of utter traitors. In short, seeing those despicable traitors wantonly slaughtering his comrades on the battlefield, Mace immediately planned, along with another equally furious comrade, to launch a surprise attack on them, intending to directly eliminate these abominations that were an affront to the Emperor. However, they had just approached the enemy's side, both still thinking they hadn't been noticed when his comrade's head was split open by a chain axe swung in a backhand strike from the traitor. Before Mace could even process his comrade's sudden death, the traitor's iron-like grip had already viciously tightened around his neck, making it instantly difficult to breathe. In that suffocating, deathly agony and despair, Mace thought of his wife and children at home. Is this where I die? But just as he had that thought, the traitor suddenly let out a pained grunt, and the crushing force on his throat abruptly loosened. Mace barely managed to drop from the enemy's grasp. Seizing the moment of distraction, he clutched his neck and scrambled desperately behind cover, gasping for air. A few seconds more of that chokehold, and he would have been dead. After calming his nerves from the near-death escape, Mace picked up a weapon from the corpse of a fallen comrade, beside him, ready to try another surprise attack. He certainly wouldn't run. His home was in the Hive City behind him, and he dared not imagine how his family would be tortured and killed if he didn't eliminate all these traitors. However, when he crept back to the previous spot, he was astonished to find the traitor's figure was gone. What happened? Mace suddenly recalled that the traitor had seemingly been struck by an unknown attack while grabbing him. Now the enemy was clearly searching for the mysterious attacker. The God Emperor protects. It was a prayer for the Emperor to protect whoever had fired the shot to save him, and also a plea for continued protection for himself. Mace's gaze continued to scan the battlefield. Soon he found the figure of the Crimson Traitor quickly raised his weapon and aimed, but then reluctantly gave up the shot. The traitor's speed was simply too fast, and the distance was growing. Firing under these conditions would be ineffective. They had previously attempted to concentrate fire on these red-armored space marines with ranged weapons, but with minimal effect. This was a primary reason they had resorted to the high-risk tactic of close-quarters ambush. Thinking it over, Mace picked up a few grenades from the ground stained with his comrade's blood. They were meant for a suicide blast with his partner, but it hadn't succeeded, and Mace had been too choked to pull the pins, causing the grenades to scatter. The traitor would surely return after dealing with whoever ambushed him. He would still have these grenades ready. Just as Mace finished gathering the grenades and looked back towards the traitor, he witnessed an unbelievable sight. The traitor tumbled down the hillside like a heap of rotten flesh. That bastard. Just died. He remembered that this monster had almost single-handedly torn through their entire platoon's defenses. Filled with shock and confusion, Mace looked up towards the top of the slope and saw a large number of figures, possibly space marines clad in unfamiliar power armor, charging towards the battlefield at breakneck speed while firing wildly. Their overwhelming presence naturally caught the attention of the remaining traitor space marine scum, who quickly organized their forces to try and intercept. But it was utterly futile. Mace clearly saw these newly arrived space marines crash through the traitor lines like a sharp blade. For instance, several black armored giants nearly 3 meters tall now halted and aimed their weapons, arms trembling slightly as they targeted the enemies charging ahead. With a continuous thunderous roar, a storm of projectiles streamed from beneath their arms, raining down upon the traitor space marines at the front. Though the traitor marines dodged the initial volley with agile movements, avoiding direct hits, and ignored the shockwaves of the explosions to continue charging with their weapons raised. However, in Mace's eyes, those struck by the shockwaves seemed to instantly slow down, as if hit by a stasis effect. Before they could even get close to the blue giants, they were riddled with bullets by the dense firepower. But they weren't entirely without retaliation. Some traitor marines wielded a melee weapon in one hand and a bolt gun in the other, firing continuously as they charged. However, their bolter rounds had little effect on their targets. Even when they inflicted casualties, the blue giants continued firing as if unaffected. Mace even witnessed a traitor chimera tank fire a shell directly at one of the blue giants. The black giant struck by the shell slowly rose, aided by a green beam emitted from a slightly smaller, white figure faintly visible behind him. Then, to Mace's utter shock, the giant turned and began furiously firing both arms at the chimera that had shot him. A torrent of shells surged from beneath his arms, instantly reducing the chimera, far less agile than a space marine, to a scrap heap of twisted metal. Other tanks and armored vehicles also came under the same artillery fire. Though not destroyed instantly, their turrets began to rotate noticeably slower, just like the traitor marines before. Before the turrets could even complete their rotation, a relentless series of explosions turned these sitting duck vehicles into piles of wreckage. As time wore on, the remaining traitor forces eventually managed to close the distance and engage the blue giants in melee combat. But then another type of giant, just as tall as the black giants that fired from their arms but adorned with orange flame patterns on their armor, shoved aside their comrades in front and charged headlong into the enemy ranks. In the next instant, searing streams of fire erupted from their arms. Wherever they touched, traitors fell in droves. Their screams were cut short as their bodies twisted and burst from the intense heat. Some traitors tried to dodge the terrifying flames, but the fire clung to their armor and weapons like a curse, burning relentlessly until it consumed the very last spark of life within them. Seeing the battle was lost, the traitors' morale shattered, and they turned to flee in all directions. Yet the giants did not pursue them. They merely advanced steadily, crushing the remaining pockets of resistance. Just as Mace wondered if the giants were letting the routed traitors escape, a group of slightly shorter figures previously hidden behind the blue giants stepped forward. These smaller figures wore nearly pure blue power armor, but the massive weapons they carried were no joke. They casually aimed at the fleeing traitors, and the next moment continuous torrents of flame, nearly a meter long, erupted from their muzzles. Each powerful round was like a scythe wielded by the Grim Reaper himself, precisely and swiftly reaping the lives of the fleeing traitors. Even their screams were utterly drowned out by the deafening gunfire. These towering figures were undoubtedly true angels. As for those red-armored space warriors earlier, those were merely traitorous scum who had forsaken the glory of the God Emperor. Before the might of these true angels of the God Emperor, they were nothing more than roadside trash. Soon the angels who had successfully cleared the battlefield headed straight towards the hive city. Mace, seeing this, quickly ran to the side of an angel at the front, straightened his back, and made a very standard Aquila salute. He said with utmost sincerity and reverence, "By the God Emperor above, my lord, I sincerely thank you for your help. I am the temporary commander of this defense line, Mace." However, the angel paid no heed to Mace, as if his words and presence were of no consequence, and continued leading his team steadily towards the hive city. Seeing this, Mace paused for a moment, organized his thoughts, and then spoke again. My lord, the Hive City's central command still maintains a thread of order, and the governor still holds his ground there. If you would allow me to guide you, I would be greatly honored to lead you to the governor's location. This time, the moment Mace's words fell, the angel and his companions all halted their advance simultaneously. After a long moment, the leading angel slowly turned around, his helmet facing Mace, the visor-like area on it glowing with a cold, orange-yellow light. It appeared devoid of any human emotion, like a Cold War machine. Mace could even feel the intangible pressure emanating from beneath that thick armor, which made him instinctively hold his breath, waiting anxiously for the other's response. But soon, with a soft sliding sound, the angel's faceplate slowly opened, revealing a human face with firm lines. He looked at Mace's expression unchanged, but his lips moved, and unexpectedly his tone was friendly as he said, "Then lead the way." In the midst of fierce battle, the firebats and marines charged ahead as vanguards, their task to draw the enemy's fire. Beneath their cover, led by Li Lu, the marines behind these firebat and marine shields continuously pulled their triggers, bullets raining down like a torrent. Without needing extra control from Li Lu, the marines' Punisher grenades automatically fired at the World Eaters charging at the front. Like the previous World Eater, these World Eaters used their agile reflexes to dodge the first volley of fire from the marines, but failed to evade the slow effect of the stun grenades. Watching this, Li Lu analyzed silently. It seems they can only dodge damage but cannot be immune to debuffs. He seized the opportunity, holding down the left mouse button, relentlessly firing at the slowed World Eaters. He dared not let these creatures break into his own ranks. He still vividly remembered the devastating melee power of the orc boss from previous fights against AI orcs. Boom. Suddenly, a massive burst of sparks erupted from a predator in front of Li Lu, its health bar dropping by half, clearly indicating heavy fire upon it. Li Lu immediately looked towards the direction of the attack, seeing a chimera aiming at his position, with more vehicles covered in profane symbols slowly turning towards them. Damn it. Li Lu cursed, not allowing himself to think further. He pressed ESC to exit the first-person perspective. Then at lightning speed, he tabbed to select the predators, his mouse swiftly moving across the map, holding shift to quickly target each vehicle by threat priority. Immediately, the predators' Punisher grenades began bombarding the vehicles according to Li Li's targeting order, curbing the threat. However, because the vehicles diverted the predators' fire, the front line lost the slow effect of the Punisher grenades, and the enemy's charge speed increased noticeably. Seeing this, Li Lu thought since they had to engage the enemy head-on, he might as well take the initiative. So he manually moved the firebat forward in the formation, selected a medic in the squad, and firmly right-clicked on the foremost firebat. Then he reselected the firebat, scrolled the mouse wheel to the bottom, entered the firebat's first-person view, and holding shift accelerated straight into the enemy ranks. Barbecue time. Immediately, the firebat's twin destruction fire projectors spewed two blazing streams of plasma, mercilessly incinerating the cultists and traitor star troopers ahead. The enemies screamed in agony within the plasma flames, their bodies rapidly carbonizing and twisting, falling in droves, turning to ash like leaves swept away by a gale. Controlling the firebat, Li Lu watched this incredibly realistic scene from the first-person view and couldn't help but have question marks above his head. This. StarCraft 3. Can it pass censorship? Previously, it was all from a god's eye view or the Marines' remote auto-aim, so Li Lu hadn't felt much. But now in first-person, burning enemies to death at close range with such realistic graphics. In the end, Li Lu decided to set aside this obviously uncensorable content and continue controlling the firebat charging through the enemy ranks. However, due to his conspicuous actions, the firebat he controlled immediately drew concentrated fire from most of the ranged enemies. Bullets rained densely upon his heavy power armor, the constant clanging and clattering in his ears, never ceasing sparks flying off his armor. The enemies with melee weapons trying to cut him down. Sorry, they'd have to actually get close to the firebat first. In front of a firebat, ranged attacks are still a bit more refined. Faced with the firebat being focus-fired, Li Lu pressed ESC again. This time, he selected the Marines in the back row and repeated his tactic, shift-clicking to target the enemy's ranged units one by one. At the same time, he kept a close eye on every unit's health, manually adjusting the medic's healing priority. Very soon, with Li Li's micromanagement, the initially chaotic situation gradually stabilized. Then he concentrated again, selected a firebat, and quickly entered the first-person perspective. Fully utilizing the firebat's heavy armor advantage, he forcibly charged at enemies that hadn't yet been focus-fired by the Marines, scattering the enemy's heavy weapon teams. Throughout this battle, Li Lu constantly switched perspectives and performed extensive micromanagement, managing to successfully hold off this wave of red dots. After the battle, Li Lu quickly switched back to God's Eye view, pressed F2 to select all units, clicked towards the objective, and then began tabbing to optimize the somewhat sluggish AI macro strategy. Because during his micromanagement, he had inadvertently noticed that after the AI took over macro, there was a surplus of resources in the top right corner. He had been too busy before, but now with a moment's respite, he could finally optimize the macro. Just then, a neutral star trooper entered Li Li's view, slowly walking towards his army, and seemed to be performing an Aquila salute. Mistaken for angels again. Li Lu was somewhat amused, but he ignored the Star Trooper and continued marching towards the mission objective. However, he noticed this Star Trooper was persistently following him, as if trying to say something. Seeing this, Li Lu suddenly realized. He quickly selected the Marine at the front, scrolled the mouse wheel to the bottom, entered the first-person perspective, and looked at the Star Trooper. At that moment, the other's voice came through clearly. My lord, the Hive City's central command still maintains a thread of order, and the governor still holds his ground there. If you would allow me to guide you, I would be greatly honored to lead you to the governor's location. Is this a quest NPC? Is this how StarCraft 3's quest interaction works? Li Lu froze for a moment, then slowly opened his own faceplate to look at the other. Then lead the way. Most of the city's architecture was constructed from steel and stone, yet it resembled something. Well, perhaps High Gothic. Li Lu found it quite pleasing to the eye. Moreover, the city was dotted with all manner of towers. These towers not only soared into the clouds, but their outer walls were adorned with bronze carvings, and their windows were crafted from layered stained glass. As the sunlight shifted, the entire structure seemed to transform into flowing flames or solidified auroras. Magnificent. To avoid the NPCs noticing his awestruck, gawking demeanor, Li Lu simply closed his headset's visor and freely admired the cityscape. During this journey, besides admiring the city, Li Lu also took the time to better understand the first-person perspective feature. He did manage to discover another overlooked function: voice chat. This feature, which existed in StarCraft 2, allowed direct voice communication with teammates during a match, eliminating the need for external programs like YY or QQ. Finally, no more frantic typing. As they ventured deeper into the Hive City, the streets became noticeably cleaner than before. Cobblestones paved the road, flanked by unknown statues and verdant trees. Yet despite its grandeur, the magnificent avenue felt desolate. Under the guidance of the NPC Mace, Li Lu had encountered fewer than 10 living souls on their entire journey. Though these people would startle and bow upon seeing Li Li's party, they would quickly hurry away, clearly preoccupied with urgent matters. Soon Li Lu arrived at the heart of the complex. According to Mace, this was the governor's palace. The first thing to greet his eyes was a vast cobblestone plaza surrounded by numerous statues depicting elegantly attired mortals. Presumably, these were the governor's ancestral line. The palace itself towered over the plaza. Its white towers and crenellated battlements exhibited an even more exquisite High Gothic style than the rest of the city. At the center of the plaza, a massive fluted clock tower was supported by verdigris green flying buttresses. The tower's conical golden roof was studded with jewels. Beautiful. If it weren't for his mission, Li Lu would have loved to see if he could hear the bell toll. On either side of the plaza, the numerous buildings of the palace complex sprawled across the vast area. Li Lu even spotted an entire forest park and a continuous lake. Clearly, this Hive governor possessed not only immense wealth, but also impeccable taste. Of course, beyond the aesthetics, Li Lu also noticed numerous defensive installations cleverly concealed within the architecture and environment. How did he spot them? Simple. When he switched to the ESE interface to view the overall building scale, he saw the health bars embedded within them. As Li Lu ascended the steps above the plaza, a throng of richly dressed servants surged from the building, replacing Mace, and enthusiastically ushered him into the resplendent hall. The moment he entered, Li Lu saw a stout man rise from a high-backed chair inlaid with gems and gold, striding quickly towards him. The man's excessively wide velvet robe embroidered with golden threads scraped against the floor, producing a dull, heavy sound. My lord, I am Hermann von Kleist, governor of Dilut Hive City. Thank you for your assistance. May I inquire as to your name? It wasn't until Kleist stood before him that Li Li's attention shifted from his attire to the man himself. He realized the governor wasn't just fat, he was the very picture of a nouveau riche dripping with ostentatious wealth. Observing these details, Li Lu sighed inwardly. He had to admit the interaction and the experience were truly impressive. Now his next step was likely to persuade this NPC to agree to evacuate the Hive City's populace. With that in mind, Li Lu adjusted his microphone and spoke with feigned authority. Jim Raynor, chapter master of the Rangers. Let's cut to the chase. I'm here on a mission. Upon hearing Li Li's proclaimed identity, Kleist's bulk quivered and his expression turned extremely obsequious. I am willing to provide you with any assistance within my power, my lord, if only you will save this city. No, you must abandon this city. I am here to help you evacuate. Abandon it. Kleist's voice shot up, his fat face, previously wreathed in sycophantic smiles, froze, as if he had heard a joke. My lord, what are you saying? Abandon the Hive? That's impossible. This is my domain, the culmination of my ancestors' efforts. We have fortifications, guards, and you. He waved his pudgy hands laden with rings. We can resist. If your forces continue to fight alongside us, we can surely repel those traitors and monsters. Li Lu watched his trembling jowls and the panic and disbelief in his eyes, thinking the NPC's reaction was quite realistic. This voice interaction was incredible too. I understand your feelings, but those enemies cannot be stopped by your fortifications or your guards. No, impossible. Kleist stumbled back a few steps, his corpulent frame colliding with a servant behind him. The servant quickly steadied himself, not daring to make a sound. My lord, you must be mistaken. Since the Hermann family has ruled this hive, we have weathered countless crises and emerged triumphant. We can do it again. What do you need? Weapons. Food. Soldiers. I can give you anything. Just help us hold it. Li Lu frowned, wondering if his role-playing wasn't convincing enough. Why was this guy so difficult to persuade? I'll say it again. This isn't a request. It's an order. My mission is to ensure the safe evacuation of as many civilians as possible. You can stay if you wish, but I'm taking your people. Hearing the unyielding tone, Kleist's demeanor shifted. The obsequiousness and confusion vanished, replaced by an eerie calm, as if he were a completely different person. Clearly it had all been an act. At that moment, a servant Li Lu had seen earlier approached Kleist with proper decorum, bowed slightly, and whispered something. Seeing Kleist nod, the servant retreated respectfully. My lord, this matter is too extensive. Dilute Hive City has over 100 million registered citizens. Evacuating everyone in such a short time. Li Lu had overheard the servant's conversation with Kleist perfectly well. It was simply that his teammate, the guy role-playing as Logan, had arrived. Kleist trailing off was obviously a ploy to delay and probe Logan's stance. Li Lu fell silent, locked in a standoff with the governor. Since his teammate was also on a mission, he figured once both players are here, the mission can finally start. Soon, accompanied by heavy footsteps, Logan's towering figure appeared at the hall's entrance. However, he seemed to have fought a fierce battle en route, his once shining power armor and fur cloak now marred by scorched bullet holes and dark red stains. Seeing Logan arrive, Kleist politely excused himself from Li Lu, then donned that obsequious mask once more and approached Logan to speak. But Logan's gaze bypassed him entirely, landing on Li Lu. Seeing his teammate, Li Lu retracted his helmet and greeted him. Hey. Hey. Hearing the strangely familiar voice, Logan paused for a moment. You're Jim Raynor, the chapter master of the Rangers. That's right. Upon hearing this, Logan completely ignored Kleist and walked straight towards Jim Raynor, scrutinizing him without reservation. What are you doing here? As I said, the Rangers are here to save people. And now I'm evacuating these civilians to ensure their safety. Logan fell into deep thought upon hearing Jim Raynor's answer. This mysterious Jim Raynor's plan clearly conflicted with his own. He had intended to use this city as a base to rally the scattered local regiments and organize a counteroffensive. He stated directly, I plan to gather our strength here and strike back when the time is right. Abandoning this hive would be handing this planet over to those traitors. Hearing Logan's words, Kleist looked as if he had found a lifeline, staring at Logan with desperate hope. At this moment, Logan was his greatest pillar of support. An evacuation. Do you have any idea how many resources and ships it would take to organize an evacuation of this hive's population? How long would it take? And where do you even plan to take them? You want to gather strength and counterattack. I just need to evacuate the civilians. Where to? Somewhere safe, of course. The two aren't mutually exclusive. You can have full command of the city's forces. And until the entire planet's population is evacuated, the Rangers will fight alongside you. Logan pondered this. The civilians were indeed a liability at the moment. What he needed was an army. Plus, the other party's explicit promise to fight alongside him meant an extra chapter against the Chaos Traders and Demons would significantly improve their odds. However, several points in his statement remained unclear. How exactly do you plan to evacuate them? And where will you take them? Just then, a strange voice suddenly intruded upon Logan's mind. We are still awaiting the commanders to organize the civilian evacuation. Hopefully they will be in time. The voice was generally flat, yet its tone carried a hint of emotion, like some kind of announcer. Logan immediately looked at Jim Raynor, who remained motionless. Moreover, that voice was distinctly different from the one Jim Raynor had used earlier in his mind. It was clearly not him. You heard it too? Jim Raynor nodded, though his calm reaction suggested he was quite accustomed to this voice. Time is running out. Logan, who had initially only expected cultists and chaos traders, now felt the situation spiraling out of control after learning of demons. Now the mysterious Ranger chapter and this inexplicable voice that pierced his very soul were adding immense pressure to the Alpha Wolf. He looked at Jim Raynor again and asked, how are you going to evacuate them? So you agree to the evacuation? I agree. Logan was eager to see how this mysterious Ranger chapter master Jim Raynor intended to evacuate these civilians. However, the moment he agreed, the announcer-like voice echoed again. Emperor Valerian's evacuation fleet is en route to the first hive city, but there is still a long way to go before this planet's populace is fully evacuated. Come on, let's go outside and see. Didn't you want to know how I'm going to move these civilians? With that, Jim Raynor took the lead and headed outside. Logan was full of questions. Emperor Valerian. Transport fleet. These terms were entirely foreign to him, but there was no time to dwell on them now. He followed Jim Raynor's lead. Seeing this, Governor Kleist quickly straightened his robes and followed behind the two. Now that both lords had agreed to evacuate the populace, even he as governor was powerless to change it. He just wanted to see how Jim Raynor intended to evacuate his people. The group exited the hall, their gazes turning skyward. At first, the sky was the same, slightly overcast blue, no different from any other day. But soon the distant clouds seemed to be torn apart by an invisible hand. Countless ships of unknown make descended through the breach, approaching Dilute Hive City. Their massive hulls instantly blotted out the light, casting a shadow over the entire city. Seeing the darkened sky, Governor Kleist's legs gave way and he nearly collapsed. Had a servant not caught him, he would have made a public spectacle of himself. Staring up at the fleet that filled the sky, his lips trembled, unable to form words. Kleist was no stranger to ships. He even owned a few small ones himself. But he had never seen so many vessels enter the atmosphere, let alone hover directly above his city. They even blocked out the sun. He had never witnessed such a spectacle. Even Lord Logan unconsciously lowered his ever-raised war axe, gazing up at the sky-obscuring fleet. And Jim Raynor. He simply stood in front, his face a mask of absolute control. His expression didn't even flicker, as if this sky-filling fleet were an everyday sight. Just another ordinary day. With that, Jim Raynor looked at Kleist. Start organizing the evacuation. Then he turned back to Logan, speaking with neither arrogance nor subservience. Prepare yourself. Those bastards won't just let us take these civilians. Logan slowly averted his gaze from the unprecedented fleet in the sky. Though he couldn't fathom how these ships could breach Armageddon's atmosphere without being dragged down by gravity, hovering steadily above the Hive City. Jim Raynor had certainly shown him the means to evacuate the civilians. After hearing from Donnie Vermillion that the Little Prince had dispatched a fleet to evacuate the civilians, Li Lu felt a flicker of surprise, yet he found it acceptable. After all, that fellow Donnie Vermillion was already on-site broadcasting the Armageddon situation himself. It was hardly astonishing that the Little Prince had sent a fleet. However, when Li Lu truly witnessed the silhouettes of Valerian's fleet breaching the atmosphere's barrier, trailing blazing fire, like divine soldiers, descending from heaven, the shock he felt was beyond words. For what met his eyes were not a mere handful, or even dozens of small transports, but a dense, overwhelming swarm of true starships that filled the sky above the Hive City. The scenes he had seen earlier from that God's eye view were utterly insignificant compared to what he now witnessed, tilting his head back to gaze at the heavens in first person. No matter how clear the view from that omniscient perspective had been, it was ultimately separated by a screen and the distance of imagination, utterly failing to convey the intense visual impact and overwhelming pressure he felt now immersed in the moment. These ships now hovered directly above the Hive City like majestic fortresses floating atop the clouds, solemn, awe-inspiring, and immensely powerful. Imagine what it feels like to be a mere speck of dust suspended between heaven and earth. This was precisely the truest emotion surging within Li Lu at this moment. Yet as he stared at this colossal fleet, Li Lu vaguely sensed something off about its composition. Taking another glance at the fleet above, he pressed the ESC key, with a puzzled frown swiftly returning to the God's eye view to scrutinize the formation closely. Just as he suspected, every single ship in this arriving fleet was a massive colonial transport vessel. In other words, supersized Hercules-class ships. Or rather, this entire fleet consisted solely of transports. Not a single battlecruiser among them. Damn it. Li Lu couldn't help but curse inwardly. Is the Little Prince here to rescue people, or to deliver them straight into the enemy's hands? Those colonial transports with their colossal and somewhat clumsy frames moved slowly across the sky, without any escort fleet for protection. They might as well have been sitting ducks. If enemy air units were to attack right now, these oversized Hercules ships would undoubtedly be destroyed with ease. Stupid map design. Li Lu continued to curse inwardly. This situation had effectively dumped the entire burden of defensive security during the civilian evacuation squarely onto him and that Logan. Having no other choice, Li Lu suppressed his frustration, maintained the God's eye view, and switched back to base management. As for his second base, it had already been established earlier right on the outskirts of the Hive City. He rapidly constructed starports at his second base, mass-producing Viking fighters. As for battlecruisers, unfortunately those weren't unlocked yet. For now, Li Lu had to rely on Viking fighters for air defense. Considering the considerable number of enemy armored vehicles from before, Li Lu thought it over and queued up the production of siege tanks at the factory. Just as he was busy managing his operations, a mechanical female voice, no, two mechanical female voices, suddenly sounded in his ears. The Hyperion is ready for deployment. Please clear the landing zone. After finishing a mountain of tasks, Li Lu switched back to the perspective of the Marine he had designated as Jim Raynor and turned to look at Crest, who was so stunned by the Little Prince's fleet that he could barely speak. Any problems now? No problems at all, my lord. Then go organize the evacuation. As for the landing zone, I think the main square is quite suitable. Crest, witnessing the spectacular sight before him, and Li Lu's utterly expressionless cold visage, dared not utter a single word of protest. He nodded vigorously and hurried off to arrange the evacuation and the landing zone. Then Li Lu turned his gaze back to Logan. Get ready. Those traitors definitely won't just let us evacuate these civilians without a fight. With the full support of Governor Crest, the wide plaza before the palace was quickly cleared and prepared as the landing zone for the colossal ships hovering above the city. The city had briefly plunged into chaos upon the fleet's sudden arrival, but soon, under the stern shouts and direction of soldiers and enforcers, the populace finally realized these were transport ships here to take them to safety. Upon hearing the news, residents from all corners of the Hive City flocked towards the massive plaza, carrying their young and old, dragging their luggage along. Their faces revealed varying degrees of uncertainty about the road ahead, but more than anything, a sense of relief. After all the conflict on Armageddon had raged for so long, and the Hive City had been attacked not too long ago, had it not been for the Angels' descent, they might well have perished already. Under the strict control of the Enforcers and Defense Forces, Crest had mobilized. The crowd flowed towards the open ramps of the landed transports like orderly streams, steadily and methodically. The scale was so immense that the people seemed to be continuously devoured by the transport ships. Around the landing zone, Jim Raynor had from somewhere summoned a swarm of engineering robots never seen before, which erected over a dozen defensive structures resembling missile turrets in the blink of an eye. Not only that, but Jim Raynor also deployed some of his own Rangers around those turrets, just in case, as he put it. Logan stood on a high platform at the edge of the plaza, coldly observing everything unfolding. He wasn't just watching, he was pondering who this Emperor Valerian was. What powerful lord he had never heard of could commandeer so many transports? It was during his contemplation that Logan's gaze caught one of Jim Raynor's Rangers, a soldier clad in blue power armor and wielding a long rifle, rarely lifting his visor. Apart from Jim Raynor himself, Logan had never seen the face of any of Raynor's subordinates before. That subordinate seemed to be loudly proclaiming something to the surrounding civilians. However, the distance was too great, and with only the raised visor visible, unable to discern lip movements, Logan couldn't tell what was being said. But it was clear that his words stirred a considerable commotion among the populace. Then the ranger who had raised his visor leading the unit herded a group of civilians over to a rare patch of empty ground nearby and raised their weapons. With a burst of low continuous gunfire, the group of civilians herded onto the open ground was turned into shredded meat, almost instantly, blood splattering across the surrounding ground. Logan's beast-like pupils contracted sharply. Why would the rangers suddenly open fire so ferociously on unarmed civilians? Yet to his surprise, not many among the surging crowd in the plaza screamed or fell into panic. The entire procession maintained an orderly state, as if this slaughter had nothing to do with them. In fact, when those among the rangers clad in fiery red armor strode forward to burn the unrecognizable heap of flesh to ashes, quite a few civilians in the plaza even cheered loudly. He stared at the patch of ground in the center of the plaza, recently consumed by flames, and now only scorched marks remained, and at the surrounding citizens whose faces bore smiles, even fanatical expressions. He could hardly believe his eyes and ears. Cheering. Those people were cheering. They had just witnessed their own kin being slaughtered and turned to ash, and yet they could emit such a jarring sound. He spun around abruptly, intending to find Jim Raynor and demand an explanation. If he couldn't provide a reasonable one, then he would find his own answer. But as he turned, he noticed that Crest, standing beside him, had even shown a flicker of relief upon witnessing the slaughter of those civilians. Clearly he knew something. What is the meaning of this? Logan grabbed Crest by the collar, lifting the portly man off the ground. Why did Raynor's men open fire on civilians? And those people? Why are they cheering? Crest, held in Logan's grip, didn't struggle. He calmly adjusted his slightly disheveled collar, then turned his gaze back to the plaza. Because they are not clean people, Lord Logan. Clean people? Logan instantly understood what the term implied. The true meaning of unclean people was not something to be spoken of in front of these mortals. Yes, Lord Logan. Lord Raynor instructed earlier that he has a way to identify the cultists lurking among the populace. Crest recounted Jim Raynor's words calmly. Clearly Raynor had not revealed the true meaning of unclean to Crest either, instead fobbing him off with the excuse of cultists. Hearing this, Logan set Crest back down on the ground and turned to leave. Luo Jin found Lei Nua outside the Nest City. To be precise, he tracked down Jim Lei Nua's trail within a peculiar cluster of buildings that had risen seemingly overnight. When he first arrived, Luo Jin even doubted whether he had come to the wrong place, for the structures before him bore no resemblance to the dilapidated outskirts of the Nest City etched in his memory. It was only after comparing some inconspicuous environmental details from his recollections that he confirmed this was indeed part of the Nest City's periphery. Luo Jin gradually ventured deeper into the building complex, casually glancing around at the strange architecture. Upon first entering this area, Luo Jin encountered no resistance whatsoever. Aside from a few structures resembling the anti-air missile launchers seen earlier in the plaza, there were no sentries posted around the base's perimeter or at its entrance. Moreover, the surrounding buildings were utterly unlike any known imperial architectural style he remembered, as mysterious as the equipment of Lei Nua and his rangers or the unknown model of transport ships. Soon following the scent, Luo Jin located the rangers in an open space surrounded by several buildings topped with enormous satellite dishes. Just as he was walking toward the rangers, a sudden clatter of mechanical devices arose, and the door of a building beside him slowly slid open. The sound drew his attention. Turning his head, he glimpsed a multitude of automated robotic arms inside the building, suggesting some kind of factory, but the most striking sight was the brand new, oddly shaped tank at the center. As the door fully opened, the freshly manufactured tank roared to life, its engine thrumming as it slowly rolled out of the building, the clanking of its tracks against the ground betraying its extraordinary nature. The tank driver paid Luo Jin no heed, driving straight toward a small rise beside the base, followed by another series of mechanical transformation sounds. Looking again, the tank had transformed into something resembling a fixed turret. Almost simultaneously, several rangers and an industrial robot Luo Jin did not recognize rushed to the tank's vicinity. The rangers stood guard while the industrial robot began constructing a structure beside the transformed tank. Before long, a familiar missile launcher tower gradually took shape. Luo Jin watched all this utterly captivated from their encounter until now Lei Nuo and his ranger battle group had presented him with too many mysteries. Snapping back to reality, Luo Jin subconsciously shook his head, reminding himself not to be distracted, and strode directly through the rangers in the open space, stopping before Lei Nuo. Although Lei Nuo, as the battle group's commander, wore equipment nearly identical to his rangers, almost as if cast from the same mold. Yet Luo Jin still distinguished him from the other rangers by the faint scent lingering on Lei Nuo, singling out the figure that blended perfectly into the crowd. But at this moment Lei Nuo seemed lost in thought, standing motionless, showing no reaction even when Luo Jin approached him. Throughout this process, the other rangers also remained indifferent to his actions, merely stretching and moving in place. Luo Jin tried his best to ignore the eerie atmosphere around him, standing before Lei Nuo and speaking seriously a word. Yet Lei Nuo appeared not to notice him, not even looking his way. Luo Jin frowned, patiently stepped half a pace forward and raised his voice again. "Jim, Lei Nuo, we need to talk." This time, as Luo Jin's voice grew louder, Lei Nuo seemed to finally become aware of his presence, lifting his visor and scanning Luo Jin with a cold gaze. "What, you need something? Didn't I tell you to prepare the defenses?" When Logan arrived, Li Lu was still idling at the second base, managing his economy. Though he saw on the minimap that a teammate's hero had run into his base, he couldn't be bothered to deal with him. After all, this idiot didn't even have a base. He was a lofty summoner-type hero who could loiter around waiting for cooldowns. Lila had no time for that. Li Lu continued deploying defenses around the outskirts of the Hive City. For this kind of protection mission where the objective was to evacuate VIPs, it wasn't enough to just place a few anti-air turrets next to the transport ship and station some troops. Most likely a wave of red dots would attack the Hive City, while the Little Prince's fleet evacuated civilians. If he didn't set up proper defenses, it would be awkward if the Little Prince's ship got rammed out of the sky by the enemy's close combat super soldiers. So even on the defensive line held by his teammate Logan, he had deployed a considerable number of troops, just in case. After all, he saw himself as a high-level player who could carry the entire game. After personally driving a freshly produced siege tank onto a high platform he had scouted earlier, a position that could almost overlook the entire periphery of the Hive City, and deploying it, Li Lu also boxed a few Marines and an SCV to hastily build some defensive structures around the tank. Just as he was tabbing back to the starport area to check for any gaps in the defense line, he noticed Logan had stopped in front of his Marine, clearly wanting to say something. Selecting the Marine and scrolling the mouse wheel to enter the first-person view, Li Lu began to size up Logan. But he had to admit the guy was truly massive, standing much taller than his own Marine. "What, you need something? Didn't I tell you to prepare the defenses? Didn't I tell you to prepare the defenses, eh?" Logan was taken aback when Raynor mentioned the defensive line. He hadn't expected that. Compared to the fact that the Wolf Lord of the Space Wolves had come alone to speak with him privately, Raynor would be more concerned about the Hive City's defenses. He paused for a moment, trying to sniff out Raynor's true emotions, but found nothing beyond the usual sense. He had to say, "I've already deployed the defenses. I came mainly to warn you. Jim Raynor. Let me be direct, I have never heard of you or the chapter of Rangers you lead. Even though you showed me that image of Calgar, I still have doubts about your identity. Likewise, I don't know how you managed to pick out those unclean people from the crowd. Even I couldn't smell them. But I still want to warn you, don't be too conspicuous. This Armageddon is far from just the two of us. There are many troublesome houses." He paused for a moment, trying to sniff out Raynor's true emotions, but found nothing beyond the usual sense. He had to say, "I've already deployed the defenses. I came mainly to warn you. Jim Raynor. Let me be direct, I have never heard of you or the chapter of Rangers you lead. Even though you showed me that image of Calgar, I still have doubts about your identity. Likewise, I don't know how you managed to pick out those unclean people from the crowd. Even I couldn't smell them. But I still want to warn you, don't be too conspicuous. This Armageddon is far from just the two of us. There are many troublesome houses. Let me be direct, I have never heard of you or the chapter of Rangers you lead. Even though you showed me that image of Calgar, I still have doubts about your identity. Likewise, I don't know how you managed to pick out those unclean people from the crowd. Even I couldn't smell them. But I still want to warn you, don't be too conspicuous. This Armageddon is far from just the two of us. There are many troublesome houses." However, before Logan could finish his words, a thunderous cannon blast directly interrupted him. Boom. From the direction of the sound, Logan instantly knew it came from the tank he had seen when entering the Ranger base. At the same time, Jim Raynor's Rangers surged out of the base in a swarm after that cannon blast. Logan could faintly hear their brief exchanges as they rushed past. "Quick, quick, quick, let's do this. Get to it. Leave it to me." The next moment, more cannon fire echoed across the Hive City's periphery. Not only that, but with a certain howl, a volley of missiles streaked into the sky, trailing long plumes of exhaust. Seeing this, Logan abandoned his conversation with Raynor and hurried back the way he came. Clearly, this was not the time for words. Returning to the entrance of the ranger base, Logan first looked toward the direction of the artillery strikes to gauge the enemy's composition, but the impact points were beyond his visual range. But not seeing didn't mean not smelling. The previously cold air was now saturated with an unprecedented nauseating stench of chaos heretics. Moreover, the flashes of fire flickering on the distant horizon with each cannon shot confirmed that these sustained bombardments were not indiscriminate. They had clear targets and direction. All signs pointed to it. The enemy was coming. Just then a land speeder driven by one of his night riders screeched to a halt in front of him. The brother at the controls reported, "Wolf Lord, the traitors are attacking our outer defenses. Besides the traitors, their ranks are swarming with demons." Logan cast one last glance at the rangers pouring out of the base to meet the enemy, then vaulted onto the land speeder. Take me back. He only needed to remember that they were indeed evacuating civilians, and as promised fighting shoulder to shoulder with the Space Wolves. That was enough. At the Night Rider position, the peculiar tanks deployed by the Rangers opened fire, first their thunderous salvos shaking the earth. After they had bombarded for a good while, the roar of the Chaos Traitors' vehicles and various weapons began to draw near. The assault had begun. In the forward trench, Fanlongzai, without his helmet, popped his head up and immediately ducked back down. That was close. Fanlongzai thought so because a bullet had grazed his hair. If not for his lightning-fast reflexes and superhuman senses that allowed him to detect the danger a microsecond in advance, and dodge, his head would now be a bloody pulp. Of course, if he had bothered to wear his power armor helmet, such bullets would hardly pose a threat. Recalling the battlefield image he had instantly burned into his mind during the peak, Fanlongzai began analyzing the figures of the traitor forces he had seen. In the memory, aside from the common cultists charging at the front and the numerous former Armageddon Steel Legion troops who had turned to chaos along with their armored vehicles, there were also those scum who had abandoned the glory of the Emperor of Mankind and embraced chaos. And not just them. Various bizarre demons and demon engines were mixed in as well. After analyzing the enemy composition and deducing their positions in his mind, Fanlongzai did not attack hastily. The Wolf Lord had given orders to let the traitors and blasphemous scum get close before engaging. Moreover, the current distance was still a bit far for them. If not for the Rangers' tanks opening fire too early, the enemy probably wouldn't have started their charge from so far away. But in a sense, that was actually a good thing. However, just because Fanlongzai and his brothers didn't attack, didn't mean the Rangers deployed in other trenches wouldn't. While he was still hidden behind cover, the Rangers in the adjacent trench stood up straight and opened fire with their weapons. Bang, 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 bang. Boom, 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 boom. The dense gunfire and the sound of some kind of grenade launcher erupted like popping beans across their own positions. Fanlongzai frowned. Though the Rangers' firepower sounded fierce in his opinion, it was a waste of ammunition. They had revealed their position too early, and at such a distance, how many effective kills could they achieve? Soon after the Rangers' gunfire began, heavy return fire erupted from the advancing traitor wave. All kinds of heavy ordnance engulfed the Ranger positions in a sea of fire. Even the cover Fanlongzai was in was hit by several shells. He could clearly hear screams from the Ranger trench. Without looking, he knew that the Rangers who had stood up to fire were probably doomed. But contrary to his expectations, the sounds of bang, 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 and boom, boom never ceased from the Ranger positions. Though slightly weaker than before, the firepower persisted. Fanlongzai was puzzled that these Rangers were like cockroaches that wouldn't die, but he remained still. The Wolf Lord had previously instructed him to ignore these Rangers. Despite the unceasing tank fire and shooting from the Rangers, the distance between the enemy and the trenches was getting shorter and shorter. Beyond the continuous gunfire, Fanlongzai could now clearly hear the traitor officers ordering their rabble troops to move into new combat positions. At the same time, the faint sound of boots stomping on the ground and the blasphemous roars of demons became audible. Close enough. But Fanlongzai still didn't rise to attack, because the brothers responsible for destroying the enemy's heavy weapons hadn't opened fire yet. Just as he thought that, wave after wave of missiles screamed from the Night Rider positions toward the traitors' heavy weapons and vehicles. However, compared to the expected number of heavy weapons and vehicles, significantly fewer had made it to the front lines. So many missiles that lacked targets had to strike infantry instead. Clearly, most of the heavy weapons and vehicles had been destroyed by the Rangers' earlier fire during their approach. Boom, boom, boom. Violent explosions rang out in succession. The heavy weapons and tanks among the traitor ranks that had barely managed to advance close under the Rangers' relentless bombardment were precisely hit by missiles, turning into burning scrap. Amid the chaos, the traitors' charge momentum visibly stalled. The footsteps of the soldiers who had been howling forward began to hesitate. Fanlongzai knew the moment had come. Now, instantly the war cries of the wolves rang across the battlefield. For the Emperor. For us. Glory to the wolves. Fanlongzai lunged out of cover, his bolt gun already trained on a traitor officer who was trying to reorganize his soldiers nearby. He had long pinpointed the officer by sound and scent. Bang! The bolt round precisely struck the head of the officer, who was wearing a filthy Imperial Guard greatcoat, its Imperial insignia torn off, and replaced with blasphemous symbols of the dark gods. Glory to Rus. Kill them all. Fen Longzai roared in response to his brother's battle cries, never stopping his trigger finger. Under their sudden assault, the mortal traitor vanguard was routed almost instantly. Or rather, they had already been on the verge of collapse from the Rangers' artillery fire, and now they finally broke. And this was only the beginning. The traitor space marines who had embraced chaos along with the demons also appeared within range. The traitor's power armor was daubed with filthy symbols and dried bloodstains. The once loyal insignia had been replaced by twisted chaos marks. Though most wielded blasphemous melee weapons, the bolt pistols in their secondary hands spat equally deadly fire. These traitors charged toward the now fully exposed positions, hacking down, fleeing mortal traitors as they went. Under their slaughter and reorganization, the mortal traitors were rallied again and launched another charge at the positions. Though the traitors had breached the defensive line, the wild wolves within the stronghold were well prepared. They swiftly exchanged their rifles for battle axes and blades, engaging the traitors in fierce close-quarters combat. As for the outriders, the wild wolves had come to realize that those men were nearly useless beyond their shooting prowess. Yet it had to be said, their suppressive fire was gradually winning the wild wolves' favor. The moment Logan returned to the Night Walker's position, he was immediately surrounded by a cadre of wolf guards. Though the stronghold remained firmly in their grasp, they had to remain vigilant against decapitation strikes from the enemy. Logan did not immediately join the fray ahead. Instead, he fixed his gaze upon the demons in the enemy ranks, their numbers far exceeding his estimates, and frowned deeply. After a moment of deliberation, he turned and strode off to find Ulta, the rune priest of the Night Walker's great company. He harbored doubts that required the guidance of a priest. When Logan found Ulta at the rear, the priest was in the midst of a ritual. According to the brothers guarding him, Ulta was beseeching Rus and the Allfather for their aid, praying that they might shield the warriors from the malevolent sorceries chaos could unleash upon them. Seeing this, Logan wished to seek guidance, but dared not rudely interrupt the priest's ceremony. He could only stand quietly to the side and wait. However, with Logan's arrival, a strange occurrence unfolded. Accompanied by a barely audible wolf's howl, the rune staff in Ulta's hands, which had only been faintly glowing red, was suddenly inexplicably replaced by a blaze of golden light. Not only that, but the deep blue rune armor adorning Ulta's form was overflowing with golden radiance, completely enshrouded in a layer of divine brilliance. Within less than a second, Ulta transformed entirely into a golden giant, emanating an unparalleled aura of divine majesty that left the surrounding wild wolves utterly awestruck. Yet this transformation came and went with equal swiftness. In the blink of an eye, Ulta reverted to his former appearance. Logan, though initially startled by the sudden change, had feared that some mishap had befallen Ulta, but he quickly regained his composure. Relying on his keen senses, he discerned that the priest's condition had remained stable throughout the ordeal. Thus he made no further move, merely observing the peculiar phenomenon in silence. Seeing Logan remain still, the other wild wolves also held their ground, watching closely to see what would happen next. As the golden light faded, Ulta, restored to his normal state, first gazed upon his rune staff and rune armor with a hint of fervor before noticing Logan standing nearby. Wolf Lord. Just now, the Allfather answered my prayer. Nay more, he guided me for a single fleeting moment. Ah, what a... These exclamations of shock did not come from Logan, but from the Night Walker brothers guarding Ulta. Upon hearing the priest's account, their faces were etched with a mixture of astonishment and ecstatic joy. To think, the Allfather had not only answered the priest's prayer, but had personally guided him for a moment. What unparalleled honor was this? In the entire history of the Space Wolves, no one had ever been graced with such direct divine favor. Some brothers were so overcome with emotion that they nearly dropped their weapons. Low, unrestrained growls rumbled from their throats, an instinctive urge to unleash a howl, to vent the sheer excitement and fervor building within. A few nearly gave in to the impulse, only to be halted by a raised hand from Logan. Logan's own heart was roiling with a tempest of shock at Ulta's words. The Allfather's descent was a sacred miracle worthy of being recorded in the annals of any Space Marine chapter. Yet as a Wolf Lord, he maintained the requisite composure and stoicism on his face. Even amidst the honor, his mind burned with a single pressing question: why? Usually the priest's rituals could achieve some measure of effect, but never had they witnessed the Allfather's descent, nor even a sliver of golden light manifest upon them. Why of all moments did this unprecedented miracle occur immediately after his own arrival? Plagued by this enigma, Logan's feral eyes locked onto Ulta, a glimmer of probing curiosity shining within them. Ulta, acutely aware of the Wolf Lord's gaze, struggled to steady his still tumultuous heart. Wolf Lord, I was conducting the ritual, as I always do, attempting to commune with Rus and the Allfather through the power of the runes, beseeching them to protect our warriors from the corrupting sorceries of chaos. But then at the very instant I sent forth my prayer through the runes, I felt a surge of immense power flood my entire being. It was warm and sacred. Without a word, I knew it was the Allfather's gaze upon me. Ulta's words stirred the wolf guards around them once more. They turned their gazes towards Logan, as if seeing their alpha for the first time. The rune priest's voice continued. The Allfather spoke not yet. He guided me, showing me a vision of what is to come. Upon a land as crimson as blood a cluster of wailing infants lay. Before them a black wolf and a greyhound battled a blood-soaked raging bear that roared seeking to slaughter the children. The black wolf moved with agile grace, fighting fiercely to shield the infants. The blood-soaked bear was colossal, radiating an aura of unbridled savagery. And the greyhound, though it fought alongside the bear, its gaze frequently darting back towards the wailing infants, gleamed with a sinister light. And behind the blood-soaked bear a colossal rattlesnake formed entirely of bones and originating from the infants loomed, with its massive jaws open towards the bear. Yet even as it faced the gray bear, its serpentine eyes seemed poised to whip around and devour the greyhound next. The rune priest paused, then concluded, "That is all, my lord." Logan remained silent, offering no immediate reply, his mind racing at a furious pace. The infants without a doubt represented the mortals on Armageddon. In this war they were undoubtedly the most vulnerable and in need of protection. The imagery aligned perfectly. The black wolf was also easy to decipher. It undoubtedly referred to them, the sons of Fenris. But the greyhound fighting alongside the black wolf, yet eyeing the infants with predatory intent. Could it be referring to the outriders currently fighting side by side with the wild wolves? And the raging blood-soaked bear. Who did that represent? Though demons and chaos traders were present on the battlefield below, the wild wolves, aided by the outriders, were not fighting with excessive difficulty. Logan doubted they could live up to the image of a raging blood-soaked bear. Could there be another threat he was unaware of? And then there was the final image, the colossal rattlesnake of bone stretching from the infants, weaving through the entire scene. On the battlefield of the outer defense line of Derut Hive City, the 7th Mechanized Infantry Regiment, once part of the Armageddon Steel Legion's combat formation, was now launching a full-scale assault on the defensive perimeter under its commander's orders, fighting alongside their newfound allies. There was a time when the soldiers of this regiment had served with unwavering loyalty, shedding their blood for the extravagant elites who dwelled in the opulent upper tiers of the Hive City. They had devoted their fervent passion unconditionally to the so-called God Emperor upon the Golden Throne, yet in return, they received only endless torment and the relentless sacrifice of their comrades. After enduring all that suffering and despair, the soldiers' hearts gradually became consumed by fury and resentment. Until one day they bore witness to the awe-inspiring, earth-shaking power displayed by the Blood God's champions who descended upon the continent of Armageddon. In that moment, the soldiers of the 7th Mechanized Infantry Regiment of the Armageddon Steel Legion found themselves a new master. At this very moment, the regiment commander, now serving his new master, stood at the front lines, staring intently at the formidable defensive line that had resisted their attacks for so long. Beyond that line lay Derut Hive City, whose governor poured immense manpower, resources, and wealth into its maintenance each year, resulting in an almost pristine and beautiful environment. In stark contrast, the land upon which the attackers stood bore every mark of industrial blight, choking fumes, scattered ruins, and pervasive desolation. The thought of this disparity only deepened the scowl on the commander's face, his jaw clenching ever tighter. Yet despite the rage simmering within him, the moment he turned to face the crimson-skinned giant beside him, a being adorned with fearsome wings and horns, his demeanor shifted instantly to one of profound humility. His body involuntarily bowed, and with a slightly trembling voice he said, "My lord, the defenses erected by the servants of the false emperor on the Golden Throne are more formidable than we anticipated. We have launched numerous assaults, yet we have been unable to breach them." There were words the commander dared not speak aloud. Several times the defensive structures appeared on the verge of collapse, only to visibly and rapidly restore themselves to pristine condition. Though he knew not the cause, he understood it could not serve as an excuse for their failure. In the presence of this envoy sent by his new all-powerful master to oversee the campaign, those who offered lengthy justifications for defeat rarely met a favorable end. Upon hearing these words, the giant, clad in scorched brass armor adorned with countless skulls, and wielding a colossal crimson executioner's blade that towered far beyond the height of any mortal, did not even deign to lower its gaze toward the insignificant mortal commander before it. It remained fixated on the battlefield, its eyes burning with rage and a hint of madness, its voice carrying both immense power and a sliver of rationality. "Formidable. Aye." Yet the giant's words were cut short. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted, and in an instant the mortal commander before it and everything surrounding him were reduced to a fine mist of blood and shredded flesh. The shockwave, carrying a violent surge of air, swept across everything in front of the giant, even blasting several of the skulls hanging from its armor clean off. Amidst the swirling smoke and dust, the crimson giant slowly rose from its throne, a macabre seat constructed from a heap of skulls. Only then did it finally lower its gaze, slightly looking upon the spot where the mortal had stood moments ago. All that remained was a massive smoking crater, its edges littered with the scattered remnants of what might have been the insignificant being. Witnessing this scene, the madness in the giant's eyes was now joined by an incredulous, seething fury. Its eyes bulged wide like bells, rage burning as if to consume the entire world. Its naturally crimson skin deepened to a darker shade of blood red like living flame. Its fearsome wings snapped open, casting a vast shadow over the entire battlefield. A moment later, a roar shook the heavens. How dare you? Logan came before Li Lu, speaking words that left him utterly bewildered. Straining to grasp the man's intent, Li Lu juggled, managing his base and commanding his forces, while frantically toggling between first-person and God-view perspectives just to decipher the cryptic riddle this guy was spinning. But just as Li Lu began to piece together the meaning, Logan, after initiating an attack on the red blips, abruptly took off, without another word of explanation. He left Li Lu standing there utterly dumbfounded. What the hell did he come for? It's just some red blips, what's the damn hurry? Rolling his eyes, the exasperated Li Lu resumed his management and troop control. Scanning the outskirts of Darut Hive City, apart from the sectors defended by his allies, the entire perimeter defense line was as watertight as an iron bucket, all thanks to Li Li's meticulous management. Along the defensive ring encircling the Hive City, well-positioned siege tanks and missile turrets were a common sight. As for bunkers, they were practically lined up in a row, plentiful and more than sufficient. Moreover, despite playing as Raynor without access to structures as immovable as a planetary fortress, he had the orbital command, a gloriously oversized supply depot, which he could use to fabricate walls out of thin air, creating choke points to shape the battlefield. Behind these structures stood a massive contingent of idle SCVs with auto-repair enabled, along with a portion of his forces that couldn't fit into the bunkers and were repurposed as supplementary firepower. Even in areas where construction was impossible, Li Lu stationed a significant number of bio units with ample medics in tow, ensuring those red blips got a first-hand lesson in what nanomachine meant. Boom, 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 boom. Hearing the thunderous reports of his siege tanks erupting across the outer defenses, Li Lu quickly snapped his view over to investigate. BM. On the screen, the first shell struck the advancing enemies, igniting a massive blaze that shot skyward. Then came the second volley, the third. More explosions followed in rapid succession, the relentless barrage, making the very ground under bombardment appear to tremble violently on his display. Holy crap, no wonder that voice line says, "Cannonade the 4Cs." Some enemies attempting to deploy what looked like ancient towed artillery from a bygone era behind a distant hill were instantly erased by the continuous siege tank bombardment along with the hill itself. Now this is a siege tank. Each shell that landed physically leveled vast swathes of enemies along with the terrain beneath their feet. However, despite the siege tank's ferocity, it alone couldn't halt the enemy's advance, just as in a ladder match, where no matter how you position your tank, Zerg or Protoss ground forces will always find a way to reach you. Of course, the real issue was numbers. If you had enough siege tanks, no ground unit could ever hope to break through their line. But Li Li's current siege tank numbers were far from that critical mass, so a significant number of enemies managed to punch through the artillery barrage and began assaulting the defensive line he'd erected with bunkers and oversized supply depots. Yet they were met by bunkers packed to the brim with Marines, marauders, and even firebats. The moment enemies entered the bunker's line of fire, they were mowed down in droves by dense barrages mixed with explosive grenades spewing from the firing ports. Despite the intense firepower, Li Lu spotted some lunatics wielding terrifying melee weapons somehow managed to brave the storm of bullets and close in on the bunker's edge. Stunned, he clicked on them and saw they all possessed a buff granting range damage reduction coupled with their own devastating melee damage. Such is the way of the noble melee fighter. Grumbling aside, Li Lu was prepared for this. In an instant, long tongues of flame erupted from the bunkers these lunatics had approached. In the blink of an eye, the melee fighters, already wounded by the earlier barrage, were expertly roasted into brittle charcoal by the firebats inside the bunkers as they tried to hack through Li Li's steel walls, crumbling to ash at the slightest touch. Of course, the enemy's assault wasn't just on the ground, it was a multi-dimensional attack. However, the enemy's air units didn't even get close to the defensive line before being swatted out of the sky by the relentless stream of long-bolt missiles launched from the missile turrets standing tall behind the fortifications. Yet Li Lu was surprised to find that even among the air units there were those who could withstand the missiles. He was forced to pull some of the Vikings he'd set to patrol around the Little Prince's fleet group and order them to focus fire on those resilient targets. You can reduce range damage, but my Vikings' antimatter missiles should be pure damage unaffected by your tricks. As Li Lu anticipated, when the Vikings' Lancer torpedoes slammed into those enemies, the damage from the antimatter annihilation was devastating and utterly real. After this flurry of actions, Li Lu was confident this wave of red blips couldn't break his defenses. He also found a moment to check on his allies. They had taken some losses, but seemed to be holding their own. Assessing the quality of the red blips, Li Lu figured this map, though slightly challenging, was far from the true difficulty of a mutation. After all, he'd been repeatedly torn apart by mutation elites before. As for the current red blips, Li Lu felt he could defend forever just by switching screens, dropping MULEs, and keeping the SCV's auto-repair active to ensure the fortifications were promptly fixed after taking hits. With nothing else to do, Li Lu, watching the rumbling battlefield, decided to hop into the first-person perspective of a siege tank for the experience. He'd piloted them before during deployment, but had never actually fired one in anger, so a sense of curiosity and anticipation filled him. Upon entering first-person view, Li Lu mused, come to think of it, aside from the battlecruiser, every Terran unit in StarCraft, whether it's a tank, a Thor, or even an Odin, seems to require only one person to operate easily. Wait, no. The battlecruiser doesn't even need a person. I remember the Little Prince's ship after evacuating everyone was taken over by the adjutant and rammed into Minsk's White Star in a suicide attack. The absurd part is that the White Star, after being rammed by a battlecruiser, was repaired in no time. While mentally griping about StarCraft, Li's attention returned to the siege tank's control panel before him. The siege tank's primary tank mode looked no different from playing War Thunder. Its weapon was the twin 90mm plasma cannon, the so-called Little Pea Shooter, known for its rapid fire and accuracy. After firing a few unimpressive shots, Li felt it wasn't satisfying enough and directly pressed the button for siege mode. With a series of mechanical whirs and clanks, Li's view transformed into the long-range siege mode interface. He had to admit this view was far more comfortable than the tank modes. The first thing that caught his eye was a three-dimensional map created by combining holographic imaging with virtual outlines. It displayed the terrain while highlighting living creatures with conspicuous holographic boxes. Except for the lack of real-world color, it was almost like a live aerial feed. Not only that, but the twin 90mm plasma cannons automatically transformed into a 180mm shock cannon, and the operation became even simpler. All he had to do was mark his target on the holographic map, and the siege tank would automatically calculate the trajectory, adjust the barrel angle, and use real-time skin data to lock onto and track the target, guaranteeing a precise hit. And what did Li have to do? He simply had to gently press the fire button. No talent at all, just pure skill and hard work. Li couldn't help but marvel, feeling a deep satisfaction with the incredibly complex steps required to operate the siege tank, because it only served to highlight his own prowess. As he spoke, Li noticed on the siege tank's holographic map a particularly massive silhouette behind the enemy lines, and it seemed there was a figure standing in front of it. You'll do. Li decisively targeted that enemy and fired. Boom. Immediately, the tank's 180mm shock cannon let out a thunderous roar. Simultaneously, a trajectory arc representing the shell streaked across the map on Li's main interface, its endpoint landing perfectly on the marked figure. The next moment, the marked figure vanished completely from the map's detection, clearly obliterated by the blast. Even the relatively flat ground around it was left cratered and in ruins. However, just as Li was pondering what to shoot next, the massive silhouette at the edge of the explosion slowly rose from the ground on the map. It paused for a moment, then began moving at high speed directly towards the defensive line where the siege tank he had just controlled was positioned. Not only that, but almost all the red blips began to reorient themselves and charge towards that location. What the hell is going on? Li was instantly stunned. I only shot a small one, how did I aggro the big one? He quickly pressed ESC to switch back to God view and dropped a scan on the area to assess the situation. As the scan revealed the area, he saw a colossal winged unit resembling a giant demon clad in scorched brass armor adorned with skull motifs, charging with incredible speed towards the siege tank he had just fired from, brandishing an enormous executioner's sword and roaring furiously. Holy crap, I was just shooting for fun, kid. During the charge, Demoy could clearly feel the nail-like projectiles shattering harmlessly against its brass armor, with a cacophony of clinks causing it no pain whatsoever. As for the artillery fire that continued to bombard its massive frame, the force was barely enough to be considered a massage, only bringing it a slight warmth. Disregarding these sensations, Demoy's blood-red eyes scanned the human defensive line ahead, which was futilely pouring ammunition upon it from a position of lofty dominance. A cruel, arrogant smile curled upon its lips as it boomed a declaration that echoed across the entire battlefield. Is that all? After mocking the human defenses, Demoy began to search for its primary target, the one who had dared to slay one of its mortal servants right before its very eyes. To be fair, that mortal was insignificant in its eyes, nothing more than an ant it could crush with a flick of its fingers, and the life or death of such an ant mattered little to it. However, killing an ant it had not yet chosen to kill right in front of it touched a raw nerve. What was once unimportant had now become a matter of great consequence. A powerful rage like surging waves churned endlessly within its core, and even now this fury consumed its entire being. As the distance to the human defenses closed, Demoy locked onto its target, a feeble human tank it had never seen before. Destroying this fragile creation would be effortless, yet Demoy didn't mind tearing through the noisy defenses along the way. With that thought, Demoy gave a mighty flap of its wings, instantly whipping up a nauseating stench-laden gust. Its speed surged once more, and in a blink it had crossed the vast distance, arriving before the human defensive line that stood between it and the tank that had dared to humiliate it. During its charge, many mortal servant soldiers who stood in its path were casually crushed underfoot. As previously stated, it cared nothing for these ants. To it, they were more useful dead than alive. Arriving at the defense line, Demoy swung the decapitation sword it had held high, bringing it down with immense force upon the bunker blocking its path. With a single strike, the entire front half of the flimsy fortification was easily sliced apart and crushed flat. But Demoy was momentarily stunned, because even with such catastrophic damage, the bunker, whose entire front section was now completely flattened, continued to relentlessly fire its nails and explosive projectiles. And in that brief moment of confusion, the crushed front half of the bunker suddenly bulged back out, with a faint sizzling sound restoring itself to its original form. This bizarre sight froze the arrogant smile on Demoy's face. It stared at the resurrected bunker, yet sensed not a single ripple of warp energy. It could vividly recall the satisfying sensation of its blade cleaving through steel with that world-shattering strike. How could any of the people inside have survived such a blow? And not only did the damaged bunker become completely unscathed in an instant, it could even repair itself. Regardless, the facts were plain to see. The bunker continued to spew fire, and those little nails and explosives kept striking its armor, tirelessly producing a clanging racket. However, these attacks, once merely insignificant noise, now felt like a series of resounding slaps across its face. Rage surged once more, but wait. Why did its calves feel a bit warm? Hissed, they were starting to burn. It was then that Demoy noticed with the reduced distance, searing flames were beginning to spew from the bunker, relentlessly roasting its legs. Roar. Enraged beyond reason, feeling intellectually insulted, it began to raise its massive sword and slam it down upon the bizarre bunker again and again. It refused to believe that this strange human scrap metal could repair itself faster than its mighty blows could destroy it. Finally, the damage it inflicted exceeded the bunker's self-repair limit, completely obliterating it. But when the bunker fully and truly collapsed, it sensed neither the blood nor the souls of the humans who had been inside. Empty. Not only that, but accompanied by some bizarre music, several 3-meter-tall mechanical constructs were gradually revealed behind the collapsed bunker. The leading machine, upon being noticed by Demoy, even made a surprisingly human-like gesture. It raised its mechanical arm and delicately covered its cockpit area, striking a coy, bashful pose. Clearly, these machines were responsible for the bunker's relentless repairs. Looking further behind these few machines, there were even more bunkers. And these bunkers were now like the previous one, furiously spewing fire at it. Setting aside the bizarre music and the equally strange movements of the robots for now, Demoy clearly remembered that when it had spread its wings and leaped earlier, there was only a single bunker here. Could it be? With that thought, it leaped into the air once more and discovered that behind these bunkers, even more machines identical to the ones before it were frantically constructing something. From the framework, it was clear they were building more of these bunkers. During the time Demoy was in the air, those machines retreated towards the bunkers behind them. The next moment, upon touching the bunkers, they vanished without a trace. The strangeness didn't end there. At some point, the nails and long-range artillery fire that couldn't even tickle it began to cause Demoy to faintly sense a subtle drain on its power. This segment was ultimately written in a comedic style. Lilu maxed out his APM, pulling additional workers to repair the bunker, just before the colossal demon, whose name was too long for him to bother reading, and was henceforth referred to as Demoy, could smash it to pieces. Not stopping there, while the workers performed their desperate repairs against the demon's destruction, Lilu also constructed additional bunkers behind the first one, layering the choke point with multiple tiers of defense. Moreover, upon noticing the demon behemoth's range damage reduction buff, which was practically akin to immunity, he manually assumed control of the siege tank's target selection, issuing a shift command to focus fire on the lesser minions the demon had summoned. Although some of these formidable foes also possessed range damage reduction, theirs paled in comparison to the demon lord's buff. The tank shells still visibly chipped away at their health bars. Watching Demoy still futilely swinging his sword against his seemingly impenetrable defense line, Lilu remarked with a hint of relief, "Phew, that was close. He nearly chain-killed me. Good thing I was one step ahead." Just as he deemed his defenses secure, Demoy spread his wings wide and leaped into the air once more. Another jump slash. Lilu had already deciphered many of the demon's abilities, but soon he sensed something was amiss. This time, instead of plummeting onto the bunkers below, the demon soared directly over his newly constructed defensive line. Not only that, but with a lightning-fast dive, it landed and seamlessly transitioned into slaughtering the units Lilu had pulled from other less pressured defensive positions. The Marines were vaporized upon contact, and even the Marauders and Firebats fell in just 2 or 3 strikes. Holy shit. Watching his population counter plummet, Lilu swiftly moved his cursor to the Hyperion summon ability he had been saving as a last resort. Just as he was about to click it, a missile's roar filled the air. A blue figure leaped from a high-speed aircraft that had just released its payload, charging at the demon while brandishing a massive battle axe. Having dismounted from the craft, Logan swung his battle axe, intercepting the demon's blow aimed at a ranger clad in white armor. The immense force from the demon's greatsword surged through the axe, spreading throughout Logan's entire body. Feeling the immense pressure constantly bearing down from the demon's blade, and noticing the white-armored ranger still standing foolishly behind him, seemingly oblivious to the immense difficulty of his block, a surge of frustration welled within him. He glanced back at the white-armored ranger. He knew it was a female. And Astartes had no women, and besides, he had long since realized this ranger couldn't possibly be an Astartes. The moment Jim Raynor had opened his helmet visor back in the governor's hall, Logan had seen that the man was a plain mortal, perhaps a bit stronger than average. The reason he hadn't called out the ranger's identity was that the vision of Calgar that had been transmitted into his mind was undoubtedly genuine. The chapter master of the Ultramarines Marnius Calgar, as he knew him, was not one to easily vouch for another's identity. Yet he had done so. This indicated that these rangers were of paramount importance to Calgar. As long as they showed no hostility, Logan had no intention of clashing with them. Logan continued his stalemate with the powerful demon before him. However, even as the Wolf Lord of the Space Wolves, the Great Wolf of the Night Runners, he was nearing his limit. Sustaining the demon's blow sent waves of aching soreness through every muscle in his body, while his power armor systems blared frantic alarms. It was at this moment that the white-armored ranger finally moved. But not because she finally understood Logan's silent signal to get the hell out of the way. Instead, she raised her shield and stepped forward, positioning herself directly behind Logan. Simultaneously, an unidentified device on her other arm's armor began emitting a strange green beam aimed at Logan. Logan was bewildered by the white-armored ranger's actions, but he could sense that the green beam seemed to carry some kind of life force. The instant the beam struck him, the pain racking his muscles subsided dramatically. Even the alarms in his armor quieted down, no longer blaring incessantly. Although the relief brought by the green beam was notable against the demon's near rage-fueled power augmentation, it merely allowed Logan to barely hold his ground without being instantly overwhelmed. However, Logan hadn't come alone. He had brought an entire great company with him. While the demon's attention was focused solely on him, the Wolf Guard and Night Runners who had arrived on the scene surrounded it, hacking and slashing with reckless abandon. Not only that, but the Rangers under Jim Raynor's command, clad in their heavy crimson armor, also joined the fray. Plasma fire erupted from their arms, engulfing the demon's body in an instant. Logan could even feel the surrounding air, previously quite cold, turn scorching hot following the attacks from the flame-wielding Rangers. The demon, now acutely aware of being surrounded, let out a furious roar. Its massive sword spun with tremendous force, sending Logan stumbling back 2 steps before he could regain his footing. But the demon didn't stop. Its colossal frame twisted abruptly, and its sword, whistling through the air, slammed into the humans attacking its flanks. Despite the demon's telegraphed attack, even the elite Night Runners of the Space Wolves barely managed to dodge it. As for the Rangers, they didn't even try to dodge. The demon's attack easily struck the flame-wielding Rangers in their crimson armor. But much to the surprise of both Logan and the demon, the Rangers hit by the sword were merely sent flying, not cleaved in two. Moreover, those stricken Rangers got back up, bathed in green rays emitted by shield-bearing Rangers in white armor, who appeared to have the same role as the female Ranger behind Logan. They rose as if nothing had happened and began to surround the demon once more. Under the relentless assault from the humans he so disdained, Damoi's condition deteriorated. As his wounds accumulated, so too did his fury wane. At this rate, he would soon be banished back to the warp. But he had yet to bring blood and death to this land, yet to offer blood to the blood god, and skulls to the skull throne. With this thought, a flicker of anxiety crossed Damoi's crimson eyes. He violently plunged his sword into the ground, placed both hands upon the pommel, and a wave of dark red energy erupted from him. The energy, like a tangible shockwave, slammed into the surrounding Rangers and Night Runners, hurling them through the air. Seizing this opening, Damoi's massive form lunged forward, his target directly on the humans who kept reviving their comrades with green beams. He would deal with these infuriating flies first. However, he had barely taken 2 steps when the ground beneath him violently trembled. In the next instant, several colossal pillars of lightning descended from the heavens, without warning, striking directly at his head. Boom, boom, boom. For consecutive deafening crashes followed. The pillars of lightning struck true, hitting Damoi's head and broad shoulders. Wild currents of electricity danced across his brass armor, crackling and popping. Damoi let out a roar of unwillingness. His colossal frame staggered under the sudden heavy blow. His charge halted. The humans took this opportunity to encircle him once more. While struggling to fend off the encirclement, Damoi swept his gaze across the sky, searching for the source of the lightning. It was a psychic attack. His gaze soon locked onto a human aircraft where several figures clad in rune-etched armor stood. The energy surrounding them indicated they were psychers. Ruawar. Damoi bellowed, quickly locking onto his target. He prepared to enter flight mode and launch an attack on the craft carrying the psychers. Yet the moment his wings tore through the air and he ascended, dozens of missiles seemingly from nowhere detonated across his body. The fire and shockwaves from the missile explosions layered upon each other brutally, knocking him out of the sky, even as he had just gained altitude. Each missile blast felt like a shard of ice, piercing his flesh, penetrating the protection granted by the blood god, and inflicting horrific wounds. Dark, festering blood oozed from the wounds left by the missiles, while the various attacks from the humans on the ground and in the air never ceased. Slashing, burning, and lightning strikes continuously added new wounds to Damoi's body, which was gradually becoming riddled with holes. Finally, after a heavy blow from the human wielding the twin-handed battle axe, searing sparks began to erupt from Damoi's wounds. These sparks formed a torrent of intangible energy swirling around Damoi's body like light pollution. Knowing he was beyond saving, Damoi spat out a final threat: "I will return." Before the words fully left his maw, his body exploded into a cloud of dissipating fragments, then disintegrated. On the ravaged battlefield, Logan breathed a sigh of relief only after confirming that the formidable demon had truly been banished. Turning around, he slowly raised his hand towards the sky. The next moment, accompanied by the roar of engines, the rune priests who had been attacking the demon from above descended to the ground and began handling the aftermath of the exorcism. After confirming there was no residual evil presence, Logan turned his gaze once more to the female ranger in white armor who stood behind him, the one who had provided him with a steady stream of green beam support throughout the battle. His eyes held a hint of gratitude. "Thank you. You're welcome. I thank you too." The voice did not come from the female ranger, but from behind him. Logan spun around swiftly to find the source, and discovered his responder was Jim Raynor. "Jim Raynor, why was your figure nowhere to be seen during the entire battle?" Jim Raynor was taken aback for a moment, then, as if suddenly realizing something, raised his voice. "What do you mean I wasn't fighting? I was coordinating the entire operation. Who do you think commanded the medics healing you and your comrades, and the fighters that shot that demon out of the sky?" That was me. Ranger Captain Jim Raynor." Logan found himself momentarily speechless. His gaze swept over the white-armored rangers around him and the faint silhouettes of fighters circling on the distant horizon. Upon reflection, Raynor wasn't entirely wrong. These rangers were indeed under his command. However, Logan still held a certain disdain for Raynor's conduct, his subordinates fighting tooth and nail on the front lines, while he himself never once joined the fray. But this wasn't the time to dwell on such matters. He furrowed his brow, his tone turning serious. "Are you still going to keep up the act, Jim Raynor?" "Act? What act?" Logan's voice now carried a distinct chill. He looked directly at Jim Raynor, speaking earnestly. "While I am grateful for your help in rescuing the people of Armageddon and for joining us in banishing that powerful demon just now, according to information I've just received, there are still 11 more demons like that one on Armageddon's soil, and they are merely attendants that arrived with an even greater entity. Under normal circumstances, after jointly banishing such a demon, Jim Raynor, I would gladly share a hearty drink and lively conversation with you and your rangers. But now the situation here has changed with this news. The enemy we face is not one we can easily handle. I need to call for reinforcements." Jim Raynor said nonchalantly, "Then call them." Logan shook his head. "The reinforcements I'm calling are the Demon Tribunal, and a force so secret that merely hearing their name would get you eliminated to protect the secret." He paused, his sincerity unmistakable. "Leave, take your rangers, and depart from Armageddon." "Huh?" Jim Raynor looked as if he had heard a colossal joke, his cold expression unchanging, and sneered. "The Tribunal? Can a name kill? Do you think I, Jim Raynor, Ranger Captain, was born yesterday?" As he spoke, he took a step forward. "Besides," Raynor gestured around at the chaotic battlefield littered with corpses, some space wolves, but mostly rangers. "Look at all this. So many of my good brothers are dead. You think I'll just leave because you say so? What was I doing here then? Were their sacrifices all for nothing? Let alone the fact that I haven't even evacuated all the innocent civilians from this hellhole of Armageddon yet. The reinforcements you want to call are so secret that even I can't know of their existence. How many people on Armageddon do you think would survive that?" Just as Raynor finished speaking, the familiar broadcaster's voice rang out clearly in Logan's ears. "Breaking news, the residents of the first hive city on Armageddon have been completely evacuated. Can the commanders reach the second hive city in time?" As the words echoed, a thunderous engine roar filled the hive city, and the sound of massive objects continuously lifting off echoed from within. Logan traced the sound to its source, watching as the transport ships Jim Raynor had called and ascended only to vanish instantly, with a flash of blue light within the atmosphere. Logan knew that wasn't the mark of entering the warp. He dropped the pretense and demanded directly, "Where did you send the civilians and transports?" Jim Raynor spread his hands, his cold expression still unchanged. "To a safe place, of course. What did you expect me to leave them here for the enemy, to skulls for the skull throne, blood for the blood god, or to be slaughtered by your so-called reinforcements? As for their safety, Valerian will treat them well." Logan tried to discern some truth from Raynor's face, but Jim Raynor's expression had remained utterly unchanged since their first meeting, no matter how monumental the events unfolding around them. It was hard not to think that the disappearance of those transport ships was as routine to him as their sudden appearance had been. Just another ordinary day in his book. Thinking about Raynor's stubbornness, Logan hesitated over whether to reveal more. The existence of the Grey Knights was a matter of utmost secrecy within the Imperium. Any mortal who laid eyes on them would at the very least have their memories wiped. Most would be physically eliminated. Though the Rangers were mysterious, even permanent allies of the Ultramarines, they were in the end only mortals. Logan pondered this as his gaze drifted back to Jim Raynor. On his pauldron. What is that? His attention fully captured, Logan strode quickly to stand before Jim Raynor, closely examining a peculiar symbol on Raynor's pauldron. A serpent seemingly formed from bone. A serpent? A bone serpent? No, it might be a coincidence. A flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Just as Logan was lost in thought, the white-armored medic who had been projecting the green healing beam onto him walked slowly past. Logan instinctively focused his gaze on her pauldron, only to notice a symbol of a serpent formed from bone emblazoned there, identical to the one on Jim Raynor's pauldron. He swiftly turned his head, scanning the other rangers. Without exception, each of them bore the same strikingly conspicuous serpent made of bone symbol on their pauldrons. Still not entirely certain, Logan shifted his gaze to the rangers' structures around them. There it was again. The buildings were adorned with the very same serpent made of bone insignia. The bone serpent. Li Lu rolled his eyes at Logan's words, which were clearly hinting that he should leave immediately. This guy playing Logan seemed more experienced than Calgar, clearly having some background in the game. Even so, Li Lu was deeply annoyed. Damn it, is he looking down on me for using Raynor against this big monster with ranged damage reduction? He wants me to quit so he can call someone he knows to join mid-game and take over. Li Lu didn't turn on his voice chat, just cursed inwardly. He knew the map's ranged damage reduction mechanic was indeed unfavorable for Raynor. Although the other player stayed in character and didn't say it directly, the feeling of being unwanted irked Li Lu. Mimicking Jim Raynor's tone as best he could, he pressed the voice button. So many of my brothers have fallen, and you expect me to just walk away? Then what was I doing here? Are their sacrifices meaningless? Not to mention, I haven't evacuated all the innocent civilians from Armageddon yet. If the reinforcements you're calling for can't even be known to someone like me, how many people on Armageddon do you think will survive? Li Lu let out a final snort. The other used roleplay to push him out, so he countered with roleplay. He was determined not to leave. Damage reduction was fine, it wasn't unkillable. The immunity to ranged attacks didn't affect firebats or Viking dark matter missiles. Plus, when he regrouped his decimated forces, he unlocked Raynor's orbital drop and had orbital commands scattered across the map. He could outlast them. Playing the StarCraft 3 beta and encountering hero discrimination. If he wanted to quit, why didn't the other player leave the moment he saw Raynor was picked? Now after one engagement they want him to take the leave penalty and quit. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Sensing Li Li's firm resolve, Logan said nothing more. Instead, he slowly walked up to the Marine under Li Li's control, then stared intently at the character's shoulder, his gaze carrying a hint of scrutiny. Li Lu was puzzled, unsure what Logan was trying to do now. But he was prepared for Logan to try something. If he made a move, Li Lu would press shift and target his hero and units one by one, eliminating them all. The monster had ranged damage reduction, but they didn't. In StarCraft, there were players who were ridiculously strong solo, and there were also scumbags who quit instantly if they disliked the hero selection. Li Lu had encountered plenty of even worse scumbags who would attack their own teammates' units and buildings. But after waiting for a while, Logan didn't make any hostile moves. He didn't seem to be up to anything bad. Plus, seeing how he came to help when the defensive line was almost breached showed he had some sense of teamwork. Li Lu decided to ignore him pressing ESC to return to the God's Eye view and continue managing his base. Regardless, he wasn't going to quit, and he wouldn't be the first to act dishonorably. He'd just play the game his way. While adeptly dropping mules and building barracks, Li Lu kept an eye on his teammates' movements on the mini-map. However, he noticed the ally hero's position was static, not moving an inch. Is this guy AFK? After Li Lu fell silent, Logan summoned Ulta, who was busy at the site where the demon had been banished, and gestured with his eyes towards the conspicuous bone serpent symbols on the nearby rangers. Following Logan's gaze, Ulta's initially puzzled expression froze as he clearly saw the bone serpent insignia boldly emblazoned on the ranger's armor and even on the surrounding structures. All-Father. Bone serpent. Rangers. Ulta couldn't help but exclaim softly, his voice filled with shock and disbelief. They had analyzed for so long, thinking the bone serpent was some distant, unknown force, only to find it right before their eyes. Logan nodded slightly, signaling Ulta to contain himself. Yes, are you certain the Rangers are the bone serpent you saw in the All-Father's vision fighting alongside the Black Wolf from human infancy? As he spoke, Logan couldn't help but recall the Grey Dog from the vision. Without a doubt, the Grey Dog represented the Grey Knights and the demon tribunal he intended to summon. According to Ulta's detailed description, the Grey Dog not only fought fiercely against the demons, but also glared viciously at the human infants behind the Black Wolf, as if ready to devour them at any moment. Ulta, what do you think? Logan finally asked, looking at Ulta seriously. Though Ulta appeared calm on the surface, his grip on his rune staff was so tight it seemed almost fused to his hand. Looking at the unmistakable bone serpent symbols around him, he said, the All-Father's revelation has never been clearer. The Rangers are undoubtedly the bone serpent. As Ulta spoke, a faint golden light even flickered in his eyes. However, Logan's next words silenced Ulta. We've already confirmed the Grey Bear's identity from the attackers. It's undoubtedly Angren the Red Angel who led their descent onto the continent of Armageddon. As for the powerful demon we just banished, it was merely one of his 12 lieutenants. We are not adept at dealing with such enemies, and judging from the Rangers' performance on the battlefield, they are also ill-suited to fight these demons. Moreover, the vision you saw was shown by the All-Father himself, and you have confirmed their identity. From what you saw, the bone serpent, the Rangers are an indispensable part of the Armageddon battlefield. But if I call for the Demon Tribunal and the Grey Knight's support, how do we explain the identity of these Rangers to them? This is a very thorny issue. Seeing Ulta's silent, Logan continued in a deep voice, we know all too well the modus operandi of the Demon Tribunal and the Grey Knights. Any being that knows things they shouldn't is seen only as a target for purification in their eyes. Previously, they even considered mass mind-wiping the Space Marine chapters who fought alongside them to erase the memory of ever having seen the Grey Knights, let alone the Rangers who aren't even a true chapter. Once the Grey Knights and the Demon Tribunal arrive, these Rangers will likely become their first targets for purification before the demons are even dealt with. Even if we step forward to vouch for the Rangers, or more precisely, even if the All-Father himself descended again to testify for them, those zealots would probably brand you a heretic as well. How could Ulta not know what Logan was saying? They were both intimately familiar with the ways of the Demon Tribunal and the Grey Knights, so he had been racking his brains for a solution. Wolf Lord, we must prevent this. Look at these Rangers, especially the one named Jim Raynor. Just now he refused to retreat, insisting on staying to fight for his fallen brothers and the innocent civilians. That is not the act of an evil being. Ulta's voice carried a hint of tentative suggestion. Perhaps we could also send a distress signal to Marnius Calgar, the chapter master of the Ultramarines. With his help, we might be able to restrain those people. Logan began to carefully weigh the feasibility of this proposal. Marnius Calgar. Ever since they annihilated the Tyranid Hive Fleet behemoth with almost zero losses, the Ultramarines have been at the height of their power. Author's note removed. But Ultramar is located in the Ultima Segmentum, an immense distance from Armageddon. Even if we sent a distress signal right now, by the time they arrive, the battle for Armageddon might already be over. Before Logan could finish, a dazzling golden light once again radiated from Ulta beside him, then slowly faded. Ulta spoke urgently. WW Wolf Lord. The All-Father tells us to act boldly, and without hesitation, everything will naturally fall into place. Logan dispatched an adaptable Wolf Guard to request reinforcements from the Inquisition and the Grey Knights. As for Ultramar, he had Ulta personally present the current situation to Marnius Calgar. In the interim, before either force arrived, he needed to stabilize the situation on Armageddon. The hive city of Durut in the rear had outlived its usefulness, for Jim Raynor's evacuation had not only removed the registered civilians. Even the vast majority of unregistered souls in the Underhive had been loaded onto transports. Save for a stubborn few who refused to leave, Durut was now little more than a ghost city. As for the planetary governor, his intelligence was even more astute than Logan's own. Realizing that remaining on Armageddon was a death sentence, he had long since packed his wealth and fled aboard the so-called Emperor Valerian's transports. Where these civilians had been taken remained a mystery. He had asked repeatedly, but received only evasive answers from Jim Raynor. Dismissing the matter, Logan recalled the locations of hive cities on Armageddon not yet overrun by chaos. He quickly selected his next objective, the industrial hive city of Phedia north of Durut. It housed nearly half of Armageddon's industrial output, and almost all of the vehicles fielded by the Armageddon Steel Legion originated from its forges. He had initially avoided it due to the intricate web of internal factions within Phedia. Though they faced the chaos threat, they were still holding on. Arriving there, even with his status as Wolf Lord, wouldn't grant him swift command. Instead, he'd likely be embroiled in power struggles with the local nobility. But the circumstances had changed. The Chaos Horde, led personally by Onron, was something Phedia could not withstand, and its crucial industrial capacity was vital for the battles to come. Even by force, he had to secure control of Phedia. Moreover, he desperately needed the troops under the noble's command. After all, when the Red Angel Onron descended upon the planet, nearly half of the Armageddon Steel Legion had immediately forsaken the Emperor's light and flocked to his banner. His own contingent of the Steel Legion was barely holding its structure together, relying on remnants of loyalists and hastily conscripted civilians. Veterans with true combat experience were decimated, often forced to fill gaps in the line with their own flesh and blood against the traitors' charges. Losing Phedia would strip the remaining Steel Legion of its ability to replenish equipment and ammunition, rendering it a force without a source. As for the Rangers, the true identity and strength of this faction remained an enigma. When Logan had first laid eyes on them, it was merely a handful of individuals and a single base. Now he surveyed the sprawling complex around him, and everywhere he looked there were Rangers. Just as Logan's gaze fell upon the Rangers, the bunker-like defensive structures Raynor had previously erected began to collapse en masse. Subsequently, swarms of engineering drones moved into the cleared spaces, erecting new buildings in rapid succession. Not only that, but wave after wave of Rangers along with their tanks and aircraft emerged from the Ranger complex like a blue tide advancing northward. Given their direction, the objective was clearly the hive city of Phedia. He sought out Jim Raynor once more. Given that the All-Father had manifested twice for the Rangers, seemingly vouching for their identity, Logan decided to lay his cards on the table. Since you're staying to evacuate civilians, as long as you don't attack the reinforcements, I'll stand with you. Knowing that all enemies on this map possessed range damage reduction, Li Lu also adjusted his army composition. The number of Marine units was drastically cut, while firebats and medics now comprised 80% of his forces. His firebats had already met the quota for unlocking Raynor's firebat upgrades in the mission, and were now outfitted with Iron Man armor and incineration gauntlets. With 3 upgrades in attack and defense, the firebats boasted 200 health and 6 armor, true juggernauts of iron. As for medics, their healing output had also met the quota to unlock the medic upgrades. Their healing rate was significantly increased, and they could now also repair mechanical units, granting a 25 damage reduction to any unit under their care. Melee Superman, huh? Let's see who's the Superman next time we meet. With that, he quickly expanded to his second base, leaving a few bunkers and tanks for defense, then pressed F2 and A moved his entire army towards the second objective. It was at that moment that Logan approached his avatar again. Something up. Logan spoke, breaking his usual demeanor. Since you're staying to evacuate civilians, as long as you don't attack the reinforcements, I'll stand with you. I'm a reasonable man. I won't attack unless attacked. Though his teammates' words were puzzling, Lilu made his stance clear. Logan didn't dwell on it, and instead posed a new question. Is your Rangers' next move to evacuate the civilians from Phedia Hive? You can evacuate the civilians from the more distant Hive cities first. Leave Phedia for last. I still need its population to maintain production for the war effort. Lilu was taken aback. Could his teammates hero recruit and reinforce his army from the Imperium's buildings and civilians on the map? Similar to Mengsk's Imperial mandate, it seemed that was the case. The previously neutral local defense forces had all become his teammates' units. Alright, the evacuation plan for Phedia is on hold for now, Lilu agreed readily. On this difficulty, he wasn't about to slog through evacuating each point one by one. After hearing Raynor's ready agreement, Logan shifted the conversation. I need you to send some of your people with my subordinates to take control of the remaining Hive cities. Evacuate them all simultaneously. Logan's beast-like pupils flickered with surprise, which quickly turned to gravity. Simultaneously take control of all other uncaptured Hive cities and evacuate them. The plan was audacious to the point of madness. Do you realize what you're saying? The defense systems in those hives are inconsistent, and some are already compromised by chaos corruption from within. Moreover, our current forces are barely enough to hold Phedia, yet you want to evacuate all civilians from every other hive simultaneously. Raynor maintained his calm, unflappable demeanor, as if anticipating Logan's concerns. He gestured to the new structures rising around them. Logan, the times are changing. In the upper level of the colony, Nest City battle cries shook the heavens. Commander Slater of the Nest City Guard held his ground within his manor. Outside his manor, Governor Brian, along with his armed retainers, and a considerable portion of the guard who had defected to chaos, launched a surprise attack against him. In retrospect, the equivocal words spoken by Brian and his cronies in the previous days were nothing but overt and covert probes. Yet he, loyal to the throne, had failed to catch their insinuations, nor had he echoed them, which only solidified their resolve to eliminate him. Slater gripped his weapon tightly, firing outward through the firing slits from time to time. Outside, the once familiar guard soldiers now bore blasphemous marks carved into their faces, brandishing their weapons fanatically as they charged his manor. Brian's ordinarily sanctimonious face was twisted with greed and malice. Standing at the rear of the formation, he roared, Slater, abandon your feudal resistance. Embrace the embrace of the true God. You shall gain limitless power. Otherwise, today is your death. Slater spat power. Brian, you traitor to the throne scum who has forsaken the glory of the God Emperor. With that, he lunged forward, aimed at Brian, and pulled the trigger, but the laser was deflected by a heretical sorcerer standing before Brian. Slater's eyes turned cold. He knew these cultists had gained some twisted power, but he never expected they had secretly harbored a heretical sorcerer. A thunderous roar echoed as an armored vehicle rumbled across the ground, followed by a shell that slammed heavily onto the nearly negligible fortifications within the manor. Walls shattered, stones flew. Amid the swirling dust, Slater was thrown to the ground by the blast wave, a sharp pain in his chest. Struggling to his feet, he wiped the dust from his face, and through the drifting smoke, saw a Lehman Russ tank covered in blasphemous symbols, parked not far outside the manor, its cannons still smoking. These bastards even prepared a tank. His heart sank. The manor's defenses were already flimsy, and that blow had only worsened the already fragile fortifications. Sir, the eastern wall has been breached. They're pouring in. A loyal guardsman roared. Slater turned to see several traitor soldiers with blasphemous symbols painted on their faces charging through the gap, with laser rifles howling as they clashed with the remaining guards inside the manor. Lost beams and bullets exchanged in the cramped space, screams rising and falling. For the God Emperor, hold the line. Slater roared, raising his weapon and precisely dropping two enemies charging toward him. But the enemy was too numerous. For every one that fell, two more took their place. Though he and his men fought valiantly, their inferior equipment and numbers forced them to retreat step by step, suffering heavy casualties. Brian's triumphant laugh pierced the battlefield. Slater, see this? This is the fate of those who defy the true God. Your loyalists will soon be wiped out, and you will become the finest sacrifice to the true God. Slater knew he was doomed today. The traitors were well prepared. But he would never become some sacrifice, as Brian the scum had claimed. He would fight to the last breath, washing their sins with the blood of these traitors, defending the God Emperor's honor. He glanced at a guard killed by the shell blast nearby, whose eyes were still wide open with resentment and fury, and rage surged within him. He turned, raised his weapon again, and pulled the trigger at the surging enemy. Each shot was accompanied by his low growl, God Emperor above. Whether the God Emperor heard his prayer or not, a more intense whistling came from the sky. Comets streaked with fire fell from beyond the heavens, crashing onto the already breached manor. Not only he but even the traitors raised their heads. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening impacts of heavy objects landing followed one after another, the shockwaves like invisible giants hurling the traitor soldiers on the ground into the air. The surging crowd was cleared into bloody clearings in an instant. Before the dust settled, dozens of figures in deep blue power armor wielding massive long rifles burst out of the landing drop pods. The Ouroboros bone serpent emblem on their shoulder plates gleamed in the firelight. As soon as they appeared, the weapons in their hands roared with destructive tongues of flame, precisely tearing apart the traitors who had yet to understand what was happening. The traitor tank was about to move when a huge drop pod slammed directly onto it, crushing it into a heap of scrap metal. From that pod, a tank never seen before drove straight out. Brian saw the sudden shift in the battle, his triumphant expression instantly freezing, then turning into utter hysteria. Angel. How is that possible? Slater was also stunned, but upon hearing Brian's cry identifying the newcomers, an indescribable joy surged in his heart. He shouted, "It's the angels. The God Emperor's wrath has descended. For the God Emperor. Kill these traitors." The remaining guards also snapped back to reality, seizing the opportunity of the angels' arrival to launch a countercharge against the still-shocked traitors. Moreover, just as the heretical sorcerer sponsored by Brian was about to unleash a dark spell, Slater saw two high-speed aircraft streak across the sky. A figure leaped from one of them, his weapon cleaving the unsuspecting sorcerer in two in an instant. Undoubtedly, that was also an angel. However, Slater noticed a significant difference in the armor of the angel who rode the aircraft compared to those who descended from the sky in drop pods. The former wore no helmet, and his power armor was draped with the pelt of some fierce beast, and his movements were far swifter than those of the angels wielding long rifles. A different kind of angel. The angel who leaped from the aircraft kicked up a cloud of dust upon landing. The great axe in his hand still dripped with blood. He turned and fixed his gaze on Brian, who had collapsed to the ground pale as a ghost. Brian, still unable to comprehend how he had fallen from the peak to the abyss, in an instant scrambled backward, babbling, I am the governor. Don't kill me. I can surrender. I have a lot of money." But the warrior in deep blue armor gave him no chance. He simply raised his leg and crushed Brian's skull with a clean stomp. The disdain in his eyes made it clear that he refrained from using his weapon only to avoid soiling his hands. With Brian's death, the traitor soldiers, already on the verge of collapse from the sudden turn of events, scattered instantly. Wherever the angels walked, the cultists and traitors were entirely purged. Slater, leaning on his weapon, looked at the angels who descended like gods. A weary smile of survival crossed his face. The loyal servant of the God Emperor had not been abandoned after all. After the purge of the traitors who had colluded with Brian, Slater performed the Achilles salute to the angel who approached him, calling himself Fenlong Zai. But the words the angel spoke as he walked quickly stunned him again. "Evacuate civilians." "My lord, though I can organize an evacuation, how? And to where?" Throughout, Fenlong Zai's gaze never fell on him, but remained fixed on the drop pods of another group of angels called Rangers, still falling from the sky with fire. "Just organize the evacuation. The transport ships will arrive soon. Remember to clear a landing zone." Fenlong Zai's voice was calm, yet brooked no argument. Though questions lingered in his mind, Slater heard the angel's curt tone and needed no further words. He turned and immediately issued orders to the few guards who could still move, and they departed without a word. Slater suppressed the pain in his body and the excitement in his heart, beginning to think about how to clear a suitable landing zone for the transport ships amid the ruins. As for Fenlong Zai, the latter still gazed at the sky as if waiting for something. In the distance, though the battle had long ended, the Rangers' drop pods continued to fall. But what emerged from them were no longer the blue-armored Rangers, but 3-meter-tall powerful beings in fiery red heavy armor, looking like humanoid tanks at first glance. There were also a considerable number of Rangers wearing a more refined white power armor. And these white-armored Rangers, upon exiting the drop pods, headed straight for the area where Slater had placed the wounded. Slater saw the abdomen of a guard torn open by tank shell fragments slowly heal and regenerate under the green rays emitted from the white-armored Ranger's armor, flesh visibly writhing and closing. Moments later, though still weak, that guard could stand on his own. It was a miracle. Slater fought the urge to go closer and investigate, focusing all his energy on clearing the landing zone. At that moment, Fenlong Zai's gaze, which had been fixed on the sky, shifted slightly. A barely perceptible ripple entered his usually flat voice. "They are here." Slater, hearing this, instinctively looked up. Countless colossal warships tore through the sky directly above the Nest City, descending straight toward it. Then these gargantuan vessels hovered above the city, casting enormous shadows that enveloped the urban area below. Fenlong Zai's voice rang out again, still in that commanding tone. "Begin the evacuation. We will assist in maintaining order." As Fenlong Zai finished speaking, part of the Rangers gathered on this temporary landing square, while more headed toward the roads leading out of the city. Having received the order, Slater shouted through the deployed sound array to the civilians who had been gathering, "Everyone, please remain calm. Please line up and board the transport ships in an orderly fashion. The angels are with us." The civilians did not understand the reason for the evacuation. But when they saw the colossal ships blotting out the sky and the orderly angels on the ground, they began moving toward the massive transport ships, descending steadily into the center of the square. Similar scenes were playing out simultaneously in all remaining Hive cities on Armageddon except for Fidya Hive. Though the process might differ, in the end the evacuation began smoothly. Bold enough two commanders to evacuate civilians from 5 Hive cities at once. Do you think I would say that? No, I would not say that. If these evacuation operations fail, it will be a terrible catastrophe, and Valerian must bear full responsibility. Listening to Donnie Vermillion's broadcast, which was always sneering and trampling on the little prince regardless of the time, Li Lu continued his operations. Li Lu had thought it through before daring to evacuate all civilians from the 5 Hive cities except Fidya Hive. Previously, during the attack on Dilute Hive City, he had observed the mechanism of the red dots. Unlike in StarCraft 2, where red dots either spawn units nearby or from off the map. Earlier, a massive red dot had appeared at a fixed location marked by a red dot indicator and then began moving toward Dilute Hive City. To confirm his speculation after clearing the red, he deliberately deployed radar at the spot where it had appeared. He was shocked by what he saw. Within the radar's illuminated range, the minimap showed that entire area as pure red. It wasn't the land that was red, it was a dense mass of enemies. Countless rebels, various chaos creatures, and even demons packed together so thick that the minimap couldn't show the actual terrain, only the red markers of hostiles. After a brief moment of astonishment, he continued deploying radar, observing this enemy-packed area. He also discovered that there were still 11 powerful demons similar to the one that had appeared during the attack on Dilute. Their names were too long, so for convenience Li Lu simply took the first few characters of their names and called them Damer, Damek, and Demosi. Besides these 11 mighty demons, there was also a powerful monster seated on a colossal throne made of bones, and those 11 demons seemed merely to be attendants flanking him. When Li Lu clicked on it with his mouse, Ongran. Of course he knew who Ongran was, and no wonder a demon as powerful as Demoy could only serve as an attendant before him. The truth was clear. Obviously the Demoy that had attacked Dilute earlier had split off from this base. If Li Lu wanted to evacuate the remaining Hive City residents, the leading demons and forces that would next attack those Hive cities would also likely split from this base. Since the enemy's spawning point was fixed like the lanes in Void Descent, the situation became much easier to handle. Not to mention that this Armageddon Crisis map had only one single lane, making the enemy's attack route even more predictable and linear. What Li Lu needed most now was to find a perfect choke point that could effectively block all possible enemy attack paths. His gaze swept across the map, fully revealed by his radar. Visibly, the enemy-occupied land and the still unconquered Armageddon Hive cities were separated by a broad green curtain. This curtain was the vast forest belt that had been visible from space in the loading screen, splitting the entire continent in two. Soon he found the fixed road the enemy had used to cross the two continents, separated by the immense forest. Deploying defenses here would block the red dot's advance. But the problem before him now was whether he could actually hold this passage. Although this meant he only needed to withstand one wave of red dot attacks, the intensity of this wave was 5 times that of the previous one. Similarly, the number of divine warriors and demons with high damage reduction buffs was also 5 times greater. Li Lu was not particularly worried about the air. The Vikings' antimatter missiles dealt true damage to air units, and he had spent some time mass-producing Vikings, ensuring enough numbers to secure air superiority. The problem lay on the ground. Relying solely on Firebat's medics and even Terran building placement might not be enough to block these monsters. Moreover, the demons' attacks all had knockback effects. Once hit the defense line, could easily develop gaps. To implement the plan of evacuating 5 Hive cities at once, Li Lu began to think about what other melee units Raynor had that could be useful. SCVE. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, he dismissed it immediately. SCVs were too fragile. Even a slight graze from those greater demons would instantly kill them. The Marauder was a purely ranged unit, heavily countered by the enemy's damage reduction, though it could still deal some damage. Facing a single greater demon might be manageable, but if 5 greater demons came at once, his defense line would likely be shredded before he could wear them down. The Firebat could withstand enemy attacks to a certain extent, but its damage was still insufficient. He needed a unit that dealt high damage, was melee, and had a low cost. Li Lu quickly thought of a unit he had overlooked. He selected his factory buildings, right-clicked the rally point to the position he had pinpointed, and pressed the R key. With the press of R, a drop pod crashed down from the sky, and a voice echoed in his ears. "All right, let's drop the hammer." Li Lu then pressed E casually on a spot the enemy would pass through. With a faint mechanical sound, a small object was buried into the ground, completely invisible to the naked eye. He clicked on the small object, and its data appeared: Spider Mine 125 area damage. Melee attack. Confirming it was classified as melee, Li Lu held down the R key. Consecutive drop pods began to rain down, and the previously heard phrase repeated in his ears. "All right, let's drop the hammer. All right, let's drop the hammer. All right, let's drop the hammer. All right, let's drop the hammer." Of course, besides deploying spider mines, Li Lu also constructed numerous tanks, bunkers, missile turrets, and large supply depots. Relying solely on spider mines and ground forces was not secure enough. After covering the ground with spider mines, he built tiered defensive lines using large supply depots, bunkers, and missile turrets at key choke points along the enemy's path, and filled the gaps between lines with more spider mines. The endpoint of this tiered defense line was the Fidya Hive city occupied by his teammate. Yes, if the enemy broke through all the tiered defenses, they would find themselves lured by Li's aggro all the way to Fidya Hive city, and then attack the Fidya Hive city under his teammate's control. It wasn't that Lu was being malicious, he had discussed it with Logan. He didn't want to waste time clearing each point one by one, so he suggested evacuating 5 hive cities at once, leaving the last Fidya Hive city for final evacuation. But before that, he would try to intercept the enemy on the road. If he couldn't hold, he would lure them toward Fidya Hive city, letting his teammate fight in this city that held 50% of Armageddon's industrial output, forcing a war of attrition to wear down the red dots entirely. And now a massive red dot appeared on the previously scouted map. Angren, the former Primarch of the 12 Legion of the Space Marines, now the Demon Prince, known as the Bloody One, sat upon a throne of skulls piled high from countless human heads, his black blade dripping with blood at his side. After conquering the last Imperial-held hive city on the left side of the continent of Armageddon, he had piled the bodies of the resistors he had slain with his own hand into this throne. His massive frame sank into it as he watched his servants busy constructing a monument of skulls in the bone-strewn plaza below. Since his descent upon Armageddon, he and his legions had slaughtered countless mortals, severing their heads to raise towering monuments of skulls as offerings to the Blood God. These monuments served both as tribute to the Blood God and to sustain his own existence within the material realm. This time was no different. After erecting his throne from the skulls of fresh enemies, his world eaters, along with various demonic servants and chaotic entities, began a mass slaughter within the conquered city, continuously raising new skull monuments for the Blood God as they had done before. Yet the number of these mortals was far too few. The Blood God thirsted for more blood and fire, and he himself required greater blood sacrifices to maintain his presence in the material realm. Therefore, upon taking this hive city, he dispatched one of his 12 lieutenants, Dami, as a vanguard to the hive city of Dilute, ordering him to seize it in advance. Once the sacrifices at the current city were complete, he could seamlessly proceed to Dilute to begin anew. But just moments ago, mortals who had fled from the battlefields of Dilute reported that Dami, their leader, had been driven off by the Space Wolves in alliance with an unknown chapter, and that the mortals of Dilute had, after Dami's expulsion, evacuated Armageddon entirely aboard some kind of transport vessels. These words ignited a blazing fury within Angren's ever-shifting jaundiced eyes. The violent aura radiating from him, nearly tearing the surrounding space asunder, caused the very air around the entire skull throne to warp and twist. He abruptly rose from his mountainous throne of skulls, his towering demonic form several meters tall, casting a colossal shadow like a mountain looming over the surviving commanders among the mortal traitors who had retreated after Dami's expulsion. As for why none of the world eaters who had attacked alongside them were among those who returned, because they knew that after the failed assault they had all perished on the battlefield. Not a single one had fled. Only these mortals had chosen to run, and after fleeing they still dared to return before him, claiming they came to report on the situation. Listening to the seemingly plausible explanations from the mortals before him, Angren's twisted and grotesque crimson demonic face split into a grin born of extreme rage, revealing a mouth full of fangs. He cared nothing for these undeniable facts. From their lengthy discourse, he gleaned only 2 pieces of information. 1, the attack had failed. 2, they were deserters. Angren erupted into a tirade of fury. Wretches! A pack of scum! You garbage have no worth beyond being slaughtered. Before his words even faded, the black blade in his hand swept down towards the pitiful mortals before him, instantly severing the heads of all these deserters. Still unsatisfied, Angren stomped the headless bodies and rolling skulls into pulp with one kick after another, his jaundiced eyes fixed intently on the remaining world eaters and various servants in the plaza, who were all struck silent with terror. You can't even handle a simple blood sacrifice properly. You pack of cowards, dregs garbage. With each word he spat, he casually raised his hand and cut down a person standing before him. When the deserters were all dead, he simply moved on to others, whether world eater, demon, or other chaotic entity. Angren paid no heed to the status of these individuals, nor did he care whether they had committed any offense. If he wished to kill, he simply killed. In the face of his indiscriminate slaughter, all beings around him bowed their heads. Even the most powerful bloodthirster dared not meet his gaze in the presence of the Demon Prince's boundless fury. After a bout of slaughter in the Bone Plaza, Angren's rage had somewhat abated, though his fury remained. He surveyed the disappointingly worthless trash below him and spoke. I'll give you garbage one more chance. His voice echoed across the Skull Plaza, blood droplets from the black blade hissing as they struck the bone-white ground. He suddenly raised his hand, pointing towards the 5 hive cities still standing amidst the scorched earth in the distance. Dammer, Damson, Damas, Thumo, Damlia. The 5 of you depart now. Make those 5 hive cities pile skulls into mountains. Let blood flow into rivers. As for the largest hive city, Fedia Onran intended to personally lead the remaining forces to conquer it once the current city was fully sacrificed. His unique, demonic voice continued to echo over the plaza built of skulls and corpses, starting low and deep. I want to see every inch of Armageddon soaked in blood, every hive city covered in skulls. As he spoke with the black blade swinging incessantly and the casual slaughter, his voice grew increasingly fervent. Kill, destroy, burn, blood for the blood god, skulls for the skull throne. All the chaos worshippers, demonic servants, and world eaters in the plaza roared in response, their voices a mixture of fanaticism and terror. The 5 greater demons who had just received their orders, Damar, Damson, Damas, Thamu, and Damliu, tensed their bodies, their massive wings snapping open behind them before each leading a portion of their chosen chaotic forces and marching out. The greater demons' forms quickly vanished against the ruined skyline of the hive city. In the skull plaza, Onran sank his body back into the skull throne. The black blade, a gift from the dark mechanicum, was casually driven into the ground, its edge biting deep into the piled skulls. His jaundiced eyes pierced through the corpses and ruins before him, gazing upon the silhouette of the hive city utterly consumed by war below. Each breath was accompanied by a volcanic eruption of heat and fury. Within his chest churned not just anger, but a profound craving for endless slaughter. He could see the bloodshed and carnage in the hive city below, could hear the desperate wails of mortals. To the blood god, that sound was the most beautiful symphony. But this was far from enough. Only when the last living being on all of Armageddon was sacrificed would the blood god feel even a modicum of satisfaction. And he, Angren, would be the sole master of ceremonies for this grand sacrifice, the blood god's most devout and most cruel demon prince. With his simple-minded contemplation, Onran closed his eyes, listening to the whispers of the blood god from the depths of the warp. The grotesque smile on his lips reappeared, carrying with it an endless, boundless fury. Daimor and the other 4 demons, along with their vast legions of demonic forces, fully converged and merged at this moment. Even so, they had little interaction with one another. They would only part ways after crossing the passage that connected the 2 continents through the vast forest canopy, each heading to assault different nest cities. As the army advanced, they gradually moved away from the captured nest city where Onran was stationed, entering the forest passage. Soon after the vanguard entered the path, various gunfire and explosions erupted ahead, accompanied by the screams of the frontline soldiers growing denser along with the increasing sound of gunfire. Hearing these screams, a flicker of delight instantly flashed into Mor's eyes. It was well known that these demons had been excluded by Onran from the slaughter feast in the previous hive city, yet they dared not defy him, leaving them inwardly discontent. Now some reckless fools actually dared to intercept this grand army, presenting a perfect opportunity to indulge in a massive slaughter. The other 4 leading demons clearly shared the same thought. They brandished their weapons, cutting down any obstructors in their path as they surged forward, as if afraid that their fellow demons might steal the lead and miss this bloody feast of carnage. Daimor charged at the very front, having been the first to set out. Though he was only a few steps ahead, given their equal strength, those few steps allowed him to enjoy the pleasure first. After sprinting for a while, he could already see the enemies ahead, clad in various armors, massacring the vanguard. It must be said that these enemies slaughtered the foremost mortals and low-ranking chaos servants with such ease and nonchalance, which further intensified the blazing battle fervor already kindled into Mor's heart. Yet, just as the Mor prepared to engage in a fierce battle, it seemed the enemies perceived him to be different from those worthless rabble. The enemies who had not taken a single step back while fighting the vanguard suddenly began to retreat and flee. While fleeing, they did not forget to turn back, occasionally concentrating all their firepower on Daimor. Daimor felt the clattering and rumbling noise upon his body, and seeing the abruptly fleeing enemies, he could not help but pause in bewilderment. Feeling insulted, he fiercely raised his long whip, instantly snatching an enemy in blue armor at the rear into his grasp. Extending his massive hand, he squeezed with force. Though the enemy was somewhat troublesome, he still crushed it flat. Warm blood mixed with shattered bone fragments gushed continuously from the deformed armor, splattering onto Daimor's ferocious and terrifying face. Flee! You think you can escape like this? Daimor roared in fury, then continued along the path where the enemies had stood, charging recklessly after them, intent on giving chase. The moment he set foot on that ground, the earth around him began to tremble violently. The soil churned like boiling water, swelling upward. Immediately after, dozens of half-meter-tall machines, each equipped with 4 sharp spiked legs, burst out from the ground. Sensing danger, Daimor took a swift step forward, rapidly distancing himself from the spot he had just stood on. But even the ground he now stood on began to tremble violently, just like before, and the previous machines seemed to ignore his dodge, tracking his form and accelerating straight toward his body. Explosions triggered in succession, forming a powerful chain shockwave that instantly tore apart the brass armor covering his outer body, causing him to truly feel a piercing pain deep in his flesh. Seeing the second wave of machines beneath his feet also about to collide with him, Daimor agilely maneuvered his massive frame across the ground, abandoning the pursuit of the previous enemies. He had no idea what these bizarre machines completely hidden underground actually were, let alone why the explosions upon colliding with his body could actually penetrate the blessing bestowed by the blood god. Damned mortal tricks. Daimler roared in fury, then fiercely swung his long whip with a speed even faster than the machines charging at him, directly shattering the tracking machines about to touch him. But though his speed was great, the moment the machines were touched by the whip, they all detonated. Although the main force of the explosions did not directly impact his body, the damage still made Daimler feel the blaze within him steadily draining away. As he continued to dodge and weave, metallic machines and soil flew everywhere around him, and more mechanical constructs converged from all directions. Like sharks scenting blood, their sharp mechanical limbs clawed at the ground as they recklessly launched suicidal charges at Daimler. Daimler had no choice but to keep evading. Yet the more he dodged, the more mechanical constructs appeared, with explosions constantly erupting around him. Finally, unable to endure any longer, he spread his wings and soared into the air, hoping to escape in this way. However, no sooner had he ascended than dozens of missiles streaked from the airspace above the dense forests on both sides. The missiles trailed long plumes of flame and pierced the air with sharp howls, homing straight toward his suspended form. These missiles far exceeded the speed of the ground-based tracking machines. He beat his wings violently, attempting to evade at high speed in the air, but the missiles seemed to have eyes, locking onto his figure stubbornly and tracing tricky arcs through the sky. Boom, 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 boom. Continuous explosions detonated across his body. Daimler let out a pained roar. The brass armor blessed by the blood god shattered completely in the violent blasts, revealing the dark red, battered body underneath. He felt as if an invisible giant hand had slapped him dozens of times in succession. His body tumbled uncontrollably through the air, ultimately plummeting like a kite, with a broken string back to the spot where he had started. The machines that had been pursuing him on the ground vanished once he took to the sky. As expected, they had hidden themselves underground at that moment. Daimler, who had barely escaped death, struggled to his feet. It was then that he noticed the mocking glances from Daimo, Kin Daimo Si Daimo Wu, and Daimo Lu behind him. They had already arrived, standing quietly aside, watching Daimler put on this utterly humiliating dodge game, all by himself. Their eyes held not a trace of concern, only undisguised mockery and schadenfreude. Daimler wanted to ignite his fury again, but his injuries left him so weak that even his rage could no longer be kindled. If not for being in the material world and now severely wounded, he would have thrown himself at those mocking bastards and torn them to shreds. But he also knew well that lashing out now would be pointless, only making him look more foolish. So he just squeezed out a few words through his leaking, gap-toothed mouth. Had enough watching. Why don't you clear out these damn traps? Do you want these mortal toys to block our advance? Just then the enemies in various armors who had fled earlier reappeared in sight, and a rain of artillery fire once again pounded onto Daimler's wretched face. The enemies initially attempted to lure them into a trap, just as they had done to the foolish Daimler. However, with Daimler's calamity serving as a stark warning, Damosin and the other demons remained unmoved, methodically sweeping the ground for hidden self-destruct machines. They had no intention of charging recklessly like that fool Daimler. The enemy's long-range attacks were nothing more than a nuisance to them, hardly even a tickle. Besides, they too possessed ranged capabilities. Facing the enemy's bombardment, Damon and Demoliu each wielded their weapons with one hand, while gathering colossal fireballs in their free hands, hurling them fiercely toward the enemy positions. The massive fireballs crashed into the enemy ranks in the blink of an eye, detonating with shockwaves that enveloped swathes of foes in searing heat. Those at the epicenter were instantly reduced to fragments, scattering in the blaze. Seeing that their efforts were futile, the enemies began to retreat, leaving only long-range artillery fire to rain down upon the demon army's formation. Yet these barges proved largely ineffective against the demons and most of the devourers. As for the mortal attendants accompanying them, their deaths were of no consequence. Sweeping and pursuing relentlessly, the enemies soon ceased their retreat, instead taking cover within a sprawling complex of blue defensive structures that bisected the road from which the incessant artillery fire originated. Damosin halted, surveying the complex that had not existed in the intelligence reports from days prior. Interesting, but against absolute power, any defense is futile. Before his words faded, Damon, seemingly weary of the slow, halting advance, transformed into a crimson blur, charging at incredible speed toward the blue structures, heedless of the four-legged self-destruct machines surging from the ground along the way. Daimler followed closely behind, twin whips dancing as he struck and detonated the machines erupting from the earth. Seeing this, Damosin and Demoliu refused to be outdone. The former vanished in a flash, reappearing high in the sky. As missiles streaked toward him, he swept his longsword, and flames erupting from the blade detonated the projectiles midair. He reached the defensive line faster than Damon, plunging his sword into the ground, which triggered the destruction of all the self-destruct robots hidden beneath the surrounding earth. Demoliu, upon reaching the front line, raised his colossal club high and brought it down upon one of the structures. A thunderous boom echoed as the entire blue complex seemed to shudder, cracks spiderwebbing across the stricken building's surface, while dust and debris erupted skyward. Witnessing the valor of their 4 leaders, the accompanying demon hosts roared their war cries, chanting praises to the blood god, and offering skulls to the skull throne as they launched a frenzied assault. At that very moment, countless metallic objects plummeted from the sky amid flashes of fire, crashing down upon the rear of the demon army. Darmor lingered at the very back of the formation, grievously wounded. Though his injuries would eventually heal, it would take days. Thus, he was slaughtering the mortals of his own contingent, using their skulls to construct an altar to accelerate his recovery. Just as he was about to complete the altar, a thunderous roar of objects tearing through the air filled his senses, and numerous iron masses wreathed in fire descended with terrifying precision toward his position. Despite his severe injuries, Darmor's keen senses alerted him to the iron masses. He hurled himself to the side in a swift roll. Boom, boom, boom. The heavy impacts echoed where he had just stood. The shockwaves and the relentless cascade of iron masses shattered his skull altar into dust. Not only that, but a flood of figures clad in red and white armor with a scattering of blue and black emerged from the falling iron masses. Intense flames and the dull roar of gunfire immediately filled the entire stretch of road where Darmor stood. These were no mere iron masses, they were drop pods. Under the assault of these enemies pouring from the drop pods, the mortals, already demoralized after Darmor's earlier slaughter, instantly broke and fled in all directions screaming. The lesser demons and devourers attempted to resist, but were soon reduced to charred husks or mangled flesh under the torrent of fire and gunfire. Within moments, the forces emerging from the drop pods had overrun and shattered Darmor's position. As they secured their foothold, the relentless stream of drop pods began disgorging not armored soldiers, but a multitude of hovering vehicles. These vehicles, while zipping at high speed and launching grenades at the fleeing remnants, also periodically dropped the 4-legged self-destruct machines, the very culprits that had blasted Darmor into his current state. Darmor seethed with shock, fury, and humiliation. He never imagined he would face such a devastating ambush at his most vulnerable moment. These enemies descending via drop pods were clearly well prepared. They moved with impeccable coordination and overwhelming firepower. After routing his forces, they encircled him and launched a coordinated assault. Darmor fought back with desperate frenzy, his barbed whip lashing out, hurling enemies aside with immense force and momentarily tearing a gap in the ring of fire. But it was only a fleeting instant, as more enemies immediately surged to fill the void. Soldiers in white armor fired strange green beams at their own allies who had been knocked back by Darmor's counterattacks. No matter how grievously he wounded them, those who fell would always rise again under the glow of the rays to rejoin the fray. This made every one of his attacks seem futile, as if he were battling an army of the unkillable. The few blue and black armored soldiers interspersed among them couldn't inflict much harm on him, yet his fury continued to wane with each burst of their gunfire. The hovering vehicles streaking past also rained down grenades, though these too failed to cause significant damage. But the accursed 4-legged self-destruct robots they dropped in their wake were like relentless parasites, charging at him and detonating with stubborn persistence. Each explosion from these loathsome devices only added to the burden on his already failing body. Darmor struggled to hold his ground, desperately fending off attacks from all sides. Yet his injuries weighed him down, making his movements far slower than they would have been at his peak. He could clearly feel his strength ebbing away rapidly, his rage deflating like a punctured wineskin. The world before him began to blur and double. The enemy gunfire, the roar of flames, the shrill whine of the 4-legged machines, and the crashes of their self-destructions all grew distant and cacophonous like the clamor of another world. He knew he was defeated. Defeated by enemies that swarmed like locusts, defeated by this accursed weakness, and defeated by his own arrogance. Humiliation coiled around him like a cold serpent, suffocating the fury that would not ignite. As he watched the strange radiant light seeping from his own body, he knew he was about to be banished. And so Darmor looked upon his enemies and asked a single question. Who are you? At his words, all attacks ceased instantly. A blue-armored enemy stepped forward, retracting his visor to reveal a stoic human face. He looked at Darmor and declared, "Your executioner, commander of the Rangers, Jim Raynor the Daybringer." With that, a shot rang out from his weapon, and a spike-like bullet struck Darmor's head with unerring accuracy. Though the spike shattered upon contact, blocked by the blood god's blessing, Darmor's disintegrating body stiffened violently at the impact, and the light in his defiant eyes was extinguished in an instant. His whip slipped from his grasp, and his colossal frame crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust, and immediately dissolved. At that moment, a massive figure, having turned back from the path ahead, slammed into the crowd, and with a single sword stroke severed the head of the Daybringer, Jim Raynor. Damakin arrived too late. The worthless one had already been banished back to the warp. When Damakin arrived and saw the situation was already decided, he, burning with rage, swung his longsword and began mercilessly slaughtering the humans who had descended in drop pods to assault Damer. However, after being cut down in the initial wave, these humans quickly retreated, a stark contrast to their fearless, desperate assault on Damer moments before. Even as they fled, they turned back to fire their ranged weapons at him. The fury in Damakin's scarlet pupils blazed even hotter these despicable mortals dared to toy with him. He let out a thunderous roar, kicked off the ground with immense force, and gave chase. But he had only taken a few steps when the ground he had just cleared began to churn violently. In an instant, a horde of quadrupedal robots surged from beneath the earth, charging fiercely at Damakin. Reacting swiftly, he swung his sword, unleashing a blinding arc of fire that obliterated the suicide bots charging head-on. But he couldn't defend every direction. A swarm of suicide bots striking from behind slammed hard into his back. A relentless series of explosions thundered across the sky. The immense shockwaves blasted Damakin's back into a ragged mess, and the sheer force of the impacts sent his body reeling. Before Damakin could recover, the enemies who had fled earlier turned back and launched another assault. At the same time, his escape route was cut off by a continuous rain of drop pods crashing down from the sky. The new enemies pouring from the drop pods coordinated with those who had been attacking Damer, encircling Damakin and trapping him in their midst. Boldly right before Damakin's eyes, the enemy vehicles began frantically deploying more suicide bots across the ground, as if he were blind. It was then that Damakin realized he had fallen into the very same predicament that Damer had faced at the start. Back then, he and the other demons had merely watched Damer's ordeal for amusement, never imagining he would be banished. Even up until just moments ago, they had thought the same. Thus, only Damakin had come to check on Damer's fate, while the other three demons were still relishing the slaughter behind the enemy lines. If not for the fact that Damer's death would subject them to the mockery of that brainless fool in the rear, Damakin wouldn't have bothered with that idiot either. But he never expected that this waste couldn't even hold on until he returned and was taken out so easily. Attacks from all sides blurred Damakin's vision. He could clearly feel the wings on his back shattering and the explosions searing blood mixed with broken wing fragments dripping down incessantly. The agony ignited his fury into tangible flames that blazed around him. His long sword was swung with such ferocity that it whistled through the air. The humans who had just surrounded him were instantly mowed down in droves, but their numbers were simply overwhelming. Moreover, the scorching flames spewing from the soldiers in red power armor, along with the bots that kept slamming into him and self-destructing, utterly disregarded the blood god's blessing, inflicting massive damage upon Damakin. Damer, you worthless coward. Damakin cursed furiously in his mind. If not for this fool's utter fragility, how could he have fallen into such a predicament? Making a resolute decision, he poured all his fury into the long sword in his hand. With a mighty swing, he carved a colossal arc of fire, cleaving apart the nearby robot soldiers and even the vehicles in a single blow. He aimed to break through towards the location of those three fools. However, the path he had traversed moments ago was now blanketed with suicide bots. Moreover, drop pods continued to crash down from the sky, and the enemies stood before him like an endless tide. The Chaos forces on that side were willing to provide support, but the humans used their own lives to isolate Damakin from the main Chaos army. These enemies seemed utterly ignorant of the concept of death, showing no fear of Damakin's might, nor caring that they were caught between him and the Chaos forces. Their eyes were fixed solely on Damakin. How many lives it would cost to take him down before that happened was of no concern to them whatsoever. New enemies kept emerging from drop pods on all sides, while those three fools were likely still lost in their killing frenzy. Furthermore, the Chaos forces were cut off and unable to offer support. Damakin knew he was probably doomed this time. Gazing at the dense swarm of enemies around him with his wings blasted beyond repair and no means of escape, he could only swing his weapon with even greater desperation. Took down two big ones. Three left plus a bunch of trash. Li Lu winced inwardly at the visibly depleted resource stockpile in the top right corner of the game interface. But there was no helping it if forcing a drop pod assassination on the big monsters in the middle of a swarm was bound to be costly. In a sense, the remaining monsters were now sandwiched between his forces, though he couldn't completely block their path ahead. Those three big ones broke through with terrifying ferocity, punching straight through the first defensive line in an instant. Unable to hold the line, he relocated his army's rally point to the second defensive line. Simultaneously, he directed the remnants of his forces, which had survived the destruction of the two big monsters, to start using medics to nibble away at the rear of this massive red blip, chipping away at their numbers bit by bit. The second defensive line also failed to hold against the enemy assault, being completely overrun. Seeing his resources visibly drop another chunk, Li Lu cursed angrily. Damn it. Next time I play Raynor on this map, I'm leaving instantly. Although the spider mines deployed between the two defensive lines had dealt some damage, they mostly killed only the trash mobs that charged ahead of the big monsters. The truly threatening big monsters, however, emerged from the spider mine attacks, unscathed, still charging madly towards the third defensive line. Moreover, there were no more spider mines on the road beyond the third defensive line. He still had a decent amount of savings, but he needed to spend it wisely. After all, he couldn't blow all his money on this wave. He had used his mule calldowns too aggressively earlier, leaving his mineral reserves at home looking less than ideal. If he kept spending without restraint like this, even if he traded money to clear this wave, there would be no hope for the rest of the game. Just as Li Lu was wondering how long Logan would keep watching the show, several notifications suddenly popped up in the center of the screen. Ultramarines Marnius Calgar has joined the game. Grey Knights Termar Aurelian has joined the game. Demon Tribunal Gazem Kisnaros has joined the game. Wu-Er-Ta the Seer was originally nothing more than an ordinary rune priest assigned to the Night Runner Company of the Space Wolves chapter. Although he stood out somewhat among the rune priests within the vast Space Wolves chapter, he was merely an unremarkable member. He had never imagined that in his lifetime he would be fortunate enough to witness the exceedingly rare manifestation of the All-Father. What was even more astonishing was that the All-Father's manifestation occurred twice, and both times upon him. To him this was an unimaginable supreme glory. Without a doubt his name would be forever sung by the bards of Fenris. At this moment Wu-Er-Ta returned to the strike cruiser that stood by in orbit above Armageddon. The Wolf Lord permitted him to take this vessel, the only ship of their chapter on Armageddon, to Makridge, while the other Wolf Guard sent to seek aid from the Grey Knights, and the Demon Inquisition could only travel aboard Astra Militarum vessels. Praise the All-Father. Wu-Er-Ta kept murmuring words of praise as he walked through the corridors of the strike cruiser lined with various pipes and cables. Every step felt as though it brimmed with boundless power. Never in his life had he felt such wonder. The chapter's serfs and the remaining wolves around him cast envious and reverent glances his way, for they had already learned in part of the All-Father's manifestation. Soon Wu-Er-Ta joined the shipmaster and proceeded to the throne room to confer with the navigator of the strike cruiser about the journey. Once everything was prepared, the vessel entered warp transit. All viewports were sealed, the Geller field enveloped the strike cruiser, and the ship's warp engines roared to full power, tearing a violet rift in the space ahead. The strike cruiser then plunged directly into the rift. The warp is stable, no signs of storms. Destination Makridge in Ultramar. Estimated travel time 3 standard Terran months. On the bridge the shipmaster had barely finished speaking when a crewman monitoring the throne room's data stream rushed to him, panic in his expression. "My lord, we have lost contact with the navigator." Hearing the crewman's urgent words, the shipmaster did not fault the man's agitation, for a problem with the navigator would worry even him. "What happened?" "My lord, less than 2 minutes after we entered the warp, all transmissions of the navigator's pulse, respiration, and brain activity ceased." 10 fully armed space wolves led by Wu-Er-Ta and the shipmaster arrived outside the throne room of the strike cruiser. 5 space wolves remained outside as a precaution, while the other 5 together with Wu-Er-Ta and the shipmaster cautiously entered the throne room after the blast door opened. Unexpectedly, although a faint scent of blood lingered in the air, a thorough inspection of the throne room revealed no danger. The navigator sat quietly in his imposing seat, the faint smell of blood emanating from him. Gripping his rune staff, Wu-Er-Ta, accompanied by the shipmaster and the wolves, slowly approached the navigator with whom he had spoken not long ago, gently calling his name, but receiving no response. He leaned in closer to the navigator, sniffing carefully, but detected no trace of life, only the scent of blood. Wu-Er-Ta lightly prodded the navigator with his rune staff, but the man did not suddenly leap up shrieking about warp heresies while trying to kill them. Fully assured that the throne room, including the navigator himself, posed no threat, Wu-Er-Ta walked directly to the navigator's side. Only then did he see that blood was seeping from the navigator's orifices, and indeed he was dead, silently without a sound. Just as Wu-Er-Ta was pondering what had happened, the shipmaster's second-in-command left on the bridge rushed to the shipmaster in a flurry to report. After a brief exchange, the shipmaster turned around. A long silence followed before he looked at Wu-Er-Ta and spoke seriously. "By the throne, we have arrived at Makridge. Marneus Calgar, the supreme ruler of Ultramar, a realm that was practically a state within a state, and chapter master of the Ultramarines, could still not erase the memory of the ally who had helped him annihilate the behemoth High Fleet with minimal losses all those years ago, the High Prelate. In the aftermath of the war, the entire Imperium believed it was the indomitable chapter master Marneus Calgar, supported by Marshal Zacharias Wrath of the Stormstar Sector Navy, who had destroyed the behemoth High Fleet that invaded Makridge. After Calgar personally led his honor guard aboard the Marshal's flagship for a profound conversation, Marshal Wrath fully endorsed this official account. With the passage of decades and deliberate obfuscation, only those within the Ultramarines chapter now knew the truth. As for everyone else, what should have been forgotten was long forgotten, and what should have been sealed remained sealed. When Chief Librarian Vero Tigurius found him, he was within the sanctum of purity designed by his Gene Father himself, kneeling before the shrine of his Primarch. Calgar wore no armor, but a plain blue himation robe. After a long moment, he finally rose from before the shrine, bowed deeply to the visage of his Genefather, and turned to depart. Only when he had completely exited the sanctum did Calgar speak with Vero, who had been waiting in silence. "What is it, Vero?" Fully armored Vero fell into step beside Calgar. Even fully kit Calgar and his simple himation towered over him. "A messenger has arrived, my lord. A rune priest from the Space Wolves' first great company. A strike cruiser was dispatched solely to bring him here." With little history between the Ultramarines and the Space Wolves, Calgar found no answer in brief thought, and asked directly, "What news does this messenger bring?" "He insists on delivering his message only to you, my lord. He says it is of utmost importance and must be conveyed in person." Calgar tilted his head. The Space Wolves, those warriors of Fenris, were renowned for their boisterous directness, rarely so cryptic. Combined with the deployment of an entire strike cruiser for a single envoy, Calgar knew the weight of this matter was not to be underestimated. Given all this, a whole strike cruiser sent for one man. Calgar understood the implication and knew there was no time to spare. Take him to the council chamber. I will follow shortly. By your command, my lord. Vero turned and departed immediately, his heavy power armor making almost no sound on the marble floor. Calgar stood alone in the plaza outside the sanctum. The sun of Ultramar blazed pure and fierce, falling upon his bare arms and illuminating the crisscrossing scars of old battles on his skin. His gaze remained fixed upon the azure cloudless sky of Makridge, unyielding for a long time. After climbing the seemingly endless steps behind his ultramarine guide for half an hour, Ulta finally arrived at the building where Calgar would receive him. Compared to the opulent relief-covered stone slabs and the breathtaking structures he had passed along the ascent, this building was in reality a simple open-air council chamber modestly adorned with white marble traced with threads of gold. Two warriors in Terminator armor stood guard before the bronze doors of the entrance, wielding polearms and bolt guns. Upon entering, Ulta swept his gaze across the hall, finally focusing on the dais at its heart where a tall and imposing figure sat in the seat of honor. His left eye had been replaced by a crimson bionic implant, and he wore the brightest blue armor one could possibly imagine. Every pauldron and plate of the armor had been meticulously polished and engraved, blazing brilliantly under the sun. An inverted omega symbol of polished quartz was set into the armor, gleaming most dazzlingly of all in the light. Upon his shoulder guards were carved lifelike golden eagles that shimmered with a radiant light, every feather painstakingly detailed. They symbolized the absolute authority, noble identity, and exalted status of their wearer as the master of Ultramar. Clearly this giant, seated upon the dais, radiating an overwhelming presence, was Marneus Augustus Calgar, Lord of the Ultramarines. Flanking Calgar on his left and right stood two other figures. It was not difficult to guess they were Captain Saul of the First Company and Chief Librarian Tigurius. It was evident that Calgar placed great importance on this meeting. Ulta straightened his spine and stepped forward, feeling Calgar's gaze and the oppressive aura emanating from him. He halted a few meters from the dais and gave a slight nod of courtesy. Rune Priest Ulta, representing the Space Wolves chapter, pays respects to the Master of Ultramar. In response to Ulta's formality, Calgar's tone was even more direct and candid, devoid of any pretense. Priest Ulta, welcome to Makridge. Now you may state your purpose. I have little time to waste. Ulta tightened his grip on his runic staff. Lord Calgar, he paused, glancing at Saul and Tigurius as if weighing his words. I bear news of the Ultramarines' eternal ally. Silence. Not the silence of indifference, but the silence born of overwhelming shock. Everyone present, Calgar, Vero, and Saul alike, understood in an instant what the Rune Priest's words about their eternal ally signified, and it was precisely because of that understanding that they fell silent. For a moment, the only sound in the hall was Ulta's own somewhat heavier breathing. Though Calgar's seated form remained motionless, a subtle, indescribable glint of scrutiny and anticipation appeared in his lone eye. Eternal ally. Calgar spoke slowly, his voice lower than before. Priest Ulta, do you know what those words mean to the Ultramarines? You had best ensure that every word you are about to speak is the truth, or else even the Space Wolves will not be able to withstand the wrath of a deceived Ultramarines chapter. Ulta met Calgar's gaze without flinching. Lord Calgar, I swear by Russ and the Allfather that every word I speak is true. On the planet Armageddon, in the solar segmentum, a faction calling itself the Rangers has suddenly appeared. Their leader Jim Raynor claims to be your eternal ally, and the Allfather has manifested twice to vouch for his identity. Jim Raynor. The Allfather manifested twice. Calgar's brow furrowed. The Ultramarines' eternal ally should be the High Prelate, or rather Zagara, but Jim Raynor. Calgar had never heard that name before. Yet the Rune Priest's demeanor and oath did not seem false. Calgar decided to withhold judgment for now, intending to hear the man's explanation. Saul and Vero exchanged a puzzled glance as well. The name was equally unfamiliar to them, but seeing their chapter master remain still, they held their positions, their wary gazes fixed on Ulta. Ulta's heart skipped a beat as he witnessed a reaction vastly different from what he had anticipated. He had expected that when the name Jim Raynor was linked with Eternal Ally and Allfather's manifestation, Calgar would at least show some positive emotion. Yet the undisguised confusion on Calgar's face and the equally bewildered looks from Captain Saul and Chief Librarian Tigurius even made Ulta wonder if he had erred in some part of his delivery. He quickly continued, Lord Calgar, allow me to explain the details. As Ulta described the Rangers' sudden appearance on Armageddon and how their leader Jim Raynor had used psionics to telepathically project his voice directly into the mind of Logan, the Great Wolf of the Space Wolves Night Runner Great Company, even recreating the scene of Logan's address on the bridge after destroying the Behemoth Hive fleet decades ago. Calgar's expression began to shift. Direct telepathic projection, and the ability to project past scenes into another's mind. The ability sounded vaguely familiar to Calgar. Though it did not perfectly match the High Prelate's known traits, it was enough to stir his suspicions. And when he heard of the strange crystalline blue minerals and dark green gaseous deposits that had appeared mysteriously alongside the rangers, the scales in his mind began to tip. On both previous occasions when the High Prelate had appeared on Macridge, the same unknown minerals and gases had been present. Ulta continued describing how the Rangers had erected a complex of buildings in an incredibly short time, followed by the God Emperor's successive manifestations. Especially when he mentioned that the journey from Armageddon to Ultramar via the warp had taken less than an hour. Calgar could no longer maintain his composure. It was all too familiar. He had almost no doubt that the person in question was the High Prelate. Considering that when he first encountered the High Prelate, the being called himself High Prelate, and upon their second meeting he had changed his name to Zagara, it stood to reason that Jim Raynor might simply be yet another new alias. After all, in their brief interactions, that was precisely the High Prelate's modus operandi. With this thought, the furrow in Calgar's brow slowly smoothed. He rose directly to his feet. "Priest Ulta," he said in a deep voice carrying both unshakable authority and a hint of resolve, "you have convinced me. I shall personally lead a fleet and accompany you to Armageddon." Upon returning to Armageddon, Ulta was invited to share the Ultramarines flagship with Calgar. Unexpectedly, this time Calgar's fleet took less than a day to reach Armageddon. Under normal circumstances, even at maximum speed, the journey would require months. Undoubtedly, this was a miracle manifested by the God Emperor. The moment Calgar's fleet emerged from the warp and entered real space, a familiar voice directly echoed in his mind. "Huh? Bro, were you invisible just now? Or did you just log in? Huh? Bro, were you invisible just now? Or did you just log in?" Leela noticed that among the 3 new IDs joining the game's interface, there was Calgar. He first opened the friend list and sent a private message to Calgar, who had previously shown as offline, but was now online, as a greeting. Then his attention shifted to the other 2 unfamiliar IDs. He didn't recognize either of them, but what concerned him more than these obviously cosplay-themed IDs was the number of players in this match. Under normal circumstances, unless it was a custom map from the game lobby, the official co-op mode never allowed more than 2 players to appear on the same map simultaneously. Now, besides himself and the player cosplaying as Logan, 3 more had joined, making a total of 5 players coexisting on the same map. This left Lilu puzzled, recalling how Logan had been insisting that he would go find reinforcements. At the time, Lilu thought he had some panel ability to summon powerful support, but now he realized Logan had actually gone to call for help, obviously far more familiar with the mechanics of StarCraft 3 than Lilu. Considering that Calgar, who had been offline earlier, was now online, and given that all 4 had similarly cosplay-themed game IDs, Lilu understood that they were all from the same small circle. Still, he found it hard to believe that Logan had called in 3 people. Damn, did he phone them up in the middle of the night? How much does he underestimate me, Jim Raynor? With that thought, Lilu set a new rally point for his units at the 3rd line of defense, mindlessly filled the build queue, then selected a barracks and airdropped a Marine to Logan's location. He planned to put on his disguise and go find Logan to ask what was going on. Meanwhile, inside a magnificently decorated council chamber in the former governor's castle of the Fidea Hive, Logan was receiving several reinforcements who had traveled from afar. The first to arrive was Marnius Calgar, chapter master of the Ultramarines. He not only came personally, but also brought 5 full companies of Ultramarines, including the elite 1st Company, as well as several fully organized detachments of the Ultramar Auxilia. Soon Talima, Aurelian captain of the Grey Knights, arrived with his company. Apart from him, 109 Grey Knights stood outside the hall. The last to arrive, Inquisitor Gaisme Kisnaros from the Ordo Malleus, kept a notably low profile. He brought only a small squad of inquisitorial stormtroopers, their faces always hidden behind masks, as his personal guard, and almost no other troops. However, the Wolf Guard, who had returned from the relief mission, told Logan that this individual had a fleet belonging to the Ordo Malleus in orbit, which contained many more troops, but they had not been dispatched to the Fidea Hive. Clearly, he had other plans. All participants had arrived. After exchanging simple ceremonial pleasantries, they proceeded to the main agenda. Currently, the left continent of Armageddon is occupied by a chaos warband supported by 12 powerful demons. Logan began introducing the enemy composition while looking at the tactical map. And commanding them is the traitor Pre-March, Ongron. Under his slaughter, the human population of the entire left continent is nearly extinct. Upon hearing this, Inquisitor Kisnaros turned his head slightly toward Calgar, the chapter master of the Ultramarines, whom he had not known would be assisting Armageddon. The ongoing discussion involved many secrets not meant for external dissemination. He believed that neither Logan nor Calgar should have known such information. Calgar perceived the Inquisitor's gaze and met it directly without any evasion. Throughout Logan's briefing, Grey Knight Captain Aurelian remained silent, listening quietly without uttering a word. Logan ignored the exchange between the Inquisitor and Calgar and continued. With the support of the Ranger chapter, we have barely managed to hold Ongron and his demonic forces back on the other side of the forest belt. The Ranger chapter. Calgar spoke up. I know that chapter. It is a successor of the Ultramarines. Their current chapter master is named Jim Raynor. Calgar's words had been prearranged with Logan to vouch for the identity of Jim Raynor and his Ranger chapter. Logan nodded. It is Jim Raynor who leads the Ranger chapter in supporting us. With their aid, we have successfully driven away 3 of the 12 powerful demons, accompanying Angren 2 of which were banished solely by the Ranger chapter. The moment these words fell, the atmosphere in the council chamber turned icy. Whether it was Calgar who had arrived first and had a brief exchange with Logan Inquisitor Kisnaros, or even the ever-stoic Grey Knight Captain Aurelian, all struggled to conceal their astonishment. Inquisitor Kisnaros turned to Calgar, disregarding the latter's status, and asked directly, banishing 2 greater demons single-handedly. Lord Calgar, does the Ranger chapter truly possess such strength? As a member of the Ordo Malleus, which specialized in handling such enemies, he held a skeptical and judgmental attitude toward any person or affair, especially the combat performance of a chapter, a mere successor, that seemed to transcend normal limits. Aurelian finally spoke, his helmet's vox grill emitting a slow, deliberate tone laced with undeniable pressure. I look forward to meeting Chapter Master Jim Raynor. In an instant, the entire council chamber's focus converged on Jim Raynor and the Ranger chapter he commanded. As for the Blood Angel Angren, they had long known of his existence and were already mentally prepared, so the shock he caused was far less than that of the Ranger chapter. Just then a wolf guard strode briskly from outside the hall and reported to Logan, Wolf Lord Jim Raynor, chapter master of the Ranger chapter, wishes to meet with you. Logan glanced at those present, and seeing no objection, he gave a slight nod before saying to the wolf guard, please invite chapter master Raynor in. Immediately the light outside the council chamber door outlined a silhouette. Jim Raynor wore a set of deep blue power armor that clearly did not belong to any known pattern of Astartes armor. He casually carried an equally unfamiliar rifle, walking in without any hesitation, as if the place were his own home. Jim Raynor entered the conference hall, his gaze swiftly sweeping across the room, from Logan's hirsute visage to Inquisitor Kisneros's icy stare, before finally settling upon Calgar. He then offered a casual greeting in Calgar's direction, his voice carrying that trademark nonchalance. Yo. Calgar responded with a nod, long time no see. After Raynor's greeting, Logan briefly introduced the Grey Knight Captain Aurelian and Inquisitor Kisnaros of the Demon Tribunal seated at the table, then steered the conversation back on track. Chapter Master Raynor, since you're here, we'd like to hear your assessment of the current battle. After all, the outer defenses of Phedia Hive City are primarily under your Ranger's responsibility. Raynor did not answer immediately. Instead, he turned his gaze toward the tactical hololith at the center of the table. Noticing that only 4 seats surrounded the table, all occupied, he halted mid-step. After a moment of silence, he let out a scoff. Well, I'm breaking my back on the front lines, and you lot are sitting here watching the show. And you couldn't even save me a chair. What, am I not worthy of a seat at this table? Logan, who had arranged the meeting, was momentarily speechless, only now realizing the oversight. Logan summoned a wolf guard to procure an additional seat, but Raynor raised a hand to stop him. Forget it. You wanted my assessment, didn't you? His tone had turned completely cold, stripped of the geniality he had shown Calgar moments before. Raynor's gaze fell upon the tactical map. I set up 3 defensive lines in the forest barrier to hold the enemy. 2 have already fallen. The last line is currently under ferocious assault by 3 powerful demons and their chaos legions. If you all continue sitting here waiting for my so-called assessment, the 3rd line's fall is only a matter of time. Hearing this, Inquisitor Kisnaros, seated opposite Logan, frowned. He hadn't expected the Ranger's chapter master to be so openly derisive. When he looked at Jim Raynor again, his gaze held undisguised displeasure. Grey Knight Captain Aurelian remained silent, but his medieval-styled power armor helmet tilted slightly toward Raynor, clearly scrutinizing the leader of this Ranger's chapter. And Calgar. He knew Jim Raynor, or rather he knew the Archbishop, too well. When they fought side by side in Ultramar, the man had always been blunt, never mincing words, never caring about rank or pleasantries. So whatever you want to know, all I can tell you is, right now people are dying out there, and they're my Rangers. Hearing this, Calgar rose and strode toward the door, clearly intending to head to the front lines immediately. The ever-silent Aurelian followed suit, and Logan also moved to leave. Raynor's words were clear enough: to dawdle over some battle assessment now would be a grave insult. Inquisitor Kisnaros watched the 3 depart, his brow furrowing deeper. He said nothing, however, but rose, adjusted his robes, and followed, albeit at a deliberately slow pace. Once the footsteps of those ahead had faded, he summoned a subordinate. Investigate. I want a thorough investigation into the Rangers chapter and all information on Jim Raynor. Also dispatch personnel to take control of Phedia Hive City. The subordinate acknowledged and left. Only then did Kisnaros quicken his pace to catch up with the others. In his eyes, Jim Raynor and his entire Rangers chapter warranted a massive question mark. He hadn't seen a single trace of loyalty on that unknown pattern armor of Raynor's. Had it not been for Calgar of the Ultramarines and Logan of the Space Wolves vouching for him from the start, Kisnaros would have challenged him the moment he laid eyes on him. And Aurelian of the Grey Knights likely sensed the same, but held his tongue, due to Calgar and Logan's endorsement. I'll check the Rangers' defensive line before the investigation concludes. With this thought, Kisnaros quickened his pace several-fold, soon catching up with the group. En route to the Rangers' final defensive line in the forest pass, by Ultramarine fleet transports, Raynor briefed them on the situation and proposed a plan. The third line is flanked by dense forest. We can't deploy our forces there. But beyond this pass is open ground. You can position your troops on both sides of that open area. Once you're in position and camouflaged, I'll order my forces to fall back, abandon this line, retreat through the pass, and lure the enemy into the open ground. Then you strike from both flanks. My rangers turn to fight, and victory is within our grasp. Calgar nodded. Rainer's, or rather the Archbishop's, plan was the most practical and best leveraged their fresh troops' advantage. Aurelian also nodded in agreement. The enemy didn't know they were here yet. But there was a critical flaw in this plan, and he finally spoke for the first time since Rainer's arrival. The rangers acting as bait will suffer heavy casualties. Hearing this, Jim Raynor lowered the faceplate of his unidentified pattern power armor, his voice growing somber. Success demands a blood price. He left it at that. His resolve was clear to everyone present. No more words were needed. Orders were relayed swiftly. Calgar's transports flying low ferried wave after wave of Ultramarines, Ultramar Auxilia Grey Knight Space Wolves, and the still loyal Armageddon Steel Legion to positions flanking the open ground beyond the third defensive line. Damos swung his battle axe, letting out a triumphant roar as he watched the humans finally flee. These humans had retreated from the first line all the way to this third one, and now they would retreat no more. After the assault on the third line began, wave after wave of these humans falling from the sky died batch after batch, yet not one showed fear or attempted to run. He had once wondered if these humans even knew what fear was. Now he had his answer. Their fury burned even hotter. Chasing past the defensive line, Damos noticed that the self-destructing robots that used to erupt from the ground were gone. The routed humans were sprinting down the forest pass toward the open ground beyond, not even bothering with their previous hit-and-run tactics. The endless stream of drop pods from the sky had also ceased. Clearly these enemies were truly at their last gasp. Blood for the blood god. Skulls for the skull throne. All forces pursue. Grind these weaklings into dust. The chaos followers behind him erupted in fanatical howls. The other two demons, Damaw and Demoliu, echoed with answering roars. The three demons quickened their pace, beginning the slaughter. Damaw wielded twin barbed whips, each lash painting the air with gore, ensnaring humans who thought they had escaped, and crushing them into pulp. Demoliu's massive club came down with sickening crunches of armor and bone, each blow cratering the ground, pulverizing rangers who failed to flee along with the very earth beneath them. The three demon princes were slaughter machines, wreaking havoc among the retreating rangers, their chaos legions surging behind them like a tide, butchering every straggler. Within the forest pass, blood stained the earth, severed limbs scattered everywhere. The rangers' retreat was more chaotic than anticipated. They were fleeing for their lives under the demons' blades. Yet it was precisely this desperation that saw them burst from the forest pass and into the open ground. Damos, Damaw, and Demoliu paid no heed to the camouflaged gun barrels and glinting blades hidden on the plains flanking the open ground, continuing their relentless pursuit of the rangers' remnants as if they were unstoppable. Then in the next instant, a storm of searing laser beams, dense bolter fire, and artillery erupted from both flanks. The seemingly empty open ground transformed into a killing field in an instant. The Ultramarines, Ultramar Auxilia, Armageddon Steel Legion Space Wolves, and Grey Knights, all hidden beneath camouflage, netting, struck simultaneously. With engines roaring, tanks and armored vehicles rolled out from their camouflage positions like steel behemoths charging across the dry earth toward the chaos horde. The Ultramarines, Space Wolves, and Grey Knights, moving with superhuman speed, surged into the chaotic enemy ranks under the cover of the vehicles, their weapons flashing instantly, severing the enemy's flanks. Damos, Damaw, and Demoliu were stunned by the sudden assault. Their Chaos Legions collapsed in disarray. The Chaos Space Marines, cultists, and demonic beasts that had been slaughtering rangers moments before now falling in droves like harvested wheat. Cowards! Damos reacted fastest, bellowing in rage. He abandoned the fleeing rangers and wheeled around, charging at the forces, cutting off their retreat, trying to salvage the situation. But he hadn't expected the rangers to shed their pretense of flight, entirely turning on their heels and reforming into that all-too-familiar unyielding battle stance. Their drop pods once again rained down upon the battlefield. Aurelian's Grey Knights, having carved into the chaos flank, split into three groups and made straight for the three leading demons. During their charge, the Grey Knights chanted a litany in unison. The lesser demons along the way recoiled involuntarily at the sound, only the three mighty demon leaders standing firm. Seeing this, Aurelian cried out, "Forward! Servants of the Emperor! The glory of mankind awaits our deeds." More Grey Knights echoed the war cry, pressing the attack against the demons. "We are the Emperor's blade. We shall pierce the enemy's heart, for he protects us." Aurelian led the charge, swinging his sword with one hand, while tracing a mystic sigil with the other. The blade blazed with light, cleaving into the leg of the axe-wielding demon, eliciting a shriek of agony. Calgar and Logan, meanwhile, led their personal guard, peeling away from the main force that was hammering the chaos ranks from the flank and made for their chosen targets. Calgar selected the powerful demon with the twin whips locked in combat with dozens of Grey Knights. Seizing the moment when its attention was fixed on the Grey Knights, he transformed into a blue blur, closing the distance in an instant. Leaping high, his power fist tore through the air and directly at the demon's face. The demon, fully occupied by the Grey Knights, failed to notice the incoming strike until Calgar's power fist, screaming with the force of tearing air, was nearly upon it. It whirled around, but it was too late. Calgar's blow, laden with all his strength, connected solidly with the demon's hideous visage. Boom! A dull, heavy thunderclap erupted. The twin-whip demon's face was snapped to the side, its massive frame staggering. Seizing the opening, the Grey Knights and Calgar's honor guard surged forward, engulfing the stunned demon in a storm of blades and energy. On the other side, Logan had found his target, the demon wielding the colossal club. He let out his trademark battle cry, his axe cleaving toward the demon's hind leg. The club-wielding demon, though beset by Grey Knights, noticed Logan's move and spun, bringing its club down onto Logan's axe, sending him staggering back several steps. Logan felt a dull ache in his arm, but the fire in his eyes burned brighter. Unyielding, he let out an even more ferocious howl and charged forward again, axe raised. This time he didn't target the demon's legs. He focused on Demoliu's upper body, drawing its attention. This freed up the Grey Knights and Logan's rune priests, who began hammering Demoliu's form with a barrage of psychic powers. The Wolf Guard also joined in, hacking and slashing whenever they could. The Rangers, who had been fleeing moments before, now regrouped under Jim Raynor's command and launched a fierce counteroffensive against the disorganized Chaos forces. With the battle stabilizing, the Rangers' drop pods fell in 3 streams, each one landing squarely on one of the 3 demons. But the warriors emerging from these pods were no longer combat troops. They were Rangers clad in white armor. The white-armored Rangers immediately began tending to the wounded but living soldiers on the battlefield, Grey Knights, Ultramarine Space Wolves, and mortal troops alike. They wove through the hail of gunfire, firing beams of green light at the injured, miraculously restoring combat effectiveness, and even bringing the dying back from the brink, allowing them to rejoin the fight. The entire tide of battle had now completely turned. The Chaos Horde's pursuit had become a full-scale rout, encircled and annihilated by the Allied forces. The 3 mighty demons still struggled to resist, but their armies were utterly broken. Though Li Lu felt a flicker of discontent that these newly arrived teammates had not immediately come to the front line to reinforce him. However, after Carla explained via private message that they had only just arrived, were still unfamiliar with the situation, and needed time to acclimate to the environment and deploy their forces, Li Li's mood settled somewhat, and he ceased to dwell on the matter. Yet after listening to Logan introduce the teammates, Li Lu recalled that he had not seen these hero units on the hero selection screen in co-op mode. Although there were options like the Demon Tribunal, they were locked for him, and none were specified with precise names like Inquisitor Kisnaros. Given that there was a Demon Tribunal, considering the opponent's team was named Demon Tribunal, and the name was also an RP Inquisitor, Li Lu began to speculate boldly. Could this be the Warhammer Commander mechanic in the StarCraft 3 co-op mode? While the Commander's core skills panels and unit roster remain unchanged, can the hero's character appearance and persona background vary from game to game? His using this method to ensure that all the functionally redundant characters from Warhammer can make an appearance is truly a genius move by the designers. Are they sure this isn't just paving the way for selling hero skins? Li Lu then glanced at the Grey Knight beside him. That player's hero also seemed to follow a similar mechanic, having chosen a Grey Knight character with some fame and status in Warhammer as their hero skin and persona, coupled with a first-person perspective and open-mic RP gameplay. Holy crap, this design is intriguing. Thinking bolder, could Warhammer commanders actually be able to craft their own hero appearance and persona background within the system? However, Li Lu quickly realized he couldn't select these commanders. The Warhammer factions were all locked for him. All his wild speculation here was just that, speculation. As for why these players could use Warhammer faction commanders, it was probably because although Li Lu and they were all beta testers, there were permission tiers. They had access to more heroes than he did. Permission elitists. With a myriad of thoughts doused by this cold reality, Li Lu decided to inspect the attribute values of the combat units these teammates had brought. Aside from the Inquisitor stormtroopers, whose stats were somewhat unremarkable, nearly every attribute of the other teammates' units was significantly superior to his chosen Raynor's Marines and Marauders. He also noticed that most of these units from Warhammer commanders possessed dual-mode output capabilities capable of both melee and ranged combat. In contrast, his own units were either purely ranged or purely melee. If Li Lu were playing as the Artanis, he might not be overly impressed by his teammates' unit stats. While not effortless, Artanis could handle clearing these red dots with his skills. The only drawback was the relatively low unit supply cap, reinforcing needed to be situation dependent, otherwise, if supply got locked, other positions would be left without troops. Moreover, the realistic maps in StarCraft 3 were generally quite large. Relying solely on Artanis' warp prisms to shuttle troops back and forth was cumbersome and lacked mobility. However, Li Lu was currently using Jim Raynor, the veritable bottom-tier commander from StarCraft 2, not Artanis. He couldn't understand why Artanis got to come aboard a ship, but Raynor didn't get the same treatment. Could it be that when it came to this perennial bottom-tier commander, those designers decided that ancestral methods must not be changed, offering no buffs at all? Even now, Jim Raynor in StarCraft 3 hadn't brought him anything novel. If there were prestige talents, perhaps it would be more interesting to play, but he was currently using the initial Rainer with 0 prestige levels. Against a normal brutal mission, Li Lu was confident he could carry the situation with his experience and micromanagement. But this was a map with a range damage reduction mechanic. Even if he danced wonders on the keyboard compared to these stat stick commanders, he was nothing but the lowest of the low. If you ask why Li Lu had so much time to think about all this, and even feel a bit down, it's simple. After these RP Warhammer character teammates launched their attack according to plan, Li Lu found himself with nothing to do but watch their units slaughter the enemy. Even stealing a kill from them was difficult. In fact, he didn't even need to invest additional troops. His teammates' units alone were enough to hold off this wave of red dots. Sigh. He let out a soft sigh, but didn't completely take his hands off the keyboard. Instead, he selected his barracks and airdropped some medics to the location of his teammates' damaged units. Can't get kills, might as well slack off then. Of course, slacking off didn't mean completely giving up. Li Lu kept adding barracks to his base. Glancing at the supply count in the top right, he had never been at max supply. He stockpiled barracks for future use. Even so, Li Lu was visibly idle. With almost nothing to do, he began observing the overall battlefield. In a sense, it was a cinematic spectacle, and watching the show wasn't bad either. But soon Li Lu noticed that there seemed to be a friendly force missing from the battlefield: Logan, Carla, Aurelian, Kisnaros. The forces of the first three were quite conspicuous on the realistic scale battlefield, but the Inquisitor Kisnaros' troops were exceptionally hard to find. Fortunately, Li Lu had time. Soon he finally located Inquisitor Kisnaros and his forces in a small corner. He wasn't absent from the battle, but he had only deployed his hero unit and a small squad of stormtroopers. The total force size was extremely limited, even less noticeable than Li Li's own remaining vultures. Even more of a slacker than me. However, the very next second after his mockery, his expression shifted from playful to grave. Because on the screen this player named Kisnaros, leading his honor guard, was beginning to slaughter the surviving Armageddon Steel Legion Astra Militarum soldiers under Logan's command, who had survived their engagements with the enemy. Not only that, when Li Lu zoomed out the map, he discovered that compared to the nearly imperceptible dark red pixel cluster representing this Inquisitor on the frontline map, behind the front lines there was an extremely conspicuous large dark red light point. The location of this light point was the hive city of Fidya. Seeing this, Li Lu immediately switched his view to inside Fidya hive. What met his eyes was Inquisitor Kisnaros' forces methodically moving into the hive. And what about the remaining Armageddon Steel Legion troops that Logan had originally stationed here to guard the area? Outside the hive city there were piles of burning corpses. The uniforms on them clearly indicated they were those very garrison troops. It was not merely a matter of cleansing the remaining Steel Legion forces. After Inquisitor Kisnaros' troops took control of the hive city of Fidya, they did not halt their operations, but instead began an indiscriminate purge of the civilian population within the hive. As his forces moved, Li Lu, who found the scene somewhat baffling, heard that familiar broadcast tone in his ear. For viewers just joining our program, the civilians of Armageddon have begun to fall. Sadly, the Imperium has yet to issue any statement regarding this tragedy. Hearing this, Li Lu immediately understood what was happening. There was a traitor in the ranks. That bastard Logan had poor judgment in choosing companions. Bringing someone along to play was one thing, but bringing a monster into the fold was a serious problem. Seeing this, Li Lu selected all his barracks, right-clicked the rally point on Fidya Hive, and maxed out marine production. Simultaneously, he donned his second-generation power armor and found Logan, Calgar, and Aurelian, who had just slain a demon. Inquisitor Kisnaros is conducting an indiscriminate massacre in Fidya Hive City. Are you aware of this? Upon hearing Li Li's words, the victorious smile on Logan's face instantly froze. Say that again. What is Kisnaros doing? He was evidently unaware that Kisnaros would do such a thing, otherwise he wouldn't have been so agitated. Inquisitor Kisnaros' subordinates have taken control of Fidya Hive and begun an indiscriminate slaughter of its civilians and remaining garrison. Furthermore, I've just received word that he is personally leading an execution of the garrison soldiers who survived the previous battle. Upon hearing this, Logan immediately sprinted toward the location of Kisnaros, as described by Li Lu, clearly intent on confronting him for an explanation. Li Lu, however, was far less patient. He had endured the filth until now, and he had no reason to indulge such a troublemaking monster. If this fool cost him the game, then all his suffering would have been for nothing. Switching his screen back to Fidya Hive, he churned out a wave of marines, then holding shift and pressing A, he methodically targeted every single unit of Kisnaros' forces that was slaughtering civilians within his line of sight. Within Fidya Hive City, the troops of Inquisitor Kisnaros, who had been butchering defenseless civilians and disarmed garrison soldiers, never anticipated that these rangers descending from the sky would open fire on them. One moment they were cleansing these civilians and soldiers who might have been tainted by chaos, and the next their bodies were being torn apart by the gunfire of the rangers. Meanwhile, the civilians who had just been wailing and the surviving garrison soldiers now watched as the rangers, descending from above, carved through the Inquisition forces that had suddenly turned their guns on them as easily as slicing through vegetables. Everyone was utterly bewildered. They neither understood why they were being massacred by the demon hunters, nor why these blue-armored angels would open fire on the Inquisition troops to save them. On the other side, Logan Calgar and Aurelian located Inquisitor Cisneros, who was in the midst of executing the surviving soldiers of the Armageddon Steel Legion. Cisneros, this is not what we agreed upon. Hearing Logan's accusation, Cisneros' tone was utterly frigid. These men have faced chaos directly and may well be tainted. Chemical castration is far from sufficient to eliminate the potential threat. As he spoke, he shot dead a Steel Legion soldier who had survived the demons in the previous battle right before Logan's eyes. That soldier died without ever knowing why he had to die, even though he had fought with blood and valor against those enemies, never once showing any sign of retreat. Only death can ensure the purity of their souls. Having executed that soldier, Cisneros ignored the growing fury in Logan's eyes and turned to the Grey Knight, Captain Aurelian, his voice cold. Fulfill your duty, Captain Aurelian. Aurelian looked at the Steel Legion soldiers lying in pools of blood, then at the expressionless Cisneros. Inquisitor, the battle is not yet over. Chaos has not been banished. These soldiers can charge into the front lines and die with glory. Cisneros' gaze turned icy in an instant. Captain Aurelian, your compassion will become the grave of us all. The souls of these soldiers have long been defiled by the whispers of demons. Leaving them alive now is handing chaos the opportunity to strike back. He stepped forward. You are a Grey Knight, the Emperor's most devout blade. Your duty is to purify all that is unclean, not to show mercy to potential sources of corruption. Do it. Hearing this, Aurelian fell silent for a moment, then turned and raised his sword, striking down toward a restrained Steel Legion officer who, equally confused, could not understand why those he had fought alongside moments ago had now inexplicably become prisoners. Clang! A battle axe intercepted his swing. It was Logan who could no longer contain himself. Enough! His furious voice rang out loud and clear. Inquisitor Cisneros, Captain Aurelian, these soldiers fought with blood and valor against chaos on the scorched earth of Armageddon. Their loyalty is beyond question. What you are doing now has gravely overstepped your authority. Seeing Logan block their captain's blade, the surrounding Grey Knights trained their weapons on him, while the Space Wolves aimed their weapons right back in response. At that moment, Calgar and the Ultramarines around him stepped forward. Logan is right, Inquisitor. We are not executioners sent to slaughter our own. These soldiers have defended their loyalty with their blood on the battlefield. They deserve respect. Even in death, it should be on a battlefield against chaos, not at the muzzles of their own allies. If you insist on this course. Calgar's voice carried undisguised menace. The Ultramarines will not stand idly by. Cisneros surveyed the tense standoff before him. Logan's axe remained firmly locked against Aurelian's sword. Calgar's power fist was poised to strike, and the Ultramarines and Space Wolves behind them radiated murderous intent. Very well indeed. Cisneros said slowly. It seems you have begun to question the authority of the Inquisition. He lowered his weapon as if conceding, though the lowered muzzle still deliberately drifted toward the surviving Steel Legion soldiers. At the same time, his gaze swept over the Steel Legion soldiers, who even now remained utterly baffled, but wore expressions of rage at seeing their comrades executed, like a man inspecting an impending plague. Since you insist, then let them go to the battlefield. Let them die with glory on the field. In half an hour, these soldiers are to launch a mass assault on the Blood Angels' position. And of course, Cisneros turned to Calgar. Chapter Master Calgar, the mortal forces you brought will also join this attack. At these words from Cisneros, Calgar's face darkened instantly. This Inquisitor sought not merely to execute the local garrison of Armageddon, but to purge every mortal within the Imperial forces that had come to reinforce the world, even the Ultramar Auxilia that Calgar himself had brought. Without answering, Cisneros, Calgar turned his gaze instead to the Grey Knights' Captain Aurelian. Grandmaster Aurelian. Calgar's tone was glacial. Tell me, do you share this sentiment? Aurelian could feel the unyielding pressure in Calgar's words. The man was on the brink of eruption. Aurelian had no doubt that if he were not present, Cisneros might well have met his end silently at the hands of a chaos assassin. Yet he was here, and if his answer failed to satisfy Calgar, Logan, or even Cisneros himself, then the anti-chaos alliance between the Grey Knights, the Space Wolves, the Ultramarines, the Demon Hunters, and all of Armageddon would shatter in an instant, likely igniting outright civil war. His gaze swept over the surviving soldiers of the Steel Legion. Most bore wounds, their eyes were filled with exhaustion and bewilderment at the sudden turn of events. Yet there was no fear in them. They were the Emperor's soldiers, now facing a purge from their own allies. Witnessing this, a fierce conflict raged within Aurelian's heart between the doctrines of the Grey Knights and his honor as a warrior. Slaughtering all these soldiers would undoubtedly kill innocents, but sparing them all would mean allowing those already tainted to go free. And the corruption of chaos was so insidious that letting even a single tainted mortal live could lead to catastrophic consequences. He took a deep breath. His eyes, hidden behind his helmet, finally settled on the bewildered, yet still straight-backed soldiers of the Steel Legion. Inquisitor. Aurelian began, but his words were cut short. Bang! No, the gunfire hadn't stopped. Bang! 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 In the blink of an eye, Kisnaros and his attendants who had earlier massacred the garrison were riddled with bullets. The remaining crowd turned towards the source of the gunfire and saw a familiar figure standing there. Why waste words on such fools? The speaker, and the one who had fired, was none other than the chapter master of the Rangers, Jim Raynor, followed by dozens of Rangers who had survived the earlier battle. Did you think Jim Raynor would just stand by? Aurelian was stunned. He had never anticipated this, Jim Raynor, appearing out of nowhere at such a critical moment, gunning down Inquisitor Kisnaros in full view of everyone. Aurelian's internal monologue could be summarized as, "Why did you just kill Kisnaros outright? That's not how Imperial protocol works. You're supposed to negotiate with him, build up his approval, make occasional concessions, and then shake hands when an agreement is reached. After utterly defeating chaos, you continue negotiating, he agrees to concessions, and then we all work together to build a glorious Imperium. How could you just kill him without warning? That's not the process at all. I don't accept." No, regarding Jim Raynor's killing of Kisnaros, it was no longer a question of whether Aurelian could accept it. Marnius Calgar, the chapter master of the Ultramarines, walked directly over to stand shoulder to shoulder with Jim Raynor, a clear expression on his face that said, "So what if he's dead?" Logan was also somewhat taken aback by Jim Raynor's direct execution of Inquisitor Kisnaros. However, his battle axe was not turned towards the newcomer, but remained pointed at the Grey Knights. The situation was clear. Of the 4 leaders present, 3 believed Kisnaros deserved to die. With that thought, Aurelian cast aside his internal deliberations. Inquisitor Kisnaros was dead, but the chaos threat on Armageddon remained. This was not the time for internal recriminations. He sheathed his sword, his voice emanating through his helmet's vox grill. Inquisitor Kisnaros' methods may have been excessively bloody, but his vigilance against chaos corruption was not entirely without merit. His gaze swept over the Steel Legion soldiers once more. These soldiers' loyalty and courage to the throne are beyond question. Yet we cannot completely ignore the potential risk they carry. Logan raised an eyebrow, clearly displeased with Aurelian's words. "So you're saying you still want to move against them?" "No," Aurelian shook his head immediately. "My point is, sending them on a suicidal charge would be no different from slaughter, but at least it would be a more dignified method. If these men survive the complete expulsion of chaos from Armageddon, then the reckoning they face in the aftermath will be far less dignified. They will regret not having died in battle." Aurelian's voice was utterly serious. "Everyone on Armageddon, including the Astra Militarum regiments on loan, will be purified to ensure the filth of chaos does not spread." He looked at Calgar, continuing, "Can you protect all of them, Chapter Master Calgar? The Ultramar Auxilia you brought are all mortals, and will be purged as well. Even if I were to refrain from pursuing this matter for now, the demon hunters of Inquisitor Kisnaros' order would not simply let them live." Calgar's face, which had slightly softened upon Aurelian's gesture of sheathing his sword, darkened once more. He knew well the methods of the Inquisition. Once chaos was driven out, the so-called purification would follow, and those mortals who had shed blood for the Imperium would be erased without a trace. At that moment, Jim Raynor spoke up again. "Why not just evacuate all these people? Isn't that what I'm here for? As for chaos corruption..." Wait a second. As he spoke, sporadic gunfire rang out in the next instant. Several soldiers from the Ultramar Auxilia and a few from the Armageddon Steel Legion were shot on the spot by the Rangers. All eyes once again turned to Jim Raynor and his Rangers, who had opened fire. "What are you doing?" Logan even let out a roar of fury. Jim Raynor, however, did not respond to the anger. Instead, he continued calmly, "There were indeed a few unclean ones in the ranks. As for the rest, they're all clean." Aurelian strode swiftly to Jim Raynor, heedless of Calgar's warning glare, his words urgent. "Lord Commander Raynor, what exactly do you mean by that? Can you truly discern it? How can you tell if they've been tainted? The threat of chaos is no trifling matter. Any error could spell catastrophe." Jim Raynor's expression remained utterly unchanged as Aurelian advanced upon him. He replied calmly, "Why wouldn't I be able to tell? As for the reason, it's simple. I'm Jim Raynor, and I have friends in high places. You're Jim Raynor. You have friends in high places." Aurelian wondered how many times today he had been rendered speechless. The answer was so absurd that he found himself momentarily at a loss for words. In the Imperium, who could claim to have friends in high places while casually declaring the presence of chaotic corruption? Even they, the professionals who dealt with chaos daily, had to be endlessly cautious against such insidious influence. Every judgment required layers of verification, for a single misstep could lead to irreversible disaster. Yet this man had simply fired a few shots, seemingly killing a few people at random from the crowd, and then declared the rest clean. What gave Jim Raynor the right to be so certain? The taint of chaos often lurked deep. Even with ample time to scrutinize, every mortal one would need various rituals and equipment for prolonged testing before reaching a conclusion, and even then errors were possible. If it were truly as simple as Jim Raynor made it look to distinguish the clean from the tainted, then Inquisitor Kisnaros wouldn't have been so adamant about purging all the civilians earlier, let alone a Ranger Lord Commander of dubious origin. But to his surprise, Calgar had never once glared at Jim Raynor with hostility. Even though many of the slain civilians were from his Ultramar Auxilia, he stood firmly by Raynor's side, as if he had long accepted this state of affairs. Even Logan, who had roared in anger earlier, had calmed down. Judging by his sheathed axe and the expression of someone lost in memory, he had evidently believed Jim Raynor's seemingly joking words. Aurelian opened his mouth, but could find no worthy words. In their presence he felt like a complete outsider. There existed an unspoken understanding between Jim Raynor Calgar and Logan that he could not fathom. He forced himself to calm down, his gaze refocusing on Jim Raynor, trying to glean some hint from his face, even a flicker of doubt. But Jim Raynor's expression had remained unchanged since their first meeting, always that cold, impassive mask. All right, we've wasted enough time. Before Aurelian could speak again, Jim Raynor surveyed everyone present and stated bluntly, how about the four of us join forces and just go all in for a final push? Onron completed his sacrifice, slaughtering every mortal in the Hive City and piling their skulls into a monument to the Blood God. This offering of flesh and bone not only pleased the Blood God, but also prolonged Angren's existence in the material realm. Just as he was preparing to march on Fidya Hive to continue his bloody crusade, more routed troops retreated back. The 5 demons he had previously dispatched, Darmal, Demosin, Darmith, Darmu, and Darmali, had all been banished. This news was like pouring oil into Angren's ever-burning sea of rage. Without a single word, his arm swung his black blade. The messenger and everything within dozens of paces around him, whether monument, demon, or anything else, was instantly shattered into pieces. Onron slaughtered as he walked, blood and bone fragments flying like rain. He only halted at the far end of the plaza, abruptly raising his head to survey the deathly silent slaves around him. Worthless. All of you are worthless. Angren's fury was almost tangible in his eyes. Each breath he took sounded like the heavy snort of an enraged bull before a charge. Hot embers of hatred hissed from his flattened nostrils. 5. A full 5. They hadn't even gotten far before they were all killed. With a roar, he abruptly lifted his foot and viciously kicked over a nearby tower built from countless skulls, sending innumerable heads tumbling and clattering across the ground. The entire plaza descended into even deeper silence. All demons and mortal servants buried their heads low. Even the world eaters, driven to near mindless frenzy by the agony of the butcher's nails, suppressed their bloodlust in the face of such terrifying rage from the demon pre-march. Though most of them had been tormented by the nails into a state where they no longer understood fear, they now held their breath with remarkable obedience. Onron continued to roar, his anger feeding upon itself. His brass hooves mercilessly kicked and trampled anything in his path. The 6 surviving leading demons, Darmoki, Darmoba, Darmoji, Darmoshi, Darmoshii, and Darmashir, had already quietly retreated to the edge of the arena. Now they too began to ponder seriously. If Darmoi's death could be chalked up to traveling alone and being caught off guard, then Darmal and the other 5 traveling together hadn't even managed to traverse the forest path connecting the 2 continents before being wiped out. The enemy was indeed powerful. At this thought, Darmoki stepped forward and spoke to Angren. Those weaklings getting killed proves the enemy is strong. Isn't this exactly what you wished for? A battle against a mighty foe is what would truly satisfy the Blood God. Its voice carried a cautiousness utterly at odds with its monstrous appearance, attempting to quell the demon Primarch's fury with such reasoning. Hearing Darmoki's words, Onron abruptly ceased his indiscriminate slaughter. Yes, what he craved was true battle, the blood of powerful foes, an opponent worthy of his blade. Not these slaves who suppressed even their own screams, nor the feeble mortals of the Hive Cities. When he spoke again, his voice was no longer pure rage, but carried a hint of rationality. Hear my command. All of you, attack Fidya Hive now, immediately, this instant. As he spoke, Onron snapped open his massive wings encrusted with brass, and gore, his roar nearly echoing across all of Armageddon. I will personally crush those enemies. Let their skulls form new monuments, let their blood become the grandest hymn to the Blood God. His black blade cleaving through the air, Onron charged ahead towards Fidya Hive. Seeing this, all the Chaos servants followed in his wake, surging towards the distant Hive City. Calgar knew that the God Emperor's gaze was fixed upon this battlefield. From the moment the Ultramarines' fleet departed Makridge for Armageddon, it had been propelled by a surging warp current, or more precisely dragged and accelerated by some unseen force. As if some invisible presence urged them to hasten their arrival, the months-long voyage was compressed to an unprecedented brevity. Confirming that the High Jim Raynor was on Armageddon only solidified Calgar's conviction that this was no illusion. The God Emperor was absolutely watching over this place. And this time the Hierarch fought against the Emperor's enemies in the guise of a human Jim Raynor. When Calgar first laid eyes on the man in that unfamiliar pattern of power armor, were it not for his recognizable tone and bearing, he would scarcely have linked this figure to the Hierarch or Zagara from his memories. It was amidst these musings that a sudden voice jolted Calgar back to the marching host. Buddy, red dots are here. Get ready to engage. Hearing Jim Raynor's warning, Calgar did not frown in confusion like Logan, nor waste time questioning what red dots meant like Aurelian. Through 2 previous campaigns in Ultramar, he had witnessed Jim Raynor's almost prophetic danger sense time and again. Red dots simply meant the enemy. Though he could not fathom its source, it had never been wrong. Acting on the word, Calgar issued orders immediately. The host halted and prepared for battle, and a rudimentary defensive line soon took shape. Yet Jim Raynor merely glanced at it, shook his head, and said with a hint of disdain, "Not good enough. I'll hold the choke point. You big shots handle the heavy hitters." The moment the words left his lips, a sustained low rumble of engines swelled from afar, and vast shadows swiftly engulfed the entire battlefield. Looking up, dozens of colossal steel silhouettes materialized on the horizon, tearing through the sky at astonishing speed. Upon closer inspection, they were massive structures fitted with heavy propulsion systems emblazoned with the bone serpent sigil, clearly the handiwork of the Rangers, the very man beside him. Recognizing their origin, Calgar calmed his forces and waited in silence. These leviathans hovered briefly above the defensive line, then extended various mechanical apparatuses from their undersides and descended directly onto key nodes within the position. Not only that, once these colossal buildings touched down, swarms of multi-meter-tall industrial robots poured forth and immediately began their work. Meanwhile, the fortress rooftops began to reconfigure, revealing what appeared to be sensor arrays, while the robots set about reinforcing fortifications around the massive structures. Within moments, the pockmarked trenches had transformed into a towering steel city, its scale nearly sealing off the broad roadway, leaving only a few narrow passages. The dozens of colossal structures that had flown in from the horizon slotted perfectly into every critical junction of the city, with the newly erected small bastions firing arcs interlocking to form an impenetrable defensive network. After completing the main defensive line, the industrial robots also erected a series of peculiar missile towers behind at their tops, cradling massive missile pods that swiveled ceaselessly toward the sky. Calgar gazed upon the steel city before him. This far surpassed his understanding of conventional positional warfare, or rather his comprehension of how such a complete defense could be established in so short a time. Though he had witnessed far grander architecture, he had never seen fortresses capable of such aerial mobility, able to lift off and reposition at will, nor defensive structures that could be fully assembled in an instant. In comparison, the hasty positions he had directed the Ultramarines to construct moments ago, while serviceable, seemed as crude as a child's building blocks before this instantaneous, fully realized defense. He schooled his expression, refusing to betray the look of a man witnessing wonders before the eye. Jim Raynor. Logan, who had seen these structures before, was taken aback that they could be deployed in flight, but accepted it readily enough. The Rangers had already astonished him far more profoundly. As for Aurelian, he could not help blurting out, "What is this? A big supply depot." Jim Raynor's voice from ahead was flat, even tinged with regret, as he muttered to himself, "Too bad it's not a planetary fortress." Witnessing this spectacle, Calgar knew that the high Jim Raynor was once again employing his understated manner to describe his unimaginable feats, in the phrase he had learned from the man himself, showing off. When the thunderous barrage erupted from the Rangers' strange tanks, all present knew the enemy had arrived. The first figure to capture everyone's gaze was a towering crimson form, the Red Angel Angren, advancing with unnerving composure through the hail of artillery fire. A mere half-step behind Angren's inhuman silhouette, 6 equally formidable demons followed, pressing onward through the relentless bombardment. Dozens of meters behind them, countless legions of corrupted warriors sprinted with all their might, yet they could never close the distance to Angren and his 6 demonic lieutenants. As Logan Calgar and the Grey Knights under Aurelian's command prepared to surge forward, Angren, leading the charge, suddenly unleashed a roar that shook the very battlefield. In the next instant, he unfurled his wings, launching himself skyward. At the apex of his ascent, he folded his wings tight, gripped his black profane blade with both hands, and plunged forward, his body wreathed in raging flames, transforming into a meteor of utter devastation aimed directly at the heart of the defensive line. Throughout his descent, the massive missiles from the Rangers' Steel City's defense towers and the ordnance launched by their aerial fighters struck the meteoric Angren with relentless precision. Explosions bloomed across the sky in rapid succession. Under the concentrated missile barrage, Angren's body was shattered time and again, only to near instantly reform within a sanguine glow. The 6 other demons attempted to emulate their master, unfurling their wings to assault the rear of the Ranger lines, but they were no Angren. Unable to harm Angren, the Rangers' missile towers and aircraft redirected their fire towards the 6 demons, effortlessly striking them all down beyond the Steel City's perimeter. As for the traitors who had been chasing the Red Angel's pace, they stood frozen, bewildered by their demon Primarch's sudden solo plunge into the enemy's stronghold, unsure how to follow. After suffering a brutal volley from the Allied forces within the Rangers' Steel City, they roared in fury and turned their assault upon the city itself, only to be met with a hail of defensive fire repelled beyond the perimeter, just like the 6 demons before them. During this time, Angren curled into a meteor slammed into one of the Rangers' missile launch towers that was spewing colossal rockets. Boom! Amidst the deafening crash of colliding masses, the missile tower buckled, shattered, and structurally collapsed under Angren's impact. Countless shards of steel flew in all directions, triggering a violent secondary explosion that sent a pillar of fire roaring into the sky. Boom! An instant after the blast, a towering figure burst forth from the churning smoke and dust, It was Angren completely unscathed, or rather his wounds had fully regenerated the moment he touched down. With a savage swing of his black profane sword, he cleaved through several crimson-armored rangers who rushed to meet him, their blood splattering across the ground. These crimson-armored rangers had left a deep impression on everyone. They were warriors capable of withstanding blows from powerful demons, and even when wounded they could reassert themselves and continue fighting. But now before Angren, they were not even worth a single exchange. Seeing Angron crash land behind their lines like a meteor, the Grey Knights, under Aurelian's command, shouted their litanies of hatred, and like the crimson-armored rangers, turned and converged upon him. Logan, roaring for the All-Father, for Russ, brandished his massive axe and led his wolf guard into the fray. Soon Calgar, who had been charging ahead, returned with his honor guard, crying out his battle cry, for the Emperor. For Ultramar, he raised his power fist high and charged at Angron. Meanwhile, from the periphery, the bolter fire of Space Marines and Rangers continuously hammered the towering form of Angren, providing covering fire for the three leaders. Yet, even under siege, Angren's power proved far beyond imagination. He paid the ranged attacks no heed, his eyes burning with battle lust fixed solely on Calgar, Logan, and Aurelian at the forefront. He could discern that these three were the strongest among them. Axe, power fist, sword, and Angren's black blade clashed relentlessly, each collision erupting in shockwaves. During this, the crimson-armored rangers, heedless of death, charged into the four-way melee, desperately blasting flames at Angren, only to be cut down in droves by the shockwaves of his sword. Appearing to recognize Angren's terrifying might, the surviving crimson-armored rangers turned to reinforce the main defensive line, no longer joining the duel of the four. Thanks to the time bought by the crimson-armored rangers and the three leaders, the Ultramarines, Librarians, the Space Wolves, Rune Priests, and the Grey Knights on the periphery had completed their preparations. They channeled various psychic attacks, unleashing them all upon the locked-in combat Angron. Struck by the sorceress assault, Angren, who had been silent and focused solely on battle, finally spoke. His voice dripped with rage, and even more with contempt. "You cowardly sorcerers, die." His black sword swept in a wide arc, forcing Logan and Calgar back. His long scale-covered tail lashed out like a steel whip, striking Aurelian squarely from behind and sending him flying. Seizing the opportunity, Angron spun and lunged towards several Grey Knights who were channeling psychic attacks, his black sword swinging down upon them. At that very instant, dozens of Ranger drop pods streaked across the sky, with fiery trails slamming down around Angren, encircling him tightly and constricting his space to maneuver. Forget charging at the Grey Knights. Even swinging his sword became exceedingly difficult. With a series of mechanical hisses, the drop pod hatches rapidly deployed, clearly indicating the Rangers within were preparing to disembark. However, Angren, enraged by being hemmed, and swung his black sword in fury, chopping violently at the drop pods surrounding him. Calgar, Logan, and even Aurelian, who was rising anew amidst the green glow of the white-armored Rangers behind him, all witnessed this, yet they were unable to intercept effectively in time. They could only watch helplessly as dozens of Wait, what was that? What emerged from the drop pods were not Ranger warriors, but unmanned machines, equipped with two mechanical arms at the front. These mechanical units poured out of the pods and stood motionless around Angren, maintaining their tight encirclement. Realizing that the drop pods had contained such a batch of inert, fleshless, bloodless machines with no offensive capability, Angren's fury reignited. Feeling utterly mocked, he swung his black sword, hacking at these machines in a frenzy of frustration. Thanks to the precious time bought by these unmanned machines, Calgar, Logan, and Aurelian had finally readjusted their stance and charged at Angron once more. Logan's massive axe tore through the air, Calgar's power fist crackled with energy, and Aurelian's sword was wreathed in psychic might. The three struck at Angren's vital points from three different directions simultaneously. After clearing away the bothersome machines, Angron faced the trio's fierce pincer attack. He let out another earth-shaking roar, spinning his black sword into a dark cyclone, barely managing to block Calgar's heavy punch and Logan's massive axe. But Aurelian's sword seized the fleeting opening. Infused with psychic energy, it slammed hard into Angren's exposed thigh. With a wet, tearing sound, the sword carved a deep gash in Angren's thigh, blood pouring from the wound. This time, however, the wound did not heal with the same alarming speed as before. Clearly, Angron was genuinely hurt. What they did not know was that this was Angren's first time bleeding since his descent upon Armageddon. Enraged, Angron lashed out with his hoofed foot, kicking Aurelian back, while simultaneously sweeping his black sword and tail, sending Logan and Calgar flying as well. He glanced down at the still bleeding wound on his thigh, let out another furious roar, and charged headlong at Aurelian, who was just getting back to his feet. But at that moment, the familiar drop pods came crashing down from the sky, once more trapping him firmly in their center. And from within them emerged the same inert, unmanned machines. Only this time the drop pods did not fall in a single wave, but continued to rain down relentlessly, buying even more time against Angren's attacks. And so under Angren's pinned gaze, Aurelian rose once more within the emerald light projected by the white-armored Rangers. Enough! Angron roared in absolute fury, hacking at the drop pods and strange machines blocking his path. His black sword whirled madly, cleaving the surrounding machines into piles of scrap metal. Even so, the drop pods carrying the unmanned machines only ceased their descent when Calgar, Logan, and Aurelian had once again reformed their encirclement and closed in. Everything seemed to have come full circle. No, Angren's thigh was still gushing blood. "You bastard of Gilliman, you whelp of Russ, and you stray mongrel from who knows where, I'll hack your heads off. Pile them before the blood god's throne. Die." Watching the screen as Angren roaring swung his black blade with ferocious vigor, brutally striking his own allied hero units, Lilo couldn't help but quip, "That's damn fierce." Admittedly, Angren's stats and buffs were terrifyingly absurd. With 99 range damage reduction, even forced damage barely dented his health bar, which looked as if it had been filled in with a foot. Beyond his ludicrously inflated health, his outrageous output of 250 damage per strike was on par with the previous High Inquisitor. No, far more ferocious. This brute's swings sometimes dealt area damage, and the 250 was never discounted. The firebat Li Lu had just sent up was cleaved in an instant by a single diagonal slash. Only the allied hero unit's thick health coupled with some hero skills he couldn't quite grasp, and the medic's healing barely allowed them to withstand this monstrous foe. In the blink of an eye, an allied hero was sent flying by Angren again, who seized the opportunity to charge toward the backline units that were pouring fire into him. Seeing this, Li Li's fingers danced, dropping mules around Angren in a constant stream until the allied hero unit's health was restored, and they had returned to engage the demon Primarch once more. "Mule body blocking, an indispensable trick. Even a behemoth like you I can stall for a while." He said that, but Li Lu truly dared not let this red angel touch any of his non-hero units. Against stats filled in with a foot, whether they were Grey Knights, Ultramarines, or Space Wolves, everyone was cleaved in a single swing, except for hero units. As they encircled him, once more the allied hero units' attacks were no joke either. Aurelian landed the first strike, visibly shaving a tiny sliver off Angren's health bar. As time wore on, with Calgar's power fists, Logan's massive axe, and the relentless ranged attacks from behind, Angren's health bar began to steadily deplete. If they kept grinding him down like this, whether he was a red angel or a black angel, it was only a matter of time. With the boss situation stabilized, Li Lu took a quick glance at the main battlefield. The Ultramarines, Space Wolves, and some Grey Knights were holding the line against the 6 greater demons charging toward their defenses. As for the other enemies, without such absurd damage reduction, they were all kept at bay by his and his allies' units. Time to slack off. With that, Li Lu selected the proxy unit he had hidden away in a separate control group and switched to its first-person view. Can't kill him. Whenever Angren tried to eliminate the 3 pests clinging to him, either he cut down one and the other 2 would rush in to tie him down, or even if he knocked, all 3 backdrop pods would descend from the sky in an instant, and the worthless machines inside would block his path. Just as he dealt with one wave, the next would land precisely in his path, and the robots that emerged, though incapable of attacking, would still delay him for a strike or 2. And that 1 or 2 strikes cooldown was just enough for those 3 damned pests to reorient themselves and pounce on him again. The green warp rays infuriated him further. It was the ultimate mockery. He couldn't even finish off a few pieces of junk, instead forced to watch them rise again and again under the power of sorcery. Cowards who depend on sorcery. Angren roared in fury, but just as he tried to take to the skies to change the battlefield, the butcher's nails embedded in his skull began to pulse with inexplicable intensity. The sudden unbearable agony shattered what little reason he had left. The intense flare-up of the butcher's nails felt as if something had ground his nerves into a pulp, rolled them into a ball, breaded and deep-fried them, and then devoured them voraciously before the tearful eyes of a mortal child. What little remained of his coherent battle strategy rapidly deteriorated into pure combat instinct. Soon Angren stopped thinking altogether. Consumed by inexpressible agony, he only wanted to tear apart these unkillable cockroaches before him and offer their heads and blood to the blood god. Aurelian had never fought such a composed battle, especially not against the infamous demon Primarch Angren. Though Angren's black blade was swift and lethal, each strike aimed to kill, and even successful blocks or dodges left Aurelian wounded. Under the healing rays of the white-armored warriors of the Ranger chapter, his injuries and fatigue faded away in an instant. This restorative power, far surpassing mere sorcery, combined with the flawless coordination of Chapter Master Calgar and Wolf Lord Logan and the tactical positioning of the Ranger's drop pods, allowed him to swing his sword with absolute focus and no worries. During the battle, he cast a sidelong glance at the white-armored female Ranger who continuously healed him, and he had long since realized the so-called Ranger chapter did not exist at all. Before the battle began, a subordinate of an Inquisitor from the Kisnaros faction who had been dispatched before leaving the hive city of Phidia had reported to him after failing to locate his superior. From this, he learned that the Imperium's current archives contained no record of any chapter named Rangers, no related clues whatsoever, and no person named Jim Raynor. Yet Calgar and Logan, leaders of 2 founding chapters, had vouched for Jim Raynor's identity. Calgar even insisted that Jim Raynor's Rangers were a successor chapter of the Ultramarines, addressing Jim Raynor as a brother and a buddy. Such an obvious hint made it impossible for Aurelian to press further, even knowing the truth. After all, he was not one of those paranoid zealots of the Inquisition. Since the Rangers were actively supporting the battle and had the joint backing of Calgar and Logan, he was willing to set these questions aside as long as Angron could be driven back. As for that subordinate of the Kisnaros Inquisitor who delivered the message, after his report Aurelian had sent him to the front lines to defend joining the fight against the 6 powerful greater demons. Just moments ago, brothers who had dispersed to fight other demons reported over the Vox system that the subordinate had already returned to the Golden Throne. Focusing back on the battle at hand, the embattled Angron's fighting grew ever more frenzied. If one could previously discern some semblance of strategy in the demon Primarch's movements, now every swing was reduced to pure primal brutality and a thirst for destruction. His once storm-like methodical attacks had devolved into the mindless thrashing of a cornered, enraged beast. Through the combined efforts of him, Logan, Calgar, the Rangers, and the elites of the various chapters in the rear, Angron's body began to bear more and more wounds, his armor riddled with cracks. But by the same token, it was becoming increasingly difficult to keep the berserk Angron contained. After all, a single fist of his was the size of an entire space marine. More casualties inevitably began to mount, or rather it was only now that significant losses started to occur. Angron broke through their lines several times, dodged the Rangers' drop pods, and with one swing slew 5 Grey Knights who were channeling sorcery, then spun and cut down the white-armored Rangers beside them. A dreadnought brought by the Ultramarines poured out firepower trying to halt the demon Primarch who had broken free of the encirclement but was grabbed and hurled away by Angron, flying off into the distance. The dreadnought's massive frame crashed squarely into a Ranger missile turret that was spewing missiles at the demonic engines in the sky, demolishing it. At a cost, they managed to encircle Angron once more, but he let out a deafening roar. Aurelian's eardrums, which had endured so many roars, finally gave way. The sheer force of that single roar burst them, blood trickling from his ear canals. Yet under the healing ministrations of the newly arrived white-armored Rangers from the drop pods, his eardrums were quickly restored and the bleeding ceased. Just as the encirclement was becoming untenable and Angron was about to break free, once more a figure clad in distinctive blue armor joined the fray. Immersed in the bloody slaughter, Angron caught a glimpse of the blue-armored enemy, standing not far away, and noticed the spear in his hand. Yet he paid him no heed, for his entire murderous frenzy was fixed upon the 3 foes surrounding him, his sole desire being to tear them asunder with his black blade. Blood for the blood god, skulls for the skull throne. However, though he held the blue-armored foe in contempt, the latter, upon halting, raised his faceplate to reveal a cold, unyielding visage, and roared at him with fierce vehemence, "Face me, Angron, you slave of Nysiria who was strung up and beaten by 2 beasts." The roar detonated like a thunderclap across the battlefield. Even the demon Primarch, who had been madly swinging his black blade toward Calgar and the others, faltered mid-motion, his frenzied advance abruptly checked by the sound. The words "slave of Nysiria" pierced Angron's consciousness like iron spikes. He slowly turned his head, his yellow eyes blazing with murderous light, locking onto the blue-armored figure who had spoken. The fury within him condensed into tangible flames that spewed forth, "Slave of Nysiria, how dare you?" Angron's voice was hoarse and terrifying, like 2 rough skulls grinding together, laden with boundless wrath and madness. "I will tear out your throat," he bellowed, utterly abandoning all foes before him. Raising his black blade high, he charged like a crimson war chariot toward the blue-armored enemy who had dared to insult him. His speed far surpassed his earlier charges. His flaming eyes even traced searing trails of fiery light across the air as he moved. Just as he was about to strike the foe, a mechanical roar erupted. The ground between him and the blue-armored enemy suddenly heaved upward, spawning several steel structures that forcefully intercepted the descent of his black blade. The rage-filled blow crashed against the sudden steel edifice, producing a deafening boom. Under that single strike, a large portion of the structure collapsed, yet it did not completely crumble. Infuriated by the thwarted attack, Angron raised his hoof-like foot and savagely kicked through the remaining wreckage, sending rubble and twisted metal scattering in all directions. But behind the structure, the blue-armored figure was nowhere to be seen. Angron swept his gaze around and spotted his quarry, who had used the momentary obstruction to swiftly relocate to another open stretch of ground. Meanwhile, Aurelian, Calgar, and Logan reacted with lightning speed. They understood that Jim Raynor had successfully drawn Angron's undivided hatred. Without a word, the 3 launched a simultaneous ferocious assault, their deadliest strikes converging on Angron's flanks and rear. Calgar's power fist howled through the air, slamming into Angron's side, the heavy impact making his massive frame shudder. Logan's great axe crashed down upon the still bleeding wound on Angron's thigh, the one left earlier by Aurelian's sword. The fresh strike split flesh and bone, sending blood gushing forth in torrents. Meanwhile, Aurelian's blade, shimmering with the glow of psychic energy, sliced precisely toward the long tail behind Angron. With a flash of light, it was cleanly severed. Ruhar! The searing agony tore a deafening roar from Angron, a sound churning with unprecedented fury and torment. He whirled around, his yellow eyes locking onto the stray dog, who had just completed the strike, his gaze so savage it seemed he wished to devour the warrior whole. Yet in the next instant, the blue-armored enemy's words wrenched his attention back. "Angron, You coward who abandoned your gladiator brothers and fled. I said face me. What? Are you a deserter too afraid to face me? Run. Hey. Way. Coward. You. Are. Spout. Ing. Non. Sense. Angren's roar threatened to tear the very fabric of the void. His colossal frame erupted in flames of pure, unadulterated rage. He abandoned Aurelian, who had just severed his tail, and turned once more toward Jim Raynor, shrieking, I did not flee. It was that corpse, Emperor. Before the words had even faded, he was charging at the blue-armored enemy once more. This time his speed was even greater than when he had been called Slave of Nysiria. Clearly these words struck deeper than mere insults, piercing the mind already shattered by the butcher's nails. Yet the same scene played out again. Just as the black blade was about to touch the blue-armored enemy, steel structures erupted from the ground, once more blocking Angren's frenzied strike. Is that all you can do, Angron? Just flail around like a mad dog. Your combat skills are as pathetic as they were back in the Nysiria arena. But this time your daddy isn't here to save you, you cowardly deserter. The blue-armored enemy's taunts pierced through the steel barrier, dripping with undisguised contempt. Angron shattered the obstacle before him with another swing of his sword, only to see the figure had used the opportunity to dash to another open area. His yellow pupils remained locked on the figure, his killing intent surging like a tide once more. The words of slander and humiliation echoed relentlessly in his ears. Angron did not understand how this foe knew such secrets, but every word that fell from the enemy's lips was like a dagger coated in virulent poison, stabbing into the most vulnerable recesses of his heart. I will kill you. Angron let out a thunderous howl, seemingly losing all reason, and charged madly toward Jim Raynor. Every obstacle in his path, whether building or vehicle, was hacked to pieces, but he could never quite catch the blue-armored enemy. And so it went. The blue-armored enemy taunted, Angron chased, and the three whelps continued their assault for a considerable stretch of time. Driven by his towering rage, Angron pursued further and further, unknowingly being led away from the main battle zone by the blue-armored enemy deep into the roads behind the Imperial lines. Li Lu was scrolling through information about Angron on his phone's search engine, pinching his throat to mimic a voice as he read the words out loud one by one. His earlier experience of interacting with the Hive City Guard NPCs using a first-person voice combined with the highly immersive lines Angron shouted sparked an idea. Could he interact with these enemies via voice? Part of it was a playful whim, but another part was because the constant fighting in the main battle area was costing him a significant number of buildings and units from the battle shockwaves. Acting on the thought, while Calgar and the other hero units under his teammates' control temporarily held Angron at bay, he ordered his SCVs to construct temporary supply depots at several pre-selected intersections. He then pulled out his phone, opened the search engine, and meticulously browsed through Angren's related entries, deliberately selecting the most stinging and hate-inducing anecdotes to read aloud. Was strung up and beaten by two beasts on his first entry into the arena. Slave of Nysiria, your daddy isn't here to help you this time. A coward who abandoned his comrades and fled. Li Lu was well aware that Angron hadn't actually fled the battle back then, but had been teleported away by the yellow-skinned one against his will when he was on the verge of death. If he could interact, words like these would surely draw a massive amount of aggro. And as he expected, once he spat out the last two taunts, no matter how his teammates attacked, Angren's hatred remained firmly locked onto him alone. Through the first-person perspective, Li Lu could even clearly see Angren's twisted, spasming face wreathed in flames and blood mist contorted by absolute fury. He couldn't help but marvel for the umpteenth time at the movie-grade graphics and rendering capabilities of the game. While kiting the enemy, he simultaneously maneuvered the Marine unit backwards along the pre-planned routes, using the supply depots as obstacles to slow Angren's advance. Before long, he successfully lured Angron onto a high ridge behind the road. Angren's attention was utterly captivated by Jim Raynor's words. Even as Karga's power fist hammered into his waist, time and again shattering the last remnants of his armor and exposing raw, mangled flesh. Logan's great axe bit deep into his leg bone with a sickening crunch, yet Angron only staggered slightly before continuing his relentless advance. Aurelian severed his tail and then sheared away his wings, sending shattered bone and gore flying through the air. But Angron paid it all no heed, never once looking back. His eyes remained locked on Jim Raynor as he charged his hose, cracking the ground, blood pouring from countless wounds, staining the earth beneath him a deep crimson. The three relentless attackers were all startled, having never witnessed such insane and unwavering hatred and fury. Angron ignored them, casting all his pain aside, as if killing Jim Raynor was the sole purpose of his existence. Aside from Aurelian, who vaguely grasped a sliver of the reason, truly just a tiny, minuscule fragment, Karga and Logan were utterly baffled as to why Jim Raynor's words could ignite such terrifying rage within Angron. Haven't had enough of Nysiria's whip slave? How could your father have ever placed his hopes on a deserter like you? How pathetic. Beyond his words, Jim Raynor continued to fire his rifle at Angron, while retreating at high speed, failing to inflict real damage, but shattering the skulls hanging from his chest. My aim's not great, was aiming for your head, Jim Raynor said with feigned regret, his tone dripping with cold derision. This assault finally tore apart the last shreds of Angren's sanity. Ruawayer. Angren's roar was filled with boundless fury and profound humiliation. The blood from his wounds began to boil, sending up thick crimson vapors. His already massive frame seemed to swell, further muscles knotting and veins bulging. As before, he ignored Kurga's power fist nearly embedded in his side, let Logan's axe grind within his leg bone, and allowed Aurelian's blade to carve deeper wounds across his back. He lunged straight for Jim Raynor, his eyes burning with destructive fire. Kurga and the others knew this was Angren's final desperate frenzy. Clearly Jim Raynor's marksmanship was far from poor as he claimed, it was exceptionally good. He deliberately targeted the skulls on Angren's chest, knowing they held immense significance to him. After this, the pursuing Kurga and his group couldn't even keep pace with the enraged Angron. Clad in their cumbersome Terminator armor, they could not run fast, forced to trail far behind, watching Angron charge like an uncontrolled beast towards the perpetually calm figure. After a long pursuit, they saw the swiftly moving Jim Raynor halt at the top of a slope, no longer retreating or spewing provoking words. He merely watched coldly as Angron closed the distance to less than 10 steps, his gaze devoid of any fear from start to finish. Even when he uttered those infuriating words in that peculiar tone, his cold expression remained utterly unchanged. Just as Angren's colossal form surged forward with world-ending momentum, his massive black blade sweeping towards Raynor's head, poised to cleave him in twain. Jim Raynor's tone shifted from mockery to profound calm as he stated, "Time to die, Angron." As the words left Jim Raynor's mouth, a colossal warship vast as a mountain range tore through the clouds, eclipsing the sun and casting a world-drowning shadow upon them all. At the vessel's prow, a blinding sphere of light condensed, a radiance so intense it seemed a star had been forcibly compressed into a single point. The instant Raynor's words ceased, this compressed miniature sun was unleashed, lancing across the sky to strike Angron directly. In that moment, the heavens shattered, the earth split apart. The slope collapsed and vaporized layer by layer from its peak, rock and soil vanishing in the cataclysm. A ring-shaped shockwave erupted outward, hurling Kurga, Logan, and Aurelian, still in their slow Terminator armor, through the air and deep into the forests on either side. Angren's body was instantly annihilated in the energy blast, his black sword reduced to dust. As the afterglow faded, all that remained at the side of the slope was a colossal crater 100 meters deep and kilometers wide, its edges still glowing with the sheen of molten rock, while the surrounding forest lay devastated by the shockwave. Kurga, thrown clear by the blast, struggled to his feet amidst the debris, staring at the obliterated slope and murmuring, "Is Angron dead?" Logan, leaning on his shattered axe, gasped for breath. What the hell was that? An orbital strike? Aurelian, who had finally extracted himself from the vast forest, said nothing, but privately wondered, "Jim Raynor, who exactly are you?" Staring at the colossal warship still hovering hundreds of meters above, Kurga, his mind reeling from the shockwave, finally pieced it together. How could Jim Raynor, no the Hierarch, possibly have survived that attack? "Hierarch, my brother," Kurga roared, charging recklessly towards the utterly devastated zone, heedless of the smoke and searing heat. His mind was consumed by a single all-devouring thought: the Hierarch, Zagara, Jim Raynor. His brother, his eternal ally, what had become of him? That apocalyptic blast had instantly erased even an existence like Angren, and his brother's current body was merely mortal. Logan and Aurelian, driven by Kurga's desperate cries and their own dread, followed close behind. Though Logan didn't fully grasp the meaning of the title Hierarch, on Kurga's lips he had witnessed Jim Raynor's extraordinary courage and cunning firsthand, and felt a deep respect for the man. After all, Jim Raynor was but a mortal, or rather everyone present knew that Jim Raynor was merely a mortal. But no one voiced it. Aurelian remained silent, but the glint in his eyes and his slightly quickened pace betrayed his inner turmoil. He knew better than Kurga or Logan that Jim Raynor's knowledge far exceeded their wildest imaginations. More than Logan, more than Kurga, more than himself, and even more than the wisest among the Grey Knights. Raynor's actions from the start were never mere provocation, but a meticulously planned bait. He used secrets even Aurelian didn't know as his lures, sacrificing himself to draw Angren's attention. Those seemingly random repositionings that precisely aimed fire while on the move, and that final unnatural stillness at the slope's crest. Everything was paving the way for that one killing blow. And that colossal warship appearing from nowhere must have been waiting in some hidden orbit all along, waiting for Angron to step into the trap, waiting for Raynor's final signal. Raynor was a master hunter, every step calculated to perfection. In a mortal frame, he had felled a demon pre-march. The three struggled across the scorching crater. Kurga's shouts had long since turned hoarse, his armor badly damaged by the explosion's aftermath. But he paid it no mind, charging like a madman towards the crater's center. Reaching the center and finding nothing, Kurga's voice trembled. "Raynor, Jim Raynor, Hierarch, Zagara, my brother, where are you?" His desperate cry echoed through the empty basin, but received no answer. No, wait, there was an answer. From the crater's edge above, a familiar teasing voice drifted down. "Hey buddy. The author is quite satisfied with this chapter. Calgar and his companions followed the sound, only to see Jim Raynor standing at the edge of the pit above his face, still bearing that cold and resolute expression, as if the battleship strike that had annihilated Angron had nothing to do with him. Quickly ascending from the pit floor to Raynor's side, Calgar reached out and clapped Raynor on the shoulder. After confirming the man was unharmed, he felt the boulder crushing his chest suddenly vanish, replaced by the joy of knowing Jim Raynor was still alive. "Brother, I'm just glad you're all right." Logan walked over to Raynor, sniffing the air. The scent emanating from the immaculate Jim Raynor seemed somehow different. How to put it? Somewhat brand new. But it hardly mattered now whether or not Angron was slain was what truly counted. Only Aurelian kept sizing up Raynor, his gaze seemingly trying to see through him from the inside out, his words equally direct. "How did you survive?" Jim Raynor raised a hand, pointing to the warship still hovering in the sky, the one bearing the same bone serpent emblem as his armor. "Survive? Simple. Because I'm Jim Raynor. I've got people upstairs." Jim Raynor didn't directly explain how he survived the cataclysmic explosion. No mention of special protective gear, no mention of any extraordinary abilities. He merely brushed off this near-miraculous feat with the same "people upstairs" phrase he'd used earlier when purging the tainted individuals among the mortals. But this only deepened Aurelian's suspicion. However, this was not the time to probe. The occasion was inappropriate, and the battle was not yet over. Calgar, too, gradually cooled from the joy of Jim Raynor's survival. The battle wasn't over yet. And as for how Raynor survived, he had his suspicions, for he genuinely knew that Jim Raynor did indeed have people upstairs. Logan didn't ask either. He had seen the fleets Raynor could call upon that could breach the atmosphere at will. Though he didn't understand how Raynor survived, if the man didn't want to talk about it, he didn't care. Jim Raynor's gaze swept over Calgar's damaged armor, then looked at Logan and Aurelian, who had followed. "Looks like you lot aren't badly hurt either. Good. Though you do look rather worse for wear." As his words fell, several drop pods slammed into the edge of the massive crater from the sky. Familiar white-armored rangers emerged, their green beams sweeping over the group as Calgar's shattered armor was visibly repaired. The group had long grown accustomed to this sight. At that moment, the warship that had been hovering overhead vanished in a flash of light, and Aurora instantly teleporting above the nearby battlefield. The next moment, countless lasers and artillery fire erupted from the colossal vessel, hovering mere hundreds of meters above the ground, blasting the demonic legions into disarray. Its firepower was ferocious, a veritable flying fortress bristling with weaponry. Moreover, a faint energy shield flickered around its hull, deflecting the sporadic return fire from the chaos cultists below. Logan watched the colossal ship wreak havoc across the battlefield with casual ease, grinning to reveal 2 rows of sharp fangs. He turned to Jim Raynor. "With something this powerful, why didn't you call for support earlier?" He paused mid-sentence. "And, Angron, is he really dead? At least banished?" Raynor's tone was firm. "I was watching his health bar before I stole the kill. I mean, I watched him turn to ash with my own eyes. Anyway, we should get moving. There's still a battle waiting for us." With that, the group returned to the fray. Of the mighty demons leading the enemy forces, 3 had already been banished by the combined might of the Alliance, and 3 more had vanished the instant Angron was cast out. The remnants of the demonic legions, bereft of their demon pre-march and greater demon leaders, were swiftly annihilated under the close-range bombardment of the Ranger warship and the countercharge of the Allied forces. Leading his nearly unscathed forces back to the hive city of Phedia, Raynor looked at the others around him, then at the hive, and spoke. "Let's begin evacuating the last mortals on Armageddon." Calgar flexed the armor that had been repaired by the white-armored rangers and said to Jim Raynor, "Whatever you say, brother." Logan's gaze lingered on the spot where the warship had vanished in a familiar blue flash, but he nodded in agreement. Only Aurelian remained silent. His eyes swept over the rejuvenated Calgar, then over Logan's indifferent profile, before finally settling back on Raynor, weighing his options. Jim Raynor was a mortal, yet he possessed knowledge of the demon pre-march Angron that even the Grey Knights had not recorded, and he had an uncanny ability to identify chaos tainted among mortals. Logan had mentioned earlier that Raynor's purpose in coming to Armageddon was precisely to evacuate all the mortals from this world. As for why he was evacuating them, where they were being taken, and what fate awaited them after evacuation, even Logan, who had first made contact with him, didn't know. Jim Raynor had never once mentioned it. Furthermore, Calgar's excessive warmth toward Jim Raynor, along with various other signs, all indicated that he had known Jim Raynor before arriving on Armageddon, or rather known Archbishop, or Zagara. Clearly, Jim Raynor was not just one name, and his relationship with Calgar was far more complex than the chapter master of a successor chapter Calgar had claimed. As Aurelian remained in silent contemplation, he sensed the surroundings grow quiet. The heated atmosphere of victory had cooled. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Jim Raynor staring at him. Calgar was staring at him too, and Logan had averted his gaze from the sky, also staring at him. Aurelian's heart skipped a beat. He knew he could hesitate no longer. These men were forcing him to take a stand, and if he voiced any objection, they found displeasing. Given his outsider status compared to their relationships with Jim Raynor, he might well end up dead from a Chaos Assassin's ambush, just like Inquisitor Kisnaros. Realizing all this, Aurelian met the gaze of Jim Raynor, the mortal who had banished a demon pre-march, and spoke with a tone of compromise. Fine, you call the shots, but you must ensure the chaos taint is cleansed. Don't worry, I've got people upstairs. Jim Raynor's words were effortless, as if cleansing chaos taint was no more troublesome than weeding a garden. With Aurelian's acquiescence, the order to evacuate civilians was swiftly relayed. Before long, strangely shaped transport ships tore through the clouds, appearing over Phedia Hive with fiery trails. Aurelian, meanwhile, found a secluded spot and contacted the Grey Knight and Inquisition vessels in Armageddon's orbit. He wasn't planning to betray them. He wasn't a fool. To make enemies of two founding chapters and a mysterious figure like Jim Raynor simultaneously was suicide. Even if he had such intentions, by the time word got out and forces were mustered, it would be far too late. He was asking whether the ships left in orbit had seen this strange fleet and the warship that had been firing almost point-blank at the Chaos Legions. But the reply was no. Soon, under the joint efforts of the Rangers, Grey Knight Space Wolves, and Ultramarines, the Mortals, in the last remaining hive city of Phedia, on Armageddon, after being screened by the Rangers, all boarded these transport ships. As the transports rose into the sky, they vanished with a blue flash, just like the warship before them. Watching the ships disappear, Jim Raynor turned to face the others. GG. Calgar responded. GG. As for Logan and Aurelian, they had no idea what the two were talking about. Just then a strange voice echoed in their minds. They won. Cut the feed. This news is worthless. What do you mean we're still live? With that voice, Jim Raynor and his Rangers, whether the towering structures or the four-legged self-destruct robots still buried underground, instantly vanished without a trace. Though Angren's physical form had been annihilated in an instant, he was not dead. As long as he returned to the warp to the side of the Blood God and waited a while, he could resume his slaughter. But just as his soul was about to return to the warp, a slender hand gently pinched it. Valerian watched the transport fleet steadily returning through the portal, lost in thought. Matt Horner, standing beside him, also gazed at the ships, speaking with a hint of inquiry. How should we settle these civilians from another world? Valerian averted his gaze, briefly scanning the star map before him. After a moment's thought, he replied, Let's settle them on Marsera. Man, that move I just pulled was epic. Lilu stared at the post-game stats screen, replaying his flawless performance in his mind. Standing alone against Angren, the Hyperion materializing behind him, obliterating the last sliver of the boss's health with a single volley. A perfect kill steal, a perfect flex. But seriously, the firepower on that realistic scale Hyperion is insane. Too bad friendly fire is a thing. One Yamato cannon blast sent both my power suit and the boss to the great beyond together. I was too busy airdropping a new suit while my teammates were stuck in a crater to actually get inside the Hyperion and check out its first-person view. Lilu sighed with a hint of regret, then pondered whether to pick Raynor for another round. After a moment of silence, he shook his head. Forget it. Whoever wants to deal with that mess can have it. Without a decent grinding map, I really don't feel like playing this Raynor build anymore. With that, Lilu stretched and turned his attention back to the stats screen. Unsurprisingly, he topped every category. Logan and Calgar were practically tied for second. As for that so-called Inquisitor, his stats were abysmal. Of course, that was partly because he rage quit the game right after his hero was eliminated, leaving his record in shambles. Thinking about it, Lilu right-clicked the Inquisitor's name, ready to send him a piece of his mind in a private message. But his message wouldn't send. The system indicated the player was already offline. Idiot. Frustrated at missing the chance to chew him out, Lilu's fingers moved swiftly, blocking and muting the player in one smooth motion. Only then did he feel a sense of relief wash over him. He couldn't help but think back to that perfectly executed kill and flex play from earlier. It was textbook material. The more he thought about it, the better he felt a grin creeping onto his face. Just as he was convinced he could replay this moment in his head all night long. Ding dong. The sudden QQ message notification yanked him back to reality. He picked up his phone and saw the message was from his computer science class group chat, the one he had nicknamed No Counselor. He tapped in and saw the group owner had mentioned everyone. Our old PE teacher, the one who loved bridge, has retired. The counselor said we're getting a new PE teacher, so I'm just giving you all a heads up. Don't skip tomorrow's class. Come if you can. A flurry of replies followed. The bridge teacher from last semester retired. No way. Don't bring in some young, intense instructor to mess with us. Lilu scanned through the messages. Soon someone replied, got it. And after that, everyone else followed suit, replying in a chain, got it. Got it. Got it. Seeing the news about the new PE teacher, Lilu's memory of the class was still tied to the old teacher who loved bridge. To accommodate him, the entire class had bought a copy of Bridge for Beginners. After all, playing bridge meant skipping the morning run, and the class was basically free time. Physical fitness tests were a breeze, and even though the teacher gave bridge quizzes, as long as you actually played a few hands and knew the basics, you'd pass easily. It was the ultimate slack-off class. But now, with a sudden change to a new teacher, Lilu worried whether his body, which had seen little exercise since starting university, could handle it. He scrolled through the long list of got it replies, tapped the one button to add his own, and thought, hope it's not too brutal. As he did, he noticed a new friend request pop up on his StarCraft interface. Logan. Without much thought, he accepted the request, and then shut down the game. It was getting late, so he skipped the usual routine and headed straight to wash up and go to bed. The next morning his phone alarm went off. This time Li Lu had deliberately set it a bit earlier to secure a seat at the back of the classroom. When he got there he greeted his 4 goofball friends, and they all sat down together. The first 2 periods were advanced mathematics, but since the textbooks hadn't arrived, yet everyone just sat with their heads down playing on their phones while the teacher awkwardly lectured over a PowerPoint presentation. After 2 full periods of staring at his screen, Li Li's eyes were getting dry, and he was relieved when the bell finally rang. He stood up and stretched his shoulders. Immediately the skinny guy next to him leaned in, lowering his voice conspiratorially. Did you hear? The class group chat mentioned we're getting a new PE teacher. Apparently he's a foreigner. Li Lu put his phone away and tucked his hands into his pockets. Yeah, I saw it last night. And who told you this apparently? How do you know he's a foreigner? The chubby guy on the other side pulled a steamed bun from his backpack and started munching on it, clearly having skipped breakfast. He chimed in between bites. We saw a bunch of foreigners heading into building 2 together when we went to the cafeteria for breakfast. Our counselor was with them, all chummy with one guy who had red hair. That guy looked solid, like really built. And he was wearing that green Chinese tracksuit, you know, the one Wu Jing wore in that movie. He totally looked like a PE teacher. So our school is leveling up now. Hiring that many foreign teachers. The short guy also joined the conversation, clutching his soy milk and taking a big slurp. Who knows? Maybe it's some kind of exchange program. It's the first time I've seen that many foreigners here. They chatted as they walked, but the tall guy remained conspicuously silent, looking a bit down. Leela noticed and asked directly, hey man, what's wrong? Spit it out. Don't bottle it up. The tall guy forced a smile at Li Li's concern, but before he could answer, the skinny guy jumped in. Yesterday when he got down from his bunk after using the bathroom, he shook the bed. That toppled the shelf where he keeps his stuff, and one of his Warhammer figurines fell off and shattered. Li Lu winced in sympathy. That was rough. There was nothing he could do to help, so he just said, my condolences. As they talked, they reached the sports field. Their PE class was the 3rd and 4th periods of the morning. As they walked in, they saw a burly red-haired foreigner standing in the middle of the field wearing a green tracksuit identical to Wu Jing's, but with huge China characters printed across the chest. Li Lu and his roommates froze in place. The red-haired foreigner was just too conspicuous. His broad shoulders, wide back, and bulging muscles strained the already tight-fitting green tracksuit to its limits. Especially the 2 characters China on his chest, which were incredibly eye-catching. The whole sight was filled with an inexplicable sense of incongruity and an odd comical charm. Li Lu nudged the skinny guy with his elbow. So this is the... He lowered his voice to a near whisper, as if afraid the foreigner might overhear. New PE teacher. Well, look at that getup. The skinny guy elbowed him back. I know, right? I only saw him from a distance, just him and the counselor walking together. I didn't get a good look. But this guy, he's got serious style. The chubby guy, still chewing his bun, mumbled indistinctly. I'm suddenly regretting coming to PE today. He's not going to run us into the ground, is he? Without a word, the short guy had already run ahead to get a closer look at the new teacher. The tall guy remained gloomy. Losing something you love takes a while to get over. Soon the attention of not only their classmates, but also students from other PE classes converging on the field was drawn to the muscular red-haired foreign teacher. No one dared to approach him, though. As the class bell rang, the red-haired teacher first scanned the gathered students, then strode over to stand in front of the assembled line that Li Li's class had formed. He cleared his throat and began to speak. His Chinese had a slight accent, but his pronunciation was clear and his voice was booming. Good morning, everyone. I am your new PE teacher. My name is Long. Starting today, I will be in charge of your physical education. Teacher, and paused, as if observing the students' reactions. Seeing that although they looked at him like he was some rare exotic animal, they were quiet, he continued. I understand that your previous teacher might have focused more on leisure activities. He seemed to be choosing his words carefully. But in my class, I want everyone to get moving. As he said this, teacher's gaze swept over Li Lu and his friends. When his eyes met Li Lu's, they seemed to pause for a fraction of a second, causing Li Li's heart to tighten inexplicably. My classes will focus a lot on physical activity. Oh no, the chubby guy next to Li Lu muttered under his breath. Damn, we're really in for it now. Li Lu remained silent, but instinctively touched the small patch of soft flesh on his belly, a product of years of inactivity. He looked at Long's massive frame, and a sense of foreboding washed over him. Teacher and seemed pleased with the intimidated expressions on their faces. He nodded and gave his first order. All right now, everyone. Turn left. A collective tension rose as they followed his command. Go and find a seat on those steps over there. Relax, everyone. Haha, did you all think I was going to be really strict? As he spoke, the PE teacher, named Long, led the way to the open area in front of the steps, continuing to talk as he walked. I'm not that strict. While exercise is essential, I place more importance on everyone finding joy in it rather than forcing yourselves to exercise just for the sake of it. Having fun is what matters most. He sat down on the ground in front of the steps, facing Li Li's class, who were now seated on them. He leaned forward slightly, his tone sounding incredibly friendly. I know many of you aren't particularly fond of exercise. You think it's tiring, or you don't know how to go about it. So for my first lesson, I wanted to chat with you all. What kinds of activities do you usually enjoy? Or is there any sport you've been wanting to try but never had the chance to? His gaze filled with gentle encouragement swept over the students. Don't be shy. Just throw out some ideas. It can be basketball, football, badminton, running, even jump rope, or hacky sack. Anything that gets you moving and makes you happy is fine. After PE class ended, the five of them went to lunch together. Li Lu was the first to speak. That foreigner's teaching style is pretty interesting. The chubby guy let out a long sigh of relief. I thought he was going to make us run laps until we dropped. But we just sat around and talked. This PE teacher is nothing like I imagined. So this is what a foreigner's PE class is like. The skinny guy patted his chest, a smile of relief on his face. When he said everyone and dragged out the word left and turn left, I also thought he was about to unleash some kind of torture on us, haha. The tall guy just kept his head down and ate, still not saying much, clearly still upset. Seeing this, Li Lu could only sigh inwardly. There's no consoling someone over a broken treasure. He just had to come to terms with it himself. After lunch, with no afternoon classes, Li Lu said goodbye to his friends and headed back to his place. The rest of the day was his to do with as he pleased. Without hesitation, he switched on his computer and double-clicked the StarCraft 3 icon on his desktop. To Li Lu's surprise, double-clicking the StarCraft 3 icon didn't launch the game as usual. Given that he had only closed the game and not the battle. Net client yesterday, it shouldn't have been a startup issue. Puzzled, Li Lu clicked on the small battle net client icon in the bottom right corner of his screen and discovered that a minor update, just a few megabytes in size, was required. Probably a hotfix for some bug since it's still in the beta phase. Without hesitation, Li Lu clicked the update button and the update completed in an instant. Instead of launching the game immediately, he began browsing the StarCraft 3 section on the battle net client, hoping to find a patch log. Previous StarCraft updates usually came with detailed notes, and a beta version should be no exception. Sure enough, after scrolling down a few times, an inconspicuous update announcement appeared. We're delighted you're playing the StarCraft 3 Early Access Beta. This update focuses on gameplay experience improvements and contains no balance changes. 1. All co-op mode commanders now start at level 15, and this level is retained when switching commander prestige. That concludes all the changes in StarCraft 3 version 1.11. Seeing such a brief update note, Li Lu thought he was seeing things. Starting at level 15, freely switch prestiges, and you stay at max level after switching. He read that line over and over before finally letting out a low, triumphant howl. Holy crap, I've been busting my ass for nothing, and now you drop an update saying we can switch prestiges freely and start at level 15. Damn it all. After venting his frustration, Li Lu had to admit the change was indeed player-friendly. Because before this update, leveling up once required finishing a full mission, and going from level 1 to 15 meant playing 15 missions. What made it even more infuriating was that switching prestiges reset your level, and unlocking a new prestige meant grinding through the previous one first. It was a complete nightmare. He probably wouldn't have a single maxed out prestige hero by the time StarCraft 3 officially released. But now with a single update, all commanders are level 15 prestiges, can be switched freely, and everything is streamlined. The only thing left to unlock was the extra mastery, but that wasn't a big deal. This is what a test server should be like. Who makes players grind from level 1 in a beta environment? As he spoke, Li Lu's cursor hovered over Tychus, and he switched his prestige directly to Lone Wolf, ignoring the others. Time to give my brain a massage. StarCraft 3 Co-op Mode Hero Intel Tychus Finley. Starting prestige talent, a legend among outlaws. Can recruit a crew of outlaws, purchase gear to upgrade their abilities, and call down the mighty Odin mech. Unit Tychus Finley, one of the gunslingers proficient in all forms of combat. Can use the demolitionist grenade. Old Reliable Sam, one of the gunslingers, specializes in dealing massive damage to single targets and can use the blast bomb. James Sirius Sykes, one of the gunslingers, specializes in deploying turrets and infusing himself and his turrets with special abilities. Can use deploy Warhound turret. Miles Blaze Lewis, one of the bruisers, excels at dealing with large groups of weak ground units. Can use spreading oil. Kevin Rattlesnake West, one of the bruisers, specializes in supporting allied units and combating heavily armored ground targets. Can use deploy medevac. Rob Warhead Boswell, one of the bruisers, excels at absorbing damage and reflecting it back. Can use concussive charge. Nux, one of the ghost hands, is adept at dealing with large groups of enemies and incoming attack waves. Can use sonic pulse and can be upgraded into a detection unit. Vega, one of the ghost hands, specializes in controlling enemy units. Can use domination and can be upgraded into a detection unit. Lieutenant Lena Nakara, one of the ghost hands, specializes in healing allied units and preventing damage. Can use vitality burst and can be upgraded into a detection unit. Auto turret automated defensive structure. Additional prestige talent Lone Wolf. Advantage: whenever a recruited outlaw is out of line of sight of other outlaws, their damage is increased by 30 and damage taken is reduced by 50. Disadvantage: ultimate gear is unavailable. Gear costs are increased by 25. Units unchanged. Additional prestige talent pack of wolves. Advantage: the recruit cap for outlaws is removed. Outlaw cost and recruitment interval are reduced by 25. Disadvantage: active ability cooldowns for outlaws are increased by 100. Units unchanged. Additional prestige talent Angel of Heaven. Advantage: Disadvantage. Units. After clicking the ready button, unsurprisingly the game instantly matched again. However, when Li Lu saw the map name, Rescue Miners, pop up on the screen, he couldn't help but say, just copy-pasting, not even pretending. That said, his gaze moved downward. The background art of this map was completely different from the Rescue Miners map in StarCraft 2. The loading screen depicted a bleak, cold, and oppressive mining pit built on the surface of a barren planet. Countless humans, men, women, and children alike, all in tattered rags, hunched over, toiling painfully in this crude mine, while among them swarmed large numbers of greenskin orcs. Looking closer, some of these orcs in the background held blood-stained whips and crude weapons, slaughtering the enslaved humans, while others sat around a crackling fire roasting large chunks of human flesh. Seeing this, Li Lu felt anger, displeasure, unhappiness. Although the cutscenes in StarCraft 2 maps were also related to the actual content, they were still restrained in visual presentation, never showing brutal content directly to players like this map did. But considering the realistic features of StarCraft 3, Li Lu muttered to himself, Warhammer is just like this. After rubbing his hands together and calming himself, Li Lu turned his gaze to the teammate ID displayed on the screen. He still didn't know what kind of role his teammate would play. Malajan Fuloosi, along with a tech marine from his chapter and a large number of newly rescued tattered mortals, stood before a dilapidated ship abandoned by orcs in the mining field. They were trying to get this crude, oil-stained, bullet-riddled orc wreck running again so they could evacuate from this perilous planet. But the plan was progressing very poorly because the construction of these greenskin ships was too bizarre. Even the most learned tech marine in his chapter could only stand before the console, lost in deep thought. The control console of this orc ship was unusually crude, with only two prominent buttons, a large red check mark for start and a large red X for stop. There were no other controls. Taking such a ship directly would be equivalent to suicide. So his tech marine was now struggling to figure out how to find a way to tap new control lines from the chaotic tangle of cables beneath the buttons to ensure the ship could start normally without disintegrating and exploding. Meanwhile, the rescued mortal miners with their extremely limited tools were struggling to secure the various precarious components inside and outside the orc ship. Malajan Fuloosi's gaze swept over the most promising wreck to repair, then turned to look back at the battlefield behind him. It had taken only 3 hours since he led 300 brothers from his chapter aboard the battle barge Storm's Daughter and several escort frigates to arrive and completely eliminate the orcs in this alien mine that enslaved humanity. Although the air was still thick with acrid smoke and a certain indescribable stench, with occasional sporadic gunfire echoing from deep within the mine, for now this planet, or at least this mining pit, was still under his control. The biggest problem now was that his forces simply did not have enough ships to take all the rescued Imperial subjects away. Attempting to repair these orc ships was a last resort. But time for repairing the ships was limited. The orcs had already sent reinforcements to this planet. Given the current efficiency, how many ships could be repaired before these reinforcements arrived was still unknown. Looking at everything before him, Fuloosi couldn't help recalling the conversation on the command bridge when the details of Planet Slaughterhouse 3 were first discovered, with Ultramarines chapter master, also the overall commander of this expedition, Marnius Calgar. Tens of millions of Imperial citizens have been captured by greenskin orcs, sent to the giant mines on this planet as slaves, abused and slaughtered by the orcs. Yet even so, millions of people on this planet are still waiting to be rescued. Fuloosi, I understand the Imperial subjects are suffering there, but the news came too suddenly. Even if it had reached me one day earlier, I would have unhesitatingly dispatched troops to rescue these people. But now the vast majority of the expeditionary force's strength is already committed to fighting the orcs. I cannot spare additional troops and ships for this operation. Are we just going to watch them die, my lord? Every minute of delay could mean hundreds or thousands more deaths. Fuloosi's words were sincere, but Chapter Master Calgar only shook his head. Fuloosi, you should understand. If adjusting the deployment temporarily causes the entire front line to collapse, how many Imperial citizens would die then? Let me tell you, at least billions would become slaves of the greenskins. In comparison, the millions of civilians on Slaughterhouse 3. We can only rescue them later. After saying this, Calgar met the silent Fuloosi's gaze. Facing Fuloosi's eyes in the end, Calgar shook his head again. All right, Fuloosi, you can go. I will cancel the scheduled mission for you and your chapter. You can go alone to liberate them, but as you know, I have no other troops to send with you. You will have no reinforcements. As if thinking of something, Calgar added a somewhat cryptic remark. You might have reinforcements, but in any case, they won't be sent by me. If you do encounter them, then praise the God Emperor. Fuloosi knew Calgar was right. The expeditionary forces all had their own tasks. But he also understood the fate of the Imperial citizens on Slaughterhouse 3 at this moment. Every second of hesitation could mean more sacrifices. So he agreed to Calgar's proposal without hesitation. He just didn't understand the meaning of Chapter Master Calgar's words about perhaps having reinforcements, but not from the expeditionary force. As for praising the God Emperor, he praised him every moment. Time returns to the present. The eyes of millions of people who had just been freed from orc slavery were all shining with the joy of regained freedom. Yet Philosophy could not be happy at all. Rescuing these people, letting them enjoy a brief moment of freedom, yet possibly unable to take them away. How cruel was that? No. If they couldn't repair the ships and had to leave these people here, then he and his brothers would not leave either. They had sworn to protect the people. If they couldn't take them away, then at least they would protect them until the last moment of their lives. Just as Philosophy made up his mind, with a shrill howl in the sky, a strangely shaped enormous ship appeared, accompanied by a flash of blue light. It swiftly flew over his head, dropped a huge object onto the open ground in front of him, and then vanished with another flash of blue light. The entire process took only a few seconds. When the dust from the huge object's impact settled, what appeared before Philosophy's eyes was a building with garish neon-lit lights. The towering structure, dropped onto the ground by the massive vessel, was covered in neon tubes that shifted through endless colors, glaringly conspicuous amidst the refuse-strewn mining pit. Yet, as if fearing the building wasn't conspicuous enough, the owner had erected a slender, elongated red light arrow beside the main structure, also flashing. It pointed towards a metal door at the building's base, from which weak strains of music and shifting lights poured out. The door was additionally marked with the word "OPN," clearly an entrance, one that seemed desperate not to be missed. The rescued civilians, and even brothers from the war band in the pit, began to converge on the strange building that had fallen from the sky, with murmurs of astonishment and uncertainty rippling through the crowd. What in the world is this, eh? And that ship earlier? By the God Emperor, did I just see things? What was that ship? Appearing from nowhere and vanishing just as quickly. What is happening? After a bout of meaningless exclamations, a man in the crowd, whose knowledgeable demeanor was evident even through his gaunt frame, finally voiced his guess. Wait. Look at that building. Those flashing lights. It looks like a bar. Hearing this, Foros compared the building to establishments he had seen, but never entered, and indeed they were remarkably similar. He then raised his hand to signal for silence. The civilians, seeing their savior angel make the gesture, fell silent instantly, awaiting his words. Stay away from this bizarre building. There may be danger. Furthermore, Foros assigned several brothers to disperse the people around the structure and establish a security cordon. Though the civilians still gazed at this bar that had fallen from the sky with a mix of curiosity and fear, none dared linger even for a moment once the angel had spoken, dispersing swiftly. But even with some semblance of a theory forming, Foros's thoughts remained tangled over the colossal ship that had materialized and vanished, and this bar radiating strange lights and music suddenly appearing in this hellish mining pit. With this in mind, he sought out the astropath of the Lamenters, Chapter Remiel, Lord of 1,000 Eyes, to ask for his opinion. Yet the widely traveled Remiel merely shook his head. There is not even a trace of the warp. As the astropath of the Lamenters, the man had endured countless battles and witnessed unspeakable scenes within the warp itself. Foros, of course, had seen much as well, but he couldn't pinpoint anything specifically wrong, or rather the building itself was such a monumental anomaly that he sought the guidance of the chief librarian, Remiel. And now Remiel stated that the bar ahead had no connection to the warp. So what exactly was this bar? There was no time left for Foros to ponder. Directly bombarding the structure might invite unnecessary complications, especially since it had just been dropped off by that enormous ship, which had already vanished without a trace. With the civilians dispersed and his brothers establishing a perimeter ensuring everything was secure, Foros drew his sword facing the suspected bar and advanced towards it alone. Whatever it was, he had to unravel the mystery. He hadn't taken many steps before hearing footsteps following behind. He turned immediately to the brothers who had followed, unable to suppress their concern, and said, "Protect the people. I will enter alone. Remember, no matter what happens inside, no one is to act without my command. The people come first." Though worry was etched on their faces under Foros's unwavering gaze, the brothers ultimately nodded in obedience. Seeing this, Foros hesitated no longer. He strode directly towards the bar that continuously emitted music and faint light. However, the closer he got, the stronger the surreal feeling of the place being utterly out of place in this environment became. Stepping through the automatic door into the bar, he found the interior decor archaic and peculiar, a stark contrast to the metallic exterior. The first thing that caught his eye was a massive wooden shelf stocked with various unfamiliar bottles, fronted by a wooden bar counter. Above the counter, a mechanical device was continuously playing something. Photographs he had never seen before hung on the wooden walls, and a faint scent of wood and unfamiliar spirits permeated the air, completely different from the chaotic, garish establishments he had imagined. Even more unexpected, contrary to the raucous crowd noise he expected from outside, there were only 2 people inside. Or rather, this building that fell from the sky contained 2 people. A man clad in an unfamiliar blue power armor, and a man dressed as a bartender. The man in the blue power armor had his back to the door, sitting silently on a wooden stool before the bar, showing no reaction to Foros's entrance. The only thing impossible to ignore was the massive, ostentatious, heavy gun resting by his feet. The bartender, meanwhile, remained focused on the glass in his hands, his movements unhurried, as if utterly detached from the world around him. Even with the newly arrived Foros holding his sword, and being completely ignored, Foros tightened his grip, lowering the blade slightly, ready to swing at any moment. But scanning the room, he perceived no obvious threat, so he directly asked, "Who are you? What is this place?" However, in response to his query, the bartender continued polishing a glass, utterly ignoring his presence. It was the man in the blue power armor with the massive weapon at his feet who spoke. "You're lucky, kid." The man's voice was remarkably steady, betraying no emotion. He didn't turn around, simply reaching out to take a drink offered by the bartender and sipping it calmly. A drink. Foros didn't respond to the offer. Instead, he gripped his sword tighter, his other hand moving towards his meltagun, warily sizing up the enigmatic man in the blue power armor. He could sense no hostility emanating from the man, yet there was an indescribable pressure, the kind of aura that only comes from surviving countless life or death struggles, one that rivaled even his own. "Lucky. We Lamenters have never been known for our luck. I'll ask again, who are you? What is this place? That ship and this building?" Hearing Foros's barrage of questions, the man in the blue power armor finally turned around. Only then did Foros see the man's resolute face marred by a long, prominent scar. The man downed his drink in one gulp and casually set the glass on the counter. "I don't care if you're a Lamenter or anything else. I said you're in luck today. And why? Because you ran into me." The man tilted his head slightly, his gaze sweeping over Foros's hand gripping the sword and the finger resting on the meltagun, his expression unchanged. "As for who I am, you can call me Old Tychus or Businessman. As for why I'm here, an old friend told me you folks were in dire need of help. Paid help, of course." Businessman. The title seemed jarringly out of place in such a bizarre scenario. "You're saying you appeared here to do business?" "Haha, professional bodyguard. You get what you pay for." Foros's finger had been resting on his meltagun, but upon hearing this, his gaze swept once more over the brutally aesthetic heavy weapon at Tychus's feet and the vicious scar on his face. Realization dawned instantly. Mercenary. He had seen mercenaries before, of course, but never one who could drop an entire bar into an isolated garbage-strewn mining pit in the blink of an eye. Regardless of what kind of mercenary this was, Foros was in dire need of manpower. Without a second thought, the words slipped out. "What's the price?" Tychus's operational base was set up beyond the main cooperative map, which caught Li Lu by surprise. Although he had seen similar off-map operations mechanics in some Warhammer commanders before, he never expected Tychus to adopt such a design. Not only that, but a new buildable unit had appeared on the interface of his main base. Strictly speaking, it wasn't even a holographic buildable unit. Instead, it allowed the player to directly consume crystals to airdrop an automated turret anywhere within line of sight, eliminating the need for an SCV to construct it. Considering the uniqueness of StarCraft 3, it was clear the game designers intended to make Tychus a more immersive hero. Continuing to explore, Li Lu discovered that the map only featured the base workers and resources with no trace of Tychus's production building, Joe's bar. Too lazy to search, Li Lu simply double-tapped the spacebar, and the screen instantly switched to the location of Joe's bar. However, this bar was not inside the off-map operational base, but rather within the main cooperative map, sharing a spawn point with his teammate's hero unit. Driven by curiosity, Li Lu selected the bar and discovered that its interior was meticulously detailed. Zooming in, he saw Tychus sitting at the counter drinking with his massive honey-tongue persuader leaning against his feet. Seeing this, Li Lu glanced up at Tychus's skill panel at the top of the screen. The medevac airdrop was grayed out. Unavailable because he hadn't built the medevac platform, yet the game had just begun and the Odin summon ability was still on cooldown. Beside these two skill icons, a blue progress bar, representing Tychus's status, and a second hero's progress bar were slowly filling up. Clearly, once the progress bar was full, Tychus would be ready to deploy from the bar. Witnessing this, Li Lu had a sudden whim and selected Tychus with his mouse, wondering if he could switch to a first-person perspective of Tychus while he was drinking. As the thought came, he acted on it. With a simple scroll of the mouse wheel, the view switched. It actually worked. At that very moment, his teammate's hero unit was walking toward the bar, apparently preparing for some roleplay interaction. So Li Lu did a bit of manual macro management. Opened the gas geyser, queued up workers nonstop, placed the gunslinger's nest, and then quickly switched back to the bar, maintaining the first-person view, intending to roleplay as Tychus. However, after a bit of roleplay back and forth with his teammate, who had entered the bar, Li Lu ran out of words first. He had originally planned to cosplay as Tychus and put on an act, but he never expected his teammate to be a roleplay master. From the moment he entered the door to every reply, every move was flawlessly in character. After listening to Li Lu's mercenary persona, the teammate even asked, "What's the price?" This question immediately stumped Li Lu. After all, the currencies in Warhammer were far too messy. If the answer didn't fit the persona, it would be a failed act. Roleplay, and he would probably be silently mocked by the other player as a noob. Unwilling to accept this, Li Lu didn't immediately reply. Instead, he raised his phone and shouted, "Come forth, Baidu." But even after quickly glancing through some answers from Baidu, including forum posts, he couldn't come up with a suitable response. Yet his mercenary persona couldn't just collapse. Since he couldn't explain the money, he'd talk about something else. With that thought, Li Lu turned his attention back to the game. The so-called old Tychus first stared silently at the golden artificer power armor Forrest was wearing, then shifted his gaze to the long sword in Forrest's hand and the meltagun at his waist, and said, "I quite like that sword and pistol of yours." For a moment Forrest felt as though he had been insulted. This master-grade Bloodmist broadsword was a standard-issue weapon of the ancient Sanguinary Guard, having accompanied him through countless bloody battles, symbolizing the honor and achievements of the Lamenter's chapter. And that meltagun, though it held no special significance, was itself a rare weapon, especially for his Lamenter's chapter, which possessed only one such weapon in the entire chapter reserved exclusively for him. Now, having these two pieces of equipment casually dismissed as payment for a transaction, how could Forrest not be furious? He was about to lash out, but then he remembered the nearly 3,000 liberated souls stranded on planet Slaughter 3. Added to the fact that Tychus had erected a bar right there, he forced himself to calm down. He didn't call out the disrespectful words, nor did he reject the offer. Instead, he asked rationally, "What can you do?" "As long as the price is right, there's nothing I can't handle." As he spoke, Tychus, right in front of Forrest, effortlessly grabbed the massive weapon beside him with one hand. Forrest estimated that even he himself wouldn't be able to lift it as easily as Tychus did, yet the other man handled it as casually as if he were carrying an ordinary iron rod. Not only that, but while lifting the weapon with one hand, Tychus somehow produced some kind of tobacco from somewhere with his other hand. He stuffed it into his mouth and lit it. After doing all this, Tychus raised his eyes to meet Forrest's gaze and said, "I'll take that as a yes, kid." At that moment, a voice echoed in Forrest's mind. "I am Deborah Green, president of the Kelmorian Combined Mining Guild. Commander, this time I'm here to repay a favor. Evacuation ships are on their way. I hope you can hold out until they arrive." Deborah Green, the president of the Kelmorian Combined Mining Guild. Who was that? Forrest had no memory of this person at all. He could be certain that this woman named Deborah Green had never crossed paths with him. And how did she project her voice directly into his mind? Who was the commander she referred to? Whose favor was she repaying? Most importantly, she had sent evacuation ships here. This was exactly what Forrest needed most right now. But Marnius Calgar had explicitly stated that he would receive no support whatsoever from the Imperial Expeditionary Force. No. Forrest recalled Calgar's somewhat cryptic words, "You might have reinforcements. But in any case, it won't be from me. If you do encounter any, then praise the God Emperor." Could it be? Forrest's gaze shifted again to the mercenary calling himself Tychus, who was now chewing on his tobacco. He knew nothing about this man, and he couldn't have been sent by Calgar. And the voice of Deborah Green, the president of the Kelmorian Combined Mining Guild, had entered his mind precisely at the moment Tychus finished speaking. Thus all clues pointed to a conclusion that Forrest found hard to believe this seemingly erratic mercenary, while silently accepting the Bloodmist broadsword and meltagun as payment a moment ago, had already used his favor to call in an evacuation fleet. Noticing his stunned expression, Tychus simply blew a smoke ring and said casually, "Never doubt my capabilities, kid." Forrest did not respond to Tychus's boastful words, though his hand reaching for the melt pistol had already quietly withdrawn. Even with the long sword still in his grip, its tip was angled toward the empty space beside him, no longer pointed at Tychus. "How long until the evacuation ship you called in reaches Slaughterhouse 3? Tychus did not immediately answer Forrest's question. Instead, he casually hoisted his weapon with one hand, turned, and took the amber-colored liquor the bartender had placed on the counter, offering it to Forrest. "It'll get here when it gets here." As he spoke, he chewed on his burning tobacco, his tone as relaxed as if he were merely enjoying a drink, not orchestrating an evacuation that hinged on the lives of 3 million people. Forrest hesitated for a moment before finally accepting the glass of pungent liquor. This man was no bluffer. The colossal warship that had materialized and vanished mysteriously, the building precisely dropped into the heart of the battlefield, the drinks on the bar left completely unscathed. All of it spoke to a power far beyond the ordinary. Not to mention the voice of Deborah Green that had spoken directly into his mind, and the evacuation ship she had dispatched. The technological prowess and sheer scale of resources behind all of this were far beyond the reach of any mere mercenary. Forrest stared at the swirling amber liquid in his cup, then looked at the long scar across Tychus's face. "You say you're a businessman. You get what you pay for. I can hand over my weapons as your payment. But until the evacuation is complete, these two pieces of equipment must stay in my hands. If I give them to you now, I'll have nothing to fight with." With that, Forrest downed the drink in one gulp and handed the empty glass back to Tychus. "Deal." Tychus took the empty glass from Forrest and set it back on the bar. "Remember, kid, that blade and pistol are mine now. Before you hand them over, you'd better not die." Forrest did not argue. He sheathed his long sword, completely still watching Tychus. "I don't know how you knew I needed help, but you might not fully grasp the situation here. This mining complex is vital to the orcs. They will try to retake it and enslave the people here. It may look like this pit is under my control, but I'm not confident we can hold out until Counselor Deborah Green's evacuation ships arrive. Because right now, we are critically short on manpower." A look of deep concern, far graver than when Tychus had demanded his weapons as payment, crossed Forrest's face. Tens of thousands of the liberated civilians have taken up arms voluntarily, but most are frail and untrained. Many more want to fight, but are too weak to even lift a weapon. In other words, the only ones who can truly be called combat-ready are the 300 mourners. I brought some warhost servants. He paused, glancing at the massive weapon in Tychus's hands. And you. That's it. So even if you've called in an evacuation ship, whether we can hold out until then. Take it easy, kid. Tychus cut Foros off, hefting his weapon and heading for the door. I'll just call a buddy of mine to lend a hand. Foros, baffled by Tychus's behavior, immediately followed. The two walked out of the bar one after the other. Throughout the entire exchange, the bartender behind the counter had done nothing but place the drink on the bar for Tychus and keep his head down, polishing a glass, utterly indifferent to everything happening around him. Following behind Tychus, Foros used his power armor's comms to inform the brothers outside of Tychus's identity. The mourners outside the bar braced themselves, and even the few ground vehicles the warhost possessed gathered in front of the bar. Stepping out of the bar, Tychus ignored the mourners standing at attention around him and turned to face Foros. Warwolf reporting for duty. As he spoke, a familiar roar echoed from above the bar once more. Looking up, the same ship that had dropped the bar appeared again, and a flash of blue light streaked overhead at high speed and deployed a mechanical construct nearly as large as the bar itself before vanishing in another flash of blue. As the dust began to settle before Foros could speak, his comms erupted with shouts from the other brothers. Sir, that ship appeared again. It dropped a night. Indeed, what the ship had deployed was a night mech. As the dust cleared, Foros was the first to see the full form of this night. It had crashed down right in front of the bar, or more precisely less than a meter behind Tychus. Yet Tychus's face showed not a flicker of reaction. He didn't even turn to look at the night that had fallen from the sky. Foros quickly studied the night Tychus called Warwolf, a towering machine nearly 10 meters tall. Its entire frame was clad in brass-colored armor, a white cloak billowing lightly behind it. Both shoulder pauldrons each mounted a massive shield. The right one bore the engraved emblem of a hooded skull with wings extending from its sides. Above that same shoulder pauldron, some kind of missile launcher was installed. Judging by the upward-angled tubes, it clearly possessed formidable anti-air firepower. But what drew Foros' attention most was the unknown weapon on the mech's left arm, glowing with an orange light. He had never seen anything like it. Foros stared blankly at this Warwolf knight, so different from anything in his memory, his understanding of the man before him shifting yet again. Foros had seen knights before, and even larger titans, so he had a clear grasp of a knight's power. It was no exaggeration to say that a single knight could slaughter all of the warhost's ground vehicles, and there were barely a handful of those. He turned his gaze to Tychus, whose face still wore that same careless expression. As if summoning a knight to support this world, Slaughterhouse 3, a world explicitly abandoned by the expeditionary force, was as effortless as he had so casually put it, call a buddy to lend a hand. Don't make such a fuss, Tychus said, noticing Foros' stunned state, his tone carrying a hint of mockery, as if reminding a country bumpkin who had never seen the world. This ain't just some knight. This is my good buddy James Sykes. Of course he prefers to be called Sirius. Before Tychus even finished speaking, an urgent message crackled through Foros' comms from the mourner ship stationed in orbit over Slaughterhouse 3. War Master, an orc fleet is approaching Slaughterhouse 3. How many? How far? Foros' voice instantly tightened. The evacuation had not yet begun, yet the orc reinforcements had already arrived, dragging his briefly lifted confidence, ignited by the arrival of the Sirius Knight, back to freezing point. Sir, the Auspex scans show the number of orc vessels is at least 5 times ours. Upon hearing this, Foros' face fell. The mourner's small fleet stationed in orbit of Slaughterhouse 3 consisted of the battle barge Storm's Daughter 2 strike cruisers and over a dozen frigates and support vessels. Although orc warships generally had lower combat effectiveness than Imperial vessels, the mourner's fleet was battle-hardened, its overall combat power far exceeding that of an Imperial force of equivalent size. Yet facing an orc fleet with a 5-to-1 numerical advantage that was overwhelming, the mourner's fleet would not only struggle to defeat the enemy, but might even find it hard to defend itself. Unsure of what to do, Foros turned to Tychus beside him. The previous conversation had been broadcast aloud. He wanted to hear the opinion of this mysterious mercenary, only to see that the man showed not a trace of tension. Instead, he even smiled. Orc fleet. Don't they want to retake this mine? If we can't win in space, just let them land and fight on the ground. No. Let them land. Foros knew he had heard correctly, but he still had to confirm whether Tychus had misspoken. Tychus, do you realize what you're saying? Once those orcs set foot on the ground, our limited manpower won't be able to hold them back. The orbital fleet, though at a disadvantage, can at least buy us some time, and buy time for the ground evacuation. Tychus remained as nonchalant as ever. What if your fleet gets wiped out and the evacuation ship still hasn't arrived? What do you plan to do then? Besides, if we really need to evacuate, I think President Debergreen has ways to evade the orc fleet in orbit and come pick these people up. In my opinion, since the orcs want to retake this mine, they must also need these people you've just freed to continue working as miners. As he spoke, Tychus ignored the surrounding mourners, walked straight to the edge of the area, and looked down at the chaotic mine below. So listen to me, kid. Hide your ship somewhere, and hide these civilians too. As for those green skins landing on the ground, come on man, I'm a professional bodyguard. Once those green skins hit the ground, no matter how many come, me and my boys will take care of them for you. Hearing Tykes' words, seemingly frivolous yet utterly serious, Foros fell silent. Tykes, after finishing his speech, also watched him in silence. Thus the two fell into a staring contest. However, the war-wolf knight named Sirius beside them paid no heed to their silent exchange. It raised its mechanical leg and strode straight toward a high slope. After squeezing into the big rocket, Stabbutt knocked down several brats who tried to snatch the steering wheel from him, plopped down into the driver's seat. He had been itching to drive this thing for ages, and now finally had the chance to pilot it and launch a real whack. Soon, with a screech of metal grinding, the big rocket wrenched itself free from its mooring cradle. Stabbutt excitedly gripped the steering wheel, which was not connected to any cables controlling this big rocket, carrying his hopes of whack, as it wobbled yet sped toward the distant shiny ships. And the other brats who had failed to snatch the wheel from him were also ignited by the thrill of the high-speed rush, all letting out excited whack. Around the big rocket piloted by Stabbutt, hundreds of other big rockets accompanied him. Though all were big rockets, each one looked completely different. As these big rockets raced together at high speed toward the shiny fleet, occasionally big boom-boom rockets would whistle past them, shooting toward those shiny ships. Some boom-booms even exploded right among the formation of big rockets, blasting the unlucky brats, orcs and rockets alike, into fragments. But this did nothing to dampen the enthusiasm of Stabbutt and the remaining brats. Instead, it only made the atmosphere more frenzied. Stabbutt stared at the fiery explosions of his allies, shouting excitedly, slapping the steering wheel in front of him with his free hand. As long as his big rocket hadn't blown up, yet as long as the sound of whack in his ears hadn't stopped, it was all the highest praise for his driving skills. Seeing the shiny ships getting closer, Stabbutt whack at even harder. While whack ing, he also shouted loudly, "Let those shinies taste our power." Then Stabbutt's big rocket missed that shiny ship and flew straight into the void. Originally, it had been aimed correctly, but those shiny ships suddenly changed position and began to flee, causing him to miss. At that very moment, the brats inside Stabbutt's big rocket immediately erupted into a fierce brawl, cursing each other non-stop, while Stabbutt the pilot got beaten the worst. Foros gazed up at the orbits where orc ships were visibly exploding continuously, the handiwork of the minefield laid by the Mourner fleet before its withdrawal. Before this, the fleet commander had strongly opposed Foros' order to retreat, but Foros convinced the commander using Tykes' argument that the evacuation ship could evade the orc fleet in orbit and that the Mourners needed to preserve their fleet strength. After all, Tykes' ship had freely entered the planet's atmosphere, while the Mourner fleet held orbit around Slaughterhouse 3, coming and going without a trace. The vanguard of the orc fleet, attempting to seize orbit, suffered heavy losses from the minefield ambush laid before the Mourner fleet's withdrawal, but soon more orc ships filled the gap. At the same time, due to the blockade of the orc fleet, the Mourners' long-range communication channels were also filled with the meaningless roars of the orcs, cutting off contact between Foros and the Mourner fleet, led by the Storm's Daughter. If Tykes' words turned out to be false and no evacuation ship arrived, Foros and his 300 brothers, having lost contact with the Mourner fleet, would have no hope of evacuating either. But Foros and his brothers had long prepared for the possibility of not evacuating. If they could not evacuate the mortals they had liberated, then the Mourners would fight to the death to protect them until their last breath. As the orc ships took orbit over Slaughterhouse 3, perhaps because they needed the mine to remain intact, they did not launch orbital strikes or drop attack meteors on the mine. Instead, they began to release the ground attack craft and dogfighters they had brought on this expedition. These orc-style aircraft flew straight toward the mine's airspace. But since these orc aircraft were at too high an altitude and Foros had no fleet support, he was powerless to do anything but watch them approach the mine. However, just as these orc aircraft entered the mine's airspace, a volley of missiles shot from the shoulder-mounted launchers of the War-Wolf Knight, standing not far from him, streaking toward those orc fighters. Not only that, but the War-Wolf Knight's cockpit had 2 X-marked hatches on either side that projected some kind of small construct onto the ground. The deployed constructs, upon touching the ground, unfolded into several meter-tall automated turrets, which together with the War-Wolf Knight that had deployed them began pouring missiles into the sky. The missiles were so fast that even Foros couldn't track their trajectories. From the sound of launch to the impact on the high-altitude wobbling orc fighters, only a few seconds elapsed. The orc aircraft had no chance to evade, or rather they had no time to react. A series of deafening explosions rang out and brilliant bursts of fire bloomed in the sky. Those patchwork orc aircraft shattered into fragments that flew in all directions. One lucky aircraft, being slightly slower, entered the mine's airspace a bit later, narrowly avoiding the missile attack. Just as it thought it had escaped, swoosh. With a peculiar piercing sound, a cyan blue beam shot from the weapon on the War-Wolf Knight's left arm, which was glowing orange, and precisely struck the main structure of that orc fighter. There was no explosion, because the moment the beam struck the main body of the orc fighter, instantly turned to dust. At the same time, an unfamiliar voice came from the cockpit of the War-Wolf Knight. "Railgun's hot. That one won't get away. The railgun is hot and ready. That one won't get away." That resonant, confident male voice undoubtedly belonged to the pilot of the Sirius Knight, James Sykes. It was the first time Foros had heard him speak. The moment Sykes' voice fell, the missile launch bays on the shoulders of the Sirius Knight opened once more. Even after the previous volley, several more missiles screamed out from the launch bays, and in the blink of an eye they obliterated the majority of the second wave of Orc aircraft that had entered the skies above the mine pit. The auto turrets, which had deployed rapidly on the ground after being launched from the machine's body, also had small missile pods attached behind their main cannons. These pods opened as well, launching missiles at the Orc aircraft in the sky. Although the number of missiles fired by a single auto turret was far fewer than that of the Sirius, that was not their primary means of attack. Their large-caliber cannons, thicker than Foros' arms, sprayed a dense stream of shells into the sky, tearing apart any Orc aircraft that had survived the missile barrage and attempted to dive-bomb the Sirius. Foros watched the Sirius puzzled. How on earth was it replenishing its missiles and these mechanical turrets? Even the missile pods on the turrets weren't single-use. The Sirius only had 4 missile bays on its shoulders with no visible space for spare ammunition. Although there was a section at the rear of the missile pods that was slightly larger than the pods themselves, Foros doubted that space could hold that many reserve missiles. Furthermore, the compartment next to the cockpit that stored the autocannons seemed only large enough to hold 2 of the constructs that could transform into turrets. Yet from the start of the engagement until now, the number of missiles fired was several times the capacity of the missile bays, and it had deployed 5 mechanical turrets in total. Throughout this process, the weapon sights, called the railgun, on the Sirius left arm continuously emitted a tearing hum. Each time a blue cyan beam flashed, it was accompanied by an Orc aircraft being completely shattered. The Sirius Knight's devastating combat efficiency was so impressive that even Foros, a veteran of over 100 battles, found himself staring in awe. Honestly, this was the first time he had seen such a powerful knight. This extraordinary firepower and endurance led Foros to suspect that James Sykes, the Freeblade Knight, operating as a mercenary, and the equally mysterious Tychus, likely had the backing of a powerful Archmagos of the Mechanicus. Although the defenders in the mine pit had not yet engaged the Orcs in ground combat, they had all witnessed the prowess of the Sirius Knight piloted by James Sykes. The miners who were holding Orc weapons and positioned behind the lines erupted into cheers on the spot. Subsequent Orc vehicles attempting to land directly in the mine pit on Slaughterhouse 3, having seen their predecessors with the same idea turned to dust by the pit's anti-air fire, no longer flew straight in. Instead, they chose to land in areas at a distance from the pit. Seeing the Orcs change their strategy, abandoning the direct assault for establishing temporary strongholds to take their time, the Sirius Knight took a step forward, heading towards the Orc landing zone with the highest concentration of enemies outside the pit. Foros quickly spoke up, trying to stop the powerful knight. Sykes, he began, but then realized he didn't know this free blade piloting the Sirius well enough. Using the wrong noble title might cause offense, so he switched to a safer form of address. Knight, do you intend to leave the position alone to deal with those landed Orcs? What are you worrying about, lad? Tychus sent me here to do exactly this. James Sykes' voice came through the comms channel, resolute and cheerful. Don't worry about me. I can handle those greenskins on my own. You all just hold the line. The Sirius Knight continued its advance. As it neared the Orc landing zone, a blue cyan beam from its left arm railgun instantly struck an Orc transport that was unloading troops. Simultaneously, 5 autocannons were launched in succession from the Sirius chest, their fierce firepower pouring into the Orcs, spilling out of the transports that had been caught off guard. James Sykes' control was exceptionally precise. The railgun specifically picked off Orcs who had decked themselves out in particularly conspicuous gear, while the 5 large autocannons swept through the clustered common Orcs. The Orcs clearly hadn't expected the shrimp to proactively leave its position, and they were caught completely off guard. After suffering heavy losses, they finally realized they were being attacked by just one human knight, but they were utterly helpless against it. Because their landing craft had limited capacity, they could carry some armored units, but these units were like papier-mâché in front of the Sirius railgun. The larger and whack vehicles hadn't even been unloaded yet, and even if they were, they'd need to be assembled first. Air support. Those aircraft were blown out of the sky by missiles before they even got close to the Sirius. Swarm them with numbers. They'd have to get through the storm of bullets woven by the 5 heavily shielded autocannons surrounding the Sirius first. The Sirius. Is this really a knight? Watching the Sirius slaughter the Orcs as easily as butchering pigs and dogs, a mourner standing next to Foros couldn't help but voice this sentiment. Alone, he's practically an entire army. As his words fell, all the mourners present, including Foros, found themselves nodding in unison. Throughout this expedition, they had engaged in dozens of brutal battles with the Orcs, and every brother had a deep understanding of the ferocity and tenacity of these Orc Xenos. Yet this Sirius Knight piloted by Sykes was able to carve through the Orc landing zone single-handedly, like a ghost. As Foros was watching in amazement, a somewhat familiar voice came from behind him. Believe me now. He reluctantly tore his gaze away from the Sirius and turned to look at Tychus, who had returned to the bar after convincing him to withdraw the mourner fleet, claiming he was going back to his drink. But now he had come back out watching the Sirius wreak havoc amongst the freshly landed orc vanguard, with an easygoing expression seemingly unconcerned that his partner Sykes might be in any danger. The might of the Sirius was beyond question. This unique night mech had initially crushed the orcs' largest landing zone with overwhelming force, but the greenskins were not entirely foolish. Seeing that they could not land there, they carved out new landing zones across different areas of the mine's perimeter and with astonishing speed began transforming the barren wastelands they touched into war bases cluttered with ramshackle structures. In the past, faced with such a situation, Foros would have immediately dispatched elite tactical squads from his battle brothers to launch a surprise assault on these unprepared orcs, crushing them in their infancy. Otherwise, once the orcs gained a foothold, their war machines would follow, dramatically increasing the threat to the defense line. But he could not do that now. 3 million civilians were still within the mine, most too weak to do anything but huddle in the pitch-black tunnels, serving as temporary shelters awaiting the arrival of evacuation ships. If he diverted even a portion of his already insufficient forces to clear the exterior, his defenses would become critically thin. Even a handful of orcs breaking through the line into the tunnels could slaughter the entire temporary sanctuary. The cost was too great. He could not take that gamble. Perhaps sensing Foros's fleeting intention to strike, Tychus bit down on his cigar and muttered, "I'll go deal with those greenskins. You just keep the civilians safe." His tone was flat, as if discussing a trivial matter. Without waiting for Foros's reply, he raised his weapon slightly, and with his seemingly eternal cigar clamped between his teeth, turned and strode without hesitation towards the landing zone in the southeast, where hundreds of orcs and countless Gretchen had already gathered. Foros froze, thinking he must have misheard. Then shock flooded through him like a tide. One man. Just one man. To assault a rapidly expanding orc stronghold. Several hundred orcs were already there, and that number was increasing every second. At the current rate, within half a day that stronghold would swell to over 1,000 or more. And from the crude structures already taking shape, it was clear they were assembling something within. Almost instinctively, Foros rushed forward, blocking Tychus's path. "Tychus, I admit the Sirius class knight you called in is powerful, but you are just one man, and there are hundreds of orcs over there. By the time you walk from here to that landing zone, it could have grown to 1,000 or even 10,000. Orcs are not bugs you can simply crush underfoot. Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Tychus neither stopped nor turned back. He slowly exhaled a plume of smoke, his gaze fixed on the distant orc landing zone. "I've killed plenty of ugly bastards in my life. What's a few more orcs?" The words were spoken lightly, yet a single tear traced silently down Foros's cheek. He didn't understand why Tychus would do this. If before Foros harbored doubts and confusion about the man's actions, even feeling a hint of revulsion at his seemingly honorless transactional demeanor, then now all those negative impressions dissolved in the smoke of Tychus's deceptively casual yet weighty words. He suddenly realized that this cigar-chomping roguish man was not the cold and selfish person he had assumed. Reflecting on everything, Tychus had intervened in this doomed evacuation with almost brutal directness, providing crucial support under a seemingly absurd pretext. Without the Sirius Knight, their defense line would have faced the full fury of orc bombers and the green tide from the very start. After all, a man like Tychus, who could casually summon a powerful free blade like the Sirius, and for whom others would willingly dispatch evacuation ships to this hellish slaughterhouse, free to repay a favor. How could he possibly covet the swords and meltaguns that Foros held so dear? And now Tychus was preparing to attack the orc landing zone alone, simply to relieve pressure on the defense line and buy a sliver of hope for the people in the mines. Watching Tychus's receding figure, Foros sensed an unprecedented resolve. This was not the reckless charge of a fool, but the calm, calculated decision of a veteran who had seen the true nature of war and survived its trials. Tychus knew the path ahead was a dead end, yet he walked on because he knew some things had to be done even at the cost of his life. Understanding this, Foros closed his eyes. A second tear traced down his cheek. When he opened them again, there was no hesitation in his gaze. He summoned First Captain Kirby Bryan of the Mourners and entrusted him with the full command of the mine's defense. "If I don't make it back," Foros's tone was deadly serious, carrying the weight of a death wish, "then you will be the new chapter master. I'm leaving the guard here with you. Protect the Emperor's people." Without waiting for a rebuttal from the stunned First Captain or the guards, he wiped the tears from his face and quickly strode after the lone figure ahead. "I'm coming with you." Tychus paused, slightly glancing back at him, still chewing on his cigar. "Oh, Chapter Master Foros wants to follow my lead." His tone was laced with amusement, but Foros sensed no mockery in it. Without a word, Foros fell into step beside Tychus, walking shoulder to shoulder, his actions speaking his resolve. "Suit yourself, kid. But fair warning, if you slow me down, I'm not saving your ass." Foros remained silent, simply drawing his weapon and walking with Tychus towards the orc landing zone, a place filled with the thunderous roar of WH. The cacophony of war cries and the grinding of war machines grew louder as they approached. Back at the mine's entrance, Mingzi Puzhong and the remaining mourners watched the shrinking silhouettes of Foros and Tychus, their faces streaked with tears. Tychus, this wheelchair hero, requires absolutely no macromanagement. Just expand normally, saturate your mineral lines, and mine aggressively. You don't even need to fully saturate your gas geysers. At most you might need to build a few extra SCVs, and that's it. You can leave that entirely to the automated system. Don't worry about the AI messing up the build order, because even if Li Lu were to play it himself, he wouldn't find anything to optimize. There's only one production structure, Joey Ray's bar. It houses 3 specialized heroes, the Gunslinger, the Brute, and the Ghost Hand. You just need to construct the corresponding hero den to unlock them. However, except for the initial summon, every subsequent hero call-in has a cooldown timer. Considering his teammates' warning that the enemy was coming from the sky, Li Lu decided to build the Gunslinger's den. Once the hero cooldown finished, he immediately called in Sirius, and even saved up some minerals to buy a missile upgrade for him. As for upgrades, just focus on upgrading armor. The Lone Wolf's biggest asset is his attack damage. If you really want more attack, you can slowly invest in it later when you have a surplus of resources. Besides researching level 1 armor to benefit both Sirius and Tychus, who are both Gunslinger-class heroes, Li Lu also researched the Gunslinger-specific ITC trigger mechanism, which boosts their attack speed by 25. Just as he finished all that, the first wave of orc red dots appeared on the map. However, most of these red dots didn't beeline for the mine. Instead, they started constructing crude orc-styled structures at a distance, seemingly preparing to set up their own base and expand. It's called Rescue the Miners, but doesn't this mechanic feel a lot like Dead of Night? It's so similar. So similar. He had to admit the map's design was almost identical to StarCraft 2's Dead of Night mission. Dead of Night has a base you must defend, as StarCraft 3 has a mine where civilians are hiding, and both the player and their teammate must fend off relentless enemy assaults. However, unlike Dead of Night, where infected buildings are pre-placed on the map and need to be cleared out, in this map the orcs don't spawn on the ground. They arrive via orbital dropships, establish their bases upon landing, and begin expanding. The players need to venture out and destroy these bases to halt their expansion. If left unchecked, they will continuously spawn a variety of orc units. So similar. So similar. Though I haven't tried the mechs yet. Sirius might not be as cool looking as Thor or Odin, but he's perfect for getting a feel for the controls. As he spoke, he moved Sirius towards the front line, while simultaneously controlling Tychus to walk back into the bar, telling his teammate he was going for a refill. Once the two heroes were far enough apart for Sirius to gain the Lone Wolf buff, Li Lu immediately switched to Sirius's first-person view. The familiar WASD shift. Run. He felt the subtle vibrations of the mech's stride, offered a brief word of admiration, and then began experimenting with Sirius's attack controls. Right-click to lock on, scroll wheel to zoom, left-click to fire. With the missile upgrade or launch his missiles. Where's the turret hotkey? As he was adapting to the controls, a new wave of red dots appeared on the minimap, heading straight for the mine. They soon entered visual range, a squadron of orc aircraft. Is this the first wave? Without another word, Li Lu held down the right mouse button, painting every visible orc flyer with a targeting reticle. R. With his command, missiles launched from Sirius's right shoulder. The first one instantly destroyed the lead aircraft he had targeted, which looked lightly armored and fragile. The remaining missiles didn't waste their lock. They automatically retargeted the other orc flyers. 8 aircraft, 8 missiles, each one a guaranteed kill. Awesome. These orc flyers are truly squishy. Wait, how did one get through? Li Lu noticed a slower orc aircraft that had only entered the mine's airspace after its allies were destroyed and was now turning to flee. He immediately right-clicked to lock on, then left-clicked to fire. One-shot kill. His shout coincided perfectly with the enemy's health bar hitting 0. I gotta say, the Lone Wolf really is a brain massage experience. But soon more red dots were closing in at high speed. Looking up, he saw a second wave of orc aircraft approaching. Missile cooldown is 15 seconds. Nice. He locked on and pressed R again. The missiles streaked out, destroying a large portion of the orc flyers. But this time there were significantly more of them than before. What was the turret hotkey again? In StarCraft 2, Sirius's turret hotkey was W, but now W was for moving forward. Li Lu hadn't found the turret key earlier, so he quickly mashed a few buttons and discovered it had been moved to the 2 key. He quickly deployed a turret in the open space ahead. Unlike StarCraft 2, where the turret seemingly materialized from the mech's shoulder, he could clearly see the turret being dispensed from a hatch on the mech's side, even unfolding as it deployed. Once on the ground, the several meter-tall War Wolf turrets automatically began firing missiles at the remaining orc flyers in the sky. Their main cannons also poured continuous fire upwards. Li Lu simultaneously controlled Sirius to pick off any stragglers that survived the area of effect barrage. How exhilarating. The day StarCraft 3 officially launches will be the day Blizzard reclaims its throne. As he played, his body began to sway slightly with Sirius's movements. The visual feedback from every stride and every shot made him feel as if he were truly inside Sirius's cockpit. Thanks to Sirius's sheer power, the skies above the mine were quickly cleared. However, the minimap showed more red dots gathering and stopping not far from the mine. It was clear the orcs were landing in those areas to establish forward bases. Without needing further deliberation, Li Lu piloted Sirius towards the largest of these orc bases to clear it out. But he hadn't gone more than a few steps when his teammate's Hero Foros, the leader of the Whalers' warband, blocked his path. Sir, Knight, do you intend to leave the position and engage those landed orcs alone? Foros's voice carried a hint of concern and confusion, clearly unaware of the lone wolf's true potential. Just as Li Lu was about to explain that he was a lone wolf, he remembered his current role. Quickly getting into character as Sirius's pilot, he lowered his voice, mimicking the gruff tone of his persona. What are you worried about, kid? Tychus sent me here to do exactly this. After a brief bit of role-playing, Li Lu piloted Sirius towards the orc base under construction. This was his first time engaging orc ground units head-on in co-op mode. He quickly switched views to check the orc stats and found they were largely the same as when he'd fought the orc AI before. The orc attributes were still dynamic values, but the unit composition was more diverse. Besides the basic boys, there were more specialized orc infantry armored units, and even ground-to-air vehicles. Time to engage. While mowing down orcs in first-person view, he vaguely noticed that some orcs, despite having 45 HP, were being one-shot by a Sirius, which dealt 38 damage while others survived. To figure out why, he ran a quick experiment, and soon discovered a unique mechanic affecting units viewed from his first-person perspective. For example, Sirius's displayed attack power was 38. Against a standard orc with 45 HP, a hit to a non-vital area like a limb would require 2 shots. But a precise hit to the abdomen, chest, or head would result in an instant kill. One hit was all it took to completely deplete their health bar. Perhaps this was because Li Lu had previously only fought in first person against corn units with range damage reduction or used area damage units like tanks and firebats, so he had never noticed this setting before. CL? The battle continued. For the small, poorly equipped orc grunts that were hard to distinguish, Li Lu left them to be automatically handled by his turrets. But for the larger orcs with unique appearances and the loudest whack cries, he reserved the special one-shot kill treatment from his main cannon. Of course, the base wasn't only defended by orc infantry. After the dive-bombing orc aircraft were scared off, a cluster of killer cans charged straight at Sirius from a distance. Li Lu remained calm. He first fired a test shot at the lower hull of the lead killer can. The impact point was slightly too low and it didn't kill it. He raised his aim just a fraction. With the iconic sonic crack of his main cannon, the fully charged plasma round tore through the killer can's armor, instantly pulverizing the grot cowering inside into a pulp. One-shot kill. After a satisfying bout of carnage with his war wolf, Li Lu noticed the other red dots on the mini-map were left unattended. His teammates seemed content to hold the fort, leaving him to clear out the remaining targets. Switching to the first-person perspective, Li Lu observed that Sirius required 2 hits to eliminate the 45 HP orcs. He mused to himself, so it seems only first-person view enables locational damage. He then checked his skill panel, noting the new outlaw recruitment bar was nearly full. Odin's cooldown was almost complete, and he had built a medevac platform allowing for 1 transport call. Glancing at his credits, Li Lu selected the gunner's nest, intending to purchase some upgrades for Tychus before sending him to clear the red dots. After a brief deliberation, Li Lu purchased the Kelmorian Shredder Rounds upgrade, which reduces the target's armor by 5 for 2 seconds when Tychus attacks. As for the other 2 upgrades for Tychus's fragmentation grenades, the KD-9A Implosion Core and the Vanadium Steel Casing, Li Lu decided to buy them later once he had enough credits after acquiring more heroes and upgrades. The KD-9A Implosion Core pulls affected units to the center of the blast radius, stunning them for 2 seconds. It cannot affect buildings, ignores frenzy, and reduces hero units' movement and attack speed by 50. The pull distance is 2 yards over 0.5 seconds. The Vanadium Steel Casing increases the damage of Tychus's fragmentation grenades by 50. The current 75 damage is already overkill against regular orcs and grots, and the stun effect is hardly needed. What use is stunning a corpse? Any orc unit that survives a grenade would only take 1 or 2 extra shots with the Shredder Rounds and Lone Wolf bonus. I'll decide when I have the credits. The view cut back to the mine, and Li Lu, seeing the recruitment bar nearly full, began pondering which hero should occupy the next slot. The veteran's single target bomb was overkill for the current orc waves. Without equipment upgrades, he would just be a stationary brawler, a hero who only shines in opportunistic strikes. His basic skill is Demolition Bomb. It marks a target unit dealing 500 damage after 5 seconds. It can hold up to 3 charges. Blaze, the larger firebat, was next. Li Lu had already played with a firebat during his time as Rainer, but Blaze was far more powerful. Blaze's Sulfur MKI flamethrower had an initial damage 3 times that of a standard firebat. With the Lone Wolf bonus, it left the standard firebat in the dust. If he bought the Wild Flame Fuel additive, which causes ignited units to explode on death, and spread the fire effect to nearby enemies, the chain fire effect would be incredibly satisfying against melee orcs and grots. His basic skill is Oil Spill. It coats enemy ground units in oil, reducing their attack and movement speed by 75 and preventing them from cloaking. When a unit affected by oil is ignited by fire, it takes 5 damage per second for 10 seconds. This damage is increased to 5 against light armor. Rattlesnake, the larger marauder, was a single target powerhouse against heavy armor. Even without the Lone Wolf bonus, he boasted a massive 80 damage against heavy armor. With it, his damage easily reached triple digits. He also came with a built-in recovery drone. However, Tychus's lone wolf prestige didn't allow purchasing ultimate equipment for heroes, limiting Rattlesnake to single-target combat forever. His basic skill is Recovery Drone. It places a drone on the ground that heals all friendly units around it for 2 of their max health per second. A medic? Definitely not. Why would anyone bring a medic for the lone wolf build? Tosh, however, was an appealing option. Li Lu had never tried a melee hero, and Tosh's hook provided excellent mobility, while his close-range arc cannon made him a true melee powerhouse. If he had picked Tosh in the last match, he could have hooked directly onto Angren's face and blasted him with the arc cannon. His basic skill is Dynamic Impact. Tosh propels himself toward the target location, dealing 20 damage and stunning enemy units upon impact. With this in mind, Li Lu decided to try the first-person view as the hierarch in the future. He hadn't been familiar with StarCraft 3's mechanics during his last match, so that game was essentially a waste. Vega and Nerid, one was a ghost, and the other a specter, yet together they couldn't muster a single cloaking technology between them. As for their hero roles, Vega was like Yuri from Red Alert. She could mind control any unit except hybrids and heroes, turning them to her side. This control could be enhanced further with equipment upgrades. Her basic skill is Domination. It takes control of an enemy unit for a short time, increasing its damage by 50. The dominated unit self-destructs after 240 seconds. It can hold up to 3 charges. Nerid was a psionic storm unit, pure damage dealer. His ultrasonic energy pulse could be upgraded with equipment as well. His basic skill is ultrasonic energy pulse. It emits a pulse for 6 seconds, dealing 20 damage per second to enemies in the target area. It doesn't harm friendly units and can hold up to 3 charges. It's a tough choice, they're all so strong. Recalling the unique traits of each hero, Li Lu found himself with a bit of decision paralysis. Forget it, the recruitment cooldown isn't done yet anyway. I'll clear some red dots with Tychus first and see how tough these orc AIs are before deciding on the next hero. Deciding not to overthink it, Li Lu briefly showed off in front of his teammates' heroes, crafting a lone wolf persona for Tychus before heading off towards the red dots. But he had barely taken a few steps when his base defending teammate controlling his hero unit Voros inexplicably followed him. Li Lu was confident clearing red dots because he had a safety net, his wheelchair and medevac as backup. Even if he died, it would only cost a few hundred minerals. What's the matter, Chapter Master Voros? Want to follow my lead? He asked, but the other player remained silent, falling into step beside him. Li Lu took a quick look, as the chapter master of the Lamenters. Voros had some decent stats in both melee and ranged combat. Not knowing Voros's hero skills, and seeing no sign of the other turning back, Li Lu assumed he had a powerful ability to rely on. Suit yourself, buddy. But I'm warning you, if you slow me down, I'm not saving you. Boss. 2 runts showed up at the camp gate and started scrapping with us. One blueskin runt's got a Daka that shoots louder and harder than ours, and he's been wumping us good. And we can't even hurt him. Our boom shots just bounce off him like nothing. Besides that blue runt, there's a yellow runt who zips around so fast all our bullets miss. Can't even touch. Steelhand in the temporary workshop watched the techie boys clang and bang as they assembled a big gun, taken off a crashed flyer, meant to have a proper scrap with the rumored toughest runt under the Emperor's command at the mine. Suddenly a boy ran in, shouting, interrupting his thoughts. Annoyed, he strode out of the noisy temporary shed to check the situation. He looked up toward the direction the messenger pointed. At the distant camp gate, gunfire and explosions roared. Waves of boys rushed forward, crying whack, as they surrounded 2 figures, one blue, one yellow. Then the 2 runts sent them fleeing, only for another wave of boys to cry whack, and surround them again, only to be beaten back once more over and over. Steelhand watched closely. The blue runt indeed held a massive, ever-spitting shooty Daka, as the messenger had said. One sweep mowed down a line of boys, and the firing never stopped, and surround them again, only to be beaten back once more over and over. What's that blue runt's armor made of? Steelhand couldn't help muttering. He turned to the yellow runt. The yellow one darted back and forth incredibly fast. The boy's bullets chased his shadow, a few hit, and those that did also seemed to cause no damage. The yellow runt's gleaming choppa swung faster than a Daka's roar. Any boy who got close was in trouble. Worse, he occasionally pulled out a hot Daka and blasted a whole group of boys with a single boom. The more Steelhand watched, the more uneasy he felt. Any other boss would have already grabbed a choppa and charged into the scrap with a whack. But he was Steelhand, a smart boss who knew to find cover before shooting. He rubbed his iron chin with his namesake Steelhand, his mind racing. A straight-up whack. Won't work. These 2 runts, one's tough and heavy on firepower, the other's fast and also heavy on firepower. Even if I went up myself, I'd get a proper thrashing, never mind the boys. Gotta think of a way. Can't let him have all the fun. Where's my boss's pride? Thinking, Steelhand recalled the big gun in the temporary workshop that the techie boys were clanging on, the one meant for his ride. He glanced at the unsatisfying fight at the camp gate. An idea slowly formed in his mind. Boys, keep scrapping with those 2 runts. Don't let him get away. Steelhand bellowed. The distant boys, though not too bright, obeyed their boss's orders. Even those who had fled rejoined the fight. For an orc, running away doesn't mean the fight is over. Because for an orc, there's no losing in a fight. Win, and you win. Die, and you're dead. Dead ain't losing. Run away and you ain't dead, so you gotta come back for another scrap. And now they were coming back. Steelhand could see the blue runt paid no attention to the boys. He still held his extra-large daka, beating the boys nearly to tears. The yellow runt weaved through the boys, occasionally cutting down a group with his big choppa or his hot daka. Without hesitation, Steelhand turned and rushed back into the workshop, shouting at the techie boys still fiddling with the big gun, "Drag that half-welded kill cannon out here." The techie boys saw the boss's ever-present daka aimed at them. They frantically cut the half-welded kill cannon off the boss's ride in a few seconds, then lugged and dragged it panting, following Steelhand outside. "Set it up here." Steelhand pointed at an empty space, shouting, "Aim at that blue runt. Give him a real wallop." The techie boys scrambled to fix the gun mount, load the shell, and adjust the angle. Though this was usually a Grot's job, with the boss's unsheathed daka never leaving his hand, no boy dared say no. Soon the kill cannon was ready. As Steelhand roared, "Smash him!" Boom! A thunderous roar echoed across the orc camp. The kill cannon spat a thick tongue of flame. A shell nearly as big as a Grot screamed toward the blue runt. Steelhand's eyes followed the trajectory. Boom! The kill cannon shell slammed directly into the blue runt's hand, exploding instantly. The fireball engulfed several unlucky boys nearby. Way away off. Steelhand slapped the cannon barrel in excitement, making it ring. He turned to yell at the techie boys, intending to order a shot at the yellow runt too. But unlike his wild excitement, the techie boys' faces looked as sour as a Grot with a stubbed toe. They didn't even notice the boss's daka, staring instead at the spot where the blue runt had been. Steelhand followed their gaze. The smoke cleared. The blue runt still stood there, and his extra-large shooty daka was still spitting flames. Seeing the blue runt's azure armor not even scratched, Steelhand froze. So did the surrounding boys, and even the yellow runt who was on the blue runt's side. The kill cannon's power was undeniable. The boys caught in the blast were already reduced to shreds. The crater under the blue runt's feet was the best proof of the cannon's might. But no matter how hard Steelhand thought, he couldn't understand why the blue runt was completely unharmed. Witnessing their comrades blown to pieces by the boss's kill cannon, while the blue runt remained unscathed, the boys, who had already been feeling a lousy, joyless whack, lost all fighting spirit. No matter what, they refused to surround the runts again. Boys like fighting, sure, but they don't like dying so easily, dying for the enemy's enjoyment alone. After clearing the boys around him, the blue runt looked straight at Steelhand from across the distance. That single look made Steelhand feel that not even Gork and Mork themselves, bringing a fluffy squig, could save him now. Steelhand mused that it must have been the garish blue of that blue-skinned runt that brought such fortune, not a single scratch on it. The more he thought about it, the more convinced he became. He waved for the mech boys to keep fiddling with the shoulda cannon. He himself turned and strode into the makeshift tent, leaping onto his truck. So red, so fast, so whack. He drove it out the front, just emerging from the tent, when he spotted a fresh mob of boys charging towards the two runts ahead. These newcomers, drawn by the thunderous roar of the shoulda cannon and the rapid fire from the camp's entrance, had rushed over from the other side of the camp, eager to join a good scrap. Seeing this, Steelhand wasted no time, bellowing at the top of his lungs, "Boys, get on board." Hearing Steelhand's call, the newcomers hauling big shouldas and daka guns scrambled onto the truck, a machine they deemed supremely whack. As for those who couldn't squeeze on, they simply charged forward with a mighty whack towards the blue and yellow runts. Before the boys on the truck had even found their footing, the engine roared to life under Steelhand's control. Gripping the wheel with his steel hand and leaning out with his own daka gun aimed forward, he roared, "Boys, hold your guns. We're gonna smash those runts right in the face." Just then a boy perched high on the truck, clutching a big shoulda, squinted ahead and shouted in confusion, "Boss, why's there only two runts?" Steelhand's reply was a loud insult, "Idiot. What does it matter if there's few of them? Those are the toughest runts the Emperor's got. Give him a right good thrashing." The truck burst from the tent like a runaway beast, its tires grinding over rubble, sending the boys on board lurching wildly. One unsteady lad was even flung clean off. But not a single one of the remaining boys complained. Instead, they whooped with excitement, a chorus of WADH. Their shouldas and daka guns, without waiting for Steelhand's order, opened fire wildly at the two runts surrounded by the other boys. The boys who had charged ahead were already locked in combat with the two runts. Though they were scattered time and again like those before them, the camp was never short of boys drawn by the sound of a good fight. Of course, a fair number of Grots had mixed in since the start, but that's just what Grots do. Useless. If they die, they die. They'll just grow back from the dirt. As for the mech boys Steelhand had assigned to the guns at the entrance, they were nowhere to be seen. Without a second thought, his truck ready, Steelhand drove his red fast machine straight for the blue runt, plowing through anything in his path, be it boy or Grot, sending them flying. The boys and Grots, noticing Steelhand's particularly whack truck, quickly scrambled to clear a path. This also allowed the blue runt to see the truck speeding towards him, yet he simply stood his ground, unmoving. Steelhand was pleased to see the blue runt, clearly stunned by his red super whack machine, standing there helplessly trying to block the incoming truck with his daka gun. Hearing the whistling of bullets from the blue runt's gun, Steelhand finally gave the order, "Boys, hit him." In truth, there was no need for Steelhand to shout. The The boys on the truck were already firing wildly at the blue and yellow runts from a distance. Steelhand himself let go of the wheel, leaning out to blast the blue runt with his own Daka gun, while his metal hand pressed several buttons on the console. As he pressed the buttons, the grots he had welded into the turrets on the truck's hull began to cry from the electric shocks. In turn, the cannons in those turrets under the grot's frantic operation began to roar one after another. Daka, 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 boom, Daka, boom, bang, Daka, bang, Daka. Bullets and shells poured down on the blue runt like a storm. Though he seemed unharmed, his terrified expression made Steelhand let out a triumphant long whack. He floored the accelerator, the engine screaming like an explosion, the truck's speed surging once more. If he couldn't kill the lucky runt, he'd smash him to bits. Seeing that Steelhand was about to ram the blue runt, the yellow runt beside him seemed to try and block, but was distracted and hit by several bursts from a boy's big shoulda on the truck. As for the blue runt, he only moved when the truck was almost upon him. But he didn't seem to be dodging. Instead, still holding his Daka gun in one hand, he swiftly pulled a small cylinder from his blue armor and hurled it at the truck. Before Steelhand could even see what the small cylinder was, boom. Steelhand used his metal hand to punch the deformed door of his truck clean off, struggling out of the driver's seat, his head ringing incessantly. All he remembered was that the small cylinder thrown by the blue runt exploded, taking him and all his boys on the truck down in one go. He steadied his head, his vision refocusing. The first thing he saw was his beloved red powerful truck. Half of its body blown dozens of meters away, completely wrecked. He searched for his Daka gun, but it had been flung who knows where in the explosion. Seeing his prized vehicle reduced to such a state, Steelhand forgot about the gun and his own injuries. All he wanted now was to beat that inexplicable blue runt to a pulp. Hearing the cries of his boys, Steelhand charged towards the blue runt, swinging his metal hand, and shouted, "Stop your whining, get up, and get back in the fight. Way away af." The boys, who had been groaning on the ground upon hearing Steelhand's roar, rallied once more, charging with their boss towards the blue and yellow runts. But then another small cylinder was hurled by the blue runt. No, with that power, it must be a big boom. Boom. Tychus had completely surpassed Foros's understanding. If the earlier Sirius was strong because it was at least a knight, then Tychus, with just one man and one gun, stood unyielding against a green tide of orcs and countless bullets. And that wasn't even the most baffling part. What Foros couldn't comprehend most was that he had just witnessed a massive cannon shell slam directly into Tychus's body and explode. Tychus wasn't even injured, and his stance with the gun didn't even waver. If it were a personal shield, Foros might have understood. But he could see that Tychus's armor showed no sign of a shield activating even during the shell's explosion. He had clearly just tanked the hit with his bare body. As for the massive orc war truck that charged at Tychus afterwards, he didn't dodge or evade. Calmly, he pulled a small cylinder from his waist and hurled it at the orc vehicle, which was mere meters away. The explosion from that small cylinder sent the truck flipping through the air. The orcs aboard were thrown like rag dolls, and amidst the screeching of twisted metal and the orcs' discordant screams, they all crashed heavily to the ground. The truck and the orcs shattered into pieces. The orc warbus's subsequent charge was easily crushed. This is just a monster. Foros even began to wonder if Tychus was some sort of living saint. But the thought was immediately quashed by Foros himself. A living saint was a being of immense power, a holy incarnation of the God Emperor, walking among mortals, every word and deed radiating holy light and majesty. But the Tychus before him, cigar clenched between his teeth, was the very picture of a desperado, with none of the bearing befitting a living saint. Furthermore, he had never heard of a living saint manifesting in the form of Tychus, let alone one coming to the aid of the Lamenters. Foros pushed these thoughts aside. The most important thing now was to win the current battle. If they could break the orcs at this landing zone, the pressure on the brothers and civilians in the mines would be greatly reduced. Gripping his sword and melta pistol tightly, as the chapter master of the Lamenters, he might not be a monster like Tychus, but he was no slouch either. The composed efficiency of the grenade clearing, combined with the relentless roar of Tychus's persuader, mowed down orcs and goblins in droves wherever the barrel pointed. This visually striking spectacle granted Li Lu an unparalleled sense of satisfaction, drawing him deeper into the fight with every passing moment. In a sense, Li Lu felt as if he were playing Darktide, except the visuals were more realistic, the enemies were orcs, and the impact of combat felt far more satisfying. He prioritized targeting the charging melee orcs, coordinating with the concussive grenades. This strategy allowed him to easily secure a foothold at the orc landing zone entrance. Few orcs could withstand the 75 points of damage from a concussive grenade. A single throw would sweep through the enemy ranks like a cleansing wave. Even if a special orc occasionally had health exceeding the grenade's damage, they were usually left with a sliver of health easily harvested with a single follow-up shot. In a brief pause, Li Lu glanced at his hero's kill count. Tychus and the Warwolf had already reached triple digits, while his ally's hero unit was still in the double digits. Li Lu smirked, a silent understanding passing through him. He cared about the stats, because when it came to gaming he was inherently fiercely competitive. For others the co-op mode was PvE, but for him, although it was also PvE, it was essentially a hidden PvP. If his kill count fell behind his teammates, or if he failed to contribute meaningfully in the game, he wouldn't enjoy the experience. Just as Li Lu was immersed in the thrill of playing well and holding a commanding lead in kills, a sudden boom. An abrupt explosion sounded, and his previously well-maintained health bar dipped slightly, instantly putting him on high alert. He immediately looked towards the direction of the blast. There, a hulking orc, noticeably more massive and uniquely distinctive than a standard one, likely an orc warboss, stood beside a large-caliber artillery piece with a few mechboy-like orcs staring blankly back at him. The cannon's barrel was aimed directly at his position. What the hell? It took off that much of my health. Although Tychus had been taking damage before under the Lone Wolf buff, it was usually only a point or two, rarely exceeding 5. This hit had directly blasted away a double-digit chunk of his health. Even though Lone Wolf Tychus was tough, his health regeneration wasn't particularly fast, so this cannon posed a real threat. Just as Li Lu was about to advance and deal with the cannon and surrounding orcs, he saw the orc warboss notice that Li Lu had spotted them. It immediately turned and ducked into a ramshackle orc structure built from scrap behind it. The mechboy orcs exchanged glances and scurried in after it. Huh, now they've got Total War and Battle Brothers morale checks too. Li Lu couldn't help but roll his eyes. It seemed his relentless slaughter was triggering the orcs' morale system. Earlier, many charging orcs had indeed broken morale because they couldn't even get close enough to touch him. It was a bit baffling, but certainly not a bad thing. Li Lu continued to maneuver Tychus forward, intending to eliminate that orc warboss. Logically, taking down the boss should throw its underlings into chaos. Probably. Li Lu wasn't entirely sure after all these orcs had dropped from orbit and the fleet scale was considerable. That lone boss couldn't possibly command an entire armada of this size. Moreover, the difference between one orc warboss and another could be greater than between a goblin and a warboss. There was likely a warlord or big mech commanding the fleet. As he pondered this, he had only moved forward a couple of steps before being blocked again by a surging wave of orcs. Isn't this just Night of the Dead? Just like clearing buildings at night, you can't move on until everything is cleared. Grumbling, Li Lu slightly adjusted his position and started clearing this wave on the spot. But unlike before, amidst the gunfire and the orcs' ceaseless whack, there was also the occasional "For the Emperor" shouted by his allies' hero unit while hacking down orcs. A new sound was also mixed in. A noise like an engine roaring on the verge of exploding, accompanied by the screams of orc bodies colliding, drawing closer and closer. With his path blocked, Li Lu couldn't see clearly what was making such a racket heading his way. He simply switched the camera angle and immediately spotted a bright red truck with a metal jaw-like front packed with over a dozen orcs roaring whack, charging straight at him at full speed. He had to admit the thing looked quite intimidating. But when he moused over the truck's health bar, Li Lu burst out laughing. The truck had even less health than the previous orc warboss. Huh, chicken. Switching back to the main view, the orcs in front had already scattered, clearing a path for the truck to charge directly at him. Li Lu immediately raised the Persuader and unleashed a torrent of fire at the truck's front. The bullets tore the already flimsy armor to shreds, sparks and flames erupting from the engine cover. Yet the truck showed no signs of stopping, still barreling towards him. Li Lu remained calm, neither dodging nor retreating. Only when the orc truck was just a few meters away and its health bar had dropped into grenade kill range did he leisurely pull out a concussive grenade and hurl it at the vehicle. Boom. The concussive grenade detonated instantly, blasting the entire truck into the air, flipping it over. However, the health bars of the orcs inside weren't completely emptied, and they continued to howl from within the wreckage as it crashed down. From the cab area, the orc warboss he had glimpsed earlier came leaping out. Clearly this truck was its personal ride. Though it was on its last legs, the boss let out a whack as it led a fresh group of orcs in a charge towards Li Lu. Not a mech. Li Lu was slightly puzzled to see the orc warboss emerge from the truck instead of the expected orc mech. Seems like whoever's in charge on this map must be a big mech. He focused fire on the orc warboss, waiting for his grenade cooldown before tossing another one, clearing the field instantly. As the orc warboss fell, a familiar voice spoke directly into Li Lu's ear. Without warning, the Imperium calls that thing a Gargant. If it's convenient, it would be best to destroy it, or it might pose a threat to our extraction shuttle. Getting lazier and lazier. Although the free blades of Sirius and Tychus, along with his own chapter master, held back the orc assaults from two directions, the defense line at the mine was far from secure. The orc landing zones were scattered around the mine, spanning nearly every direction. Even discounting the two main orc assault axes, 6 other directions remained vulnerable to their attacks. To honor the chapter master's trust, and to protect the people behind them, Captain Kobe Bryan, entrusted with this crucial duty by Chapter Master Foros, and the remaining brothers tirelessly worked to reinforce the mine's defenses. The broken orc ships abandoned at the mine's edge, and once a headache for the tech marines, had now become their most vital source of resources. Though these vessels were structurally bizarre, crudely built, and chaotically wired, utterly useless in most respects, their armor plating was undeniably thick. In the current situation, it was the most readily available and easily acquired material for constructing fortifications. The tech marines who had previously tried to salvage these orc vessels shook their heads, noting that the armor plates lacked standard forging processes, resulting in inconsistent strength. Yet in these times any plate that could stop a bullet or absorb a potential explosion was precious. Since the orcs had welded these uneven plates together poorly, the Lamenters easily pried them off, using them to construct numerous crude but steel-built strongpoints at critical junctures of their existing defense line. These strongpoints, cobbled together from orc ship armor, were somewhat ugly, their surfaces marred by crude red paint and incomprehensible orc glyphs. But this was hardly the time to be concerned with appearances. Beyond the strongpoints, Brian also organized the construction of landing platforms for their Storm Ravens and Thunderhawks, the aircraft they had used in the raid on the mine. With the fleet gone, these were now their only remaining air assets. Of course, they hadn't forgotten the weapons mounted on the orc vessels after stripping the armor. Though these weapons were equally bizarre and unreliable, their massive barrels were undeniably real. The weapons from the orc ships that the Tech Marines had verified as operational were removed, and using the chapter's few remaining vehicles mounted within the improvised strongpoints along the defensive line. The Tech Marines couldn't fathom why these weapons functioned flawlessly in orc hands, but became intermittent in their own. Nevertheless, for the Lamenters, short on guns and artillery, every additional cannon, even an orc one, offered a sliver more hope of holding the line. During the defense preparations, perhaps unable to bear watching their liberating angels toil ceaselessly, the miners from the pit, young and old men and women, came together and approached Brian. These miners were the survivors of this orc-held mine. Before their liberation by the Lamenters, they had been forced into the depths, laboring in grim darkness amidst corpse-strewn tunnels. Malnourished and exhausted, many could barely walk without supporting one another. The reason they sought out Brian was simple: the angels, showing mercy to the newly freed mortals, had refused to let them participate in the heavy labor of fortification. Though some of these mortals had strength enough to lift a weapon, Brian had no doubt that after a bout of hard labor, they wouldn't even be able to hold it. So the Lamenters kept the freed people away from the construction work. Now at the front of the crowd, an elderly-looking miner stepped forward, approaching Brian with humble yet fervent deference. Brian had some recollection of this man. His name was Zobayan. Despite his aged appearance, he was only 27 years old. During the Lamenters' assault on the orcs in this mine, Zobayan had been the first to seize a weapon, rallying the miners around him to fight alongside the Lamenters and rout the Greenskins. As Zobayan slowly approached, he began to kneel, but Brian quickly knelt himself, halting the gesture. Looking up with tearful eyes, Zobayan gazed at Brian and spoke with profound sincerity. "Angel, let us do our part. Even if we can't lift heavy things, there's so much we can do. We can't just stand by and watch you fight while we hide behind doing nothing." His words instantly struck a chord with the surrounding miners. Their voices were soft, even weak, but the weight of their earnest emotion was undeniable. Looking at their frail bodies, Brian had no doubt that if he allowed these people to help, a significant number of them would work themselves to death during the fortification efforts. Yet refusing these passionate souls might crush their newfound resolve to fight for their freedom. He looked at these people, weak, ragged, but with a fire burning in their eyes, a flame called freedom. Brian knew he couldn't refuse them. He couldn't extinguish the flame of their fight for liberty. Kneeling, he helped the frail yet respectful Zobayan to his feet. "Everyone, the front lines do need more hands, but they also need a stable rear. Here's what we'll do: those who are truly weak will assist in the shelters, tending to the wounded and organizing supplies. Those feeling a bit stronger can form logistics squads, ferrying supplies to the front. As for those who can hold a weapon, you can provide fire support from the rear defensive positions. Remember, your safety is just as important. Always prioritize protecting yourselves. That is the greatest support you can give us. We stand with you, and the God Emperor stands with us all." Hearing this, smiles broke out among the miners. They understood that Brian was trying his best to honor their wish to fight alongside the angels, while also keeping them safe. Zobayan, though in the prime of his years, yet withered in body, felt the gentle strength of the angel as he was helped up. Wiping the corner of his eye, he said, "Thank you, Angel. May the God Emperor bless us all. We will not let you down." Soon, under Zobayan's organization, the miners set to work. Some began sorting through the usable supplies salvaged from the orc ship wreckage, while others carried ammunition crates to designated spots. Their movements were slow, even clumsy, but everyone fought alongside the Lamenters in their own heartfelt way. The Lamenters in turn helped them as they worked. Brian watched this scene of mutual aid, a warmth swelling in his chest. These were the people they cherished. All the brothers of the Lamenters had already decided. Even if no evacuation ship ever arrived, they would protect these civilians until death. "For those we cherish, we die in glory." Soon the orc assault began. The orcs charging at the forefront were easily annihilated by the defensive line managed by the Lamenters. Though the Lamenters were not as proficient in fortification as the more renowned chapters, their defenses were not to be underestimated. Yet the orc charge did not falter with the fall of their vanguard. Stoked by the pain of stray fire and fury at the Lamenters, the Greenskins roared and surged forward, relentlessly bellowing, "Wayag! Wayag!" Soon after paying a considerable toll in casualties, the orcs finally closed to a distance where they could threaten the defenders in the trenches. Their firearms, no longer mere noisemakers, began to inflict real damage. Fortunately, even when they managed to hit the most unfortunate Lamenter, the orcs' marksmanship proved as abysmal as that of their kin. Brian even witnessed several bolts fired his way veer off inexplicably after a short normal flight, slamming into the earthen wall beside him. This prompted a heartfelt exclamation, "Praise the God Emperor." In retaliation, the bolt gun in his hand never ceased. In stark contrast to the orcs' poor aim, every shot fired by Brian and his Lamenter brothers was precise and lethal. They specifically targeted the more massive orcs in the advancing horde, those clad in crude shoddy armor. Against the storm of bolts, the protection of these brutes was as fragile as paper. The unarmored orcs, along with the mingled Gretchen and even beasts, were left to the miners positioned behind the Lamenters, a division of labor agreed upon by Brian and Zobian. This was because most of the miners wielded captured orc weaponry whose reliability was highly questionable, and many of these weapons only proved effective at close range. As the wave of unarmored orcs was deliberately allowed to close by the Lamenters, the miners unleashed a volley of sparse lost bolts and a torrent of crude orcish rounds upon them. However, even when targeting unarmored orcs, the damage inflicted by the miners' lost guns and orc weapons was paltry compared to the lethal precision of the Lamenters' bolt guns. The majority of lost bolts and slugs struck orcs who were practically devoid of protection, their bodies covered only by scraps of cloth barely serving as clothing. Though the miners' attacks could pierce the orcs' dense flesh, creating wounds sufficient to kill a man, that was only by human standards. These wounds did little to slow the orcs' charge. If anything, the miners' attacks seemed only to further stoke their fury. Even so, the sheer volume of fire from the 10,000 miners felled far more orcs than the Lamenters at the front. While the combination of lost guns and orc weapons wasn't always lethal to the unarmored greenskins, the sheer weight of fire did to some extent ease the pressure on the frontline Lamenters. Brian fired his weapon, his peripheral vision constantly monitoring the shooting miners. Seeing that these people, though on the battlefield, still had fire in their eyes brought him a measure of reassurance. The orc assault was not comprised solely of infantry. It was accompanied by a bizarre menagerie of two-wheeled, three-wheeled, four-wheeled, and even multi-wheeled vehicles along with orc aircraft. As time wore on, these vehicles began to appear on the battlefield. However, compared to the vast number of ground vehicles, the number of orc aircraft was minuscule. This was thanks to the Free Blade, named James Sykes, piloting the Night Sirius. With its formidable anti-air firepower, he had downed the vast majority of orc ground attack aircraft earlier, so now only a scant few dared approach. Soon, with the roar of engines, the Lamenters' Thunderhawks and Storm Ravens lifted off from a makeshift landing pad, swiftly destroying the handful of orc aircraft in the sky. They then used their mounted cannons and rocket pods to tear the ramshackle orc vehicles to shreds or blast them into fireballs. However, due to supply shortages, the Lamenters' air power did not press its advantage, but quickly returned to base after eliminating the threats to the line, conserving ammunition for the next strike. On the ground, despite the various attacks, the orc charge remained unbroken. Direct fire alone could no longer stem their tide, and the Lamenters at the front soon found themselves in brutal close combat with the Xenos. The miners on the higher ground behind them, no longer caring what type of orc they targeted, madly squeezed their triggers, unleashing every last round from their weapons in a desperate attempt to halt the greenskins' advance. Get back! Brian fired one-handed at the orcs trying to pour into the trench, while using his power sword in the other hand to parry a massive two-handed axe swing from a hulking, fully armored orc that had leaped into the trench while he was reloading. Feeling the immense force from his power sword that threatened to crush his arm, Brian gritted his teeth and shoved back violently, simultaneously bringing his bolt gun up to point-blank range at the gap in the hulking orc's helmet and pulling the trigger without hesitation. Boom! The bolt round instantly obliterated the battle-hungry head beneath the hulking orc's helmet. Brian seized the moment to kick the headless corpse out of the trench, the heavy body crashing outside and crushing two unarmored orcs trying to enter. But more orcs surged forward over their fallen comrades, many of them similar to the armored brute he had just killed. These orcs did not hesitate to cut down the smaller greenskins in front of them, seemingly merely because the little ones were in their way. Brian dared not imagine what would happen if so many armored orcs broke into the trench. His brothers nearby each had their own foes to contend with, the Lamenters, no matter how skilled, numbered only a mere 300. Just as Brian and his brothers fought desperately to keep the orcs out of the trench, though some still managed to slip, in a hulking figure, several meters tall, approached him from the other side of the trench, accompanied by a piercing synthetic hum and a thunderous tremor. It was Amadeus Kellenfels, the sole dreadnought of the Lamenters chapter. "Brother, I'm here to help." As he advanced, the assault cannon mounted on Kellenfels' right arm roared to life, blasting the orcs that had entered the trench along with their armor and weapons into smithereens. An armored orc brute leaped into the trench behind Kellenfels, firing its automatic weapon at him continuously while swinging a cleaver in an attempt to hack through the dreadnought's armor. But with a single turn, Kellenfels' left dreadnought power fist opened wide, grabbing the armored orc directly and crushing it into pulp. The crushed orc corpse oozed foul liquid, splattering across the ground and Kellenfels' armor, yet he paid it no heed. Kellenfels released his dreadnought power fist, trampling the pulped orc remains as he turned toward those attempting to scale the trench walls, his right side autocannon ceaselessly pouring shells into them. With Kellenfels' aid, Brian swiftly cleared the armored orcs that had nearly breached the trench. He lingered not, and after confirming the mortals behind him had suffered no significant losses, he immediately turned and resumed firing outward. Just as Brian picked off two of the special entities within the orc ranks, his peripheral vision caught sight of armored units once again emerging at the very rear of the charging horde. This time not only were the strangely shaped orc vehicles present, but also a staggering number of iron-ken-like orc walkers, though these machines moved far slower than the orc vehicles. Leading the entire armored vanguard was an orc truck several times larger than the surrounding vehicles, a veritable mobile fortress of steel. In the driver's seat of that colossal truck sat a massive orc, whose bulk rivaled even the Elder Kalenfel's dreadnought armor, bellowing an ear-splitting whack. The drivers of the other orc vehicles who answered its whack in kind were also universally bulkier and more imposing than the average orc. Since joining the Corinthian Crusade organized by Chapter Master Calgar of the Ultramarines, the Lamenters had engaged the orcs in dozens of battles. Though Brian had never personally slain an orc as colossal as the one piloting the fortress-like truck, he knew it to be a mega-armored warboss. The armor it wore boasted firepower and protection rivaling that of Kalenfel's dreadnought. He also understood that in orc society only tribal warlords and a select few of the most powerful knobs possessed the status and strength to equip such heavy warplate. The elite orcs manning the surrounding vehicles were undoubtedly this mega-armored warboss's bodyguard, each one a knob-class fighter in their own right. Realizing the magnitude of the threat bearing down on them, Brian immediately called for air support. If these orcs were allowed even to touch the defensive line, they could tear the entire position's defenses apart. Air support would take time to arrive. Until then, every Lamenter on the line would give their all. The few ground vehicles of the Lamenters led by the Predator tanks ceased their concealment, and alongside the in-placed orc artillery on the defenses unloaded their scarce ammunition without hesitation into the charging orc column. For a moment, torrents of lost fire and shells of various calibers erupted amidst the orc vehicles, immediately destroying several buggies and small trucks driven by knobs. Some orc vehicles had their tires blown out, yet they continued to lurch forward on shredded rims, throwing off blinding sparks against the ground. Clearly witnessing their comrades' vehicles being blown apart instilled no fear in the other orc drivers. Instead, they let out even more frenzied whack cries. They charged onward through the hail of fire. The mega-armored warboss's war fortress of a truck remained at the forefront, defensive shells exploding against its heavy armor. But as the flames cleared aside from a few dislodged external plates and some insignificant damage, the behemoth was virtually unscathed. Nor were the orcs mere passive targets. During their charge, the cannon's heavy caliber guns and even rockets mounted on their vehicles poured a relentless barrage into the trenches. The sheer volume of fire forced Brian, his brothers, and even the miners behind them to temporarily hunker down within the dugouts carved into the trench walls to weather the storm. Only Kalenfels made no move to dodge. Though his armor rang like a bell under the orc fusillade, his right arm autocannon hammered the leading orc mobile fortress, yet equally failed to inflict any meaningful damage. Seeing the elder fight on, the Lamenters ceased their evasion. They rose from cover, braving the storm of fire, and unleashed everything they had at the ever-closer orc vehicles. Finally, the iconic throaty roar of Storm Raven and Thunderhawk engines thundered overhead. Several yellow Storm Ravens and Thunderhawks adorned with the emblem of a bleeding heart screamed past Brian's position. They hurtled toward the crazed orc convoy a kilometer away. But before they could reach optimal firing positions for their rockets and missiles, waves of fire from the orc vehicles lashed out desperately, trying to swat them from the sky. Seeing this, the Storm Raven pilots immediately pulled up to evade the dense flak, while the Thunderhawk pilots, relying on their somewhat thicker armor, briefly weathered the assault. They returned fire with wing-mounted las cannons and hull-heavy bolters, seizing the moment to launch their payload of missiles. Unfortunately, the missiles didn't travel far before being detonated mid-air by the orcs' concentrated anti-air fire. The attack failed, and the gunships could absorb no more punishment. The Thunderhawk pilots also pulled up to evade. Seeing that neither ground bombardment nor air support had effectively slowed the mega-armored war boss, and his knob bodyguards charged now less than a kilometer from the trench line, Brian's heart sank. A kilometer was but a fleeting moment for these charging orc vehicles. He turned to look at the people behind him, their eyes still burning with the fire of battle weapons clenched as they stood shoulder to shoulder with him. Raising his sword high, he cried out to his brothers beside him, "For my brothers lament here." The response from his brothers came crashing down like a tidal wave. Beside him, Kalenfels echoed the same resolute battle cry through his grating synthesizer, "For my chapter lament here." All faced the roaring tide of orcs charging the trench. For those we hold dear, we die with honor. At that very moment, a strange, never-before-seen vehicle materialized above them in a flash of light. A familiar figure clad in blue armor, chewing on a cigar, dropped directly from a hatch beneath the vehicle, landing before them all. Ignoring the Lamenters around him, who were prepared to die, this figure walked alone towards the oncoming orc tide. He swayed as he walked, as if loosening his muscles, and a rough, untamed voice boomed out as he took his first steps. Time for the show to begin. The show is about to begin. Brian could almost still hear that frivolous yet oppressive voice echoing in his ears. He recognized the man before him as Tychus, the one the chapter master had personally introduced earlier. He should have been with the chapter master suppressing the other major orc landing zone to the southwest. Yet no reports had come in of an orc incursion there, which meant the chapter master and Tychus had done their job flawlessly. So why was Tychus here now, arriving at this defensive line aboard yet another bizarrely shaped aircraft, the likes of which Brian had never seen? Though Brian had no idea what had transpired at the southwestern landing zone, he knew with certainty that Tychus's current actions were no different from a death wish. They, including the elders and the chapter master, had all prepared to face death head-on. But what they sought was to trade their lives for a few more moments of holding the line, to protect the people behind them, to slow the enemy's advance with their sacrifice. Not to leap out of the trenches and charge the orcs like Tychus was doing. This not only failed to aid the defense, it would prematurely collapse the already precarious battle line. "What are you doing, Tychus?" Brian shouted anxiously, trying to stop him. But he could only shout. Even a moment spent trying to physically restrain Tychus would create a gap in the defensive firepower. Tychus, however, paid no heed to Brian's shouts. He continued his advance toward the orcs. No, not a charge. It was a leisurely, swaggering stroll directly into the green tide. He hadn't even lifted the absurdly oversized heavy weapon in his hands, one that rivaled the Elder's autocannon. It was as if the roaring orcs and their armored horde charging at him were nothing more than a swarm of noisy flies. And what's more, inexplicably, the frenziedly charging orcs completely ignored his presence, allowing Tychus to stroll through their midst as if taking a casual walk in the park. He was thinking, hesitating, wondering if he should break away and drag the seemingly mad Tychus back into the trench. In that instant of indecision, the deep blue figure representing Tychus was utterly swallowed by the surging green tide. Before Brian could even grieve for Tychus's death, the next second a sudden and drastic change occurred. At the very spot where Tychus had vanished, a blinding blue light erupted above the orc vehicle convoy. This was followed by an earth-shattering roar, and a ship far larger than any of the bizarrely shaped vessels seen before materialized instantaneously in the sky. Simultaneously, a figure plummeted from beneath the hull of this new vessel. No, not plummeted, it was slammed down. It crashed into the midst of the orc vehicles, creating a massive, massive was an understatement, a colossal behemoth. That's super. The impact of the colossal figure hitting the ground was so violent that the very earth trembled from its arrival. Worse, the surrounding orc vehicles were sent flying from the shockwave, forcibly bringing the WAEH to a screeching halt. Immediately following was a cloud of dust and debris that plunged the entire battlefield into momentary darkness. Within the haze, the colossal figure stood tall. As the smoke cleared, the colossal behemoth finally revealed its true form. A deep blue body 70 meters tall stood imposingly amidst the green tide. While its overall silhouette lacked the traditional cathedral-like structures common to Titans, its angular torso, thick and powerful mechanical joints, and the heavy weapon systems covering its entire frame left no doubt in Brian's mind. This was at the very least a being on the level of an Emperor-class Titan. This unidentified Emperor-class Titan's arms were literally massive cannons. Not only that, but its back was laden with several colossal cannons with calibers no less formidable than its arm-mounted main guns. As it stood to its full height, the entire battlefield seemed to hold its breath. The Colossus simply gazed down upon the ant-like enemies below. Then a familiar yet mischievously playful voice thundered across the battlefield. "The big guy is off the leash. What of the orcs' mobile fortress-like trucks?" Before this upright war machine, they were mere toy trucks. The deep blue giant mech had already crushed them upon landing. However, a small fragment of the front section remained. The orcs' super heavy boss had narrowly escaped death within that remnant. Brian watched as the orcs' super heavy boss, having narrowly escaped with his life, now furiously struck the unidentified Emperor-class Titan's foot armor with his weapon. In response, the unidentified Emperor-class Titan raised its foot and then slammed down heavily upon the Waoengi super heavy boss. After the colossal mechanical foot completely flattened the boss, a voice with the same playful tone emanated once more from the unidentified Emperor-class Titan. "Did I just squash some bug? Whatever, make way for the big guy, everyone." Brian instantly understood that Tychus was not dead. Moreover, this giant mech, or rather this unidentified model of Emperor-class Titan, was being piloted by none other than him. The emblem on the machine, a hooded skull with wings extending from both sides, also confirmed this was a Titan from Tychus's faction. But there were far too many inconsistencies here. Before Tychus's words even faded, the muzzles of the Emperor-class Titan's arm cannons began to glow. In an instant, immense beams of light erupted from the barrels, sweeping across the surviving orc vehicles. The orc bosses and their vehicles vanished without a trace within the blinding glare, leaving behind only a charred, smoking crater. Before the surviving orcs could even react, the multiple massive cannons on the Titan's back began to move, accompanied by the whirring hum of mechanical systems. One by one, the colossal guns rose to the Titan's shoulders, their muzzles aimed at the distant cam machines and armored orc clusters lagging far behind the main vehicle force. Then destruction descended. Boom, 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 boom. Fire and thunder tore the sky as dense shells rained down upon the battlefield, like a storm blasting the can machines, and entire swathes of orcs to pieces. Shrapnel mixed with flesh and blood flew through the air, flames carving out massive death pits across the green tide. The once mighty green tide of orcs was scattered with a single kick by Tychus's Emperor-class Titan. With Odin in hand, one can do whatever one pleases. The nuke isn't ready yet. The human empire calls that thing the Gujuji. If possible, it would be best to eliminate it, otherwise it might pose a threat to our evacuation ships. Upon hearing the sudden sound of Deborah Green's standard mission reward, promptly Lou froze. If he remembered correctly, the previous map, the one with the so-called Armageddon crisis, did not have a reward mission, yet this new map, the one for rescuing miners, actually did. So StarCraft 3's reward missions are map-specific. Grumbling aside, although Li Lu had already maxed out his prestige and reached level 15, with his commander, he had 0 additional mastery points. Not to mention that after level 15, there was no more leveling up, instead an experience bar was unlocked. So the reward missions had to be completed anyway. Grinding for mastery was nothing to be ashamed of. With that thought, Li Lu looked down at the map below, and sure enough, yellow dots representing reward missions appeared, but there was more than one. Li Lu stared at the 3 yellow dots on the map, representing reward missions, and froze again. Since when did reward missions spawn 3 at a time? Do they really? The Zerges Stone of the Temple. The 3 yellow dots on the map meant 3 Gujujis, and 2 of them were following a large red wave approaching his allies' defenses, while the third was a bit farther away. Aren't reward targets supposed to be non-aggressive? Did StarCraft 3 change the ancestral rules again? With doubts in mind, Li Lu held Tychus in place, then switched to the allies' defensive line to observe. The 2 approaching Gujujis had not yet entered the allies' line of sight, but even compared to the thick red wave before them, the allies' defenses seemed rather thin. This defense is a bit sparse. Can it hold? Does he have a panel ability? Thinking this, Li Lu considered just asking the ally directly. He switched back to his own view, but before he could speak, Foros spoke first. Tychus, you must have a way, right? After all, you can summon the help of the Freeblade. That Sirius class knight of yours must have a great magus of the machine god behind him, right? You came here to test weapons too, didn't you? Foros's tone was frantic with a hint of pleading in it. Li Lu couldn't help but admire his ally's ability to roleplay and imagine scenarios. Freeblade, a great magus of the machine god behind it. He held back a laugh, but from his ally's words it seemed the guy was about to crumble and needed his help. So weak. A single red wave, and he's beaten like this. With that thought, Li Li's evaluation of the allies' chosen hero, Foros, the chapter master of the Lamenters, dropped a few notches. He had noticed earlier that the ally had secretly built many flight vehicle docking bays behind the mine defenses. Apparently this hero's specialty was calling in Thunderhawks and Storm Ravens to bomb fixed locations. Having played the dog and bitch combo, he recognized it immediately as a copy of the attack fighter platform, except with more units, but significantly less firepower than the original. These Thunderhawks and Storm Ravens fired rockets, missiles, lasers, and heavy bolter rounds from low altitude, and also seemed to have transport capabilities, a pure Warhammer 40K version of the Soviet Hind helicopter. In addition, the heroes panel seemed to have synergy with the miner NPCs, able to boost morale and evolve miners into combat units, which was also a partial borrowing from Meng's design. But judging from Foros's current tone, Li Lu knew the guy was really about to collapse, and had no choice but to ask for help. This commander of the Lamenters is this weak in both troops and panel. Avoid this one, folks. Perhaps because he didn't get an immediate response from Li Lu, Foros remembered his mercenary identity. I'll give you anything. Tychus, contact that great magus of the machine god. The Sirius alone can't handle the orcs Gujuji, they're Titan-level beings. Snapped back to reality by the rant, Li Lu immediately slipped into character. I told you, as long as the price is right, there's nothing I can't do. And Chapter Master Foros, there are 3 Gujujis out there, not just 1, 3. Tychus, as long as you can deal with those Gujujis, I'll pay any price. Weapons, ships, even launch a crusade for you afterward. Li Lu rolled his eyes again. That last line was clearly an attempt to add him as a friend. Launch a crusade for him, indeed more like hitch a ride. But he didn't dislike the guy, and adding a friend to play together later was fine. Then launch a crusade for me when I need it. Deal. Foros's voice sounded like a drowning man grasping at straws. As long as you can eliminate those Gujujis and rescue these trapped people, I'll launch, not just 1 crusade, but 10. Quick, Tychus, contact the great magus of the machine god behind you. There's no time to waste. Li Lu was speechless. This guy really could fill in the blanks, but at least it saved him from explaining. Watch your back. Foros was so focused on his answer that he even stopped hacking at the orcs. Li Lu had no choice but to throw a grenade to clear the orcs surrounding him. I'll call a babysitter for you now. Stay right here, don't move. As for those Gujujis, I'll give them a proper welcome. Saying this, Li Lu noticed his ally's health bar was quite low. His mouse hovered between the rattlesnake and the medic, and he finally chose the medic as the third hero. He had a team, but he was lazy. The rattlesnake would require him to switch screens to drop healing totems for his ally, which was too troublesome. Just treat it as taking you on a baby bus. He used a transport ship to move the medic who had just walked out of the bar to Foros. Just as Li Lu was about to drop the Odin directly onto the battlefield, he was prompted that the Odin could only be summoned at Tychus's location. What should be changed isn't changed, but what shouldn't be changed is messed up. Rolling his eyes for the umpteenth time, Li Lu wasted a transport ship to move Tychus to the battlefield as well. Since I'm here, I might as well show off. Thinking this, Li Lu used the brief invisibility after disembarking from the transport ship to stride toward the orc horde. Time for the show to begin. As soon as he finished speaking, the invisibility faded. Just before being focused down, Li Lu summoned the Odin. Boom. As the Odin crashed down from the sky, Li Lu's game perspective shifted to what looked like a cockpit. Cool. He looked at the towering first-person view from inside the Odin and was awestruck. He had to admit it felt incredible, like he was actually sitting inside the Odin. The familiar WASD and shift-controlled movement, the mouse locked onto and attacked targets, and tab could switch targets. The Q key triggered barrage of giant cannons. Li Lu also studied the nuclear strike in time. This time the Odin could follow up barrage of giant cannons with a nuclear strike, but he had to fire the barrage before the nuclear strike was researched. After quickly adapting to the controls, Li Lu noticed that on the right side of the cockpit the Odin's health bar was displayed, and beside it was a blue shield bar. Right Minsk's Black Hammer has a barrier field. That thing provides 5 armor to nearby friendly units, which is essentially a shield. Since the Black Hammer has a shield, there's no way the Odin doesn't. It's probably just like a battlecruiser's shield, not visually shown. At that moment various attacks began to rain down on the Odin, but they didn't even tickle it. The Odin's shield barely decreased. No wait, the Odin lost 1 health point. Li Lu swiveled the view and saw that there were still orc survivors at the spot where the Odin had landed. A super heavy boss was pounding on the armor of the Odin's foot, while nearby orc vehicles started attacking him. He lifted his foot and crushed the orc boss beneath it. Gradually slipping into character, he said, "Did I just squash a bug? Whatever, everyone make way for the big guy." As he spoke, he locked onto the orc vehicles with the T-800 main cannon, pressed the trigger, and thick beams of light swept from both sides of the cockpit, instantly vaporizing the targeted orc vehicles. Damn, that feels good. But in that brief moment the nuclear strike was almost ready. If he didn't use the barrage of giant cannons now, he wouldn't be able to use it afterward. With no time to carefully select targets, Li Lu pressed Q toward the densest wave of orcs on the screen. Hearing the smooth mechanical sound of the giant cannons rising to the Odin's shoulders, followed by boom, 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 boom. Fire and thunder tore through the sky as dense shells rained down like a storm, covering the battlefield and blowing the orc units to pieces, clearing out patch after patch of open ground. Overwhelmed by the impact of the scene, Li Lu couldn't help but say the words Tychus often said when piloting the Odin, with the Odin in hand. "I can do whatever I want." In an instant the red wave was vaporized and 3 towering figures appeared on the screen. The Odin displayed the enemy's information: 2 Gujujis over 30 meters tall and 1 great Gujuji 60 meters tall. Redhead, drawn by the thunderous cannon fire, gazed upon the awe-inspiring savage war machine before him. The shrimp mech was truly a sight to behold, and he let out a guttural cry of admiration. The mech's rear cannons swept across the ironclads and speeding orcs that had preceded him. Witnessing such a formidable existence, Redhead immediately began to scheme. If he could destroy it and study the wreckage, he could build such a colossal war machine and become a true big mech. Earlier upon landing, the mech boys had rushed to pay respects to Dirty Head the big mech and gaze upon his Mork's Gargant. Some boys, unable to contain their curiosity, had snuck inside Dirty Head's creation and were dragged out and executed. Redhead, however, had only studied the exterior details from afar and designed his own Red Mork. Though it was half the size of Mork's Gargant, Redhead was confident that if he could just get a look inside, he could build one too. Now before him stood a shrimp mech even taller than Mork's Gargant. How could he not be excited? As he pondered, a blinding flash erupted. A brilliant light blazed from the cannon-like muzzles on the mech's arms. The projectile struck his Red Mork dead on. Just before impact, a shimmering emerald energy field enveloped the Red Mork, deflecting the blast. The shield's power was completely exhausted in the process. Ha ha ha, Redhead, you almost got blown to bits back there. The mockery came from Blackhead, the mech boy piloting the Black Mork beside him. They had been rivals ever since they both studied Dirty Head's Mork's Gargant. If your pathetic force field hadn't flickered on. But that big fella's got some serious firepower. A lot louder than ours. Indeed, as Blackhead said, the Red Mork and Black Mork were not only shorter by half, but their firepower was significantly inferior. As Redhead conversed with Blackhead, he saw the giant mech fire another beam. This time it targeted Blackhead's Black Mork. A similar energy field flickered, absorbing the hit. "Now you've been hit too, you get," Redhead shot back. After the retort, he turned serious. "Blackhead, that shrimp mech is big and brutal. But right now it's a big problem. Let's team up and take it down, then we split the salvage." "Split it? I want the top half." Redhead wasn't foolish. The shrimp mech's attack had shattered his high-grade defensive field in one shot, so he knew its power well. But with Dirty Head and his Mork's Gargant blocking the retreat, fleeing wasn't an option. He had to work with Blackhead to destroy the shrimp mech. Redhead planned to agree for now. If they won, whether he'd actually give Blackhead anything, and which half was a problem for later. Fine. Let's blast it to scrap. Whack. The Black Mork and Red Mork surged forward, their super rockets and super shootas unleashing a furious barrage aimed at the giant mech's legs. As they advanced, the belly cannons on both war machines thundered, hurling massive shells at their colossal foe. However, both the rocket's bullets and cannon shells were stopped by a shimmering shield just before hitting the shrimp mech, exploding harmlessly at a distance. The shrimp has a shield. We have to get in close and chop it up. Redhead raised the Red Mork's arm-mounted giant chainsword and charged forward with surprising speed for a machine over 30 meters tall. Blackhead also piloted the Black Mork forward, raising its massive claw. It was slightly slower than the Red Mork, but still swift. But the shrimp mech wasn't idle. The weapons mounted on its massive flanks began to glow once more. Knowing he was in the crosshairs, Redhead yanked the controls the moment the light bloomed. The Red Mork pivoted on one leg, narrowly dodging the main brunt of the blast. Still, the attack grazed the Red Mork's left flank, blasting a massive hole in its armor and killing countless grots and boys inside. Whack! Redhead howled as he saw the wreckage and heard the screams of his crew, not out of grief for his fallen boys, but because his pride and joy. The Red Mork had been damaged. The Red Mork's engines roared even louder. Despite the collapsed left side, its charge didn't falter. It rushed straight at the shrimp mech, chainsword swinging as it closed the distance. Crash! Before the Red Mork could land a blow, the shrimp mech stepped forward and met the charge head-on, sending the Red Mork flying backwards, nearly torn apart by the impact. As the Red Mork tumbled through the air, another volley of attacks came, even quicker than the ones that had drained their shields earlier. Unable to dodge while off balance, the Red Mork was struck directly and disintegrated in a massive explosion. Throughout this, Blackhead hadn't moved the Black Mork closer. He had feigned in advance, then used gravity rays to hurl nearby orcs boulders and his own firepower at the enemy from a distance, all of which were intercepted by the shield. Seeing Redhead and his Red Mork obliterated, Blackhead turned the Black Mork around with surprising agility and speed, fleeing back the way they came. He was confident he could hold his own against Dirty Head and his Mork's Gargant, but against that shrimp mech, no chance. He had seen exactly how Redhead died. Suddenly, he noticed the shrimp mech's cannons glowing again, targeting him. Thanks to a warning from his crew, Blackhead sidestepped the Black Mork just as the attack was fired. The beam grazed the Black Mork's right arm, completely vaporizing the limb and shoulder. Before he could adjust, another attack hit, and Blackhead and his machine were utterly destroyed. Despite the lingering doubts, the undeniable truth was that Tychus, piloting an Emperor-class Titan, had annihilated the entire convoy of the super-heavy orc war boss and his elite bodyguards within mere breaths. With Odin in hand, I can do whatever I want. Hearing Tychus's smug voice emanating from the Emperor-class Titan, Brian finally learned its name, Odin. The orcs who had been charging forward with their raucous war cries now sensed that Odin was an insurmountable foe. Their advance halted, they scattered and fled in all directions. After the initial shock subsided, the lamenters in the trench defenses and the miners behind the lines erupted in cheers from the depths of their throats, a mix of awe and elation. Unlike the miners, Brian's fellow lamenters remained more restrained, offering continuous praise to Sanguinius and the Emperor. Their respite was short-lived. Two colossal steel silhouettes, patchwork with armor plates and towering dozens of meters high, emerged on the horizon before Odin. The lamenters recognized them as the orc war machines capable of challenging titans, Stompas. One was a chainsaw Stompa, the other a claw Stompa. By the Emperor. At that moment, the lamenters in the trenches, the miners, and even the fleeing orcs all fixed their gaze upon the three war machines. Boom! Odin's arm-mounted megacannons fired in unison. A blinding flash tore through the air toward the leading chainsaw Stompa. However, Odin's attack was nullified as a pale green energy shield flickered to life around the chainsaw Stompa, absorbing the impact and erupting into a colossal fireball. Boom! Odin's cannons thundered once more, this time targeting the claw Stompa. Yet the claw Stompa possessed a shield like its counterpart, and the blast merely blossomed into another massive fireball before it. In retaliation, the two orc Stompas began unleashing every weapon they could fire upon Odin. Rockets the size of Predator tanks, red shells streamed from arm-mounted guns, and a chaotic assortment of debris fired from the massive cannons on their chests. Even the remaining orc vehicles and massive boulders on the ground were lifted by energy beams extending from the Stompas and hurled towards Odin. Clang, crash, bang, boom, zap, whoosh, bang. Watching the barrage from the two Stompas, Brian couldn't help but worry for Odin. But he quickly realized his concern was unfounded. This dense firepower, enough to obliterate the lamenters' defensive line, time and again was entirely intercepted by Odin's void shields. Seeing they couldn't breach Odin's shields, the two Stompas began to charge, their 30-meter-tall frames moving with surprising fluidity, firing continuously while closing the distance at tremendous speed. Yet the red chainsaw Stompa was noticeably faster than the claw Stompa. Boom! Odin retaliated with a straightforward, unadorned, twin-linked main cannon blast from its arms. As if anticipating the lock-on, the leading chainsaw stompa, in the instant Odin's cannon's flash performed an almost comical dodge. Balancing on one leg, its massive frame spun in a full circle to evade the twin-linked blast. Despite the stompa's swift reaction, Odin's blast still grazed its flank, obliterating the structure of its left abdomen. Shredded metal and green gore sprayed out. Yet the chainsaw stompa's charge didn't falter. It surged forward, closing to within dozens of meters of Odin, its chainsaw arm raised high, poised to strike. But Odin's reaction defied everyone's expectations, including Brian's. Instead of retreating, it surged forward, its immense frame brutally slamming into the still charging 30-meter-tall stompa, sending it flying. Immediately, the glow of Odin's arm cannons flared again. Boom. The orc stompa's shield did not activate. Odin's initial strike had overloaded it, which is why the stompa had been forced to charge into melee range. With its shield down, Odin's cannon fire struck the chainsaw stompa's main structure, directly obliterating it in a violent explosion that scattered debris across the sky. The claw stompa, which had been providing ranged support from behind, sensed the danger and turned to flee. Its escape speed surpassed that of the chainsaw stompa, revealing it had been holding back its full capabilities. Seeing the target flee, Odin did not halt its advance. Its heavy steps shook the ground as it raised its arm cannons slightly. Boom. Another thunderous report. To Brian's surprise, the claw stompa, with its back to Odin, executed an incredibly agile sidestep, avoiding the critical hit. It lost half its body structure, but remained operational. Boom. Almost without pause, Odin's cannons roared again. The claw stompa exploded entirely. Only then did Brian realize that Odin hadn't fired its cannons in unison against the claw stompa. It had first fired its left cannon to bait the dodge, then seized the moment to fire the right cannon, destroying it. All combatants on the battlefield watched Odin, its figure more imposing than a mountain standing amidst the ravaged land. From the stompa's appearance to their destruction, less than a minute had passed. Bang, 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 bang. A sudden burst of gunfire erupted beside Brian. He spun around to see the Elder Kalon Fears seizing the moment to mow down the stupefied orcs. Yet the Elder's autocannon, which had previously sounded so formidable, now seemed less powerful after witnessing Odin's devastating cannon fire and bombardment. But the sound also re-energized the quiet battlefield. Without waiting to celebrate Odin's victory, the Lamenters joined the purge of the dazed orcs. The orcs who had fled after seeing Odin destroy the Warbus's convoy, and then frozen while watching the Stompas engage Odin, were caught completely off guard by the Lamenters' assault. Even as they regained their senses, their will to fight was broken. They had no desire to engage the humans. The miners also snapped out of it and joined the countercharge led by the Lamenters. The Thunderhawks and Storm Ravens, previously driven off by anti-air fire, reappeared to bomb the heavily armored orc targets. Just as everyone was routing the enemy, a salvo like thunder reminiscent of naval broadsides erupted from the distance. Clang! Boom! 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 Is Odin firing to help us clear the orcs? Brian thought, looking up while continuing the rout. Countless missiles and shells flew from behind the fleeing orc horde, slamming into Odin's shields. The explosions nearly engulfed Odin's entire form, several times more ferocious than the combined firepower of the previous two stompas. The instant the explosions enveloped Odin, a colossal fortress-like behemoth bristling with various orc-styled weapons and comparable in size to Odin appeared on the distant horizon. It was an even larger stompa. Boom! Odin retaliated with its signature unadorned twin-arm main cannon barrage, yet judging by the explosion's distance from the enemies formed, the newly emerged orc Gargant's shield had absorbed the impact. The shield merely flickered briefly under Odin's main cannon strike before stabilizing once more, proving this new Gargant, twice the size of its predecessors, was significantly more formidable. Boom! Odin fired again. Though the new orc Gargant's shoulder, waist, and upper chest weapons never ceased firing, this sporadic gunfire was utterly insignificant against the thunderous roar of Odin's main cannons. Its chest-mounted heavy artillery batteries and the similarly arranged belly cannon were clearly still completing their loading cycles, leaving the orc Gargant a one-sided recipient of Odin's relentless pounding while awaiting its primary weapons. Boom! Once again it was Odin firing. Despite its twin-arm main cannons being larger in caliber than the orc's artillery, Odin's rate of fire was astonishingly faster. Moreover, Odin's attacks were far more precise. Under the relentless bombardment, the pale green energy shield flickered with increasing frequency, its glow dimming with each hit. Finally, after enduring several volleys, the orc Gargant's artillery finished loading. The colossal machine's chest and belly cannons recoiled sharply before unleashing a thunderous KRAKOM that echoed across the battlefield. KRAKOM. Boom, 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 boom. A barrage of shells no less ferocious than the first salvo rained down upon Odin. Odin's once sturdy shield shattered under the relentless volley. The subsequent impact struck the hull directly, and a continuous chain of explosions engulfed Odin's massive frame in fire. Wow! The orcs who had been fleeing before Brian erupted into frenzied roars upon witnessing Odin's shield fall, as if they themselves were responsible for the breach. After precisely executing the loudest orcs with his bolter, Brian looked up at the colossal machine shrouded in explosions. A grim thought crossing his mind. Could it be? Has Odin fallen? As if refuting Brian's dread, a familiar boom rang out. Odin's twin-arm main cannons blasted through the fire and smoke, striking the distant Gargant dead on. Through the dissipating fire, Brian could see Odin's armor was marred with vicious scars, sparks erupting from multiple structural joints, yet the steel titan stood resolute, showing no sign of falling. The orc Gargant, now stripped of its shield, saw its pale green barrier flicker and vanish entirely under Odin's devastating main cannon salvo. Now both were duelists trading blows at close quarters. Unwilling to suffer another exchange of fire, the orc Gargant charged towards Odin. Brian couldn't fathom how the orc Gargant's bloated frame and stubby mechanical legs could move so swiftly. Whether it was the 30-meter class or one matching Odin's size, they all possessed incredible speed. And this time, if the enemy closed the distance, the orc Gargant's monstrous chainsword, size to match Odin, could inflict catastrophic damage. Boom! Odin's main cannons continued their roar, each salvo finding its mark on the shieldless orc Gargant, blasting massive holes in its thick armor. But Brian noticed countless tiny green specks swarming within those blasted gaps, visibly mending the torn metal, and in some cases entirely new turrets would sprout from the repaired sections. Seeing this, Odin, for reasons unknown, also began taking great strides forward, actively charging to meet the oncoming orc Gargant. Though both titans exchanged fire while rapidly closing the distance, Odin's weapon systems were clearly a cut above its twin-arm main cannons, never missing their mark. Even so, the orc Gargant's self-repair capability allowed it to endure Odin's bombardment and close the distance. Crash! The two titans collided in an instant. Screech! A piercing shriek of tearing metal drowned out all other sounds of battle. The orc Gargant's massive chainsword cleaved Odin's left arm clean off the severed limb, crashing down like an avalanche, crushing countless orcs too slow to escape. Simultaneously, Odin's right arm slammed into the orc Gargant's abdomen. Boom! The point-blank blast tore straight through the orc's armor, erupting violently out its back. A violent explosion wreathed in fire, and countless metal shards sent orcs and Gretchens flying. The super-heavy Gargant's chest and belly turrets fell silent, though the weapons on its arms and head remained operational. Just as the orc raised its chainsword again, its other arm still firing, and the head cannon began spewing a thick laser beam towards Odin. A voice crackled from Odin's cockpit. Finally. Ready? The voice deepened. A man should do what a man's gotta do. Brian thought he might have misheard, but the voice continued. Destruction descends. As the words faded, Odin's back structure burst open, and a colossal rocket trailing a brilliant orange exhaust pierced the smoke-filled sky, soaring upwards to an unknown destination. At that moment, the orc Gargant's head laser struck Odin's remaining intact right arm. A storm of energy enveloped it, and the limb exploded into pieces. But all eyes were not on the orc Gargant's attack, but on the rocket screaming down from the heavens towards the two titans. Boom! An indescribable thunderclap swallowed all other sound. A mushroom cloud rose from where the two giants stood, and a shockwave blasted outwards from the epicenter. Thanks to Odin's proactive retreat from the mine line, and its charge towards the orc Gargant, which had significantly widened the gap, combined with the natural barrier of the undulating terrain, Brian, his mourners, and the mortal miners were spared the worst of the blast. As the light and dust faded, Brian abandoned his pursuit of the fleeing orcs and rushed towards Odin's last position. As he entered the blast zone, his armor's sensors immediately registered widespread nuclear radiation. A nuke. Finally, he reached a vantage point where he could see Odin's entire form. The giant now stood armless, its body covered in scorch marks and molten slag, yet the shattered frame remained firmly planted upon the charred earth, with rivulets of orange magma flowing around its feet. Hell, Tychus wins again. With that familiar carefree tone, Odin's battered frame lowered itself. As it neared the ground, a hatch on its torso opened, and a familiar figure in blue armor leaped out. The angel of heaven, Tychus, at your service. As he spoke, a sapphire flash appeared in the sky. The massive dropship that had deployed Odin returned, swooping down to magnetically secure the prone Odin and its severed arms to its underbelly, then rocketed skyward and vanished in another flash of blue. The entire process took only a few seconds, just as swift as Odin's initial deployment. I'll call for a medic for you right away. Stay right here, and as for those orc warbosses, I'll give them a proper welcome. As Tychus's words faded, the familiar flash of light appeared once more, but this time an unfamiliar aircraft materialized, resembling some kind of dropship. The dropship deposited a figure clad in white power armor similar to Tychus's own beside him before vanishing in the same flash of light it had arrived with. As the figure drew closer, Foros could discern a skull emblem adorned with a winged hood emblazoned on the chest plate, identical to the insignia worn by Tychus, and even the Sirius Knight. Clearly they were allies. From the exposed facial features, Foros could tell that the person wearing this suit of armor, complete with mechanical appendages and a massive shield mounted on its back, was a woman. As she approached, she raised her arm, aiming at him, and spoke. Dr. Sister is here. As the words left her mouth, a peculiar green beam of light began to emit from her arm, shooting towards Foros. Feeling a strange warm sensation as the beam enveloped him, Foros watched in astonishment as the wounds inflicted by the orc began to close at a visible rate, and his physical condition continuously recovered. Recalling her words, "Dr. Sister," and the green beam that was mending his body, Foros couldn't help but think of the sisters of the medical conclave within the Empire. Yet the powered armor she wore and this miraculous green healing beam were utterly incongruent with the image of a medical sister he had in mind. Soon his body was restored to its peak condition, and the woman ceased her beam. Without hesitation, Foros displayed the courtesy befitting a chapter master, "Thank you." However, the woman offered no response to his gratitude, remaining utterly indifferent. At that very moment the sky flashed again. Tychus was drawn up by a beam of light from the same transport which had reappeared and vanished along with the flash. Foros was bewildered. It was the exact same transport as before. He couldn't fathom why Tychus hadn't simply boarded the aircraft when it first arrived to drop off the woman in white armor, but instead waited for it to disappear before summoning it again for his own departure. But there was no time for Foros to ponder. The orcs that Tychus had been suppressing were hardly going to halt their assault because of these interruptions. As if to compound the chaos, a new orc assault craft came crashing down directly onto the landing zone that Foros and Tychus had already thrown into complete disarray. Whack! An exceptionally massive orc warbus wielding a massive firearm in one hand and a battle axe with a spinning circular saw in the other led a fresh wave of orcs surging from the wrecked craft, charging straight for Foros. Foros, restored to his peak, roared and met the charge head-on. After a ferocious melee shing, Foros cleaved the orc warbus's head from its shoulders, his surroundings littered with the corpses of fallen greenskins. Boom! At that moment, a deep, muffled explosion echoed from the distant horizon. Foros looked up, turning his gaze towards the source of the sound. There on the far horizon, a colossal mushroom cloud was slowly rising, smoke and fire intertwining, painting half the sky crimson. Along with the sight of the mushroom cloud, the voice of Deborah Green crackled in his ear. "The war bosses are finished." What a satisfying sight. Just as Foros assumed Deborah Green's transmission would end, she continued, "The evacuation fleet has arrived in the Slaughterhouse 3 system. But you need to clear a landing zone first, commanders. Move it." Brian watched as Tychus leapt from the Odin which had just been beamed away by the transport ship. He wore his usual nonchalant expression. "Tychus." Brian attempted to call out to him to express his gratitude, but Tychus ignored his presence entirely, striding purposefully towards the mine with his massive firearm in hand. Tychus's actions could only mean he had something important to do. Thinking this, Brian quickened his pace to follow. Tychus passed by the Lamenters, still hunting down the remaining orcs. Brian caught up, rallying these battle brothers as he went. Tychus ran past civilians who were cheering and scavenging weapons from fallen orcs. Brian and the Lamenters followed, ordering the civilians back to the defensive line to maintain order. Finally, Tychus sprinted past the defensive line, heading straight for the open area the Lamenters used to park their Thunderhawks and Storm Ravens. This open ground had originally been a massive landing field built by the orcs when they controlled the mine. After the Lamenters' surprise assault eliminated the orcs within, they had repurposed it as a platform for the chapter's aircraft. However, given the Lamenters' chapter's limited number of vehicles, a significant portion of the orc landing field remained in its original state from when the orcs controlled it. The armor plates previously used to construct the defensive line had also been salvaged from the orc ships parked here. Now, besides the Thunderhawks and Storm Ravens that had returned from the battlefield for repairs and resupply, the perimeter of the landing field was still cluttered with the wreckage of orc spacecraft torn apart and left to rust. Upon arriving, Tychus immediately raised his weapon and unleashed a torrent of fire upon the orc shipwrecks, punctuating the barrage with grenades that brought down the already unstable hulks. "What's going on, Tychus?" This time Tychus responded to Brian's query. "Start demolishing. Clear some open ground." Brian finally understood. Tychus's haste was to clear a sufficiently large landing area for the impending evacuation ships. "The evacuation ships are coming. Third Company, organize the civilians for evacuation. The rest of you start clearing the field. We need a clear landing zone." Though the Lamenters were weary from the continuous battles, the news that the evacuation ships were imminent and the need for a landing zone ignited a fresh surge of determination. Every brother exerted themselves with renewed vigor, striving to clear the area. Their method, however, differed starkly from Tychus's unique approach of obliterating every piece of wreckage with his seemingly inexhaustible heavy bolter. The Lamenters instead used cutting tools to disassemble the orc wrecks, then employed the chapter's few ground vehicles, as well as Thunderhawks and Storm Ravens, to haul the debris away. Even the elder Kalon Fears joined the clearing efforts. With a reach and grab of his dreadnought power fist, he could hurl aside massive chunks of wreckage, saving a tremendous amount of time. Soon the able-bodied civilians who had been ordered back to the defensive line by Brian heard the news of the approaching evacuation ships. They spontaneously organized themselves and returned, bringing mining tools from their time as orc slaves to assist in the clearing. After gently persuading those who were physically unfit to step back, the Lamenters allowed the rest to join the effort. The former orc landing field quickly became a hive of activity. Looking across the field, Tychus remained the most industrious of them all. His heavy bolter turned orc ship wreckage to dust wherever it swept. For anything that resisted a well-placed grenade would soon shatter it. Through the combined efforts of everyone, the once chaotic orc landing field was transformed into a landing zone spacious enough to accommodate the large evacuation ships. As Tychus ceased fire, the last large piece of wreckage on the field disintegrated into powder, signaling the complete clearance of the landing zone. After clearing the final obstacle within the landing zone, a familiar green marker materialized on the ground. Leela glanced at Foros, who had just returned to the defensive line with the medics, rolled his eyes, and positioned the medics in a spot that would maintain Tychus's lone wolf buff. He then called out to Foros. "Come here, stand right there." Hearing Lili's call, Foros obediently walked over. And so the two of them stood together within the landing zone, watching as the progress bar slowly filled to completion. "Ships are landing, Commander. Listen closely, you must hold off the orcs until the ships are airborne." Foros heard Deborah Green's transmission about the evacuation ships and rushed back immediately. Brian, upon his return, quickly briefed him on everything that had transpired in his absence, including, but not limited to, Tychus piloting an Emperor-class Titan named Odin to annihilate an orc army with 3 war bosses in mere minutes, the nuclear strike Odin being beamed away within seconds, and Tychus informing them of the evacuation ships. Foros listened utterly astounded. All these events pointed to the immense power of the Archmagos backing Tychus. "Come here, stand right there." Upon returning to the mine, Tychus brusquely called him over. As Tychus spoke, the silent woman in white armor who had been following him and providing so much assistance said, "Leave it to me." She then headed towards where the lamenters and miners were tending to the wounded, presumably sent by Tychus to provide healing. Hearing Tychus call him, Foros wasted no words and walked over. But contrary to his expectation of Tychus's endless chatter, Tychus fell silent after calling him over, simply standing with him as if waiting for something. Finally, a voice broke the silence. It was Deborah Green. "Ships are landing, Commander. Listen closely, after all personnel are aboard, you must hold off the orcs until the ships are airborne." As her words faded, accompanied by the familiar flash, 3 massive grayish-white ships materialized in the sky above the open area. They dwarfed any vessel seen before, blotting out the sky. The lead ships, 4 building-sized thrusters spewing orange-yellow flames, rotated to point downwards. The powerful downdraft kicked up dust and debris, creating a storm that made it nearly impossible for the lamenters and civilians standing around the landing zone to stay on their feet. Visibly, the ships began to descend. Armored panels on their underbellies automatically opened, revealing massive landing gears. Thud, thud, thud. Despite their colossal size, the 3 ships landed with surprisingly little noise. The anticipated earth-shaking impact never came. After landing, the bow and side hatches of all 3 ships opened, deploying immense boarding ramps. Foros hurried up the ramp of the lead ship. A brief inspection revealed that aside from the engines at the rear and the cockpit on top, the entire vessel was dedicated to cargo and passenger space. Furthermore, he discovered these evacuation ships were not the kind of brutal transports that treated people like cattle, cramming them into empty holds. They were equipped with full living amenities. All things considered, the 3 ships were more than sufficient to evacuate everyone without the risk of unnecessary casualties from overcrowding or squalid conditions. Satisfied, Foros's anxieties finally eased. He turned to Brian and shouted, "Get the civilians on board in the designated batches. Move it, hurry up." The order was relayed. The civilians, already organized by the 3rd Company, began boarding the 3 ships in an orderly fashion. Each batch was led by a lamenter's appointed leader to ensure order was maintained throughout the boarding process, and even after the ships took off. The weary people helped each other up the ramps, praising the Emperor and the throne as they boarded, but most of all they praised the lamenters, these angels. Foros's gaze swept over each civilian boarding the ship, seeing their faces etched with exhaustion, yet glimmering with hope. A complex wave of emotions washed over him. At that moment, a lamenter reported to him, "My lord, the orcs are coming again." As the evacuation commenced, the uneliminated orc landing points on the map began dispatching wave after wave of red dots toward the extraction vessel. The red dots are multiplying. Sirius won't hold out. There was no alternative. Even the lone wolf Sirius roaming the outer perimeter would meet only death if surrounded. A transport craft ferried Sirius to the mine trench line, where he positioned Tychus and the medic in suitable spots. Lilu first surveyed the dense, heterogeneous, and nearly ceaseless waves of orcs charging toward the landing point, then turned his gaze to the 4th hero, slot now open. He cast a final glance at the slow progress bar of the extraction point without hesitation. "Come forth, Blaze." Leaving a few brothers to guard the landing zone, Foros led the Weepers, whose morale had never been higher, back to the front line. 3rd Company, previously tasked with organizing civilian evacuations, had already performed rudimentary repairs on the defensive line. By the time Foros returned to the position and hastily set up the defenses, the vanguard of the orcs had only just appeared on the distant horizon. This time the leaders were neither a convoy of elite orc vehicles nor a new colossal orc war machine, but merely a mass of infantry, even more chaotic than ordinary orc foot soldiers, along with scattered ground vehicles. These enemies were equipped with a motley assortment of gear. Many orcs carried not weapons, but crude tools, all the while bellowing "Wayawag" as they surged toward the defensive line. Every sign indicated this was nothing more than a hastily assembled rabble. Of course, the vanguard being a rabble did not mean there were no stronger orcs. Intelligence brought back by brothers piloting Thunderhawk recon craft indicated that behind this ragtag spearhead more orcs were advancing, among them larger, more elite individuals, as well as additional ground and aerial vehicles. Foros immediately grasped the intent of the commanding orc. The orcs were not stupid. They likely deployed this way because the orcs who had fled earlier brought news of Odin. The enemy had forcibly organized those orcs who no longer wished to fight. Those who had witnessed Odin instantly destroy 3 colossal war machines, which held special significance in their culture, and an entire vehicle convoy before leaving into the first wave. The commander and the remaining powerful orcs positioned themselves behind the vanguard, ready to turn and flee if the vanguard was indeed annihilated by the so-called Odin. If Odin did not appear, these deserters could be used to wear down the defenders, a cost easily borne. Orc trickery, Foros remarked, though without any hint of contempt. The enemy's formation indeed struck a nerve. Tychus's Odin had indeed destroyed the 3 colossal war machines as promised, but was then in such poor condition that it could not re-engage and had been evacuated. Moreover, from the description Brian gave of its appearance, Odin was almost completely wrecked. Even the mysterious and immensely powerful archmagos of the Mechanicus behind Tychus would need at least decades to repair this Emperor-class Titan. Thus Foros could not crush this vanguard of countless deserters with thunderous force. Nevertheless, before the evacuation was complete, he would not allow a single enemy to cross the defensive line. To be safe, Foros swiftly scanned the defensive line once more. Though the makeshift fortifications were crude, the key firing points had been re-established, ground vehicles repositioned at critical nodes, and aerial strikes were ready. But when he looked behind him, he saw squads of mortals entering the positions, weapons in hand. "What are you doing? Weren't you supposed to evacuate?" A stooped elder named Zobayan straightened his spine upon hearing this. "Rest assured, Angel. The boarding is still in progress. We have volunteered to stay and buy time. If possible, we will also board the final extraction vessel along with you." Before Foros could respond, a transport craft bearing Tychus appeared on the left flank of the battlefield, dropping a familiar figure, Sirius. Not only that, but Tychus himself descended with the transport on the right flank, and the taciturn woman in white armor also appeared within the trenches. The matter was not yet concluded. From the path the civilians had voluntarily cleared emerged an orange-red figure of immense stature, one never seen before. That figure was clad in thick orange-red armor, standing 3 meters tall, half a head taller than Foros himself. As he passed Foros, the orange eyes on his helmeted face glanced briefly at him. "Blaze, let's get to work." With that brief metallic grinding voice, he strode directly toward the largest cluster of orcs in the center. The moment Blaze made contact with the vanguard of the orcs, a storm of attacks rained down upon his seemingly impenetrable armor, and the surging tide of green bodies quickly swallowed him from sight. Though this orc vanguard was a rabble of remnants from a previous rout, they were still true orcs, fierce, bloodthirsty, and overwhelming in number. Foros noticed that Blaze made no attempt to counterattack, neither raising his arms to block, nor trying to break out. He simply walked straight into the depths of the orc horde, allowing himself to be surrounded layer by layer without resistance. Foros's heart sank as a foreboding sense enveloped him. What happened? Before he could finish, the silent white-armored woman in the trench let out a cry of agonized grief faster than he could react. "No. Blaze. No." Her despairing panic scream made Foros realize instantly that Blaze must be in trouble. Otherwise, as a buddy of Tychus, he would never have been engulfed by the orcs without a fight. The pieces fell into place, and Blaze's highly irrational behavior before being swallowed by the orcs finally made sense. Foros hesitated no longer. He turned and vaulted over the trench. "All men follow me. Rescue Blaze." At his command, the mourners behind him leaped out in pursuit. It was at that moment that a sudden change occurred in the center of the battlefield. At the very spot where Blaze had been completely engulfed, a blindingly brilliant orange-red light flared up. First a tiny, seemingly feeble spark, then in the next instant it erupted like a volcano, its radiance piercing through the orc encirclement. Boom! An unmatched scorching wave of heat accompanied by a thunderous roar radiated outward in a ring from the orange-red core. Where the heat wave passed, the orcs that had surrounded Blaze screamed in agony and turned into fleeing torches of beast form, their green skin blackening and curling in the flames. The first to become torches ran only a few steps before exploding with a deafening blast, sending flesh and metal fragments flying everywhere. Even as they hurtled through the air, these fragments burned fiercely like a deadly rain of fire. The orcs, lucky enough to avoid direct contact, tried frantically to escape the spreading inferno, but the flying fire rain moved faster than they could run. The moment the burning flying debris touched them, these orcs were instantly engulfed in flames, becoming new torches, their despairing wails rising and falling. A considerable number of orcs were turned into new torches the instant they were touched by the burning flying fragments. One became 10, 10 became 100. The flames had no life, but the torches of beast form did. In their panicked flight and explosions within the blink of an eye, the once surging green tide was transformed into a churning sea of fire. The torches of beast form let out the most agonized screams in the blaze, desperately trying to extinguish the flames, rolling, trampling, even tearing at each other, all to no avail. The orange-red fire was relentless, consuming them until nothing remained. Water. Sorry, there was no water source on the battlefield. The ignited orcs could only watch helplessly as their weapons, armor, skin, muscles, and even bones were devoured inch by the eerie, beautiful orange-red flame, until they finally burst with a sharp crack, becoming death fuel that spread the fire even further. Foros and all the mourners who had leaped out of the trench were frozen in place by the visual impact of the sea of fire. Their steps involuntarily halted. They could all clearly see the orange-red flame greedily consuming every trace of life around it, turning the orcs' once proud physique into the purest fuel. The air was thick with the acrid stench of burning flesh and the heart-wrenching cries of the orcs. Even these Astartes who had fought the orcs many times had never heard such screams before, nor had they ever perceived such despair and agony from the orcs so clearly. Even when Odin had appeared earlier and shattered the orc army with thunderous might, the fleeing orcs had not wailed like this. On the battlefield, aside from the continuous crackling of the torches of beast form, and the orcs' lamentations, an eerie silence reigned. Soon a tall figure could be vaguely seen walking slowly toward the mourners' defensive line from within the sea of fire. The orange-red flames that could turn an orc into a torch as soon as they touched it danced and leaped around him, yet did not harm him in the slightest. Instead, they reflected off his orange-red heavy armor as if he were the very embodiment of fire. His pace was unhurried, yet so composed and confident. Even as countless torches of beast form burned and exploded around him, he did not glance aside, as if the inferno around him were nothing but an ordinary scene. As the figure drew closer, a carefree remark pierced through the crackling of the torches and the dying howls of the orcs, reaching the ears of every mourner with clarity. Smells like victory. Hearing the voice he had heard before, Foros swallowed hard and called out the figure's identity with a hint of disbelief. Blaze. Blaze gave Foros a slight nod, then leaped into the trench. The white-armored woman who had been so panicked and shouting earlier quickly walked up to him, projecting a green healing beam onto him, and said in a light tone, "Relax." Foros listened to her relaxed tone, looked at the pristine orange-red heavy armor on Blaze, and then gazed at the distant sea of fire that was still raging and spreading among the orcs. A wave of mixed emotions, both amused and annoyed, washed over him. He realized he had been tricked. Yes, as the chapter master of the mourners, he had been tricked. Everything indicated that the white-armored woman had just been playing with him, and he had actually believed Blaze was in danger, had even prepared to risk his life to rescue him, only for it to be a false alarm. Foros didn't know what to say for a moment, so he simply returned to the trench. The other mourners around him wore similar expressions. Their tension and worry now turned into stunned surprise and a hint of helplessness at being fooled. After all, faced with this white-armored woman who had silently healed all the civilians and even the wounded mourners, it was hard to feel anger. And in the end, everything turned out better than could be hoped. For the time being, they no longer had to worry about the orcs launching an assault on their position. The orange-red sea of fire ignited by Blaze was continuously engulfing the remaining orcs. The once vast vanguard had become a fiery hell. Nor did the sea of fire extinguish with the annihilation of the vanguard. The orcs that had turned into torches of beast form driven by the flames fled toward the main orc force that had no gap between them and the vanguard. The blazing firelights spread like a plague among the orcs, rapidly consuming the unprepared main force. Graz, the scarred lieutenant of the Raider Skarger, was preparing to lead his bodyguard unit over the step-like slope ahead that obscured his view. Before him, a considerable portion of his main force had already surged forward following the vanguard of greenskins he had recalled. As he took his first stride, Graz noticed countless boys recklessly scrambling back down the slope. Many of them tumbled and rolled down, crowding his path and blocking his advance. What infuriated Graz even more was that among these runts were some of his own boys, and every single one of them appeared utterly terrified, as if they had been scared out of their wits. Graz suppressed the urge to order his nearby bodyguard to open fire and gun them all down. At the very least, he needed to know what was happening up there before dealing with these cowardly fools. Setting aside the vanguard that had already fled, once Graz selected one of his own boys from among the runts. After all, he knew his own lads best. In Graz's memory, his warriors were fearless. Even if ordered to follow him into Gork's very jaws, his boys would obey. But now they were terrified, and this was not normal. Puzzled, Graz strode forward, his mechanical claw grabbing a runt from his own unit who had just rolled down and was trying to flee rearward. He hoisted the greenskin up by its head. "You? Tell me what's happening up there. Why are you all scurrying about like a bunch of grots?" The hoisted orc, even suspended in midair, remained dazed, frantically pointing toward the obscured battlefield above the earthwork, babbling incoherently. "Fire. It's to fire. Touch it, and you'll explode. Everything goes big boom. Big boom. Everywhere is fire. The big fire won't go out. Run, boss. If we stay, we all go boom." Listening to the incoherent explanation, Graz frowned, his scarred brow creasing. The lad's fear seemed genuine, a true terror. He had seen this kind of fear in his boys before when he was enraged, but that fear was directed at him, and never to this degree. Clearly something ahead was even more terrifying than he was. Oomph. Grass snorted. He was Grass. Scarface Grass. After countless fights, nothing had ever made him afraid. He would see for himself what kind of fire could scare his boys into this state, even preferring to flee back and face his wrath than return to the fight. It's just mere fire, Grass declared, flinging the terrified orc boy back toward the battlefield hidden behind the slope. He then gave a knowing look to his subordinate, standing at the ready. The heavily armed burly orcs understood his intent immediately. They began herding the fleeing vanguard back up the slope, while following Grass' lead advancing upward. As they climbed, any runts who ignored the warnings and refused to turn back were cut down by the orcs behind Grass. Yet even so they would not turn back to fight the shrimp. Grass stepped over the corpses of the executed runts, inhaling the increasingly pungent smell of scorched flesh, and finally reached the top of the slope. But the sight before him was not the fierce melee between the vanguard and the shrimp he had imagined, nor the flamethrowers used by the shrimp that had created these runts. Instead, it was an endless sea of blazing orange-red fire surging with waves of heat. Countless boys were fleeing and screaming in panic within the inferno. Their skin and even their armor sizzled and crackled under the searing flames, ultimately exploding to become new sources of fire. Not far away, some boys tried every possible means to extinguish the flames on their bodies, but to no avail. Finally, with a sharp crack, they burst apart like ignited fuel tanks, sending sparks flying to ignite more of their comrades. Among the burning boys who belonged to his own unit, upon seeing him appear at the top of the slope, they began charging recklessly toward his towering figure. At the forefront was the very boy he had just thrown back. Now engulfed in flames, the orc ran while screaming through his crumbling, charred mouth, "Boss, I don't want to fight no more. Help me. The fire won't go out. It hurts." Before they could get close, Grass' free mechanical claw snapped up, aiming at these boys, turned into living torches. Not to rescue them, but to kill them. Daka! 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 Amidst the deafening Daka bullets tore through the flame-engulfed orc boys, charging at Grass, mowing them down. They then burst apart entirely, but due to the distance, the searing fragments and sparks scattered like rain, unable to reach Grass' position. Hearing Grass, Daka, his bodyguard unit, and the rest of his boys quickly ascended the slope, taking positions behind him. But even the most ferocious orc warrior among them became subdued upon witnessing the scene ahead. Within the sea of flames there were no shrimp in sight, only a chain reaction hell of burning, exploding, and reigniting comrades. They watched as boys writhed and screamed in the fire, trampling each other in panic. Some even ran towards unburnt comrades, begging them to extinguish the flames on their bodies, only to be fled from in terror, often ending up as two moving torches. If even a single spark touched the skin, the fire would blaze fiercely, eventually detonating the torch to create new torches. This was not like fire, it was more like a burning plague. "Boss, this ain't normal fire. Should we pull back?" One of his bodyguards suggested in a low voice, his large choppa trembling slightly in his hands. Grass swung his other mechanical arm, the one holding the battle axe, striking the bodyguard and sending him flying. "Pull back. Scared by a bit of fire, are you?" Grass roared. "Shoot all the burning ones from a distance. The fire will go out." The command was given, and various ranged weapons were readied. "Kill them all." At the order, a storm of shoulda fire erupted. The cacophony of Daka and explosions thundered endlessly. Grass' own mechanical arm-mounted Daka had never ceased spitting fire, and all attacks poured towards the fleeing torches ahead. Each burning target killed triggered a small explosion, but Grass didn't care. He had already discerned the pattern of the fire's spread. It wasn't driven by wind or terrain, but by contact contagion. In other words, as long as the explosions occurred far enough away, the debris and sparks wouldn't reach them. This battle was still under his control. Li Lu, observing the dense cluster of orc signals, deployed Blaze, and used his saved economy to purchase 3 upgrades for it: the high-capacity fuel tank, the Hades oil slick, and the Blaze fuel additive. As he piloted Blaze toward the surging orc tide, a humorous thought crossed his mind. He intended to tease his teammate. More than anything, he wanted to give his teammate a sense of involvement, lest he appear too bored watching him single-handedly sweep the battlefield. Acting on the thought, Li Lu deliberately nudged Blaze deeper into the orc horde without attacking, then swiftly switched to the medic beside his teammate and began to wail seamlessly, "No. Blaze, no." Li Lu wasn't concerned about any voice issues. He had tested it before. Every character in the game had a built-in unique voice modulator, automatically converting his speech into the tone of the unit he was currently using. Seeing his teammate rush to leave the trench for support, Li Lu immediately switched back to Blaze, spread the oil slick amidst the beast tide, ignited it, and flames instantly consumed the entire orc contingent. Awesome. As Li Lu discovered that the ignited orcs would enter a panic state, causing them to scatter wildly and further spread the blaze, he added, "Even better." But remembering he had one more act to perform, he turned from the inferno and headed toward his teammate's location. Seeing him leap from the trench, Li Lu delivered the cool line he had been rehearsing: "Smells like victory." He gave himself a perfect score for that one. Inwardly thrilled, While this playstyle was entertaining, it carried risks. During his character switching, the orcs had managed to chip away over half of Blaze's health. Glancing at the unhealthy health bar, he nodded to his ally hero Foros and withdrew Blaze to the medic's position. Blaze can handle burning damage fine, but its passive health regeneration is just too slow. Lilu calculated silently. If only it had a healing skill. Otherwise, aside from using a transport or getting medic attention, its health barely recovers. Looks like having a medic in the third slot isn't such a bad deal after all. With that thought, Lilu selected the medic to begin healing Blaze, casting a sidelong glance at Foros with a slight smirk. Honestly, this role-playing style of play was quite satisfying. It offered both a great gaming experience and a chance to show off. He was already thinking about how he would impress others with other heroes in the future. It seems Blizzard also realized that StarCraft's high-intensity PvP competition alone isn't very appealing, let alone the fact that veteran player advantages leave new PvP players with nothing but defeat and zero fun. Developing new PvE content and gameplay modes coupled with StarCraft 3's graphics gives players, even with less skill, the motivation to keep playing. Kudos to Blizzard. Lost in thought, the medic had finished topping off Blaze's health. As the medic in Tychus's squad retracted her arm and ceased the healing beam, Blaze's distinctive voice crackled through its external speakers on the orange-red armor. Let's get to work. With that, Blaze leapt alone from the trench, advancing toward the still smoldering sea of fire. If before Blaze's arrival the battlefield had Tychus and Sirius guarding the flanks with the Lamenters holding the center, now the entire battle was almost single-handedly dominated by him. Aside from Sirius occasionally launching missiles to down orc flyers, Foros and his Lamenter brethren, the armed civilians who voluntarily joined the defense, and even Tychus on the other flank, they were practically idle. Even the medic sister had returned to her initial spot, standing silently and doing nothing. Watching the sea of flames, even though the Lamenters yearned to join the fray, they lacked Blaze's specialized fire-resistant heavy armor. They could only remain in the trench watching that figure weave through the inferno, as if strolling through a park. This was the first time he didn't need to fight tooth and nail alongside his Lamenter brothers. This experience left Foros feeling somewhat unaccustomed. Chapter Master. As Foros watched Blaze stride into the fire, the synthesized voice of Elder Karen Fears echoed over his heavy footsteps. I need to know the more specific origins of these mercenaries and the price for their services. Karen Fears' voice paused. It's not just me, all the brothers wish to know. Foros averted his gaze from Blaze, turning to the most senior member of the Lamenters chapter beside him, bar none. Karen Fears had served in the Lamenters for centuries, longer than even Foros himself, having endured countless brutal campaigns. Under normal circumstances, Karen Fears' words alone would carry significant weight with him, let alone when he explicitly stated he spoke for many of the brothers. Origins and price. Foros had never ceased pondering the origins of Tychus's group. There were no identifying symbols. No, there was one, the winged hooded skull emblem, but that symbol was also unprecedented. Another key point was the words spoken by the organizer of this expedition before departing for Slaughterhouse 3, Marnius Calgar, chapter master of the Ultramarines. You might have reinforcements, but they certainly won't be sent by me. If you do encounter them, then praise the God Emperor. Now it seemed Calgar might have foreseen the arrival of these reinforcements, but Foros had never heard of Calgar possessing the gift of prophecy. Yet his words clearly indicated knowledge of these reinforcements' origins, advising him to praise the God Emperor should he meet them. Praise the God Emperor. Such words couldn't answer the question of Tychus's origins. Foros decided to first explain the price to Karen Fears. He drew his longsword and melta pistol, showing them to Karen Fears. This is the price, along with a promise of one expedition. Of course, if their requested expedition contradicts our principles, I will refuse. Karen Fears fell silent upon hearing this. The chapter master's sword and melta pistol, while holding special significance to the Lamenters, were meaningful only to the Lamenters themselves. A sword and pistol, even coupled with an expedition, seemed almost unbelievably light as a price for these mercenaries of unknown origin, each capable of single-handedly holding their own in a fight. Chapter Master, Karen Fears' synthesized voice was grating, but Foros could discern the gravity within it. I must warn you, the power of these mercenaries exceeds our understanding. Beings like this are either salvation or an even greater catastrophe. His synthesized voice carried a sincere, yet chilling warning, and the fortune of the Lamenters has never been good. Foros understood Karen Fears' concerns all too well. Since the moment Tychus had effortlessly blocked a direct orc cannon hit with his armor, that image had lingered in his mind. These people bore no Emperor's mark, no standard Astartes equipment. The librarian could detect no trace of the warp upon them. The Tech Marine was baffled by their strange armor, battle-worn yet pristine, and their ships that appeared and vanished at will. Even though Foros kept reassuring himself with the notion that Tychus has a powerful Mugos of the Adeptus Mechanicus backing him, he had never found any clue linking them to the Mechanicus. Karen Fears, we have no choice. Foros' gaze drifted once more to the distant sea of fire, advancing toward the orc's position. Though its location shifted, the blaze was undeniably more intense than before. By the holy blood, without them we couldn't even protect the people behind us. Foro spoke sincerely. We are all still alive, and the civilians behind us are about to evacuate safely. At least, for now. All is as the angels intend. As he spoke, Foros looked towards the direction of the evacuation shuttles. Karen Fears turned to look as well. After a long moment, he finally spoke, as the angels intend. Scarface Grez steadied the line, isolating the flames beyond the remaining boys, yet losing the entire vanguard and part of the main force. Without even touching the shrimp's position, twisted his scar-ravaged face into an even more ferocious grimace. Irritated as he was down the slope, behind him lay a horde of motorcycles built from every kind of wheel, with a considerable number of full-metal DACA vehicles and huge iron juggernauts among them, and the flying boys' gyrocopters filled the sky above. The reason these forces were deployed in the middle rather than at the front was Grez's dread of the shrimp monster that, according to the boys who fled back, had instantly killed Blackfoot, Beijing Ban, another orc warlord he had always clashed with, and then proceeded to destroy 3 ancient giants in succession. He had no intention of charging in like that fool Beijing Ban who had no intel on the shrimp and got himself killed before even laying eyes on them. That would be most unsatisfying. Moreover, he hadn't come to this planet just to fight and win Boss Mao's favor. He was also here to better perpetuate the Skaggers WAH. And he had been summoned along with Blackfoot, Beijing Ban, to retake this shrimp mining pit. Yet until he stabilized the situation, aside from the inexplicably contagious fire, he hadn't seen any shrimp monsters. Pondering this, Grez decided to clear the last line of torches blocking his path, and then launch straight into a WAH. Crush the shrimp within. DACA. Duh. 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 DACA. Duh. As he mused, he heard a stray DACA round from his gun fly into the fire to his side, followed by a clang as it struck some kind of metal. Grez turned to look and saw a red, can barely smaller than himself, emerging from the flames, speaking a shrimp tongue. Want me to make you in what flavor, original or Crispies? This was a shrimp can. Grez had no idea why he could understand the shrimp can's words so plainly, but he cared not for such trivialities. All he knew was that this arrogant shrimp can before him was insulting him. Get him. Foros watched the sea of fire before him kindled by the beast torches finally burn out. Gazing across, he could see scattered orc figures appearing on the horizon. Though unsure what had happened to Blaze after he descended that horizon, Foros knew battle was inevitable. He was hurriedly compensating for the firepower lost when the armed civilians he had sent back to the ship evacuated. As he issued orders, a familiar footstep sounded from behind. Turning, it was Blaze. He had clearly seen Blaze descend the horizon where the orcs appeared, so why did his tracks suggest he had just walked out of the bar behind them? Nor had he seen any sign of the peculiar transport Tychus had called for earlier. Ignoring Foros's confusion, Blaze walked past him, giving a nod. The external speakers on his orange-red armor emitted that familiar phrase, "Let's get to work." Then Blaze once again walked alone towards the massing orc forces, leaving a bewildered Foros behind. Fire. The shrimpkin rammed into him, splashing black liquid onto Grez before flames erupted from the arm, instantly igniting Grez and all his nearby bodyguards and boys. Grez was in agony, but he was Scarface Grez. Enduring the searing flames, he swung his great axe in fierce chops and slashed with his claws. His nearby bodyguards, also enduring the flames, combined their strength to knock the orange-red shrimp into the ground. However, the ignited boys nearby lacked such endurance. Cries of agony rose one after another. Some rolled on the ground, trying to smother the flames, while others crashed about, like headless flies, unknowingly spreading the fire to even more comrades. But the entire orc formation did not descend into chaos from this sudden fiery assault. From the motorcycle horde and DACA vehicles below, gunfire precisely mowed down the ignited boys who ran towards them. Though a few unburned ones were occasionally caught in the crossfire, it was of no consequence. Soon the burning and frantic boys all fell. Meanwhile, the flames on Grez and his bodyguards, who had not moved an inch, died out without warning. With the situation stabilized once more, Grez twisted his still smarting face and looked towards where the orange-red shrimpkin had fallen. He would peel off that tin hide, eat his flesh, and drink his blood. But after searching the area, he found no trace of the shrimp can. Grez clearly remembered the shrimpkin being knocked down by himself and several bodyguards. How could it vanish into thin air? Regardless, that shrimp was done for. Now the line of torches blocking the path had gone out. It was time to crush those timid shrimp. He let out a charging roar towards the slope behind him. WAH. Below the slope, the orc motorcycle engines roared to life. Accompanied by smoke and deafening noise, they accelerated up the incline, their wheels grinding over the ashes and churning up clouds of black scorched debris. Following the motorcycles came the full metal DACA vehicles and huge iron juggernauts, while in the sky the flying boys' gyrocopters began their dive. Grez twisted his face again. The earlier burning pain had largely subsided. He turned and strode down to his own personal mount, a super WAH, full metal DACA vehicle, and roared off towards the shrimp lines. The boys behind, though their running speed was no match for wheels, followed the charge with their own WAH. Boom, 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 boom. Intense artillery fire rained down from the orc vehicles onto the Weeper's defense line. Although the vast majority of shells landed in the open ground ahead, or the empty zone behind, some still struck the trenches. Dirt, rubble, and even multicolored armor plates were hurled into the air by explosions, crashing back down with force. Yet even so, the trench remained eerily silent. Though some brothers were caught in the blast, they did not cry out. Thanks to the healing rays of the doctor who moved along the trenches, the wounded brothers, along with their damaged armor, were quickly restored to pristine condition. Foros once again silently thanked the doctor for his support, a man of few words, yet who occasionally revealed a hint of humor. As for counterattacking, he had to wait until the orcs entered a range where accuracy was guaranteed, otherwise it would just be wasting ammunition. Just as Foros was about to peek out to observe the orcs advance, a familiar footstep sounded from behind. Turning, he saw Blaze again. Foros hadn't leaned out to observe the battlefield just now, so he didn't know what had happened during Blaze's last solo advance. But he remembered that Blaze had only charged towards the orc lines moments ago. How could he be coming from behind so quickly? "I'm done." Blaze said only that calmly, then stood silently beside Foros. "Damn, that's intense." Lilu, piloting a fully healed Blaze, had just reached the remaining red dots and was about to deliver some half-hearted trash talk when he was chopped down by the super-heavy orc boss named Scarface Grez and his elite bodyguards, dying so fast he didn't even have time to board the medevac. The ability was indeed cast, and the surrounding minions were set ablaze, but these orc elites and their bodyguards were clad in heavy armor that wouldn't catch fire. Damn it, I refuse to believe this. Minus 250 to buy back. After a brief wait, he continued to steer Blaze back to where he had just died. "This time I will reclaim everything I lost." Passing by his teammate's hero, he couldn't lose face under their gaze. He clicked the mouse to nod. "Let's go." Crossing the defensive line just as he reached the orc slope entrance, a swarm of vehicles accompanied by a thunderous WAEH charged up from below the slope with a deafening rumble. The orc he had seen before drove a combat truck straight into him. Blaze was sent flying, and then came the familiar heavy armor beatdown. Although he managed to cast his ability this time, he only managed to ignite the heavy vehicles around the orc boss, and they didn't even burn. Buying back again, Lilu completely gave up on forcing Blaze into the fray. Without fire, he'd just be feeding. He parked Blaze next to his teammate's hero and said coolly, "I'm done." Lilu looked at Blaze, who had spent his hard-saved money on 3 upgrades only to be humiliated twice at the red, and felt a deep sense of loss. Re-evaluating his lineup, Tychus with armor-piercing rounds, Sirius with missiles, a medic with 0 upgrades, and Blaze, who got to enjoy his upgrades for only 1 wave. His attack and defense upgrades had barely progressed. "What the hell am I even playing?" Lilu wailed. The lone wolf's power dominated his mind, but with his current savings, he hadn't unlocked a single hero capable of dealing with this heavily armored red duck group with a boss. "No choice, I'll have to micromanage and use 3 lone wolves to pincer them from a distance." Lilu sighed. "I have to actually micro to win as lone wolf. How embarrassing." As Foros was wondering why Blaze was parked beside him, Sirius and Tychus simultaneously launched a pincer attack on the protruding orc vehicle group from both sides of the defense line. Tychus struck first, unleashing a barrage from his massive cannon, instantly blowing up several orc buggies near him. At the same time, Sirius the Knight hurled 5 long cylindrical objects that deployed into 5 massive auto turrets upon landing, unleashing a ferocious barrage of firepower comparable to Tychus, occasionally launching missiles that turned orc flyers into fireballs in the sky, overwhelmingly powerful. The orc vehicle group was caught in a crossfire, forced to split into 2 groups to engage Tychus and Sirius respectively. Just then the silent Blaze beside him sprang into action, charging forward. Facing the orc vehicles now split into 3 groups, he sprayed a large amount of black liquid from the nozzles on his arms, covering the orc sports cars in the lead. Then the nozzles switched and orange-red flames erupted, instantly igniting the black oil and causing a violent blaze with a boom as a massive fireball shot into the sky. Where the black oil had spread, the fire raged, quickly engulfing the light vehicles. Under the extreme heat, steel twisted and deformed, and the orc drivers screamed as they and their vehicles exploded into fireballs. The orc heavy vehicles slower were left behind, reduced to bombarding Blaze in the front and Tychus and Sirius on the flanks. Blaze at the very front bore the brunt of the most intense bombardment, as if the orcs were targeting him specifically. Facing the focused fire, a familiar medevac appeared with a flash. Blaze's figure vanished instantly, only for the medevac to reappear with another flash amidst the infantry units further behind the orc vehicle group. Suddenly flames raged, and a sea of fire appeared once more. Foros didn't hesitate and immediately called in wraiths and storm ravens to bomb the orc heavy vehicles. With the ground orcs' attention fully drawn by Tychus and the others, and the air units suppressed by Sirius's turrets and missiles, only sporadic anti-air fire was offered in hasty retaliation, completely unable to stop the whalers' aerial assault. Rockets screamed down, bombs were dropped continuously, and explosions were endless. Orc vehicle wreckage and thick smoke scattered everywhere. Even vehicles not fully destroyed were mostly immobilized, crippled, and tilted in place. Tychus's massive cannon still roared, its continuous stream of fire tearing apart the armor of surviving orc vehicles, causing some to explode and turn into burning wrecks. Sirius and its auto turrets also seized the opportunity to shred the heavily damaged orc vehicles into pieces. At the rear of the battlefield, blazes form flickered again, with the medevac appearing at another orc infantry gathering point. Black liquid and orange-red flames intertwined once more, instantly turning that area into another fiery hell. Seeing this, Foros almost blurted out the words anyone would say upon witnessing such a battle: "The advantage is mine." But he didn't get reckless and order a counterattack. The whalers were too few in number. A blind charge might not help, and could even disrupt Tychus and the others' firing rhythm. Foros simply ordered his brothers manning the vehicles to continue firing at will. Just then a heavy metallic footstep sounded from beside him. Hearing it, Foros wondered, was it Elder Kalen Fierce? Could he be wanting to continue their previous, unfinished conversation? Foros turned around slightly puzzled, but what met his eyes wasn't Kalen Fierce, but a dreadnought, if it could be called that. Similar in build to Kalen Fierce, but vastly different in design. Its left arm was fitted with a strangely shaped cannon, its right arm seemed to be some kind of hook launcher, and its chest armor revealed a head encased in thick, glowing wine-red armor. Looking closer, Foros saw an emblem carved on the helmet that he knew all too well: a skull in a hood with wings extending from its sides. More ostentatiously, a flagpole stood vertically behind its left shoulder, flying a banner with the very same insignia. Without a doubt, this was another one of Tychus's buddies. With green as the primary color and purple accents interspersed, it looked like a dreadnought, yet completely different, leaving Foros momentarily unable to classify it. As this unconventional dreadnought passed by him, it introduced itself simply and bluntly: Warhead. Then it strode past, but Foros clearly heard this: Warhead, muttering to himself as he walked forward. NMD. With that cryptic murmur, Warhead raised his right arm without warning. The launcher activated instantly, and a hook attached to what seemed like a steel cable tore through the air, shooting straight into the distance. Following the direction of the hook, Warhead's target was an orc combat truck that hadn't been completely destroyed. The moment the hook hit, the cable snapped taut. Then Warhead's massive frame was yanked towards the target at high speed by the traction device, which was clearly no ordinary cable, like a heavy artillery shell leaving a barrel. Crash! Amidst the tremendous impact, Warhead slammed solidly into the side armor of the orc truck. The already battered truck buckled under the blow, nearly splitting its half from the impact. The remaining orcs and turret crew inside shook their heads to recover, then hurriedly opened fire on Warhead. Warhead completely ignored these attacks. He calmly raised his left arm cannon, aiming at the main turret that was still firing. Boom! The light erupting from Warhead's left arm cannon instantly shattered the entire turret on a physical level. Then the hook on his right arm shot out again, precisely latching onto another orc heavy armored vehicle that was stuck and immobile amidst the wreckage. Crash! Another impact. That heavy armored vehicle, which was already struggling to move, was crushed like a tin can under a giant hand. Its hull was severely deformed, and the agonized screams of orcs from within echoed out. Warhead's right arm cannon flashed again. Boom! The central structure of the armored vehicle collapsed. Warhead was clearly enjoying this brutal and efficient tactic. He retracted his hook, his gaze already locked onto the next orc vehicle. Grez couldn't understand how his elite guard and vehicle group had been defeated so quickly. They clearly didn't have that thing called Odin. The flying boys were the first to be taken out, followed by the pincer attack from both sides that disrupted his already chaotic formation. And against those two shrimps attacking him, a blue shrimp and a shrimp mech under 10 meters tall, he had sent two of his best elite guards, each leading a squad of vehicles to eliminate them. The result was that these two elites got themselves killed instead. Not only that, but the orange-red shrimp with the bald head had appeared again at the front of the convoy, igniting flames. He and his elite guard had personally killed him twice. Each time the corpse would mysteriously vanish. The second time, he had even stared right at it, yet the target still disappeared into thin air before his very eyes. Without the air cover of the flying boys, the sky above was now filled with the shrimp's flying machines continuously dropping bombs onto his vehicle pile. The only comfort for Grez was that a large number of his boys from the rear were finally about to arrive. Just as he was thinking this, with a flash, the orange-red shrimp, which was clearly at the front of the vehicle group, vanished from where it stood. The next second, the orange-red shrimp appeared in the middle of the walking boys in the rear. Before he could even process what had happened, flames were already spreading through the crowd of boys. Wah-wah-wah. Grez stopped thinking. Wah-ah-wah-wah-wah. He kicked open the already twisted and deformed cockpit door and leaped out. Why-ah-ah-ah. Clank. He looked down at the hook, now deeply embedded in his armor. Why-ah-ah-ah. Boom. The next second, the cable behind the hook snapped taut. A tremendous force yanked on the hook, pulling Grez violently towards the other end of the cable. Simultaneously, amidst the sharp whirring of the rapidly retracting chain, a figure crashed into him like a cannonball, slamming his entire orc body back into the damaged cockpit. The cabin structure completely collapsed under the impact. So you think you're the melee champion, huh? Grez, dazed from the impact, shook his head violently before he could see clearly the green that had attacked him. Behind this big shrimp lay orc corpses strewn everywhere. From the armor fragments, he could tell they were his elite guard. Why? Realizing the situation in an instant, Grez swung his power claw horizontally and brought his battle axe down vertically in a simultaneous attack. The green can didn't dodge or block. Instead, the cannon on its right arm crackled with electric light as it charged. Take this 1 per second 200 arc cannon. Fry you to death. Grez's fierce blows landed solidly on the opponent's armor. Despite the armor's surface appearing undamaged, he could feel that he was dealing damage just like with the orange-red shrimp can before. Boom! A beam of electric light shot from the opponent's cannon directly at Grez's right arm. His entire right arm with the power claw was instantly blasted into fragments, and half of his shoulder disappeared with it. Agonizing pain surged into his brain from the stump of his right arm. Yuck! Grez flew into a complete rage. Clutching his axe with his remaining left arm, muscles that seemed fused with his armor bulged rapidly. He swung the axe and charged his massive body into the green can once more. Boom! The arc cannon fired again, almost without interval, blasting the hand holding the axe into fragments as well. But Grez still didn't stop. Roaring, he continued to ram with his body, yet he couldn't budge the opponent an inch. Boom! The third shot hit his left leg. Grez fell to his knees, but still tried to stand on one leg. Boom! This time it was his right leg. With all 4 limbs gone, Grez collapsed completely. Boom! This time it was his abdomen. His entire lower body exploded. It could be said that the only intact part left on Grez was his head. Waya! Boom! The roar came to an abrupt end. Li Lu, while micromanaging his 3 wolves to clear the red dots, kept thinking about the truck driven by the orc boss named Grez who had killed his blaze twice. The more he thought, the angrier he got. After saving up some money, he bought the 5th hero warhead, bought the redline energy cell to max out the attack damage and attack speed buffs, and went straight to fight that boss. After the final critical hit blew its head off and cleared its health bar, Li Lu felt a bit better. Damn thing killed me twice. I was too nice to you. With the named orc boss falling, the remaining orcs on the battlefield plunged into chaos. Commander, the extraction shuttle is ready for takeoff anytime. Hearing Deborah Green's voice and seeing the newly spawned extraction zone on the map that needed to be stepped on, Li Lu was stunned. That fast? Even though my 5th hero stalled my economy, it hasn't been that long. I haven't even used my Odin yet. Suppressing the urge to call an Odin to drop a nuke on the extraction point, just for fun, Li Lu pressed F2 to move his heroes to the extraction shuttle's location. His teammates were already waiting there. He controlled Tychus to nod at Foros. We're done here. I need a drink to celebrate. Of course you're paying. Before the joke even finished, the extraction timer completed. The screen then uncontrollably pulled back, showing his heroes boarding the shuttle and ascending away. A victory logo appeared, and the game ended. This whole sequence was real-time rendered. Classic Blizzard, that signature craft. Foros and Tychus lingered briefly beneath the shuttle before boarding the extraction shuttle side by side. Feeling the vibration and hum of the ship's engines, Foros unhesitatingly took out his personal sword and melta pistol, offering them to Tychus, who stood silently nearby. He intended to first pay the agreed-upon reward, then ask Tychus some questions to resolve his doubts. But before he could even hand the items over, the other vanished right before his eyes. Without any warning, without a trace. Before Foros could even speak, his vision went black, and he completely lost consciousness. Consciousness gradually revived in the hazy chaos. Hang in there. A brief, unfamiliar voice echoed in his mind. Though Folos had never heard this voice before, he felt a strange sense of warmth and familiarity. Who is speaking? He silently asked in his heart, but no one answered. Yet the warmth and familiarity brought by that voice felt so real. Soon Folos found his vision returning, and what greeted his eyes was a city he had never seen before. The architecture here was orderly and of a unique style, completely different from any human empire buildings he knew. Where is this? What happened? Folos tried to speak, but found no sound could escape his lips. He could not even open his mouth. He began to recall what had happened, but his last memory was still at the moment of boarding the evacuation ship. Tychus had vanished without warning right before his eyes, and then he lost consciousness. Waking up to such a situation, recalling yielded no useful information. Folos decided to observe his surroundings, only to discover that his neck could not turn, nor could his eyes move. He could only maintain a straight-ahead gaze. What about his limbs and facial features? Though Folos could clearly sense their presence, he could not move them at all, as if his soul was imprisoned within a stone, fixed in one perspective, unable to do anything. Steadying his mind, calming down, Folos noticed another anomaly. The vast city before him was utterly silent. No wind, no sound, and even the light seemed to have a stagnant texture. Sunlight slanted across the edges of buildings, forming beams that hung in midair like solidified glass. In the distant sky, vehicles that should have been flying at high speed were frozen still, their trailing wake ripples solidified into 2 slender spikes of light pinned in place. Is this a stasis field? But if it's a stasis field, how can I still think? And who could create a stasis field that affects an entire city? Who would do such a thing? Folos could not tell how long he had been frozen before waking. Seconds, minutes, or long centuries. What exactly happened? Tychus and that Debula Jelen, what did they do? Where were his brothers from his own war band? And what had become of the civilians who evacuated with them? Just as Fulowosi's mind was flooded with questions, a strange voice finally rang in his mind, as if answering some of his doubts. Commander, I have sent you back to an insignificant time node in the original timeline, hoping you can prevent the massacre on Talia, main planet carried out by the dark power that influenced me at that time. As the voice faded, frozen time began to flow again. The tragedy of Talia. Having changed his hero, selected his prestige, and pressed the yellow button for a quick match, Li Lu repeated the map's name, his attention caught by the loading screen's cover art. It was a figure he knew all too well. A half-human, half-insect form with jointed hair cascading over her shoulders, fingers like blades, dark skin covered in Zerg bioarmor, and a pair of striking bone wings stretching from her back. That was Kerrigan, or rather the Queen of Blades, Kerrigan. But this Kerrigan seemed somewhat different from the one Li Lu remembered from Heart of the Swarm or Legacy of the Void. The Kerrigan in the loading screen had an aura more akin to the Queen of Blades from Wings of Liberty, or even earlier. The reason for this judgment was simple: Kerrigan was smiling. In the loading screen, Kerrigan stood before a trembling mother and daughter, surrounded by bodies of Imperial Marines and ordinary civilians, blood pooling on the ground. And Kerrigan, or rather the Queen of Blades, was reaching her hand toward the child held protectively in the mother's arms, a twisted grin of sheer enjoyment spreading across her face. Li Lu originally intended to pick a commander that required strategic management to stimulate his RTS thinking, which had grown somewhat sluggish from being run over by a wheelchair. However, after the previous match ended, he noticed that he had unlocked a new commander, Armageddon Steel Legion. It couldn't exactly be called a commander, since the name Armageddon Steel Legion clearly indicated it was a broad designation, much like the Demon Hunters faction, chosen by that player who had previously been blacklisted for role-playing as an Inquisitor from the Demon Hunters. A general affiliation where you create your own identity. CL, this was the first Imperial-aligned commander Li Lu had unlocked. He gave it a quick look. Although there were prestige options, they were all question marks. They were all unselectable, leaving only the blank prestige called Armageddon Steel Legion. The prestige system isn't finished yet. Makes sense, it's a test server. Giving us an incomplete product to test is normal. With a mindset of trying something new, Li Lu decided to play as the Armageddon Steel Legion for this match. As the map finished loading and the game officially began, the first thing that caught the eye of this Warhammer-aligned commander was a low bunker-like base building marked with a winged skull emblem. It was the standard no-frills military architecture style of the Imperial Guard of the Imperium of Man. The UI and control panel also completely transformed into the Imperial Guard's camouflage style. Looking up at the top panel, there were two abilities. The first was called For the Emperor, granting all units a 50 increase in attack speed and movement speed for 10 seconds, with a 60-second cooldown. The second was a choice between two permanent buffs, Imperial Guard and Steel Legion. The former reduced infantry production costs by 20, while the latter reduced vehicle production costs by 20. After reviewing the panel, he selected his main base, the field command post. Standing beside it was a figure holding a long staff covered in mechanical modifications draped in a robe. Clicking on it revealed, Tech Priest. Interesting. As he spoke, Li Lu also noticed that there were no traditional Vespene gas and mineral crystals from StarCraft around the base. The resources in the top right corner had also changed to armaments and power. The former required sending infantry units to capture resource points, after which a Tech Priest needed to build an extractor for resource collection. The latter allowed direct control of Tech Priests to construct power stations. Warhammer doesn't have mineral crystals or high-energy Vespene, so they made a new resource system. Is this how you merge worldviews? While Li Lu was complaining about the Imperial Commander's resource mechanics, a somewhat familiar female voice sounded in his ear. Commander, I have sent you back to an insignificant time node in the original timeline. I hope you can stop the slaughter I committed on Tilia Prime when I was influenced by the dark power. Li Lu recognized the voice instantly. It was Kerrigan, and specifically the ascended primal Kerrigan. Combining the information revealed in Kerrigan's speech with the loading screen of this cooperative map, The Sorrow of Tilia, Li Lu recalled a piece of narrative from the lore. The gist of it was about Kerrigan during her Queen of Blades era attacking an obscure fringe world of the Terran Dominion. Mid-slaughter, she stopped before a civilian mother and daughter who couldn't escape. She made a gesture of killing, deliberately allowed every person who tried to rescue them to get close, giving the pair hope, and then killed each and every one of them right in front of the mother and daughter. When they were all dead, she crushed the child in front of the mother. As for the mother, she died too, of course. Recalling that description, Li Lu speculated, thinking about it now, Kerrigan, influenced by Amon back then, was truly inhuman. A complete monster full of schemes, backstabbing allies, slaughtering innocents. To the point where, after being freed from Amon's influence by Raynor and the others using the artifact at the end of Wings of Liberty, she had nightmares every night, unable to sleep, closing her eyes, and seeing the carnage from her Queen of Blades era, filled with self-blame. Now that she's ascended, it makes sense, she'd want to prevent the sins committed by her past self influenced by Amon. After a quick look at his base and brainstorming the background of the cooperative map, Li Lu began to check out his teammates and the map environment. His teammate was still that guy named Foros from the previous game, and of course the hero was the same one. Except this time the other player had only a single hero unit standing alone in the open space next to his base without the forces he had seen when he switched over earlier. Why does this guy have so few units? Did he switch prestige? Li Lu didn't dwell on it. He selected his base called the Field Command Post and started training Armageddon Guardsmen while surveying the map. His base was located on the edge of a StarCraft-style human city. This was the first time Li Lu had randomly gotten a StarCraft-style cooperative map. Previously, he'd only played Warhammer side maps, so this was also his first time examining a StarCraft human city in detail. As he looked, he couldn't help but compare the city before him to the hive cities of Warhammer. In the Imperium, the upper spires of a hive city might look decent, but when you considered the rest of the structure, the upper spires appeared like malformed flowers growing by sucking nutrients from the lower depths. In other words, a delicate flower perched atop a massive pile of cow dung. The overall aesthetic couldn't even begin to compare to StarCraft's modern metropolises. Continuing to survey the map, there were numerous civilian NPCs scattered throughout the city around his base along with neutral Imperial military units. CL. He switched the view back to his base just in time for the Armageddon Guardsmen he trained earlier to finish. But to Li Li's surprise, although he had only clicked to train a single unit, 5 soldiers emerged from the barracks. Train 1, get 5 soldiers. Puzzled, Li Lu tried to select the guardsmen. No matter which one he clicked, a green circle surrounded all 5 soldiers, clearly indicating they were treated as a single unit by the system. In other words, 5 guardsmen constituted 1 unit. Moreover, upon selection, the control panel showed options to spend resources on reinforcement or purchasing gear, though they were currently locked and likely required building research. An average person might accept this, thinking individual guardsmen were too weak stat-wise, but Li Lu was no ordinary player. He had played every RTS under the sun. He immediately cursed the designers. Damn, I knew this looked familiar. Did the designers just copy the existing Warhammer RTS mechanics instead of designing something new? Do they think I've never played Dawn of War? Just then, an NPC dressed in red CMC power armor, looking like a Marine, approached his base, clearly meant to trigger a tutorial dialogue. Rolling his eyes and suppressing his urge to rant, Li Lu trained his commander before the NPC arrived and switched to first-person view. On the planet Tilia Prime, Colonel Whiteman, commander of the Imperial base, looked at the ancient fortress-like base before him and the soldiers in drab gray-brown uniforms with shabby armor and couldn't help but shake his head. After the Zerg invasion, fringe worlds like Tilia were the first to bear the brunt. Although Imperial Command had promised to send reinforcements by the time the planet was completely surrounded by the swarm, there was still no sign of the so-called support. Now the optimal evacuation window had passed, and besides his troops, a large number of civilians were still stranded here. To hold the planet as long as possible, and to save his own skin, Colonel Whiteman had no choice but to put out a bounty and hire mercenaries. These people before him were the mercenary groups that had answered the call. Whiteman had designated this urban district as their base of operations. The group on the right came from a mercenary company called the Armageddon Steel Legion. But looking at them, not a single one wore power armor. Their gear seemed even worse than that of a militia. Furthermore, even though the air quality on Tilia Prime wasn't bad, these mercenaries hid their faces behind outdated gas masks. Looking at these mercenaries who seemed to have stepped out of some ancient war on Earth, Whiteman seriously doubted how much use they could be in a fight against the Zerg. Shaking his head again, Whiteman turned his gaze to another area which belonged to a mercenary group called the Lamenters Chapter. Their leader was a hulking figure in custom yellow heavy power armor, but Whiteman didn't see any other mercenaries under his command. Moreover, he had come personally to talk to these people, and this mercenary leader was just standing there seemingly spacing out. I hope that mercenary broker didn't lie to me. Colonel Whiteman muttered under his breath. All the information about these people came from a mercenary broker who wore a cowboy outfit, but always kept his face veiled. A few days ago, he had asked Whiteman to designate a base area for these mercenaries in advance. After wiring the deposit to the broker's account and waiting a few days, the broker told him everything was arranged and that he just needed to come and meet with the mercenaries who had moved in. Just as Colonel Whiteman was feeling disappointed with the overall impression of these mercenaries and was about to shake his head for a third time, a figure emerged from the Steel Legion's base. He wasn't wearing one of those outdated gas masks and exuded an extraordinary presence. He wore the internal uniform of the Armageddon Steel Legion mercenary company, draped in a dark cloak, holding a long sword in his left hand and a rugged large-caliber pistol in his right. One of his eyes was a mechanical implant glowing red. Unsurprisingly, this was the commander of the mercenary company known as the Armageddon Steel Legion. Despite his private disdain for these mercenaries, Whiteman straightened his attitude when facing this figure who exuded such pressure even without power armor. He spoke formally. I am Colonel Whiteman. Welcome to Tilia Prime. He paused mid-sentence, suddenly realizing he didn't even know the man's name, leaving an awkward silence in the air. Seeming to notice Whiteman's discomfort, the presumed leader of the Armageddon Steel Legion took the initiative. Hello, I am Colonel Blackman. Foros finally regained the freedom to move his body, but as he looked around, he saw neither his battle brothers nor the civilians they had been evacuating. However, he noticed not far away a colonel whose insignia marked him as belonging to the Armageddon 87th Steel Legion was in conversation with a man clad in power armor similar to Tychus's. No, upon closer inspection, Foros realized the officer's uniform differed slightly from the current standard pattern of the Imperial Armageddon Steel Legion. Although they were also part of the Steel Legion, the man before him and the soldiers behind him in their details matched Foros's impressions of the Steel Legion from long ago more closely than the current Imperial Armageddon Steel Legion did. As for the man in power armor akin to Tychus's, his armor lacked the hooded skull with outstretched wings emblem that was the hallmark of Tychus's group, replaced instead by a red badge with a clenched fist encircling a 5-pointed star. The man himself appeared utterly unremarkable, not seeming like one of Tychus's companions. Observing the environment yielded no further intelligence, so Foros decided to approach the two directly. He had only taken 2 steps when the man conversing with the officer turned and departed, seemingly in a hurry to attend to urgent matters. Moreover, this man was not alone. At the camp entrance, a group of individuals in identical power armor clustered around him as he left. Intercepting him rashly might have sparked a conflict. With matters as they stood, Foros decided to first seek information from the Steel Legion officer. In this city, only this officer, his troops, and the buildings behind them bore the Imperial insignia, making him Foros's only possible lead. Before he even reached the officer, the man looked at Foros and rendered the Aquila salute, shouting, "For the Emperor." Faced with such a sincere greeting, Foros halted and responded, "For the Emperor." He had barely taken 2 more steps when the officer saluted him again, crying out, "Praise the Emperor." Foros stopped once more to answer, "Praise the Emperor." Then the officer saluted yet again, proclaiming, "I love the Emperor." Foros responded in kind, "I love the Emperor." Though he understood not why the officer behaved, so the earnest sincerity with which he praised the Emperor compelled Foros to halt and reply each time. Seeing the man prepare to offer yet another praise, Foros closed the distance in 3 quick strides and began to introduce himself. "I am Chapter Master Foros of the Lamenters." Hearing this, the officer ceased his actions and introduced himself in turn. "I am Colonel Blackman of the Steel Legion, my lord." Looking at the man's enthusiastic demeanor, Foros had no doubt that had circumstances permitted, Colonel Blackman would have eagerly grasped his hand. Setting aside these distractions, Foros turned to the matter at hand. "I need to understand everything about this world, and also what did that man just tell you?" Blackman simply shook his head. "My lord, I only know this is a fringe world called Thylia. Beyond that I know nothing. As for that man, he was seeking our aid, for an alien race is preparing to attack this world. A fringe world. Seeking aid? Aliens. Were your forces dispatched by the Departamento Munitorum to support them?" "No, my lord. I was on a mission on Armageddon when everything went dark. The next moment I opened my eyes, my men, and I found ourselves here. How we arrived I have no idea. They seem to have mistaken us for some sort of mercenary organization." "Mercenaries?" Foros's tone grew somber. Though a myriad of questions plagued him, a more critical one needed asking. "Do you have any astropaths? What about a Departamento Munitorum fleet?" "No, my lord, no fleet either. Only me and my men." It was only then that Foros began to frown. Astropaths were the key to re-establishing contact with the Imperium. Without them, and without a fleet, if this was a fringe, or even lost world far from the Imperium, he might never be able to leave. With that in mind, Foros decided to secure this world first before discussing anything else. "What are these aliens? How many are there? What are their characteristics?" According to Colonel Whiteman, the man in the strange armor who claimed to be the commander of this world's garrison, they call these aliens the Zerg. He also estimated they would attack very soon. Zerg. Foros repeated the word, his mind sifting through memories of alien races. None matched that name, though there was the Tyranids, but Zerg was not among their aliases. "How many troops do the local defenders have? Do they have heavy fire support?" "I know nothing of that, my lord. Nor do I trust them. Their insignia. It's unfamiliar. This might be a world that has never basked in the Emperor's light." Foros nodded. He harbored similar doubts about that red badge with the clenched fist around the 5-pointed star. This might indeed be a world beyond the Imperium's fold. "Regardless of who they are, at least for now, we share a common enemy, Colonel Blackman. What is your current combat strength? What is the status of your weapons and equipment? Are your ammunition supplies sufficient? I originally commanded a regiment, but my forces have been scattered, my lord." "What is your current combat strength? What is the status of your weapons and equipment? Are your ammunition supplies sufficient? I originally commanded a regiment, but my forces have been scattered, my lord." Blackman reported truthfully, his tone laced with helplessness. A regiment. As Foros pondered whether a single regiment could withstand a Zerg assault, and subsequently reclaim this potentially lost world to find a way back to the Imperium, Colonel Blackman began to question him. "My lord, are you alone? Where are the other angels?" At this, Foros couldn't help but think of his battle brothers, Brian the Tech Marine, the Chaplain, the Elders. Where had these brothers gone? As his thoughts deepened, the faces of his brothers grew ever clearer in his mind's eye. Just as his longing threatened to solidify and to form a steel construct painted yellow and bearing the emblem of a bleeding heart plummeted from the sky, crashing down directly behind Foros with a fiery roar. Boom! It was a drop pod. a drop pod belonging to the Lamenter's chapter. The pod's hatches swung outward, and from within stepped several figures clad in yellow power armor. At their head stood none other than First Captain Brian. The reunion was a moment of profound relief for Foros, a beacon of hope amidst the uncertainty of this strange world. Foros immediately rushed to the front of Brian and the other brothers who had ridden in the same drop pod. Why did you appear in the drop pod? Do you have any idea what's happening? Brian was the first to respond. Sir, we lost consciousness on the evacuation ship instantly. When we woke up, we were already inside this drop pod, unable to alter its trajectory. The other brothers all echoed Brian's account. They had all lost consciousness, and upon opening their eyes found themselves fully armed inside the drop pod. A conjecture suddenly formed in Folos' mind, a guess about why these brothers had appeared. But he was uncertain. To verify his hypothesis, Folos attempted to concentrate on the image of the elder in his mind. No response. He then shifted his focus to the image of another brother. As his will condensed, another drop pod tore through the clouds with a howl crashing down beside Brian's. The hatch opened, revealing yet more brothers. But after that, no matter which brother's image Folos tried to summon, no more drop pods fell. After repeated fruitless attempts, he unreservedly shared all the information he had gathered with the brothers before him, including the reason for their appearance. After listening to Folos' account, Brian said in a low voice, "Sir, this is all too unbelievable. If what you say is true, then the other brothers in the warband are likely trapped in an unknown space. Whenever you concentrate on their image in your mind, you break the confinement and bring them to your side. As for why it's not working now, perhaps it requires some condition." Another brother voiced his speculation, for example, some kind of consumption that needs time to recover. Folos pondered this. Perhaps it was indeed so. He had successfully summoned 2 drop pods in quick succession. Maybe after some time he could try again and it would work. Regardless, let's first deal with the current alien insect invasion. We'll discuss the rest later. As he spoke, Folos turned to Colonel Blackman, who had been silently observing since the drop pods landed. Colonel continued trying to contact the scattered troops. We need every man who can fight. For the Emperor. Colonel Blackman saluted again with a standard Aquila salute, then turned and strode away. Sir, this Colonel Blackman and his troops are very strange. Brian watched the scene and shared his impression of Blackman with Folos. His respect for us doesn't seem genuine, more like some kind of performance. Folos had noticed it too. I know, he replied in a low voice, his gaze still fixed on the retreating figure of Colonel Blackman. I saw it the first time I met him. But his praise for the Emperor is not false. Not all mortals appreciate the Emperor's angels. Brian nodded. Indeed, some chapters treated mortals with extreme hostility. Perhaps Colonel Blackman's behavior stemmed from past experiences with such chapters, leading to his misunderstanding. Just then, an unfamiliar ground vehicle pulled up to the camp entrance. Colonel Whiteman, who had left earlier, rushed over with a group of soldiers clad in power armor, though they did not raise their weapons. Mercenaries don't use drop pods in the urban area. I don't know how your pods evaded radar detection and appeared out of midair. Everyone has their own methods. But don't you have transport aircraft to move troops? Do you have any idea how much chaos your 2 drop pods have caused? Colonel Whiteman's voice was laced with obvious anger as he pointed at the open drop pods beside Folos. I thought the swarm had already launched a surprise attack on the city. I almost sounded the alien insect invasion alarm. If the images hadn't shown that these were your drop pods, I would have ordered the anti-aircraft artillery to shoot you down. The soldiers in power armor around him also turned to look at them, and several who had opened their helmets displayed undisguised displeasure on their human faces. Folos frowned slightly. He could understand the man's anger, but he did not like the term mercenary. Colonel Whiteman, we are the Emperor's angels. You may address me as Chapter Master Folos, not mercenary. Angels. Colonel Whiteman looked as if he had heard something incredible. He sized up the imposing power armor worn by Folos and his men. Very well then, angels of the Weeping Warriors chapter. After the swarm breaches orbital defenses, the likely main attack directions are the South District, East District, and the Chancellor's Square in the city center. Those are our responsibility. Your mission is to work with Colonel Blackman to clear the swarm's drop pods that fall in the streets of the North and West Districts. Don't let those bugs break through your line and flank our rear. Civilians have been evacuated to the shelters in the square. For the sake of money and civilian safety, and even for our own lives, I hope you don't. Though he had anticipated this, hearing Whiteman almost question the honor of the Weeping Warriors chapter darkened Folos' expression. He cut Whiteman off. Colonel, Folos' voice was unyielding. We fight for the Emperor and for humanity. Protecting civilians is our duty. I need no reminders from you about money or lives. The North and West Districts are ours. The Weeping Warriors will handle them. But remember, if you show disrespect again, I will not be lenient. The imposing aura of iron will and authority that radiated from him made Colonel Whiteman and the power-armored soldiers behind him instinctively rein in their expressions of discontent and contempt. Colonel Whiteman opened his mouth as if to say something more, but finally let out a snort and turned away. Say what you will, Angel. I've brought you a tactical terminal and a communicator that can link into my command center. If you run into trouble, use it to report or call for support. Don't mess this up. With that, Whiteman hurried away with his men, clearly not wanting to engage further with Folos. Watching Whiteman's vehicle disappear at the end of the street, Brian stepped forward, his displeasure evident. Sir, these people's attitude is utterly disrespectful. Fullos withdrew his gaze. Pay no heed, Brian. They have their prejudices. We just need to show them that we are the Emperor's angels. He paused, then turned to the two open drop pods. Check the terminal. Prepare for deployment. Yes, sir. Brian and the other weeping warriors moved into action swiftly. Fullos walked over to one of the drop pods, reached out, and touched the cold metal wall. Once again, he tried to concentrate on the image of the remaining brothers in his mind. Still no response. What is the restriction? The doubt lingered, but there was no time to delve deeper now. Brian examined the unfamiliar terminals left behind by Whiteman. Although the operational logic of these devices was completely different from the terminals commonly seen in the Imperium, requiring more time to familiarize himself with, he could already use them to read maps. Sir, according to the map, the building density of the city is extremely high. It can be said that the contiguous buildings themselves form a kind of wall. For the enemy to attack, unless they demolish all the urban structures, they can only advance through the city streets. Similarly, if we are to establish an effective defense line, we must concentrate our forces at the intersections of several main thoroughfares and engage the enemy in a head-on assault and defense battle. Without needing Brian's explanation, Fullos also understood that those crisscrossing streets were like the city's blood vessels, and the tightly packed buildings were like thick vessel walls. They would have to fight the enemy within these very vessels. While pondering, Fullos' gaze turned to the camp of the Armageddon 87th Steel Legion not far away. It was a hive of activity, with the mortal soldiers of the Steel Legion working in an orderly fashion. Colonel Blackman had already directed his troops to construct several landing platforms. Valkyrie transports were periodically flying in from the city's outskirts, delivering troops and armored vehicles to these platforms. According to Colonel Blackman, these were the forces he had recalled that were scattered across this planet, but located closest to the city. Some of these units were equipped with large transport aircraft like the Valkyrie, which could be used precisely to concentrate dispersed forces at the camp. With the Valkyries continuously landing and taking off, Colonel Blackman had already assembled a mechanized infantry company equipped with various modified Chimera armored vehicles. In addition to these armored vehicles, the Valkyries had also brought in several Hydra self-propelled anti-aircraft guns and Basilisk self-propelled artillery, further perfecting the air defense and long-range firepower system. Compared to the well-equipped Armageddon 87th Steel Legion, the equipment of his own lamenters seemed particularly meager. Aside from basic bolt guns, various melee weapons, and a few grenades, they had almost nothing. But fighting under such material scarcity was already commonplace for the lamenters. After Fullos went to communicate with Colonel Blackman regarding the defense deployment, he turned to face the 10 brothers following behind him. Brothers, even though we find ourselves in an unknown land facing unknown enemies, always remember that we are the Emperor's angels, the sons of Sanguinius. Eliminate all alien invaders. The 10 lamenters responded in unison, then dispersed, heading to different street intersections alongside Colonel Blackman's soldiers to establish defensive positions. This deployment plan was decided after careful discussion between Fullos and Blackman. If the 11 lamenters were to concentrate their defense in this vast urban area with its intersecting wide streets without heavy firepower or vehicle support, they could at most hold a single crossroads. It was better to disperse their forces, assigning 2 lamenters to each platoon of the Steel Legion's current mechanized infantry company, making them the backbone of the defense line. If a threat arose that the Steel Legion soldiers could not handle, it would be up to these angels to intervene. After the defense plan was finalized, 2 Sentinel Walkers took the lead, and the Steel Legion soldiers aboard their Chimera armored vehicles departed the camp alongside the accompanying lamenters, entering the city streets. As far as the eye could see, the wide streets held only abandoned vehicles and scattered debris. Clearly the civilians had long since been evacuated. Fullos, walking alongside the Chimera carrying Colonel Blackman, carefully observed the surrounding building structures. Indeed, as the map showed, the buildings were incredibly dense, pressed tightly against each other, without a single gap. The entire city's layout was orderly, and the street planning could be described as straightforward. In such an environment, to set up defenses, or rather to intercept the enemy, one could only establish defense lines in the wide streets and block them head-on. The 10 brothers were divided into pairs and assigned to the 5 platoons of Colonel Blackman's current mechanized company, while Fullos himself, along with Colonel Blackman and his remaining platoon, took up position on the largest one-way street. This wide street led directly to the plaza behind them, where Colonel Whiteman's local garrison was stationed. Steel Legion soldiers unloaded heavy weapons from the Chimeras, while Colonel Blackman arranged the defense line in front. Las cannons. Move forward 5 meters. Heavy bolters, shift slightly left. The autocannon is too exposed. Besides deploying these heavy weapons and constructing simple barricades, Colonel Blackman also positioned the transport Chimeras in suitable locations with the barricades built around them. These Chimeras not only provided reliable cover, but their mounted autocannons or las cannons and the vehicles themselves also became part of the defense line, forming an interlocking and layered fire net. Standing behind the barricade, Fullos watched the sky gradually turn gray and listened to the rumbling sounds coming from above. He knew that above the gray clouds shrouding the city's sky, a fierce battle was raging. But even knowing this, he was powerless to change it. As the saying goes, one cannot make bricks without straw. Foros drew his sword and pulled out his melta pistol, thinking to himself, "Tykes, what have you done? Where is this place? How did you accomplish all this, and what is your purpose?" To find the answers, he needed to find Tykes. At least he had a clue. The power armor worn by the local garrison troops originated from the same source as Tykes's. Suddenly the city's sky seemed to be torn apart by some colossal entity. Looking up, a creature, a vessel, a ship. Foros didn't know how to describe the monster that tore through the clouds and came to hover over the city. It was nearly 10 kilometers long, its massive body resembling a moving city of deep dark purple. Huge spikes several kilometers long extended from its flanks, its head was covered with terrifying maws and multiple barbed tentacle-like appendages, and its belly was covered in some kind of sack-like structures. This living bioship was so immense that even the clouds couldn't obscure its bulk, and the shadow it cast plunged the entire city's sky into gloom. Boom, 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 boom. The instant the bioship tore through the clouds, artillery fire from all areas of the city rained upon its hull. Simultaneously with the roar of engines, a swarm of strangely shaped human fighter craft screamed into the sky, trailing long plumes of exhaust like moths diving towards a giant beast, incessantly unloading various munitions upon the bioship. These attacks erupted in thunderous explosions across the carapace of the 10-kilometer-long bioship. Some missiles even detonated with flashes of light, resembling stellar outbursts. But even so, Foros could not see any hope of these anti-aircraft guns and fighters downing this moving city. Even if they did, the mere shockwave from its fall could easily destroy the entire city. As the sack-like structures on the bioship's belly writhed violently, countless tumor-like objects detached from these structures, plummeting from the high sky towards various parts of the city, trailing long trails of mucus and tentacles. Just as Foros was pondering how to destroy this 10-kilometer-long bioship with the forces at his disposal, a string of curses erupted from the barricade beside him. "Leviathan, I'll fucking..." If piloting the Yamato to stomp on Angren's face had been thrilling, then having a Leviathan 10 times the Yamato's size stomping on his own face was an entirely different matter. "Leviathan, what the hell?" The words burst out almost instinctively. Even someone as clever as Li Lu couldn't fail to recognize that this was the opening CG scene from Heart of the Swarm the moment he saw the Leviathan blotting out the sky. Although in the original lore this scene was Kerrigan's dream of her Queen of Blades past, for Li Lu this was no mere memory. It was a co-op map he was actively playing. He remembered that in the CG, Kerrigan hadn't even lifted a finger before the local Imperial garrison's defenses were overrun by a wave of Hydralisks, Zerglings, Banlings, and Nidus worms, followed by the iconic scene of a battlecruiser crashing down. In other words, he had to survive the initial Zerg rush, then face the Queen of Blades in a final showdown, and somehow prevent the battlecruiser from crashing. Cursing aside, difficult didn't mean impossible. The instant the Leviathan appeared, Li Lu immediately selected a Hydra anti-air tank and took control. He had test-driven this vehicle when it was delivered by the Valkyrie earlier. It was essentially similar to the Flak Panzer Shepard 1A2 from War Thunder. Larger caliber, slightly slower fire rate, but with 2 extra barrels, and even the first-person interface was nearly identical. It came with target tracking and locking, but as a unit occupying the same niche as the Shepard 1A2, its range was somewhat shorter than missile-based anti-air. Worse still, despite being a Tier 2 unit, its cost rivaled that of Tier 3. So Li Lu had only built a few of these, intending to use them for ground sweeping or taking down Mutalisks, never expecting to use them against a Leviathan. Now range was the least of his concerns. The Leviathan's bulk nearly pressed against the city's skyline, and at this point locking on or even aiming was irrelevant. Simply put, even blindly firing into the sky couldn't miss. However, the reality was brutal. After holding down the fire button and unleashing a sustained barrage, Li Lu discovered that the damage the Hydras dealt to the Leviathan couldn't even outpace its own health regeneration. A little thing, a few meters long, trying to shake a Leviathan the size of an entire city was nothing short of overestimating itself. The Imperial forces on the map weren't idle, either bombarding the Leviathan's surface with all manner of flashy anti-air firepower and Viking fighter missiles. The spectacle was impressive, but when Li Lu checked the health bar, they had only managed to chip away a sliver of the Leviathan's health, and that sliver was already visibly regenerating. Too bad this hero doesn't have the ability to pull off a sneaky win. Seeing an uninterruptible progress bar above the Leviathan already charging up, clearly preparing to drop pods, Li Lu ceased his futile operations and switched back to the RTS view. He was going to do the only thing he could do now: mass-produce units, as many as possible. Squad after squad of 5-man Astra Militarum teams were trained, but for these freshly produced new units, Li Lu neither purchased better individual weapons, nor filled them to the full 12-man complement, nor assigned sergeants. Because he simply didn't have the economy for it. Even Li Lu's own command squad was still barebones, with only his custom character as a single unit. No commissar, no priest, no psyker had been added. But Li Lu wasn't just messing around. The reason he was mass-producing naked guardsmen was because he had unlocked the Grenade Tech upgrade. Every squad could be equipped with grenades, whether it was a 5-man squad or a fully reinforced one. Of course, this was also the only upgrade Li Lu had invested in on the Astra Militarum tech tree, since the grunts didn't consume power for their gear, but buying them weapons, assigning sergeants, and researching tech would cost power. Glancing at his base, already progressing toward Tier 3, the several pre-prepared vehicle conscription platforms nearby, and then checking his power reserves, Li Lu nodded. Although Dawn of War imposed strict caps on high-tier unit counts, this was StarCraft 3, after all. As long as I have enough squads, I'll have enough grenades. With enough grenades, I can hold out until my Tier 3 units arrive. Once Tier 3 units arrive, He looked at the cannon fodder squads, each soldier armed with just a rifle and grenades meant purely to stall for tech up time. Furos, upon hearing that exclamation of Leviathan, what the hell, turned his gaze toward Colonel Blackman, who had uttered it only to hear the other add another line. Sacrifice is the cornerstone of the Imperium. Hearing this, Furos made no further attempt to inquire about the meaning of the earlier words. Given the follow-up, sacrifice is the cornerstone of the Imperium, he guessed the previous phrase must have been some kind of morale-boosting slang within the Armageddon Steel Legion. Noticing that fleshy masses had begun plummeting from the colossal bioship toward the ground, the local garrison's anti-air fire promptly switched targets. These anti-air defenses did prove effective at first. The initially sparse fleshy masses were all intercepted, but soon more and denser masses came pouring down from the bioship. The anti-air fire became stretched thin. Positions that had previously intercepted sporadic targets with ease were now frantically blasting away at the sky-obscuring rain of flesh. Explosions flickered in succession among the dense cluster of masses, yet like pebbles cast into a raging sea, they could hardly stem the tide of their descent. Seeing this, the anti-air fire shifted targets, once more concentrating on intercepting the masses falling toward the city's defensive lines and abandoning those falling beyond the city's outskirts. Even so, some masses still landed perilously close to the defensive lines, like the one that crashed straight into the ground less than 20 meters in front of the line where Furos stood, personally held by Colonel Blackman. The sheer impact force shattered the street's surface into a broken crater. Accompanied by a sickening scraping and screeching sound, 6 large canine-like monsters, each over a meter tall, covered in purple carapace with insectoid wings on their flanks and scythe-like claws on their abdomens, plus powerful hind legs, burst forth at incredible speed. Colonel Blackman's defensive position immediately erupted with a storm of gunfire. However, the standard lost gunshots from regular Armageddon guardsmen couldn't kill these monsters in a single hit. But the defensive line wasn't composed solely of guardsmen. Heavy squad weapons and chimera cannons roared swiftly, slaughtering these creatures. It wasn't over yet. 3 new monsters, nearly 3 meters tall, with twisted serpentine bodies covered in purple carapace, triangular heads with sharp mandibles, and a pair of glowing crimson compound eyes, and scythe-like razor-sharp limb claws, slithered out from the crater. Boom. Furos, who had already deduced from the sickening scraping sounds that more enemies were coming, fired his fully charged Melta pistol, unleashing a searing beam of heat that incinerated the leading monster. At the same moment, 2 guardsmen who had leaned out from cover to fire were pierced through their helmeted heads by some kind of spike spat from the remaining 2 monsters, maws collapsing stiffly to the ground. By then, the squad weapons and chimeras that had previously focused on the meter-tall, several-meter-long canine monsters had only just swung their barrels around, and their overwhelming firepower promptly blasted the remaining 2 3-meter serpentine monsters to the ground. Though the entire engagement from the monsters' emergence to their complete annihilation had taken no more than 10 seconds, Colonel Blackman had already lost 2 soldiers in that brief skirmish. Despite Furos' quick reflexes, he'd only managed to kill one of the 3 subsequent serpentine monsters with his Melta pistol. After confirming all the monsters were dead, Colonel Blackman vaulted over cover and sprinted toward the crater, shouting to Furos, "I need your help." Without hesitation, Furos also vaulted over the cover and reached the crater's edge even before Blackman, where he saw a cocoon, about 2 meters in size, still growing, filled with green fluid-filled sacs. From those sacs, it was clear something was gestating within. Destroy it. Colonel Blackman's bolt pistol roared first, its bolts punching through the green cocoon's surface, detonating bursts of viscous fluid within. Hearing this, Furos raised his Melta pistol, once more took a brief moment to charge, and fired at the cocoon's center. The searing beam struck true, and the cocoon's fluids boiled and splattered outward. However, the cocoon's resilience far exceeded expectations. Though Colonel Blackman's bolt pistol and Furos' Melta pistol dealt significant damage, they failed to completely destroy it. What's more, the cocoon had even grown slightly larger. Without further deliberation, Furos swung his sword in a leaping slash, cleaving deep into the cocoon and utterly destroying it through melee combat. Colonel Blackman's voice came again. "This is only the beginning. Countless masses have already landed beyond the city's outskirts. Monsters like those will soon attack our lines in swarms. Fall back to cover first." The words had barely left his mouth when several more dull thuds echoed from the neighboring streets. Clearly more masses had landed. The gunfire and explosions from that side of the line erupted in rapid succession, faintly interspersed with the screams of soldiers. The battle had begun. An ever-growing tide of alien creatures surged forth like a flood. Hundreds of canine-like monstrosities charged with a ferocity that far surpassed any earthly beast, their razor-sharp claws shredding every obstacle in their path to ribbons. Among these canine horrors were numerous serpentine aberrations capable of ranged attacks coalescing into a living ocean of brown carapace, purple sinew-rending claws, and grotesque fangs. Wipe them out. At Colonel Blackman's command, the Chimera armored vehicles at the vanguard of the defensive line roared to life, unleashing a visible storm of laser fire particle beams and explosive shells upon the swarming horde. Yet the concentrated firepower struggled to stem the relentless tide of the alien ocean. The aliens' hides were exceptionally tough. Standard guard-issue laser weapons often required multiple hits to bring one down unless a precise headshot was achieved. Their astonishing speed made targeting incredibly difficult, while the serpentine creatures mixed within the swarm continuously spat razor-sharp bone spikes during their advance, inflicting significant casualties on the defenders. These bone spikes could easily penetrate the soldiers' armor. Even the defensive barricades and the Chimera's armored plating were deeply embedded with countless spikes. Many soldiers, having just leaned out to fire, were instantly impaled through the skull or chest by the whistling projectiles. Concentrate fire on those serpentine aliens. Foros shouted, using his melta pistol to pick off serpentine monsters that entered his range as quickly as possible. Boom, boom, boom. A thunderous series of explosions erupted before Foros, hurling clusters of aliens into the air amidst the flames. Shattered carapaces and limbs scattered like a torrential downpour, momentarily tearing a gory, gaping hole in the surging tide. It was the soldiers of Colonel Blackman's 87th Armageddon Steel Legion who, enduring the serpentine monsters' spike barrage, desperately leaned out from cover to hurl a barrage of grenades into the swarm. Yet the breach was filled in an instant by the aliens behind, who trampled over the corpses of their kin to continue the charge. A significant number of the soldiers who had thrown the grenades were themselves pierced by spikes and fell during the act. Run! There's too many of them. A soldier beside Foros dropped his weapon, shouting as he fled towards the rear. Bang! Before Foros could react, a bolt round from Colonel Blackman's pistol shattered the deserter's skull. I will personally execute every coward who runs. In the name of the Emperor, destroy these abominable Xenos. For the Emperor. Colonel Blackman's roar echoed across the battlefield. Hold the line. His ruthless execution of the deserter and his rousing decree visibly steeled the wavering resolve of the soldiers. Foros saw several soldiers who had also contemplated dropping their weapons and fleeing, now cowed by the colonel's example and exhortation, gripping their arms tightly once more to hold their ground. Though morale was stabilized, the pressure from the aliens remained immense. Stretching out as far as the eye could see was an endless ocean of them. The soldiers behind the barricades fired bravely for a while after the colonel's speech, but were soon suppressed again by the constant barrage of spikes from the ocean, forced to fight back in brief, dangerous intervals. Every time they leaned out to shoot, someone fell. The canine aliens were drawing inexorably closer. The nearest one charged to within a meter of Foros. He could clearly smell the foul, reeking stench emanating from its fong-filled maw. Boom. A point-blank melta blast dispatched the creature. Foros, completely disregarding the risk of his weapon overheating, increased his rate of fire to eliminate the closing threats. Bang! Bang! Colonel Blackman executed 2 more soldiers attempting to flee. All of you hold your positions. Reinforcements have arrived. It's time to strike back. As he shouted, an unmistakable roar of engines grew from behind the lines. An earth-shaking rumble filled the air. Foros turned his head slightly, catching a glimpse out of the corner of his eye. He saw 3 vehicles. No, not chimeras. Though similar in shape, the prominent thick flamethrower barrels mounted on their hulls and tops clearly marked them as Hellhound flamer tanks. The 3 Hellhounds' engines snarling rumbled through the defensive line and charged directly into the heart of the alien swarm ahead. Burn them all. In an instant, 3 searing columns of orange-red fire erupted from the Hellhounds' flamethrowers, lashing out like 3 furious dragons of flame, smashing into the dense, surging mass of Xenos. The once surging biological ocean seemed to be abruptly halted by an invisible, scorching wall of fire. For the first time, the aliens' frenzied assault showed a clear, visible stall under the blanket of flames. The searing wave of heat not only dispelled the foul stench of the aliens permeating the air, but also bought a precious moment of safety. The soldiers were no longer merely cowering behind cover. Seizing the invaluable opportunity provided by the flames to suppress the swarm, they boldly leaned out, unleashing a furious barrage upon the alien horde. For a moment, the firestorm woven from the defensive line became even denser than before. The roar of humanity's defiance drowned out the aliens' shrieks. For the Emperor! For the Emperor! For the Emperor! The cry rose in a unified crescendo. Seemingly unprepared for the appearance of the Hellhound flamer tanks, and after a brief failed breakthrough attempt, the aliens retreated with striking decisiveness. The entire withdrawal was as orderly and synchronized as their charge had been. Within mere seconds, the surging tide of creatures vanished from sight like an ebbing tide, leaving only a field of utter devastation in its wake. The position fell into a brief, deathly silence, broken only by the low, continuous hum of the Hellhound's engines and the ragged, heavy breathing of soldiers who had survived the onslaught. Foros holstered his searing hot melta-pistol. Just then the internal Vox unit in his armor crackled to life with the voice of a Lamenter's battle brother, one who had been with Brian. The voice was strained heavy with grief. "My lord, Brother Brian, in his efforts to save, has returned to the throne." More reports of the same nature followed in grim succession, each one a sharp pang of pain in Foros's heart. Even though every defensive line had received at least one Hellhound tank as support before those reinforcements had arrived, the Lamenter's brothers assigned to the lines had suffered grievously. Not just Sergeant Brian, but 4 other brothers had also returned to the throne. A single tear silently traced its way down Foros's cheek. A single charge by the aliens had cost him 5 brothers. He closed his eyes, recalling the faces and voices of his fallen comrades. Yet unbidden, their images began to solidify in his mind's eye, becoming ever more real, ever more distinct. As the forms of Brian and his battle brothers gradually solidified in Foros's mind, a familiar howl echoed across the sky above, cutting through the thunderous roar of anti-aircraft fire and the descent of alien carapace sacks. Looking up, he saw a drop pod painted in yellow with a bleeding heart emblem defiantly ignoring the gunfire as it plummeted from the horizon toward the rear defensive line where Foros stood. At the same moment, startled cries erupted through the Vox channel. Captain Brian's body has vanished into thin air." The other reports were identical. The remains of all the fallen battle brothers had disappeared without a trace. Ignoring Colonel Blackman, who wished to speak with him, Foros sprinted to the spot where the drop pod had crashed, its hull plates now splayed open. A gasp escaped him as the figures revealed within made him believe he had fallen into some kind of hallucination. For at the forefront stood Brian, the very warrior who had just been declared dead alongside 4 other battle brothers. Not only that, but their power armor gleamed as if freshly forged, and they radiated a vitality he had never witnessed before. Before Foros could utter a word, "My lord," Brian and his 4 companions cried out as they sprinted toward him at breakneck speed, their sudden approach startling Foros so much that he nearly recoiled. Brian seized Foros by both shoulders as he tried to step back, shaking him vigorously while shouting with utter earnestness and unbridled excitement, "My lord, we have seen the angel." The words echoed in stunned silence. Brian never imagined he would open his eyes again. To minimize civilian casualties behind him, he had charged out of the trench with a chainsword in hand alongside another brother, engaging the approaching alien horrors known as the Xenos. But his brother's skill faltered, and he was swiftly engulfed by the swarm. Brian fought his way in to rescue him, managing to pull him free, yet in doing so he found himself surrounded with no escape. No miracle occurred, and death was inevitable. And so Brian never expected to open his eyes again, yet here he was, though confusion clouded his mind. The surroundings bore no resemblance to the battlefield where he had fallen. He could feel himself lying upon a warm, impossibly soft bed wrapped in a sheet carrying a faint, pleasant fragrance. Where am I?" Brian murmured, the warmth making him feel languid and at ease. Since being chosen as a Lamenter and becoming a son of Sanguinius, centuries had passed without such a sensation. "In your room," came a gentle voice tinged with a Balite accent from the foot of his bed. Eager to see who was speaking, Brian reluctantly lifted his head from the soft feather pillow, sat up, and turned to look toward the source of the voice. What met his eyes was a figure clad in a deep crimson linen robe with golden hair cascading down to their waist and upon their back. Brian rubbed his eyes, but the pristine white wings, as pure as freshly fallen snow, did not vanish with the gesture. A sharp intake of breath. Even believing this to be a dream, Brian hastily averted his gaze from the figure's wings. But as if reading his very thoughts, the figure, even though Brian now looked down and avoided staring, spoke with what he could only imagine was a gentle smile. "Your guess is correct, Brian. Or rather, Kobe. No, Kobe Bryant, my son." At those words, Brian raised his head in disbelief, his heart hammering wildly in his chest. This time he saw the figure in full, divine and breathtakingly beautiful. And the name that had been softly uttered from that being's lips was not his name, at least not the name he bore as a Lamenter Space Marine. The past was irrelevant. He was Kobe Bryant, inheritor of Sanguinius bloodline, not that other Kobe Bryant. "I am Kobe Bryant, son of Sanguinius." The divine being's smile remained gentle, as if his reaction had been anticipated all along. The divine being's smile remained gentle, as if his reaction had been anticipated all along. "Yes, you are my son." His voice carried a strange, soothing power that washed over Brian. "And that is why I remember your name." Foros felt that since encountering the mercenary who called himself Tychus, the sheer number of inexplicable events he had witnessed surpassed everything he had experienced in his entire life. He repeated loudly, "The angel." As loudly as he shouted, Brian answered with equal fervor, "Yes, my lord. The angel. Is it the angel I am thinking of? Who else but our Gene Father deserves that title?" Brian changed into a robe and walked beside his Gene Father Sanguinius, unable to tear his gaze away. Every golden strand of the Primarch's hair seemed to flow with holy radiance, and the folded wings at his back shimmered with a soft halo. Even in their quiet repose, they exuded a sacred aura that soothed his very spirit. He could not stop gazing at the Primarch, the source of his bloodline, his father, now the supreme angel enshrined in the hearts of him and all his lamenter brothers. Sanguinius seemed to sense his burning gaze, tilting his head slightly with a warm smile in his eyes. "What is it, my child?" Brian snapped back to reality, his cheeks flushing slightly. He quickly lowered his head and stammered, "And nothing. It's just, I can't believe this is all real." Sanguinius let out a soft chuckle, "But it is real. Try to get used to it." Brian followed closely behind, his gaze involuntarily drifting back to the sacred figure ahead, his mind swirling with countless questions. "Where's this place? I died in battle, so why am I here? And Father, why is he here?" A torrent of thoughts churned in his mind, yet he dared not voice them. To simply walk beside his gene father was something he had never even dared to dream of before. Following the Primarch's steps, Brian arrived before a series of rooms of varying styles, each bearing a white nameplate inscribed with the names of several familiar battle brothers from his chapter. Hearing this, Foros could no longer contain himself. "All 5 of you went to see Father." The 5 nodded. "There were not only our rooms, but many more bearing the names of other brothers. Father showed us, but they were still empty." "Why?" After briefly explaining the mysteries to Brian's 4 other brothers, Sanguinius led them past the rooms bearing names, yet remaining vacant. "Father, why are these rooms empty?" "Because they still have their mortal bodies, their souls have not yet returned." Brian seized the moment to voice his own question. Have we returned to the throne?" The Primarch shook his head, his golden hair swaying. "No. This is a realm created for us by a true deity, a haven far from war and suffering." "Is it the God Emperor, Father?" The Primarch shook his head again, his golden hair continuing to flow. "No. It is a true God who governs the entire universe. He took pity on us humans struggling in the dark galaxy and granted us a chance for respite and rebirth. You 5 are the first of my sons to arrive here, for your deeds in protecting the people touched his mercy. I am proud of you." Sanguinius' voice was both gentle and solemn, each word flowing into the hearts of Brian and the others like a warm current. "Not only that, my children," the Primarch paused, his gaze sweeping over the 5 with expectation. "This deity shall grant you new bodies. Though you may still be wounded and feel pain, the impurities within you shall be cleansed. But before that you must experience death once more." Foros summarized, "So dying not only cures the black rage, but also lets us see the angel." With that, Foros drew his melta pistol and began charging it against his own temple. Brian and the other brothers lunged to restrain their chapter master. "My lord, it's not over yet. There are many brothers who have yet to shed their old flesh, and their arrival requires your summons." "Summons?" "Yes, summons. Father said the one God will grant us the power of rebirth, and in return we must help him defend this city." The revelation hung in the air, heavy with purpose and divine mandate. Lilo had previously learned about the morale mechanics of the Warhammer side, whether it was the Imperium orcs or other factions, while playing other co-op maps, and he had found it quite intriguing at the time. But when it was his turn to actually play, he realized just how infuriating this morale system was. As long as a squad wasn't replenished to at least 5 soldiers after sustaining casualties, the depleted squad would begin to steadily lose morale. As morale dropped, the squad's attack speed noticeably decreased. If this was still ignored, deserters would appear whose presence could further affect the morale of other squads that were still at full strength. As part of the morale mechanics, Lily's character also had a skill that allowed him to execute deserters. Using it would stabilize and slightly boost morale and provide a meager attack bonus. His character could store up to 3 charges of this execution skill. In other words, after using the 3 skill charges to execute 3 deserters, any additional deserters, even if killed, would not restore morale for the squad. Morale would continue to drop, and if reinforcements weren't brought in quickly, he could only watch as the morale collapsed entirely. An alternative to replenishing these squads was to add a commissar to his command squad to increase the charge limit of the execution skill, but that was merely a temporary fix, not a solution to the root problem. All this gameplay experience was summed up by Li Lu after mass-producing what he used as grenade-throwing fodder, the foundation of the Imperium. The Zerg swarm attack at its true scale lived up to its name. Looking out, the entire street was densely packed with surging bugs. The autocannons and lascannons, despite being called cannons, had virtually no area of effect capability. Even with the troops unleashing visibly intense firepower, it wasn't enough to hold back the AI's Zerg swarm. Consequently, Li Lu used his pre-prepared squads of 5 to supplement that missing AoE damage with grenades. But these grenade squads, purely used as the foundation of the Imperium, with neither equipment nor reinforcements, immediately suffered casualties. Then their morale broke and deserters appeared. At first Li Lu could manage, but the deserters from the expendable squads came one after another, making executions insufficient. Moreover, across all those defensive lines, he only had one commander character with the execution skill. With no other choice after throwing the grenades, he had to pull the depleted squads. The expendables, no weight, the foundation of the Imperium, out of cover to act as meat shields. As long as the squad was completely wiped out before deserters appeared, it wouldn't affect the morale of other units. This also made him realize that the naked expendables, no, the foundation of the Imperium, were useless. So he began tentatively purchasing AoE squad equipment for some non-expendable infantry squads that had sergeants such as grenade launchers and flamethrowers. However, the grenade launchers had a painfully slow reload time. Although they dealt AoE damage, both the damage values and effective radius were somewhat low. A small number of grenade launchers were virtually useless. If he were to equip enough grenade launchers for all squads across every defensive line, he wouldn't have been able to skip to tier 3 anyway. And even if he did, he wouldn't have had the credits left. As for the flamethrowers, while their AoE damage and area of effect were decent, their range was far too short. Soldiers had to leave cover and close the distance to attack, and they were exceptionally fragile. Unless Li Lu deliberately let the Zerg get close, they'd die the moment they stepped out. Overall, it was somewhat useless. The plasma weapons weren't even worth considering. Li Lu immediately abandoned the idea of strengthening his infantry squads and turned his attention to the vehicles currently at his disposal. He currently had a number of Tier 1 Chimera armored personnel carriers, 2 Sentinel Walkers, a Hydra AA tank, and 2 Basilisk self-propelled artillery pieces. However, except for the Chimeras, these vehicles were purely built by Li Lu for testing and joyriding. The Sentinel didn't even need mentioning. It was just a taller mobile gun platform. Fine as a toy, but for holding the line. A hard pass. The Hydra's firepower could somewhat compensate for its lack of armor, but these Hydras were Li Li's only anti-air capability. He needed them to intercept the drop pods constantly slamming into the rear of the defensive lines. Its exorbitant cost rivaling that of Tier 3 vehicles also discouraged Li Lu from producing more of them. A direct pass. As for the 2 remaining Basilisks, using them as artillery in this map, filled with towering buildings, was utterly disappointing. They had almost no firing angles. They could be used as impromptu direct fire guns with their barrels leveled, but relying on their rate of fire to stop a Zerg swarm. That was an immediate pass. Then I'll just have to build some other vehicles. With that, Li Lu began browsing through the list of producible vehicles, looking for something that was both durable and had AoE capabilities, all while keeping the price reasonable. Eventually, his gaze settled on the Tier 2 unit, the Hellhound Flamer tank. From what Li Lu remembered, this thing was an absolute weapon of mass destruction for this kind of situation. Based on the Chimera chassis, but fitted with heavier armor, its health pool was significantly higher than that of the standard transport Chimera. The AoE damage from its mounted flamethrower would surely be a satisfying slaughter against hordes of Zerglings. He checked the price, then looked at the savings he'd set aside for Tier 3 vehicles. Li Lu switched his Astra Militarum doctrine to the Iron Legion to reduce vehicle costs, and built some Hellhounds. He had to admit, driving the Hellhound up to roast the Zerglings was pure unadulterated satisfaction. He pushed right up against the Zerglings and torched them indiscriminately. Then, after executing 2 deserters and popping the For the Emperor ability, he managed to stabilize the situation and started having fun. But he hadn't been enjoying himself for long before those Hydralisk dogs turned and ran away. This struck Li Lu as odd. It's one thing for a Warhammer-themed co-op AI to retreat, but why is a StarCraft-themed co-op AI retreating? That's not how StarCraft works at all. I don't accept this. Staring at the game screen, which was realistic to the point of being cinematic, a sudden suspicion crossed Li Li's mind about why the AI was retreating. Could it be? The more he thought about it, the more likely that suspicion seemed. It must be exactly what I'm thinking. Li Lu concluded. It's definitely AI enhancement. The first wave was Hydralisks, and Zerglings. The AI was enhanced, and it retreated when taking losses to avoid casualties. He didn't even dare to imagine what the second wave would bring. But if he wasted resources on these early waves, then skipping his tech tree would have been completely pointless. Suddenly, Li Lu realized something. Wait, isn't this a 2-player game? As that thought crossed his mind, he glanced over at his teammate, who was just standing there the whole time, firing a Melta pistol, going pew pew pew. Not counting heroes, this guy had started the game with 10 units, and he still had 10 units now. No, wait, 5 had died, so he only had 5 units left now. If he didn't know how to play, it would be one thing. But this guy had plenty of units in the last match. Having so few this time was clearly him just slacking off. This Li Lu could not tolerate. He was just about to go over and ask the guy when he planned to start massing his army when his teammates' drop pods started slamming down behind the defensive line. His teammate's hero unit also ran over there. Shortly after, over a dozen more drop pods crashed down. In addition to these drop pods, Thunderhawks and Storm Ravens also landed in the teammates' base, with vehicles rolling out of the Thunderhawks. Watching his teammate suddenly burst out with a massive wave of units, Li Lu rolled his eyes. NM. So while I was teching up, you were teching up too. And you only decided to mass your army when I couldn't hold the line anymore, huh? Just absolutely cooperative and collaborative, aren't we? Deciding to ignore his teammate, Li Lu continued his own macro play. His main focus was replenishing those squads that were below 5 men but hadn't been wiped out. The Expendables. The foundation of the Imperium. His teammate's sudden burst of units made him decide to keep saving his resources. After some more micromanagement, Li Lu caught a glimpse of his teammate moving all his forces back to his base. He switched his screen over to take a look. The first thing he saw were various units standing in neat, orderly formations. Then his teammate's hero was pacing back and forth at the front, clearly giving some kind of speech. Setting up formations and giving speeches. What a character. Ignoring his teammates' theatrics, Li Lu began to carefully count the composition of his teammates' forces. Too many Space Marines to count. And these things were already built earlier, so they're clearly Tier 1 units. If you were going to mass them, why didn't you do it sooner? Ball Predator tanks. Only 1. Rhino transports. What use do those even have now? 2 land raiders. Leela looked at the ground vehicles which he could count on one hand and commented, "That's it for ground forces." Well, he did build a fair number of Thunderhawks and Storm Ravens. Just then a voice crackled over. It wasn't Shinkai's, but Colonel Whiteman's, whom they'd met before. "My command center has detected a Zerg Nidus worm on the outskirts of the northern district. I've marked it on your map. If you can take out those burrowing monsters before they turn the city's underground into a mess, I'll add a 30 bonus to your pay." As Colonel Whiteman's words faded, a yellow marker for a bonus objective appeared on the mini-map: destroy the Nidus worm. After comprehending the meaning conveyed by Brian and the others, Foros once again focused his mind, conjuring the images of his other battle brothers within his thoughts. As his concentration intensified, the familiar howl echoed through the sky once more. A yellow drop pod emblazoned with the bleeding heart insignia tore through the dense cloud cover, disregarding the thick anti-air fire from the ground, and plummeted precisely towards the area surrounding Foros. Foros stared at the scene, still finding it almost unbelievable. Is all of this truly the work of the one god? The drop pod slammed into the ground, sending dust and smoke billowing. The hatch slowly unsealed, and from it emerged the very battle brothers Foros had just envisioned in his mind. At the forefront stood Ramil, the sole psyker of the Lamenters chapter, whose power armor was far more ornate than that of his comrades. Foros had intended to elevate him to the position of chief librarian after the expedition concluded. Yet the trajectory of everything had become unfathomable for Foros ever since they voluntarily ventured to Slaughterhouse 3 and encountered Tychus. Foros had numerous questions for this brother, the chapter's only psyker. But even as the other brothers behind Ramil had already shaken off their dazed confusion, Ramil himself remained rooted to the spot, utterly motionless. Though the other brothers were unaware of what had transpired since boarding the evacuation shuttle, the sight of Foros gave them a pillar of strength. They gathered around him, awaiting their chapter master to unravel the mysteries. Foros gestured for the brothers to wait, promising he would explain everything. His gaze then settled upon the unusually silent Ramil, and he ventured cautiously, "Brother Ramil." The voice seemed to snap Ramil back to reality. His helmet turned towards Foros, and his voice trembled with uncertainty. "My lord." Seeing the chapter's only psyker in such a state, Foros grew anxious, while the other brothers tightened their grips on their weapons. "What has happened, Ramil?" Ramil did not answer directly. Instead, he placed both hands upon his helmet and slowly lifted it off. As he did so, the surrounding Lamenters braced themselves for the worst-case scenario of Ramil losing control. However, when they finally saw the face beneath the helmet, everyone was stunned into silence. Ramil was still Ramil, but the light that had perpetually blazed within his psyker eyes had inexplicably vanished, leaving only the characteristic crimson pupils of Sanguinius's sons. Foros had never witnessed a living psyker lose the light in their eyes. It meant the psyker could no longer channel the warp's energy, their very source of power severed. Surrounded by his brothers, Foros stepped forward. "Your psychic powers, are they gone?" Ramil blinked blankly with his pure red eyes, seemingly not yet comprehending the drastic change within himself. He attempted to summon the familiar energy, but felt only a vast emptiness. His voice trembled as he spoke. I can no longer feel it, my lord. That connection to the warp, it's all gone." None of the surrounding Lamenters interjected. Chapter Master Foros continued his gentle inquiry. "Ramil, think carefully. What was the last thing that happened before you lost your powers?" "I boarded the evacuation shuttle." Ramil's gaze suddenly sharpened, his pupils locking onto Foros. "My lord, I mean, is it possible that here, there is no warp?" The brothers who had arrived with Ramil in the drop pod erupted in a cacophony of shock. They certainly understood the implications. Meanwhile, Foros and his brothers, like Brian, remained silent, for they had already learned this astonishing truth from their gene father. This was a pure realm, completely isolated from the warp, governed by the one god. Foros looked upon Ramil's eyes, once radiant with psychic might, but now merely a profound red, and could only imagine the turmoil within his brother. "Calm yourself, brother Ramil. You are not alone in this. We have all experienced incredible things. Shortly, I shall answer all the questions burning in your minds." Ramil glanced at the other brothers and nodded. "As you wish, my lord." Seeing Ramil's current state, Foros, who had had many questions for him, found his answers without needing to ask. The angel and the one god. Pushing the thoughts aside, Foros decided to first accomplish the task that Brian had conveyed from their gene father, the mission set forth by the one god. Yet looking at the standard issue war gear in his brother's hands, and recalling the previous swarm, he knew these conventional arms were woefully inadequate. He would need heavy firepower. Without hesitation, Foros once again focused his mind, conjuring more images of his brothers. However, this time he replaced the standard bolters they held in his memory with other weapons: flammers, meltas, plasmas, and heavy bolters. Though such heavy weapons were scarce, barely a handful in the entire Lamenters chapter, Foros still did his best to equip as many warriors as possible with these rare pieces of war gear. If this truly is a god. As the images in his mind grew clearer, a far more intense howl than before erupted from the heavens. It was like a meteor shower of yellow as drop pods marked with the bleeding heart tore through the smoke-filled sky one after another. A total of 16 drop pods again, ignoring the anti-air fire, slammed into the streets around Foros, sending up plume after plume of dust. Every hatch opened to reveal Lamenter's warriors wielding various heavy weapons. Flammers, meltas, plasmas, heavy bolters. The full arsenal. At this point Foros no longer doubted. Or rather, within his heart, he was 99% convinced. For the sheer number of these drop pods alone far exceeded the Lamenter's chapter's original total, let alone the rarity of these weapons. But this was still not enough. Foros began to envision the various vehicles in the chapter's armory, even conjuring the images of the brothers who would pilot them. Soon a louder roar filled the sky. It was not the scream of drop pods, but the familiar engine growl of Thunderhawk gunships. Several yellow-painted Thunderhawks adorned with the prominent Bleeding Heart insignia appeared on the horizon, escorted by even more Storm Ravens. They descended and landed steadily at the very spot where Foros had first appeared. Foros immediately led the Lamenters, who had just stepped out of the drop pods and were still bewilderedly handling weapons they had never used in their lives, hurrying back to their designated staging area. They arrived just in time to see the Thunderhawks ramps lower and Ball Predator tanks, Rhino transports, and Land Raiders began to roll out. Seeing this, Foros wanted more. He continued to conjure more images in his mind, more detailed equipment. But this time, no matter how hard he tried, the sky offered no response. Limited again for now. Foros turned to look at the assembled brothers. Nearly half of the chapter had answered the call, while the other half remained unsummonable due to this new restriction. But the power at hand should be sufficient. Foros had no intention of hiding anything from his battle brothers. After they had formed ranks, he recounted everything he had heard from Brian and the others, and everything he knew himself, from their gene father Sanguinius to the deeds of the one god, openly, and without reservation, to every brother present. Brothers. His voice was resolute, his gaze burning. Now we are about to embrace a new birth. Brian and 4 other brothers have already been reborn. He scanned the familiar faces before him. And this new birth is not an invitation to complacency. The angel has forged a covenant with that deity. We must resist the alien invasion of these Zerg upon this city, protect this city, and protect its people. For Sanguinius. For Sanguinius. Just as Foros was continuing to bolster the already fervent morale, a sound emanated from the terminal he carried, the one left behind by the former Colonel Whiteman. My command center has detected Zerg nidus worms on the outskirts of the northern district. I've marked them on your map. If you can take out those burrowing monstrosities before they turn the city's underbelly into a mess, I'll throw in a 30% bonus to your fee. Foros was waiting at the camp entrance, having accepted Colonel Whiteman's commission to destroy the tunnel worms. The colonel would dispatch a special demolition team to coordinate with the whalers. Before long, 5 soldiers clad in red-painted standard-issue local garrison power armor appeared before the camp, accompanied by a mech carrying a metal crate. The mech bore many similarities in detail to the bolt head they had seen earlier, yet its overall structure was vastly different. Through the viewport, Foros could clearly see a mortal driver casually chewing on tobacco. Clearly this was not a true dreadnought, but a modified engineering machine operable by mortals. Seeing Foros at the camp gate, one member of the 5-man team stepped forward, lifting his visor to reveal a human face devoid of any signs of mutation. Lieutenant German, commander of the Special Demolition Team. He extended his hand to Foros as he spoke. Foros hesitated for a moment, then holstered his meltagun and clasped the offered hand. Foros, chapter master of the Whalers. His reply was brief, his gaze sweeping over the 4 team members behind German and the strangely shaped mech. Noticing his attention, German turned and gestured towards the crate the mech was carrying, getting straight to the point. Chapter Master Foros, within that crate is a timed cold fusion nuclear bomb. Its yield is sufficient to blast those tunnel worms and their excavated tunnels into dust. A nuclear bomb. Foros frowned. Using a nuclear weapon for demolition seemed to him an extremely aggressive approach. His gaze fixed on the metal crate held by the mech's arm, he voiced his concern. Won't it affect the city and harm the civilians taking shelter there? German seemed not to have anticipated this question, or rather he had been prepared to answer questions a mercenary like Foros might ask about survival and payment. Contrary to his expectations, Foros was solely concerned about civilian casualties. He had to rephrase his thoughts before answering. Rest assured, Chapter Master Foros. The yield of this cold fusion bomb has been meticulously calculated. It utilizes directed energy demolition technology, concentrating the blast within the underground tunnel network, and its residual radiation is extremely low. It will absolutely not affect the civilians sheltering in the city. As he spoke, German signaled the mech to bring the crate closer so Foros could inspect the various attached instruments. To ensure maximum damage, we will need your cover to locate the optimal detonation point once we reach the target area. Foros nodded, finding German's explanation clear and detailed. Very well. My forces are assembled and ready to move out. How much preparation time does your demolition team need? We are ready now. Let's depart immediately, Chapter Master Foros. Hearing the lieutenant's decisive reply, Foros said no more. He turned and raised his hand, issuing orders to the camp. Though some whaler warriors had been dispatched to reinforce Colonel Blackman's mortal positions, half of his fully armed brethren remained in camp. Coupled with ground vehicles and air support from Thunderhawk gunships and Stormraven gunships, he was confident. Moreover, should he fall in this battle, he would not only escape the Black Rage, but also reunite with his Gene Father. Geralman had not introduced the other members of his demolition team to Foros. Except for himself, all of them, including the SCV pilot, were soldiers who had undergone resocialization. If it hadn't been for the fact that deploying this cold fusion bomb required a skilled technician to ensure the blast wouldn't reach the city, and that he had recently crossed Whiteman, this suicidal mission would never have fallen to him. Though Geralman was tasked with leading the nuclear strike, Whiteman at least hadn't blatantly sent him to his death. The man had promised to attach a mercenary company and secure air support from Banshee and Viking fighters. Before seeing this mercenary company called the Whalers, he had doubted the combat effectiveness of Whiteman's promised troops, suspecting they were nothing more than a rabble. But upon seeing Foros and the Whalers in their imposing power armor firsthand, he immediately realized this was no ordinary mercenary band, but an elite force forged in countless bloody battles. Geralman even caught a glimpse of something akin to hunger in the eyes of several helmetless Whalers. It was a longing for battle, even a yearning for death. Where in the blazes did Whiteman find these mercenaries? With this kind of gear and presence? Could they be UED operatives? Geralman pushed these distracting thoughts aside. Now was not the time. The priority was to complete the mission and get back alive. After a brief exchange with Foros, the chapter master commanded a contingent of nearly 100 Whalers to escort his special demolition team towards the target. However, just a few blocks past the defensive line established by another mercenary company, the Armageddon Steel Legion, the relatively intact street was already covered by a foul-smelling, viscous, purple carpet-like substance, the Zerg's distinctive creep. It's already spread this far. How long has it been? Geralman muttered, stepping onto the disgusting creep and feeling the unpleasant stickiness through his boots. He was now walking shoulder to shoulder with the mercenary leader Foros through this Zerg-infested zone. Hearing his remark, Foros immediately asked in a tone laced with confusion and wariness, "You know what this is, eh?" Surprised by the question, Geralman hesitated before confirming, "You're asking about the creep? This abominable stuff covering the ground is called creep." His tone was one of undisguised astonishment. Foros's follow-up question revealed his ignorance, and he stomped hard on the creep beneath his feet. His entire reaction was that of someone witnessing this phenomenon for the very first time. The Zerg had ravaged the Copperless sector for so long, causing countless disasters. Even citizens on the most remote planets far from the infested systems knew of them through UNN news broadcasts. Their knowledge might not be deep, but the name and basic characteristics were common knowledge. Seeing Foros's genuine, unfeigned ignorance of such common knowledge, a profound sense of absurdity welled up in Geralman. Even the UED back on Earth wouldn't be ignorant of the Zerg. Just where in some forsaken corner did Whiteman dig up these mercenaries? While Yellowman was still pondering where on Earth Furos and his Whalers mercenary company had crawled out from, Furos, who had been trampling the thickening creep beneath his feet, suddenly halted, and without warning raised his arms to the Whalers around him, bellowing, "Prepare for battle." At his command, the Whalers around him formed a battle formation with remarkable efficiency. The strange armored vehicles equipped with turrets on both their roofs and hulls roared as they rolled over the creep to take the vanguard. Almost at the same moment Furos gave the order, Whitman's voice crackled through Yellowman's communicator. "Lieutenant, we've detected a massive Zerg swarm converging on your coordinates. Get those mercenaries to hold their ground immediately." The intelligence Whitman relayed was identical to Furos's own assessment. Though the Whalers clearly needed no reminder, Yellowman replied with a curt, "Acknowledged," to ease Whitman's mind. As the distant tide of Zerg came into view, Furos didn't hesitate for a moment. Sword in one hand and pistol in the other, he charged forward at the lead. For Sanguinius. For Sanguinius. The Whalers roared in response, following their chapter master's charge toward the distant Zerg. The cannons on the vanguard vehicles thundered their searing barrage, tearing the first wave of Zerglings to shreds. The secondary weapons on the flanks of the vehicles also opened fire, weaving a dense web of suppressive fire. Yellowman, preparing to hold his position, was stunned by the sight of the Whalers charging past him. What kind of tactic was this? Weren't they supposed to use the vehicles and the streets to lay down superior firepower and hold back the swarm? How could their commander Furos just yell, "For Sanguinius," and lead a full charge? And just who was Sanguinius anyway? Madman. Yellowman muttered under his breath and relayed the situation to Whitman's command post. "These mercenaries. What do they think they're doing? Committing suicide? Yellowman, get them back here immediately. Hold the streets." Yellowman would have loved to pull back the Whalers, who seemed to be overdosing on stimulants, but seeing Furos already carving through Zerg and the Whalers around him doing the same, he could only say with resignation, "Colonel, their mercenary commander has already taken point, requesting immediate Banshee support." After a brief silence, Whitman's response came through, understanding the situation was beyond salvaging. "A Banshee squadron will be in your airspace within a minute. Protect the nuke." The faint sounds of gunfire in the background communication indicated Whitman was having a rough time of it as well. The fact that Banshee support could arrive in a minute meant Whitman had diverted them from other missions. "Rally on me." Yeleman ordered the 4 Marines around him to close in, positioning them to shield him while they fired at any Zerg attempting to approach the demolition team. Throughout this, Furos the Whaler's chapter master remained at the very tip of the spear. His longsword traced arcs of light, cleaving Zerglings in half wherever it passed. Each beam from the strange pistol in his right hand precisely obliterated the heads of hydralisks, spitting bone spikes from the tide. This dual-wielding combat style, elevating slaughter to an art form, was something not even the most exaggerated holofilms Yeleman had ever seen would dare to portray. The Whalers ahead formed a mobile wall of death. The eclectic mix of firearms in their hands spat an equally eclectic mix of attacks riddling the oncoming Zerg. Any that slipped through the fire net were torn apart by the whirring toothed melee weapons they constantly brandished. Their tactical coordination was flawless. Every piece of suppressive positioning, every crossfire displayed a synchronicity only achievable through years of hard-won experience. What unsettled Yeleman even more was the blazing hatred for the Zerg burning in their eyes. Yet judging from their vague references to the Zerg units, he could tell these men had absolutely no prior contact with them. Suddenly a blob of sickly green acid exploded in the center of the Whaler formation ahead. The armor of a stricken Whaler hissed and corroded instantly, a large hole melting through the abdominal plate. Flesh sizzled and turned to rot under the acid's touch, yet the Whaler remained standing. Keep your distance. Those are banlings. Yeleman emptied his spike rifle into the swarm while shouting a warning. He'd seen men unafraid of death, but never men so unafraid they'd try to melee a baneling. These mercenaries were 100% ignorant about the Zerg. Do not engage those banlings in melee. Though fervent, the Whalers were not madmen. Having suffered a loss and hearing Yeleman's warning, they immediately adjusted their tactics, actively creating a safe distance from the swarm. Banlings were bloated a sickly green, their dorsal sacs brimming with acid and reeking of a nauseating rot. They rolled and lurched forward at high speed, and once near a target they would detonate, splashing their highly corrosive acid for devastating area damage. Their distinctive appearance also made them glaringly obvious within the swarm. After their initial lesson, the Whalers used their ranged weapons to precisely pick off the banlings mixed within the horde. Under their assault, the Zerg tide even began to show signs of being pushed back, but the advance was still far too slow. Without warning from a sky empty save for the distant drop pods and interceptor fire, a rain of missiles materialized out of thin air, slamming into the surging Zerg swarm. A relentless series of violent explosions erupted, flames instantly engulfing the dense Zerg clusters in the street. A wave of searing heat washed over them. Yeleman immediately realized it was a cloaked Banshee squadron launching a surprise attack. And it wasn't over yet. Within seconds, another swarm of missiles screamed in from the direction the Zerg had come, hammering the swarm once more. It was clear the cloaked Banshees had completed their initial strike, turned rapidly, and executed a second bombing run. Beautiful. Yeleman cheered. The Banshee support was incredibly effective. Furos and his Whalers ahead also noticed the invisible support from the air, but they didn't pause for a second. Instead, they seized the opportunity to push forward with even more ferocious and brutal momentum. The Banshees conducted 2 more bombing runs before Whitman's voice came over the comms again. Banshees are returning to base. The path ahead should be clear for you. Yeleman finally allowed himself a small measure of relief. After all, he still had to get to the heart of the Zerg hive and plant a cold fusion nuclear device. The Zerg swarm, which had seemed like a purple tide moments before, was now decimated by the combined onslaught of the Banshee runs and the Whalers' furious assault. The street was littered with the broken remains of Zerg, the air thick with the smell of explosions and the stench of the alien creatures. Furos and his Whalers continued their advance, treading over the creep, the flames of battle in their eyes not diminished in the slightest. Understood, Colonel. We will continue the mission. With that, Gerlman commanded the Marines and SCVs beside him to follow the Weeper's advance, while he himself hurried to Foros' side and asked directly, "Have you truly never encountered the Zerg before?" After receiving the latter's affirmative answer, Gerlman immediately began explaining to Foros, thinking that at the very least he could prevent such an absurd occurrence as engaging banlings in melee combat from happening again. Creep Zerglings, Hydralisks, banlings. Besides these, there are also. Foros would occasionally ask a question or two about Zerg habits or weaknesses based on Gerlman's descriptions. His learning ability was formidable, and he quickly developed a preliminary framework of understanding regarding these creatures. While listening to Gerlman's explanations, Foros exuded a focus and composure that starkly contrasted with his ferocious combat style, making Gerlman increasingly convinced that these mercenaries were anything but ordinary. After clearing the attacking swarm, they gradually left the urban area. As their field of vision broadened, the creep beneath their feet thickened until it reached the knees of their powered armor. As they left the city and marched with clear purpose towards the Zerg territory, the Zerg reappeared and clashed with the Weepers. This time, however, an overseer floated above the swarm, clearly a precaution taken by the Zerg against the earlier cloaked Banshees. Yet for some unknown reason, the number of Zerg that came to obstruct their path was far fewer than Gerlman had anticipated. The Weepers easily escorted the special demolition team deep into the heart of the Zerg territory. Geralman's gaze swept across the pulsating, vein-covered, grotesquely living Zerg structures. He spotted a hatchery that had evolved into a hive, a spawning pool, a baneling nest, a hydralisk den. But none of these were his target. He was searching for the Nidus worm, the colossal creature capable of excavating vast networks beneath a planet's surface, allowing the swarm to traverse vast distances. Warmaster Foros, we need to go deeper. The Nidus worm isn't here. Foros swung his longsword in a reverse arc, cleaving two Zerglings that had leaped from the spawning pool in half. Ichor splattered across his armor without affecting his movements in the slightest. Having done this, he tilted his head slightly, his eyes burning with fury, and said, "Lead the way." Thus the Weepers, following Geralman's directions, began to carve a path through the Zerg base, protecting the special demolition team. The deeper they ventured into the swarm's heartland, the more numerous the living structures and charging Zerg became. Yet the numbers still fell drastically short of what Geralman had calculated based on the base's scale. Even so, casualties began to mount inevitably. The Weepers, who had been horrifically maimed earlier while carving through banlings, were the first to fall under the swarm's onslaught, and many more were wounded. Finally, Geralman spotted a grotesque opening conspicuous on the creep-covered ground in the distance. That's the Nidus worm's entrance. Geralman was then escorted to the entrance. The SCV that had accompanied them all along lowered the crate containing the cold fusion warhead, allowing Geralman to operate it. Ignoring the carnage around him, Geralman opened the crate, likewise ignoring the cold fusion warhead at its center that could obliterate him and everything nearby in an instant. His fingers danced across the control panel on the crate's inner wall. As he worked, instruments on the crate's sides began scanning the tunnel below. Regardless of the urgency, this would take time. While operating, Geralman established communication with Whiteman again. "Colonel, we have reached the target location. Transmitting tunnel data now." "Received, Lieutenant. We will analyze the data you send at maximum speed and provide feedback." Geralman rapidly input commands on the control panel, beginning to probe the underground tunnel network and transmit the data results back to the command center in real time, awaiting their feedback on the optimal placement point. Before long, accompanied by tremors in the ground, the real-time updated tunnel map detected signals of one colossal creature and countless smaller ones rapidly moving through the tunnels towards this very exit. Clearly, an immense number of Zerg were surging towards this exit from the underground tunnels. This was also the reason why the number of Zerg encountered by some was far less than they had anticipated. Numerous signals approaching the exit. The swarm is coming out from underground. At that very moment, the command center's analysis of the placement location finally came back. The recommended spot for the cold fusion warhead was unmistakably the entrance right before them. In fact, simply dropping it straight down would suffice. Watching the approaching tremors and the dense tide-like mass of signal points on the monitor, Geralman instantly set the cold fusion warhead's detonation timer to 2 minutes, slammed the crate shut, and had the SCV drop it into the yawning hole before them. The crate was specially designed. Even if the surging Zerg tried to destroy it, 2 minutes certainly wouldn't be enough. And he needed to get as far out of the blast radius as possible within those 2 minutes. Warmaster Foros. "It's done. Run." Foros didn't waste a single word upon hearing this. "Retreat. Cover each other." His voice remained clear and powerful amidst the cacophony of the battlefield. The Weepers immediately executed the order, beginning an orderly withdrawal. The strange armored vehicles also swiftly turned, shielding the rear of the formation with their thick armor, their turrets still spewing dense streams of fire to slow the pursuing Zerg. It was only during the retreat that Geralman realized the Weepers' overall movement speed was far slower than he had assumed. He had no choice but to slow his own pace and stay beside Foros as they withdrew together. At this speed, escaping the blast radius would be a tight squeeze. The creep spreading underfoot began to tremble slightly with the approach of the colossal underground entity. Behind them, from the Nidus worm's entrance, came the grating sounds of chitin and furious screeches, signaling that the Zerg within the tunnels were already surging forth from the depths. "Quick! Move faster!" Though their withdrawal speed was somewhat slow, the Weepers maintained a tight formation throughout the retreat, showing no signs of panic. Their firepower never ceased, relentlessly suppressing the Zerg pursuers behind them. Just as they were about to reach the city limits, a massive wave of Zerg suddenly erupted from the streets ahead. Besides hydralisks, Zerglings, and banlings, there stood a colossal behemoth dozens of meters tall, an ultralisk. And since Whiteman's command center had provided no enemy sighting reports for Geralman, it was undeniable that these Zerg had utilized the already dug tunnel network to bypass the command center's detection and flank the column. Geralman immediately sent a communication to Whiteman. "Colonel, we are retreating. Requesting continuous air support. Banshees will arrive in 2 minutes. Damn it, 2 minutes until they arrive. Even if the Zerg don't tear us apart, we'll be blown to bits by the nuke." Meanwhile, the towering ultralisk bellowed, swinging its 2 pairs of colossal monomolecular bone sides as it began its charge towards the formation. Before it, even the Weepers' vehicles seemed like mere toys. Raising his spike rifle and extending its bayonet, Geralman ordered the Marines and the SCV around him to charge the ultralisk and its surrounding swarm, blocking their path. He joined the charge himself. His brief time with the Weepers had rubbed off on him, and besides, if he didn't take down this ultralisk, the impending nuclear blast would take him out anyway. Before Geralman could even reach the Ultralisk, a tremendous engine roar drowned out the swarm's cries from above. Simultaneously, countless explosions erupted amidst the Ultralisk and the Zerg tide. Boom, 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 boom. These explosions forcibly tore a gap in the swarm, and the Ultralisk received special attention, its massive body blasted apart, losing half of its form. Geralman witnessed this and thought involuntarily, the Banshees got here that fast. No, that's wrong. Banshee engines aren't this loud. Holding the trigger, letting the spike rifle's targeting system lock onto targets automatically via the powered armor's internal computer, Geralman looked up. He saw 5 large aircraft painted yellow and emblazoned with a bleeding heart emblem roaring overhead. Wisps of light smoke still curled from the missile pods under their wings. It's the Weeper's air support. Break out. Foros's roar followed immediately. He always led from the front. The Weepers surged forward like a breached dam, charging through the gap, torn open by the explosions. The armored vehicles also gunned their engines, unleashing a furious barrage of fire to provide dense cover for the infantry. Behind them, from the Nidus Worm's entrance, Zerg continued to pour out like an endless tide, Ultralisks visible everywhere. These creatures pursued the retreating column with reckless abandon. Moreover, the Ultralisk that had been blasted half to pieces was not dead. It struggled to raise its head, its 2 pairs of massive monomolecular bone sides swinging toward a Weeper vehicle passing by. The vehicle's driver reacted with incredible speed, swerving the chassis to graze past the sides. Even so, deep gouges were carved into the hull with a sickening screech of tearing metal, and the 2 autocannons on its sides were reduced to wreckage. Seeing this, Foros turned and charged the dying Ultralisk. As he neared it, he leaped, using the force of his descent to drive his longsword deep into the creature's already shattered skull. With a twist of his wrist, he wrenched the blade free. Rule war. The Ultralisk did not die. Its colossal frame thrashed violently, its bone sides flailing wildly in an attempt to kill Foros. Foros, surprised by the creature's tenacity, leaped again, firing his rifle's beam directly into the Ultralisk's eye socket. Boom! A massive gaping hole appeared where the Ultralisk's eye had been. After struggling for a moment, the immense body finally crashed heavily onto the creep, falling silent forever. Foros landed, and without pausing turned to lead the column in their breakout. Geralman watched Foros's god of war-like figure, thinking, is this guy a superhuman? Above, the 5 yellow Weeper aircraft continued to circle, occasionally diving to strafe and fire missiles at the pursuing Zerg and Ultralisks, providing cover for the ground forces' retreat. But unless they focused fire like they had on the previous Ultralisk, the scattered shots splashing against the behemoths were hardly more than a nuisance, and the Ultralisks completely ignored the sporadic fire. Sensing the ever-closer swarm, some of the severely wounded Weepers turned and launched frenzied suicidal charges directly at the Ultralisks among the pursuing Zerg. Geralman, while twisting to fire at the Zerg behind him, shouted reminders to the Weepers around him. 10 seconds. Run. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As Geralman finished counting down, a terrifying shockwave slammed into them from behind. Simultaneously, the very ground seemed to be gripped by an invisible colossal hand and violently hurled upwards and outwards. Boom! Geralman felt an incredibly powerful force strike his back, and then everything went black as he lost consciousness. In his final moment before blacking out, as he was hurled through the air, he saw a colossal mushroom cloud rise slowly in the distance, blotting out the sky and sun, consuming the entire swarm nest from moments ago. When Geralman regained consciousness, ignoring the excruciating pain that felt like every bone in his body had shattered, his first thought was to check the time. Was I out for a minute? After checking, he realized he was moving. Looking down, he found himself being carried by 2 Weepers. Even amidst the devastation left by the nuclear blast, their steps remained steady. Looking closer, he saw a colossal Ultralisk carcass lying beside him. Judging by the wounds covering its body, this Ultralisk had not died from the nuclear blast, but had been taken down by these Weepers within the minute he had been unconscious. Around him, the surviving Weepers were methodically regrouping, moving the wounded, and setting up a perimeter. The yellow aircraft were beginning to land on a nearby stretch of ruins. Foros stood at the edge of the devastated ruins, gazing at the still unsettled mushroom cloud in the distance. His armor was caked with Zerg ichor and grime from the explosions, but the fury in his eyes remained. Thank you. Geralman knew that the success of this mission, and even his own survival, was thanks to the Weepers. Foros slowly turned around, and as he looked at him, the fury in his eyes softened considerably. He walked over to Geralman, knelt on one knee, bringing himself to Geralman's eye level, and asked, "Your comrades have all perished. Was the mission accomplished? They've fallen. The mission is complete." Geralman, aching all over, nodded. Seeing the option for a sedative injection pop up from his powered armor's internal medical suite, he declined it. He didn't want to sleep just yet. The Nidus network should be completely destroyed. Quite the punch that thing packs, huh? Foros nodded. His gaze sweeping over the surviving Weepers around him, Geralman noticed some with broken arms, others with armor breached to reveal gruesome wounds. Yet the look in each of their eyes remained resolute, with no sign of pain. Tally the casualties, 10 to the wounded. Foros's voice sounded again, and prepare to withdraw to camp. At the command, the Weepers immediately set to work. No unnecessary words, only action. Geralman was carried into one of the massive yellow aircraft. He noted that despite their rugged exterior, these aircraft boasted a surprisingly spacious transport bay inside. More Weepers boarded the aircraft. Foros also boarded this one. Those eyes, burning with fury, always seemed to soften when they looked at him. Geralman couldn't understand why. After chatting with his teammate, the teammate went out to claim the reward, leaving half of the troops behind to help defend the base. Thanks to the teammates' reinforcement wave, equipped Space Marines, they fought quite effectively. With them guarding the Hellhound, the defensive line was under pressure, but still within Li Li's manageable limits, so his population count remained largely unchanged. Now seeing the notification pop up on the left side of the screen that Tier 3 had been unlocked, Li Li shouted, "The time of Tier 3 has arrived." As he spoke, he selected several vehicle platforms in his base and started building Leman Russ tanks. Why? Because the Leman Russ was the most cost-effective Tier 3 vehicle unlocked. Besides that, Li Li also placed the Tier 3 high-tech structure to unlock the Emperor's Shadow Sword. Before unlocking the Emperor's Shadow Sword, let's play with the Leman Russ first. The enemy's quality has risen now. If we don't deploy something to hold the line, we're really going to lose. As he spoke, Li Li selected a newly built Leman Russ and began to inspect it. Its main armament was a 120mm battle cannon, and its secondary armament consisted of 3 heavy bolters, one at the front of the hull and one on each side. To be honest, Li Li thought this configuration was rather mediocre because even any armed robot summoned by Swan's panel had a 120mm cannon on each arm, a totally common commodity. But one difference was that the Leman Russ was a traditional main battle tank designed for armored assault, something the Terran, or at least the Terran Dominion, lacked. A stock Leman Russ had nearly twice the hit points of a siege tank and came with 2 armor. Of course, that was also related to the fact that the siege tank was more of a transformable self-propelled gun than a tank. In StarCraft 2, the unit that truly fit the role of an armored assault MBT for the Terran Dominion was actually the Thor. It wasn't that the Leman Russ was garbage, only its stock version was. After playing around for a while, Li Li had discovered one thing: Warhammer side units could be customized. For example, take 2 Imperial Guard squads, one with barebones guardsmen wielding stock lasguns, the other fully equipped with sergeants and commissars, every soldier carrying plasma guns, flammers, and grenade launchers. The same unit type, but through customization you could achieve completely different combat capabilities. However, there was a prerequisite: you had to have enough money to purchase these upgrades and to perform special reinforcements for sergeants and commissars. A stock Leman Russ had 300 HP and 2 armor. Apart from the main cannon's damage, if angled correctly, the 3 stock heavy bolters on the hull could also contribute. The raw stats of this vehicle actually lived up to its Tier 3 MBT designation, but compared to the Thor, the current stock Leman Russ wasn't even fit to carry its shoes. The reason he kept emphasizing stock was that the Leman Russ also had many purchasable upgrades. The 120mm main cannon could be replaced with various other cannons. After purchasing a different main cannon, the Leman Russ's name would also change. For example, if you bought the Plasma Destroyer cannon, the stock Leman Russ would be renamed the Leman Russ Executioner, specializing in anti-heavy tank or anti-building armor. If you bought the Demolisher cannon, it became the Leman Russ Demolisher, transforming into a close-range one-shot support tank similar to the Centurion Aviary in War Thunder. If you bought the Eradicator Nova cannon, it became the Leman Russ Eradicator, a sniper tank. If you bought the Twin-Linked Autocannon, it became the Leman Russ Annihilator, a BMPT with bare autocannons. If you bought the small Twin-Linked Inferno cannon, it became the Leman Russ Incinerator, an AoE platform. Li Li checked its cost-effectiveness and found it inferior to the Hellhound. If you bought the long-barreled Vanquisher cannon, it became the Leman Russ Vanquisher, a tank destroyer like the Jag Tiger in War Thunder, or perhaps a Firefly. Anyway, Li Li really enjoyed playing the Firefly in War Thunder's World War II mode. If you bought the Punisher Gatling cannon, it became the Leman Russ Punisher, an autocannon vehicle for anti-heavy infantry. Besides these, there were many other main cannons to buy, but their prices varied. The cheap twin-linked autocannon cost 1/5 of a stock Leman Russ's build price, while an expensive one like the Plasma Destroyer cannon cost twice as much as a stock Leman Russ. Not only the main cannon, but the 3 stock heavy bolters on the hull could also be customized, for example into multi-meltas, slightly weaker plasma weapons, heavy flammers, and so on. However, swapping these secondary weapons did not affect the Leman Russ's name, and purchasing certain main cannons would remove the 2 heavy bolters on the hull's sides. Besides weapons, even the armor could be upgraded further, increasing both armor and HP. After looking through all the options, Li Li drooled over the various main cannons, but there was one problem. They were too expensive. He calculated that fully upgrading a single Leman Russ to its maximum configuration, while the numerical boost was significant, cost 5 to 6 times more resources than the vehicle's base build price. With that money, building 5 more stock Leman Russes would always be stronger than one tricked-out tank. It was like a fully upgraded M14. It was good, but it couldn't beat 5 budget M14s. Damn it, forget it. Let's have fun first. Pass the pressure to my teammate. Saying that, Li Li bought the Plasma Destroyer cannon for the first Leman Russ he built. He watched its name change to Leman Russ Executioner. As the suffix changed, the two heavy bolters on the hull's sides disappeared, and the front heavy bolter was replaced with a heavy flamer. Extra armor, a more powerful engine. Everything was installed. Although he didn't have enough money to buy accessories for all the stock Leman Russes, he had enough to fully upgrade one. After the upgrade, seeing that the already thick armor of the Leman Russ had grown even thicker and its HP and attack power had also increased, Li Lu felt the money was well spent. Without any hesitation, Li Lu directly started driving it. It's the familiar War Thunder control mode. Moreover, although the Leman Russ looked outdated in appearance, it was actually a true main battle tank equipped with all the necessary gadgets like laser rangefinders, gyroscopic stabilizers, bubble navigation instruments, and so on. Well, it was indeed quite backward. The instruments installed felt to Li Lu no more advanced than those of a real-world modern main battle tank. He didn't see the technological level expected of a main battle tank from the Imperial Guard of a mighty human empire. But it had to be said that when driving, the sense of being in a real main battle tank from the Leman Russ was much stronger than from the siege tank. Even the sound of its tracks grinding over the ground sounded more powerful than the siege tanks. What can I say? As Li Lu maneuvered his sluggish Leman Russ toward the defensive line, a cluster of red dots materialized beyond the city outskirts and surged toward the fortifications. Upon entering the city streets, the swarm scattered, each taking its own path. Li Lu swiftly switched his view to his permanent defensive position, where a colossal thunder beast loomed, flanked by dense swarms of hydralisks, zerglings, and banlings. Checking other lines, he found each besieged by identical compositions of the swarm. Still can't quite wrap my head around it, Li Lu grumbled. Has the AI actually improved, or is it just the same as before? If this wave hadn't split up and had instead concentrated on a single point, I'd be done for. His gaze fixed on the thunder beast leading the charge. At true scale, its sheer bulk nearly filled the entire street. Looking at it this way, splitting their forces makes sense. Wait, no. Damn, I'm running out of time. Why is this thing so slow? Li Lu realized he could already see the thunder beast charging on the defensive line, while his Leman Russ was still several blocks away. Run, you damn Leman Russ. Run. On the Armageddon Steel Legion's defensive line, Brian was fulfilling his duty as the garrison commander appointed by Foros, directing the remaining Weepers to assist the mortal soldiers of the Steel Legion in their defense. He spotted the titanic monstrosity at the forefront of the Tyranid swarm. Its height dwarfed 10 fully armored Weepers stacked atop one another, and its length far surpassed an Imperial Thunderhawk gunship. It swung the pair of curved sides from the sides of its head as it thundered toward the line. The mortal soldiers poured fire upon it with all their might, but their efforts served only to enrage the beast. 3 Hellhound flamethrower tanks at the vanguard attempted to intercept. 2 were cleaved apart by the monster's massive blades, their crews and vehicles erupting into scattered fireballs. The 3rd tried to reverse out of danger, but a single stomp from the beast's colossal foot flattened it into a blazing wreck. With the Hellhounds annihilated, the mortal soldiers did not retreat. Instead, they launched a desperate charge at the monster. They hurled every grenade they had. The explosions rang out in a relentless barrage, yet they only managed to crack the beast's thick carapace. Enraged by the harassment, the monster lowered its head and swept its scythe like blades through the air. In an instant, the front rank of a dozen charging soldiers was bisected, their bodies and weapons cleaved in twain, blood and viscera splattering across the ground. Brian realized this was no creature that could be felled by infantry firepower alone. Without heavy vehicles or artillery support, he had no means to slay this abhorrent alien. Nevertheless, he ordered the surrounding Weepers to attack it with everything they had. Open fire. Concentrate all fire on its head. A Weeper raised a melt-a-gun, aimed at the beast's thick skull, and pulled the trigger. A blinding orange-red beam struck true, but it only carved a small gouge and some cracks into the carapace. A weapon capable of melting through tank armor couldn't even fully penetrate its hide. Brian immediately called for the Thunderhawk gunships and Stormraven gunships held in reserve to provide support. What worried him more was the thought that if these monsters had struck all city defensive lines, then the captain, who had gone to escort the special demolition team, was likely in grave danger as well. He made a snap decision, ordering some Thunderhawks to head toward the captain's position preemptively. Their location was far from the base, so waiting for the captain to call for support would be far too late. And the situation was deteriorating further. With so much firepower concentrated on the colossal beast, the suppression of the smaller Tyranids dropped sharply. Countless smaller creatures poured through the gaps beneath the giant, sprinting toward the defensive line at speeds far exceeding its lumbering advance. Seeing this, Brian and the Weepers around him abandoned ranged combat, drawing their melee weapons and charging into the Tyranids that had already breached the trenches. Though they managed to stop the smaller creatures from rampaging through the line, the colossal beast remained unstoppable. Around it now lay the piled bodies of the brave Armageddon Steel Legion soldiers who had charged, and even Brian's own Weeper brothers. Once the last of the charging defenders fell, the beast opened its maw in a thunderous roar and continued its unstoppable march toward the line. Boom! Suddenly, a meter-long shell slammed precisely into the beast's roaring open mouth. BLM! With a resounding explosion, the creature's entire head shattered. Where its skull had been there remained only a charred, gory stump gushing blood. Brian turned to see an Armageddon Steel Legion Basilisk self-propelled gun that had somehow crept close to the front lines, its barrel still smoking. This self-propelled gun had closed in unnoticed and delivered the killing blow. Or so it seemed. The sudden turn of events gave Brian's heart a moment of respite, but the next second a more horrifying sight seized it. The headless body did not collapse as expected. The Thunder Beast crashed to the ground. Its mutilated torso convulsed violently, as if emitting a silent but utterly furious roar. Then it rose and continued its charge toward the defensive line. The Leman Russ was too slow. With no other option, Li Lu grabbed the two idle basilisks near the defensive line and pulled them over to shore up the section about to be overrun. But he had expected that one shell would wipe out the Thunder Beast's health bar entirely. Reality slapped him in the face. That hit had only counted as basic attack damage. What the hell? It's still alive. Just as the basilisk entered its reload cooldown, and the headless Thunder Beast, still with plenty of health charged toward him, the roar of engines suddenly filled the sky and a hail of firepower rained down upon the headless beast. Boom, boom, boom. Successive violent explosions kicked up a blinding storm of dust and fire, instantly engulfing the headless Thunder Beast that was still charging. Leela switched out of the basilisk's view to see several yellow-painted Thunderhawks and Storm Ravens bearing the bloody heart emblem swooping down between the gaps of the towering buildings. Their wing-mounted weapon pods continued to pour out fire. With this saturation strike, the headless Thunder Beast's health bar was finally depleted. Its broken, ruined body crashed heavily to the ground, motionless at last. Holy crap! That loadout is way better than my budget Wrath of the Emperor knockoff, the Wrath of the Celestial King. He switched to the battlefield view and saw that his teammates' air units had also swooped in and cleared the remaining Thunder Beasts one by one. By the time his own Leman Russ finally reached the front lines, the red dots had all been eliminated. So had his defensive line, for that matter. It was more accurate to call it a pile of rubble. His population had taken a massive hit. Too slow. What can I say? The defensive line was in tatters, and Li Lu was patching it up piece by piece. Just as he deemed the newly arranged position inadequate and planned to shift the entire line forward 5 meters to blanket the block with suppressive fire, a colossal thunderclap echoed from the horizon. Beyond, a gargantuan mushroom cloud bloomed on the city's outskirts. Though the blast point was vastly distant from Li Li's position, the ensuing shockwave was potent enough to shatter the glass of the surrounding urban structures. The Allies finished the bonus objective. Quite the spectacle. Li Lu cast a casual glance at the explosion before turning back to his meticulous repairs on the defensive line. As time wore on, an increasing number of Leman Russ tanks rolled to the front. Though imposing, they appeared toy-like next to the colossal, unvanished carcass of the nearby Ultralisk. To take down an Ultralisk relying solely on the 120mm main cannon without additional armaments would leave our firepower sorely lacking. He continued to chatter while fortifying the line. Even a headshot wouldn't kill that thing. Looks like we'll have to drown it in sheer numbers. Later. My queen, the human forces far exceed projections. Our swarm's assault is being obstructed. What? Kerrigan, who was directing the swarm's engagement with the human fleet, was taken aback by Isha's report. She immediately extended her perception of the swarm to the ground battle. Indeed, as Isha had reported, the swarm was being held firmly at bay beyond the city's central district. What's happening, Isha? A flicker of displeasure crossed Kerrigan's eyes. She had specifically entrusted the ground assault on Tilia to a newly ascended broodmother, intending it as a test of her capabilities. As a replacement for the Cerebrates after the Overmind's demise, broodmothers had consistently underperformed in her eyes, and Tilia's stalled ground offensive seemed to reinforce that assessment. My queen, broodmother Zagara, reports that 2 previously unseen human military forces have reinforced the Imperial troops on Tilia. Those humans even used nuclear weapons to destroy the Nidus worms and the hive clusters containing their genetic material. Enough? I will ask her myself. With that, the Blade Queen directly established a psionic link to Zagara, the brood mother she had dispatched to command the swarm on Tilia's surface. Her tone was sharply accusatory. Zagara, why haven't your broods torn through the human defenses yet? My queen, the number of humans far exceeds projections. No matter how many of their forces I destroy, I only encounter more with each subsequent assault. Zagara's voice transmitted through the psionic link. Their weaponry and combat methods are also strange, vastly different from the Imperial forces we've faced before. This is the first time I've encountered humans who can fight the swarm in close quarters, my queen. I care nothing for your excuses, Zagara. You must learn to fight and conquer on your own. You cannot rely on me for everything. Listen carefully, I am giving you one more chance. If you still fail to secure Tilia, I will have to come down and help you take it personally. After arranging for the wounded Lieutenant Gerlman to return to the local garrison base for treatment, Foros immediately rushed to the city's northern defensive line to join the fray. Yet as he observed the endless stream of Leman Russ tanks arriving from the rear accompanied by a massive contingent of Armageddon Steel Legion soldiers, he couldn't help but feel a pang of suspicion. These forces clearly exceeded the expected size of a single Astra Militarum regiment. What further roused his suspicion was the sequence of events from learning of the existence of the God Emperor to the chapter Psychers losing contact with the warp, to the words the Gene Father had spoken to Brian, and then encountering these mortal garrison troops in strange power armor and the unprecedented alien enemy known as the Zerg. Any fool could see it. The Lamenters were no longer in their original universe. So where did these soldiers of the Armageddon 87 Steel Legion come from? The sheer number of Steel Legion vehicles already tallied far exceeded the establishment of any armored regiment Foros knew of, not to mention the accompanying infantry contingent, which was numerous enough to constitute an entire infantry regiment. While all this could potentially be explained away by extraordinary circumstances, what truly troubled Foros was that he had only learned the local names for the Zerg after Lieutenant Gerlman's detailed explanation. Yet Colonel Blackman, without any prior briefing, could accurately name Ultralisk, Baneling, Zergling, and Hydralisk, and even knew further colloquial terms for these alien creatures such as Bile Dog and Beast. Combined with other telltale signs, it was evident that Colonel Blackman's understanding of these aliens and indeed of this world and universe ran far deeper than his own. For reasons unknown, he seemed to be feigning ignorance, acting as if he had stumbled into this world with no prior knowledge. After careful deliberation, Foros decided not to confront him. Provoking a potential taboo could turn this unnaturally large force against the Lamenters, a risk not worth the potential fallout. After all, with such incredible events as the God Emperor, universe-hopping a brother returning from the dead, and meeting the Gene Father after death, Colonel Blackman's secrets seemed comparatively inconsequential. It was at that moment that a thunderous, heavier-than-usual footfall echoed from afar. Tracing the sound, a monstrous Ultralisk emerged from the street corner. As it charged through the intersection, a second, and then a third Ultralisk followed in its wake, their silhouettes looming from the same avenue. Trailing these three titans was a massive swarm of Hydralisks, Zerglings, and Banelings. Furthermore, from the skies above, a flock of colossal Mutalisks, or flying dragons, descended with their wide wings spread in a sweeping spiral. This marked the first appearance of Zerg air units in the assault, a clear counter to the Lamenters, Thunderhawk gunships, and Storm Ravens. Foros recalled Gerlman's words: the Zerg were not mindless beasts. They operated under a sophisticated command hierarchy with a supreme leader known as the Queen of Blades, a being of immense cruelty and slaughter. Judging by the appearance of these three Ultralisks, the Zerg force before them was at least 3 times larger than before. This signified that the Zerg commander had realized their previous numbers were insufficient to break the defenses erected by the Lamenters and the Steel Legion, prompting them to commit their entire swarm in a desperate attempt to crush the line through sheer overwhelming force. Li Lu muttered his signature nonsense as he drove his fully upgraded Leman Russ executioner to a prime firing position. His left pinky pressed the shift key, switching to the tank's gun sight interface. The massive silhouette of the charging Ultralisk loomed clearly in his crosshairs. Though nearby AI-controlled Leman Russ tanks and infantry squads were already pouring out devastating firepower, the storm of bullets and shells raining down on the colossal beast produced a cacophony of explosions. Yet the chaotic battlefield noise could not break Li Li's focus. Unswayed by the surrounding frenzy, he calmly adjusted the gun sight angle until the crosshair locked onto the charging Ultralisk's head. Gunner ready. Ultralisk. 1 o'clock, range 300. As the parameters were announced, his Leman Russ executioner fired with sudden violence. The plasma destroyer main cannon, long primed and waiting, let out a distinctive high-pitched shriek as a thick beam of blue light erupted from its muzzle, slamming directly into the Ultralisk's skull. Hit. Without even checking the damage dealt, Li Lu swiftly switched his view, changing his vehicle to a Hydra flak tank. Hydra. He pressed shift again to open the gun sight, using the auger array to rapidly locate the airspace where the Zerg flyers were gathered. Gunner ready. Mutalisks. Bearing 030, altitude 500, target locked. Seeing the crosshair automatically lock on and begin tracking the leading Mutalisk, Li Lu pressed the fire button. The Hydra's quad-linked anti-air autocannons erupted in a continuous stream of fire, the barrage spreading like a net of death over the circling Mutalisks. A series of dull explosions followed as the Mutalisks, which had been dogfighting with the Lamenters' Thunderhawk gunships, were blown into shreds, one by one tumbling from the sky. Target down. The Hydra's turrets swiveled with precision, each turn locking onto a new Mutalisk. The remaining flyers, still weaving and attacking around the Thunderhawks and Storm Ravens, were efficiently eliminated one after another. After clearing the Mutalisks that were harassing his allies' aircraft, Li Lu switched his vehicle back to the Leman Russ executioner he had started with. Its main cannon had finished cooling and was ready to fire again. Leman Russ. Li Lu continued adjusting the gun sight, aiming at the headless Ultralisk's mangled neck, still charging forward on pure momentum. Gunner ready. Ultralisk. 1 o'clock, range 200. He pressed the fire button. The cooled plasma destroyer roared once more, another thick beam of blue light smashing into the trembling pulped flesh of the Ultralisk's neck, blasting an even deeper crater into the wound. The leading Ultralisk, battered by relentless fire, finally collapsed from the blow. The inertia of its charge carried it sliding forward several meters, and its colossal body crushed countless hapless Zerg beneath it as it fell. Target eliminated. The second Ultralisk, unable to break in time, slammed directly into the corpse of the first. After futilely trying to push the body blocking the road aside, the second Ultralisk instead attempted to climb over its fallen kin. Its immense weight bore down, and the sections of the first Ultralisk it stepped on were crushed flat, the sound of cracking chitin echoing clearly across the battlefield. The second Ultralisk paid no heed to the state of its comrade beneath its feet, intent only on trampling the obstructive corpse to continue its charge. A third Ultralisk followed closely, and the rest of the Zerg swarm surged forward like a tide. But just as the second Ultralisk fully mounted the back of the first, it was met with a concentrated barrage of fire from the Thunderhawk gunship Storm Ravens and the remaining Leman Russ tanks that had just dealt with the Mutalisk threat. Boom, 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 boom. The ferocious assault drained the Ultralisk's health in an instant, its massive form becoming a bloody pulped mess. Basilisk. Lilu switched vehicles once more, selecting a Basilisk self-propelled artillery piece. He leveled the Earthshaker cannon and gave it a slight elevation, aiming it at the second Ultralisk still caught in the explosions. Gunner ready. Armor-piercing shell loaded. Ultralisk. 1 o'clock range 195. He clicked the fire button. With a thunderous roar, the Basilisk's Earthshaker cannon launched a meter-long shell that struck the second Ultralisk's head with pinpoint accuracy. Boom. The meter-long armor-piercing shell shattered the Ultralisk's skull plating and detonated blood and broken chitin spraying in all directions. Hit. Without wasting time waiting for the Basilisk to reload, Lilu switched his vehicle back to his fully upgraded Leman Russ Executioner. The plasma destroyer had finished venting its heat and was ready to fire again. Leman Russ. With the combined efforts of his own chapter and Colonel Blackman's Armageddon 87th Steel Legion, the wave of Zerg, far larger and more ferocious than any before, was finally repelled, though many Lamenter's brothers had valiantly fallen, and Blackman had lost a company of Leman Russ tanks, and even more infantry. Just as Foros was preparing to revive the temporarily fallen brothers to replenish their forces, the communication device he carried, left behind by the local garrison commander Colonel Whiteman, suddenly crackled with an urgent call. Chapter Master Foros, Colonel Blackman, I urgently need your support. The Zerg have broken through the outer defenses on the city's southern flank and are surging toward the central plaza. My remaining forces are insufficient to hold them back. If the central plaza falls, we are all doomed. Colonel Whiteman's voice came through the communicator, laced with unmistakable urgency and anxiety, a stark contrast to his demeanor in previous communications. Previously, whenever he asked Foros or Colonel Blackman to do something, he would always make a point of mentioning the extra commission he would pay some of them as compensation, his words dripping with transactional intent. He also implied that a down payment had already been made, though such a deposit had never materialized, and its purpose remained a mystery. Regardless of the past, this time Whiteman made no mention of payment at all, only a desperate plea for help. With the tunnel worms eliminated, the Zerg had only one tactic left, a frontal assault, which was exactly what they were now executing. Noticing the vast swath of red markers appearing within the sensor tower's range, Whitman, realizing the Zerg had launched another assault, began issuing orders in his usual methodical manner. All units prepare for battle, he commanded. As his voice echoed, the Marines stationed along the defensive lines raised their Gauss rifles toward the street intersections ahead, bracing for the oncoming swarm. Open fire at will until the Zerg close to 150 meters. Once the Hydralisks enter 150 meters, shift your fire to them. Once the Banlings enter 100 meters, shift your fire to them. Once the Zerglings enter 50 meters, shift your fire to them. All Marines are to ignore the Ultralisks. These commands were primarily directed at the re-socialized Marines, who made up over 70% of the force. These soldiers required precise guidance to function effectively in combat. As for the few normally recruited Marines and Marauders who could think for themselves, Whitman allowed them to fire at their own discretion. The reason for not ordering the Marines to engage the Ultralisks was twofold: they couldn't inflict significant damage, and he had siege tanks and Banshees at his disposal to deal with them. This time the sky also held Zerg Mutalisks, but the Viking fighter squadrons were already waiting. Everything is under control. As the swarm came into visible range, Whitman's heart sank. His earlier confidence evaporated instantly. The Zerg forces were several times denser than ever before. Furthermore, each defensive line was now facing 3 Ultralisks. Whitman had fallen victim to an error of empiricism. Previously, the Zerg had always sent only a single Ultralisk in their attack waves, and he had perfected his defenses based on stopping a single Ultralisk charge. As the overall commander, no one knew the combat capabilities of his forces better than Whitman. Against the charge of 3 Ultralisks on each line, the outer defenses he had deployed stood no chance of holding. Incomplete intelligence and an error of empiricism. This was his failure. But even if Whitman wanted to rectify the situation by changing his deployment, it was already too late. Ordering a retreat now would only allow the Zerg to pour through unopposed. And even if they did retreat, given the Zerg's current speed, it was uncertain how many of these units would make it back. The outer defenses were doomed. This was no time for self-recrimination. Whitman needed to gather every available force and establish a new viable defensive line at a suitable rear position before the outer lines fell. Without a moment's hesitation, Whitman sent a communication to the mercenaries on the southern outer defensive line. A dense hail of supersonic spikes tore into the charging swarm, shredding the leading Zerglings. But the fearless Zerg, heedless of casualties, quickly closed the distance to 150 meters, including the 3 Ultralisks. The resocialized Marines strictly followed Whitman's orders. As the Hydralisks entered the 150-meter range, their firepower immediately shifted to these ranged units of the swarm. As for the 3 approaching Ultralisks, orders were orders. Even though they noticed them, the commander had given the order to ignore them, so they simply followed instructions. Continuing to execute orders, they shifted their targets once the Banlings entered 100 meters. Seeing the Banlings rolling across the ground, leaving disgusting trails in their wake, the resocialized Marines quickly adjusted their aim, detonating these suicidal units with concentrated fire before they could get close. Blobs of green explosions erupted before the defensive lines, splashing corrosive fluid everywhere. Most of the Banlings were destroyed outside the safe perimeter. The Zerglings breached the 50-meter mark. Continuing to execute orders, they shifted their targets once the Zerglings entered 50 meters. The resocialized Marines once again redirected their fire, tearing apart countless Zerglings every second. But it wasn't just Zerglings that had entered the 50-meter zone. The Ultralisks were there too. Behind the lines, the siege tanks roared their shells, accurately striking the leading Ultralisk. Several Banshees screamed overhead, unleashing a torrent of rockets. Under the saturation strike, the first Ultralisk was killed before it could reach the line. If there had been only one, the Zerg advance would have been halted right there. But the reality was that there were 3. By the time the first fell, the second, and even the third had closed to a dangerously close distance. Although the tanks and Banshees immediately shifted their fire to the second and third Ultralisks, these 2 behemoths, ignoring the fresh wounds appearing on their hides, roared and stomped flat the reinforced bunkers at the forefront of the line. The resocialized Marines inside, before being crushed, were still meticulously following Whitman's orders, pouring spikes from their Gauss rifles into the Zerglings surging past the 50-meter mark. They made no move to evade the descending colossal feet, instantly becoming meat paste wrapped in crushed steel bunkers. A breach appeared in an instant, and the following Zerg poured through like floodwaters, finding a rupture in a dam. The resocialized Marines continued mechanically executing their orders, firing at the incoming Zerglings. The unmodified soldiers were already trying to retreat, and those who couldn't escape turned to engage the Ultralisks. After hastily assembling a small force of Marines and siege tanks in the central plaza and constructing a crude defensive line. Watching the green lights representing Imperial units on the command center screen flickering out one by one, Whitman finally issued the retreat order to the outer defense forces. Retreat immediately. All remaining combat units on the outer lines regroup at the central plaza immediately. On the screen, the green markers of the outer lines had almost vanished, replaced by a tide of red dots surging forward. The swarm was charging along the city's streets, heading straight for the central plaza. Although Whitman had sent urgent requests for reinforcement to Colonels Furos and Blackman before the lines collapsed, the mobilization and arrival of reinforcements would take time. Under the leadership of the Ultralisks, the boundless tide of the swarm surged madly along the streets behind the 4 fallen southern defense lines, like a bursting flood rushing toward the central plaza. Although the defenders had slain 4 of the 12 Ultralisks before the lines were completely overrun and the garrison annihilated, 8 Ultralisks still remained amidst the swarm. After the swarm poured into the plaza, the Ultralisks did not charge shoulder to shoulder. Instead, they spread across the swarm like sharp spearheads, crashing into the makeshift defense line like moving mountains. Siege tanks thundered at the Ultralisks. Marines poured fire into every Zerg that moved, and Banshees swooped down from the sky, raining bullets that carved bloody furrows across the Ultralisks and their surroundings. Although 2 Ultralisks collapsed under the relentless bombardment, 6 still broke through the crude defense line, which had not even a single bunker. The foremost Ultralisk lowered its head and rammed its massive blade like a battering ram into a still-firing siege tank, sending it tumbling and crushing a swath of infantry. More Zerg surged through the breach, locking into a melee with the Marines. The squadron of cloaked Banshee bombers turned to dive again at the Ultralisks, but 3 of them were struck with pinpoint accuracy by bone spikes fired from Hydralisks on the ground. They spiraled down in plumes of black smoke, crashing into buildings beside the plaza and erupting into fireballs. Behind the swarm, 2 overseers, each as large as an Ultralisk, were surrounded by a flock of Mutalisks in the air and Hydralisks on the ground. It was their presence that allowed the Hydralisks to see through the Banshee's cloak. Seeing this, the remaining Banshees dared not risk another bombing run. The order to attack the overseers reached the Viking squadron. But faced with the threat of numerous Mutalisks in the air and Hydralisks on the ground, the pilots had no way to reach the heavily guarded overseers despite the command. Air support dwindled drastically. The ground defense was slowly crumbling under the relentless assault of the swarm, led by the Ultralisks. Marines fought back-to-back, firing desperately, but they could not hold back the tide of Zerg that surged like a flood. At that desperate moment, just as the defense was about to collapse, reinforcements finally arrived. With the dramatic timing of a heroic entrance in a cliché holofilm. A dozen yellow-painted drop pods 5 meters wide and 8 meters long, bearing the bleeding heart emblem, distinct from standard Terran Dominion drop pods, streaked down from the sky trailing fire and slammed into the swarm. The dull thud of metal striking carapace and flesh resounded across the battlefield. Two ultralisks were directly hit by the falling pods, their massive bodies crushed to the ground. More drop pods landed in the heart of the swarm. As they hit the ground, their hatches flung open, and a relentless volley of missiles roared from the launchers inside, raining down like a dense storm of fire upon the surrounding Zerg. The banlings and Zerglings around the pods were blown to pieces, and hydralisks shattered into gore under the continuous impacts. The swarm's advance was halted. Along with the missiles, a tide of lamenters in yellow power armor, also marked with the bleeding heart, surged out of the drop pods. They charged toward the Zerg, shouting battle cries for Sanguinius. "We are the spear tip of Sanguinius. In the Angel's name, die alien monstrosities. We will fulfill the mission given to us by our Gene Father." The lamenters pouring from the drop pods spat fire from their weapons. Every bolt, beam, plasma burst, and flame efficiently slaughtered the Zerg. Zerglings were as fragile as paper before them, torn apart by bolt rounds. Tall hydralisks could not withstand the charged blasts of melta-weapons. Banlings were cleared in droves by the missiles launched during the pod deployment. The two ultralisks crushed by the drop pods were not dead yet. They struggled to rise. One of them unsteadily pushed up its forelimbs and let out a furious roar. In the sky, the Banshee pilots, having lost their stealth advantage, saw the sudden reinforcements on the ground. They adjusted their formation and, risking being struck by hydralisk spines, dove toward the two crippled ultralisks. In the sky, the Banshee pilots, having lost their stealth advantage, saw the sudden reinforcements on the ground. They adjusted their formation and, risking being struck by hydralisk spines, dove toward the two crippled ultralisks. The mutalisks in the sky tried to intercept the Banshees. Boom, boom, boom. Consecutive explosions rang out. 5 Thunderhawk gunships, also in yellow with the bleeding heart emblem, escorted by a larger number of smaller Storm Ravens, tore apart the mutalisks that had attempted to attack the Banshees. Then the Thunderhawks and Storm Ravens began ground attacks with firepower no less than that of the Banshee bombers. Missiles, heavy autocannon rounds, lasers, and plasma bolts poured indiscriminately into the surroundings. As the Thunderhawks swooped, a large number of fully armed lamenters leaped from their compartments, landing precisely on the backs of the ultralisks that had not been hit by the drop pods, attacking with every means at their disposal. Seeing this, more mutalisks broke away from the escort of the two massive overseers in the distance, attempting to reinforce the battlefield. Just then, the Viking squadron, which had been forced back earlier by the combined fire of mutalisks and hydralisks, streaked across the sky at unparalleled speed and fired missiles at the separating mutalisks. The missiles were only a fraction faster than the Vikings themselves, a marvel of Terran engineering. In one moment, the missiles struck the mutalisks, precisely blowing them apart. In the next, the Viking formation passed through the blast zone, with debris from the mutalisks clattering against their cockpit glass. But this did not impede their action. The Vikings turned with agility and speed, unleashing another volley of missiles at the overseers, now with significantly fewer mutalisks around them. They had not forgotten their mission. However, the remaining mutalisks launched their glaive WIRMS, or used their own bodies to block the missiles for the two overseers. Noticing that the Viking squadron's target was the two overseers, each hovering in the air as large as buildings, and that the mutalisks were blocking them, the Storm Ravens of the Lamenters, which had been executing ground attack missions around the Thunderhawks, swiftly adjusted their formation. In a tight formation, they screamed toward the mutalisks surrounding the overseers. Though the Storm Ravens were not as fast as the Vikings, they were equally agile and swift aerial hunters, using precision cannon fire and bolt rounds to strafe the mutalisks at close range. The mutalisks around the overseers could not catch the Vikings, but they closed in on the Storm Ravens that had voluntarily shortened the distance, engaging in close-quarters combat. Glaive, WIRMS, and bolt rounds intertwined. On the ground, the swarm gradually recovered from its initial chaos. But after the fierce fighting, only 3 ultralisks remained. The Lamenters, who had descended from the sky into the swarm, had lost more than half their numbers to the Zerg's frenzied counterattack. Yet the advantage did not lie with the Zerg. The Imperial garrison, which had been bearing the brunt of the swarm's assault on the plaza, had not broken. They held their ground like a wedge, with the fire of spike rifles and the roar of siege tanks continuously supporting the valiant Lamenter warriors. With their support, the balance of the battle gradually tipped in favor of humanity. Inside the command center of the central plaza, Colonel Whiteman issued a stream of orders to his troops to coordinate with the Lamenter reinforcements, who were making a spectacular display amidst the swarm. In the sky, the Viking squadron and the Lamenter's Storm Ravens grew increasingly coordinated. They divided their tasks clearly. The Storm Ravens used their numbers and agility to draw the attention of the mutalisks, while the Vikings exploited their speed and ranged attack advantage to eliminate the Zerg engaged with the Storm Ravens one by one. The defensive ring of mutalisks around the overseers was steadily eroded, and soon the overseers lost their last aerial cover. One of the hydralisks on the ground below the overseers, serving as fixed anti-air batteries. Chapter Master Foros of the Lamenters, wielding a sword in one hand and a pistol in the other, led a squad of Lamenters leaping from a Thunderhawk. They fought their way through to the hydralisks at the feet of the overseers, and after a bloody battle eliminated them completely. The airspace leading to the overseers was now clear. The squadron leader of the Vikings pressed the launch button first, and a volley of missiles shot toward the two massive overseers. The other Vikings followed suit. Boom, 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 boom. A dense rain of missiles engulfed the two overseers' massive bodies. After a series of explosions, the overseers were blown to pieces, their disgusting ichor-broken tentacles and flesh raining down like falling droplets. Seeing the two overseers that had been directing the swarm destroyed, Whiteman nearly cheered in the command center, but he quickly calmed down. Because the Zerg continued to fight with no sign of confusion. Just then the sensor array displayed a new cluster of red dots surging along the fallen southern streets toward the central plaza. A bit of tactical planning is enough to crush the human defenses. The swarm is invincible. Sensing the swarm's unstoppable advance, despite some unexpected resistance, her forces were endless compared to the humans. My children, kill those humans. For the Queen of Blades. As she issued the command, Zagara herself hastened her massive form alongside her swarm towards the humans' final line of defense. She would claim victory in one decisive stroke and earn the Queen's favor. Watching the humans blocking her children being annihilated, Zagara was elated, continuing to issue orders. The enemy is on the verge of collapse. Keep killing. The swarm will claim another victory. Just as she thought this, a torrent of attacks slammed into her swarm from the flank. An endless line of human machines called tanks alongside frail humans without armor surged from the northern streets towards her forces. The overwhelming barrage instantly slaughtered a vast number of her swarm. Enraged, Zagara let out a furious shriek. She never imagined the humans had hidden such a force. Or rather, according to her calculations, this force should have been shattered in the previous wave. How could they possibly arrive as reinforcements? Or rather, why were they so slow to reinforce? Could this be a human scheme? Feeling outmaneuvered, burning with fury, Zagara began issuing commands. Unacceptable. My children, tear them apart. Make the enemy feel your boundless rage. At her command, several ultralisks and a vast number of Zerg abruptly turned, abandoning the nearly broken foe before them, charging instead towards the newly appeared humans. However, those humans unleashed a storm of bullets, firmly pinning her dispatched swarm in place. Boom. A thunderous cannon blast drowned out the chaos of the battlefield, instantly killing a wounded ultralisk. At the same time, Zagara overheard an utterly bizarre string of words. Emperor, 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 Toxic Blade. Accompanying the voice, a human tank, nearly half the size of an ultralisk, rolled out from the human tank formation. A figure she had never seen before emerged from within. Your dad once said in the copperless sector, you're just. Hera lowly. Seemingly recognizing this human, one of the stronger, albeit utterly insignificant compared to the swarm humans in yellow armor, whom she was about to order killed, shouted. Colonel Blackman. Hearing this, Zagara learned the name of the human blocking her swarm's conquest of this planet, Blackman. Having his identity revealed, Blackman looked at the human in yellow armor. Shut up, you long-legged bastard. Witnessing the battle turning against her swarm in ways she never anticipated, and the baffling scene before her, Zagara's mind went blank. What is this? But as if seeing through her very thoughts, the human, named Blackman, turned to look at her, yet his words remained incomprehensible to Zagara. Listen, baby, I love you so much. With his words, the massive tank's engine suddenly roared to life, smoke billowing from its rear. As if struck by an idea, Blackman spoke with sudden resolve. All right, watch me train you into the lowly I like. Nonsense. Destroy it. My children. Zagara did not give up, commanding more of the swarm to turn and attack these newly appeared humans. Boom. The massive tank's main cannon fired. A wave of charging Zerglings and Hydralisks were instantly reduced to dust. More of her forces perished under the attacks of the other humans and tanks. Train. Lowly. What are these things? With no time to ponder, realizing that staying meant certain doom, Zagara turned to flee, commanding all surrounding forces to block that tank. She hadn't lost yet. If she could just escape back, there was still a chance to turn things around. Where do you think you're going, baby? The massive tank and the other human forces opened fire with everything they had. The swarm sent to obstruct was annihilated once more. Terrified, Zagara shrieked and scrambled, her limbs retreating at a speed she had never achieved before. Spreading your legs. But the human called Blackman, with his words and his colossal tank, clung to her like a shadow. In a panic, Zagara darted through various alleys desperately, trying to shake off the mad human and his monstrous machine. Moving swiftly, shrieking continuously, after an unknown duration, Zagara finally could no longer sense the presence of the human named Blackman or his tank. Is that human insane? But as long as I get back to the hive. Confirming she wasn't being followed, the lone Zagara began moving her massive, cumbersome body rapidly towards her own hive cluster. Throughout the entire process, Zagara's head was turned, constantly vigilant, watching for whether that monster-like human called Blackman, who could seemingly see through her thoughts, would pursue her with his strange human machine. Thud. After taking only 2 steps, Zagara slammed into a wall. Pain. Thinking this, Zagara reached out to touch the side of her face that had hit the cold wall, while turning to look at the obstacle ahead. However, unlike the wall she expected, the wall blocking her path was none other than the tank from before. That madman Blackman, who spoke incomprehensible words, was standing on top of the tank, watching her touch her face. Just as she realized the true nature of the wall, the engine of the tank below the human roared to life, right in front of her. I don't want to die. I am Zagara. I am the most powerful broodmother in the history of the swarm. I don't want to die. As Zagara resigned herself to an inescapable death, the human before her did not fire his machine. Instead, he spoke with a hint of mockery. Don't want to die? Then baby, I'll give you a chance. Go back to your hive and wait for me. Incomprehensible. Zagara was now completely certain that this human could see into her mind. Though she didn't know what he intended, it was clear he was letting her go. Zagara quickly mimicked the human nod. Man, 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 man. What can I say? What annoyed Leela the most was how dreadfully slow the Leman Russ was. In StarCraft 2, even the mighty Artanis was nothing but a roadside casualty without mobility. Not to mention those Leman Russ tanks that lacked a dedicated engine upgrade. They were a sheer chorus of man. The last time Lilu played a unit this slow was, well, the last time. An air unit without a single Valkyrie. Blizzard wouldn't just assign all air units to the Sky Navy and then release a separate Sky Navy commander, would they? Beside him, Furos, seeing the AI was about to break the line, swiftly retreated and boarded a Thunderhawk and Stormraven to redeploy and hold the line for the AI. Meanwhile, Lilu could only watch his infantry and Leman Russ tanks move at a pace barely faster than a crawling turtle. Man, redeploy, redeploy. It wasn't that he didn't want to use Valkyries or other transports to ferry his forces, it was that he simply didn't have them. Although it was called the Steel Legion, which sounded imposing, and its vehicles were indeed easy to mass-produce, it had zero mobility. Being entirely ground-based, there wasn't a single producible air unit. As for the transports that ferried his troops from the warp, they were all uncontrollable. They dumped the units on the platform and vanished without a trace. Switching his commander character with the C key onto a freshly produced Shadow Sword, Lilu complained, "This army composition is a bit lopsided." By the time he finally reached the location of the red dot, his allies' forces were already engaging the second wave of new red dots. At that moment, a bonus objective popped up on the screen: destroy the broodmother Zagara. Aloli. Furos stared at the bizarre alien creature before him. Its lower body was a massive crab structure covered in heavy armor, while its upper body fused the torso of a centaur with the multi-segmented features of a centipede. The cranial bone plates of the alien's head were abnormally thickened, extending dramatically to the sides to form ferocious horn-like structures. Its facial features were sharp and angular, and while its eyes were lively, they glinted with the cold light of utter disregard for life. A row of interlocking bone spikes stood vertically in the center of its abdomen, each one longer and sharper than the rhinoceros horns of ancient Terra legends. The upper segments of its legs were covered in dense, sharp barbs. Even more troubling were its seemingly slender forearms, whose blade-like appendages waved with unsettling agility, as if alive. Just a single simple slash from earlier had easily gravely wounded the Ramiel brothers as they charged forward, who were then torn apart by the other Zerg swarming around it. But what truly pushed Furos into a corner now was not the creature known as the Broodmother itself, but the second wave of the Zerg horde it commanded. He hadn't anticipated that the Broodmother would split its forces into two echelons. Just as the Lamenters and Colonel Whiteman's local garrison were about to clear the first wave of Zerg. This Broodmother led a massive second wave into the fray, catching them completely off guard. The tide of battle turned in an instant. E brothers fell one by one, and he himself was surrounded on all sides by the Zerg. Just as Furos prepared to make his final stand, ready to meet the Emperor, a dense hail of gunfire suddenly poured in from the northern streets, precisely pounding the Zerg surrounding the Broodmother. At the same time, a strange, yet familiar voice pierced through the clamor of battle, saying, "Shadow Sword." Furos immediately looked towards the source of the sound and gunfire. It was the Armageddon 87th Steel Legion, led by Colonel Blackman. "Your dad once said in the copperless sector you're just Faloli." Again, that incomprehensible, yet familiar voice. With those words, a behemoth broke away from the 87th Steel Legion's vehicle formation, charging towards the battlefield, where Furos faced the alien Broodmother. The behemoth's turret mounted a colossal battle cannon, or rather a Doomblade cannon. Its incredibly thick armor bore the clearly painted emblem of the Imperial Aquila. It was a Shadows Word. No, not just one. Furos also spotted at least two more Shadows Words at the rear of the 87th Steel Legion's formation, leading their forces forward. From atop the lone Shadows Word charging ahead, Furos also caught sight of the figure uttering those strange words. Colonel Blackman. Furos immediately called out. The Blackman before him, who seemed unfamiliar, merely turned his head to glance at him. "Shut your bullshit, you long-legged fool." There was none of the usual composure and authority in his eyes or voice. His tone even carried a hint of dissatisfaction towards him. This uncharacteristic attitude left Furos momentarily stunned. After merely locking eyes with him for a second, Blackman turned back to face the broodmother, continuing in an almost flirtatious tone, "Listen, baby, I love you so much." Was he expressing affection to that broodmother? The sheer absurdity of the scene completely overwhelmed Furos. Furos had always been impressed by Colonel Blackman as an excellent commander who preferred to lead from the front lines. The combat effectiveness of his troops was among the very best Furos had ever cooperated with in the Astra Militarum. The only issue was his mysteriousness. His troops were equally mysterious. No matter who it was, they would never respond to any form of communication from the Lamenters. Apart from that, Blackman was a completely brave Imperial soldier. But now he was speaking sweet nothings in such a frivolous tone to a disgusting alien broodmother. And that earlier, "Shut your bullshit, you long-legged fool." Although Furos didn't understand the latter part, he clearly understood the first part was telling him to shut up. These actions made Colonel Blackman seem like a completely different person. If it weren't for the fact that the Zerg sent to attack Blackman's vehicle had all been destroyed, that Colonel Blackman himself showed no physical abnormalities, and that the 87th Steel Legion was still continuously attacking the Zerg, Furos would almost suspect that Colonel Blackman had been corrupted by some malevolent force. While destroying the Zerg attacking him, Blackman didn't stop his bizarre speech to the broodmother. But the broodmother, except for the occasional hiss, couldn't speak human language at all. Could Blackman possibly understand the Zerg language? Even if he could, many times the broodmother didn't even hiss. It was purely Colonel Blackman talking to himself. Just then the self-talking Colonel Blackman seemed to have an idea and suddenly declared with determination, "All right. Watch me train you into the lowly I like." The intelligent broodmother seemed equally unable to comprehend what Blackman was doing, redirecting more Zerg from the main battlefield to attack Blackman's forces. Seeing this, the Shadow Sword's main cannon thundered instantly, reducing swarms of Zerglings and Hydralisks to dust, while even more Zerg fell to the concentrated firepower of the other 87th Steel Legion units. Colonel Blackman laughed heartily. "Ha!" The broodmother seemed enraged, letting out a piercing shriek as more Zerg surged relentlessly towards Colonel Blackman, attempting to kill him. It was futile. Seeing that its Zerg couldn't kill Colonel Blackman, the broodmother turned tail without hesitation and fled. The colonel continued his pursuit of the fleeing broodmother, shouting loudly as he chased, "Where are you going, baby?" His voice, interwoven with the thundering roar of the Shadow Sword's cannons, seemed to frighten the broodmother even more. It began emitting sharp hisses more frequently, while desperately scuttling its limbs, retreating with an agility Furos had never seen before. The faster it fled, the louder Colonel Blackman's voice became, "Spread it out for me." And so the two of them, one bug fleeing, one man chasing, moved swiftly through the chaotic battlefield and ruins, finally disappearing around a distant street corner, leaving only the soldiers of the Steel Legion, the remnants of the Lamenters, and the local garrison to continue fighting the Zerg in the square. When Brian and his squad of Lamenters found Furos, he was still trying to process what had just happened. Furos snapped back to reality, ceasing his contemplation over why Colonel Blackman had changed so drastically. His immediate priority was to resummon his battle brothers. He focused his mind once again, visualizing the brothers who had fallen in the recent battle along with those yet to be summoned in the image of the elder Caranfellis. Furos did not presume to alter the elder's war gear configuration. Caranfellis retained his right arm assault cannon and left arm dreadnought power fist. As for the armaments of the other brothers, Furos equipped them with whatever he could envision. Drop pods once again tore through the sky, crashing amidst the remnants of the Tyranid swarm. The resurrected brothers, without a word, threw themselves directly into the fierce melee. Meanwhile, the newly summoned brothers, led by the elder, gazed in confusion at the unfamiliar weapons in their hands and surveyed the utterly alien environment, struggling to comprehend the events unfolding before them. But as they recognized the Xenos before them and saw their own kin and unknown humans battling these monstrous creatures, the confusion swiftly cleared from their eyes, and they joined the fight alongside their brothers. Amidst the clamor of battle, Furos' gaze swept over his reassembled brothers. Thanks to Tychus's earlier assistance, his chapter had miraculously suffered 0 casualties in the battle against the orcs of Slaughterhouse 3. Now, having successfully summoned all the brothers of his chapter, Furos had fulfilled the directive of his Gene Father. The next objective was clear: to fight until they fell, thereby obtaining a new body free from the affliction of the Black Rage, while also completing the task assigned by the so-called Only God. In times past, had anyone dared to utter the word God in reference to anything other than the God Emperor in his presence, Furos would have immediately denounced them as a heretic and drawn his blade, without hesitation, vowing to uphold the Emperor's authority. Though the Lamenter's chapter was not large nor the most formidable, as its chapter master Furos had witnessed much and possessed a broad perspective. Even so, the abilities displayed by this mysterious Only God repeatedly defied his not-so-narrow understanding of the universe. The brothers who had received new bodies also confirmed that they had indeed seen their Gene Father, and throughout this intense engagement none had succumbed to the madness of the Black Rage. The evidence strongly suggested that the Only God's promises carried significant credibility. Thus Foros decided to set aside his doctrinal objections for the time, being after all having the chance to witness the Gene Father Sanguinius in person meant other matters could be deliberated upon later. All of this, however, came at a price. Foros recalled the words of the only God. I have sent you back to an insignificant point in the original timeline, hoping you can prevent the slaughter I committed on Prime World Tilia while under the influence of the Dark Power. This meant he was now tasked with stopping this only God currently under the sway of that dark power from perpetrating further massacres on this planet named Tilia. In other words, he was to stand against an entity capable of summoning the dead back to life and manipulating the timeline itself. Perhaps this version of the only God in the current timeline had not yet reached the heights of his future self. Even so, this was no easy feat. The sounds of battle once again drew Foros' attention back to the fray. He saw the elder Caranfelis like a mobile fortress surging left and right through the swarm. The assault cannon on his right arm belched a continuous stream of devastating fire, while each swing of his left dreadnought power fist was accompanied by the sickening crunch of chitin shattering and bone splintering. The other newly summoned brothers quickly adapted to their weapons, each engaging the Xenos in fierce combat. As chapter master, he could not stand idly by. Foros steeled his resolve, a power sword in one hand and a melta pistol in the other, deciding to first clear the swarm before him. At that very moment, a familiar, yet incomprehensible voice accompanied by the roar of engines echoed from the end of the northern street, for the EMP Shadowsword. Following the sound to the Shadow Sword, Foros saw the figure on the command deck was indeed Colonel Blackman. But had not Colonel Blackman just ordered his Shadowsword towards the southern district to pursue that tyrannid Norn Queen? Why was he now appearing from the completely opposite northern end of the city? Even more anomalous was the fact that the Shadowsword Colonel Blackman now commanded was clearly not the same vehicle Foros had seen earlier. While both possessed the iconic Shadowsword heavy battle cannon as their main armament, upon closer inspection, the Shadowsword differed from the previous one. The secondary weapons mounted on the hull beneath the sponson turrets were not the original twin-linked heavy bolters, but rather heavy multi-meltas clustered within their housings. Despite the differences, the sight struck a chord of familiarity in Foros reminiscent of Tychus's mysterious associate, Blaze. That individual had done the same, charging towards the orcs ahead only to silently reappear from behind them in the blink of an eye. Foros had yet to fathom how Blaze managed to execute such tactical maneuvers so silently. As he pondered this, a non-humanoid figure leaped into the battlefield. Lilo had long heard about games attempting to fuse NPCs with unique AI models, making the characters in games more vivid, as if they were real people. As it turned out, StarCraft 3 was exactly such a game. Every NPC he had encountered possessed an independent name, a distinct personality, and a rich background story, granting him an immersive sense of facing real individuals. Gazing at the equally intelligent Zagara before him, Lilo marveled. StarCraft has truly improved. Cinematic visuals, innovative gameplay, and intelligent AI interactions between players and NPC characters. A thought struck him, and he deliberately delayed the final step of the reward mission. StarCraft 3 offered immense mission freedom. As long as he refrained from releasing Zagara or meeting his own demise, she could not leave. Although Zagara was set to an invincible state, preventing him from performing further actions upon her voice dialogue interaction remained possible. Watching Zagara nod and plead in response to his words, a smirk tugged at Lili's lips. Interesting. He resolved to continue stalling at the mission's final step, testing the extent of Zagara's AI intelligence and the depths this interactive design could achieve. What is 1 + 1, baby? Was this human insulting her? Zagara had initially believed that after displaying submission and weakness, this human would release her. Yet not only did he refuse to let her go, he posed an utterly idiotic question that insulted her intelligence as a brood mother. But staring at the massive cannon barrel still steadily aimed at her, Zagara chose to bow her head, answering, with humiliation and urgency, 1 + 1 = 2. Can you let Zagara go now? Zagara wants to return to the hive. Let you go? Of course I can, baby. Upon hearing this, Zagara unconsciously clenched her claws together before her chest. But the detestable human's voice did not end there. Shifting his tone, he continued, however, in a moment. Your daddy here still has a few small matters to ask you. Zagara was furious. She felt. She could not describe this emotion, but she was simply enraged. Yet she had no recourse. The human before her threatened her with a cannon. Because Zagara despised pain, she could only yield. Zagara began recalling the humans she had slain, the screams they emitted in their final moments, or their pitiful pleas for mercy, and mimicked their mannerisms, making herself appear even more helpless and vulnerable. After all, the Queen had said one must learn to grow. May I ask? Oh, baby, you're quite polite. The human's tone clearly expressed satisfaction with her feigned obedience and courtesy. Then, my dear Zagara, baby, do you think I am handsome? By the Queen above. What kind of question was this? Zagara's nervously swaying lower body came to an abrupt halt. She had never anticipated this human asking such a question so incomprehensible to a Zerg. Handsome? What was that? Could it be Eden? Would it enhance the swarm's combat prowess? Her mind raced, yet no definition for the concept of handsome existed within it. However, based on prior experience, this bizarre human seemed particularly fond of hearing words that resembled praise, words that brought him emotional delight. The queen had also said that to achieve more critical objectives, one must sometimes don appropriate disguises and offer flattery. Zagara strained to make her broadcast thoughts sound softer and more sincere. Human, you are the most handsome human Zagara has ever seen. She deliberately emphasized the word handsome. In her thoughts, humans loved such emphasis. Oh, is that so, baby? Yet the human before her drew out his tone, once more seemingly savoring every moment that left her bewildered. How handsome? As handsome as your queen, the Blade Queen Kerrigan. Zagara felt the fury surging within her chest nearly erupt. The Blade Queen, the supreme leader of the swarm, was the most powerful and majestic existence in the universe. How could this worthless human who merely pointed a cannon at others and asked foolish questions ever compare? But the cold sensation of the cannon barrel pressed against her head and the memory of its devastating power dragged her back to reality. Do not act rashly, Zagara, she told herself. You are one of the swarm's mightiest broodmothers. You must not die here without purpose. She thought at lightning speed once more. To claim he was more handsome than the queen, that would be blasphemy against the Blade Queen. She could never utter such words. But if she said he was less handsome, what if she provoked this unpredictable human again? Zagara strove to find a balance between loyalty, survival, and appeasement. An answer that would satisfy the human, spare her own life, and avoid shaming the queen. Finally, she forced out her response with immense difficulty. Both are handsome. Wow. I love you, baby. Now then, this is the last question. If you obediently agree, I'll let you go right away. Human, speak. Would you be willing to be my, well? Although he knew he was just toying with the AI, voicing it out loud made him feel somewhat foolish. Forget it anyway, marry me. Zagara. Marry you. Though she did not quite understand what toying with the AI meant, the word marry was not unfamiliar to Zagara. It happened during a mission when she followed the queen's orders to eliminate the humans in a city. She commanded the swarm to tear apart a human man and woman who clung to each other until death. The man shielded the woman desperately, while the woman continuously supported the man. From their dialogue before they became nutrients for the swarm, Zagara first comprehended the meanings of husband and wife, marriage and love. Yet now this human before her, this arrogant, worthless creature who had just threatened her with a cannon to answer blasphemous questions about the queen, was asking her to become his spouse. In that instant, her broodmother's instinct nearly made her roar in the Zerg tongue. You seek death, human. Zagara is the mother of the swarm, destined to rule the entire race. How could I ever marry the likes of you? But she forcibly suppressed it, for the cannon barrel remained motionless, aimed at her, its icy touch extinguishing the majority of her rage. Refuse. Then be blasted into a puddle of Zagara jam. Pain. Zagara hated pain the most and feared death even more. Though she had never truly experienced death, she knew that even beings as mighty as the Overmind and the other Cerebrates, once fallen, simply ceased to exist. Zagara cared not for the fates of other broodmothers, but her own life was infinitely precious. She could not squander it here on a whim. She had to return to her hive, command her swarm, and fulfill the swarm's grand legacy. But if she agreed, the queen had taught her to learn, to grow, to endure, and to make sacrifices for the greater good. Sacrifice. Was it? My queen Zagara finally believes she understands the meaning of this word. Just as her heart waged its fiercest war, and she was about to yield to reality, a familiar voice echoed into Zagara's mind. Hold him off, Zagara. I am coming. It was the queen's voice. The queen had noticed her. The Blade Queen's voice instantly dispelled all fear and hesitation from Zagara's heart. She nearly released an excited shriek, but forcefully restrained herself. Now was not the time. The queen was coming to save her. This arrogant human was about to die. A fierce glint flashed in Zagara's eyes, but on the surface she maintained her previous appearance of feigned weakness and hesitation, striving to make her thoughts seem chaotic and conflicted, as if truly at a loss over the absurd proposal. She had to buy time waiting for the queen's arrival, and then she would plead with the queen to allow her to personally tear this human to shreds, turning him into nourishment for the swarm. Zagara continued maintaining this nauseating yet safe facade, her claws fidgeting nervously before her chest, her gaze darting away. This is all so sudden. Zagara needs a moment to consider. As she performed, she cautiously observed the human's reaction from the corner of her eye. She absolutely could not let him see through her act. But the queen's arrival seemed slower than anticipated. The human appeared to lose patience as well, nudging the massive cannon barrel forward once more, his tone laced with mocking threat. Consider, baby, I don't have that much time to wait for you. 3 seconds. Agree or boom. He even accompanied the cannon's forward thrust with a simulated firing sound effect, then began his countdown. 3. Zagara's mind raced frantically, searching for a way to hold out just a little longer. Just a moment more, and the queen would arrive. Hurry, my queen. 2. Where was she to find a solution? Zagara could not think of one. She had no choice but to play along deceitfully. In the instant before one escaped his lips, Zagara was forced to respond. I agree. Zagara agrees alright. Holy shit. The methods those guys posted for taming AI actually work. The human suddenly burst out with a strange exclamation, his tone brimming with incredulous ecstasy, as if he had just achieved some legendary feat. Zagara did not understand, yet she could distinctly feel his excitement nearly overflowing. Sweet. The cannon barrel that had threatened her life finally moved away, tilting to one side. Zagara's taut body instantly went limp, nearly collapsing to the ground, but she forced herself to stand through sheer willpower. The human jumped down from the tank. Standing half her height, he strode directly toward her, his tone brimming with excitement. Baby. Come on. Call me hubby. Hub. Shing. The hubby before her was torn in two by a pair of sharp claws. The tank behind him was also lifted off the ground and hurled into the sky. Out. The non-humanoid figure had living antennae-like strands writhing on its head, its entire body covered in blasphemous, nauseating purple carapace, and a pair of membraneless bone wings extended from its back. When Fuloosi fully saw her face, he realized that this was not a human wearing special armor, but a completely blasphemous alien. At that moment, Colonel Blakeman, who had somehow come to the northern street earlier, commanded his massive Emperor's Poison Blade tank and the Steel Legion soldiers behind him to charge at the alien figure, while also roaring, "Damn! Kerrigan, Blade Queen, you are a monster. My Jajala. Give me back my Jajala. Kerrigan, Blade Queen, is this the monster before us?" Fuloosi had previously heard from Lieutenant Yellowman of the local garrison that the leader of these alien creatures called Zerg was named Blade Queen. So it was the disgusting alien before him was the Blade Queen. Seeing her, Fuloosi was also enraged, but he felt that Colonel Blakeman's anger was different from his own anger at seeing this blasphemous alien that had slaughtered the people. Colonel Blakeman's anger was more like the fury of witnessing a beloved one being cruelly tortured and killed, or a lover being mercilessly taken away. Presumably the Jajala he repeatedly mentioned was someone more important to him than life itself, and the Blade Queen named Kerrigan before him was the executioner who had utterly crushed that precious treasure. Seeing Blakeman so furious, Fuloosi also noticed the alien's brow furrow, and then it flicked its hand towards the Emperor's poison blade, where Colonel Blakeman was. The next moment, a ball of energy flew from the alien's hand, then quickly dispersed into an energy storm that completely enveloped Colonel Blakeman's entire unit. The mortal soldiers of the Armageddon 87th Steel Legion could not even utter a scream in that storm before being instantly annihilated in the energy. Even Colonel Blakeman's massive Emperor's poison blade could not escape. It began to annihilate at a visible rate, but the colonel himself annihilated a bit slower than the mortal soldiers. Fuloosi could even hear his wailing before complete annihilation, if that could be called wailing. Scatter. Scatter. Speed. Man. Speed 2 man. Can't scatter. Man. Mamba. Out. With that utterly reluctant Mamba. Out Colonel Blakeman and his Emperor's poison blade, along with the troops that had charged with him towards the alien, named Kerrigan the Blade Queen, all vanished into nothingness. Even the ground of the square and the surrounding buildings were eroded into a huge and regular gap by the energy storm. No. Colonel Blakeman. Seeing this, Fuloosi roared out. Although he had always had doubts about Colonel Blakeman in his heart, he had to admit that Blakeman was a loyal and excellent Imperial soldier. Fuloosi could not remain indifferent to the deaths of him and the other mortal soldiers of the 87th Steel Legion. Rage burned fiercely in his chest. Die, alien. With these words, Fuloosi exploded with all his power, lunging straight at the blasphemous figure of the Blade Queen, aiming for her head. But someone was closer and faster than him. Ahead of him, the Elder had already charged with 5 brothers to the front of that alien monster. For Sanguinius, Elder Karenfels and his 5 brothers charged forward, unleashing a dense hail of ranged firepower at their target, bolter shells and assault cannon rounds, forming a continuous devastating barrage. Yet as the munitions struck the Xeno known as the Blade Queen, they merely erupted in fleeting bursts of light against the surface of her carapace, not even leaving a single scratch. The Blade Queen indifferently raised a single hand, and the incoming bolts and assault shells all froze mid-air, as if hitting an invisible wall. As if that weren't enough, she made a casual gesture, and the suspended projectiles instantly reversed direction, streaking back towards the brothers who had fired them at even greater speed. Bang, 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 bang. Caught off guard by their own attacks rebounding upon them, 3 of the brothers were instantly felled under the hail of fire, precisely the 3 who had been engaging the Blade Queen with ranged weapons. Similarly, the assault cannon shells hurtled back towards Elder Karenfels, yet even under such bombardment his movements did not falter in the slightest. Realizing ranged attacks were futile, he ceased fire and swung his dreadnought power fist, the blow carrying immense force as he lunged at the Blade Queen. The Blade Queen didn't even glance at Karenfels. She casually sidestepped, easily evading the strike, and thrust her hand forward. The Elder's massive form was sent flying backward like a mere toy, crashing into the distant ruined walls and kicking up a cloud of dust. The 2 surviving brothers did not hesitate, launching a coordinated pincer attack from both sides. But the Blade Queen's left wingtip lashed out with a speed Fool Rose couldn't even perceive, not only precisely blocking the left brother's chainsword strike, but also piercing straight through the arm wielding the blade. Before that brother could strike with his other hand, her wingtip had already pierced through his chest, neck, and head in rapid succession. And that was just the action of one of the two wings on her back. Simultaneously, her right claws tore the brother, attacking from the right, completely apart armor and shoulder, alike tossing him aside amidst a spray of blood. Then her right wing flashed like a blade, cleanly severing the brother's head. Having dispatched all attackers in an instant, the Blade Queen turned her gaze towards Fool Rose. You seem to be the leader of these men. Can you tell me what that man you call Colonel Blackman and his pathetic unit lacking even power armor are? Fool Rose was stunned. That voice. It was the Blade Queen speaking. No. The Xeno's mouth wasn't moving. Her words were echoing directly in his mind. Die, Xeno. Without answering, Fool Rose had already lunged to the front of the Blade Queen, his long sword aimed at her head. Behind her, the Elder, having regained his footing, charged at her back, creating a perfect pincer movement with Fool Rose. It was at that moment that the Blade Queen's expression changed as she looked at Fool Rose. She smiled. A smile directed at him, but it was certainly not a friendly one. Facing Fool Rose's sword strike, she didn't dodge or block. Instead, she turned her back to him and looked towards the charging Elder. Her voice, laced with confusion, echoed in Fool Rose's mind. I've always been curious. What exactly are you people? Even Minsk wouldn't put a man reduced to a limbless stick inside a machine and send him to war. In that respect, you're somewhat similar to the Protoss. As for the Emperor, the Angel, the Imperium of Man, Sanguinius, what are those? And who were that Colonel Blackman and his Steel Legion earlier? With a casual turn, her left wing lashed out like a streak of cold light, sweeping towards Fool Rose's neck. He retreated hastily, switching his sword to a blocking stance. With a sharp metallic tearing sound, the longsword failed to intercept the cold light. As Fool Rose shifted to block, the Blade Queen's left wing dipped and slashed towards his wrist instead. Agony shot through his wrist as blood erupted instantly. Fool Rose's hand, still gripping the sword, snapped clean off. Fool Rose felt his every move was being completely read by the Blade Queen. Without a moment's hesitation, he fired the meltagun he had been charging in his other hand. The Blade Queen didn't turn to look at the beam of molten energy, just as before, neither dodging nor blocking. The blast struck her body directly, leaving not even a scorch mark. An attack of this level? Are you trying to tickle me? With those contemptuous words, the Blade Queen launched herself from a standstill towards the charging Elder Karenfels, seemingly leaping the entire distance between them in a single bound. In the blink of an eye, she materialized before Karenfels, and without stopping, she crashed straight through the stone sarcophagus housing his body. Emerging from the other side, crash! The sound of shattering metal rang out as the Blade Queen appeared from behind the Elder. However, in her hands now was a small tadpole-like object. It was Elder Karenfels, once entombed within the sarcophagus. The Blade Queen now inspected Karenfels' lifeless body, a mocking smile playing on her lips. All of this had happened far too quickly. No. Fool Rose hurled the meltagun aside. Before the severed hand, still gripping the longsword, could even hit the ground, he had snatched it from the air. At this moment, he cared nothing for monsters, gods, or even angels. His mind was consumed by boundless rage. Karenfels, the Elder, who had borne countless honors and sacrifices for the chapter, through countless battles, had been brutally torn from his dreadnought's stone sarcophagus by this abhorrent Xeno monstrosity. Reason faded, replaced by endless fury and anguish. Fool Rose raised the sword high above his head with all his remaining strength, bringing it down upon the vile Xeno, still desecrating the Elder's remains. In the next instant, the charging Fool Rose was lifted into the air by an unseen force, frozen in place. Mad! The Blade Queen's voice exploded in his mind, once more viscerally yanking his sanity back from the abyss of the black rage. I still have many questions that remain unanswered. With those words, the Blade Queen slowly turned, carelessly tossing the remains of Elder Karenfels to the ground. Her gaze fell upon the restrained Fool Rose, her eyes holding nothing but indifference. Fool Rose, charging forward, was lifted into the air by an invisible force. Though he couldn't even blink, the Blade Queen's power forcibly wrenched him from his black rage state. Thus Fool Rose regained his sanity. He realized that the Elder Karenfels had merely gone to see the angel. He was still alive. Just as this thought crystallized, the Blade Queen's voice echoed directly in his mind, laced with a hint of surprise, that human Stump is still alive. And an angel? Are you followers of some cult? Fool Rose instantly understood that this creature before him, who called herself the Blade Queen, was reading his thoughts. But what puzzled him was her mention of not dying yet. This was clearly their first encounter. That Colonel Blackman you spoke of, I killed him once before, and I just killed him again. Her expression seemed to recall a memory. He was weak, so weak I could crush him with a flick of my finger. Yet unlike you and your men, I couldn't see through him or his men. Wasn't Colonel Blackman just killed? Listening to the monster's words, he had been killed by this creature. Twice. It seems you don't know what this Colonel Blackman truly is either. Then, what are you, a Xeno? Feeling the grip on his jaw loosen slightly, Fool Rose finally managed to force out a sound. What am I? I grow more curious about you all. I thought everyone knew who I was. The Blade Queen tilted her head, as if pondering the question. You may call me the Blade Queen. She paused briefly, and the Zerg around her emitted low, threatening hisses. The Lamenters on the other side of the battlefield finally noticed the anomaly and began to rally towards this direction. Seeing this, the Blade Queen's gaze remained locked on Foros, but she spoke aloud. My children, kill them all. Though she could have used telepathy, she chose to voice the command aloud. Foros understood this was meant for him, not just her brood. But he didn't care if it wouldn't frighten him. As the Zerg swarmed out from around the Blade Queen, she took a step closer to Foros. The invisible force lowered him until his eyes met hers. Since you don't know what this Colonel Blackman is either, then answer my questions now. Chapter Master Foros. The Emperor, the Angel, the Imperium of Man. Sanguinius. What are these? Surely you can't claim ignorance of these. Tell me truthfully, and perhaps I'll let you live. Foros stared into her malevolent eyes. He would not and could not allow this Xeno to extract any information from his mind. Xeno, die. That was Foros's answer. Ha! The Blade Queen laughed in response, her laughter echoing across the entire plaza. The sound waves ruptured Foros's eardrums, instantly blood trickling down from his ears. The power contained within her laughter relentlessly assailed his will and body. Your will is certainly strong, but against absolute power, will is worthless. If you won't speak, I'll simply see for myself. As she spoke, the Blade Queen extended a single finger and gently pressed it towards Foros's forehead. Foros was utterly helpless, struggling desperately, but unable to break the force binding him. The Lamenters and allied forces nearby were blocked by the swarm, and the aircraft in the sky were suppressed by swarms of mutalisks and massive flying Zerg broodlings covered in tentacles as large as ultralisks. Just as the Blade Queen's fingertip was about to touch Foros's forehead, a battle-axe came howling through the air, slashing straight towards her outstretched finger. The Blade Queen was forced back half a step. At the same time, a towering figure wielding twin battle-axes clad in brown leather armor broke through the swarm and stood before Foros. Foros could see he was human, except this human was nearly 3 meters tall. His head was adorned with braids, his face covered in tattoos, and his bare arms were a mass of bulging muscles. Foros had no doubt that every inch of his body contained the strength to tear steel. As the whistle of his axe splitting the air had yet to fade, he let out a thunderous roar for the Emperor Ming. SK. The roar was less like a human sound, and more like the bellow of some colossal beast. With that cry, the figure charged headlong at the Blade Queen, twin axes whirling. Forced back half a step and denied access to Foros's memories, the Blade Queen's face twisted in anger. The invisible pressure on Foros intensified instantly. A searing pain shot through his skull, and then boom. Foros's head exploded. His headless body crashed heavily to the ground. Opening his eyes, Foros found himself in a clean, bright room, lying on a warm, incredibly soft, and comfortable bed. He wasn't wearing his usual heavy armor, but a soft robe wrapped in a sheet that carried a faint, pleasant fragrance. This environment upon waking was exactly as his resurrected battle brothers had described. He sat up and looked down at his hands. They were perfectly intact without a single scar. He then raised a hand to his face, which was likewise smooth and unblemished, with no trace of the horrific damage from his head's explosion. Is it truly a god? He murmured to himself. Yes, my son. A gentle yet powerful voice came from beside him. Foros snapped his head around and saw a stunningly beautiful man clad in a deep crimson linen robe, with flowing golden hair reaching his waist, and a pair of pristine white wings on his back. The man's gaze upon him was kind and warm, as if he could see into the deepest recesses of his soul, his most profound confusions and desires. Foros stared blankly at this beautiful man. An indescribable warmth surged from the depths of his heart, like a weary wanderer finally finding a home. He tried to speak, but found his throat choked with emotion. 1,000 words lodged in his chest, finally escaping as a trembling cry, F. Father. Tears streamed uncontrollably from Foros's eyes, rolling down his stoic cheeks. You have endured much, my child. Sanguinius walked to Foros's bedside, reaching out a hand to gently wipe the tears from his face. When the Queen of Blades appeared, the objective became to repel the Queen of Blades. And now Li Lu, who had just been torn apart by the Queen of Blades once, and then had most of his forces melted by a single wave from her, was zoning out, pondering how to face a foe whose health, armor, and attack power were all displayed as how to fight the Queen of Blades with a... Just then a system prompt suddenly appeared in the center of the screen. Onron Talker joined the game. Onron Talker GLHF. Li Lu was stunned. This was the first time since he started playing StarCraft 3 that someone had actively typed GLHF in the public chat. Although the ID, Onron Talker, was clearly a cosplay of Onron from Warhammer 40k, this person's RP seemed exceptionally relaxed and casual compared to others Li Lu had encountered before. First, he hadn't joined any clan or organization to refine his character setting. Second, and most surprisingly to Li Lu, this person actively sent messages in the public chat. Li Lu might not always initiate GLHF, but he never let a GLHF go unanswered. The moment he read the message, Li Lu instantly pressed enter to reply, I GLHF. At the same time, he curiously asked, how did you join this game, bro? The other replied almost instantly, Ongran Talker, I joined mid-game through Furoz's lobby, I know him. Li Lu was stunned again. This person didn't ramble on about Warhammer lore, or anything, he spoke plainly. This was the first time Li Lu had encountered someone in-game with whom he could communicate so smoothly. This made Li Lu blurt out, holy crap, a normal person. At the same time he realized that this was probably just a normal player using his favorite character's ID, unlike the previous random teammates who were impossible to communicate with without following the RP. Then he typed, have you played this map before, bro? The other replied instantly again, Ongran Talker, I've played this map a few times with my brother, but we never won because this boss is too tough. Lila couldn't help but laugh. Seems like this bro got torn apart too. Recalling how the Queen of Blades had killed him twice in a row, he typed to complain about the boss's strength. This boss is indeed brutal, one wave, and I had to regroup my forces. Let me ask this bro for advice. So how did you fight it before? My hero, even without spending money to buy tons of equipment, has poor stats. Even after buying equipment, the units move too slowly to dodge the boss's skills, making it extremely difficult to fight. Ongran Talker, don't be afraid. Even though the Queen of Blades' health and everything are question marks, my brother and I tried before. Once you deal 10 of her health, she enters the second phase. Ongran Talker, then she will charge straight for the civilians in the back. We have to intercept her before she reaches them, or if she kills the civilians, it's an instant failure. How exactly do we intercept her? Ongran Talker, in the second phase, there's a timer. We just need to prevent the Queen of Blades from touching the civilians before the countdown ends. But my brother and I never managed to stop her. What lineup did you use before? Ongran Talker, I played Angren, and my brother played Gilliman, both Warhammer RPG heroes. My hero is a Warhammer version of RA2. Soviet's tank speed is slow. Ongran Talker, let's fight first if our teammate's hero is about to die. I'll go save him. Hearing this, Li Lu switched screens and saw that on the plaza the hero of the teammate cosplaying as Furos had been lifted by the Queen of Blades with very little health left. Muttering, RP brain doesn't even type, Li Lu replied, alright, let's fight. I'll help you clear the minions. With that, the bro named Ongran Talker controlled Ongran and charged straight at the Queen of Blades. This gladiator prestige Ongran looks pretty fierce. In the end, they couldn't save Furos, but he actually didn't die. No longer distracted, Ongran pressed forward, his twin axes whirling like wind as he said, by order of Emperor Mengsk, I've come to kill you, Queen of Blades. Emperor Mengsk's orders. You and that Colonel Blackman are completely inscrutable to me. Are you some kind of clone that can block mind reading? The Queen of Blades' eyes flashed with confusion. Her wings swept over her shoulders to meet the twin axes in a parry. The sound of metal clashing was piercing. Hearing no answer from Angren, she smiled and said, it's fine if you don't want to tell. Everyone who stands in my way dies. With that, the tip of the Queen of Blades' wing arced upward, catching Angren's axe, and then immediately thrust toward his head. Ongran quickly raised his axe to block the counterattack. Observing his block, the Queen of Blades instantly changed her thrusting wing tip into a horizontal sweep, aiming directly at Angren's wrist holding the axe. This move was exactly the same as the one that had cut off Furo's arm earlier, but it was completely useless against Ongran. No matter how Kerrigan changed her moves, she couldn't break through his defense. Every block by Ongran was perfectly timed, as if he had done it 1,000 times before. Bang! After a series of exchanges, the axes in Angren's hands clashed again with the Queen of Blades' wings. This time the Queen of Blades struck with full force. Ongran was knocked back several steps, but he just grinned, shook his twin axes, and lunged at the Queen of Blades again. Emperor's Shadow's Word. Having switched to an Emperor's Shadow's Word as his vehicle, Li Lu arrived at the plaza, aiming its main cannon from a distance at the Queen of Blades, who was dueling his teammate. TSK, forget it. In StarCraft 3, all attacks have friendly fire. Otherwise, Li Lu wouldn't have kept the Hyperion in reserve for so long. When playing the Armageddon map, and later when he needed to use it, he had to lead Ongran out of the Yamato cannon's AoE range before firing. The Queen of Blades and Ongran were locked in a fierce battle. The Emperor's Shadow's Word couldn't aim properly, and even if it did, its main cannon had splash damage. If his attack accidentally hit his teammate, that would be bad. With no other choice, Li Lu directed the Emperor's Shadow's Word and other units to help the remaining Lamenters and Terran Dominion forces clear the Zerg around the two. Speaking of which, why isn't Furo's hero respawning yet? As if hearing Li Li's complaint, a whistling sound came from above. Looking up, he saw a large number of yellow-painted drop pods bearing the bloody heart emblem crashing down with flames onto the plaza battlefield. After the explosions and hail of bullets from the crashing drop pods, Furos emerged from one of them. However, Li Lu felt that Furos looked a bit different from before. But if you asked what was different, Li Lu couldn't say. It was just somehow different. Waving his hand, Li Lu looked away. The battle there had nothing to do with him. He and the bro playing Ongran had divided the work earlier. He just needed to clear the minions. The current phase's boss was his responsibility. For Sanguinius. For the Gene Father. He roared his battle cry, his sword strokes flowing like water, each slash dodge and parry carrying an unprecedented sharpness. If before when facing the Blade Queen he was almost completely helpless, now though still unable to overcome such a formidable foe, he could at least hold his ground in coordination with Angron. His intervention even bought a brief moment of respite for the blood-soaked Angron. The Blade Queen was visibly startled when Foros reappeared before her. She had distinctly crushed his head moments ago, yet now he stood again, just like Colonel Blackman before. She abruptly twisted her head toward where the corpse had lain, only to find it empty. A surging psychic shockwave burst from her, forcing both warriors back several steps. Her luminous eyes swept sharply over Foros, her voice laced with amusement. "You are different now. Was the one earlier the real you? Is the one now also a clone? Interesting." Before her words faded, her figure leaped like a specter, instantly appearing beside Angron. Her wings transformed into sharp lances, striking like vipers at his chest. Angron seemed to have anticipated this. A swift spin not only evaded the wingtip thrust, but also swung his twin axes in a terrifying arc, whistling through the air. Rip! The tearing sound of the axe severing a wing rang out. This counterstrike directly sliced off half of the Blade Queen's left wing. The Blade Queen retreated half a step, staring at Angron with disbelief in her eyes. He had seen through her ambush, and even managed to wound her. "You have successfully angered me, clone." She fixed her gaze on Angron, her voice icy. The severed left wing regenerated from the root in the blink of an eye, fully restored. Seizing the moment when her attention was on Angron, Foros lunged forward with his sword, aiming directly at what he believed to be the Blade Queen's heart. But even with her back to him, the Blade Queen's wings snapped shut behind her with uncanny precision, clamping the longsword. Foros felt a tremendous force transmitted through the hilt, and no matter how he strained, he could not budge it. Without even turning her head, the Blade Queen gave a sharp flap of her wings, hurling Foros, who still gripped the sword, violently away. She herself lunged at Angron again, her assault raging like a downpour. Now her speed surpassed before. No longer obsessed with a single killing blow, her twin wings and claws tore through Angron's armor like a gale, leaving bloody gashes. "Where is that momentum of yours now, clone?" as she taunted. "This is nothing." "Ha ha ha." Angron burst into loud laughter. That laughter was pure as a child's, devoid of any malice or rage. He abandoned defense, swinging his axes with ever-increasing wildness, like a gladiator immersed in the joy of combat itself, not fighting to kill. "Atone for all those you have killed. Repent, Blade Queen. Like me." Blood dripped from the gaps in his armor, yet the fire of untainted battle in his eyes burned ever brighter. The Blade Queen's eyes flickered almost imperceptibly at his words, then were veiled by deeper frost. "Atone? To whom must I atone? To you? To him? Or to these ants beneath my feet?" Her voice was frenzied and mocking. Her claws ripped through the air, piercing his shoulder guard and gouging 3 ghastly bone-deep wounds on his shoulder. Angron grunted, but advanced instead of retreating. His right axe swung at the Blade Queen's head, his left slashed across her waist, ignoring his own injuries, fighting her with reckless abandon. The Blade Queen had not expected such a move. She hastily tucked her wings to block, but fell right into Angron's trap. His true target all along had been her nauseating twin wings. With 2 crisp sounds, "Sheik, sheik," the wings snapped off and green pus gushed from the wounds. This time, both wings were severed at the root, finally, drawing a painful shriek from the Blade Queen. Enough! She was utterly enraged, lunging at Angron with a howl. The wings behind her shoulders regenerated instantly, thrusting forward like sharp spears, determined to pierce and tear him apart. This time, Angron raised his axes to block and dodge as before, but failed to escape unscathed. He evaded the right wing thrust, deflected the Blade Queen's claw assault, but was struck hard on his left waist. Yet Angron did not collapse from the pain. His footing remained as steady as a rock, for what struck him was only half a severed wing. He cast a bloodied but gleeful smile toward Foros, who stood behind the Blade Queen. Earlier seeing Angron's attack, Foros had also changed his approach. His sword no longer sought precise stabs at the Blade Queen. Instead, it transformed into a dense net of sword strikes, focusing entirely on covering the wings on her back. And just now, the moment the Blade Queen's wings snapped open to deliver a furious strike at Angron, Foros seized the opportunity. Without hesitation, he swung his sword at her left wing. The sharp blade sliced through the air, severing half the wing with precision and ruthlessness, leaving a clean cut. It was he who cut off the half wing, saving Angron. Lilu pressed B to bring up his binoculars, observing the 3 figures locked in combat. When he saw the Blade Queen's twin wings completely severed, he exclaimed, "Holy crap! What a magnificent slash!" However, a glance at the health bars revealed that the Blade Queen had only lost a sliver of health, while Angron had already dropped by a fifth, and the newly arrived Furos was down to half. At this rate, these two will probably die 10,000 times before we chip away a tenth of her health. Lily's fingers danced across the keyboard, typing out a message. "Dude, your health is dropping alarmingly fast. Is your friend who plays Gilliman online? Get him over here to help." Angron Talker replied, "He's offline right now. Don't worry about me, just focus on clearing out those Zerglings." "Okay." Lily's hands flew across the keyboard. An endless stream of Armageddon Steel Legion units poured into the plaza, establishing a foothold before beginning to clear the Zerg creatures on the field. Thanks to the assistance of the Armageddon Steel Legion, the Lamenters previously pinned down by the Zerg were now free to join the assault on the Blade Queen alongside their chapter master and the tall mysterious stranger. The thought was noble, but as they drew closer to the trio's combat zone, they realized they had no idea how to intervene. Even with their superhuman senses, all they could perceive were 3 colliding flashes of light: purple, brown, and yellow. The purple flash was the fastest, its form utterly indiscernible. The brown flash was slightly slower than the purple, allowing them to barely make out a towering figure. It was this figure that was engaged in the most violent clashes with the purple blur. The yellow flash was the slowest. The Lamenters could identify it as their chapter master Furos, who was straining every fiber of his being to match the rhythm of the purple and brown flashes. His movements barely fast enough to manifest as a yellow blur saw him desperately seeking an opening between the 2 greater powers. The level of their battle was simply too high, so high that even the battle-hardened Lamenters felt a profound sense of helplessness, as if witnessing a duel between higher-dimensional beings utterly unable to intervene. Suddenly, the watching Lamenters felt a surge of power course through their bodies, and a single thought dominated their minds: for the Emperor. With this newfound power, a blazing golden light ignited in their pupils, and their limbs seemed to be infused with fresh energy. The previously indiscernible purple flash, the Blade Queen, now appeared clearer. Each flicker of movement, each trajectory of her claws became slightly more perceptible. Though still blindingly fast, she was no longer an incomprehensible blur. The brown flash, the mysterious tall man clashing fiercely with the purple blur, also seemed less untouchable. The movements of his axe swings and blocks became more fathomable. As for Chapter Master Furos, though his movements were quick, they remained within the realm of comprehension. With guttural roars, the Lamenters charged into the fray. For the Emperor! For the Emperor! For the Emperor! For the Emperor! With the influx of Lamenters, their war cries, their impact, and their utter disregard for death visibly disrupted the Blade Queen's movements. She was forced to divert some of her attention to deal with these suddenly troublesome small fry, though in her eyes even Furos and the 3-meter-tall man before her were equally insignificant. The mysterious tall man also seemed to notice the subtle shift in the battle's dynamics. His gaze swept over the newly arrived Lamenters, and he let out a hearty laugh, his twin axes swinging with even greater ferocity. After using his units to clear some of the Zerg surrounding his ally Furos' forces, Li Lu moved his army next to the boss and set them to hold position, refusing to attack. After issuing the order, Li Lu promptly applied the "For the Emperor" buff to the gathered Lamenters. His fingers flew across the keyboard, typing out a message: "Stop holding position. Your units are buffed. Send them in." The moment the message was sent, his ally pulled the idle units into the attack. Seeing this, Li Lu rolled his eyes. The "For the Emperor" buff was even more effective than he had anticipated. While it had a mediocre effect on his own units, it proved to be an excellent support ability for his allies' forces. The Blade Queen's health was now dropping noticeably faster. Just as the Blade Queen was about to lose a tenth of her health, a new message appeared from his ally Onron Talker: "The boss is about to enter Phase 2. How are we supposed to stop her? Attack her, or physically block her?" Onron Talker replied, "Both. I'll do my best. First time fighting this boss, might not be perfect. You got this." 1. After having her wings severed yet again, the Blade Queen's fury reached an unprecedented peak. As the most perfect being in the universe, she was now forced to endure the siege of these lesser beings. If she had previously been toying with them, this humiliation now ignited a blazing fire of pure murderous rage. A shriek as if from the very abyss erupted from her throat. The sound carried a power that could tear souls asunder. The mysterious tall man's eardrums ruptured instantly, blood trickling down his ears. Furos was even less able to withstand the shockwave, his knees slamming heavily against the ground. The Lamenters, caught in the devastating sonic blast, had their heads burst, turning into a mist of blood. As the echoes of the shriek faded, only the mysterious tall man and a barely alive Furos remained around the Blade Queen. The former had already retreated swiftly, carrying the latter to a safe distance from her. After the shriek, only the Blade Queen, the mysterious tall man, and the mortally wounded Furos remained in the vicinity. The former had already withdrawn, carrying the latter out of her reach. "You have indeed provided me with much amusement, but this amusement ends." Her every word was laced with world-ending fury, the sound creating visible ripples in the air. However, before she could finish, a bizarre sound cut her off. For the Emperor's blade. Accompanying this strange utterance, a rocket-like projectile as tall as a man streaked through the air with a fiery tail, slamming precisely into the Blade Queen's face as she was mid-sentence. Boom! A violent explosion instantly engulfed the Blade Queen's position, blinding white light, consuming everything. The projectile not only detonated on her face, but the immense force of the blast sent her body hurtling backwards, crashing heavily into the ruins of a building that had been annihilated by her own power earlier. Crash! The Blade Queen immediately collapsed, the already half-destroyed structure burying herself within the rubble as a massive cloud of dust erupted into the air. Even the mysterious tall man who was carrying Furos to safety was stunned into stillness. This sudden bombardment was completely beyond his expectations. It was at this moment that a voice spoke up. Now's the time to attack her during the phase transition. Why would you just listen to her talk when she's heart CC'd instead of dealing DPS? The dust had not yet fully settled when a heart-stopping aura erupted violently from the depths of the ruins. Fulwosi could sense it. It was not anger but a killing intent so cold it seemed to freeze the very space around him. A dull explosion came from the collapsed pile of debris, followed by a boom. The debris erupted from the bottom outward. As if flung by an invisible giant hand, the debris arced through the air and flew into the distance. The dust was forcibly torn apart by the force, and a figure slowly rose from the center of the ruins. The carapace on the Blade Queen's cheeks was now covered with spiderweb-like cracks from which dark green ichor gushed out, dripping along her jawline onto the ground, corroding fine pits in the scorched earth. At first glance, the Blade Queen's form appeared somewhat disheveled, but only for a fleeting moment. The wound left by the shell fired from the Emperor's poison blade under Colonel Bulakeman's command vanished completely, restoring her to pristine condition. Yet her aura grew even colder and more piercing than before. Her eyes, once blazing with madness and arrogance, were now as cold as two silent frozen stars staring at the direction from which the shell had come. Colonel Bulakeman and his other Emperor's poison blade. Without a word, the Blade Queen raised her right claw and flicked it toward that spot. A familiar energy storm once again engulfed Colonel Bulakeman and his Emperor's poison blade. As if replaying a previous scene, Colonel Bulakeman and his massive Emperor's poison blade tank disintegrated and vanished at a visible speed once more. The Colonel's dying scream still carried a strange familiarity, as if heard somewhere before. Scatter! Scatter! Speed! Man! Too much speed! Man! Can't scatter! Man! Mamba! Out! Fulwosi, severely wounded and dying, barely opened his eyes and looked up at the tall, burly, mysterious man who had picked him up. He murmured weakly, "Colonel Bulakeman. Is he dead again?" The other man did not speak, only nodded silently and solemnly. Fulwosi wanted to ask more, but the man had already gently laid him flat on the cold ground. "Stay here. Don't move." Before the words faded, the tall, burly, mysterious man charged straight at the Blade Queen, engaging her in fierce combat once more. Clang! The clash of metal and claws echoed repeatedly, sparks flying everywhere. But this time the battle situation was completely different from before. The Blade Queen unleashed even more terrifying speed and power. Each of her claw strikes carried a screech that tore through the air with vicious angles and ferocious attacks. Though the mysterious man's dual axes still swung with ferocity, he was gradually overwhelmed by the Blade Queen's relentless barrage of claw shadows. Wounds quickly accumulated on his body. Boom! Finally failing to dodge in time, he was struck hard in the waist by the Blade Queen's enormous bone wing. His entire body flew sideways like a broken kite, crashing to the ground, kicking up a shower of gravel and dust. "You cannot stop me." The Blade Queen let out a thunderous roar, then turned and strode toward the shelter behind the square packed with civilians. "You will die. Those civilians will die. All will die. I will make Mengsk watch his empire crumble." Stone. 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 Basilisk. A basilisk's self-propelled artillery that had just approached, emitting a similarly strange voice, had not yet come to a stop when it was lifted off the ground by the Blade Queen's distant gaze. Then it was compressed inward by an invisible force, rapidly twisted and deformed, eventually turning into a ball of scrap metal. Lehman Russ. Another metal ball rolled to the ground. Nine-headed. Yet another metal ball crashed down. For the Emperor. This time a group of mortal soldiers from the Armageddon Steel Legion charged fearlessly at the Blade Queen. Yet these flesh and blood soldiers were instantly crushed together into a ball of flesh. The Blade Queen walked toward the shelter where the civilians were, in full view of the fallen Fulwosi and the mysterious man who had been knocked away. But as if deliberately, she walked very, very slowly. Along the way, she used her power to crush every person or object in her path, whether mortal soldiers of the Armageddon 87th Steel Legion, their vehicles, the local human garrison, or even the Lamenters, into indistinct mixtures of flesh and metal as casually and cruelly as a child kneading Play-Doh. There was no pity in her eyes, only mockery, as if she were savoring a drama of destruction she herself had orchestrated. Spitting blood, Fulwosi watched the Blade Queen and thought, "Can I no longer protect the people?" He closed his eyes, recalling the moment he had met his father earlier, who had said that a true warrior does not die in the glory of battle, but falls on the path of protection. But now he could only lie on the ground like a dying stray dog, without even the strength to hold a sword, helplessly watching the demonic figure crush hope underfoot step by step. He couldn't help but think that if it were his father, he would surely stand before the civilians like an indestructible monument of the Empire. As he thought, the image appeared in his mind, his father clad in gleaming golden armor, holding the spear of achievement, pointing it at the Blade Queen with wings spread wide like the sturdiest bulwark, shielding all fear and despair away from the civilians behind him. The figure in his mind was so clear, as if his father were truly right before him. Fulwosi suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. His vision began to blur, and the image in his mind also grew hazy, accompanied by a certain flapping sound. Not the membraneless bone wings of the Blade Queen, but the sound of real feathers. Fulosi, his consciousness fading, saw the figure of his genetic father in his mind move on its own. Even the Blade Queen, who had slaughtered countless lives, could not help but halt her steps toward the shelter crammed with civilians when she saw the suddenly materializing figure before her. The figure was clad in a suit of golden power armor, its surface intricately embedded with several enormous rubies, with a pair of pure white wings folded behind the entire being, shrouded in a radiant halo. It bore an uncanny resemblance to the angels the Blade Queen had heard of in her human days. But how could true angels exist in this world? This was likely another malformed product of Mengsk's crude bioengineering. Compared to her own perfect form meticulously crafted by the Overmind, it was like a pebble against a star, utterly inferior to her. At that thought, the Blade Queen let out a piercing, mocking laugh. The chitinous ridges on her body rippled across her limbs and torso like waves with each peal, and the bone wings on her back suddenly snapped fully open, proclaiming her supreme authority as the Overmind's most perfect creation. An angel? Ha ha ha! The fully extended Blade Queen stood in stark contrast to the golden-armored angel, with pristine white wings blocking her path. On one side stood a monster covered in purple chitin, bearing membraneless bone wings dripping with vile pus. On the other stood a holy angel, with pure white wings bathed in golden radiance. How ridiculous! Has Mengsk even cooked up an angel now? The Blade Queen's voice dripped with contempt. Does he think that wrapping himself in shiny tin and strapping on a pair of comical wings will stop me? Yet the golden figure remained unmoved by her taunts, silently standing before the shelter's entrance. He slightly bowed his head, gazing down at the Blade Queen, his pure white wings fluttering, gently stirring faint currents of air that brushed over the corpses strewn across the ground. Little angel, are you mute? KKKKKKKKK King Blitz. Boom. A rocket-assisted shell streaked toward the Blade Queen's face, just as before while she was still speaking. This time, however, she merely raised a hand casually, and the shell reversed course at several times its original speed, hurtling with pinpoint accuracy toward the reappeared Colonel Blackman and his King Blitz tank. Amid the scream of Mamba, "Out!" the angel moved. Seeing the angel spread its wings and soar into the air, the Blade Queen couldn't hide her surprise. "You can fly too, little angel." "But so can I." Before the words even faded, her bone wings gave a violent snap, and with a single step, she shot skyward, claws extended, lunging straight at the angel. Spears, swords, and claws clashed endlessly in the sky. Before long, the angel's pristine white wings were stained with blood, his own. On the ground, Foros struggled to his feet. His vision was still blurred, but he could clearly see the golden figure in the sky, locked in a desperate struggle. The angel's lance was deflected by the Blade Queen's claws, leaving an opening. In the next instant, her claws sank deep into the angel's shoulder, tearing through the golden armor in a spray of crimson mist. There was no cry of pain, no retreat. Though pain flickered across his face, the angel's blade also sheared off a portion of the Blade Queen's bone wing. But the latter did not fall, despite her broken wings still maneuvering nimbly through the air, her wing regenerating instantly. Chasing the flying angel, the Blade Queen's voice carried a teasing lilt. "You caught me cheating, little angel." Her answer was a spear hurtling through the air. Just as the Blade Queen twisted to dodge, a pair of hands suddenly clamped around her ankle like iron vices. It was the tall, mysterious man she had blasted away earlier. The mysterious man had somehow arrived directly beneath the Blade Queen. Though his body was covered in wounds, his steel-like arms held her ankle in an unbreakable grip. No matter how the Blade Queen thrashed, no matter how her claws tore at him, he stood immovable, as if he had become an unshakable mountain. Schluck! The angel's thrown spear pierced clean through the Blade Queen's midsection, the tip emerging from her back, dragging out a torrent of vile green ichor from within her body. The moment the spear struck, the mysterious man below released his scarred hands, letting the Blade Queen be hurled away by the spear's immense momentum. The Blade Queen let out a shriek, so piercing it seemed beyond any living creature's capacity. Convulsing and fighting through the agony to right herself mid-air, she wrenched the spear from her gut, still dripping with her green ichor, and hurled it back at the angel. The spearhead tore through the air with a sonic boom, aiming straight for the angel's golden-haired head. In that same instant, the wound in the Blade Queen's abdomen began to writhe, violently knitting itself closed, as if it had never been. Facing the spear hurtling toward him, the angel dodged with fish-like ease in the air. No, he didn't just dodge. He caught the spear and hurled it once more at the Blade Queen as she lunged up again, while simultaneously spreading his wings and diving toward her, sword extended. This time, unencumbered by the mysterious man, the Blade Queen easily sidestepped the angel's thrown spear. She felt the rush of air from his diving sword strikes, and with each incoming blow, she effortlessly deflected his blade, looking utterly at ease. The Blade Queen and the angel clashed once more, locked in a relentless exchange of attacks and parries. Against the increasingly frenzied Blade Queen, the angel gradually began to falter. "Your strength is indeed a cut above those wastes down there, little angel." After a particularly violent collision, the Blade Queen licked her lips at the angel's exquisite face, the cruel light in her eyes growing ever brighter. "But this farce ends now. With those words, the Blade Queen flashed past the angel's defenses, closing in beside him. Die! With that roar, her massive bone wing whipped around with a shrieking tear of air, slamming viciously into the angel's back. Thud! A dull, heavy impact. The angel was struck as if by a battering ram, his whole body plummeting from the sky like a kite with its string cut. The Blade Queen, hovering in midair, watched the scene and erupted into victor's maniacal laughter. Ha ha! Now no one can stop me. As she spoke, her gaze swept across the surrounding carnage. Some were still holding back her swarm, but no one could stop her anymore. With a snap of her wings, she dove toward the shelter like a bolt of purple lightning. She would personally slaughter every single person inside. Robert Gilliman joins the game. Robert Gilliman GLHF. Onron Talker GLHF. IJ GLHF. Onron Talker, this is my brother, he just logged on. It really is Gilliman. How did you guys unlock these pre-march commanders? That guy playing Furos has a panel that can even summon Sanguinius. I want to play a pre-march too. Robert Gilliman, each of us unlocked a different hero, it's random. Onron Talker, for example, we don't have your Armageddon Steel Legion. Unbelievable. Speaking of which, this boss doesn't seem that hard. We're almost done just by stalling for time. Robert Gilliman, it's not hard as long as we can hold off the Queen of Blades swarm. We failed before because Onron and I couldn't stop those Zerg. The moment Sanguinius struck the ground, Robert Gilliman caught him steadily. Sanguinius slowly straightened up, his gaze falling on Gilliman's face. Despite the wounds covering his body, he still wore a gentle and sincere smile as he greeted softly, "Long time no see, brother." Gilliman nodded slightly, reaching out to support Sanguinius, his voice steady, yet tinged with emotion. "Long time no see, brother." When Sanguinius turned his gaze to Onron standing beside Gilliman, he offered the same greeting, "Long time no see, brother." Angren's expression was complex. "Long time no see, brother. I was wrong before." Sanguinius's smile did not fade, but grew even brighter. A forgiveness and understanding born from the depths of his heart. The you from before was not you. The you now is the real you. You've finally broken free, brother. I'm happy for you. He gently pushed aside Gilliman's support, stood firm on his own, strode forward, and bent down to pull out the spear he had cast to the ground earlier. His gaze locked onto the back of the Queen of Blades, who was speeding toward the civilian shelter. The tip of the spear burst into dazzling light. Sanguinius's arm muscles tensed, and his wings fully spread behind him like a divine judgment descending upon the mortal world. With a sudden surge of force from his wrist, he hurled the spear like a meteor, striking precisely toward the Queen of Blades' back. The sound of the angel crashing to the ground that the Queen of Blades had anticipated never came. Instead, a spear came howling up from below. Dodging the spear, the Queen of Blades frowned and looked toward the direction from which the spear had been thrown, where the angel had fallen. On the ground, a tall, golden-haired man in blue armor wearing a golden laurel crown was supporting the angel with one hand. The man who had resembled an ancient gladiator earlier also stood beside the blue-armored figure. The angel held a sword in one hand, while the other hand still maintained the throwing stance. The spear just now had been hurled by him. Beside the angel, the laurel-crowned man in blue armor held a sword in both hands, staring at Kerrigan as if looking at something filthy. The gladiator-like man also stood beside them, gripping twin axes. Another one coming to die? Will you people ever stop? The Queen of Blades swept her gaze across the three, standing shoulder to shoulder, a cruel smile curling at the corner of her mouth. Fine, then let me wipe out all of Minsk's lackeys first. Lackeys? Gilliman's voice was calm and cold. We fight for the survival of humanity, for every soul struggling to live in the darkness. You Queen of Blades have been consumed by the instincts of the swarm and the flames of revenge. You have long since become an avatar of destruction, a bloodthirsty monster even worse than Minsk. He raised his long sword slightly, its blade glinting with a cold light in the dim surroundings as sharp as his words. You claim to kill Minsk for revenge, yet all you truly do is slaughter countless innocent people and trample on life. How hypocritical. Sanguinius breathed lightly. The previous battle had clearly drained much of his strength, but the determination in his eyes remained unwavering. He put away the genuine smile he wore only when seeing his long-lost brothers, and his gaze toward the Queen of Blades turned to nothing but cold disgust. Queen of Blades, your power is indeed formidable, and your story is one of tragedy. But that is absolutely no excuse for your wanton slaughter. The tip of his sword pointed diagonally at the ground. Look around. This planet has been reduced to ruins. Scorched earth and anguished cries are the only marks you've left behind. The shelter ahead holds nothing but civilians who pose no threat to you. Most of them don't even know your original name. Yet you refuse to spare even them, insisting on dragging them into the abyss of your vengeance. There is no justice left in your heart, only madness twisted by hatred. Onron looked at the Queen of Blades, a flicker of sorrowful kinship passing through his eyes. We have both been bound by chains, consumed by evil and madness. I understand that pain, but you are different. You can make a different choice, Queen of Blades. You could break free, you could turn back. Yet you chose to embrace the darkness, devoting yourself wholly to destruction. I see it clearly. You revel in the power over life and death, in the thrill of wanton devastation, not in true vengeance. He tightened his grip on his twin axes, the heavy metal letting out a faint grating sound as he stepped forward. Today we will not let you take another step. The Queen of Blades felt insulted. Rage burned like a tangible force in her eyes. Revel. Power. You act like you're some lofty heroes, standing atop a tower of morality, casually condemning everything I do. Are you even worthy? Before the words even faded, she tore through the air, charging headlong at the three of them. Meanwhile, Li Lu set the rally point of his production buildings to the plaza and queued up his production cycle. After saving up for another Emperor's Wrath, he attached his Blackman to it. As a commander pressed the B key, brought out his binoculars, and watched the battle. What a fierce fight, he said, taking a sip of chilled guajiao liquor, then grabbing a bag of sunflower seeds from the table and starting to crack them open. These lines are straight out of a classic RPG. These guys really know how to play. And this Queen of Blades AI model is very Queen of Blades indeed. As the Blade Queen's talons pierced the chest plate of the blue-armored figure on the left, poised to rend its core asunder, a familiar voice suddenly echoed within her mind. A psychic link from Isha, her lieutenant aboard the Leviathan. My queen, I have an urgent matter to report. Speak. The Blade Queen replied, tersely retracting her talons with lightning speed as a battle-axe wielded by a mysterious gladiator-like man whistled through the air toward her claws, forcing her to abandon her lethal strike against the laurel-crowned man in blue armor. My queen, a human fleet has just warped into the Tilia system and is rapidly approaching the primary orbit of Tilia Prime. She nimbly sidestepped the axe's swing, then pivoted and delivered a fierce kick squarely into the gladiator's abdomen, sending him flying several meters away. A human fleet. Ships of the Terran Dominion. Ascertain their identity. Yes, my queen. Cross-referencing databases. Confirmed. The lead vessel is the Terran Dominion battlecruiser, Helios, flagship of General Horace Warfield. They are broadcasting a message on all channels, my queen. The Blade Queen tapped the ground with her toes, launching into a mid-air somersault to evade a sword strike from Angel, behind her, her right talons flashing like lightning toward his sword-wielding wrist. What is the content of the transmission? Angel raised his blade to parry. The Blade Queen retracted her claws and pressed forward, driving her left elbow with immense force into his chest, staggering him backward. Translating now, my queen. This is General Warfield. All remaining ships of the Tilia Squadron are to immediately fall under my unified command. Warfield? Him again. This newly appointed commander-in-chief of the Imperial forces had previously trapped her swarm in the Sarah system. Though the Blade Queen ultimately prevailed, the strategic advance against the Terran Dominion was delayed considerably. Since then, Warfield had been a persistent thorn in her side across multiple fronts, a constant source of vexation. The Blade Queen intended to press her advantage against Angel, but the laurel-crowned man in blue armor timely interposed his blade, preventing her from expanding her gains. Isha's voice continued, my queen, Warfield's human fleet has joined the battle against the Tilia Squadron. The current tide of battle is turning against us. How many ships does he have? The gladiator-like man, having been kicked away, roared back into the fray, his twin axes whirling madly. The Blade Queen's bony wings vibrated as she continuously parried the onslaught. Soon she seized an opening. While her wings blocked, her talons surged forward, tearing through the gladiator's axe shadow and carving a deep wound across his shoulder blade once more. 100 vessels, my queen. That constituted 2 full squadrons, combined with the remnants of the Tilia Squadron that had been battling the swarm. Warfield's forces now held a numerical advantage over her. Isha immediately ordered Zagara to consolidate the swarm and hasten the elimination of the remaining Tilia ships. We prepare to withdraw. Had the swarm completely overrun Tilia Prime, the Blade Queen would never have chosen to retreat. Conversely, Warfield would then have had to seriously consider whether it was worth depleting his fleet's strength for a worthless, fully infested planet devoid of human life. But the situation was vastly different now. She herself was held up by these enigmatic beings. The Imperial base remained intact, and the majority of the planet's population survived. Given Warfield's operational style, he would undoubtedly seek a decisive engagement with her at Tilia at any cost. Her main swarm forces were currently dispersed across various systems on the fringes of the Terran Dominion, led by other broodmothers in a multi-pronged offensive against Imperial worlds. The swarm contingent with her now was essentially a secondary force detached specifically to train the new broodmother Zagara. Its numbers were inherently limited. Engaging Warfield's main fleet head-on here would likely prove disadvantageous. As soon as the Blade Queen's orders were issued, she abruptly twisted aside. A longsword thrust viciously from her diagonal rear. Her wingtip whipped back in a blur, striking the gleaming blood-red gem on this Angel's chest with pinpoint accuracy, shattering it to pieces. The residual impact hurled Angel backward, crashing heavily into a distant wall before dissolving into motes of light. Glancing at the dissipating blood on her wingtip, the Blade Queen felt no sense of finality in killing Angel. His method of vanishing was unlike the standard Protoss warp technology. This sudden appearance and disappearance puzzled her deeply. Regardless, there was no longer any reason to remain here. Her gaze swept across the battlefield, temporarily stalled by Angel's disappearance. The gladiator still held his twin axes, but his eyes were fixed on the spot where Angel had vanished. The laurel-crowned man in blue armor stood expressionless, leaning on his sword and catching his breath. Though he also glanced in that direction, he ultimately refocused his attention on the Blade Queen. Isha, report the latest status. The Blade Queen vibrated her bony wings, ascending into the air. My queen, the human fleet is attacking us fiercely and has broken our encirclement of the remnants of the Tilia squadron. Consolidate the swarm, prepare for withdrawal. The Blade Queen then linked her mind to Zagara. Leave all non-essential swarm units on Tilia Prime to develop and reproduce on their own. Withdraw immediately. Yes, my queen. She cast one last deep look down at the mysterious man in blue armor and laurel crown and the equally enigmatic gladiator-like companion standing silently beside him. Without another word, the Blade Queen's bony wings unfurled with a sudden burst, kicking up a fierce wind tinged with the scent of blood. Then with a mighty leap, she soared swiftly toward the distant Leviathan behemoth. Onron Thal KYRGG. Robert Gilliman GG. Colonel Whiteman stared blankly at the spot where the Steel Legion and the Lamenter's mercenary company had just been fighting alongside him, only to vanish into thin air. He stood frozen in place. Before he could process the bizarre scene, a brief message flashed on his power armor's terminal: final payment. A loud clang echoed as Angren's twin axes fell to the ground with the departing beat of the Blade Queen's wings. He was already at his absolute limit, held together only by an unyielding will to fight. Had it not been for that, he would have collapsed long ago during the fierce battle with the Blade Queen. As the axes dropped, Onron slumped to the ground, erupting into laughter, wild rasping like a broken bellows being dragged through a chest. He wiped his face with a blood-caked hand, a relieved smile curving his blood-stained lips. Finally, he shouted in his hoarse voice. As the echo of his cry reverberated, the surroundings abruptly shifted, and he found himself in a vast pure white space. Before the towering deity standing before him, Onron slowly sank to his knees, the heavy clatter of his armor against the ground echoing in the void. My God, that which you promised before. His voice trembled with barely contained emotion and deep anticipation. The deity merely raised a hand in a gentle gesture, signaling him to say no more. As the deity gestured, Onron suddenly became acutely aware of a familiar presence behind him. It was the presence of Enamouse, an elder who had spent decades preparing a slave uprising who had sought to unite all gladiators to fight side by side and overthrow the tyranny of the High Riders. It was this very Enamouse who on the eve of the revolt had his heart crushed by Angren's own hands, tortured as he was by the nails, his very body desecrated. He was also Angren's only father. After Onron departed with his father, a hooded man approached the deity, lowered his hood to reveal a cowboy-like face, and casually wrapped an arm around the deity's waist. How are you feeling, Sarah? Any better? The deity leaned her head against the man's shoulder, her voice weary yet tender. I'm better, Jimmy, but the road is still long. Don't worry, my dear. No matter what, I'll always be by your side. Foros and his Lamenter's brothers all returned to their designated rooms within their Genefather's domain. Upon arrival, they surged from their rooms toward the central hall, for their father was waiting there. Arriving at the hall, their Genefather was already waiting. More precisely, he had prepared a grand feast for each of his sons, a long table capable of seating all the brothers, laden with an abundance of food and drink. They were to dine with their Genefather. As he took his seat, Foros's gaze was irresistibly drawn to an unfamiliar figure, a person clad in a simple white robe, sitting contentedly on their Genefather's lap, enjoying delicacies handed to them personally by the Genefather, dishes Foros had never seen before. Occasionally, Foros overheard his Genefather remind the figure in a voice full of tender indulgence, "Eat more slowly, Kalenfels." The loving murmur intertwined with the pleasant laughter of the brothers enjoying their meal, echoing softly within the resplendent hall. Gilliman returned to his office, continuing to review the documents sent down from above. After a brief familiarization, he mentally outlined plans for these matters. Then he looked at his computer, pressed Alt-Tab to switch back to the World of Warcraft game window, and began to play. The main storyline of the Crybaby's adventures is complete, serving as a complement to the plot. Having a general idea of the rest is sufficient. Cracking sunflower seeds, Li Lu watched with rapt attention as his teammates battled the Queen of Blades. It was simply because those teammates role-played so convincingly, their every gesture and movement, as if Angren Sanguinius and Gilliman themselves had descended. Not only were their tones spot on, but they coordinated flawlessly amidst the fierce combat, trading blows with the Queen of Blades in a thrilling exchange. The AI-controlled Kerrigan was equally formidable, her responses true to character, her attack and defense logic sharp, and her techniques interlocking seamlessly. Combined with the cinematic visuals, the entire battle played out like an extended Blizzard CGI blockbuster. Although the Queen of Blades was set to be invincible and could not be truly defeated, the teammates still managed to hold the line, and the progress bar for mission completion slowly filled to the brim. Before he knew it, the small trash bag on his computer desk was bulging with sunflower seed shells. He had to stand up and dump the accumulated pile into the nearby trash can. When he sat back down, the mission progress bar was fully charged, and the game transitioned into an uncontrollable CGI cutscene. Countless Terran Dominion warships broke through the atmosphere, descending upon the primary world of Tilia. At the same time, the Queen of Blades quickly retreated with her Leviathan, withdrawing from the planet's battlefield. As the scene unfolded, the highly distinctive voice of God Kerrigan rang out once more, but this time it was exceptionally terse, leaving only 2 words, "Thank you." Her tone was calm, yet immensely imposing. As her words faded, his teammates typed GG, one after another, and Li Lu followed suit, typing the same letters. Looking at the results screen, he let out a few grunts that were both proud and resigned. Although his kill count was the highest in the match, the number of units he produced and lost was also leading by far. "This commander feels weak." Li Lu pouted. "Though the map mechanics have something to do with it, this commander just doesn't have much strength. Anyone watching would think I'm playing Company of Heroes." With that, he took a sip of his Guojiao liquor, recalling the combat style of the Armageddon Steel Legion. Yeah, it really does feel like Company of Heroes. StarCraft turned into World War II. And when unit quality is high, numbers are low. When numbers are high, quality suffers. It's a bit too polarizing. He stared at the last drop of Guojiao in his glass, swirled it, and downed it in one go. One more round. As soon as the words left his mouth, he turned to look out the window and saw that the sky had already quietly darkened. It's already this late. He shook his head, casually shut down the game, stood up, and stretched widely. With a faint crackle from his joints, Li Lu completely relaxed, leaning back into his chair. As he spoke, he launched War Thunder. "Time to serve BVVD for a while. I haven't earned the points for the new Ground Forces event yet. After that, I'll eat, shower, and crash." Half an hour later. "BVVD. I curse your mother. How did that bounce? The Russian Federation is just that magical, huh?" Li Li's Leopard 2A4 had just fired a sabot round at the lower front plate of an enemy BMP-2M, only for it to ricochet off. He was then taken out in one shot by a Cornet missile, which made him slam the desk in fury. "I'm so damn done with this." His temper flaring, he quickly closed War Thunder and reopened StarCraft 3. Might as well play StarCraft. I'll deal with the War Thunder points later. Knocker of the 19th Cavalry Squadron of the 143rd Siege Regiment, designated 095-232-17806-11A, chose, like most of his comrades, to leave his cumbersome chrome-plated plastisteel armor plates at the temporary camp near the landing zone before embarking on a patrol mission. This was to conserve precious energy for the long trek ahead, as the task at hand could potentially last for days. He meticulously adjusted the collar of his thick gray greatcoat, ensuring it allowed for freedom of movement while offering protection against the harsh elements. He then methodically packed his rations, chemical filter replacements, bedroll, and spare ammunition into the saddlebags of his sturdy tailless warmount. Although the climate here was milder than Krieg's violent electromagnetic storms, often accompanied by torrential rain, erupted daily, a single misstep could leave one utterly drenched. Therefore, every preparation had to be thorough. After a final meticulous check of his respirator's airtight seal and filter status, Knocker confirmed everything was in order. He hefted his 3.5-meter hunting lance, slung his saber at his waist, and swung himself onto the broad back of his war mount, officially setting out on patrol. The terrain surrounding the landing zone was barren and desolate, the ground blanketed in ancient sulfur-rich volcanic ash. The vista was vast, yet punctuated by rolling, undulating mountain ranges. The mission for Knocker and his comrades was to conduct patrols across this desolate, silent wilderness, searching for any signs of rebel activity. Departing the relatively bustling landing zone, the members of the 19th Cavalry Squadron, 143rd Siege Regiment dispersed according to their predetermined routes, each heading towards their designated patrol sectors. Knocker urged his war mount forward, its hooves striking the soft volcanic ash with a dull rhythmic thud. This loyal and powerful creature seemed utterly indifferent to the surrounding silence and desolation, focused solely on carrying its rider onward. With one hand firmly gripping the long shaft of his hunting lance, its tip angled towards the gray sky, and the other holding the reins loosely, Knocker's gaze swept the layered mountains and the boundless gray-black wasteland ahead like a hawk. Even through his respirator, the acrid stench of sulfur compounds was faintly discernible, fostering a sense of constant wariness. In the distance, mountains cast grim silhouettes against the dim daylight, resembling slumbering behemoths, as if they might awaken at any moment and devour these insignificant patrolmen. They had to maintain an extreme state of alertness at all times. Any anomalous trace, an unusual wisp of smoke, a disturbed stone, or even a strange animalistic roar, could be a vital signal of rebel activity. Knocker observed all surrounding movements with full attention, continuing his advance across this lifeless land. The previous day's patrol had yielded no discoveries. However, after a brief rest and half a day's travel towards the patrol's endpoint, Knocker suddenly heard a clamorous commotion emanating from behind a desolate mountain. He immediately dismounted. His well-trained steed would not move without command. Crouching low, gripping his hunting lance tightly, and retrieving a telescope from his saddlebag with his other hand. Using the undulating terrain as cover, Knocker crept stealthily towards the mountain, cautiously approaching the source of the sound. Every step landed softly on the loose volcanic ash as he strove to avoid making any unnecessary noise. As he climbed higher, the clamorous activity behind the mountain grew increasingly distinct. The surrounding silence juxtaposed with this noise strongly suggested they had found the rebel traces they were seeking. Knocker carefully scaled to the edge of a higher ridge, slowly raised his head, and peered at the scene unfolding behind the mountain. There in a clearing embraced by the mountain stood an extraordinarily ornate and towering structure draped in numerous red banners emblazoned with white wolf heads presenting a striking red and white color scheme. In front of this building were clusters of blue crystal formations. Flanking these mineral clusters were structures emitting an eerie green glow from which green gas and light rose, suggesting they were some form of extraction station. On the open ground between the mineral clusters, the extraction stations, and the main building, Knocker observed many rebels working diligently. They wore black one-piece uniforms beneath face masks with glowing orange-yellow visors over which they donned red-gray armor. Each individual also wore a heavy yet seemingly portable engineering suit. These rebels operated the devices to cut the blue crystals or hauled large green storage canisters from the extraction stations. Regardless of their specific task, all materials were ultimately transported back to the ornate building bearing the wolf head banners. Suddenly, with a roaring howl, a fortress-like structure descended from the sky, trailing flames slamming heavily onto the ground before a small hill not far from the main building. Immediately 6 rebels emerged from this landed structure. These individuals were not wearing engineering suits, but were instead armed with strangely shaped automatic rifles. One of them quickly returned inside the landed structure, and when he reappeared, his rifle was gone, replaced by an engineering suit identical to the others. Subsequently, the other 5 armed rebels opened fire intensely upon the adjacent small hill. In an instant, the thunderous roar of gunfire echoed across the barren wilderness as a dense hail of bullets poured onto the rocky slope, kicking up clouds of gray-black volcanic dust and flying debris. Simultaneously, the rebel outfitted with the engineering equipment swiftly began operations on the spot, seemingly constructing some kind of facility. Knocker squinted, noticing several wisps of eerie green gas faintly visible behind the small hill, interspersed with glints of blue crystal light. Clearly, the area behind the hill under attack contained not only blue crystal clusters, but also the gas these rebels sought to harvest. This convinced Knocker further that what he had discovered was far from an ordinary rebel stronghold. The opulent building before him, the extraction stations for unknown minerals and gas, and this group of well-equipped, swift-acting rebels formed an extremely dangerous strategic picture. More alarming still, this location was less than 2 days' travel from the main force's landing point. Should these rebels deploy their vehicles, they could reach the landing zone in a matter of hours and launch a devastating surprise attack. Knocker understood the urgency of this intelligence. He had to report all of this to his commander immediately. He slowly withdrew his upper body, ensuring he was completely concealed within the shadow cast by the ridge. He then retreated with extreme caution, each step as gentle as the first, as if treading on thin ice, terrified that the slightest sound might alert the busy rebels below. However, when he finally made his way back to his war mount, he was horrified to find a figure already standing there waiting. A human clad in brown leather armor of immense build, nearly 3 meters tall. Knocker's heart jolted, but he did not hesitate. His hand exploded with force, thrusting his hunting lance out, like a striking viper, the tip tearing through the air, aimed directly at the stranger's chest. Yet the mysterious figure reacted even faster, closing the distance almost as Knocker made his move. A pair of massive hands clamped down on Knocker's wrists, immobilizing his lance. Then a calm voice spoke. "Allow me to introduce myself." An urgent report originally penned by a soldier of the 19th Cavalry Squadron, 143rd Siege Regiment, bearing the designation 095-232-17806-11, was first delivered to the senior officers of the 88th Siege Army Group, who were among the first to arrive at the landing zone. Subsequently, the contents of the report swiftly reached the theater command situated far away in Thrace, one of the Scalus province. After undergoing rigorous scrutiny by multiple echelons of staff, officers, and intelligence filtering, it ultimately came to rest upon the desk of General Chu Urk, the theater commander. How does a reconnaissance report of this caliber find its way directly to me? General Chu Urk, bedecked with medals, murmured as he took a delicate sip of his fine wine, while casually flipping through the initial pages of the report. As he perused the preliminary descriptions concerning activity of unidentified personnel, he could not help but furrow his brow in critique. A group of mysterious individuals of unknown origin was discovered in the vicinity of the landing zone. How was the cleansing operation during the landing executed? Allowing a band of unknown persons to establish a base around the landing zone. He continued to leaf through the report, his tone clearly laced with displeasure, until his gaze suddenly caught a line of small print near the end, almost overlooked. The other party claimed to be a ranger chapter that had come to offer assistance upon hearing of the campaign to retake Fulakisi. General Chu Urk nearly spewed the beverage from his mouth. The campaign to reclaim Fulakisi was a military plan determined after extensive deliberation and communication between the Imperial Guard High Command of the Nebula Sector headquartered on Cadia and the Departamento Munitorum on Terra. It could be said that everything had barely begun. Even the entire 88th Siege Army Group had only just been assembled following the exhaustive evaluations of the analytical experts from the Departamento Munitorum. The campaign to reclaim Fulakisi had not even officially commenced, so how could Space Marines have already arrived on the battlefield and offered support? General Chu considered himself well-connected in military circles, and with a bit of expense, he might even be able to invite certain Space Marine chapters to assist through the Nebulous Sector High Command. But he had never submitted any formal request for Space Marine support to the Nebulous Sector High Command precisely, because as just mentioned, everything had only just begun. General Chu quickly flipped the report back to the earlier pages, his eyes scanning the dense text, attempting to find any clue that could verify the authenticity of this report. However, the description of the so-called Ranger chapter within the report was exceedingly brief, merely mentioning that their chapter serfs were well-equipped and swift in their movements. Moreover, when discovered by the patrol of the 19th Cavalry Squadron, they had already erected a fully functional base near the landing zone. Ranger chapter. Muttering the name, General Chu began to rapidly recall the roles of all the Space Marine chapters known to him. The names of those renowned chapters of immense power such as the Ultramarines, the Imperial Fists, and the Space Wolves were thoroughly familiar to him. Even those chapters less famous, but known to be active in the vicinity of the sector such as the Red Scorpions, he had heard of. Yet the name Ranger did not appear on either of these two lists. It was evidently not only obscure in reputation, but also its sphere of activity should not have been in the nearby region. At this thought, General Chu summoned a staff officer and ordered him to immediately query all information and documentary records pertaining to the Ranger chapter. No sooner had the order been issued than General Chu countermanded it, deciding to personally inquire with the Nebulous Sector High Command. After the query was sent, the response from the Nebulous Sector High Command this time arrived with astonishing speed, faster than ever before. The content of this unusually swift reply was also remarkably concise. The Ranger chapter indeed existed. Do not delve further into the matter and do not impede their operations. These two anomalies occurring together caused General Chu to furrow his brow deeply. The doubts in his mind, instead of being resolved, only grew heavier. What was the origin of this Ranger chapter? Why did their appearance stir the nerves of the Supreme Commander of the Nebulous Sector? A reply so evasive yet carrying an indisputable air of compulsion was indeed rare. But General Chu understood the principle that asking too many questions leads to a quick demise, though one must heed advice to have a full belly. Since the High Command's instructions were thus, even with countless doubts in his heart, he had no choice but to comply. Suppressing his thoughts, he picked up the report once more. Since it was an entity that required a personal greeting from the High Command, this Ranger chapter was certainly no ordinary Space Marine chapter. General Chu soon issued a new directive in accordance with the High Command's instructions, giving the Ranger chapter the green light to operate on Fulakisi. But within the Nebulous Sector High Command, news of the Ranger chapter's appearance was sent via different hands to various destinations. Pressing the yellow button matched instantly. Lilo looked at the familiar gladiator figure beside the Emperor. It was the hero he had encountered before Ongron. Looking at the player ID beneath the Ongron character model, it was also Angren, the same person. Exclaiming to himself about being matched again with someone he had played against, Lilo began to survey the map before him, one he had never played before, a cooperative mode map, the Siege of Fulakisi. The loading screen background of this map depicted a vast and formidable fortress at the center, its walls bristling with gun ports and fortifications appearing impregnable. At the bottom of the image, soldiers wearing gas masks and gray greatcoats clutched their weapons tightly, charging towards the fortress that erupted with a hail of gunfire. Some soldiers were flung into the air by the blast waves of explosions, while others were mowed down by a whip of bullets that swept across in a straight line. But the majority of the image was dominated by these gray-clad soldiers stepping over the bodies of their fallen comrades, continuing to charge forward without hesitation. After entering the game, Lilu skillfully tapped the keyboard first, sending a greeting in the team channel, IGLHF. The opponent quickly responded politely, Ongron Talcor, GLHF. Lilu smoothly began managing his units to develop while continuing to chat with his teammate in the dialogue box. Hey man, it's you again. Ongron Talcor, yeah, what a coincidence. But, have you played this map before? I never played it, but the map is called the Siege of Vrax. Judging by the loading screen and the 4,000 hammer style, I guess this round is a World War I style siege battle. Ongron Talcor, World War I style siege battle. Then I might not be of much use. Ongron Talcor, I do have some combat capability, but breaking through a fortress complex of that scale shown in the loading screen alone is a bit difficult. Don't worry. Ever heard of the Corehole Cannon King? Ongron Talcor, Corehole Cannon King. I haven't heard of it. I'm actually a newbie, who I've only been playing StarCraft 3 for less than a day. No problem. You don't need to attack. The Corehole Cannon King will handle the offense. Just protect me. As they spoke, Lilu noticed a neutral NPC base marker at the edge of the map. At the same time, a Death Corps cavalry soldier clad in a dark coat and gas mask was moving toward his base. I see. There are neutral NPCs on the map, those Death Corps from 4,000 Hammers. They were also the ones attacking the fortress in the loading screen. If you've played the Wings of Liberty campaign, you should know the rescue mission. We control Tosh and assist Raynor's forces to break into New Folsom Prison. This co-op map probably plays like that mission. We're like Tosh, and these Death Corps NPCs are our Raynor. The main force relies on them to push. Onron Talcor, I've never actually played Wings of Liberty, but I think I get the idea that Death Corps take the lead, and we support right. Exactly. Now an NPC is heading our way probably to guide the story forward. Judging by your username, Onron Talcor. You probably know more about Warhammer than I do, so you should talk to the NPC to trigger the plot. If they ask our identity, just say we're from the Ranger chapter. Flying that banner seems to make the AI model behind these NPCs treat us better. As the first wave of the initial landing force on Vrax, the 143rd Siege Regiment under Colonel Kalin originally had the mission to secure the beachhead, establish a preliminary defense line, and create conditions for the arrival of follow-up troops. However, after the 19th Cavalry Squadron soldier serial number 095-232-17806-11 discovered some mysterious figures during a routine patrol and reported the intelligence up the chain to General Corps Commander of the 8th Siege Army Group. A new directive was added to Colonel Kalin's task list: fully cooperate with all combat operations of the Ranger chapter. Now Colonel Kalin was staring at the order, pondering. General Corps' command to cooperate with all combat operations of the Ranger chapter was too vague. He knew that because the fleet had chosen to land on the far side of the planet to avoid the defensive laser batteries on Vrax's surface that could threaten orbital ships, the entire landing force had to be deployed far from the fortress core. Thus, the current landing point of the 143rd Siege Regiment was nearly 1,000 kilometers in a straight line from the outermost heavily fortified defenses of the rebel-held Vrax. At this distance, neither the infantry units nor the armored vehicles of the 143rd could conduct a long-range forced march on their own and then engage in high-intensity siege combat. Even if the Astartes of the Ranger chapter raised specific requirements for the 143rd to support their attack, Colonel Kalin could not fulfill them. At the very least, the Departamento Munitorum's engineering teams would have to build a railway from the landing point to near the fortress of Vrax, ensuring logistics and troop deployment. Commissar Morv beside him also held an identical copy of the order. The two men fell silent for a moment, exchanged glances through their respirator masks, and finally Commissar Morv broke the silence. We promised to reclaim Vrax within 12 years. You and I both know the combat effectiveness of the Astartes. If we can obtain their assistance, we might be able to fulfill that promise significantly ahead of schedule. So it's better to proactively ask the Astartes what specific support they need, leaving them with a positive impression of cooperation. Colonel Kalin thought briefly. The Commissar was right. They needed to retake Vrax within 12 years, and the aid of the Astartes would greatly shorten that time. The Ranger chapter has not yet established a formal communication link with us. Commissar Morv placed the order file on the table. Colonel Kalin, angels are like that. I'd trouble you to take the initiative to contact them. Leave the rest to me. Hearing this, Colonel Kalin knew that Commissar Morv had a clearer perspective on these matters. He glanced at the busy landing zone outside the temporary command post, then thought of the promise to reclaim Vrax within 12 years. He nodded. I'll go speak with them in person. I leave this place to you. StarCraft 3 Co-op Mode. Hero Information. Arcturus Mask. Initial Prestige. Talon Emperor of the Dominion. Can conscript a vast expendable army of Imperial Shock Troopers and command your elite special combat unit, the Royal Guard. Units: Imperial Shock Trooper, Imperial Arbiter, Imperial Witness Wall, Guardian Dominator, Ghost Assault Squad, Black Hammer Sky, Fury Pride of Augustgrad Supply, Bunker Missile Turret, Earthsplitter Cannon. Extra Prestige. Talent Death Dealer. Advantage: Shock Trooper weapon cost reduced to 40 minerals and 20 Vespene gas. Well-equipped Shock Troopers trigger their weapon's self-destruct mechanism upon death. Disadvantage: Shock Troopers no longer drop weapons. Imperial Arbiter unavailable. Extra Prestige. Talent Beacon Emperor. Advantage: Royal Guard mineral and Vespene gas cost reduced by 50 and experience gain increased by 100. Disadvantage: Imperial Shock Trooper mineral cost increased by 100. Units unchanged. Extra Prestige. Talent Mining Tycoon. Advantage. Disadvantage. Units. Onron crouched on the gentle slope where the Krieger scout had paused earlier, his gaze fixed on the bustling scene spread out below. Across the wide plain, prefabricated structures, utterly incongruous with the barren surroundings, were rising swiftly. Countless figures moved through the temporary encampment in perfect, synchronized motion, yet they lacked the vital essence of living beings. Onron cared not who pulled the strings behind these people, nor did he wish to ponder the mechanics of it all. He knew his role was to play the player and focus solely on completing the tasks of the One God. Success in these tasks would earn the One God's favor, such as the time the One God had resurrected his father from the River of Time. Even without undertaking these tasks, he could have remained in the idyllic world the One God had cast him into, living out an unremarkable existence as a physical education teacher, a role he had never held, and the One God in his boundless tolerance would not have punished his inaction. He is so merciful, And now Angron came to these tasks entirely of his own volition, compelled by no one. For although his father had been resurrected and brought to enjoy the world created by the one God, countless brothers and sisters who had once fought alongside him against the tyranny of the High Riders were still awaiting their rebirth. And now his purpose was to complete the one God's tasks so that those brothers and sisters could also return to the world and enter that beautiful realm. At this thought, a genuine smile unconsciously curved upon Angron's lips. Whatever the road ahead held at this moment, he finally had a goal worth striving for. Just then the sky echoed with the approaching roar of engines. Though an ordinary person might not discern it, Angron immediately recognized the distinctive sound of an Imperial Valkyrie transport swiftly pinpointing its location. Looking up, he saw a small dark speck, a Valkyrie transport, rapidly closing and heading straight for the camp. Judging by the Imperial insignia on its hull, it carried the reinforcements summoned by the Krieger Death Rider he had let go earlier. Colonel Saran had boarded a Valkyrie transport bound for the Ranger chapter base, marked by Soldier 095-232-17806-11. Carrying additional communication equipment to establish a secure channel between the Angel and the 143rd Siege Regiment. What would have taken a cavalry patrol nearly 2 days to travel was covered in just 1 hour by the Valkyrie's high-speed flight. The first sight that greeted them was a steel camp woven in red and gray, far more vast than the description provided by Soldier 095-232-17806-11. Yet to Colonel Saran's surprise, the base was almost entirely devoid of defensive structures. No walls, no trenches, no watchtowers, no heavy weapon emplacements. Not even the most basic barbed wire was visible. The only conspicuous features were a cluster of angular towering red-gray steel buildings standing in the open area, along with the chapter serfs of the Ranger chapter mentioned in Soldier 095-232-17806-11's report. As for the towering figure of Captain Onlong of the Ranger chapter's 1st Company, who had identified himself to the soldier, Colonel Saran could find no trace of him even after scanning the entire camp from above. Not in the base. Colonel Saran shifted his gaze to the surroundings and soon spotted a towering, robust figure atop a hill beside the camp, matching the description in Soldier 095-232-17806-11's report. That must be Captain Onlong of the Ranger chapter. Captain Onlong stood facing the direction of the Valkyrie's descent, seemingly aware of the visitors, yet he made no gesture of acknowledgement, maintaining his distant vigil. Colonel Saran ordered the Valkyrie to land on a small plateau, about 200 meters from the base. As the ramp descended, he led 2 soldiers carrying the communication equipment toward the cluster of Central Ranger chapter buildings. Though Saran's stride was composed, his gaze struggled to pull away from the strange, heavily armored steel structures, unlike any architectural style he had ever encountered. As he finally reached the Ranger base, a facility that from a military standpoint was riddled with openings and practically defenseless, the chapter serfs within continued bustling between the buildings, paying no heed to Saran's party, offering no acknowledgement, and certainly no one came to receive him. Glancing up the slope, Captain Onlong's silhouette remained motionless at the summit. Colonel Saran knew he could not expect the other to descend and greet him. That's how the Angels are. Before departure, Commissar General Moff had emphasized. Prior to his transfer to the 143rd Siege Regiment, General Moff's original regiment had fought alongside Space Marines of the Minotaur chapter. It was after that mission that his original Astra Militarum regiment ceased to exist, and Moff, having lost his unit, was reassigned to his current post. Thus, Commissar General Moff, possessing experience fighting alongside the Adeptus Astartes, had imparted numerous crucial instructions to Saran, who had no such experience, and Saran had committed them all to memory. He straightened his uniform slightly, signaled for the accompanying soldiers to remain in place, and then set off alone toward the summit. Before long, Colonel Saran finally ascended to the mountain peak, and for the first time in his life, he beheld a true angel with his own eyes. The moment his gaze fell upon the figure whose back was turned to him, he understood why Commissar General Moff always spoke of the angel with such ineffable reverence, and had repeatedly cautioned him not to offend the angel. Even without Commissar General Moff's warning, Colonel Saran would never have dreamed of offending an angel. His sole purpose was to execute orders and serve the God Emperor with unwavering loyalty, seeking to atone for the sins inherent to his Krieg birth. If he were ever to offend an angel, it could only mean the angel was not truly an angel. Undeniably, judging solely from the back of Captain Amlon before him, Commissar General Moff was correct. This angel was indeed an angel. They were the God Emperor's chosen emissaries, beings from a world entirely apart from Saran, a creature born from a cultivation that solely to atone for his sins to the Emperor. The angel's silhouette nearly spanned a third of the mountaintop. Broad-shouldered, imposing, and ramrod straight, even clad in brown armor, he stood close to 3 meters tall, towering over anyone Colonel Saran had ever laid eyes upon. Every aspect of his form betrayed a transcendent nature. Just standing behind Captain Amlon, an invisible yet crushing pressure washed over him, evoking a sensation Colonel Saran had never experienced before. No, this was not the time for such thoughts. Following Commissar General Moff's prior instructions, Colonel Saran bowed his head slightly deftly, forming the sign of the Aquila with his hands, and spoke. Angel Colonel Saran of the 143rd Kriegsiege Regiment reporting, as ordered. I have brought the communication device you may use to contact us at any time. Hearing this, Captain Amlon did not turn around, merely tilting his head slightly. Go down and find Corporal Faraday. He will brief you on the battle plan and handle all subsequent communications with your forces. All orders will be relayed through him. With that, Captain Amlon resumed his survey of the base at the mountain's foot. Although the other had not deliberately raised his voice, Colonel Saran could viscerally feel the immense, almost tangible power emanating from him through his voice alone. He is utterly worthy of the title Angel. Thinking this, Colonel Saran immediately responded, Yes, my lord. Bowing his head once more in salute, Colonel Saran turned and began his descent along the mountain path. It was only after he had walked a considerable distance that the oppressive weight of the angel's presence and his brief words finally began to recede. It was only after he had walked a considerable distance that the oppressive weight of the angel's presence finally began to dissipate. An angel is an angel. Colonel Saran quickened his pace, heading towards the camp to find a corporal named Faraday. Though he wondered why a mere corporal would be his point of contact, he reasoned that even a corporal among angels was beyond the comparison of a sinner like himself. He called over the two guards who had remained motionless beside the communication equipment. Bring the equipment and follow me. The two guards swiftly hoisted the heavy communication crate between them and fell in step behind him. Colonel Saran led the way through the sprawling base of the Ranger chapter. As far as his eyes could see, there were only mortal servants of the Ranger chapter, all clad in the same standardized gear. They wore form-fitting black bodysuits beneath their armor, their faces concealed behind visors that glowed with a warm orange light, and were clad in red and gray protective plating. They moved in an orderly fashion, bustling to and fro through the wide corridors. However, apart from the solitary angel he had first seen, Lord Amlon, Colonel Saran had scoured the entire base from top to bottom, yet he had been unable to find the angel corporal named Faraday. Hey! Just as Colonel Saran was about to make another circuit in his search for the Corporal Faraday that Captain Amlon had mentioned, a voice suddenly called out from his side and rear, interrupting his thoughts. This was the first time anyone in the Ranger chapter's base had proactively addressed him since he had met Lord Amlon. Earlier attempts to question the chapter's servants had been met with complete indifference. Turning around, he saw a mortal servant, also clad in the red and gray protective armor, standing not far away. The figure's face was entirely obscured by a helmet and a visor with yellow lenses, making it impossible to discern their features, just as they presumably could not see his face beneath his own mask. Are you looking for Corporal Faraday? The servant asked, a hint of suppressed amusement in their voice. Colonel Saran paid no heed to the subtle tone, responding as usual, Yes. I am Colonel Saran of the 143rd Kriegsiege Regiment, sent by Lord Amlon to find Corporal Faraday to receive the battle plan. As if unable to contain it any longer, a laugh escaped from behind the figure's visor. Ha ha, relax, Colonel. I'm Faraday. You are Corporal Faraday. Colonel Saran scrutinized the person before him from behind his own mask. This individual claiming to be Corporal Faraday was far from the image he had conjured of an angel corporal. He lacked the mountainous authority and oppressive presence of Captain Amlon and betrayed none of the hallmarks of a transcendent being. He appeared virtually indistinguishable from any of the other mortal servants he had passed. Hearing the colonel's skeptical retort, the other cleared his throat, adopting a slightly more formal tone. No, not Corporal Faraday. It's Corporal Faraday. No, not Corporal Faraday, but Corporal Faraday. What? In an instant, Colonel Saran regained his composure. The name and identity of Corporal Faraday were indeed unexpected, but in the face of clear military orders, such personal feelings were entirely irrelevant. He needed only to focus on executing his mission. Colonel Saran straightened his posture, standing at attention, and spoke with utmost formality. Corporal Faraday, I am Colonel Saran of the Krieg 143rd Siege Regiment. By order of Lord Amlon, I have come to receive the operational plan that the Ranger chapter has dispatched to the 143rd Siege Regiment. Seemingly dissatisfied with his own reaction, Corporal Faraday let out a soft snicker. Tisk, can't you even smile, eh? If that is an order, I will comply. Hearing this, Corporal Faraday completely retracted his smile, his tone turning blunt and flat. Boring, forget it. First, give me a brief rundown of your original battle plan. Since Corporal Faraday requested a simple introduction without needing a tactical table for elaboration, Saran immediately reported directly. We are currently still executing the first phase of the plan. Among the various units of the 88th Siege Army Group, only the Krieg 143rd Siege Regiment, serving as the vanguard, has completed its deployment at the designated landing zone on the surface of Vrax. The remaining main forces are expected to arrive at the landing area in batches over the next standard Terran year and undergo pre-battle preparations. As he spoke, he produced a data slate with a map from his coat and handed it to Corporal Faraday. As you can see from the map, there is a 1,000-mile journey from the landing zone to the Vrax fortress. To this, in the Departamento Munitorum has dispatched a force of 500,000 engineering troops. The first batch of 50,000 has already arrived at the landing zone. They are currently working at full capacity to develop the landing zone. Once all 500,000 are in place, and before the full muster of the 88th Siege Army Group, they will construct a railway supply line stretching directly to the outer perimeter of the Vrax fortress. This is to ensure that our army's subsequent equipment, ammunition provisions, and other essential war materials can be rapidly transported to the front lines via rail, preparing for the second phase of siege operations. Saran continued his explanation. According to the plan, once the 88th Siege Army Group is fully assembled and the railway is completed, the second phase of operations will commence. During this phase, the 88th Siege Army Group will take 11 years to progressively breach the 3 defensive systems surrounding the fortress from the western and northern approaches. Stop! Stop! Before Saran could finish his sentence, Corporal Faraday hastily interrupted him. The voice from beneath his mask no longer carried its previous casualness, but was laced with a tone of disbelief. 12 years. You intend to spend 12 standard Terran years attacking this fortress? Colonel Saran, are you certain this isn't a joke? This is the minimum time frame calculated by the Departamento Munitorum based on the enemy's defensive capabilities and our currently available resources. From the preparation stage until Vrax is fully returned to the glorious rule of the Emperor, indeed, 12 standard Terran years are required. I am not joking. So your 88th Siege Army Group needs a full year just to organize an effective offensive and then 11 more years of relentless assault on the Vrax fortress. Yes, this is a realistic plan formulated by the Departamento Munitorum based on our current firepower and force projection capabilities. If the Ranger chapter requires changes, I will report it to the theater commander, General Kirk. Upon hearing this, Corporal Faraday stood silently for a long moment, holding the map Saran had given him. Then he spoke. The Ranger chapter will launch an attack on the Vrax fortress today. What? Colonel Saran thought he had misheard. Corporal Faraday, emphasizing each word, repeated his statement verbatim. I said the Ranger chapter will launch an attack on the Vrax fortress today. This time Colonel Saran heard it clearly, and a look of uncontrollable astonishment spread across the face hidden behind his mask. He looked at Corporal Faraday once more, trying to find any trace of the earlier joke about the difference between Corporal Faraday and Corporal Faraday. However, the other's demeanor remained calm, showing no sign of jest, clearly dead serious. This made Colonel Saran think he was mad. Corporal Faraday, do you realize what this means? As he spoke, his address to the other unconsciously shifted to a more respectful form. The Departamento Munitorum's initial estimates put the number of traitors within the Vrax fortress at approximately 8 million. The garrison of the outer first defensive line alone is estimated to exceed 1 million, equipped with countless artillery pieces and vehicles and numerous fortified bunkers, not to mention the second and third lines. Interrupting Colonel Saran's account once more, Corporal Faraday, holding the map, said, the map shows that the outer 2 defensive lines of the Vrax fortress do not have void shield protection, only the final line does. Correct. Though unsure why Corporal Faraday pointed this out, Colonel Saran answered in explanation. Yes, the void shield only covers the fortress's main body as the last line of defense. However, the outer defenses are also equipped with numerous heavy anti-ship laser arrays. We cannot conduct orbital bombardment against the first 2 lines. We can only rely on ground forces for a direct assault. That makes it easy. Corporal Faraday's tone lightened back up. The Ranger chapter will first destroy the 2 outermost defensive lines of Vrax. Colonel Saran couldn't believe his ears. Even the Departamento Munitorum's most conservative estimates indicated that the 88th Siege Army Group would suffer at least millions of casualties to overcome these 2 lines. Yet this Corporal Faraday spoke of destroying these defenses as casually, as if discussing eating or sleeping. Corporal Faraday, you mean just the Ranger chapter alone will destroy those 2 outer lines? A relaxed acknowledgement came from behind the mask. How many angels will be participating in this operation? What is the specific attack plan? All Ranger chapter personnel currently on Vrax are right here. With that, Corporal Faraday turned and walked towards the edge of the camp, gesturing for Saran to follow. While walking through the camp earlier, Saran had estimated that the Ranger camp currently held no more than 100 chapter serfs, and aside from Lord Onlong, there wasn't a single angel present. Following the other's lead, staring at his back, Saran tried to see through the armor and uniform to confirm if a sane human being was actually inside. While leading the way, Corporal Faraday continued to chatter on, speaking words that left Saran utterly bewildered. So easy. Within Fortress A453, situated on the outermost defensive line of the Van Meersland wasteland where Fort Vrax stood, Company Commander Vyacheslav Baranikov was drilling his soldiers, a ragtag group of varied backgrounds and inconsistent skill levels, on a makeshift training ground he had cleared nearby. Since the failed assassination attempt by heretical fiends against Cardinal Savin, the entire local garrison of Vrax had been reorganized and massively expanded into the faith militant under the Cardinal's call to restore order. Baranikov had undergone a dramatic shift in status. Not long ago, he was merely a lieutenant platoon commander in a foot regiment stationed here, yet now he was a major commanding an entire infantry company of 6 full-strength platoons. His original trained soldiers had been dispersed to serve as officers in the various platoons tasked with commanding newly recruited or forcibly conscripted members, many of whom were local indentured laborers or scattered militia remnants. Baranikov stood with his hands clasped behind his back atop a hastily erected platform behind the fortress, silently observing these recruits, mostly sallow-faced, malnourished, and barely able to stand in proper formation. These recruits moved with sluggish, clumsy motions, their handling of weapons painfully inexperienced. He knew that troops of such abysmal quality were utterly incapable of facing the heretics who had forsaken the faith of the God Emperor. Yet Cardinal Savin's orders were beyond question. The clarion call of holy war had already sounded. Baranikov neither could nor dared to complain, and could only strive with all his might to forge these scattered grains of sand into a force with at least basic combat capability. Though the quality of his soldiers was uneven, his company was by no means lacking in equipment. Heavy and light weapons were fully supplied, and artillery support, various vehicles, and even elite units of the Faith Militant could be requested at a moment's notice. Furthermore, a formidable defensive network had been constructed around Fortress A. 453, trenches reinforced with rapid hardening cement and plasteel connected to bunkers, heavy pillboxes equipped with heavy weaponry and sandbag-reinforced gun emplacements. At key positions, barricades were erected from shattered oil drums, corrugated steel plates, and armored panels, while individual shell scrapes were dug within the defensive lines to shelter from bombardment. And before the entirety of Fortress A. 453 and its subsidiary positions stretched miles of tank traps, barbed wire, anti-tank ditches, and minefields. The overall defense could be deemed impenetrable. According to intelligence, those heretics seeking to evade the orbital ship-killer laser batteries had chosen to land over 1,000 miles from the defensive line, requiring at least a year's march to reach them. Within that year, Baranikov still had time to further fortify his positions and drill these recruits into competent marksmen who could at least smoothly squeeze the trigger. Combined with these impregnable defenses, they could then easily reap the attacking heretics. At this thought, Baranikov decided to rouse his new soldiers' spirits. He cleared his throat, and his voice, amplified through the loudspeaker, echoed across the fortress grounds. Faithful of the God Emperor, the very ground beneath your feet is coveted by the foul filth of heresy. Those traitorous dogs who have spurned the glory of the God Emperor seek to drag our souls into eternal torment. But the Emperor is with us. We shall never allow those heretics to succeed. Grip your weapons tight, straighten your spines, train hard, and slay the foe. That is the finest way to serve the Emperor. Any who dare to slack shall be deemed traitors to the Emperor and blasphemers against Cardinal Savin. As his words ended, a fervent roar erupted from the ranks. For the Emperor! For the Emperor! For Cardinal Savin! For the Emperor! For Cardinal Savin! For the Emperor! For Cardinal Savin! The shouts rang out again and again. Though their stances remained far from orderly, a resolute fire burned in their eyes, their fighting spirit soaring high. This sight brought a flicker of satisfaction to Baranikov. Suddenly, a shrieking howl of annihilating pressure tore across the sky from the distant horizon, surging with unstoppable force to overwhelm the soldiers' cries. Before Baranikov could even look up, the source of that ruinous roar had already slammed directly into the center of the training formation ahead. With a thunderous boom, a violent explosion engulfed the entire grounds in scorching waves of heat and flame. Shattered rocks, twisted wreckage of equipment, and severed limbs were hurled violently into the air, then rained down like hail. The ranks of recruits, moments ago filled with fervent shouts, were instantly blown into a massive blood-soaked gap. It hurts. Around the gap, many other soldiers were entirely caught in the blast wave. Their bodies appeared intact, yet they lay helplessly on the ground, unable to move a muscle, only able to emit agonized wails. Help me! Save me! The dying groaned in unendurable agony, while survivors further out screamed in terror. Smoke from the blast and the pungent, inescapable stench of blood rapidly permeated the air, shrouding the temporary training ground, now reduced to rubble. Baranikov was hurled off the high platform by the blast wave. Despite the excruciating pain racking his body, he scrambled on all fours and dove into the shelter of the fortress bunker nestled beneath the platform's edge. As he completed this desperate maneuver, the sky was again rent by the sharp, tearing shriek of incoming shells. This time the sound was far denser than before, an unrelenting death knell echoing without pause. Boom! Boom! A continuous chain of explosions erupted across every sector of Fortress A453. Flames clawed at the heavens while mangled corpses and shattered debris were hurled into the air. Most of the raw recruits witnessing this carnage broke down completely and scattered in blind terror like headless flies. The harrowing symphony of anguished screams, desperate cries for help, and the relentless roar of explosions painted a grim canvas of hell, shredding the fanatical zeal they had shown during drills moments before, leaving only primal fear in its wake. Another deafening explosion detonated amidst a cluster of soldiers who had fled to the far side of the field to avoid the previous craters, dragging even more panicked figures into the deadly vortex. Most recruits, seeing this, instantly lost their composure and fled in all directions, gripped by terror. The cries, the pleas for salvation, and the unending thunder of explosions intertwined, tearing apart the fervor and fighting spirit they had possessed during their earlier drills. Even the warhorse which Baranikov had used his connections to procure and tether to the training ground as a symbol of his status was blown to pieces in the blast. The shattered remnants of the beast were launched skyward before raining back down as a shower of gore. No, my horse. By this point Baranikov was utterly convinced. The intelligence was wrong. The heretics weren't 1,000 miles away, they were at the gates. They had even established artillery positions on the outskirts of Fortress A-453. Amidst the cacophony of explosions, Baranikov regained his composure. He barked orders for the officers to steady the panicked soldiers within the bunkers and organize a defensive line, all while staggering towards the staircase leading to the underground communications room. He had to contact headquarters immediately to report the surprise attack on Fortress A-453. Spotting the communications officer, Baranikov shouted, "Get me command headquarters." Before he could finish, the urgent voice of Regiment Commander Anton Yudintsev crackled from the radio, laced with evident confusion. "Baranikov, what's happening at Fortress A-453? Why are there continuous explosions over there? Is it a chain reaction from improper ammunition storage?" Clutching at this lifeline, Baranikov hastily reported, his words tumbling out so fast he nearly bit his tongue. "Commander Anton. No, we're under heavy artillery fire. Those damned heretics have set up gun emplacements near the fortress. Request immediate counter-battery fire and reinforcements. We're taking heavy casualties. The heretics could launch a ground assault at any moment. Heretic artillery fire. Heavy casualties. Ground assault." Commander Anton's voice was thick with disbelief and deepening confusion. When he spoke again, his tone was accusatory. "The command's augury arrays and perimeter sentries haven't detected a trace of the heretics. There's no sign of any artillery positions within dozens of kilometers. Are you sure this isn't a chain explosion from improper ammunition storage? Baranikov, you know the consequences of filing a false report. This isn't an accidental explosion, it's a large-caliber artillery attack by the heretics." "Commander Anton, the shelling is still ongoing. Their positions must be hidden near the fortress. The bombardment of Fortress A-453 is still happening as we speak. The heretic artillery must be concealed nearby." A brief silence fell on the other end of the communicator, filled only by the crackle of static. After a few seconds, Commander Anton's voice returned, heavier with gravity, confirmed again. "Not just around Fortress A-453, but across the entire defensive line, no artillery positions have been detected. No source of the bombardment can be traced within 100 miles. All evidence points to the heretics still being 1,000 miles away. What is really going on over there? The fire is coming from the sky. Commander, orbital reconnaissance has also found no enemy vessels. Where could the bombardment be coming from? Can the heretics shell you from 1,000 miles away? But Fortress A-453 is being bombarded right now. Commander." Colonel Saran stood dumbfounded before 2 rows of colossal fixed artillery pieces, completely immobilized by shock. Just 10 minutes ago, when he had passed this spot, while looking for Corporal Faraday of the Ranger Warband, it had been completely empty. Yet now, led back to the same spot by Corporal Faraday, dozens of massive fixed guns, each fitted with 2 enormous barrels, stood imposingly before him. The twin-barreled structure was unmistakable. They dwarfed the largest Lucius pattern Earthshaker cannons of the Krieg 143rd Siege Regiment by several times, their colossal maws aimed defiantly at the heavens. The clip-fed design was obvious. Through the open loading mechanism, Saran could clearly see massive shells, each far larger than himself, waiting within. There was no doubt. A single shell from such a weapon could obliterate a heavy bunker. They were vastly larger than even the biggest Lucius pattern Earthshaker cannons fielded by the Krieg 143rd, their 2 enormous barrels pointing straight into the sky. Boom, 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 boom. At this moment, the colossal guns were unleashing their fury skyward at a terrifying rate of 2 rounds every 6 seconds. Each thunderous discharge made the very ground tremble, tore the air asunder, and sent violent shockwaves whipping up clouds of dust. What left him even more dumbfounded was that the ammunition clips on the guns never needed to be removed for reloading. After each round was fired, fresh shells would automatically appear from within, as if from nowhere. Yet despite their relentless firing, the barrels were aimed directly at the sky. The surrounding dozens of kilometers were desolate wasteland. The sky offered nothing but rolling clouds devoid of any visible aerial targets. And in orbit? There couldn't possibly be a rebel fleet in orbit. Their paltry forces were surely still cowering in their spaceport. So what could these colossal guns possibly be targeting? What were they bombarding? Even though the caliber was indeed astonishing and the sound deafening, they were still just ground-based artillery. They couldn't possibly be firing across the vast distance to hit Fortress Vrax 1,000 miles away, right? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Unable to endure the torment of curiosity and the thunderous barrage any longer, Colonel Saran turned to the silent Corporal Faraday, his voice trembling. "My lord, what are these cannons? What exactly are they shooting at?" Hearing Saran's question, Corporal Faraday merely replied in a flat tone, "Earth. Shatter. Cannon. Sir, what are these cannons? What exactly are they firing at? Earth, shattering, cannons. Corporal Faraday stated in a calm tone, and the target. As I have said, the Rangers will launch their assault on Fort Flax today. Therefore, the target of these artillery pieces is naturally the defensive line of Fort Flax. Attack Fort Flax. With these colossal fixed artillery pieces on the wasteland, their muzzles pointed skyward. One must remember that Fort Flax was 1,000 miles away. Corporal Faraday's answer shattered Colonel Saran's understanding of warfare. After a fierce internal struggle to reconcile with this new reality, Colonel Saran managed to compose himself. Then, is there anything you require from the 143rd Siege Regiment? Nothing is required. You only need to prepare for the final assault. Of course, it's also possible that even the final assault won't require your participation. Nothing required. The final assault might not need us either. This answer left Colonel Saran even more incredulous. It wasn't just the 143rd, the entire 88th Siege Group was specifically assembled to conquer Fort Flax. They were mentally prepared to sacrifice millions of Krieg soldiers. And now this Ranger chapter was casually telling them they might not even get the chance to participate in the attack on Fort Flax. If there's nothing else, you should leave. Leave the communication equipment behind. I will contact you if needed. Colonel Saran observed Corporal Faraday's unyielding stance, then looked towards the distant colossal cannons that continued their furious barrage, their muzzle flashes illuminating the gloomy sky in stark rhythmic bursts. His expression became intensely serious. He was a Krieg soldier. An order was given, he simply followed it. He raised his hand, signaling the two guards behind him to leave the communication equipment. Although these two guards had been just as shocked and confused as Colonel Saran moments before, they obeyed the command without hesitation. Sir, are we just leaving like this? What else? If you want to stay here, I don't mind. Suit yourself. For 3 whole days, this is the 3rd day. Bishop Savin, draped in pristine white silk robes, stood in the center of the sacred cathedral, screaming hoarsely at the devoted followers standing in solemn silence below him. The 2 outer defensive lines of Fort Flax held by his crusaders had been subjected to relentless, brutal bombardment by the heretics for 3 consecutive days. Since he had taken command of Flax and launched this holy war against the darkness of heresy, this was the first time the situation had spiraled completely out of his control. He had anticipated an attack from the dark heretics who had forsaken the God Emperor's faith. But who could have foreseen this relentless shelling, a barrage every 6 seconds without pause for 3 days straight? Countless large-caliber shells rained down violently, pounding the outer defensive lines, which were not covered by the fortress's void shields, forcing them 3 feet into the ground. Apart from a few deeply buried troop transport tunnels and orbital weapon silos, the once formidable surface bunkers and fortifications lay in ruins. And even now the bombardment continued with an eerily precise rhythm, a volley every 6 seconds, relentlessly targeting the few remaining outposts on the outer defense line. Bishop Savin was furious, yet helpless. Even if he wished to retaliate, he couldn't find the enemy. The heretics just bombarded and bombarded again, without showing a single figure. Days of tracking had confirmed only one thing: these shells were being lobbed from the very top of Flax's atmosphere from heights near orbital trajectory. In a sense, this was almost equivalent to an orbital strike, yet it wasn't a true orbital attack. If warships had launched an orbital bombardment, Fort Flax's heavy anti-orbital defenses would not have remained silent. But against this bombardment, whose origin couldn't be locked onto those massive defensive cannons, were rendered utterly useless. Bishop Savin commanded millions of crusaders, yet at this moment, he felt like a blindfolded giant, futilely swinging his fists, unable to even touch the enemy's cloak. All he could do was passively endure this seemingly endless assault, and it had already lasted for 3 entire days and nights. During this time, he had sent large-scale counterattack forces to push hundreds of kilometers outward, trying to locate the enemy, but to no avail. Instead, these forces suffered heavy casualties under the overwhelming artillery fire. The morale of the Crusaders had plummeted under the relentless, precise bombardments that fell every 6 seconds. Fear spread through the defensive lines like a plague. The Crusader warriors who had once shouted for the Emperor now mostly had only numbness and despair in their eyes. Bishop Savin knew very well if he couldn't find the enemy and organize an effective counterattack, his holy army would soon completely collapse under this endless shelling. With this thought, he turned his gaze to the angel who always accompanied him, his most trusted advisor, Alkos. Alkos, I have given you the people you requested. Savin's voice was strained with barely contained anger. You said you would have an answer for me today. Alkos, clad in ancient armor covered with twisted script and 8-pointed stars, immediately responded with a humble bow. My lord, I have investigated. These bombardments originate from near the heretics' landing zone 1,000 miles away from Flax. The heretics have deployed numerous heavy artillery pieces of unknown models there. These weapons are capable of launching shells at a near vertical angle to the top of the atmosphere, eventually causing them to fall upon our defense. Alkos's words were abruptly cut off by Bishop Savin's sharply rising voice. 1,000 miles away. To accurately send shells to the top of the atmosphere, and then have them fall upon the defensive line from such an immense distance. What terrifying artillery power and ballistic calculation capabilities would that require? This completely exceeded Savin's understanding of what artillery could be, causing him to momentarily lose his composure and instinctively interrupt Alkos. Please calm your anger, my lord. Alkos's placating words were perfectly timed. I will summon reinforcements to completely destroy those cannons only. You're going to ask me for more people again. Bishop Savin stared at him. I just allocated 5,000 of my most devout followers to you a few days ago, and now you still want more? Alkos maintained his bowing posture. My lord, just grant me another 5,000 followers. Within 2 days those cannons will no longer be a concern for you. Bishop Savin closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he had made his choice. Very well. I will give you another 5,000 followers. All for the Emperor for this holy war. As you wish, my lord. Alkos bowed deeply once more. Victory will ultimately belong to us. With that he turned and walked slowly out of the cathedral, a cold sneer playing on his lips that Savin completely failed to notice. This was the first time Li Lu played the map, called the Fulikizi Siege Battle. Although the mission objective was a fixed target, he didn't know if the map was suitable for artillery, nor was he certain whether the Earth Shatter Cannon could reach that far. With a test the waters mindset, he first pulled 4 civilians and quickly built an Earth Shatter Cannon, then right-clicked to garrison them inside it. Selecting the Earth Shatter Cannon, he pressed B, then randomly clicked on a marked point on the map. The next moment, boom. With the cannon's roar, 2 shells shrieked through the air from the muzzle of the Earth Shatter Cannon, soaring to the top of Fulikizi's atmosphere, before crashing down onto the Fulikizi defense line that Li Lu had marked. It can reach. Confirming the range was sufficient, Li Lu also seized the moment as the shells landed to scout the enemy composition. Militia former Astra Militarum Ogrins, illegal psychers, Lehman Russ, tanks, Macarius tanks, Hellhound flamethrower tanks, Earthshaker cannons, Lost cannons. Why is there a weird name like Wyakasilafu Balanikfu? Isn't that BVVD, an Easter egg character, or a randomly generated ID by the system? Continuing to click and inspect, Li Lu discovered that the enemy fortress named Balanikfu contained a horse. He singled it out, Wyakasilafu Balanikfu's horse. Earth Shatter Cannon. Swiftly switching to the first-person view of the Earth Shatter Cannon, Li Lu personally fired a shot at the location of Balanikfu's horse. Boom. Unlike the AI-controlled shells that merely fell within a general area, the Earth Shatter Cannon under Li Lu's control struck exactly where he aimed. Boom. Balanikfu's beloved horse was obliterated in the explosion. BVVD flying horse. When he tried to hit the enemy named Balanikfu, as well, he found that bastard had already run into a fortress with relatively thick health. You despicable BVVD, you're going to die sooner or later. After these 2 operations, Li Lu had quickly analyzed the composition of the enemy units, all ground enemies. In other words, on this cooperative map of the Fulikizi Siege Battle, he could perfectly transform into the Korhol Artillery King. Li Lu curled his lips, pressed enter with a confident smile, and his fingers flew across the keyboard. Aye, bro, I'll carry you this round. Angelong Terk, carry me. Aye, this round's red dots are all ground, not a single flying unit. The Korhol Artillery King is born. As for the personal equipment, weapon upgrades, or defense enhancements of the civilians, he didn't intend to invest in them at all. All 0 attack and 0 defense. All resources were used only to madly build cannons and continuously train new civilians to garrison them. Select civilians use all remaining minerals and gas to build Earth Shatter Cannons and train civilians to garrison them. As for the civilians' personal equipment or any attack defense upgrades, he didn't plan to invest. All 0 attack and 0 defense. Cannons are enough. Looking at the rows of neatly arranged Earth Shatter Cannons, Li Lu double-clicked to select all of them, pressed B, then clicked on the marked location on the map. Next moment, the cannons roared. Countless shells shrieked through the air from the muzzles of the Earth Shatter Cannons, flying to the top of Fulikizi's atmosphere, then crashing down onto the enemy positions marked on the map. An overwhelming explosion engulfed the target area, smoke billowing like mushroom clouds mixed with the roar of collapsing buildings and the screams of enemies. After the bombardment, the once dense enemy forces and their cover were no more, leaving only craters and wreckage scattered across the ground, while the markers representing enemies on the map vanished. Looking at the Earth Shatter Cannons, Li Lu rubbed his hands in satisfaction, immersed in the thrill of commanding from afar and winning decisively. Angelong Terk, quite an eye-opener. Is this the Korhol Artillery King? I am. Earth Shatter Cannons constructed. The fate of billions rests in my hands. He briefly responded to the NPC named Colonel Kellig of the Krigan, then continued designating the next bombardment coordinates for the Earth Shatter Cannons. What Lehman Russ, what Macarius. Under the artillery barrage, they all turned from steel tanks into scrap metal, let alone the flesh and blood infantry units. Even those thick health fortresses, if one volley didn't destroy them, then another 2, 3. Red dots. Red dots were all blown up before they even got halfway. Li Lu rambled, while having fun. Streamer Tychus the Lone Wolf is indeed strong, but switching between so many heroes, having to cast skills for each, and watching their health to use the medevac in time, it's still too micro-intensive. Is there a simpler, more powerful hero you'd recommend? Yes, there is. General Quirk was in an exceptionally buoyant mood at this moment. He had secured command of the campaign to reclaim Flax through political maneuvering and his noble pedigree overshadowing rivals far more capable than himself, a fact that had long fueled quiet skepticism among them. Yet now with the assistance of the Ranger chapter, the campaign's progress had far exceeded the Ministry of Military Affairs' original 12-year timeline. Less than a week after landing, the two outer defensive lines of Fortress Flax had been weakened to the point of being nominal, easily taken by any deployed force. It was practically a gift of merit. Some might argue the destruction of the defenses was chiefly the Ranger's doing, with little contribution from him. But in Quirk's eyes this was utterly irrelevant. Being fortunate enough to receive the Ranger chapter's aid was itself a measure of capability. As long as the campaign progressed, the voices questioning him were no different from barking dogs. Moreover, Quirk had not been idle. Upon receiving word that the two outer defensive lines of Fortress Flax had been nearly obliterated by the Ranger chapter, he immediately mobilized his personal connections. Through his relentless, costly efforts, the 88th Siege Army Group, originally expected to take a full year to assemble, would complete its full muster and equipment readiness within the next 3 days. Furthermore, the Ministry of Military Affairs' original deployment of 5,000 laborers had been expanded to 3 million, all now in position. These laborers would over the next 3 days lay the railway to Fortress Flax at any cost regardless of casualties or expenditure. General Quirk could already envision the glorious scene, clinging to the Ranger chapter's coattails, completely breaching the fortress, earning promotion and nobility, and elevating his family's prestige to new heights. Colonel Saran once again arrived at the Ranger chapter's base, but this time he was not alone. Accompanying him were the commanders of the 88th Siege Army Group already assembled at the Flax landing zone, including Political Commissar General Moff. Acting on orders from Regional Commander General Quirk, they had come to establish a command post adjacent to the Ranger chapter's base, so as to receive the latter's operational directives without delay and coordinate their forces in support. Though only 4 days had passed, the Ranger chapter's base had grown considerably in scale, yet it still appeared utterly unconventional, with not a trace of defensive fortifications. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Hearing for the first time the thunderous roar of the Rangers' earth-shatter cannons, sounding every 6 seconds from around the base, Political Commissar General Moff and the others halted in their tracks. Though they had heard Colonel Saran mention the Rangers' earth-shatter cannons before, only when the unending earthquaking thunder truly flooded their ears and the ground beneath their feet trembled with a steady, violent rhythm, did they understand. They finally grasped why the Ranger chapter had managed in mere days to obliterate 2 defensive lines that their original plans had estimated would require 12 years and millions of soldier lives to take. This earth-shatter cannon had not only shattered the rebels' defenses, it had shattered the Empire's officers' entrenched notions of warfare. No wonder General Quirk was so desperate to cling to the Ranger chapter's coattails. Even Colonel Saran's masked face betrayed astonishment. Though he had visited 4 days prior and was prepared for the cannon's thunderback, then Corporal Faraday had shown him a mere 8 earth-shatter cannons. Now, judging by the density of the barrage echoing from around the Ranger base, at least 100 were firing simultaneously. For a moment, the way everyone regarded the Ranger chapter's haphazard base shifted. It was no longer negligence, but the confidence and composure born of absolute power. Collecting himself, Colonel Saran led the way into the Ranger chapter's base as he still carried a message from General Quirk for Corporal Faraday, the Rangers' liaison with the 88th Siege Army Group. Colonel Saran eventually located Corporal Faraday before a large, oddly shaped structure whose surface flickered with indicator lights and dynamic energy patterns. Captain Onlong of the Rangers stood there as well. As he approached, the two, Saran overheard them humming together. Dun dun dun, dun. The reactor's blue flame licks the steel beams, the fusion core ignites, with civilization's gleam. Dun 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 dun. Copperless sector is my home. Arcos had originally planned to use the rebel forces on Flax, those who controlled the planet's stockpiled weaponry, to make the false emperor's dogs suffer dearly. But to his surprise, those dogs of the false emperor had somehow amassed a vast number of heavy artillery pieces of unknown model with absurdly extended range. From 1,000 miles away, they launched a devastating long-range bombardment against Fortress Flax, blasting his outer defensive lines, which he had expected to kill at least millions of the false emperor's lackeys into tatters. If these cannons were allowed to continue their relentless bombardment, the rebels would collapse on their own before ever inflicting meaningful casualties on the enemy. While retreating to the final defensive line protected by void shields remained an option, doing so would largely nullify Arcos' strategic objective of gradually sapping the Empire's strength through a grueling, protracted siege. Weighing the pros and cons, Arcos resolved to eliminate those cannons. After days of preparation, his flagship, the battleship Heart of Chaos, disguised as a space marine vessel loyal to the False Emperor, easily infiltrated the naval fleet formation of the False Emperor's dogs in Flax's orbital space. Under his command, the Heart of Chaos took position directly above the orbital zone where the strange colossal artillery pieces were deployed. But Arcos had no intention of launching a direct orbital strike on the artillery positions. Such an overt action would immediately draw a coordinated assault from the surrounding enemy fleet. Even with his battleship's formidable combat power, being surrounded would inevitably leave him outnumbered and overwhelmed. In contrast, deploying drop pods was far more discreet. He could easily pass it off as routine troop deployment, fooling the eyes of mere mortals. With everything prepared, Arcos, overseeing the situation from the bridge, began his address. Brothers Vipers. The False Emperor's dogs are hiding in the orbital space beneath our feet. They think their cannons guarantee their safety, that they can take Flax from 1,000 miles away and disrupt our plans. But they clearly didn't anticipate our presence. Now, let us bring a little change to their plans. As his words trailed off, 5 Dreadclaws launched from the Heart of Chaos, streaking toward the artillery deployment zone. The Dreadclaw drop pod, Pegasus, and 4 other assault pods departed from the battleship Heart of Fear. As the Pegasus traversed the void and entered the atmosphere of Flax, the faithless Warband's assault master, Fossil, who also served as the supreme commander of this raid on the artillery positions below, began his work. He activated the external cameras of the Pegasus, one by one. With each activation, the rune screens before the Dreadclaw's control harness began to clearly display the crimson and gray outlines of the False Emperor's minion base below. He observed the real-time velocity and distance to landing data continuously refreshing on the optical lenses of his serpent helmet, while simultaneously using the external cameras linked to the rune screens to meticulously study the landing zone, a sprawl of red-gray structures below. However, aside from some large structures of unknown purpose and the colossal artillery pieces that ceaselessly poured fire upon Fortress Flax, Fossil detected no defensive installations within the building cluster below. Although some mortal Astra Militarum troops were erecting something on the outskirts of the red-gray building zone, after close observation, Fossil confirmed they were not setting up new super heavy guns, but rather constructing defensive lines and what appeared to be a command post. Furthermore, judging by the pace of these mortals' movements, their augury arrays had yet to detect the approach of the Pegasus and the other 4 Dreadclaws. Fossil silently noted the location of this unplanned command post, adding it to his tactical schema. He intended to make a courtesy call there after completing the primary objective. As the altitude continued to drop, even from within the crew compartment of the Pegasus, Fossil could now clearly hear the deafening thunderous roar of the massive artillery pieces he was tasked to destroy. At this moment, some of the garrison finally reacted to the existence of the drop pods, raising their weapons to fire upon them, but those attacks only managed to spark a few stray flashes on the Pegasus's thick armor, like gnats biting a titan. Brace for impact, Fossil told his comrades. He could hear the harsh screech of the restraining frames and safety straps tightening, followed by the violent impact of the pod's external landing claws against the ground and surrounding structures. The entire Pegasus shuddered and shook violently. It crashed into the building cluster like a bullet, tearing into flesh and shattering bone, even smashing straight through some structures. The immense force racked his gene-forged body. Even for a demigod, the sensation was far from pleasant for Fossil. On my command, exit and destroy the artillery. Assume positions. The instant Fossil gave the order, the squad leaders of the other 4 Dreadclaws began to report in sequence. Ready. Sergeant Ullianbon responded. Ready, came the voice of Corporal Bividi. Ready, answered Biviming, the young yet exceptionally promising legionary. Ready. Corporal Biiming Pity completed the report. With the reports from all 4 Dreadclaw commanders, excluding the Pegasus, Fossil knew all of the faithless had survived. The drop had been exceptionally smooth. Deploy. At Fossil's command, accompanied by heavy mechanical clanking, pressure valves were released, restraints sequentially unlocked, and the Dreadclaw's hatches burst open like maws filled with fangs. The full panorama of the enemy base was revealed before the faithless as the doors swung wide. The faithless aboard the Pegasus quickly converged around their assault master, Fossil. Their armor was coated in a dull dark green and deliberately scoured to resemble scales. The visors on their serpent helmets had switched to a deep red, with tactical displays highlighting every moving target outside the pod. As faint lights flickered across the screen's augury arrays began projecting data from various sensors, infrared receptors, ultraviolet receptors, and motion detectors. Capes treated with color-shifting dyes hung from one shoulder guard, while the other was adorned with a 3-headed serpent emblem. Each warrior's armor hissed softly like a nest of vipers. At a glance, all the warriors seemed nearly identical, making it difficult for the enemy to distinguish their identities. Only upon closer inspection could one notice that some carried specialized equipment. Fossil spoke first. Deployment complete. Deployment complete. Deployment complete. Deployment complete. Deployment calm. The Vox channel echoed back confirmations from Sergeant Ullianbon, Corporal Bividi, and Legionary Biviming in turn. But when it came to corporal biming pity, before he could finish his sentence, Fossil heard the distinct whistle of a blade being swung through the air over the Vox Shing. With that sound, the transmission abruptly cut off. Almost simultaneously, a large number of mortal soldiers in strange uniforms and armor surged from every gap between the buildings, launching an attack on Fossil's squad. The Vox channel immediately filled with a relentless barrage of gunfire. The battle had begun. Fossil's plasma gun was the first to speak, spitting orb after orb of superheated plasma across the open ground, precisely striking the mortals in the lead, who clutched their autoguns, turning them into molten slag in the blink of an eye. The faithless around him also sprang into action. Fossil continued to fire his plasma pistol, and he was not alone. 2 other unbelievers among their ranks were also equipped with plasma weapons. These plasma weapons, modified with Xenos technology, rarely overheated, which was precisely why Fossil and the other 2 unbelievers fired with such reckless abandon. But now plasma bolts and bolt rounds could not withstand the onslaught from all directions. Everyone spread out. As he spoke, Fossil's free right hand swiftly grabbed a heavy melta-bomb from his belt, flicked the safety off with his thumb, and hurled it violently into the dense tide of mortals surging before him. The moment of the explosion, a light more brilliant than the sun itself illuminated the entire interior of the base. Mortals within the epicenter of the melta-bomb's blast didn't even have time to scream before they were instantly vaporized in the extreme heat. Yet the ensuing enemies showed no fear. They trampled across the ground that had been melted into glass like slag, braving the searing heat that scorched flesh and bones, still charging madly forward. Some, even as their bodies ignited in flames, continued to lunge at them. To these insignificant mortals, the Astartes, whether the blind zealots serving the false emperor or the awakened ones like themselves who served the true god, were all demigods walking among men, beings surpassing mortals by 1,000,000,000-fold. Yet these enemies before them showed not a shred of fear. Not only that, their speed was astonishingly swift. Stubborn, aren't they? An unbeliever who was picking off charging mortals with his bolt gun muttered softly. Fossil ignored him, continuing his calm command. All units prepare for close combat. In near unison, the unbelievers reacted smoothly, holstering their ranged weapons and drawing power swords, crackling with lethal energy fields, chainswords whose teeth whined with menacing vibration, or other melee implements. At that very moment, a hail of autogun fire clattered against their power armor as the tide of mortals, seemingly unstoppable, surged upon them. Fossil led the countercharge, his power weapon cleaving left and right. The squad moved in perfect sync, like precisely meshed gears, their offensive ferocious and their formation tight, suppressing the attacking enemies and preventing them from getting close. But the battle abruptly changed. A group of mortal warriors with abnormally broad right shoulder pauldrons emerged from the corridor's corner. They carried large-bore rifles that emitted an eerie blue glow. The muzzles no longer spat the tongues of flame of standard autoguns, but searing, blinding blue fire. When their shots struck the unbelievers' armor, the sound was starkly different. Not the sharp ricochet, but a dull, lethal thud, signaling that they could actually penetrate the unbelievers' power armor. One unbeliever, initially thinking a hit would be nothing, grunted as a round punched through his arm, causing him to falter momentarily before he began to dodge with serious intent. But no matter how he weaved, the mortal seemed to anticipate his every move, his shots landing relentlessly. From the first wound to his arm to being hit repeatedly and finally collapsing, the entire process lasted but a fleeting moment. Careful. Those aren't bolters. Their weapons can pierce our armor. Another unbeliever bellowed, sheathing his chainsword and raising his bolter to return fire at the mortal wielding the blue fire weapon. A single bolt round found its mark, and the enemy's head burst apart in a shower of gore. Yet almost as his body hit the ground, the heaviest part of that bizarre heavy weapon split open, and a quadrupedal robot, glowing with a dangerous red light, shot out, lunging straight for the unbeliever who had just fired. It was too fast to dodge. The robot slammed into his body, and in that instant, a violent explosion, even more intense than the previous melta-bomb, erupted. Flames and thick smoke consumed everything within 10 meters. The unbeliever was blown to pieces, and a terrifying miniature mushroom cloud rose from the blast's epicenter. With one gear, missing, the previously seamless formation now had a gap. Another unbeliever took multiple hits to his legs, staggering and falling to his knees. Before he could even struggle back up, a stray quadrupedal robot scurried to his feet. Another explosion. Flames surged skyward, and a mushroom cloud carrying the stench of death bloomed once more. More gunners wielding those large-caliber rifles that spawned self-detonating machines kept pouring out from behind various structures. A dense storm of bullets, as if guided by sight, hammered into the unbelievers, each round carrying lethal intent. These mortals. Who in the hell are they? Where did they get such bizarre weaponry? Is there any record of a regiment like this in the Astra Militarum? An unbeliever couldn't help but exclaim, his voice thick with disbelief. He had initially thought the mortals they'd just encountered were an anomaly, but now it seemed this was their standard equipment, completely overturning his understanding of mortal combat capabilities. The weapons those mortals carried could not only easily pierce sturdy power armor, but were wielded with ease and even boasted a rate of fire comparable to machine guns. And when their wielders fell, these weapons would autonomously split apart, unleashing devastating self-destruct mechanisms to continue their suicidal attacks. This design, defying all common sense, caught the unbelievers completely off guard. Beyond the strange weaponry, every unbeliever could distinctly feel that not just those special gunners, but all the mortals present had absurdly high shooting accuracy, far surpassing what any normal mortal should possess. They were veritable marksmen. But what unnerved the unbelievers most was that the other mortals seemed utterly unaffected by the casualties among their ranks. The recent self-destruct robot explosions while killing 2 unbelievers had also claimed the lives of many of their own. Yet these survivors didn't even hesitate in their charge or slow their rate of fire. They showed no fear of death, their eyes filled only with the single-minded obsession to kill the unbelievers. The loss of 2 brothers in quick succession forced Fossil to immediately adjust his tactics. Priority target those heavy weapon carriers. Aim for their weapons. At his command, the shooters among the unbelievers instantly grasped the tactical intent, swiveling their gun barrels towards those eerie blue glowing rifles. Plasma coils and bolt rounds screamed through the air, striking their targets with precision and utterly destroying the weapons. Follow-up shots then systematically picked off the now disarmed mortals. With this adjustment, no further explosions occurred. However, because a significant number of brothers had been diverted to act as suppression shooters, a greater horde of mortals surged into melee range of the unbelievers wielding close combat weapons. Fossil's power sword cleaved fiercely towards a mortal who was wreathed in flames, spraying his position with an autogun. But just as the blade was about to connect, the mortal was suddenly enveloped in a strange radiance. In that instant, the equipment on the mortal's body underwent a dramatic transformation. His armor became exceptionally thick, 2 massive red fuel tanks appeared on his back, and the weapon in his hands morphed into a bizarre firearm Fossil had never seen, connected by a thick cable to the red canisters behind the armor. When the power sword wreathed in its disintegrating field struck the enemy's armor, it met significant resistance, no longer slicing through as smoothly as it had against the autogun-wielding mortals. Before Fossil could adjust his blade's angle to cut deeper, the weapon in the enemy's hands belched forth an incredibly intense torrent of flame. Reacting to the sudden change, the moment the fire flashed, Fossil backpedaled to create distance, simultaneously drawing his plasma pistol and charging it without a moment's hesitation. Seeing his target retreat from the flames, the bizarre mortal immediately ceased fire and charged at Fossil with explosive speed. Despite wearing thick armor and carrying 2 red fuel tanks nearly as large as himself, his speed remained undiminished. At that moment, within Fossil's plasma pistol, blue energy was rapidly converging, emitting a piercing whine. The charge was complete. Without hesitation, Fossil fired at the mortal who had closed the distance and was about to unleash another torrent of flame. A dense, intensely blue energy bolt shot forth, striking the target with unerring accuracy. The mortal's thick armor melted like paper under the plasma's impact, but in the next instant, the slain mortal exploded in place, the blast's fire engulfing Fossil, who stood directly ahead, and a colossal mushroom cloud rose from the spot. Aside from the spot where the Pegasus Dreadclaw had slammed down, mushroom clouds began to rise from the impact sites of the other Dreadclaws. After Li Lu observed that the 2 outer defensive lines had been sufficiently bombarded, he began reinforcing his unit composition and defenses, upgrading the necessary technologies. As he placed the fusion core which unlocked the final order within the Terran final order, he couldn't help but hum a tune. The copperless sector is my home. In this star sector, I break my cocoon and grow. Terran steel and Protoss light shine with the fusion lamps drunk. I fall asleep in the vehicle bay. Hearing him singing over the mic, Onran leaned in. What song is that you're singing? Copperlu is my home. It's pretty nice. Onran then looked at the fusion core in front of Li Lu like a curious child. And what is this building? Li Lu stopped humming, glancing at Onran with slight surprise. The fusion core. You've never seen one before. Onran shook his head. No. Li Lu pressed on. Then do you know what the Terran's final order is? Onran shook his head again. No. Man, you really are a newbie. Do you know what a battlecruiser is? Onran paused, recalling the massive silhouette that had torn through the clouds, and nodded yes. The battlecruiser is the Terran's final order. Mengsk's Pride of Augustgrad is the final order within the final order. Onran stared at the fusion core, speechless. He understood well that a kilometer-long warship might not be much in outer space, but what if such a vessel could enter the atmosphere and attack from a mere 100 meters altitude? That would be a force capable of overturning the rules of ground warfare. Even the mightiest Emperor-class Titan would be nothing more than a pitiful toy before it. Moreover, Onran remembered the ship that had torn the clouds and cast a massive shadow over Armageddon earlier. In fact, he owed that vessel gratitude for the blast that had annihilated him at that time. Filled with excitement, Onran continued, so this fusion core is what's used to build those final orders. Sort of. It's a prerequisite technology. In the lore, this thing powers the battlecruiser. With this, I can unlock the construction permission for the Pride of Augustgrad. Mulling over the honorable-sounding name Pride of Augustgrad, is the Pride of Augustgrad a very powerful warship? The Pride of Augustgrad is the name of a fleet. Every battlecruiser within it is the Pride of Augustgrad. Ha! With that, Li Lu resumed his humming, and Ongran tried to follow the rhythm, joining in somewhat stiffly. Within just a couple of lines, he was already singing better than Li Lu. Dun 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 dun. The reactor's blue flame licks the steel beams. The fusion core lights up with the glow of civilization. Dun 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 dun. Just then the mechanical adjutant's alert sounded in Li Li's ear. Enemy drop pods incoming. Looking up, he saw 5 points of light hurtling towards his base at alarming speed. Holy crap. Li Lu immediately exited the first-person view and typed a warning to his teammates. A dude, stop singing. We've got work. Ongran Talker, these dreadclaws are too scattered. I'll handle the western ones. Okay. The 5 drop pods landed at 5 separate points within Li Li's seismic cannon positions. After the enemies emerged, each location held 10 space marines with the prefix Faithless, and among them was a named elite. He quickly scanned the names of these elites. Unbelievable. The instant these enemies appeared, before they could cause any destruction, Li Lu with even faster hands released the troublemakers from the seismic cannons nearest to the Dreadclaw impact sites. However, these troublemakers, acting as the cannon's core operators, were in assault squad formation, but only equipped with the most basic Froma SMGs. Li Lu was now short on minerals and gas. On one hand, he had built too many cannons. On the other, he hadn't anticipated the drops, and had just spent everything on upgrades. Now that the research was nearly complete, he was reluctant to cancel them for a refund. We'll make do for now. I also used all the energy on supply bunkers. We have everything except a shortage of troublemakers. As he spoke, Li Lu selected his troublemakers and issued an attack move command towards the Faithless. Boom. As Li Lu rapidly switched between screens to micromanage his units, a violent explosion erupted from the very location he had just left. He instantly switched back to the combat zone where the blast had occurred. He discovered that the troublemakers he had just box selected and ordered towards the Faithless had been decimated by the blast, and even the earth-shattering cannons and the ground surrounding the explosion had partially melted. Damn it. These monsters have great gear, and they're throwing thermite bombs too. In the brief moment it took to switch screens, Li Lu had accumulated some resources. He immediately purchased a B-2 large-caliber light machine gun for one of the surviving troublemakers at that location. After purchasing the weapon, Li Lu entered the first-person perspective of this unit. The unit's right-click action utilized the scope for aiming, although the visor still highlighted all enemies within its field of view. However, perhaps because the unit wasn't equipped with power armor, the weapon lacked auto-tracking and lock-on functionality. Accuracy depended entirely on Li Li's own marksmanship. Pop. He aimed at a Faithless soldier's head and fired a test shot. But just as the bullet left the barrel, the target moved, causing the shot to only strike the enemy's arm. Despite missing the headshot, unlike the other troublemakers, whose Ferroma SMGs merely sparked off the enemy's armor, the B-2's large-caliber round punched straight through it. The missed headshot annoyed Li Lu. He abandoned semi-automatic fire and simply held down the left mouse button, unleashing full auto-fire. Pop, 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 pop. Initially, the B-2's heavy barrel was difficult to control and bullets often missed the intended target. But who was Li Lu? He was the king of recoil control. After a brief familiarization, he steadied the weapon with rock-solid stability. With a smooth burst of recoil management and tracking fire, he quickly turned that leaping, dodging Faithless soldier into Swiss cheese. Just as he was about to aim at a second Faithless soldier, bang. The head of the troublemaker Li Lu was controlling exploded violently. The first-person view instantly turned into a blur of crimson, then went black as Li Lu was forcibly ejected back to the RTS God's Eye view. Boom. The moment Li Lu returned to the God's Eye view, he witnessed a massive explosion erupt around the very Faithless soldier who had just killed him. A mushroom cloud began to rise. He knew without thinking that his own weapon had triggered its self-destruct mechanism. Unlike the flame troopers who detonated in place when a machine gun troublemaker died, his weapon would deploy a super spider mine to charge and destroy the killer. The Faithless soldier was killed instantly by the explosion. However, many of his own troublemakers also perished from the blast's friendly fire, and even the earth-shattering cannons suffered significant damage. Li Lu looked at the dwindling forces and the damaged cannons on the screen. While the self-destruct mechanism could take out the enemy, the cost and friendly fire was simply too high. With no other choice, he began to recall the earth-shattering cannons that were near the enemy and equipped a large group of troublemakers with B-2s, thus eliminating the friendly fire concern. But the enemy AI seemed intelligent. If not pressured, they would focus fire on the weapons, then kill the troublemakers to prevent the self-detonation. TSK. Time to push anyway. Selecting a troublemaker who had charged to the front of the Faithless squad commander, Fossil, Li Lu purchased the Flame Trooper CPO-7 Salamander flamethrower for him. Besides the weapon, the Flame Trooper's armor also changed, most notably gaining an extra 100 HP and increasing its armor value from 0 to 1. Entering the character's perspective, Li Lu began spewing fire just as the enemy swung his power sword. But he had only just ignited the flame when the elite Fossil retracted his sword back, stepped away from the range, and pulled out a plasma weapon, beginning to charge it. Seeing this, Li Lu had no choice but to hold down the shift key to initiate a phase charge. Getting into close range with this bastard was the win condition. Just as Li Lu closed within a few meters of his target, boom. Fossil's plasma charge completed. A ball of energy more violent and intense than the ones used to kill other troublemakers instantly engulfed the flame trooper unit Li Lu was controlling. But Li Lu had already achieved his goal. He hadn't used the flamethrower, he had only used positioning to close the distance with Fossil. Seeing that he wasn't firing, Fossil simply stood still, charging his plasma weapon. The plasma orb Fossil fired after charging instantly emptied the flame trooper's health bar. At that same moment, the weapon's self-destruct mechanism was triggered. Boom! The troublemaker equipped with the CPO-7 Salamander flamethrower exploded immediately. The intense blaze completely engulfed the spot where Fossil was standing. As the explosion subsided, Li Lu forcibly returned to the God's Eye view, zoomed out to look at the location. He saw a battered and broken Fossil staggering out of the thick smoke. His power armor was damaged in multiple places, and the hand that had been holding the plasma weapon was gone. FK, even that didn't kill him. But what happened next surprised Li Lu yet again. All the Faithless, including Fossil, were now rushing towards the Dreadclaws they had originally arrived in, seemingly intending to retreat from the battlefield. Not just these troops. Except for the two squads that had been cut down by Angren, the surviving members of the remaining two squads were also running towards their Dreadclaws. Mission failed. Immediately withdraw to your respective Dreadclaws and return to the Heart of Fear ship. Fossil shouted into the comm channel as he sprinted desperately towards the Dreadclaws location. He was a far cry from the comm assault master who had coldly thrown thermite bombs moments before. His once meticulously crafted power armor was now riddled with scorched cracks. The entire left arm that had held the plasma weapon was gone, lost in the explosion. Even his voice was filled with panic. The Faithless, as if grasping at a lifeline, turned and sprinted towards the Dreadclaws. The mission was a failure, and continuing the fight was pointless. Killing these mortals wasn't difficult, but every enemy felt triggered an explosion. Even with long-range precision shots, their weapons would detach a high-speed suicide machine to launch a kamikaze attack. As demigods, a 1-for-1 trade with these mortals was completely unacceptable, let alone a 1-for-10 trade. They were the ones who had launched the ambush. They shouldn't be dying to mere mortals. 2 squads were completely wiped out. 3 squads suffered heavy casualties under the mortals' suicidal attacks. Of the originally fully staffed combat units, only 10 remained alive. Before even starting the core mission to destroy the massive artillery array, the Faithless Warband had already suffered a staggering 80% casualty rate. The deaths of the 20 brothers in the 2 annihilated squads were particularly mysterious. One was the squad led by Sergeant B. A.I. Meng Pai T, which had lost contact from the start. They hadn't even managed to send out an alarm before being wiped out. The other was a squad commanded by the promising legionary by Wei A.I. Meng. Their landing zone was not far from the Dreadclaw that had carried Sergeant B. A.I. Meng Pai T.I.'s squad. Unlike Sergeant A.I. Meng Pai T.I.'s squad, by Wei A.I. Meng had urgently reported to Fossil that they had encountered a giant nearly 3 meters tall suspected to be a space marine wielding twin axes. But just as B. A.I. Meng Pai T.I. squad was still reporting the situation, the sound of battle axes whistling through the air was followed by the entire squad losing contact, just like Sergeant A.I. Meng Pai T.I. squad. This meant that besides these insane mortals, there was also a mysterious giant capable of easily destroying 2 elite squads. Realizing this, Fossil quickened his pace towards the Dreadclaw. Boom! Another earth-shattering explosion erupted not far away. A surging mushroom cloud laced with flames billowed into the sky. Only 9 Faithless were left. Fortunately, they had not ventured far. After merely 7 or 8 paces, they returned to the hatch of the Dreadclaw drop pod, the Pegasus. The moment the surviving brothers of the squad surged into the cabin, Hua Shi, who had rushed in first, lunged toward the rune panel. Though he now had only one arm, his movements were swifter than ever, each action precise and resolute. The hatch sealed shut almost instantly, and at the same time bullets from the mortals' weapons below rained upon the thick armor of the Dreadclaw, like a torrential storm, producing a series of sharp, dense, clattering sounds as they tried to prevent the pod from ascending. Engage engines. Hua Shi barked commands to the Pegasus's machine spirit while rapidly manipulating the rune panel. A low hum resonated. The Pegasus's engine roared to life, spewing a blinding blaze from its tail, violently whipping up dust and gravel from the ground into a swirling curtain of sand. The entire hull shuddered, struggling to break free from the Earth's embrace. Those mortal bullets hammered against the hull like a furious gale, but for a Dreadclaw drop pod capable of carrying 10 Astartes, such attacks posed no real threat. Hua Shi's gaze remained locked on the engine readings flickering across the rune panel. The moment the engine output exceeded gravity, the Pegasus fully broke free from the planet's grip, climbing upward in a spiraling ascent. Madmen, all of them. Hua Shi's voice was laced with undisguised frustration. Coordinate lock returned to the Fear's heart. Apart from the Pegasus carrying his squad, which had reascended, the communication signals of all other squads had fallen silent. A 50-man assault force reduced to just a handful of survivors. This was the most devastating defeat of his career. Reluctant and bitter, Hua Shi glanced back at the ground through the external camera. He was astonished at what he saw. A white radiance now enveloped the mortals below. With the emergence of the light, the mortals' autoguns remained unchanged, but on their shoulders appeared a box-shaped device, and their helmets had transformed into an integrated structure with 3 lenses emitting an eerie green glow. Hwasher zoomed in on the image, scrutinizing the box on the mortal's shoulders. That was no box, it was clearly a missile launcher. No. Hwasher slammed his fist onto the rune panel. Max engine power. Now. The Pegasus shuddered violently and surged upward with renewed acceleration. Almost simultaneously, the missile launchers on the mortal's shoulders below belched forth a blazing meteor shower, hurtling straight toward the Pegasus. Seeing this, Hwasher gripped the frame of the rune screen with his sole hand and shouted, "Brace for impact." A deafening explosion erupted. Explosions from the meteor shower sent the Pegasus into a violent frenzy, blinding crimson light flaring inside the cabin while a piercing siren wailed. Having scrambled aboard the Pegasus in such haste, the unbelievers had not had time to secure themselves in the safety frames, let alone fasten their harnesses. Under the immense shockwave of the blast, everyone was hurled violently, crashing against the cabin walls. The sound of impacts and agonized cries echoed and intertwined in the cramped space. Before the flames of the first missile volley had faded, the second volley arrived in an instant. This time the blast wave completely knocked the Pegasus off balance. The entire drop pod began tumbling wildly through the air, and the engine output data on the rune panel plummeted like a cliff. Hwasher gritted his teeth, forcing himself to stay fixed before the control panel. His single arm moved frantically across the runes, desperately trying to regain stability and restore engine power. Yet every declining reading coldly declared that all his struggles were in vain. The Dreadclaw, now spinning uncontrollably, hurtled toward the ground like a falling star. Through the fragmented glimpses of the external camera, Hwasher gazed at the mortal figures on the ground, seemingly insignificant, yet now the masters of his fate. He silently embraced his own end. But the mortals below did not relent with the Pegasus's fall. They launched a third volley of deathly meteor showers at the plummeting Dreadclaw, determined to blow the Pegasus apart in midair. No. Hwasher smashed his only fist into the rune control panel before him, shattering it. Fragments of glowing runes flew everywhere, the final expression of his fury and despair. Blasts thundered in an unending cascade. The Pegasus, before it could even strike the ground, disintegrated completely in midair, scattering into countless burning shards of metal across the earth. The assault force of 50 demigods was thus annihilated to the last. On the bridge of the battleship, Heart of Fear, Arcos keenly sensed that something was amiss. The mortal vessels around him were subtly adjusting their formations, stealthily encircling the Heart of Fear. Though they disguised it as routine fleet maneuvers, to Arcos, a veteran of the Alpha Legion, their intent blazed brighter than a torch lit at midnight. Moreover, within a mere minute, the signals from the 5 Dreadclaw drop pods sent below had vanished entirely, indicating that the assault force led by Fossil had run into grave trouble. These 2 developments darkened Arcos' countenance instantly, his mind racing through a myriad of possibilities. Foremost among them was the realization that the mortal fleet's encirclement of the Heart of Fear could only mean they had seen through their true identities. Yet Arcos had considered his disguise flawless during their inspection. Therefore, the problem clearly lay with the assault squad under Fossil's command. Coupled with Fossil's loss of contact, this place was no longer safe. Staying any longer would only leave them trapped like rats in a barrel by the false Emperor's hounds. Making a snap decision, Arcos resolved to strike first. Open fire at will. Break orbit. Retreat to the Vlax spaceport. The colossal frame of the Heart of Fear shuddered violently as its macro cannons and lance batteries belched forth massive shells and searing beams of light, tearing apart an Imperial sword-class frigate that had drawn too close, reducing it to cosmic debris. The surrounding Imperial Navy vessels seemed caught off guard, their encirclement having been seen through. This brief hesitation granted Arcos a sliver of opportunity. Engines flared with fire, and immense thrust propelled the seemingly pristine vessel, devoid of any taint of chaos, across the Star Sea in a vicious arc, surging straight for a weak point in the still-forming encirclement. Only then did the Imperial fleet react, unleashing a torrent of lance fire, macrocannon shells, torpedoes, and lasers at the Heart of Fear in a desperate attempt to intercept it. But it was too late. The Heart of Fear, shielded by its battleship-grade void shields, weathered the storm of attacks, while incoming torpedoes were shot down before they could strike home. The Heart of Fear, protected by battleship-grade void shields, repelled the dense barrage, and all incoming torpedoes were intercepted by its point defense systems before impact. Its firepower far exceeded that of any Imperial vessel present, allowing it to tear a gaping hole in the Imperial Navy's cordon and race towards the rebel-held Fortress Vlax spaceport. A squadron of Imperial cruisers and frigates gave chase, but they ultimately failed to destroy the Heart of Fear before it slipped into the protective umbrella of the port's heavy orbital defense arrays. Upon returning to Fortress Vlax, Arcos immediately noticed that the Imperial bombardment against the 2 outer defensive lines had weakened by at least 80%. Though sporadic booms echoed in the distance, they were no longer a significant threat. But the plan to attack the artillery positions had clearly failed. So what in the hell had happened? Before he could piece it together, he received an invitation from Bishop Savan. Bishop Savan was waiting in the chapel. Seeing Arcos enter, the man draped in pristine white silk robes hurried over and said urgently, "Arcos, you have not disappointed me." His tone was no longer the suppressed fury of the past 3 days under relentless bombardment, but brimming with enthusiasm. "The heretics' damnable barrage has weakened. The pressure on the defenses has eased. Our crusaders can finally catch their breath and morale is beginning to recover." Bishop Savan spoke rapidly and, abandoning all pretense of decorum, reached out to clap Arcos on the shoulder, eager to convey his elation. Arcos fought the urge to snap the outstretched arm, maintaining a humble posture as he bowed his head slightly, allowing Savan's hand to rest upon his armor. Though he was uncertain of the cause, he played along, responding in a low, steady voice. "It is my duty, my lord. It is an honor to serve the crusade in any way I can." Still basking in the relief of the diminished bombardment, Bishop Savan continued, "Though the shelling has lessened, those heretics are surely watching from the shadows. But you Arcos are an angel sent by the God Emperor. With you here, I know we shall claim final victory in this war against darkness." Arcos sneered inwardly, but his face remained impassive. "All glory to the God Emperor. My lord, though the bombardment has weakened, we must not lower our guard. I will continue to hunt for those artillery pieces, ensuring they pose no further threat to us." He paused, then shifted the conversation. "However, I will require." Bishop Savan, well aware of what Arcos was about to ask, saw his smile dim. He cut him off. "Arcos, I have already given you tens of thousands of faithful." Noting Savan's reluctance to part with more men, Arcos spread his hands in a show of helplessness. "My lord, as you can see, though the enemy's fire has slackened, the 2 outer defensive lines of Fortress Vlax lie in ruins. The heretic forces could launch a new offensive at any moment." Seeing Savan still hesitate, a cold glint flashed in Arcos's eyes before he adopted a more earnest tone. "My lord, my forces took heavy losses destroying those heretic cannons. If the enemy attacks now, and I lack sufficient troops." Bishop Savan seemed about to speak, but then reconsidered. The man had indeed drastically reduced the heretic bombardment after receiving the previous 5,000 troops. Furthermore, the situation was as he described. The defenses were shattered and morale was only just recovering. If Arcos lacked the manpower to support them during a full-scale heretic ground assault, he would likely be unable to hold the line. After a moment of tense silence, Bishop Savan gritted his teeth. "Fine. Arcos, how many do you need this time?" 50,000, my lord. Give me 50,000. "And that is not all, my lord. As long as we keep fighting, I swear more reinforcements will come to support our holy crusade." On that day, the horizon of Fortress Vlax was painted with a sickly blood-red glow from the light in the sky. The scattered clouds above, as if guided by an invisible hand, slowly converged, twisted, and finally coalesced into an indescribably bizarre shape. After slaying 20 roadside mongrels, Onlong noticed that the earth-shattering cannons around him, which he had been carefully protecting, were disintegrating and shattering in large swaths at an astonishing speed. This disintegration was not physical destruction from external forces turning them into scrap metal, but rather seemed to be completely degraded from within by some invisible force, from the sturdy barrels to the solid bases. All structures were rapidly collapsing, then vanishing completely without a trace, as if they had never existed on this battlefield. Onlong stared at this scene, his brow furrowed. Could it be that those mongrels had used some new type of weapon, bypassing his protection, and destroyed all these earth-shattering cannons? Thinking thus, Onlong concluded it was his own dereliction of duty. He had failed to protect these earth-shattering cannons. With an uneasy heart, he sent a message to that player in his mind. "Sorry, I failed to protect your earth-shattering cannons. They have all been destroyed. It is my negligence. Please tell me what I should do next, and I will make up for my mistake at any cost." After the message was sent, Onlong was filled with remorse. He had clearly regained his composure, yet how could he make such a mistake, letting a few mongrels embarrass him so? Even if that were forgivable, if it caused the player to be displeased and the mission to fail, although the one God would not punish him, his plan to resurrect his brothers and sisters would be greatly delayed. Just a few breaths after Onlong sent the message, the player's voice echoed in his mind. "I know, bro, it's not your fault. I recycled these earth-shattering cannons myself for resources, preparing to transition to other units. It's not that those monsters destroyed them. I can recycle this kind of building." Hearing this, Onlong breathed a sigh of relief. So it wasn't his incompetence that failed to protect the cannons. But what did the player mean by transitioning? The earth-shattering cannons were already so powerful, why transition? Thinking of this, he asked, sending another message. "Transition? What are you transitioning into?" What else could it be? Of course, the pride of Augustgrad. As the player's words fell, 3 dazzling red lights suddenly blazed in the sky. The next moment, accompanied by a piercing roar that tore through the sky, the 3 red lights rapidly coalesced into 3 magnificent sky-obscuring gigantic floating battleships. Their majestic hulls, bristling with various turrets, were carved with intricate and dazzling golden patterns, flowing with luxurious light in the sunlight. And the exceptionally clear white wolf-head emblems on both sides of the hulls unequivocally proclaimed the ownership of these 3 warships. They were creations controlled by the player. Judging from the way these 3 warships hovered within the atmosphere and the player's earlier words, without a doubt, these were the battlecruisers known as the Pride of Augustgrad. Just as Onlong was dazedly staring at these three colossal leviathans that had appeared out of nowhere, a loud, slightly mocking voice came from the lead warship, echoing throughout the entire Ranger battle group's base. Who's calling the fleet? Overwhelming dominance. Before Onlong could fully absorb the context, more voices rang out. Shields full. Not finished yet. This is a trap. Abandoned ship. A trap? What trap? Why abandoned ship? Onlong couldn't understand the meaning of these successive shouts at all. Cool. With this exclamation full of admiration, the three giant ships began to slowly adjust their altitude, descending continuously toward the ground, until finally the colossal hulls were completely flush with the ground. They landed in the area surrounding the remaining dozen or so earth-shattering cannons. Onlong murmured as he looked at these 3-kilometer-scale warships that had suddenly appeared within the atmosphere, not only without being pulled down by gravity, but even able to effortlessly land completely on the ground. So this is the Pride of Augustgrad. The first-person perspective employed by the Pride of Augustgrad is essentially a third-person control interface mounted on a battlecruiser, preserving the overall field of view while ensuring immersive operation. In terms of weapon configuration, the Pride of Augustgrad, besides the Yamato cannon, also has many more weapons to choose from, such as plasma torpedoes, laser battery, arrays, missile pods, etc. Li Lu could switch to any weapon he wanted depending on the battle situation. If he couldn't control them all, he could hand those weapons over to the AI for automatic management, and he only needed to focus on using his currently selected main weapon. Of course, StarCraft 3 restored the shield system that had been cut from the battlecruisers in StarCraft 2 for game balance. Li Lu could adjust the bidirectional energy allocation between the shield and weapon systems in real time according to battlefield needs. If the enemy had no anti-air firepower at all, he could max out the energy supplied to the weapon array, allocating no energy to the shields, resulting in explosive output. Conversely, if the enemy's anti-air firepower was strong, he could actively reduce the power supply to the weapon array, even at the cost of shutting down some weapon systems, to significantly increase the shield's strength and durability. But no matter how flexible the tactical adjustments, these operations would not affect the Yamato cannon's independent power system, ensuring that this iconic main gun was always ready to fire. Overall, in this regard, Li Lu felt that Blizzard must have borrowed the shield and weapon mechanics from Star Sector. Besides the weapon operation logic similar to Star Sector in terms of ship handling, the driving experience of the battlecruiser gave Li Lu the feeling of playing a hybrid of helicopters and fighters in War Thunder. The scroll wheel controlled the output of the anti-gravity engine, managing the ship's altitude. A shift plus scroll wheel adjusted the movement speed of the warship itself. While familiarizing himself with the Terran Final Order, Li Lu discovered a feature, the broadcast announcer. Clearing his throat, he immediately began his imitation show of classic battlecruiser lines. Who's calling the fleet? Shields fully charged. It's a trap. Abandoned ship. Cool. After reciting a few classic lines, Li Lu had more or less fully grasped the various operations of the Pride of Augustgrad. He then piloted the battlecruiser over the Earth Splitter cannons, intending to let these first 3 ships leech some experience. Because whenever the Earth Splitter cannons eliminated an enemy unit, they granted experience points to nearby Royal Guard units. Mengsk's Royal Guard, aside from the rabble, all possessed a military rank system similar to that of Red Alert. A stock Pride of Augustgrad and a 3-star, heck, even a 1-star Pride of Augustgrad, were entirely different units. Firstly, each star on the Pride of Augustgrad increased weapon damage by 25, hit points by 25, and granted 1 point of armor. Additionally, at level 1, the Yamato cannon and tactical jump gained an extra charge. At level 2, Yamato cannon damage was doubled. At level 3, the Yamato cannon fired 2 additional shots. If the current target was destroyed, a new target would be selected for the subsequent shots. Aside from level 2, the other levels 1 and 3 were no different from those in StarCraft 2. In StarCraft 2, level 2 meant the Yamato cannon dealt area of effect damage. For gameplay purposes, the Yamato cannon could only damage a single target. It was like with a pack of Zerglings. If you targeted one with the Yamato cannon, it would only kill the one you aimed at. Pure game mechanics. Now, the inherent characteristics of the battlecruiser had been replaced by adding numerical bonuses to the Yamato cannon, which seemed reasonable enough. However, after Li Lu parked the ships above for a while, the experience points for the 3 prides of Augustgrad didn't move at all. What's going on? Doesn't Mengsk grant experience points to nearby Royal Guard units when he eliminates enemy units? Even if there are no Royal Guards nearby, when the enemy dies, aren't the experience points supposed to be split equally among all Royal Guard units on the map? He looked again. The Earth Splitter cannons were indeed killing enemies, but the Pride of Augustgrad's experience bar truly wasn't increasing at all. No more sharing across the map. It has to be nearby. Wondering if StarCraft 3 had changed the mechanics where distance was too great to grant experience, Li Lu looked down at the array of Earth Splitter cannons below and began attempting to lower the altitude of the Pride of Augustgrad to see if it could gain experience. 100 meters. Nothing. 50 meters. Nothing. 30 meters. Nothing. 20 meters. Nothing. 10 meters. Nothing. 5 meters. Nothing. Landing day. Only after Li Lu piloted that Pride of August grad to land in the open space beside the still-firing Earth Splitter Cannon battery did that ship's experience bar finally begin to move. Damn it. Now it gives me experience. Rolling his eyes, he landed the other 2 Prides of August grad near the Earth Splitter Cannons to gain experience as well. It was then that Li Lu noticed the large cluster of light dots on the map representing the neutral human Empire AI forces not far from his base dispersing into thin streams moving towards the mission location. The 143rd Siege Regiment, just as they had been the first to set foot on the surface of Vrax Prime earlier once again, became one of the vanguard units to be the first to advance towards the front lines of the Vrax Fortress, the Van Mil Island Wastes. Along with several other advanced siege regiments, they boarded a series of massive trains stretching over a mile in length. After half a day of rail transport, they arrived at their destination. Everyone disembark. At the command, countless Krieg soldiers in gray uniforms surged out of the train cars like a tide, quickly flooding the assembly areas hastily cleared by construction laborers on both sides of the railway. The soldiers of the 143rd Siege Regiment merged into this gray tide, assembling with astonishing efficiency. Immediately construct fortifications. The order spread throughout the entire assembly area, and the gray tide spread outwards in response. The soldiers divided their duties clearly. Some wielded entrenching tools digging foxholes and trenches, while others shouldered sandbags prepared in advance by the laborers swiftly piling up temporary defensive works at the front line of the position. The task for Colonel Sierra's 143rd Siege Regiment and the other vanguard units was to establish a forward supply base here, and from this starting point gradually advance towards the rebels' first line of defense 30 miles away through tunneling operations. After issuing the orders, Colonel Sierra ascended a gentle slope and surveyed the distance through his magnoculars. There lay the outermost third line of rebel defenses marked on the map. Raising the angle, he could even make out the faint towering silhouette of the Vrax fortress further beyond. When the magnoculars focused on the rebel defense line, Sierra and the other regimental commanders truly witnessed the extent of devastation wrought upon the outer rebel defenses of Vrax by the continuous bombardment from the Ranger Chapter's Earth Splitter cannons, which had been firing in volleys every 6 seconds for days on end. In their view, the rebel fortifications and bastions, which would have originally required millions of Krieg soldiers to sacrifice their lives to capture, had been reduced to nothing. Most of the fortresses hadn't even retained their basic structural integrity. The entire area was riddled with massive craters of varying depths. The ground where the rebel line once stood was noticeably lower than the ground below the observation point's steep slope, as if a whole layer had been scraped away. The smoke and dust from the continuous explosions of the past several days hung thick and unmoving in the air, forming a heavy gray haze that shrouded the entire wasteland where the rebel defenses lay. However, as his careful observation deepened, Colonel Sierra's brow gradually furrowed. Because through that thick gray smog he could faintly see the bustling figures amidst the ruined rebel defense line. Unmistakably, they were rebel soldiers. It seemed that even with their fortification system completely destroyed by the Ranger Chapter's Earth Splitter cannons, the Vrax rebels had not abandoned this outer defense line. However, compared to the previously well-equipped and meticulously organized defensive line, the rebel soldiers now mostly had to rely on the remaining crumbling walls and the enormous craters blasted out by the Earth Splitter cannons as makeshift cover. Their formation was utterly chaotic. One could even say there was no discernible formation at all. A single charge would easily take them. Just as this thought flashed through Colonel Sierra's mind, boom, boom, boom. A continuous series of artillery fire screams instantly blanketed the rebel position he had just deemed conquerable with a single charge. Blazing explosions blossomed again on the distant horizon. Dense smoke and dust were hurled into the air by the new shockwaves, mingling with the pre-existing gray haze, making the entire rebel line even more indistinct. Yet, judging by the sprays of blood mist and scattered limbs continuously erupting from the churning smoke, at least 90% of the active rebels had just been eliminated. These bombardments did not originate from the 88th Siege Army's artillery. Although the 88th Siege Army had indeed prepared over 1,000 gun batteries intending to once again plow through these crater-filled ruins, their batteries had not yet completed their firing preparations, let alone received the order to open fire. This firepower came from the Earth Splitter cannon arrays of the Ranger Chapter deployed over 1,000 miles away. Compared to the ferocious bombardment of the previous days, the thunder of the Earth Splitter cannons at this moment did sound considerably weaker, but the remaining artillery continued to pummel the battlefield with precise 6-second intervals. Or rather, such explosions had never truly ceased. Devastating scenes just like the one witnessed moments ago continued to unfold on the Van Mil Island wastes with a frequency of once every 6 seconds. Sierra slowly lowered his magnoculars, his emotions conflicted. He didn't know whether to be grateful for the long-range support from the Ranger Chapter that had helped destroy the defenses, or to regret missing the opportunity to personally annihilate these enemies and atone for the Krieg's sins. Throughout the observation, the siege army's positions like a spider's web had gradually spread from the periphery of the assembly area towards the rebels' third line of defense. And the thunder of the Earth Splitter cannons from the Ranger Chapter over 1,000 miles away continued to echo endlessly over the wasteland. At dawn, rows of Krieg soldiers in gray uniforms stood in silent readiness within the forward trenches. Nothing broke the profound stillness save for the unwavering 6-second thunder of the death strike cannons from the death corps of Krieg. Every soldier in the trench had long grown accustomed to this rhythmic bombardment, which served as an alternative clock, its thunderous explosions erupting on the rebel lines with clockwork precision. As the death strike cannons of the death corps thundered for the 21,600th time that day, a terse order rippled through the entire 88th Siege Army: open fire. The command cascaded down the trench lines, relayed from officer to officer with maximum haste. Within the sector held by the 143rd Siege Regiment, a lieutenant received the order from his company captain, whose instructions came directly from the command post of Colonel Silent. Open fire. The lieutenant's relayed order echoed along the trench to his flanks, its sound piercingly clear in the silent air. Moments later, the entire battlefield's atmosphere shifted instantaneously, save for the death strike cannon's steady 6-second rhythm. Over 1,000 artillery crews under the 88th Siege Army, including the 4-gun teams under the lieutenant's command, joined the fray simultaneously. Rows of earthshaker cannons and heavy mortars immediately unleashed a torrent of fire upon the already shattered 3rd defensive line of the Vrax fortress. Although the line had been pounded for days by the Death Corps' death strike cannons, the commanders of the 88th Siege Army had taken note. The Death Corps' heavy artillery rarely targeted the rebels' crude sandbag positions or hastily dug foxholes in craters, preferring to focus on the larger, more fortified core strongholds. For the 88th Siege Army, however, every enemy must be annihilated. Their fire fell equally upon these foxholes and makeshift emplacements, regardless of rebel numbers or fortification quality. Though the 88th Siege Army's artillery was vastly inferior to the Death Corps' death strike cannons in range, caliber, and rate of fire, able to strike rebels only within 15 kilometers rather than eliminating them from afar, they possessed overwhelming quantity. The first salvo sent over 1,000 shells crashing into the temporary fortifications within several kilometers, hurling sand with splinters and human remains skyward in columns of earth-colored smoke mingled with blood mist. With this thunderous volley, the 88th Siege Army's war truly began. Initially, sporadic rebel counterfire attempted to respond, but was quickly smothered by the 88th's denser barrage. After nearly a full morning of one-sided bombardment, a charge whistle pierced the air. The first wave of Krieg soldiers surged forward, brandishing Lucius Pattern No. 98 Lost guns with fixed bayonets, forming a dense, warm, musty-smelling tide of gray that crashed toward the rebel lines, if such a term could still apply. Their boots trod upon the scorched, shell-torn earth, each soldier holding his head high, determined to look upon those traitors who had forsaken the Emperor's glory to witness their deaths and the cleansing of their sins through blood. Yet the rebel resistance proved more tenacious than anticipated. From beyond the smoke of the bombardment, rebel weapons crackled to life, bullets raining down upon the charging Krieg soldiers like a storm. The foremost rank of Krieg soldiers fell in response, their gray uniforms instantly stained crimson, bodies crashing heavily onto the pockmarked earth. Clearly, despite most defensive works having been reduced to nothing by the sustained shelling, a considerable number of rebels had survived by sheltering in deeper underground bunkers or the dead angles of craters. After all, what real damage could a single morning's bombardment by the 88th Siege Army inflict upon rebels who had grown cunning through days of relentless Death Corps shelling? But such casualties were anticipated. Behind the fallen front rank, the soldiers pressed on, indifferent to their comrades' deaths, still advancing with steady strides and leveled lost guns. As they advanced, rebel fire grew denser, light and heavy weapons weaving a lethal web, and more Krieg soldiers began to fall. Yet this did not halt the gray tide's advance. Like a flood, they surged over their fallen comrades' bodies, treading the blood-soaked path ever forward. Once they closed to sufficient range, the rebels were swiftly cut down, for the vast majority of these rebels were ultimately nothing more than untrained common folk. Without the advantage of cover in face-to-face combat against Krieg soldiers who knew their purpose with utter clarity, they were no match at all. Most of the rebel soldiers wore no armor, only filthy, tattered work clothes, their eyes bloodshot from days of relentless shelling, their expressions vacant. Any discerning military observer could tell at a glance from their clumsy, disorderly grips on their weapons, their aimless shooting, and their lack of coordination that the vast majority of these so-called rebels were untrained civilians. These civilians, lacking any cover, were being steadily squeezed out of their living space in the direct exchange of fire with the Krieg soldiers. Even the occasional veteran, fully equipped and experienced among the rebels, could not stem the tide of the Kriegsmen's steady, ordered advance. A single veteran might dodge a few lethal strikes through combat instinct, even occasionally take down a Krieg soldier or two. But soon they would be torn apart by the iron wave of Krieg soldiers. As the 88th Siege Army group pressed forward, the entire 3rd defense perimeter outside the fortress of Vrax echoed with brief, fierce firefights. Even when the fighting fell silent, only the steady footsteps of Krieg soldiers echoed among the ruins. Occasionally from some corner, the agonized moan of a wounded rebel would be heard, but such sounds were usually cut short by the dull thud of a bayonet ending a life. In the afternoon, Colonel Cylon was at the command post processing frontline information from the sector assigned to the 143rd Siege Regiment under his command, which was attacking the 3rd defense perimeter outside the fortress of Vrax. He was carefully reviewing each piece of information. A-425 fortress cleared. A-421 fortress cleared. A-411 fortress cleared. A-409 fortress cleared. The battle reports were filled with good news of captured enemy positions, and his regiment's casualties were less than 5%. But when Colonel Cylon picked up the 5th battle report of this batch, his expression grew cautious. Because it was not a report of victory over a target location, but rather, A-453 fortress advance halted. A-453 fortress. No, perhaps it could no longer be called a fortress. From the first explosion, that distant, yet seemingly yesterday like a bygone era, the thunderous roar that tore the sky, the relentless bombardment that had continued ever since had razed the place to the ground, leaving only ruins. Hearing a whistle signaling a charge, Company Commander Balanikfu threw open the iron hatch of the basement, where they had been sheltering from the shelling, gripping his weapon and leaping out first. Behind him, more comrades with resolute faces followed one by one in silence, their eyes like iron. This was the first time in days that the entire line had faced an enemy ground assault. Previously, the rebels had only hidden somewhere in the distance, bombarding their positions with artillery fire without ever showing themselves. The frustration of being suppressed underground and passively pummeled had long transformed into blazing fury. Balanikfu and every surviving soldier under his command held a burning desire to make these heretics who had abandoned the glory of the God Emperor taste what punishment meant. Everyone listen up. Organize defense according to the plan using the ruins. Machine gun squad, take that half-demolished tower remnant on the right, dig out all the buried heavy bolter ammo. As soon as those bastards show their faces, let them taste the wrath of the God Emperor. In the unending shelling, Balanikfu's original 6 platoons had suffered heavy casualties. Untrained recruits were either dead or wounded, and the unit dwindled until now it could barely muster 2 platoons. Among these 2 platoons, the vast majority were from the elite Imperial Guard regulars that Balanikfu had originally led, while the rest were recruits who had survived the relentless bombardment. No, perhaps they should now be called veterans. In the unending artillery fire, they had undergone a rapid transformation. Even if shells exploded beside their ears, they could remain expressionless. Once Balanikfu's order was given, these soldiers who had not slept since the first shell fell, though exhausted, swiftly moved into action according to the plan. They crouched low, agilely weaving between collapsed walls and huge craters, setting up weapons amid rubble and debris, checking ammunition, adjusting firing positions. Lasgun power packs were full, bullets clattered into autogun magazines, grenade pins were checked one by one, and the heavy bolter was set up. In the air, besides the distant continuous roar of gunfire and artillery, there was only the soldiers' suppressed breathing, the metallic clatter of weapons, and the footsteps of rapid movement between cover. They're coming. With this warning, rows of gray figures wearing gas masks faintly emerged from the endless smoke and dust stirred up by the shelling. They were advancing toward the ruins of A-453 with heads held high. Their movements were uniform, as if stamped from a single mold. Silent, but the gleaming bayonets on their weapons glinted with cold light. During their advance, they maintained clear division of labor. Some guarded the flanks, others scouted ahead, and still others stood ready to provide support. The entire formation was fluid and efficient, displaying extraordinary training. These are no ordinary rebels. Balanikfu thought as he watched the figures while pressing his body close to the inner wall of a curved crater, using the terrain to conceal himself as much as possible. His lost rifle was already aimed steadily ahead, his eyes like torches fixed on the enemy's movements. Hold steady. Don't fire yet. Wait until they're in range. The other soldiers were already in position behind various cover and craters, the sights of all kinds of firearms pointed unfailingly at the enemy, gradually becoming clearer in the smoke. As the distance closed, Balanikfu could fully confirm that they were not ordinary rebels. Apart from their drilled discipline, just from their equipment, these rebels were even better armed than the standard gear of the heretics his troops had previously fought against when they followed Bishop Safan. Time passed. Minute by minute, the enemy continued to advance steadily. When they reached 200 meters, Balanikfu took a deep breath and passed the order in a low voice. Prepare. As the first row of gray-clad soldiers stepped into the 150-meter line, he suddenly raised his voice and roared, "Fire!" Almost at the same instant, the lost gun in his hand emitted a scorching beam, precisely dropping the leading enemy soldier at the front. Instantly, all weapons around roared simultaneously. Bolter shells, lost beams, and solid rounds poured out like a storm. Rat-tat-tat. 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 Zing. 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 Lost beams and searing bolter rounds cut through the air, leaving searing trails slamming into the gray-clad ranks. The enemies at the front fell like wheat, scythed down row after row, their bodies torn by bullets and lost fire blood instantly staining the earth red. After the attack, the following gray figures took no notice of their comrades' deaths. They quickly used broken walls and rubble as cover and returned fire with their lost rifles. Zing, zing, zing. Red and green beams crisscrossed through the ruins like vipers striking the edges of cover, sending up blinding sparks, rubble, and dust flying everywhere. The entire ruin was transformed into a bloody furnace in an instant. The soldiers loyal to the God Emperor fought desperately from their makeshift fortifications, the roar of autoguns and the hiss of lost guns interwoven, the acrid smell of smoke and blood permeating every inch of air. Each time Balanikfu popped up to fire, a heretic fell. After killing the fifth rebel, he keenly detected a group of enemies trying to flank from the side. Balanikfu immediately swung his weapon and fired 4 consecutive shots. Zing, 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 zing. 4 lost beams precisely hit 2 gray-clad soldiers in the flanking group, the brilliant beams striking their faces. The 2 men crumpled to the ground, unable to move again. By the God Emperor, kill them all. Seeing that the enemy line remained steady, completely unshaken by the ambush, Balanikfu roared and charged, raising his weapon. Since ambush was useless, only the most primal combat of blood and fire could drive back these heretics and hold the line. His roar was like a war drum, instantly igniting the fighting spirit of the soldiers. The men around him leaped out with shouts, brandishing lost guns or autoguns, charging toward the enemy like a torrent. The heretics, seeing this, advanced with bayonets fixed, showing no fear. Balanikfu was the first to crash into the enemy ranks. His lost gun had run out of charge, so now he wielded a combat knife. A vicious horizontal slash shattered the mask and face of a gray-clad soldier, trying to bayonet him, warm blood splattering across his own face. He paid it no mind, drawing a lost pistol from his belt, and in the next moment firing several beams point-blank at another enemy. His soldiers fought with equal valor, using their guns, their teeth, anything they could find as weapons, all to utterly crush these heretics who defiled the God Emperor. More voices joined the cry for the Holy War, for the God Emperor, for Bishop Safan. Destroy these heretics. As time passed, the new smoke from successive grenade explosions mingled with the earlier artillery dust, making the battlefield ever more chaotic. Balanikfu noticed that no matter which direction he looked, heretic enemies were everywhere. No matter how many he and his men killed, the gray-clad heretics kept emerging from the surrounding smoke like a tide. Clearly, in the chaos of battle, he and the heretics were already locked in a deadly embrace. Regardless, the fight continued. Thud. A soldier close to Balanikfu had just shot a gray-clad figure emerging from the smoke when a bayonet suddenly thrust from his side and pierced his chest. He looked down in disbelief at the bloody hole in his chest, blood gushing from his mouth, staining the Aquila emblem on his chest, and his body went limp. Seeing this, Balanikfu roared and spun around, his combat knife driving deep into the neck of the attacker. The man didn't even have time to scream before collapsing in the dust. Before he could turn back, Balanikfu saw an oval object land on the ground less than 2 meters from him. Boom. The grenade exploded. Balanikfu was extremely lucky. Shrapnel only grazed his arm, a searing pain, but not fatal. And at that moment, his faith in the God Emperor made him almost numb to the pain, leaving only a raging fury against the heretics burning in his chest. Turning back to face the front, Balanikfu saw another soldier surrounded by 3 gray-clad heretics. The soldier swung his rifle desperately, but was soon struck on the head by a rifle, but staggering and falling. Then 3 bayonets drove into his body simultaneously. Balanikfu's eyes blazed with fury. He charged recklessly, firing his lost pistol repeatedly, dropping all 3 enemies. But the soldier was already dead, his eyes wide open, staring at the gray sky, full of defiance. Hold the line. The God Emperor is with us. Balanikfu roared to the few remaining comrades around him. He knew that at this rate they would soon be overwhelmed by the endless gray tide of heretics. But he had to hold on a little longer, just a little longer. Then the God Emperor's angels would descend upon the battlefield and slaughter every heretic in sight. Clang! His combat knife parried a bayonet thrust from his side. Balanikfu raised his lost pistol and aimed at the masked face of the attacker, pulling the trigger, but nothing happened. A glance at the weapon's energy indicator showed it was red, power depleted. Balanikfu acted without hesitation, hurling the lost pistol and following it with a straight punch backed by all his strength. The empty pistol struck the gray-clad soldier's helmet, distracting him. Then the punch landed square on the face, shattering the mask and revealing a face covered in. No. Balanikfu stared at the boy before him, who without his mask could not be more than 15 or 16. This was a rebel. The boy's young face was smeared with smoke and dust, but his eyes were as fierce as a provoked young beast, filled with a fervor and resolve wildly out of place for his age. Balanikfu's follow-up punch froze in midair. A shock went through him, an indescribable sense of absurdity and chills seizing him instantly. He had imagined countless faces of the enemy, battle-hardened bandits, zealots corrupted by heretical doctrines, even terrifying Xenos from alien stars. But he had never imagined he would be facing a half-grown child. Was this truly a heretic? It was at that moment that Balanikfu noticed the emblem on the boy's helmet and the gray identity tag hanging around his neck. Both bore the Aquila of the Imperium, now so glaringly visible. Gazing at the youth before him, who bore the bearing of an imperial soldier even more so than himself, Baranikov couldn't help But recall the words of the priest sent by Bishop Savon to preach. Some legions of the Emperor's armies have been utterly corrupted and fallen. They have sealed off racks, severing all supply routes for loyalist forces. The priest had also asserted with conviction that those like Baranikov who fought valiantly against the dark heretics were the true heroes of the Imperium, fighting for the Emperor's glory. Hey, though both were soldiers, Baranikov was far more robust than this 14 or 15-year-old youth. The latter was after all still half a child, while he was a fully grown powerful man. Had he wished, he could have overpowered and killed the youth at any moment in this brawl, but Baranikov did not merely maintaining the stalemate. Because he sought answers from the youth. You are. Baranikov had barely uttered 2 words when the youth, who had already taken a heavy punch from him, let out a murderous roar, violently cutting him off. With the roar, the youth swung his bayonet forward, forcibly knocking aside Baranikov's parrying machete, and then lunged with all his might, thrusting the bayonet towards his abdomen. The instant he heard the roar, Baranikov had already twisted aside. Thanks to his timely dodge, the youth's bayonet merely grazed his filthy, tattered uniform, leaving a bloody gash across his waist. The pain also made Baranikov realize how foolish he had been moments ago. There was never room for hesitation or mercy on the battlefield. Every second was a struggle between life and death. But the confusion in Baranikov's heart grew heavier, and he remained hesitant about whether he should kill the youth before him. I'll just subdue him first. With this thought, Baranikov's free hand clamped onto the youth's empty lasgun, intending to question him again. However, seeing this, the youth abandoned his weapon and instead tried to grab the entrenching tool with sharp teeth at his waist, looking utterly determined to fight Baranikov to the death. Baranikov immediately cast aside his machete, kicked the discarded lasgun far away, and simultaneously clamped both hands around the youth's wrists with even greater speed, preventing him from reaching the entrenching tool. Relying on his superior physique and combat experience, he held the youth firmly in his grip. It was then that the youth finally spoke, his words filled with hostility. Traitor. Die. Baranikov frowned deeply. He didn't understand why the youth's words stung him like needles, even though he was a soldier fighting for the God Emperor. He tightened his grip and growled, Shut up. I'm asking you, who are you? Who sent you? But the youth seemed not to hear his question, continuing to howl and struggle madly, kicking at Baranikov's body, though the force was almost negligible to him. For the Emperor. For the Imperium. Death to heretics. Hearing the youth's roar, Baranikov suddenly felt a deep sense of helplessness. Before he could ask further, warm blood sprayed out, splattering across Baranikov's uniform and face. The youth's body crumpled limply to the ground. His eyes, once filled with ferocity, murderous intent, and even a desire for death, had now lost all their luster, becoming hollow and vacant. It wasn't Baranikov who killed the youth, but a rusted chain's word. It had pierced through the youth's body from behind. Company Commander Baranikov, what are you standing around for? A cold voice rang out as the youth's corpse went limp. Baranikov looked up and saw an enforcer sent by Bishop Savon to supervise the crusade standing there. The enforcer gripped the rusted chain's word, still stained with fresh blood. Beneath the spiked iron helmet, a pair of eyes stared intently at him through the visor. As the crusade was filled with too many untrained civilians, morale was in disarray. To stabilize it, Bishop Savon had created the enforcers as a type of overseer. Though they held no official military rank, their actual authority far surpassed that of officers like Baranikov. But at this moment, Baranikov couldn't be bothered with the enforcer's words. He crouched down and began examining the young corpse on the ground right in front of the enforcer. The youth's shoulder plate bore the insignia 143th. The Aquila emblem on his helmet was unmistakable. Though the identity tag was stained with blood, the outline of the Aquila was still faintly visible. He tore off the youth's tag and examined it closely. There was no name, only a serial number. These findings made Baranikov's frown deepen. He removed the masks of the other gray-clad figures nearby, finding only the faces of youths. Their tags also bore only numerical serial numbers in the same format as the youth's, differing only in the final digits. Upon further inspection, he discovered a special tag among the bodies. Its owner's rank was Sergeant, the only difference from the other tags. 1 Sergeant, 9 privates. The surrounding bodies numbered exactly 10, clearly a complete squad. Undoubtedly these 14 or 15-year-old youths, though young, were all well-trained, true soldiers. What alarmed Baranikov most was that he found no trace of heresy on these gray-clad figures. Instead, the Aquila emblem representing the Imperium was everywhere. No. Baranikov's voice was so soft that almost only he could hear it, but that was only almost. Unsurprisingly, the enforcer also heard his no. Baranikov, what are you dawdling here for? Are you disloyal to the Emperor? Seeing Baranikov ignore him, acting suspiciously and muttering strange words, the enforcer's tone turned harsh. The chain's word that had killed the youth roared to life again, its teeth spinning at high speed. Only then did Baranikov turn his gaze to the enforcer, a figure so incongruous with the image of an imperial warrior. Beneath the enforcer's ferocious appearance, his exposed skin and torn uniform were covered with unintelligible spiked symbols, said to bring the God Emperor's blessing. But apart from these, Baranikov could see nothing else on him that he could comprehend as representing the Imperium or symbolizing the God Emperor. The gray-clad youth's look of death-defying resolve, the clear Aquila emblem on his uniform, and the twisted ominous symbols on the enforcer formed a glaring contrast. All these signs made Baranikov feel a slight dizziness. The wall of faith within his heart, once seemingly unbreakable, quietly cracked. This so-called holy war against the dark heretics, who were they truly fighting for? Between him and these gray-clad youths, who were the true warriors loyal to the emperor? Who then were the dark heretics? And what predicament had the nearly 10 million people of Vrax fallen into? As his thoughts deepened, Baranikov suddenly realized that this so-called Holy Crusade was nothing but a private army that Bishop Savon, the church's agent, had formed in blatant violation of the decree passive. The laborers or civilians might not understand what the decree passive was, but Baranikov, as an officer of the Astra Militarum, had a far broader understanding than ordinary soldiers or laborers. Perhaps they, the Crusaders, were the true heretics. Answer me, Company Commander Baranikov. The enforcer's voice grew more aggressive, the whine of the chain's word more piercing. Baranikov could clearly see the undisguised murderous intent in the enforcer's eyes. He forced himself to calm down. The enforcer wasn't alone. Baranikov also spotted a hulking figure in the shadows behind him, the enforcer's personal bodyguard, an augmented Ogren. It's nothing. Baranikov kept his voice steady, explaining his actions as if it were a trivial matter. Just that while clearing these heretic corpses, I noticed they were all underage children. The enforcer let out a harsh, derisive laugh, as if accepting his explanation. Ha ha, children. Company Commander Baranikov, you should know that a heretic is a heretic regardless of age. Get moving. The bishop is waiting for our report of victory in annihilating the heretics attacking the fortress. With that, the enforcer ignored Baranikov, turned, and headed with his Ogren bodyguard towards the sound of gunfire in the dust, leaving Baranikov alone, standing by the bodies. As time passed, Baranikov came to understand who these heretic enemies he was fighting were. The Kriegers, renowned throughout the Imperium for their suicidal fighting style. Boom, 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 boom. Perhaps frustrated by the earlier failed assault on Fortress A453, the Kriegers launched another barrage of artillery fire upon the fortress ruins, while Baranikov had long since retreated back into his underground bunker. Before the dust from the explosions had even settled, Baranikov and his men emerged from their bunkers once more. With a whistle, a large number of figures charged with clear purpose through the smoke towards Fortress A453. Among the Kriegers appearing in the smoke were not just the initial light infantry, but also heavily armored squads wielding hellguns, clearly far more elite. As soon as they appeared, a storm of bullets began to cover each other, with people constantly falling. Crouching low, though Baranikov didn't want to kill these Kriegers, they were desperately trying to kill him. Moreover, he couldn't intentionally miss merely wounding without killing them. Because the enforcer had returned to his position. If caught derelict of duty, the enforcer would kill him faster than the Kriegers would. Baranikov had thought of resisting, but what then? He knew that these Kriegers accepted no surrender. Earlier, a few soldiers with Baranikov's tacit approval had thrown down their weapons while the enforcer was away supervising other lines, shouting words of surrender. But they were met only with merciless barges and bayonet thrusts from the Kriegers. Having witnessed all this, Baranikov knew he had no way out, at least not for now. He had no choice but to continue playing his role as company commander of the A453 Fortress garrison in this holy war fighting against these Krieger heretics. As for the plan brewing in his mind to expose Bishop Savon's lies, he would have to survive first. Li Lu manually operated the Earthshaker cannon, firing at clusters of monsters on the target location, accumulating experience for the pride of Augustgrad. Mid-battle, a notification suddenly popped up on the left side of the screen, a bonus mission. This bonus mission appeared abruptly, without an announcer reading lines, instead resembling a quest panel similar to World of Warcraft. Though many have embraced chaos with a little guidance, some loyal subjects of the Emperor, who realize they've been deceived by heretics, will return to the Imperium's embrace. What is this? After quickly reading the mission description, Li Lu felt he didn't quite understand it. WTF? Aren't StarCraft bonus missions always about going somewhere, killing someone, or protecting some scientist to evacuate a ship? How do I do this one? He switched screens to the bonus mission location, which was a battlefield. The mission NPC was surprisingly that guy named Vyacheslav Baranikov, whom Li Lu had noticed earlier. In the scene, Baranikov was no longer a red-named enemy, but a yellow-named NPC, though he was exchanging fire with the Krieger AI attacking the outer defenses of the Vrax fortress on the map. More notably, there was a familiar green circle right in front of Baranikov. Clearly, Li Lu needed to send a unit to stand in the green circle to trigger the bonus mission. Without hesitation, he pressed enter and started typing. Dude, are you doing the bonus mission, or am I? Onron Talker, you do it. I'm too far away. I'll catch a ride on the Krieg train to the front lines. Okay. Since his teammate couldn't move there, Li Lu had to do it. Because Baranikov representing the bonus mission wasn't an invincible unit. Li Lu didn't know why this Baranikov, a yellow-named NPC he wasn't supposed to kill, was fighting the Krieger AI on the map. But the constant drain on his health indicated this bonus mission had an alternate time limit. Time waits for no one, and his teammate had short legs. Even without understanding the specific process of this bonus mission, Li Lu had no choice but to tough it out. Li Lu quickly selected his control group, right-clicked the rally point of his only barracks and a cluster of command centers onto the green circle in front of Baranikov, tapped D, once then tab, and spammed. As the Kriegers continuously poured troops into Fortress Say, 453, reinforcements from the inner fortress of Rax also arrived in an endless stream through the underground passages. Due to the severe damage inflicted on the surrounding terrain by the relentless bombardment, the armored units on both sides were unable to cross the battlefield littered with shell craters of varying depths, and the fighting remained confined to a brutal and bloody close-quarter slaughter among the infantry. At first Baranikov could still clearly remember and call out the names of every veteran subordinate beside him, but under the Kriegers' relentless life-piling assaults the soldiers around him fell one after another. Those familiar faces and names were gradually replaced by wave after wave of reinforcements from within the fortress of Rax. They wore crude respirators, their faces blurred, their names unknown, and they barely spoke. If Baranikov and his company, though shabbily equipped, still possessed a soldierly bearing than these reinforcements. Wearing simple masks, their bodies marked with the same spiked symbols that the enforcers bore, which Bishop Savin claimed could bring the Emperor's blessing, filled Baranikov with an overwhelming sense of alienation. If it weren't for the fact that their hands trembled slightly when firing at the charging Kriegers, and their aim was abysmal, Baranikov would have thought these reinforcements were not human. During a brief lull in the firefight, Baranikov took the initiative to speak to a reinforcement leaning against a parapet, because ever since being assigned to garrison Fortress Say, 453, he and his company had never returned to the fortress of Rax, and he had no way of knowing what had recently happened inside the fortress. By the God Emperor, brother, can you tell me what's been happening inside the fortress of Rax lately? Hearing this, the other merely glanced at the nearby enforcer, an unmistakable fear flashing in his eyes behind the mask, then shook his head to signal Baranikov to be silent, and continued to focus on firing at the Kriegers emerging from the dust. Seeing the other's reaction, Baranikov knew he would get no answer from any of the reinforcements. Turning around, he lightly touched the arm of a trusted veteran who had survived, and was from Anton with him, and said in a low voice, "Survive." The veteran was somewhat surprised, but said nothing, only nodded. Afterward, Baranikov moved through the battle, repeating these words in a low voice to every trusted comrade who belonged with him to the Anton 1st Infantry Regiment. After repelling the Krieger offensive with great difficulty, Baranikov and his few remaining veterans returned to the underground bunker, as usual, to take shelter from the impending Krieger artillery barrage. Besides them, some reinforcements, a few enforcers, and even their Ogren bodyguards also took shelter in the same bunker as Baranikov. Ignoring the oppressive atmosphere inside the underground bunker, Baranikov gathered the veterans who had come with him from Anton, raised his hand to signal them to be quiet. Leading these men to the radio, Baranikov began to contact his regimental commander Anton Yudintsev, hoping to receive some guidance from his old superior, even if it was just a familiar greeting. Once the communication was established, he eagerly greeted, "First, Regimental Commander, it's me, Baranikov." However, what came from the other end was not the familiar voice of Regimental Commander Anton Yudintsev, but a stranger. "Company Commander Baranikov, I know you. Your company's outstanding performance in resisting the heretics at Fortress Say, 453 has been heard of even by His Grace Savin." This unfamiliar tone made Baranikov's heart tighten. He immediately demanded sternly, "Who are you? Where is Regimental Commander Anton Yudintsev? Why are you in his command post?" "Forgive my lack of introduction, Company Commander Baranikov. I am," he knew, "a disciple under Bishop Savin. As for Regimental Commander Anton Yudintsev, he has been relieved of command due to wavering faith in the God Emperor. Now the entire Anton 1st Infantry Regiment deployed to Vrax is under my command. In other words, I am now your regimental commander. So is there anything you need?" This barrage of information-laden speech left Baranikov speechless. What did he mean by "your company's outstanding performance in resisting the heretics at Fortress Say, 453 has been heard of even by Bishop Savin"? What did he mean by "Regimental Commander Anton Yudintsev has been relieved of command for wavering faith in the God Emperor"? What did it mean that this disciple of Bishop Savin had become the new regimental commander of the Anton 1st Infantry Regiment? Moreover, Baranikov knew Anton Yudintsev's character all too well, because they were not only superior and subordinate, but also fellow townsmen who had come from the same hive city on Anton. They had enlisted in the Astra Militarum together, gone through thick and thin together in the Anton 1st Infantry Regiment, and despite their difference in rank, the trust and bond between them had never changed. To say that Anton's faith had wavered was utterly absurd. Baranikov nearly roared out nonsense, but the words died in his throat as he forced them back. He had already come to understand the current situation. At this moment, any questioning would immediately be labeled as heresy accomplice, and besides the trusted veterans beside him, there were many reinforcements and enforcers present. If he refuted the other here, the fate awaiting him would likely be even more miserable than dying under Krieger fire. Thinking this, Baranikov swallowed hard and said somewhat hoarsely, "Nothing, Regimental Commander. I just wanted to report that Fortress A, 453 is still under our control, and the enemy's attack has been temporarily repelled." He knew on the other and seemed to chuckle lightly. "Very good, Company Commander Baranikov. For the God Emperor, you must hold Fortress A, 453 to the last man understand. To die for the God Emperor is our highest glory. With those words the communication was cut from the other side, leaving only a sharp cold dial tone in the receiver. Baranikov slumped down, putting down the radio handset utterly at a loss. Outside the bunker a new round of Krieger artillery began. The dull continuous explosions hammered like heavy blows on every inch of scorched earth above, and also weighed heavily on his heart. Regimental Commander Anton Yudintsev was missing. The Anton 1st Infantry Regiment was finished. They who fought for the God Emperor were being pushed into an abyss with no bottom in sight. No, it wasn't over yet. Vyacheslav Baranikov was still alive. Looking around, Baranikov realized he was not alone. Beside him 20 veteran subordinates from the Anton 1st Infantry Regiment who had survived the battle gathered around. Brothers, you've all heard the situation. Commander Indong is in trouble. The blunt words instantly stirred up the veterans of Indong Star, and a wave of angry remarks erupted from the crowd. A few enforcers noticed the commotion, but they were too far away to understand what Balan and Kofu and his men were arguing about. Compounded by the continuous intimidation of the deafening artillery bombardment overhead, they couldn't be bothered with these soldiers, who weren't deserting the battlefield, merely casting a wary glance from a distance. Noticing that he had drawn the enforcers' attention, Balan and Kofu lowered his voice even more, yet made it clearer. Bishop Safan wants us to hold our ground at all costs, to sacrifice ourselves for the God Emperor he speaks of, but that is a lie. Do you know who those gray-clad attackers storming the fortress are? A veteran named Ji Li Air blurted out. Kuli Guren. Balan and Kofu nodded, his gaze sweeping across each person's face. Besides that name, what else do you know about the Kuli Gurun? The crowd immediately grasped the implication of Balan and Kofu's words and fell silent. Yes, the attackers of the fortress are Kuli Guren, the very Kuli Gurun who were born to die for the Empire. They can't possibly be heretics. At least I have never heard of any death corps of Kuli Guren turning into heretics. On the contrary, as he spoke, Balan and Kofu glanced at the reinforcements not far away, who were dressed bizarrely, their bodies covered in spiky symbols. Unless one is blind or a fool, we can all see who the real heretics are. At his words, these veterans who had been locked in a life and death struggle with the Kuli Gurun and had no time to notice anything else finally took a serious look at the surrounding reinforcements. Another uproar. Yes, we have been deceived. We who should be fighting for the God Emperor are now unwittingly fighting for the heretics. If the 1st Infantry Regiment of Indong Star dies here on Fu La Kusi under the name of traitors, without a clear reason, what glory can we have left? Not to mention our families back on Indong Star. As relatives of heretics, what kind of treatment would they suffer? Having said that, Balan and Kofu raised his hand to signal his restless men to quiet down again. Don't panic. There is still a chance to make amends. The Kuli Guren's artillery barrage will soon cease, and their infantry will charge again. After this round of engagement, I will request that we be redeployed to the interior of Fu La Kusi Fortress for rest. The so-called new commander of the 1st Infantry Regiment of Indong Star will not refuse this reasonable request. Therefore, I want all of you to prioritize self-preservation in the upcoming battle. Make sure you all survive and return to the fortress with me. Back to the fortress, sir. Just the 21 of us. What can we accomplish there? Yes, we are only 21, but you must know that the 1st Infantry Regiment of Indong Star has 10,000 men. Although we are stationed outside, there are still 5,000 men in the barracks inside the fortress. If we can tell the truth to those brothers left behind and awaken them, 5,000 brave men, then we will no longer be fighting alone. We will expose the lies of the true traitor Safan within the fortress and reclaim the glory of the 1st Infantry Regiment of Indong Star. We will make everyone know who is truly loyal to the God Emperor and who is a heretic cloaked in a holy guise. Balan and Kofu's voice was like a stone cast into stagnant water, stirring ripples in the hearts of every veteran. Ji Li Air fiercely wiped the dust and blood from his face and growled, "Sir, we stand with you." The other veterans nodded, one after another, a silent oath passing between them. Outside the bunker, the intervals between artillery strikes seemed to grow shorter, the tremors of explosions causing soil to trickle down from above, and the shadow of death hung over everyone at all times. But at this moment, amidst the whispers and resolute gazes of the Indong Star people led by Balan and Kofu, a new determination was coalescing in their hearts. As soon as the Kuli Guren's artillery fire ceased, the enforcers who had been idle during the bombardment drove the soldiers from their bunkers to charge out and fight. Without needing to be driven, Balan and Kofu and his men walked out on their own, each movement carrying a new sense of purpose. In the field of vision, the smoke never cleared, accompanied by short whistles. Densely packed gray figures once again emerged on the horizon. Remember, survive. Balan and Kofu gave his final instruction. The soldiers quietly dispersed, each taking their pre-designated firing positions. Those reinforcements, covered in spiky symbols, as usual trembling under the threat of execution by the enforcers, raised their weapons and opened fire at the Kuli Gurun, who were still surging forward like a tide. However, this time the Kuli Guren's assault was far more ferocious than any before. Just as the Kuli Gurin charged into close range, the whistling sound of artillery fire once again rang out from the sky. Countless shells rained down like hailstones upon the defenders on the ruins of Fortress A453, also enveloping the charging Kuli Gurin in the bombardment. The blast wave flipped over several defenders who failed to dodge in time. They didn't even have time to scream before being reduced to charred fragments. The Kuli Gurin at the forefront of the charge also fell in droves under their own artillery fire. Severed limbs mixed with soil were hurled into the air and then crashed heavily down. Madmen, are they insane? Even Balan and I, Kofu, witnessing the scene of both friend and foe being engulfed by artillery fire, couldn't help but lose his composure and shout. He had never seen such a mad tactic. Using one's own artillery to blanket the front line, conducting indiscriminate bombardment without distinguishing friend from foe. This completely defied any military common sense unless the Kuli Gurin commander directing this attack no longer cared about his troops' casualties and only wanted to tear open the line as quickly as possible. But it must be said the effectiveness of this tactic was astonishing. Those Kuli Gurin soldiers moved freely through the artillery fire. Even when their comrades were blown away by their own sides' shells, they still attacked the defenders without changing expression. As for those reinforcements, already low on morale faced with this indiscriminate destructive bombardment and the Kuli Gurin's suicidal assault, they collapsed on the spot. These reinforcements, ordinary citizens, until recently had never witnessed such a scene. Many screamed and hurled aside their weapons, fleeing desperately to the rear, seeking only to escape the zone assailed by the crazed Kriegers. Yet the enforcers in the rear stood ready, unmoved by the hail of artillery fire. Their cold gun barrels aligned precisely upon the fleeing soldiers. Without any warning, a dense volley of gunfire erupted, and the targeted deserters fell in droves. While gunning down the deserters, the enforcers also drew machetes engraved with barbed symbols and long whips studded with spikes, lashing furiously at the survivors, driving them into agonizing wails. Perhaps sated by their bloodlust and satisfied with the terror they had inflicted, the enforcers finally barked orders at the remaining deserters: death to any who retreat. Return at once. Go back to your battlefield. Fight for the glory of the God Emperor. Not that none dared resist. But when a burly deserter charged forward, a hulking Ogren beside the enforcers swung his massive axe, instantly crushing him into a pulp. Trapped with no way out, the soldiers finally understood that death was inevitable. Better to die fighting for the God Emperor's glory in the hellish front line than to be executed as traitors by the enforcers. Thus the deserters were forced to turn around and engage in a desperate struggle against the charging enemy amidst the fierce bombardment of the Kriegers. The Krieg commander employed an extreme tactic, sending infantry to charge while artillery laid down indiscriminate fire in an attempt to capture Fortress A453. To hold the fortress, Bishop Savin's enforcers compelled the soldiers to fight and die on the front lines through means more terrifying than death itself. Sir, what do we do? At this rate, we're all going to die. Behind a half-intact plascrete wall not far from Balanikov, veteran Kirill poked his head out, firing at the Kriegers' legs and arms while seeking Balanikov's counsel. Hearing this, Balanikov swept his gaze across the chaotic battlefield, deafening with artillery and battle cries. Of his original 20 subordinates, only 15 remained. Despite his prior instructions to prioritize self-preservation, 5 had already perished to the Kriegers' indiscriminate shelling and suicidal assaults. At this rate, they, the Antonia Starguard, would be crushed like grains between two millstones. Change of plans. Balanikov gritted his teeth, firing at the Kriegers' non-lethal joints. We fall back to the fort now amidst the chaos. Now? But the Kriegers are still attacking. This isn't part of the plan. Kirill was bewildered. It has to be now. The Kriegers' barrage and charge have drawn everyone's attention, and the enforcers are focused on executing deserters and overseeing the battle. This is our only chance. If we wait any longer, whether the Kriegers overrun us or the enforcers regain control, we die here. Execute the plan ahead of schedule. Balanikov's plan was simple. Fortress A453 was connected to the second defensive line by a single tunnel, and the communications room, serving as the relay hub between the fortress and the rear, was located at the tunnel's entrance. All Balanikov and his men had to do was destroy the communications room, then enter the tunnel and collapse its entrance behind them. This would sever the flow of reinforcements from Fortress Vrax, leaving the fortress defenders with no avenue of escape, allowing the Kriegers to easily take the position. Meanwhile, Balanikov's squad would emerge as the sole surviving unit from the entire A453 position. Coupled with their prior achievements, they could justifiably return to their garrison inside Fortress Vrax for rest and recuperation. At that point, the 500 soldiers of the Antonia 1st Infantry Regiment, who could hold their own against 10 traitor militiamen each, would find their opportunity within the fortress to wash away the shame of having been deceived by heretics. Without further questions, seeing Balanikov's resolve, Kirill began firing in a specific rhythm. Pew, 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 pew. No verbal communication was needed. Recognizing the distinctive 2-3-2-3 cadence, the 14 surviving Antonia Starguard soldiers instantly understood. They ceased their engagement, sought cover, and silently crept towards the tunnel entrance located at the flank's rear. As the trained soldiers of the Antonia 1st Infantry Regiment ceased their support, the pressure on the reinforcements from Fortress Vrax on their section of the line intensified dramatically. The Kriegers' frantic assault soon broke through the positions previously bolstered by the Antonia soldiers. The reinforcements driven forward by the threat of execution crumbled, without their support, plunging the already chaotic scene into utter pandemonium. Seeing the line on the verge of collapse, the enforcers could no longer stand by. They brandished their weapons and charged into the fray alongside their armored ogrins. Meanwhile, Balanikov and his men used the rubble and smoke as cover. Though they appeared to be fiercely firing at the Kriegers, each shot was taken from a position subtly shifting further to the rear. However, the plan was not to proceed without incident. Before Balanikov and his comrades could reach the tunnel's location, the Kriegers' assault was repelled. The moment the enforcers and their armored Ogren warriors joined the battle, the scales which had tipped towards the Kriegers abruptly swung in favor of the Vrax defenders at Fortress A, 453. The Kriegers feared not death, but the enforcers from Fortress Vrax were equally fearless, and their combat experience far surpassed that of the hastily conscripted civilian soldiers. But that was secondary. What truly drove back the Kriegers were the heavily armored Ogrins. These Ogrins were already massive in stature and were rumored to have undergone special modifications. Clad in heavy armor, they became humanoid tanks in this infantry meat grinder, where terrain restrictions prevented tanks and vehicles from participating. Once they joined the battle, these Ogrins easily charged into the ranks of the Krieg soldiers, enduring their firepower. The Krieg forces had attempted to stop them, but the beams from Lasguns and even Hellguns often failed to penetrate the Ogrins' armor. Even when they did, it only further enraged these heavily armored brutes. With every swing of their great cleavers or battle axes, the enraged Ogrins would cleave Krieg soldiers in half, soldier and rifle alike. Even in ranged exchanges, the large-caliber weapons wielded by these Ogrins were far beyond what the Krieg infantry could handle. Their attacks merely sparked off the Ogrins' armor, while a single round from the Ogrins could snap a Krieg soldier in two. Seeing this, the Krieg soldiers began launching suicide attacks with grenades. Boom! One Ogrin's cheek was shredded by a fragmentation grenade, half his body and armor blown away. Yet he seemed oblivious to the pain and injury, roaring with a face that exposed white teeth and a shattered jaw, grabbing a nearby Krieg soldier and smashing his skull with his own head. After the enemy's blood and brains splattered across his rough armor, this Ogrin, dragging his mutilated body, slew 7 more Krieg soldiers before finally falling under their onslaught. The other Ogrins achieved similar results. Almost every one of them killed a dozen Krieg soldiers in an efficient and horrifying manner before dying. These humanoid tank Ogrins shattered the momentum of the Krieg charge. The gray tide that had surged toward the fortress like a wave quickly thinned under the Ogrins' bloody slaughter, no longer able to shake the new defensive line formed by the enforcers and Ogrins. Whether the Krieg commander realized the tide had turned or the casualties were too severe to mount an effective attack, the dust no longer revealed new Krieg soldiers, and even the ceaseless artillery fire had ceased. After holding Fortress A, 453, the surviving reinforcements from Fortress Vrax collapsed to the ground, gasping for air, their eyes filled with the relief of survival and fear of the Ogrins' terrifying combat prowess. The enforcers, still gripping their blood-dripping weapons, led the surviving heavy-armored Ogrins back to the rear of the battlefield. This sudden victory was for Balanikov and his men a disastrous defeat. They had hoped to use the chaotic battle as cover, slipping toward the tunnel entrance to execute their plan. But now they had won, and won so quickly. So much so that the enforcers' attention had shifted back to internal matters, and they could no longer slip away unnoticed. And as feared, the worst came to pass. An enforcer, noticing that Balanikov and his group were somewhat far from the front line, began walking toward them with a heavy armored Ogrin. As he walked, he demanded, "What are you doing?" The enforcer's eyes, visible through his helmet, swept over Balanikov and the soldiers beside him. The Ogrin behind him stood like a silent iron tower, ready to devour anyone at any moment, his heavy breathing audible in the quieted battlefield. Balanikov forced a smile and met the enforcer's gaze, bowing slightly as he said, "Sir, we've just been through a fierce battle. Our ammunition is severely depleted and several of my men are wounded. We were about to retreat temporarily to resupply and give the injured basic treatment." As he spoke, he gestured to a soldier whose arm was cut by shrapnel, now bandaged with a cloth strip. The soldier cooperated, wincing at the right moment. The enforcer's gaze lingered on the wounded soldier's arm. "Oh, is that so?" He stepped forward and his blood-dripping blade swung out. The soldier's entire arm was severed at the shoulder. "Oh!" The soldier's piercing scream erupted, instantly, blood spurting from the stump like a fountain, splashing across Balanikov's face. The enforcer merely flicked the blood off his blade, his eyes cold as he stared at Balanikov, his tone dripping with undisguised mockery. "A little wound like that, and you want to retreat? The God Emperor's warriors, what's a little blood? Your soldiers don't look like they've been through a fierce battle. They look more like..." He casually pulled a power cell from the nearest soldier's belt, glanced at the charge, nearly full, and confirmed it before continuing with a sneer. "Deserters. The enforcer lightly tossed the nearly full power cell in his fingers, exuding an oppressive presence. Tell me, Captain Balanikov, are you deserters? Sir, nothing of the sort. Balanikov maintained his composure, even stepping forward to shield the soldier who was nearly paralyzed with fear, while waving his hand to signal the others to lower their raised rifles and let the uninjured comrades tend to the wounded. It's just, our casualties are quite severe. I want to request that the remaining personnel of my company be transferred back inside Fortress Vrax for reorganization. He tried to make his voice sound justified. Severe casualties. The enforcer suddenly raised his hand, the blood-dripping cleaver swinging past Balanikov toward the neck of the soldier, bandaging the amputee's arm. Just as the blade was about to reach the man's neck, Balanikov, unable to hold back any longer, used his rifle to lock the enforcer's blade. A sharp clang rang out, sparks flying. The enforcer had only meant to kill 1 or 2 men to teach the shirking Balanikov a lesson, but hadn't expected resistance. Almost simultaneously, the remaining soldiers of the Antong Star 1st Infantry Regiment raised their rifles and fired. They aimed not at the enforcer, but at the Ogren behind him, who was lifting a battle axe caked with gore. Lasers converged on the Ogren's unarmored leg joints, shattering them, and causing his massive body to topple backward. And the enforcer was dispatched by Balanikov with a single thrust of his dagger. Civil war had begun. The other enforcers had been watching the Starfield Army commander's every move, taking delight in harassing an officer of the Starfield Army, a rank that before joining Bishop Savon's crusade and becoming enforcers they could never have aspired to in 100 lifetimes. None of the enforcers anticipated that Baranikov and his men would actually dare to lay hands on their fellow enforcers who had just administered a minor punishment. Thus, when the crisp clash of metal rang out, followed by a burst of intense laser fire, most of the enforcers stood frozen in place. Only when they saw their comrade clutch his spurting throat and collapse, and the massive armored Ogren crash to the ground, turning its weapon on them, and gunning down several enforcers too slow to react, did they snap back to reality. How dare you, traitors, die! The enforcers, having suffered losses, immediately returned fire at Baranikov and his men. In an instant, bullets once again streaked across the ruins of Fortress 453, though on a far smaller scale than the earlier clash between the two armies, more of a skirmish. The regular soldiers also noticed the firefight between the enforcers and Baranikov's group. However, unlike the enforcers who retaliated in fury, these men stood motionless, neither raising their weapons at Baranikov nor supporting the enforcers. Fresh from the bloody battle against the Kriegers, physically and mentally exhausted, they had neither the strength nor the will to be drawn into yet another internal conflict. Many even shuffled backward, watching the enforcers and Starfield Army clash, taking a certain grim satisfaction in seeing the enforcers cut down. Beneath their masks, their faces bore hints of schadenfreude. They dared not join Baranikov's ranks, but nothing stopped them from standing by and doing nothing. But Baranikov and his men, facing the enforcers who had now reacted, especially the charging armored Ogrens, each of whom could kill a dozen Kriegers, were in a dire position. Even Baranikov's group, more battle-hardened than the Kriegers, did not believe they had a better method for dealing with these Ogrens than the Kriegers did. The clean kill of the first Ogren had been pure ambush. Now as the Ogrens charged, each step thundered like a tank across the ground, making the dust and gravel beneath them tremble. The situation was different from before. Baranikov's men had to suppress the enforcers and couldn't allocate much firepower against the charging Ogrens, more than one of them. The scattered fire was utterly incapable of halting the Ogren's advance. Seeing the first Ogren closing in and recalling the frenzied slaughter these monsters had just inflicted upon the Kriegers, Baranikov made his decision. He snatched 2 high-yield grenades looted from the Kriegers from the belt of Kirill, who was futilely firing at the Ogren, and charged toward the leading monster with a roar. "You are the traitors!" But before Baranikov could finish his shout, a deafening boom. A thunderous explosion and shockwave hurled him violently through the air. The grenades in his hands never even had the chance to be primed as his body crashed into a shell crater behind him. The source of the explosion and shockwave was not another artillery shell from the Kriegers, but a colossal structure of black and crimson that descended from the sky. The construction was unmistakably forged entirely of steel, a square base supporting a circular upper structure. It was unmistakably a fortress. It slammed down abruptly from the heavens, one of its corners crushing the armored Ogren before Baranikov into a pulp. The earth-shaking impact kicked up a wall of dust that surged outward like a tidal wave, instantly swallowing the cramped battlefield. The fierce gunfire and shouts ceased abruptly in the face of this sudden behemoth. The enforcers on the battlefield, Baranikov's subordinates, and even the conscripted soldiers watching from the sidelines, all stood dumbfounded. Even the armored Ogrens charging at the front halted, staring at the structure that had fallen from the sky and flattened their comrade. Their sluggish minds could not comprehend what had just occurred. Boom. Before anyone could react, a mere instant after the first fortress-like structure crashed down, another black and crimson fortress of identical design slammed into the ground with a shrieking tear of the air. This time its landing point was the dead center of the enforcer formation. A dull, heavy impact mingled with the agonized screech of twisted metal from the structure's hull. The ground trembled violently, and rubble sprayed like a torrential downpour. Several enforcers standing there were instantly pulverized into dust, while many more were knocked off their feet. A low hum of mechanical whirring emanated from the surfaces of the two black and crimson fortresses. Then the thick armored plates on all four sides of each fortress began to slide open, revealing single-direction firing ports. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Before the enforcers could even regain their footing, tongues of orange-yellow flame erupted from the firing ports of the steel fortresses. But they weren't aimed at Baranikov's group. They were hosing down the enforcers around them. The enforcers who had just been screaming "traitor" and "die" fell in droves under this sudden, devastating barrage. Yet the same attacks that struck the massive frames of the armored Ogrins visibly lost their potency. But the next moment, the firing ports of the first fortress to land ceased their torrent. 6 figures suddenly materialized before Baranikov, who was still standing there in shock. Baranikov could now see them clearly. 6 figures clad in form-fitting black uniforms, their heads covered by masks with glowing orange-yellow visors, wearing red and gray armor plates over their chests and limbs, and wielding automatic rifles. The moment he laid eyes on them, a blinding light enveloped the 6. The automatic rifles in their hands transformed into large blue glowing weapons, and their armor shifted and reshaped itself. The instant the transformation was complete, the figures vanished from sight, and the fortress that had briefly fallen silent once more belched fire. But this time the flames were not orange-yellow but a piercing, frigid azure blue. The azure flames licked across the Ogrins' form, no longer soft and feeble as before. They tore through its heavy armor with ease, leaving hideous bloodied holes in its massive frame. If it were merely a few wounds the Ogrin might have endured. But that single sweep of azure flame left not 2 or 3 holes, but dozens. Within mere breaths, the heavily armored Ogrins that had left Baranikov and his men helpless were riddled like sieves. The remaining enforcers scattered in panic, but a series of shrieking howls echoed from the sky. Baranikov steadied himself and looked up. Dozens of steel constructs, somewhat smaller than the fortress that had crashed before yet trailing the same searing plumes of fire, tore through the smoke and plummeted toward the battlefield. Though their impact lacked the cataclysmic force of the fortress, they still gouged deep craters into the earth, sending showers of rubble and dust into the air. Baranikov had only heard of them, never seen or ridden in one, but he immediately recognized them for what they were: drop pods. The drop pods unfolded swiftly upon landing. Within each was a single soldier clad in black one-piece uniforms beneath red-gray armor, wearing faceplates with glowing orange visors and wielding automatic rifles. They bore the exact appearance of the soldiers previously glimpsed at the fortress, who had vanished as suddenly as they appeared. Now, judging by the privilege of each having their own drop pod, these were undoubtedly the elite of the elite. Their actions upon exiting confirmed this. These elite soldiers leapt from their pods with no wasted motion, raised their weapons and fired. They struck down fleeing enforcers with unerring precision without even needing to aim. On the battlefield, the once arrogant enforcers now fled like frightened dogs. Before these sudden black and red reapers of death, they were utterly helpless, scrambling and screaming through the hail of gunfire before collapsing one by one. The Imperium stands behind me. The Emperor's legions are here. Silence the dissenters. Crush them. Hearing these battle cries, all present understood these were soldiers of the Imperium. The ordinary soldiers who had watched in numb silence finally showed an expression beyond fear, hope. Hailing from within Fortress Flax, having fought the Kriegs, how could they not know they were now the heretics? Perhaps some had grudgingly accepted this role, but the vast majority had been compelled through coercion, threats, and the grim knowledge that the Kriegs accepted no surrender and offered no dialogue. But now the Emperor's legions had arrived, and these soldiers in black and red were nothing like the Kriegs, who spat "heretic" and "die" at every turn. Since their arrival, they had fired only upon enforcers and Ogrins, leaving Baranikov's men and the watching regular soldiers completely unharmed. This sight rekindled a long-extinguished light in the eyes of the soldiers who had been forced onto the battlefield. Some could not suppress quiet sobs. The enforcers noticed the soldiers weeping. It reminded them they could press these men into battle. One enforcer acted immediately. Drawing a barbed whip from his belt, he lashed it toward the nearest soldiers, bellowing, "You worthless cowards, what are you standing around for? For the Emperor. Charge and kill these traitors to the Imperium." As he roared, the whip whistled through the air toward a soldier's back. But before it could land, a beam of laser fire precisely obliterated the wrist holding the whip. The enforcer shrieked in agony, the whip clattering to the ground as blood sprayed from his ruined wrist. He stared in terror at the source of the beam. "Two forcibly conscripted Flaxian militia. How dare you? You would defy Bishop Savin's orders and turn your backs on the God Emperor's glory." Before he could finish, a soldier behind him smashed a rifle butt into his face. He collapsed with a scream, and a volley of laser fire obliterated his head. More and more soldiers joined the uprising. They no longer shuffled backward or washed with cold detachment. Instead, they stepped forward, raising their weapons and taking aim at the cowering enforcers. These men and women, whose hands had trembled so violently when forced to aim at the Kriegs, now held their rifles with absolute unwavering resolve as they targeted the enforcers. The sporadic shots began hesitantly, but quickly swelled into an overwhelming force. The once numb soldiers poured every ounce of their pent-up fear and humiliation into the oppressors, drowning those who had raised the banner of the Emperor, while committing treason in a deluge of bullets. Sons of bitches, look at you now. Die. For the Imperium. For the Emperor. Baranikov rose to his feet, watching the earth-shattering transformation before him. He looked at the steel fortresses that had fallen from the sky and the elite soldiers who had emerged. Through blood-choked throat, he finally forced out a few words. The Emperor protects. This is all your fault. What have you done? An enforcer along with his Ogryn struggled to hold his ground against attacks from all sides, but he had not forgotten who was responsible for his downfall. He injected an entire syringe of stimulant into the Ogryn he was using as a shield, already riddled with wounds, and then glaring venomously at Baranikov gave the command, kill him. Kill that traitor. The words had barely left his mouth when a grenade blew the enforcer apart. The Ogryn, driven by the drugs, ignored the explosion that had claimed its commander. It let out a roar far more savage than any beast, its corded muscles swelling further. From beneath its faceplate, crimson eyes locked onto Baranikov, and it charged like an out-of-control war machine. Perhaps due to the drug overdose, the Ogryn didn't fall even as it was shot to pieces mid-charge. Baranikov, just recovering from the blast, had no time to dodge as the monstrous form hurtled toward him. Is this how it ends? Baranikov thought, bracing for the inevitable. A metal pod twice the size of the other soldiers' drop pods slammed into the Ogryn with a deafening crash. The massive body was instantly pulverized, the very ground beneath it collapsing. As the pod landed, its heavy hatch hissed open. Through the swirling dust, a towering silhouette began to emerge. Before he could fully step out, Baranikov heard the words that nearly brought him to tears. You love the Imperium. And the Imperium will love you in return. Baranikov stood frozen, the words echoing in his mind, a warmth spreading through his chest despite the chaos around him. Silence fell over the battlefield for a moment, broken only by the crackle of distant fires and the settling of debris. You love the Imperium. And the Imperium will love you in return. As the smoke and dust slowly settled, the towering figure finally revealed itself fully before Baranikov. His imposing stature was comparable to, if not exceeding, the largest of the Ogryns Baranikov had ever seen clad in heavy armor. Yet to compare him to those dim-witted Ogryns draped in mismatched armor would be a grave sacrilege. For emerging from the drop pod was an angel of the god Emperor and Astartes. His power armor gleamed with a dark luster, each plate edged with ornate gold trim. Upon the black pauldron with its golden border was emblazoned the Imperium's double-headed eagle. Or was it a golden wolf's head relief? While that was inconsequential, it was likely the heraldry of the angel's chapter. The center of his chest plate bore another wolf's head in profile. Though merely a side view, it exuded even more authority and menace than the full wolf's head on the pauldron, silently proclaiming his identity and standing. If those heavily armored Ogryns could be considered human tanks on the battlefield, then there existed a chasm of difference even among tanks. They were at best Lehman Russ tanks, while the figure before him was undoubtedly of the Baneblade class, of veritable mobile fortress. Above the chest plate, which bore two raised structures, sat a helmet almost seamlessly integrated with the armor. Its lenses glowed with a faint, persistent red light obscuring the face beneath. Yet Baranikov had no doubt that behind those lenses burned eyes full of boundless love for the Emperor and undying hatred for his enemies. Suddenly Baranikov felt a gaze upon him. He looked up slightly to see the red light of the angel's helmet fixed squarely upon him. A moment later the angel's gaze swept elsewhere, but for Baranikov that single instant of pressure was enough to make his knees buckle, nearly forcing him to his knees involuntarily. By the time Baranikov recovered from the weight of that fleeting gaze, the angel had already turned away, presenting him with nothing but a back as colossal and immovable as a Baneblade. Following the angel's gaze, he saw him surveying the soldiers scattered across the battlefield, troops conscripted from within Fort Flax who had been forced into combat, but had just turned their weapons on the enforcers. By now the enforcers of Fortress A-453 and their Ogryns had been completely purged by the elite soldiers in black and red uniforms who had descended from the sky, aided by the defected Flax garrison. Having accomplished this, the defected soldiers fell to their knees, bowing their heads low. None dared to look upon the angel's majestic form. Only their trembling shoulders and taut backs betrayed the shock and reverence within them. The air was thick with the acrid stench of blood and gunpowder, potent even through breathing masks, and a silence so profound it felt like a religious rite. The angel's towering figure paid no heed to their prostrations. He stood still amidst the battlefield, the red light of his helmet slowly sweeping across each kneeling soldier, as if judging and decreeing their fates. Suddenly two soldiers, unable to bear the angel's palpable crushing gaze, scrambled to their feet and bolted backwards, shouting as they ran, "How dare you betray Bishop Savin? Traitors shall die 1,000 deaths. How can there be another angel? I must return to report this to Lord Arcos." The angelic figure remained motionless, calmly raising his arms. It was only then that Baranikov suddenly realized why he hadn't seen any visible weapons on him before. His arms themselves were the weapons. Without aiming, without even a hint of charging up, the angel flicked his arms towards the two fleeing figures with a speed Baranikov's naked eye couldn't track. Boom, boom. Two short, violent explosions erupted. The two fleeing soldiers were instantly obliterated in a blinding flash, reduced to two rapidly dispersing clouds of crimson mist. Having done this, the angel turned back to face Baranikov, looking down upon him. Commander Baranikov of the Astra Militarum. Hearing this, Baranikov, who had recognized the angel from the very first glance, immediately dropped to one knee, his hands crossing swiftly over his chest in a perfect tequila salute. Yes, my lord. I am Baranikov, platoon leader of 1st Platoon, 1st Company, 1st Regiment, Anton Star. Anton Star. Baranikov. I see. After repeating the name, the angel finally asked, do you have a plan? If you do, I will assist you in executing it. Baranikov's head shot up. Assist me in executing my plan. My lord. Indeed. Do you have a plan? Baranikov's heart pounded wildly. He had never imagined that a low-level officer as insignificant as a speck of dust in the Imperium could receive aid from an angel of the God Emperor. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly outlined his plan to the angel to exploit the current window of opportunity, before reinforcements could arrive from within the fort, by destroying the command center linking Fortress A, 453 to Fort Flax, preventing news of the garrison's defection from reaching the fort. Next, they would destroy the underground passage connecting Fortress A, 453 to Fort Flax, severing the enemy's reinforcement route. Meanwhile, he and the few surviving soldiers of the Anton Star 1st Regiment would first slip back through the underground passage into Fort Flax itself. He would portray himself and his men as the sole survivors of the A. 453 garrison, thereby gaining Savin's trust and securing an opportunity to return to the 1st Regiment's base for resupply and reinforcement. Once back, Baranikov would rally the half of the regiment left behind, reveal the truth to them, and then bide their time. When the Imperium launched its assault, they would rise from within to help shatter Fort Flax. The angel did not speak immediately, presumably evaluating the feasibility of his plan. Balanikfu waited anxiously, but soon he heard a word of approval from the angel. The plan is feasible. As he spoke, the angel turned around again, looking at the kneeling, defected soldiers from the Fulikizi fortress. Although you were deceived before, after you realized that those you fought against were the Empire's loyal warriors, you still chose to fight them for your own lives. Your hands are stained with the blood of the Empire's loyal sons, a sin that cannot be washed away. The angel's voice, transmitted through his helmet, struck like a heavy hammer into the hearts of every kneeling soldier. But the Emperor's radiance never rejects those who return from the wrong path, provided you prove your repentance through actions. The angel paused, his red light scanning over the crowd. Now lay down your weapons and wait here for the Imperial forces that will receive you. Afterwards, you will be incorporated into a penal battalion, charging at the forefront, repaying with your flesh and blood the debt you owe to the Emperor and to the Empire's loyal sons. If you survive on the battlefield, in the end the Emperor will generously forgive your sins. As his words fell, the soldiers threw their weapons to the ground, touched their foreheads to the earth, and chanted various phrases such as, "Thank the Emperor," "Willing to die for the Emperor," and other oaths. The angel no longer looked at them, but turned to Balanikfu and said, "Then lead the way. The location of the command room, and the entrance to the underground passage." Following the angel's words, the silent soldiers who had descended from the sky inside Fortress A, 453, also lined up and followed behind the angel. Balanikfu stood up from the ground, trying to keep his voice steady. "As you command, my lord." The command room is located underground beneath the original core building of the fortress. Although the core building on the surface has been leveled by Imperial artillery fire, the deeply buried underground structure remains intact. He spoke while carefully walking ahead, guiding the Emperor's angel and the warriors. When the tunnel is not in use, it is guarded by only about 10 low-ranking disciples of Savin and a person of unknown name wrapped in various rags. Savin's low-ranking disciples. A person of unknown name wrapped in rags. Yes, my lord. Bishop Savin. No, the traitor bishop. Besides, the Crusaders also formed a personal armed force called Savin's Disciples. About 50,000 men. Though small in number, their equipment is the best in the entire Fulikizi fortress. If a normal Crusader squad can only be allocated one support weapon like a plasma gun or a flamethrower, then every single disciple of Savin is equipped with squad-level firepower. In terms of protection, their armor is also the best of the best. Generally, ordinary soldiers only have flak armor, while armor, like carapace armor. As he spoke, Balanikfu pointed at the carapace armor on his own body. Only officers like me can equip it. But those Savin's disciples, even the lowest-ranking ones, all wear carapace armor. Not the standard issue, but after distribution, they have further thickened it in various ways. As for that person of unknown name wrapped in various rags, my lord, I have only met him once. Apart from the rags, I didn't see him carrying any weapons. He looked like a civilian, but perhaps not. In any case, be careful. The breathing rhythm under the angel's helmet seemed unchanged. He merely posed another question. Who is that Erkisi they speak of? Erkisi. Hearing this, Balanikfu was momentarily at a loss for words. Erkisi, that was also an angel. My lord, I do not know how to address Erkisi because he is also an angel. According to legend, he is the most trusted advisor of the traitor bishop Savin, a god emperor's angel sent to lead Savin against the dark heretics. I was once firmly convinced of this. But after everything that happened on Fortress A453, I realized. We were the traitors. But I don't understand. Erkisi is clearly a God Emperor's angel. Why would he incite Savan to lead the people of Fulakisi to rebel against the Empire? The angel was silent. Balanikfu could tell that the angel was hesitating whether to tell him why Erkisi did this. Finally the angel spoke. Because he is a traitor. An angel can also betray the God Emperor's glory. The helmet nodded slightly, clearly affirming Balanikfu's statement. Yes, the world is far more complex than you imagine. You have seen through the deception of the traitors. Even if I do not tell you after you return to the Fulakisi fortress, you will understand that the other party is a traitor space marine who has abandoned the God Emperor's glory. Onran sat atop the lead Krieg transport train, his gaze fixed on the gradually sharpening silhouette of the fortress of Vrax Prime in the distance, his body swaying gently with the rhythmic clatter of the wheels upon the iron rails. At that moment, a familiar tremor pulsed through his consciousness, and a voice materialized directly within his thoughts. Brother, I just finished that reward mission. Turns out it's not just some side quest. It seems like a hidden main storyline. Onran was perplexed. A hidden main storyline. You think about it. Look at this map. What would a normal person think upon seeing the entire map filled with hostile red dots and a massive enemy fortress? A frontal assault. That's the trap. Besides a direct attack, there's another way. Onran was stunned. Was there truly another option besides a frontal assault? His own conclusion wasn't born of simple-mindedness. He had factored in every conceivable variable. Even he had heard of the fortress of Vrax Prime, a name synonymous with the immense stockpiles of military supplies destined for Cadia, the Guardian of the Eye of Terror. To protect these resources, the fortress housed not only the elite 1st Antonia Infantry Regiment, but also hundreds of thousands of planetary defense forces and a million-strong militia. Beyond these, there were countless imported laborers and a minority of local residents, several million more souls. Any hostile incursion would see these masses rapidly armed, forming a formidable resistance. Now, however, they were all armed to the teeth. As rebels, the fortress's own formidable void shield array and orbital defense cannons could effortlessly repel any major fleet attempting an orbital bombardment. And for a ground assault, the fortress's outer perimeter was a bulwark of steel, a defensive belt stretching hundreds of kilometers with a depth of dozens, riddled with automated minefields. Upon reflection, this steel bulwark was now riddled with holes from the bombardment of the earth-shattering cannons. Yet even so, that was just the outer line. The fortress itself, with its void shields capable of withstanding fleet bombardments, and its internal defense systems remained intact. Destroying those with the earth-shattering cannons would require thousands more and over a year of continuous fire. What about breaking it from within? Had it not been for those Alpha Legion whelps, that might have been a viable strategy. But they were here. Though Onran was loath to admit it, the Alpha Legion whelps were masters of infiltration, covert operations, and behind-the-scenes manipulation. Attempting to infiltrate under their very noses to break the fortress of Vrax Prime from within would be like showing off one's meager skills before a master. The fortress of Vrax Prime itself was unassailable, but its defenders were mortal. For the suddenly rebelling fortress, Onran had already reviewed the Krieg commander's plans. Originally, before his arrival, their plan was a 12-year siege, taking the fortress at the cost of twice the number of Krieg casualties as defenders. 2 Krieg lives for every defender of Vrax. The sacrifice of 16 million Kriegsmen, that was the price. After 12 years, they would breach the fortress. The casualties would be immense, but it was the most practical approach. Even Onran himself approved of this plan. But as for the mysterious Three Eyes other way, Onran couldn't fathom any possibility of breaking the fortress of Vrax Prime other than a direct assault. He immediately pressed, what way? Perhaps we can take it from within. Before Onran could ask for specifics on this internal breakthrough, the other continued elaborating. I think about it. The entire fortress of Vrax Prime has 8 million people in it. If every player on this map played like you, a lone hero in a single-character RPG, then forget 8 million people. Even if it were 8 million pigs standing there for the players to slaughter, it would take forever to chop them all down one by one. Are you forgetting about those Kriegsmen? Kriegsmen. Just now they launched a full-scale assault. Their casualties were horrific, yet they only advanced a short distance before being stopped by enemies that spawned from strongpoints I had already flattened. In the end, I had to airdrop in my own troops to secure those positions. The tone in Three Eyes' voice betrayed a certain discomfort, even disapproval of the Krieg's fighting style. Onran could understand. The Krieg Death Corps was infamous for its suicidal frontal charges and rigid, inflexible tactics. Perhaps their only commendable trait was their utter fearlessness in the face of death. And that was the only thing the Departmentum Unitorum's plan required of them. But this was entirely irrelevant to the plan I was proposing. Onran pressed, so how exactly do you intend to break Vrax from within? That reward mission earlier. It was to rescue an NPC named Baranikov. After I saved him, the mission updated. Now it's asking me to assist him with some plan. What plan? Well, it's like this and that. After hearing the explanation, Onran was momentarily at a loss for words. The approach was indeed a world apart from the Krieg's rigid frontal assault. But I had overlooked a key factor, those Alpha Legion whelps. There are Alpha operatives in the fortress. Your idea is far too idealistic. Alpha. I just dealt with 2 of them, called Alpha agents or something. They can disguise themselves, but honestly they're not even as good as a single NID Ripper. If you're worried about the Alpha seeing through our identities, don't be. If you've played World of Warcraft, you'd know these stealth missions always give you a disguise item. As long as we don't go around aggroing everything or deliberately expose ourselves, we won't be detected. Hearing this, Ongron suddenly felt rather naive. Of course, if the god had already advanced matters this far, what was one more layer of obfuscation to cloud their identities? His own worries suddenly seemed laughable. So what's your concrete plan? I'll keep pushing the questline for now. I'll brief you on the details once you get here. Alright, I'll be there soon. As he spoke, Ongron felt the steady vibration of the train wheels against the tracks beneath him. He slowly rose to his feet, gripping his battle axe anew. His gaze returned to the horizon. The fortress of Vrax Prime shrouded in smoke, growing ever clearer in his field of vision. Balanikov led his team to the entrance of the underground passage leading to the communication room. The heavy steel gate embedded in the ground was tightly locked, blocking the passage. He, walking at the front, stopped 10 meters from the entrance and raised his hands high to indicate that he posed no threat. After a brief wait, an opening appeared on the steel gate, and a speaker popped out, followed by a cautious interrogation, password. Balanikov took a deep breath, assumed a devout posture, and recited in a fervent tone the password known only to commanders and enforcers like himself, glory of the Empire. Safan. 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 The silence behind the microphone lasted for a few seconds before the previous voice spoke again, this time with a noticeably relaxed tone. Come in company, Commander Balanikov. The microphone retracted, and the embedded steel door emitted a metallic, grinding sound as it slowly slid outward, revealing the deep passage within. Without hesitation, Balanikov led his team inside. After descending a few meters, the group was again blocked by a vertical door with one-way shooting ports clearly visible on both sides. After Balanikov reached the door, the sound of weapons being chambered came from the one-way shooting ports, while the voice that had spoken to him earlier came from behind the ports. Company Commander Balanikov, you should be commanding the defense at Fortress A-453 right now. Why are you here? Explain your purpose. Along with the words, Balanikov felt an uncomfortable sensation of being aimed at by guns, but he ignored it and spoke anxiously and seriously. Fortress A-453 has fallen. We are the last survivors. I need to use the communication room to contact higher command and report the situation. Fallen. The voice behind the shooting port suddenly lost its composure. How is that possible? Wasn't there a batch of reinforcements sent to Fortress A-453 not long ago? Those heretical traitors are more numerous. They continuously shell while attacking. After hearing Balanikov's description of the Kellig infantry charging with constant artillery support, the other side only uttered 2 words: madmen. The Kellig's tactics were indeed no different from madmen, but only those who had personally experienced that steel-tied impact could truly feel the pressure. Now is not the time to discuss whether they are madmen. The communication room must immediately connect a line for me. I need to report the fortress situation to higher command and request new instructions. This time the voice behind the shooting port did not make Balanikov wait, but answered directly. Because this tunnel was originally built to serve Fortress A-453, once the fortress encountered an emergency, the communication room must prioritize the communication needs of senior commanders. Understood, Company Commander. The communication room is ready. You may use the highest authority line directly, but only you can enter, the others must wait outside. Additionally, your weapons must be surrendered upon entry, and a specialist will monitor the entire communication. Agreed. As the voice fell, the uncomfortable feeling of being aimed at disappeared from Balanikov's mind. Obviously, the guards behind the shooting ports on both sides had lowered their guard and put away their weapons. He felt a slight relief inside, but his demeanor remained anxious and authoritative as he stepped into the passage. The passage was fairly spacious, but it had not been designed wide enough for vehicles to pass through. Because the armored vehicle units were originally deployed in barracks along the land roads, and at that time no one could have imagined that the Kellig possessed such ferocious artillery firepower, directly bombarding those barracks to the ground. Under the intense bombardment, even if some vehicles survived, the roads connecting various positions were destroyed by shelling, so vehicles had to repair the roads first before they could reach the battlefield to provide support. That was also the reason why Fortress A-453 had been fighting for so long without any vehicle support. Continuing forward, the passage walls were reinforced with plastic steel frames. Occasionally pipes and indicator lights could be seen emitting a faint glow. The air was filled with a mixture of machine oil and dust. Balanikov deliberately slowed his pace, recalling in his mind the specific layout of the communication room and the possible defensive positions of the Safan disciples. Although when he had come before there were only 10 low-ranking disciples and that mysterious person. But he couldn't guarantee that this information was still accurate as it had been a few days ago. Soon a fork appeared ahead. The left passage led to the communication room, and the right passage connected to the main tunnel of Fulikizi Fortress. There were also 2 staggered embedded shooting ports. Balanikov's subordinates stopped here while he turned left into the communication room passage. At the end of the passage was a relatively ordinary alloy door with no shooting ports on it. After a light knock, the alloy door swung inward, revealing the interior of the communication room. The room was not large. In the center stood a long table covered with a high-power sound array with flashing indicator lights and various cables. 2 sound array operators sat before the console. In the corner of the room sat a person wrapped from head to toe in layers of ragged cloth. Balanikov could not make out their true appearance at all. The person showed no reaction to his entry, and around this person stood 2 fully armed Safan disciples. Seeing Balanikov enter, one of the 2 fully armed Safan disciples came over and rudely took away the weapons Balanikov was carrying, placing them on a shelf nearby, then returned to stand beside the ragged figure. However, whether it was his imagination or not, the muzzles of these 2 disciples were always aimed at the ragged figure. Not paying attention to this, Balanikov calculated if there were 2 disciples behind each of the 4 shooting ports plus the 2 disciples here and the mysterious ragged figure, then the number of defenders exactly matched what he had previously known. The plan could proceed smoothly. Balanikov then walked toward the long table with a slightly anxious and panicked demeanor and said to the 2 sound array operators, "Immediately connect me to the commander of the 1st Infantry Regiment of the Anong Star. I need to contact Lord Hiniu and report the emergency at Fortress A 453. The 2 operators exchanged a glance, then immediately reached out and quickly operated the console. The various indicator lights on the console began to flash. At that very moment, the personal communicators of the 2 Safan disciples in front of the ragged figure suddenly rang out, "The entrance is under attack. Repeat, the entrance is under attack." The urgent voice was mixed with the roar of gunfire and artillery. "The entrance is under attack. Repeat, the entrance is under attack." Baranikov knew it was not Krieg soldiers or his own men assaulting the tunnel entrance, but the elite soldiers commanded by the Angel. Since the communication room was deep within the underground passage, if the defenders were not swiftly eliminated and the entrance and communication room secured, Savin's disciples would report the rebellion of Baranikov and his men to the fortress, and all their plans would be rendered void. Thus a new plan was conceived. Baranikov, leveraging the information gap and his own identity, would lead a squad to infiltrate the underground passage and ensure they reached the communication room. Meanwhile, the Angel and his elite soldiers would launch a surprise assault on the entrance once Baranikov's group was inside. When the station disciples and the Ragged One were drawn to the commotion, Baranikov and his team would strike, seizing the communication room, gaining control of the underground passage to Fort Flax, and catching the defenders in a pincer movement. "They have an unkillable monster. We need reinforcements." A voice filled with terror came through the communicator. One of the 2 Savin disciples beside the Ragged One immediately grabbed the device and shouted, "What monster? Firepower configuration. Enemy numbers. Be clear. I don't know. It's too big. Bullets are useless against it. Our men." Oh. A dull thud of something piercing the wall followed by an explosion abruptly cut off the voice from the communicator. The 2 Savin disciples behind the Ragged One exchanged glances. Though panic flickered in their eyes, being disciples of Savin, they managed to calm themselves with relative speed. One of them turned to the seated Ragged One and bowed, saying, "Lord Faith, Bishop Savin has liberated you from the dungeons of Fort Flax. Now is the time for you to contribute to the holy war." The Ragged One, addressed as Lord Faith, maintained his stiff posture. Only after a long silence following the disciples' words did he slowly raise his head. If the near-desiccated skull wrapped in rags could be called a head. The next moment, Faith's body slowly rose. The rags wrapping him rustled, revealing patches of skin like dried bark. On the skin, occasionally exposed by the shifting rags, one could see carvings of unknown symbols that caused extreme discomfort at a single glance. Seeing this, the 2 Savin disciples' faces showed a mix of awe and anticipation as they automatically stepped aside, creating a path for him. Faith's legs did not touch the ground, he simply floated forward. After he had passed, the 2 Savin disciples slammed the alloy door shut, showing no intention of following Lord Faith out to provide support. After closing the door, one of them walked to where Baranikov's weapons had been placed, picked them up, and tossed them to him. "Company Commander Baranikov, take your weapons. There's no time for you to contact the rear now." As the disciple had said, the underground passage entrance had already fallen. The footsteps of the attackers and the sound of explosions were now clearly audible from the intersection not far from the communication room. "Good." Baranikov caught the thrown rifle steadily, his fingers quickly checking the weapon to ensure it was in good condition. His gaze swept across the situation in the room, knowing that the critical moment of the plan had arrived. The Angel's elite soldiers had successfully breached the entrance and were now advancing towards the communication room. These 2 disciples before him, along with the eerie illegal psyker Lord Faith, who had just floated out, were the last obstacles guarding the passage from Fortress A 453 to Fort Flax. He had to seize this opportunity and act before they could react. The 2 Savin disciples were now completely focused on the alloy door of the communication room, their ears straining to catch the approaching sounds outside, their attention wholly devoted to the imminent external threat. They seemed utterly unaware that the true danger lurked behind them. The Crusader Company commander they had just considered an ally. The Angel's elite soldiers had successfully breached the entrance and were advancing towards the communication room. These two disciples before him, along with the eerie, seemingly illegal psyker Lord Faith, who had just floated out, were the last obstacles guarding the passage from Fortress A-453 to Fort Flax. Just as Baranikov tried to raise his weapon to fire, an inexplicable panic seized him. The fears and doubts he had forcibly suppressed surged wildly in his mind. The Krieg artillery and attacks had killed so many of his comrades. Why should he now fight and die for the Emperor? Why put himself in such peril? Why would fighting for the Emperor bring back his beloved horse blown to pieces and his brothers? With these distracting thoughts, Baranikov's arms felt as heavy as lead, almost impossible to lift. Unlike him, the two Savan disciples and the two operators beside them remained as calm as ever, their breathing steady, their gazes locked on the alloy door, waiting for the illegal psyker named Faith to bring back good news. No. How could I think this way? It must be that illegal psyker's doing. That wretch is using blasphemous lies to erode my will, but I am Baranikov of the 1st Infantry Regiment of Andon Star. Emperor, grant me the strength. As he shouted, Baranikov forcefully raised his leaden gun, aimed at the gap between the helmet and chest armor of the nearest Savan disciple, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The muffled gunshot echoed in the communication room. The bullet struck the disciple's neck with precision. His body jolted, a short grunt escaping his lips before he collapsed limply to the floor. The other disciple reacted swiftly. The instant he heard the gunshot, he spun around, his lasgun pointing at Baranikov. Baranikov, having adjusted his aim after the first shot, fired his second round almost as the disciple turned. Bang! The second bullet also hit its target, but the shot was off. His aim was as heavy as lead. Hitting the first disciple accurately had been a miracle. This bullet grazed the second disciple's shoulder pauldron, sending a shower of bright sparks against the alloy wall. Despite being hit, the disciple also pulled the trigger of his lasgun. The laser, originally aimed at Baranikov's head, struck his carapace armor on the chest due to the impact of the bullet. But the force of the laser blast knocked Baranikov, who was already straining to fire with his leaden body, to the ground. So you are the traitor. Enraged, the disciple took aim again, this time at Baranikov's head. Die! Boom! The alloy door of the communication room burst open. A gaunt figure flew backwards, crashing into the disciple and slamming him hard against a long table piled with equipment. Follow me. Left hand, right hand, a slow motion. Boom! Boom! Right hand, left hand, replaying the slow motion. Boom! Boom! Before the words faded, the gaunt figure of Faith, the blasted disciple, the sound equipment, and the two operators were all obliterated into dust. Amidst the firelight of the explosion, a figure emerged from the torn doorway, shaking its arms. You were too slow. I couldn't wait, so I came over myself. You're too slow. I couldn't wait any longer, so I came straight for the kill. Noticing the marks on his own carapace armor, the Angel immediately asked with concern. Are you injured? It's nothing, my lord. With that, Baranikov struggled to get up from the ground, of burning pain spreading from his chest carapace. The laser rifle in that disciple's hands was far more powerful than the ones used by ordinary soldiers. An ordinary laser shot would leave only a shallow scorch mark on the carapace armor, at most causing a brief searing sting to the wearer inside, though it still felt like a hit. Yet that laser from the Savan disciple had not only burned a black-rimmed dent into the armor, but the searing pain that penetrated the carapace had branded his skin like a hot iron, making every breath now carry a sharp stabbing ache. He looked down at the charred, melted carapace on his chest, grateful that the enemy had been knocked away by Faisi. Otherwise, if that second laser had hit his head, even a sturdy Anton Star native like him would have surely died. A mere scratch like this is nothing to a son of Anton Star, my lord. Standing up and surveying the surrounding chaos, Baranikov continued, My lord, the communications room is now under our control, and the underground passage to Fortress Fulakizi has been seized. Next we should. No rush. Under Baranikov's puzzled gaze, the Angel strode over to the mutilated corpses that had lost all human shape, then bent down and used the barrels of his arm cannons to smear the broken flesh and blood on the ground onto himself. The warm, viscous gore left dark red patches on his faceplate. Those shattered limbs and indistinct organs became his paint, which he smeared over his armor in a broad, lofty manner. As he smeared, the solemn and sacred aura that the Angel had originally exuded to Baranikov gradually transformed into a spine-chilling eeriness and madness. His once pristine silver armor was now caked with dark red and purple flesh. Thick liquid dripped slowly through the gaps in the armor, emanating a strong metallic stench of blood. On the faceplate, the twisted flesh blurred the originally clear contours, resembling a ferocious maw that seemed ready to devour anyone. The Angel's movements carried a nearly ritualistic fervor. Each smear seemed to complete some evil sacrifice. He was also chanting a rhythmic short phrase under his breath. Blood for the blood god, skulls for the skull throne. Blood for the blood. Baranikov subconsciously began to chant along, but had barely uttered 3 words when a splitting headache struck him and he collapsed to his knees again, unable to continue. This was certainly no prayer from the Emperor's teachings. If not for the sudden excruciating pain that interrupted him, he would have fallen into some bottomless abyss. But why could the Angel recite it so freely and casually? The angel seemed not to notice Baranikov's distress, still immersed in his own ritual. Finally, after the angel drew a barbed circular symbol on the blood-washed chest of his armor, the same symbol he had seen on those reinforcements earlier, he turned around, letting Baranikov see his full appearance. He was utterly the incarnation of brutal slaughter. All right, how's my disguise? Don't I look like a heretic defiling the God Emperor, just as you imagined? As he spoke, the angel spun around for Baranikov's appraisal. Not just like. It's practically. He didn't finish the word, exactly afraid of angering the angel. But the angel showed no sign of offense. He simply let out a hearty laugh, completely unconcerned about the gore disguise on his body and the ferocious barbed circular symbol painted in blood on his chest. We just need to wait for one more person, and then we can proceed with your next plan. As the words fell, footsteps approached from afar, heading toward the completely destroyed communications room where everyone was. The footsteps were unabashed, and the heavy stomping carried a sense of pressure even weightier than the angel's. Yet there was no such presence in their group. Could it be? Was this the person the angel was waiting for? He glanced at the angel, who simply walked to the door and then stood hiding against the wall. What was he doing? Baranikov couldn't understand it all, but since the angel didn't explain, he could only suppress his doubts, grip his weapon tight, follow the angel's example, and hide against the wall, listening to the footsteps growing closer. Wait, the people left outside hadn't opened fire. It couldn't be that the newcomer had killed all of his subordinates and the angel's elites before they could even shoot. On second thought, the angel had said he was waiting for someone, and with no gunfire, this person must be the one the angel was waiting for. His own men hadn't fired because the angel's men hadn't fired. Then, what was the angel doing? When the footsteps reached the door, the angel flashed into the doorway, blocking it, and shouted in a tone of fanaticism and distortion that seemed utterly genuine. Blood for the blood god, skulls for the skull throne. On long, your crimes have been exposed. Come back with me to the brass throne. Blood for the blood god, skulls for the skull throne. On long, your crimes have been exposed. Come back with me to the brass throne. On long looked at the eye blocking the doorway, feeling somewhat speechless. He had experienced many speechless moments in his life, but this was the first time he had been rendered so utterly speechless. Frith 3-Eye seemed a bit disappointed by his unruffled reaction. After tilting his head slightly, he straightened it again. The red light from his helmet was no longer fixed on Long, but instead scanned his own armor, and his tone turned normal. Was my acting not convincing enough? Forget it. After looking around and not finding anything conclusive, I raised his head again, turned to the pile of indistinct flesh and blood in the corner, and slightly lifted his helmet to gesture at Long. Go over there, press the interact button on that pile of gore, and the character will automatically start smearing it on itself. Go over there, press the interaction key on that pile of gore, and the character will automatically start smearing it all over himself. Onron glanced in the direction indicated by the helmet, catching sight of a revolting heap of bloody remains. He then looked down at his gladiator-era armor, which he had grown particularly fond of, and his reply carried a hint of hesitation and reluctance. I have to cover myself with that. All over. Yeah, brother, hurry it up. We're on a mission here. And honestly, it doesn't look that bad. Hearing the urging, Onron had no choice but to approach the pile of gore. Despite his inner revulsion, he reasoned. What was a little filth compared to the resurrection of his brothers and sisters? It was nothing at all. Without further hesitation, he bent down, extended a massive hand capable of tearing through armor, scooped up a fistful of viscous flesh and shattered bone, and began smearing it across his armor. Dark red blood and viscera quickly coated the surface of his originally brownish gladiator armor, creating a more fearsome and ferocious appearance. However, it had to be said, in terms of detail, he applied it with far more care than the other one, clearly possessing more experience. Soon the figure, who once resembled a seasoned gladiator escaping some arena, had transformed completely into a devotee of the blood god, drenched in blood and radiating a thick coppery stench. Onron straightened up, bits of gore still dripping from his form, and asked, "How do I look now?" "I'm not as handsome as me." After giving him an appraising look and a nod, the other figure shifted his attention to Baranikov in the corner. "Baranikov, don't call me Angel anymore. From now on, I am the first shooter of the Shoot 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 warband, under the blood god, Yellow Skin." Before Baranikov could react, the angel, now calling himself Yellow Skin, despite not being yellow at all, immediately turned to the newly appeared giant named Angren, whose stature was even taller than his own. Onron had also finished painting himself in that profane manner, and from the previous conversation Baranikov gathered that this giant was also an angel. "You should pick a similar name. Don't blow our cover." After a moment's thought, Onron settled on his title. "Then I shall be the first melee fighter of the Chop 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 warband under the blood god, Red Skin." As the two angels conversed, Baranikov for some reason could only catch fragments of their words, but he understood they were fabricating false identities. Now one was the first shooter of the Shoot 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 warband, Yellow Skin, and the other was the first melee fighter of the Chop 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 warband, Red Skin. However, thinking about it more carefully, these names were so blunt they were astonishing. Baranikov's mouth twitched, but he quickly composed himself and said, "Lord Yellow Skin, Lord Red Skin, if we destroy the tunnels here, we can return to the inner fortress of Flax." Henru, a high-ranking disciple under Bishop Sava, currently serving as the commander of the 1st Infantry Regiment on Anton Star, was directing his regiment's defensive operations from the command post. However, Fortress A-453 had been out of contact with his command post for a long time and routine communications had long gone unanswered. Could A-453 have fallen? That's impossible. I just sent so many reinforcements. As Henru fretted, a sound array operator from the command post approached to report. Commander Henru, we have a communication request from the comms room of Fortress B-117 on the 2nd defensive line. Henru was taken aback. Why would Fortress B-117 be contacting him? Could the Kriegers have already pushed that far? That couldn't be possible. Put them through. Once connected, the voice that came through the sound array wasn't that of the B-117 garrison commander, but a somewhat familiar one. Captain Baranikov from Fortress A-453. Commander Henru, Fortress A-453 has fallen. I have retreated to Fortress B-117. Though he had suspected as much, hearing it confirmed made Henru lose his composure. He shot up from his seat, slamming both hands hard on the holographic tactical display in front of him. What a... Fortress A-453 has fallen. How is that possible? I sent a whole company plus 20 enforcers and an equal number of Ogrins to reinforce you, and you tell me the fortress has fallen. Hearing Henru's furious roar, Captain Baranikov's voice on the other end became tinged with servility. Sir, the fortress has indeed fallen, and its fall is absolutely not my fault. Those heretics have no regard for life. While sending their infantry to charge, they also launched indiscriminate bombardment on the A-453 fortress positions, completely ignoring that their own men were still within the perimeter. Even so, thanks to the desperate fighting of the reinforcements and my own troops, Fortress A-453 remained barely in our control. What truly caused the line to break was the angels within those heretic forces. Those angels slaughtered us like pigs and dogs. Angels. As a high-ranking disciple under Sava, Henru had heard from the angel who personally trained them, Lord Arcos, that beyond the Kriegers' legions being corrupted by darkness, some of the God Emperor's angels had also turned their backs on his glory, falling to become pawns of the heretics. Could it be that the angels Baranikov saw are those fallen heretics? Then how did you survive? And after A-453 fell, why didn't the disciples stationed in the underground tunnels and comms room report to me? Sir, I survived because we also received help from angels at that time. Henru was shocked beyond belief. Forgetting any pretense of maintaining his superior demeanor, he exclaimed, "What? You received help from angels?" Sir, please let me finish. Just as Fortress A-453 was about to fall, and I was gripping 2 fragmentation grenades ready to charge into the front lines and take those detestable heretics with me in a suicidal blast. Boom. A drop pod with sharp claw-like structures suddenly tore through the sky, slamming violently into the center of the heretic formation. Then from that drop pod a group of angels leaped out. Yes, angels. You heard me correctly. Those angels' armor bore the spiked holy emblem, symbolizing the God Emperor's protection, which the preachers sent by the bishop had taught us about. There's no way I could mistake it. These angels charged out of the drop pod and immediately engaged the heretic angels in battle. My lord, please hear me out. Just as Fortress A-453 was about to fall, and I was clutching 2 fragmentation grenades prepared to charge into the enemy lines and perish alongside those detestable heretics. Boom. A drop pod adorned with razor-sharp talon-like structures tore through the sky and crashed violently into the heart of the heretic formation. In the next instant, a host of angels surged forth from within the pod. Yes, angels. You heard correctly. Upon their armor was emblazoned the spiked holy emblem, symbolizing the God Emperor's protection, a symbol the missionaries dispatched by His Eminence the Bishop had preached to us. I could not possibly be mistaken. The moment these angels charged from the pod, they clashed with the heretical angels in a ferocious melee. Balanikov's voice trembled with the awe and reverence of reliving that scene. Each of these warriors sent by the God Emperor seemed the very embodiment of war itself. Their weapons rent the air wherever they passed, the severed limbs of heretical angels, and the flesh of the fallen Kriegers flew in all directions. And the heretics' bullets struck their armor harmlessly. But what? Henru demanded urgently. The heretics were simply too numerous, Commander. The angels who had forsaken their faith outnumbered the God Emperor's angelic reinforcements several times over. Besieged on all sides, even these mighty warriors began to falter. Of the initial dozen or so angels, only 2 remained fighting. It was alongside these 2 champions that I managed to fight our way out. Even so, those heretical angels pursued us, relentlessly chasing us all the way to the entrance of the underground passages. Upon discovering we were being hunted, the disciples stationed there, and the Psyker immediately sacrificed their lives to buy us time to retreat. Thus I was able to lead the remaining soldiers and the 2 angels through the tunnels to Fortress B-117. However, rest assured, I ordered the entrance destroyed after we entered the passage. Those heretics will never be able to track us now. It's just... Balanikov's tone grew heavy. It's just that the disciples under Bishop Savon's command who man the communications room and that Psyker, they have likely all returned to the Golden Throne. The profound grief and sincerity in his voice gradually quelled Henu's fury over the fortress's fall. Indeed, Balanikov had fought valiantly to the very last moment. How could he fault him? To do so would only chill the hearts of the soldiers. More importantly, the fact that the two God Emperor's angels had safely retreated to Fortress B-117 and made contact was a blessing within a misfortune. And what of the two angels now? Commander, they are currently resting. After a brief moment of deliberation, Henu decided to report this intelligence to Lord Arcos immediately. The appearance of heretical angels on the enemy side and the matter of how to accommodate the angelic reinforcements were both beyond his purview. Having organized his thoughts, Henu continued, Captain Balanikov, I will report your account to Lord Arcos without delay. For now, lead the two angels back to Fortress Flax. Yes, Commander. After the communication ended, Henu immediately set out for the comms tower near the cathedral to request an audience with Lord Arcos. At that moment, atop the comms tower near the cathedral, Arcos was scrutinizing the nascent warp portal before him. This was not only his conduit for reinforcements, but also the guarantee for a future retreat. Though the time to activate it had not yet come, it was wise to prepare an escape route in advance. Just as Arcos was directing the workers to continue construction, a missionary under Bishop Savon's command slipped quietly into the top floor chamber. Surprisingly, Arcos showed not a flicker of alarm at having his secret discovered. He merely cast a calm glance at the newcomer, as if the man had simply wandered into an ordinary room. What is it? The missionary was also undaunted by the blasphemous sight before him, for he had long since embraced the embrace of chaos. Hearing Arcos' question, he bowed respectfully and reported, My master Henu, a disciple of Bishop Savon, requests an audience claiming to have urgent military intelligence of great importance. At this, Arcos finally paused in his work. He cared little for Henu, a mortal who had risen from commoner to the bishop's confidant. But the 1st Antong Infantry Regiment he commanded earned Arcos' respect. It was one of the few forces within Fortress Flax that maintained combat effectiveness without needing his officers to oversee their training. Motioning for his subordinates to continue their work, Arcos decided to meet Henu personally and hear what critical intelligence he had to report. Having waited in anticipation, Henu immediately knelt on one knee and saluted respectfully upon seeing Arcos appear. Lord Arcos. Arcos gave a slight nod, his voice flat, yet carrying an unassailable authority. Rise. What urgent military matter requires a personal audience? Henu rose, not daring to meet Arcos' gaze, which seemed to pierce through to one's very soul. He recounted the fall of Fortress A-453 in full, along with Captain Balanikov's account of the heretical angels and the sudden appearance of the God Emperor's angels bearing his holy symbol. He emphasized Balanikov's description of the God Emperor's angels' immense power, how they had covered the retreat of the remaining soldiers to Fortress B-117 despite being outnumbered, and mentioned that the two surviving angels were even now heading towards Fortress Flax. Angels descending from the sky. Arcos' lips curled into a meaningful smile. Bearing the God Emperor's symbol. Henu paused to recall, then answered respectfully. According to Captain Balanikov, the symbols matched those described by the missionaries under Bishop Savon's command as bestowing the God Emperor's protection. His situation was dire at the time, though he saw them clearly. I did not press for further details. Arcos clasped his hands behind his back, pacing a few steps across the spacious reception hall. His deep voice echoed distinctly in the chamber. The fallen heretical angels are no surprise, they are but dogs of chaos. As for these angels of the God Emperor, he halted, turning with a piercing gaze fixed on Henu. You say they emerged from a drop pod with talents, and that gunfire had little effect on them. Yes, my lord, that is what Balanikov reported. Henu quickly added. He also said these God Emperor's angels fought fiercely against the heretical angels, displaying exceptional skill in individual combat, though they were outnumbered. Arcos nodded, a note of certainty creeping into his tone. Indeed, Balanikov was truly aided by angels loyal to the God Emperor. And the reason bullets failed to harm those angels from the drop pod is that each of them has been tempered through countless baptisms of blood and fire and has been blessed by the God Emperor for their unwavering loyalty. It was true. Baranikov had indeed received the aid of angels loyal to the God Emperor. The reason bullets could hardly harm those angels descending from the drop pods was that each of them had endured countless trials of blood and fire and had been blessed by the God Emperor for their unwavering loyalty. The God Emperor's blessing. Hearing this, Henu felt his heart surge with excitement. The God Emperor's blessing. How tantalizing it sounded. Sir, could I also be blessed by the God Emperor? He's taken the bait. Arcos sneered inwardly, a barely perceptible smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. He swiftly turned to face the towering cathedral deep within Fortrax's bastion, deftly concealing the flicker of derision on his face and the mockery in his eyes. Of course you can, his voice remained solemn, yet seductive. As long as you slay enough heretics, strong ones at that, and chant the prayer I have taught you that can commune with the God Emperor, blood for the blood god, skulls for the skull throne. Offer the skulls of the heretics you have slain as sacrifices to the throne. Then the God Emperor never hesitates to bestow his blessings upon his faithful. Blood for the blood god, skulls for the skull throne. Henu repeated the blood-soaked, powerful words, his eyes devoid of any doubt. Lord Arcos and the God Emperor's angels had long since made it clear to them that the God Emperor could also be called the Blood God, and more often than not the Blood God was his true name. Henu knelt once more on one knee, his voice burning hotter and firmer than ever before. My lord, I shall slay every heretic and with their blood and skulls offer the most devout and bountiful sacrifices to the God Emperor. Arcos watched Henu, now thoroughly inflamed with immense satisfaction. He stepped forward, personally helped Henu to his feet, and murmured a few more words of encouragement. After their conversation concluded, Arcos watched Henu's back nearly sprint out the door, then paced to the window. His gaze swept over the holy war crusaders around the cathedral who had been driven into fanaticism by the God Emperor's blessings. Having secured Henu, the current commander of Anton Starr's 1st Infantry Regiment, meant yet another portion of Safan's influence had been hollowed out. Once the true reinforcements arrived, even if Safan finally realized he had been deceived all along, the voice of authority within Fortrax's bastion would already be firmly in Arcos's grasp alone. And these mortals would all be embraced by the true God, serving as perfect expendable fodder to deplete the strength of the false emperor's dogs. However, one matter still struck Arcos as suspicious: the false emperor's dogs that appeared at Fortress A 453 and that chaos warband devoted to the blood god that descended from the heavens. The presence of the false emperor's dogs was something he had anticipated, otherwise he couldn't explain their earlier defeats. But that chaos warband suddenly reinforcing the A453 defenders was entirely beyond his expectations. After all, he had only just performed sacrifices of mortals and Fortrax to broadcast his signal to the surrounding regions. How could a warband have responded so swiftly? To verify this matter, he certainly wouldn't rely solely on the one-sided accounts of Henu and Captain Baranikov. 10 minutes later. It was actually true. Arcos had initially attempted to contact the two unaligned agents he had planted at Fortress A 453, but received no response. They had most likely perished. Reluctantly, he turned to interrogate the unaligned agents lurking in the few not yet fallen positions surrounding A 453. The agents' answers were strikingly consistent. The Krieg forces had launched a ferocious artillery bombardment upon Fortress A 453, with battle cries shaking heaven and earth. Some kind of drop pod had indeed descended from the sky, crashing into the heart of Fortress A 453, but due to the distance and the shroud of flames, its exact shape could not be discerned. Still, combined with Baranikov's blood-soaked accounts of the blood god's blessings, there was no doubt that their reinforcements were a chaos war band devoted to the blood god. Yet Arcos still couldn't determine which chapter of the false emperor's dogs they had clashed with. Enough. Let me go see those two first and find out what they're up to. Li Lu and Angron followed the NPC named Baranikov, a walking trope from Anton Starr, as he led the way. Most of the scenery along the way consisted of damp, gloomy tunnels and craters of varying sizes, an environment so oppressive it was suffocating. The occasional figures they encountered were almost without exception Fortrax's chaos traders. They wore tattered uniforms, and many had their bare skin covered in twisted, grotesque chaos runes, no different from the chaos trader imagery he had seen on the Armageddon Reign of Thunder map. Overall, the quality of these enemies was rather poor. Aside from their numbers, they were practically worthless. After all, Armageddon was crawling with corrupted Astartes and demons, yet among these traders not a single corrupted Astartes, let alone a demon, was to be seen. The infiltration was somewhat dull. As for home, there was nothing much for Li Lu to manage. The pride of Augustgrad hadn't even reached level 3 yet. He wanted to pass the time by chatting with his teammate, but worried that speaking might expose their stealth operation, so he simply typed instead. Li Lu noticed Angron glance at him, and then Angron's messages began appearing on the public channel. Angron Tark, I know of Armageddon, but what is the Armageddon crisis? How extravagant was the enemy lineup you faced? It's a map where after the rebellion breaks out on Armageddon, you have to evacuate the civilians before they're all slaughtered. Angron Tark, that sounds vaguely familiar. Vaguely familiar indeed. After all, you have to get everyone out before a full 13 bloodthirsters plus 1. You slaughter them all. Li Lu noticed Angron turning his head to glance at him, and then the public chat began to display Angron's message. Angron Thalke, I know about Armageddon, but what is the crisis of Armageddon? How extravagant is the enemy lineup you're facing? It's that map where you have to evacuate the civilians before they're all slaughtered after the Armageddon rebellion erupts. Angron Thalke sounds vaguely familiar. Doesn't it just? After all, you have to evacuate everyone before a full 13 bloodthirsters, plus you kill them all. This time Angron's typing speed was noticeably slower. Angron Thalke, anyway, let's not dwell on that. The exit is ahead. Oh, we should almost be there. Li Lu stopped his typing upon hearing this. As the two conversed, the previously narrow and monotonous underground passage had now become spacious. The originally crude and singular passage had merged with numerous tunnels extending from other directions, and at the junction of these passages stood a gate forged of thick steel. The massive door was adorned with grim skulls and twisted 8-pointed star symbols. From beyond came not only the clamor of vehicle engines, but also the faint unison chant of blood for the blood god, skulls for the skull throne. Shifting his attention back to the gate, Li Lu saw a group of people standing at the end of the underground passage they were traversing. Several fully armed enforcers and heavily armored ogrins surrounded a towering black man with a robust physique. He wore a breastplate engraved with the Chaos 8-pointed star over a crimson robe trimmed with gold, and a crimson skull pattern chain's word hung at his waist. His skin was dark. As soon as this black man saw Li Lu and Angren, he stepped forward, ignoring the guide Balanikafu, and bowed to Li Lu and Angron. His voice trembled with barely suppressed awe. Angels. I am he new commander of the 1st Infantry Regiment of the Anton Star. By order of Lord Erkisi, I have been awaiting your arrival. As he knew bowed, the enforcers and ogrins behind him knelt in unison, their helmets lowered. The entire group exuded a morbid veneration of power. Though he knew now appeared subservient, Li Lu, known as CG Dingjin, had instantly caught a fleeting expression on He Nu's face just before he bowed, a vivid display of emotion. It was not just reverence, but also unguarded envy, jealousy, and even a hint of ambition to replace him. Seeing this vivid NPC, Li Lu immediately began typing furiously. Man, did you see the expression on this NPC? It's gotta be motion captured. Look at that face. 3 parts envy, 3 parts jealousy, 3 parts desire to usurp, and 1 part respect. Absolutely motion captured. Holy crap. Look at that expression. 3 parts envy, 3 parts jealousy, 3 parts desire to usurp, and 1 part respect. Onron Thalke, I saw it. He craves power, worships the strong, yet wants to kill and replace them. A very standard blood god. Or rather, corn devotee. Don't trigger the cutscene yet. I want to see how long this idiot NPC will kneel if we do nothing. If you're bored, just play on your phone. Onron Thalke, okay. With his teammates' agreement, Li Lu switched out of his character, remaining motionless and silent, simply staring at the bowing He Nu and his kneeling entourage. After building 3 more Pride of Augustgrad at home, and parking them near the remaining Earthshatter cannons to farm experience, Li Lu tabbed back to his Bastion Guardian Infiltrator. By now the black NPC named He Nu had been maintaining his bowing posture for nearly 10 minutes, while Li Lu studied the NPC's details. Dude, you still there? Onron Thalke, ya, what's up? Look. These NPCs are trembling. Such detail. As Li Lu said, though He Nu still maintained a perfect bow, his muscles had begun to quiver uncontrollably. The situation was even worse for the enforcers and ogrins behind him. Yet not a single person dared to lift their head or move an inch. The entire corridor was filled only with their suppressed breathing and the distant fervent chants beyond the steel gate, creating an eerie contrast between silence and uproar. What if I never move? Will this quest be stuck here forever? Onron Thalke, probably not. This guy is about to break. Observing again, He Nu's body had begun to sway uncontrollably. But at that moment, an enforcer behind him collapsed forward, unable to hold on any longer. Hearing the sound, He Nu seemed to find a pretext. He immediately stood up, a flash of ruthlessness in his eyes, and drew the chain's word from his waist. Virum. The chain's word roared to life instantly, giving the fallen enforcer no chance to explain. It slashed down viciously at his neck. A dull thud, blood sprayed forth, hot droplets even splattering onto his armor. The enforcer was decapitated in an instant, his head rolling to the ground. He Nu kicked the headless corpse aside, kicking up a cloud of dust. He hoisted the still dripping chainsword, turned around, and his momentary ferocity was swiftly replaced by deference. He bowed again to Li Lu and Angron. Forgive my rudeness, lords. My subordinates lack discipline. The enforcers and ogrins behind him were so terrified they dared not even raise their heads, trembling like leaves afraid they would be next. Li Lu moved. He walked toward He Nu. Seeing Li Lu approach, He Nu managed a timely smile. But when Li Lu reached him, instead of praise or anything else, he suddenly lashed out with a kick, cleanly sending He Nu flying. Did I tell you to move? He Nu crashed into the distant rock wall like a sack of rags, producing a dull, heavy thud. The crimson chainsword flew from his hand, scraping a series of harsh sparks across the ground. He Nu kicked aside the headless corpse of the enforcer, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Chainsword in hand, still dripping with blood, he turned around, the savage expression on his face from executing the enforcer swiftly replaced by one of deference. He bowed once more to Li Lu and Angren. My lords, forgive me. My men lack discipline. The ogrins may not have understood, but the enforcers behind, He Nu, were no fools. Their comrade who had failed to hold his nerve was used by He Nu as an excuse to loosen up, and was beheaded on the spot. The remaining enforcers, despite their trembling bodies and unbearable fear, forced themselves to maintain their stance without error, terrified that they might be the next one used as a punching bag or an outlet for his rage. In response to He Nu's self-serving excuse, the angel at the forefront, whose body was caked with dried gore, moved. He began to walk towards He Nu. Seeing the angel approaching, He Nu promptly put on a fawning smile. However, when the angel reached him, he did not offer praise or anything else. Instead, he suddenly lashed out with a clean and swift kick, sending He Nu flying. Did I fucking tell you to move? He Nu slammed into the distant rock face like a sack of garbage, producing a dull, heavy thud. His crimson chainsword flew from his grasp, skidding across the ground with a shower of harsh sparks. He Nu struggled to get up, but the angel who had kicked him stood over him and pressed a foot down on him. His voice was icy. I said, did I fucking tell you to move? Hearing this, he knew endured the searing pain. Though anger burned within him, he was well aware of his current standing. So he simply bore the treatment and began to explain himself. My lord, he broke protocol. Protocol. The angel let out a cold laugh. Who the hell do you think you are to speak of protocol in front of me? And did you think the disrespect in your eyes just now was well hidden? You piece of trash. Hearing this, he knew finally understood that his envy and jealousy of the angel before him and his desire to take his place had been perceived. That was the reason for this treatment. Power was everything, and he had neither the right nor the strength. He knew could only kowtow desperately with the only part of his body. He could still move his head and beg for mercy with humility. My lord, forgive me. I was blind just now. If there is a next time, I wouldn't mind twisting your head off and kicking it. Like, ball. The angel's final word, ball, was laced with undisguised murderous intent. There was no doubt that if he knew showed even a hint of disrespect again, his head would truly be separated from his body. At this moment, he knew's insignificant ambition and jealousy had been utterly crushed, leaving only absolute submission and fear for the angel before him. The enforcers and ogrins who had followed him were scared out of their wits, pressing themselves flat against the ground, wishing they could burrow into the earth, terrified that even the slightest sound would bring the same fate upon them. After saying this, the angel lifted his foot. The first thing he knew did upon regaining control of his body was to kneel again, nodding his head repeatedly. Thank you, my lord. Having done all this, Li Lu felt quite pleased with himself, thinking his performance just now was seamless and would surely earn him a good review. His fingers flew across the keyboard, producing a series of crisp clicks, and a line of text was sent quickly. Do you think I acted like a cornate can? Onran Talkeo, a bit of the vibe, but not pure enough. Onran Talkeo, a true cornate. Can wouldn't waste time with all that chatter. In that situation, they would have charged straight and twisted his head off and kicked it around. Li Lu was momentarily speechless, then could only shake the Punisher grenade launchers mounted on his arms in Angren's direction with a helpless expression. I was afraid that killing him outright would cause the mission to fail. Besides, look at me, do I look like I could twist a guy's head off with my hands? I don't even have hands. Onran Talkeo. After chatting with Onran for a bit, Li Lu turned his gaze back to he knew, who was now even more humble and respectful than before, not daring to show the slightest hint of complaint. Even if he had any, he would never dare reveal it. A feeling of elation surged within him. But seriously though, this corn faction is straightforward. Power is the only truth, might makes right, and the strong can humiliate the weak at will. I kind of like this setup. Look at this guy, he's got Korn's blessing with clear buffs for armor, health, and melee attack in his status bar. He's clearly killed a lot of people, a thoroughly irredeemable bastard, not worth regretting. Li Lu slowly walked forward, his voice cold and laced with undisguised arrogance. Look me in the eye. You're not worthy. Onran stepped forward at the right moment, his low voice carrying an undeniable pressure. Where is Alkos? He knew didn't even dare raise his head, fearing another beating. He quickly replied, My lord, Lord Alkos is at the communications tower presiding over the ritual to summon reinforcements. He specifically instructed me to wait here and guide you both. Just as Li Lu was about to continue the plot, Onran suddenly glanced at him. Onran Talkeo, wait. The situation has changed. The situation has changed. The moment Li Lu sent those words, he noticed a new line had appeared beneath the main quest, Assault on the Vrax Fortress, which was above the bonus quest, Assist Baronikov. The new line read, Eliminate all chaos enemies coming to reinforce the Vrax Fortress, followed by a counter 01145-141. What the hell? Onran Talkeo, I noticed the anomalous celestial phenomena over Vrax Fortress when I was on the train here. Now I think about it, that Alkos had already completed a sacrifice before we arrived. Sacrifice. Onran Talkeo, a sacrifice performed to summon reinforcements. Now it's likely that all traitor forces across the province surrounding Vrax are converging here. What the hell is going on? Onran Tark, when I was on the train heading here, I noticed the anomalous celestial phenomena above Fort Flax. Thinking back, it seems that Arcos had already performed a sacrifice before we even arrived. A sacrifice. Onran Tark, a sacrifice to summon reinforcements. By now, traitor forces from across the entire province surrounding Flax are likely converging on this location. Wasn't the mission objective to capture Fort Flax? Why did a new objective suddenly get added? What is all this nonsense? Hearing these words, Onran immediately understood this was the doing of that one. Likely feeling that victory had come too easily, the entity had modified the mission description on a whim, seizing the opportunity to wipe out all traitor forces across the province surrounding Flax in one fell swoop. Knowing that the one god always acted directly and without concealment, Onran held this conniving and insatiable being in even lower regard. Yet, even having seen through the underlying motive, he could not reveal the truth to the player at this moment. The one god had instructed that he must continue to masquerade as an ordinary gamer during the mission and not let the player perceive any anomaly. Thus, despite his extreme reluctance, Onran had no choice but to begin making excuses for that being's actions. Onran Tark, Perhaps because we have already entered the fortress, the game has determined we are contesting control of Fort Flax, thus triggering this follow-up mission to intercept the Chaos reinforcements. That makes some sense, otherwise it would indeed be too easy. Though that number 115-4141 does reek a bit. Heh. Oh, Onron Tark, what are you doing? Forget it, I'll stop messing around. By the way, do kills on these Chaos traders inside Fort Flax count towards the tally? Let me test it. Before he could even finish speaking, Onron watched as the player abruptly raised a hand and drove it straight towards the head of an enforcer who had a string of human skulls of varying sizes hanging from his belt. Bang! Even with his helmet on, the enforcer's head was smashed down into his chest cavity. The surrounding enforcers, and even their leader Henu, were all frozen in terror by this sudden brutal slaughter. Well, doesn't count. The counter is still at 01145141. I guess I was wrong. I thought I could use this bonus mission to sneak in and take out their leaders for a secret ending. Onron Tark, that's not how it works. Onron Tark, while most of the enemies we encountered on the way here were regular soldiers, some were blessed by Khorne, clearly wholly devoted to chaos. Onron Tark, even if we decapitated Arcos and bishops, saving the battle for Flax would still have to be fought. The Chaos reinforcements would still come, and the inevitable combat would remain unavoidable. Essentially nothing would change. Why, Onron Tark, because chaos has already spread, they are now inconsequential. Alright then, I guess we just have to stick to the plan and finish Barlanikov's NPC quest first. Unlike the ones in StarCraft 2 that disappear after completion, I feel like these bonus side quests will actually have a tangible impact on the main mission. Onron Tark, then let's go meet this Arcos fellow. After chatting for a bit, Li Lu felt that Angren's reasoning made a lot of sense. Yeah, let's go find him then. His gaze fell back on Henu, who was trembling in fear, not daring to breathe. But Li Lu paid him no mind at all. After all, the guy playing Onron had said it. These Chaos Space Marines slaughtered these cultists like pigs and dogs. Kill them, and it's done. Demigods don't need to explain themselves to mortals. He said coldly, lead the way. Henu, relieved beyond measure, nodded eagerly. Yes. Please follow me, my lords. Lord Arcos's ritual site is at the Loyalty Plaza in the fortress's inner cathedral. It's not far. With that, he carefully rose, hunched his back, and hurried ahead to lead the way. His entourage, except for the Ogren, all cowered in a similar fashion. Li Lu and Onron followed closely behind, passing through the steel gates at the end of the corridor. Beyond the gates, strings of skulls and piles of corpses were everywhere. The density, equipment, and elite quality of the heavily armed Chaos traders along the route far surpassed any defensive line they had encountered before. Seeing Henu and the imposing figures of Li Lu and Onron behind him, these traitor soldiers quickly moved aside, their eyes filled with undisguised awe and fervor. Under such scrutiny, Onron casually slung his twin axes over his shoulders, each step brimming with formidable power. Li Lu, on the other hand, was less particular. After passing through the gates, he activated his Grandma Lu visiting the Grand View Garden mode, his gaze darting around from beneath his helmet. Putting aside the skull's chaos symbols and squalor, Fort Flax was actually quite majestic. Thick curtain walls and towers piercing the red-purple sky were visible everywhere, with the faint outlines of massive weapon barrels extending from the tops of the towers, a truly magnificent sight. These weapons, perfectly integrated with the towers and curtain walls, formed Fort Flax's impregnable defense system. After a moment's thought, Li Lu quickly switched screens and selected the few barely remaining Earthshaker cannons, which were specially reserved for the Pride of Augustus Grad, to leech experience points from, as most had been dismantled for parts to recycle gas. He double-clicked to select them all, pressed the B key, and then clicked on his own location within Fort Flax. About 10 seconds later. Boom. 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 The Earthshaker barrage was blocked in midair by a wall of energy shimmering with a blue-purple glow. The shells impacted against this energy wall, only creating ripples without leaving a single crack. The Chaos traders in Li Li's area didn't even break stride. 6 seconds later, the second barrage from the Earthshaker cannons came in. Boom. 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 Just like last time, no trace was left behind. But after 2 rounds of attacks, Li Lu re-aimed the Earthshaker cannons at other red dots on the map. His objective had been achieved, to confirm whether the Earthshaker cannons could shake Fort Flax. The answer was clear. The power of Fort Flax's void shields was far beyond what dozens or even hundreds of Earthshaker cannons could breach, no matter how long they bombarded. Erkisi's sacrifice was not directed solely at any one of the 4 gods of chaos, despite being branded a heinous traitor by the minions of the false emperor. But as a member of the Alpha Legion, his faith, like that of most of his legion, was far broader than ordinary people imagined. He revered all 4 gods simultaneously and incorporated them all into his rituals. At this moment, the sacrifices for the 4 different deities were all prepared. Erkisi intended to use this grand offering to formally activate the warp gate deep within the communication tower. He deliberately chose the ritual site at the so-called Loyalty Square in front of the false emperor's cathedral, precisely to tear apart the hypocritical piety of the fortress of Fulakisi in the most blasphemous and violent manner. On this ground, revered as a holy site by the faithful, In the center of the square, the towering cold statue of the false emperor gazed down indifferently at everything on the ground. What Erkisi intended to do was to force this stone monument of loyalty to witness how a sacrifice in the name of loyalty could tear open the boundary between reality and the warp. Before the ritual had officially begun, a chaos preacher quietly stepped forward and reported in a low voice, "Master, the other two angels have arrived." Erkisi raised his hand to signal him to withdraw. According to the report, their behavior was flawless, completely in the style of a Khorne warband. However, their warband names were somewhat peculiar. One was called the Shoot 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 warband, and the other was the Chop 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 warband. According to the report, their behavior was flawless, completely in the style of a Khorne warband. However, their warband names were somewhat peculiar. One was called the Shoot 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 warband, and the other was the Chop 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 warband. Erkisi had never heard of these two warband names. He speculated that they might be newly risen small forces from some remote star sector. But since they had answered the call and come to Fulakisi, such trivial details as names were not worth worrying about. He made a rough estimate. There was still a moment before the optimal time for the sacrifice. So he decided to go and meet these two in person. Erkisi casually used the so-called holy cloth, looted from the cathedral, to wipe the Hydra emblem on his pauldron, then stomped the cloth into the ground with his foot, and strode toward the location of the two warriors. Seeing Erkisi walking toward them with steady steps, and Gaelong recognized the conspicuous Hydra emblem on his pauldron at a glance. To avoid the other warriors speaking or acting recklessly in front of this Alpha Legion whelp, and causing their identity to be exposed, he decided to seize the initiative in the conversation before the other could speak. So when Gaelong spoke first, "You are from the Legion?" This straightforward question didn't seem to surprise Erkisi. After all, at this moment he had indeed not made any attempt to conceal his Legion emblem. The Hydra symbol on his pauldron was clearly visible in the light. "That's no secret." Erkisi replied calmly, then asked in return, "And where do you come from?" Faced with the other's more direct question, and Gaelong cleverly avoided a straightforward answer. He deliberately gave a non-sequitur, announcing in a rough voice a title that sounded exactly like a follower of the blood god, the Chop 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 warband. "As for a name, you can call me by my title, Redskin." Hearing that the other was unwilling to reveal the warband he belonged to before turning to Chaos, Erkisi's gaze lingered for a moment on the crude armor of Redskin, which was covered in bloodstains. That armor provided almost no protection, instead serving more as a kind of barbaric decoration, accentuating the exposed muscular physique covered in old and new scars. This iron-like physique was among the most robust, even among them the genetically modified demigods. Erkisi's gaze finally settled on the twin axes casually slung over the other's shoulder. Everything perfectly matched the image of a typical Khorne warband member, brutal, bloodthirsty, coming to Fulakisi only for endless slaughter. "Not surprising. And this one beside you," Erkisi said as he turned his attention to the warband member beside Redskin, who carried no melee weapons, scrutinizing him from head to toe. His gaze lingered noticeably longer on this person. Unlike Redskin's armor stained with blood and violence, this warrior from the so-called Shoot 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 warband, though exuding the same ferocious aura characteristic of a Khorne worshipper, wore armor that did not belong to any model Erkisi knew. Its design was more exotic and unfamiliar at first glance, even bearing the shadow of some non-human technology, more like a creation that incorporated Xeno's technology. Erkisi couldn't help but wonder, could it be that the Shoot 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 warband, like their Alpha Legion, studied and utilized Xeno's technology? But even among Chaos-aligned space marines, aside from the Alpha Legion and those heretical members of the Dark Mechanicum, the vast majority of Chaos space marines still held a deep hatred for Xenos, let alone putting their technology to actual use. Moreover, this man before him was a member of a Khorne warband that worshipped the blood god. These fellows, whose minds only knew killing, should have never left any Xenos alive. Tell me, wasn't a Chaos space marine who worshipped the blood god, yet carried no melee weapons at all, and didn't reject Xenos technology, simply abnormal in every way? All right. Li Lu hung his headphones around his neck, one hand maneuvering the mouse across the computer screen, while the other held his phone to his ear, listening to the voice on the other end. Yes, he was on a phone call, and as for the game unfolding on his screen, he wasn't paying it much attention anyway. Okay. He glanced at the game screen. His teammates were conversing with an NPC named Arcos, likely progressing through the story. Realizing his presence was inconsequential, he continued responding to the voice on the phone. "So, it's this and that roughly, that's the whole process, right?" He spoke into the phone with a hint of indifference, but after hearing more from the other party, his tone shifted. "If I submit today, I can still enter the prize draw. And the prize is holy crap, a VR headset designed for StarCraft 3. Li Li's previous indifference vanished in an instant. "Are you serious, Mr. Li? Our company guarantees this promotion is genuine and effective. If you complete and submit the StarCraft 3 survey today, you will qualify for the prize draw. The first prize is a VR headset custom designed for StarCraft 3 by Blizzard in collaboration with a renowned company, awarded to one winner. The second prize is a set of the newly released StarCraft board game pieces, awarded to 10 winners. The third prize is a full set of Commander cosmetics for all commanders at the launch of StarCraft 3 awarded to 100 winners. And even the participation prize includes a World of Warcraft monthly game card. Lilo had initially ignored the unfamiliar number calling him mid-game. Had the caller not claimed to be a StarCraft 3 customer service representative with a voice identical to the one who had contacted him before, he would have hung up immediately. When he learned the call was about filling out a game survey, Lilo was even less inclined to bother. These surveys were usually filled with trivial questions, a tedious drain on time and energy. But upon hearing that even the minimum reward for completing the survey was a World of Warcraft monthly card, Li's interest was instantly piqued. Why didn't you just say the rewards up front? So I search for the Blizzard official account on WeChat, send the message, StarCraft 3, closed beta, and you'll send me the survey link, right? Correct, Mr. Lee. Alright, I'll do it right now. That's it for now, gotta go, bye. After hanging up, Li didn't immediately rush to the WeChat official account, as he had told the customer service representative he would. He hadn't finished his current game yet, and there was still time left. He'd finish the game first and fill out the survey later. Besides, this kind of notification was probably sent to every closed beta tester via phone or text. He held no hope for the VR headset, but the World of Warcraft monthly card was a no-brainer. Seeing that Arcos had taken an interest in III, Angren, though puzzled why III remained silent, seized the opportunity to speak again, attempting to draw Arcos' attention back. He is. Before he could utter more than a few words, I finally moved, throwing his arms wide and bellowing, the shoot 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 warband. Yellow-skinned one. Kill 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 kill. Blood for the blood god. Skulls for the skull throne. While where are the lackeys of the false emperor? I will kill 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 kill. Witnessing the yellow-skinned one's sudden descent into frenzy, Arcos' earlier suspicions about his armor and weaponry were overshadowed. He surmised that this yellow-skinned one from the shoot 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 warband was a member of the World Eaters, driven to incoherence by the nails embedded in his brain, consumed solely by the urge to kill. The armor he wore was likely looted from some Xenos realm. Realizing the being's mind was addled, Arcos ceased dwelling on such details. Chaos affiliation mattered not so long as he harbored hatred for the false emperor. Disregarding the mentally unstable, yellow-skinned one, Arcos turned his attention back to the red-skinned one who, lacking the nails in his head, and thus clearly not one of those brainless kill-obsessed fools from the World Eaters, could converse coherently. Are there only two of you? Currently, only the two of us have arrived here. Our other brothers fell in the earlier battles against the false emperor's lackeys. Arcos noticed the genuine hatred that flashed in the red-skinned one's eyes upon mentioning the false emperor, a loathing that seemed utterly sincere. Yet understanding that they had forced a drop pod through the Imperial Navy's orbital fire to reach Flax's surface with only 2 survivors, and that they were completely oblivious to the situation in orbit. Arcos felt a pang of disappointment. He had hoped for a fresh force capable of turning the tide, only to receive 2 clueless fools, one of whom was a raving madman obsessed with killing. They had wasted his time and dashed his expectations. The warmth in Arcos' demeanor rapidly cooled his gaze, turning impatient. He waved his hand, signaling dismissal. You two should go rest. Do not wander around unnecessarily, lest you stir up needless trouble. His tone was flat, devoid of the earlier interest, as if his prior enthusiasm during the conversation with the red-skinned one had been a mere illusion. The red-skinned one, observing Arcos' unmistakable dismissal, said nothing further. He simply grabbed the yellow-skinned one and followed a mortal who emerged from the shadows. Angron looked at I. Were you just spacing out? Our disguise was almost seen through. The stupid StarCraft 3 customer service called me. I couldn't just not answer. StarCraft 3 customer service. Angron recalled Gilliman mentioning that in that world, besides being a university lecturer, he also held a game customer service role. The StarCraft 3 customer service called I. That would mean Gilliman called I. The stupid StarCraft 3 customer service is the stupid Gilliman. At that thought, Angron nearly burst out laughing, but managed to suppress the urge. Nevertheless, this incident certainly piqued his curiosity. He was particularly eager to know what exactly Gilliman was up to every day in that world. Although Angron had now also entered that world and acquired the identity of a physical education teacher, he and Gilliman led entirely separate lives there. Apart from their working hours and the brief intersection when Angron had previously asked for assistance with the One God mission, Angron and his nominal brother Robert Gilliman had almost no interaction in that world. Angron looked at I. Were you just spacing out? Our disguise was almost seen through. The stupid StarCraft 3 customer service called me. I had to answer. StarCraft 3 customer service. Angron recalled Gilliman mentioning that in that world, besides being a university professor, he also held a game customer service job. StarCraft 3 customer service calling I. That would mean Gilliman was calling I. The stupid StarCraft 3 customer service is just stupid Gilliman. At the thought, Angron nearly burst out laughing, but he managed to suppress the urge. Still, this incident did pique his curiosity. He was particularly eager to know what Gilliman was busy with every day in that world. Although Onran had also entered that world and acquired the identity of a physical education teacher, he and Gilliman each led their own separate lives there. Apart from work hours and the brief collaboration when Onran had asked him to help complete the Only God mission, Onran had almost no contact with his nominal brother rowboat Gilliman in that world. After all, even before the war that tore the Imperium apart, their relationship had been quite strained, though that was largely due to the butcher's nails in Angren's brain severely affecting his temperament and behavior. But even now that the nails had been removed, their relationship wouldn't instantly become harmonious just because they were cast into a new world. Thus, aside from knowing of the other's teaching profession and vaguely understanding the customer service job, Onran knew almost nothing about Gilliman's current life. So apart from the teaching identity and the vaguely known customer service role, Onran was utterly clueless about Gilliman's present existence. Judging from Three Eyes' words, his earlier day's state was clearly because he was on the phone with the customer service representative played by Gilliman. Just imagine the scene. Gilliman, that perpetually serious fellow, actually engaging in something so. Well, it was both absurd and hilarious. Thinking of Gilliman, Onran involuntarily recalled Sanguinius. Since their single meeting during the last mission, there had been no news of him at all. Even in this peculiar world he shared with Gilliman, there was no trace of Sanguinius whatsoever. At least he and Gilliman were in the same world with occasional encounters during work or missions despite limited interaction. But Sanguinius. It was as if he had vanished completely. Let these thoughts go for now. As long as Sanguinius is doing well, that's enough. For now, I just need to focus on the mission. This is fine, just like this, it's good enough. Dude, did customer service call you? The one about some lottery. This somewhat abrupt question caught Onran off guard. Lottery? What lottery? Probably they're notifying one by one. Hasn't been your turn yet. I'll just tell you directly. Search for the Blizzard official account on WeChat, go and send StarCraft 3 closed beta, and they'll send you a survey link. After submitting, you can enter the lottery. Top prize is a VR headset, and even the lowest prize is a World of Warcraft monthly card. Thanks for the heads up, I'll check it out after this mission. I might as well take the freebie from Blizzard. Thanks for the notice, I'll look into it once this mission is done. So what's the current situation? I was on the phone just now, didn't catch what you were discussing, missed the plot. Our identities are solid now. As long as we don't cause a big stir, they won't bother us. Time to go find that Commander Baranikov. Alright. Almost forgot about this side quest. Let me check. The next step of the side quest is assist Baranikov in gathering the remaining loyalist forces inside Vrax's fortress. Back at Vrax's fortress, after parting ways with the two infiltrating angels, Baranikov led his scant remaining men through the city they had garrisoned for years, yet which had become unrecognizable in just a few short weeks. The streets were streaked with dried black and dark red bloodstains. On walls and building facades, 8-pointed star symbols painted in blood and emanating a blasphemous aura that made him deeply uncomfortable were everywhere. But the desecration of these symbols paled in comparison to the countless human heads impaled crudely atop wooden stakes along the roadside, their faces frozen in extreme terror and agony. If the heads along the underground passages were mostly Kriegers, then within Vrax's fortress it was basically everyone. Men, women, the elderly, children, and even Ogrins all present. 90% of them were just civilians. Everything that met his eyes filled Baranikov with horror, let alone the parts that were hidden from sight. Yet to the rebel soldiers who walked these streets in groups, their bodies also marked with blasphemous symbols, this was all as mundane as any ordinary street scene. They had long grown accustomed to such sights. Traversing such streets among such rebels, with every step Baranikov and his men took, the fury in their hearts grew. Even so, Baranikov never halted his pace towards the headquarters of the Anton Star, 1st Infantry Regiment. As Baranikov forced his way through the streets, suppressing his seething rage, a rebel soldier passing by, clad in tattered rags, yet bearing fine armor and a muscular build, abruptly halted. His scarred finger pointed accusingly at the relatively pristine Astra Militarum uniform Baranikov wore as he bellowed, "Why do you bear no holy emblem upon your chest?" The shout seemed nonsensical at first, but in an instant Baranikov realized what the soldier meant by holy emblem, those blasphemous 8-pointed stars. He suppressed the murderous intent surging within him, adopting the authoritative bearing of an officer from the Anton Prime, 1st Infantry Regiment, and barked back. "I am an officer of the Anton Prime, 1st Infantry Regiment, just returned from the front lines against heretics to resupply. Who are you, a man who merely speaks of holy emblems, to question me?" The rebel soldier, taken aback by Baranikov's retort, swiftly shifted from confusion to fury, his gaze turning venomous. "The front lines? Huh. I reckon you're a deserter crawling out of some rat hole. The entire fortress has answered the call of the holy war. Every loyal warrior wears the emblem upon their chest. The very look of you screams guilt." At these words, the rebels milling about the street began to close in on Baranikov's incongruous group, hands resting on their weapons, eyes gleaming with hostile intent. Baranikov knew trouble was brewing. These rebels cared nothing for the emblem. They were simply looking for a pretext to indulge in slaughter, and his group was their chosen target. His gaze swept warily over each approaching rebel. Most were merely drawn by morbid curiosity, but the soldier before him and a few of his companions were genuinely spoiling for a fight. Assessing the situation, Baranikov prepared to crush the problem with swift, decisive force. His left hand casually rested on the grip of a scavenged mace tucked into his belt, while his right hand subtly signaled behind his back. Kirill and the 4 other veterans behind him understood the silent command. They shifted their stances, almost imperceptibly forming a protective ring around Baranikov, their own hands finding their weapons. "Just you watch," the lead rebel soldier began, but his threat was cut short. Baranikov ripped the mace from his belt, and with a flick of his wrist the spiked head smashed directly into the soldier's face. The rebel soldier, clearly not anticipating such explosive speed from Baranikov, had his arrogant expression frozen in place as the mace connected with bone-shattering force. Crack! The sound of splintering bone echoed as the soldier was hurled backwards. Simultaneously, Kirill and the others dispatched their own opponents in a flash of brutal efficiency. "Anyone else care to test me?" Baranikov's voice was low, yet it cut through the air like a blade of ice, his gaze sweeping over the crowd as blood dripped from the mace in his hand. The surrounding rebels, once boisterous, fell into stunned silence. The hostile expressions on the encircling rebels froze into shock. They took an instinctive step back, clearing a path for Baranikov and his men. But just as Baranikov turned to continue with his squad, a familiar voice snarled from behind, "Die." Baranikov spun around only to see the very rebel he had just smashed aside, charging at him wielding a cleaver, as if he were completely unharmed. Impossible. Baranikov's blow would have grievously wounded even an ogre. This was merely a human. To survive, let alone charge, defied all reason. This was no ordinary human. The Anton Prime veterans, now fully alert, turned and opened fire on the charging figure without hesitation. Bang, 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 zing, zing. Bullets and laser fire struck the rebel soldier's head with pinpoint accuracy. Yet what happened next was far more unbelievable. The bullets, powerful enough to pierce a skull, merely embedded themselves in the rebel's cranium. The laser blasts only left scorched marks upon his body. His charge did not falter in the slightest. His face, twisted and deformed by the mace blow, split into a bloodthirsty snarl, as if the barrage of fire were nothing more than an annoyance. He raised his cleaver and roared, "Blood!" For the boom! The rebel soldier was obliterated into a shower of gore by a sudden explosion. Yet another, even more fervent voice roared out the rest of his battle cry, "Blood! For the blood god! Skulls for the skull throne!" With this bellow, a chain of explosions erupted among the rebels watching from the sides. A figure wielding twin axes cleaving through flesh with every swing emerged, the Redskin Lord. Baranikov's gaze followed the sound of heavy artillery fire that accompanied the explosions. He saw the Yellowskin Lord madly shaking his arms towards the panicked crowd. Kill! 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 Each frantic, blurring motion of the Yellowskin Lord's arms launched a devastating explosive shell, tearing apart rebels who tried to flee. Fanatical laughter echoed from beneath his armor. Blood for the blood god. Skulls for the skull throne. The Redskin Lord carved through the crowd like a crimson cyclone, leaving a trail of gore and severed limbs in his wake. Under the slaughter unleashed by the 2 angels, Redskin and Yellowskin, the rebels on the street descended into chaos. Those who had merely been spectators were now caught in this sudden bloody maelstrom. They scattered in terror, but few managed more than a few steps before being torn apart by explosions from above or cleaved in two by the Redskin Lord's whirling axes. Within moments, the street was littered with the dismembered remains of the dead. Bathed in blood, the 2 angels, Redskin and Yellowskin, turned and strode towards Baranikov. The angel known by the alias Redskin casually rested his blood-drenched twin axes upon his shoulders after effortlessly slaughtering dozens, and spoke earnestly to Baranikov. "As long as your loyalty remains unwavering, we shall protect your safety." Upon hearing this, Baranikov bowed his head slightly, crossing his hands in the Sky Eagle salute, his most sincere gesture of gratitude to the 2 angels who had accompanied him deep into the Fortress of Flax and pledged their protection. Yet the image of the rebel soldier from moments ago still lingered in his mind. A man who, even after taking a blow from his hammer, multiple gunshots, and laser fire, had still managed to roar and charge forward. "My lord, the situation within the fortress is far worse than I had anticipated. These people have been utterly twisted by some malevolent force that unsettles me deeply. They are numerous and I am uncertain." Baranikov trailed off, slowly walking toward a corpse that had been blasted apart by the angel in yellow armor during the recent exchange of fire. He gazed at the tattered Antonistar infantry regiment uniform on the remains, his fingertips gently tracing the glaring crimson 8-pointed star symbol on the fabric. His voice carried an undisguisable worry. "I am uncertain whether the comrades of the 1st Antonistar infantry regiment left behind can hold fast to their convictions." Witnessing Baranikov's troubled expression, the angel known as Yellowskin twitched his left arm toward the corpse. Boom! A shell erupted from Yellowskin's left arm, blasting the 8-pointed star on the rag, along with the rag itself, into smithereens. The angel known as Redskin, while deftly brushing off the blood-mixed gravel and dust splattered onto his armor from the explosion, walked steadily to stand before Baranikov. His tone was calm. "Baranikov, the line between loyalty and heresy is sometimes more blurred than you imagine. But not all souls fall so easily. What you fear is precisely the purpose of our journey. to identify those who can still be saved. Understood, my lord. Please follow me. The garrison of the 1st Antonistar Infantry Regiment is just ahead. With that, Baranikov took the lead, heading towards the familiar military camp. Kirill and a few veterans followed closely behind. The two angels, Redskin and Yellowskin, trailed unhurriedly at the rear of the group. Their grim, killing presence deterred the rebels who had gathered at the commotion from daring to approach, leading them to believe the earlier deaths were divine punishment for angering the angels. Upon reaching the entrance of the 1st Antonistar Infantry Regiment's garrison, the sight before him chilled the heart that had just been calmed by the angels. Not only were the outer defensive fortifications daubed with blasphemous symbols painted in blood, but looking up where the regimental flag, symbolizing honor and loyalty, should have flown proudly in the center of the garrison, there now hung a blatant shining banner bearing the blasphemous 8-pointed star. Straining his eyes, Baranikov also noticed atop the flagpole a skull wearing a wide-brimmed hat that seemed all too familiar, the cap of the political commissar of the 1st Antonistar Infantry Regiment. Then, the head beneath that cap. Could it be Commissar Il Irby? Could it be that Commissar Il, who, as long as principles weren't violated, often turned a blind eye to the soldiers' minor attempts to improve their living conditions, and even occasionally lowered himself to share a laugh with them, earning the respect and trust of the entire regiment? Baranikov remembered the last time he saw Il Irby was in the command center, when the commissar, the regimental commander Anton, and their fellow company and platoon officers were discussing defensive deployments against the so-called Dark Heresy. Company commander. A grieving voice came from several subordinates behind Baranikov. We are too late. No, Baranikov refuted, raising a hand to silence them, and voiced his thoughts that Henu was able to lay hands on Commander Anton only because the commander went to the command center with few attendants, allowing Henu to seize the opportunity to forcibly relieve him of his post. But if Henu tried to move against Commissar Il, who remained in the garrison, the 5,000 soldiers of the Antonistar 1st Infantry Regiment stationed here would not stand idly by. Commissar Il might be assassinated, but it would never happen within the garrison, nor in such a manner as being decapitated and displayed. The men who had been grieving moments before realized the logic upon hearing Baranikov's analysis. Indeed, anyone wishing to kill the commissar would first have to contend with the brothers stationed here. But Baranikov wasn't finished. And look at these fortifications. He pointed to the 8-pointed stars painted in blood on the walls, his tone softening slightly, as if trying to convince himself and comfort his companions. These graffiti were clearly painted recently. Things might not be as dire as we think. At least the entire garrison was normal a day ago. Baranikov straightened his tattered uniform stained with blood and strode towards the garrison gate. A sentry was on duty at the entrance. Seeing Baranikov approaching alone, the sentry warily raised his weapon, but upon recognizing the Antonistar 1st Infantry Regiment uniform and the insignia of a company-grade officer, he spoke with some uncertainty. Company Commander Baranikov. The uncertainty was due to Baranikov's face being obscured by his breathing mask. Seeing that the man recognized him, Baranikov raised his hand to unclasp the mask strap, pulling it down to his neck to reveal his weathered, gaunt Antonistar face. It's me. Former platoon leader of 1st Platoon 1st Company, now Company Commander Baranikov, ordered to lead the troops back to the garrison for rest and regrouping. As he spoke, Baranikov's gaze also locked onto the sentry, who also wore a mask. The fact that the man could call out his name indicated this was certainly not a newly conscripted civilian soldier, but rather a veteran from the 1st Antonistar Infantry Regiment. This realization brought some relief to Baranikov's heart. At least the garrison hadn't been completely taken over, it was still guarded by the familiar brothers of Antona. Previously, Bishop Savin had attempted to requisition 10,000 men from the Antonistar Infantry Regiment, defending Fortress Flax for redeployment, but was jointly refused by Commander Anton and Commissar Il Irby on the grounds that there were no orders from the Department of Military Affairs. However, after Savin gained control of the entire Fortress Flax, he began to continuously pressure Commander Anton under the pretext of the Holy Crusade. Reluctantly, 5,000 men of the 1st Antonistar Infantry Regiment were transferred away by Savin. Subsequently, Bishop Savin expanded these 5,000 well-trained Antonistar Astra Militarum soldiers into a force of 50,000, deploying them across various defensive positions in a system of mentorship with new recruits. Baranikov was one of those original 5,000. It's truly you, Commander. With that, the sentry lowered his weapon and removed his breathing mask, revealing a face Baranikov found somewhat familiar, that of Maj. Baranikov called out his name, but his gaze shifted past the other's shoulder towards the shadowy outlines of buildings deep within the garrison. Maj, tell me what happened here. And what is the meaning of Commissar IR's banner? Maj did not answer immediately. Instead, he scrutinized Baranikov and the squad behind him. Upon seeing the two angels, the Yellowskin and the Redsin, he recoiled half a step as if startled, his fingers retightening on the trigger and raising the muzzle slightly. Commander, those two behind you. Maj's voice dropped to a low whisper, all warmth gone. Are they angels? He hesitated for a long moment before uttering the word angels. Indeed, anyone would hesitate upon seeing the bloodthirsty visage of Yellowskin and Redsin. Understanding Maj's apprehension, Baranikov immediately explained, "They are angels. These two lords are on my side now." Maj's gaze lingered on Baranikov's face. He had of course noticed that Baranikov had said, "I rather than we." In response, Maj asked a question of the most direct kind. "Commander Baranikov, I only ask one thing. Do you truly believe we are still fighting for the God Emperor?" Maj, Baranikov faced what might have been a fatal question, looking into Maj's eyes, which were slightly sunken from prolonged mask use, but held only clarity, no madness. He answered without hesitation. "On the way here we killed over 100 holy warriors. Until the very last one fell, not once did I hear them mention the God Emperor." Upon receiving this answer, Maj's finger, which had been resting on the trigger, finally moved away completely. "That's good. That's good. Come in, Commander. But please ask the two angel lords to restrain themselves a bit." With that, Maj led the way for Baranikov, completely abandoning his post at the gate. Baranikov followed in silence, and the rest of the group did the same. The scene inside the garrison was even more oppressive than Baranikov had anticipated. The once tidy barracks area now reeked of a stench mingled with blood, and the fresh blasphemous graffiti on the walls was particularly jarring. Soldiers encountered along the way either hurried past with their heads down or cast wary, numb glances at Baranikov's group. However, upon seeing the two angels in their bloody state, many instinctively averted their gaze, not daring to make the Aquila sign over their chests in the presence of yellow skin and red sin. Maj led the group through several narrow passages before finally stopping in front of a reinforced bunker. He did not enter, nor did he invite the others, in merely looking at the group behind Baranikov, his intention clear. Seeing this, Redson spoke up. "Commander Baranikov, you go in. We'll wait outside. If there's any danger, a door won't stop us." Baranikov nodded and entered alone, pushing the door open. The interior of the bunker was dimly lit, with only an emergency lamp casting a faint glow in the corner. His eyes quickly adjusted to the darkness, and he soon discerned a figure seated behind a worn command desk, a man in a pristine commissar's coat, the double-headed eagle emblem on his shoulder boards still gleaming. As the figure raised his head, Baranikov recognized him at once. Commissar Ir Irby. Baranikov instinctively began to raise his hand in salute, but froze mid-motion. The commissar's left hand was resting on a pistol, its muzzle pointed directly at him. "Sit down, Baranikov." Commissar IR's voice was laced with exhaustion, as if he hadn't slept in days. Baranikov obediently sat down across from Commissar IR. He paid no mind to the gun, instead speaking with relief, "You're alive." "Commander Baranikov." Ir Irby stood up, the gun in his hand still pointed unwaveringly at Baranikov. "Do you pledge faith to the God Emperor or to the heretical blood god?" Baranikov met the commissar's gaze without flinching. "The God Emperor." Ir Irby's gun dipped slightly for a moment, then returned to its original position. Clearly he was hesitating, searching for any trace of a lie in Baranikov's answer. After a brief silence, the commissar continued his questioning. "Those two so-called angels you brought. Who are they really?" "They are true angels." "True angels?" "Bishop Saffron has angels with him too, and they look more angelic than the two murderous maniacs you brought along. But they truly are angels. If not for their help at Fortress A453, killing the enforcers sent by Hinu, I would never have made it back here." "You killed Hinu's enforcers as well?" "As well." Baranikov caught the subtle word in Commissar IR's sentence. "Sir, what in the blazes is going on?" At Baranikov's question, Commissar IL slumped back into his chair, the gun aimed at Baranikov losing its strength. "After Henu took control of Commander Anton, he kept pressuring me, wanting to forcibly take command of the 5,000 soldiers stationed at the 1st Regiment's base in the name of Holy War. Without orders from the Military Affairs Department, I certainly wouldn't agree. Our confrontation nearly escalated into a civil war, because they brought angels. As I said, angels more angelic than the angels you brought. Unable to contact the Military Affairs Department, and with an angel personally present. Unwilling to become heretics and traitors, the 1st Regiment of Anton Stark truly became Henu's vassal, and many things changed because of it." With that, the commissar finally released his grip on the pistol, reaching deep into a drawer to pull out a crumpled pack of cigarettes, a local brand from Anton Star. These cigarettes were rolled from the leaves of a tree unique to Anton Star, rumored to be so potent that even a Thunderhawk gunship grazing one of those trees would crash. Baranikov never expected to see a taste of home here with the commissar, so many years after leaving his alma mater. He imagined this was one of the commissar's treasured possessions. "Want one?" Commissar IL saw Baranikov nod, handed him a cigarette, then lit one for himself. The flame briefly illuminated his sunken cheeks, revealing a fresh scar running from his brow to his jaw, as if raked by some blunt instrument. After gaining control of the base, Henu first issued seemingly innocuous orders, like opening the gates to allow Bishop Savin's preachers entry. At the time I thought it was just his way of showing loyalty to the bishop, so I didn't think much of it, and agreed. After all, those preachers were indeed spreading the God Emperor's doctrine back then. Smoke curled slowly between them. Commissar IL's gaze pierced through the gray-blue haze, as if looking at some distant collapsed past. At first they truly only preached the Emperor's sacrifice and humanity's salvation. In the mess halls, on the training grounds, during the soldiers' shift changes. Who could forbid them from such sermons? Commissar IL paused, taking the cigarette from his lips, staring at the flickering ember. But, soon, the content changed. From the God Emperor's will is conveyed through Savin, and holy war is the only path to purge heretics, it gradually twisted into. The God Emperor's true name is the Blood God. The Golden Throne is in truth the Brass Throne. Holy war is blood sacrifice, and Bishop Savin is the Blood God's voice in the mortal realm. At this Il suddenly crushed his cigarette against the table's edge, sparks flying. Such blasphemy. It was then I realized Savin's people were heretics among heretics. I immediately shot 3 preachers myself, and when Henu got word, he sent a squad of enforcers to kill me. We were at each other's throats. With Fort Flax already fallen to traitors, I knew that continuing like this would only lead the entire 1st Regiment of Anton Star to meaningless destruction. So I faked my death, sending an enforcer's corpse wearing my officer's cap to Henu, temporarily dispelling his suspicions. I secretly instructed the soldiers still loyal to me to hide their convictions and lie in wait. But I never imagined. Commissar Il lit another cigarette, forcibly suppressing the anger at himself. After my supposed death, the situation deteriorated rapidly. Henu gained complete control of the base and began systematically spreading heretical doctrine. Even though the soldiers initially mouthed the words perfunctorily, within just 2 days some began to change. They became irritable, bloodthirsty, craving battle. On the training grounds they would beat each other until bones broke, yet laugh aloud. Some became inexplicably stronger, even impervious to blades and bullets. They claimed it was the Blood God's blessing. Hearing this, Baranikov recalled the hulking rebel he'd encountered on the road, the one who had weathered laser and automatic weapon fire without dying. I saw one of those so-called blessed ones on my way back. A rebel who absorbed an entire magazine of laser and autogun fire, only falling when the yellow skin, that angel, blew him apart with a shell. Il saw through his thoughts. In those 2 days the blessed were still few. But now with Henu's infiltration things couldn't be worse. He raised his head, and this time a glimmer of hope shone in his weary eyes as he looked at Baranikov and lowered his voice. The 2 you brought. Are they truly the God Emperor's angels? Baranikov answered without hesitation. They killed Henu's enforcers and saved my life. When I told them I had to return to Fort Flax to rally the troops and expose Savin's conspiracy, they even went so far as to dirty their armor and disguise themselves, escorting me all the way here. Yes, they are without a doubt the true God Emperor's angels. Il nodded, his expression solemn as he slid a list toward Baranikov. This is a roster of the troops I can still mobilize, about 2,000 men. On the surface they obey Henu, but in their hearts they remain loyal to the God Emperor, waiting only for the signal to set things right. Baranikov took the list, quickly scanning the dense rows of names, many familiar to him. Some had fought alongside him, others he had once reprimanded on the training grounds. But beyond these names there were many more marked with crosses. Baranikov's fingertip stopped at one line. 3rd Company Commander Nikita Bayanov. Nikita Bayanov. Baranikov stared at the red cross beside his name in disbelief. Even he. Nikita Bayanov. Baranikov's tone was filled with shock and disbelief. Even he. Nikita Bayanov was no ordinary civilian. The family he hailed from held an iron grip over Takov Nest City, the 2nd largest metropolis on Anton. Though he was merely a second son without inheritance rights in a cadet branch of the family, the aristocratic status flowing through his veins still allowed him to bask in the God Emperor's glory far more than commoners like Baranikov. Yet now even a nobleman such as he had abandoned his faith and thrown himself into a heretical cult. Commissar, Yell slowly nodded, his expression grave as he addressed Baranikov's confusion. When the first reports of Nikita's strange behavior reached me, my reaction was almost identical to yours. Even as recently as yesterday, I still harbored a sliver of hope, unwilling to believe he had truly fallen. He took a deep drag from his cigarette, slowly exhaling a thick, lingering smoke ring, and continued in a somber voice amidst the swirling haze. Yesterday, when he led the patrol back, including himself, each of them had several bloody severed heads hanging from their waists. He reported to me that they had purged a group of conspiratorial heretics in the outer perimeter. But 2 of those heads, I recognized them clearly. They were just ordinary laborers responsible for repairing equipment on the base's outskirts. They couldn't possibly have been heretics. Hearing this, Baranikov couldn't help but lower his head, his gaze once again falling upon the list in his hands. Scarlet crosses like spreading bloodstains densely covered the majority of the names, and the meaning behind each mark was enough to make his blood run cold. But the ones marked on this list aren't all of them. Commissar Yell's voice grew even deeper. Ever since some truly obtained that so-called blessing, the spread of heretical doctrine has been more rampant than a plague. Many people still maintain a facade of normalcy, but their hearts have long since rotted away completely. The true number of those who have joined the heretical cult likely far exceeds our imagination. For now, out of a final shred of respect for my past prestige, these people haven't directly sold me out to Henu yet. But I know better than anyone that if we just sit here waiting for death, that moment won't be far off. He paused briefly, turning his head to look at the door Baranikov had entered through, his gaze seemingly able to pierce through steel. On paper I still command 2,000 men who have sworn allegiance to the God Emperor, but in reality, the commissar's voice was laden with exhaustion and weariness. He was truly at his wit's end. I can no longer tell how many of them are genuinely loyal to the God Emperor. Perhaps by tomorrow that number will have halved. So, Baranikov, if what you've brought back truly are angels with their knowledge, perhaps they might have a way. At the very least, they could help us stem this collapse. Then I'll go at once and invite the two angels in for a discussion. With that, Baranikov turned and headed for the door. Commissar Yell gave a slight nod in response. He had carefully observed Baranikov's expression, demeanor, and attire just now and had detected not the slightest trace of heretical corruption on him. In the current climate, that was an exceedingly rare proof of innocence. At this moment, aside from choosing to trust him and pinning his faint hopes on those two angels, he had no other path forward. If he delayed any longer, the entire 1st Infantry Regiment of Anton loyal to the God Emperor would truly cease to exist. Outside the door, Onran leaned his massive frame against the wall, twin axes hanging at his waist, arms crossed over his chest, silently listening to every sound from within. Baranikov and Yell assumed the sealed hatch was enough to block out sound, unaware that Angren's superhuman senses had already caught every word and breath of their conversation with perfect clarity. As a former demon prince, Onran was intimately familiar with the so-called blessing and heretical doctrines they spoke of. In other words, few in the Imperium understood these matters better than he did. Based on his past experience, these mortals were almost beyond saving. Even if they merely mouthed a few lines of chaos doctrine and feigned allegiance, the corruption would latch on like a malignant tumor, swiftly eroding their minds and souls. Only the rare few with wills of unyielding steel could maintain their sense of self amidst chaos's unending whispers. Yet even by the measure of Angren's long and bloody existence, he had encountered precious few such individuals. At this moment, chaos corruption was spreading rapidly through this mortal unit. The various aberrations manifesting in these mortals, uncontrollable rage, a growing thirst for blood and power, and unnatural physical enhancement, were all textbook signs of corruption. For those in the early stages of chaos infection, there was still a chance to purge the corruption if one was willing to pay any price. But that nobleman named Nikita Bayanov, hanging the heads of innocents from his waist as trophies, was utterly and completely beyond saving. The only recourse was death. This unit was thoroughly rotten from its core to its very skin. And this commissar, embedded in such an environment, had almost certainly had seeds of corruption quietly planted within his own heart, without even realizing it. In times past, Onran might have mocked this naive mortal who sought to salvage something from this morass. But not anymore. His mind drifted back to the past, back to that afternoon when he was still a demon prince. That mortal who called himself Jim Raynor, clad in unknown armor, had maddeningly provoked what little remained of his patience with baseless accusations. In a frenzy, he had chased him all the way to the hillside, only to be engulfed by an explosion from the man's ambushing warship, a blast powerful enough to level an entire city. Then, just as Onran was about to return to the warp, a hand reached out and seized him, grasped his very soul, and granted him new life. Before that moment, Onran had never imagined he could escape the butcher's nails and the grip of chaos and live a life with such purpose. Thinking back now, if the one God could redeem even him, then redeeming these mortals was likely nothing more than a trivial matter. The moment Baranikov pushed open the door, he saw the angel who went by the alias Redskin, whose true name was Angren, leaning against the outer wall of the cabin. The angel who had yet to reveal his true name, going by the alias Yellowskin, stood silently nearby, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Peering around for the guide who had led them here, Migo was nowhere to be seen. Baranikov assumed he had likely returned to his post. Straightening himself, he addressed the two angels with a respectful tone. "Esteemed lords, please follow me." "Very well. All right." The responses from the two angels, Redskin and Yellowskin, were both succinct. They showed no sign of displeasure at having been left waiting outside, but rather seemed approachable. As the three entered the room, Political Commissar IR was already standing at attention. His gaze swept over the two angels repeatedly with a look that could almost be described as bold, even brazen. Redskin's imposing frame nearly touched the cabin's ceiling. Yellowskin, while not as massive as his counterpart, still towered over any ordinary human, even with his armor factored in. As he looked on, Commissar IR's expression gradually grew solemn, as if he had reached some crucial conclusion within his mind. He raised his hands to his chest, forming the standard Aquila salute, and spoke with a hint of apology in his voice. "My lords, I am IR Irby, Political Commissar of the Antov Star, 1st Infantry Regiment of the Star Guard. Please forgive my previous rudeness and pardon my forthcoming impertinence, but this matter concerns not only the survival of 5,000 soldiers, but also the fate of 8 million souls in the entire fortress of Vrax. I must confirm. Where exactly do you come from? You do not need to know our origins." The angel known as Redskin cut off his probing directly. "All you need to understand is that we are here to save you. Unlike the fraudulent angels who claimed to be from the Ultramarines chapter, who endlessly prattled about the God Emperor and the Golden Throne while committing acts of heresy, this Redskin angel did not even bother with pretense." His bluntness ironically struck IR as strangely credible. Seeing the angel's demeanor, Commissar IR also became more candid. "My lord, as a demigod, you must have heard my entire conversation with Captain Baranikov, even from outside the door. If you have a solution to the current predicament of the Antovstar 1st Infantry Regiment and the entire fortress of Vrax, please speak it. This time, however, it was not the red-skin angel who spoke, but the yellow-skin angel who had remained conspicuously silent until now. Commissar 122B, listen carefully. The yellow-skin angel's deep voice, amplified by the built-in speakers of his armor, brooked no argument. Tomorrow at noon, I want everyone in the garrison to assemble at the parade ground on time. No armor, no weapons. At that time, I will personally deliver a sermon to them. As he spoke, the red light on the yellow-skin angel's helmet flickered slightly, much like Commissar IR's earlier scrutinizing gaze. Can you manage this? Commissar IR swiftly exchanged a glance with Baranikov beside him. The latter nodded directly, signaling his acceptance of the arrangement. Assemble at the parade ground at noon, without armor, without weapons, to hear your sermon. Commissar IR repeated the directive in a low voice, his expression showing some difficulty. My lord, with all due respect, if I were to abruptly issue such an unusual order requiring everyone to disarm and form up, those corrupted ones would very likely incite a riot. The yellow-skin angel's helmet tilted slightly, the red light still fixed on IR's face. Commissar 122B, haven't I already made my reasoning clear? I as an angel have come to deliver a sermon. Would it not be a sign of disrespect to me to carry weapons? IR seemed struck by realization, raising a hand to tap his own forehead. I've been foolish. My nerves have been wound so tight these past days I've barely slept a wink, and I failed to even consider such basic etiquette. But my lord, his tone still carried a trace of hesitation. After the assembly, what exactly do you intend to do? Is it truly just a sermon? Do not ask so many questions. Just follow my orders. When the time comes, place those you believe to be corrupted at the front, and those who are not corrupted at the rear of the parade ground. Even IR Irby, as slow as he might be, understood clearly now. This angel named Yellowskin was clearly intending to conduct a great purge within the entire Antovstar 1st Infantry Regiment under the guise of a sermon. It seemed that even an angel could only resort to such measures. But IR had no choice. Had they not arrived, he wouldn't have even had the opportunity to carry out a purge. As he had said before, if he alone were to issue such an order by force, the entire regiment would likely descend into civil war on the spot. As soon as Yellowskin finished speaking, the redskin angel immediately followed up. Those who have the 8-pointed star or similar symbols carved into their skin, have them stand at the very front of the parade ground. These people, regardless of how normal they appear now, have been utterly beyond salvation since the moment they carved those symbols onto their bodies. Such individuals already made up 1/5 of the Antovstar 1st Infantry Regiment, and among those who appeared normal, there were many who had also carved similar symbols onto their bodies. And now the redskin angel was saying that such people were completely beyond saving. No need for sermon or discernment, they were to be executed directly. 1/5, a full 1,000 soldiers. The number might even grow after tonight. The figure made IR Irby feel a wave of dizziness. He was to execute at least 1,000 people at once. I understand. But since the angel had declared them beyond salvation, then for humanity, for the emperor, even if the number were to double or triple, he must carry it out. I will arrange those bearing the 8-pointed star markings at the very front, those with suspicious behavior and suspected corruption in the middle, and those worthy of trust at the rear. Good. Proceed with this plan. Go and begin preparations. After the redskin angel finished, the yellowskin angel immediately added, clear this camp area. Whatever sounds occur here tonight, do not investigate, and do not pay them any mind. Understood. After agreeing, Commissar IR turned and was the first to exit the room to prepare the relevant matters. Times were different now. In the past, a single command from him, even ordering all personnel to run naked to the parade ground, would have been executed without hesitation. However, in this special period, gathering all 5,000 people in the garrison required him to personally coordinate, urge multiple parties, and perhaps even execute a few people to achieve that goal. Baranikov originally planned to go with Commissar IL, but was stopped by the redskin angel at the threshold. Company Commander Baranikov, you have other things to do. Upon hearing this, Baranikov immediately turned around and bowed his head. My lord, what do you need me to do? Take your men and block the garrison's exit. Let no one in or out. Upon hearing this, Baranikov straightened his back, understanding the angel's intention. The reason he was ordered to block the exit was that the Flax Fortress was now swarming with spies of the Savan faction. If they were to detect the turmoil unfolding within the 1st Antonstar Infantry Regiment, the entire garrison would likely be besieged. The angel's move was to seize control of the entire 1st Antonstar Infantry Regiment before the news could spread. Understood, my lord. After Irby and Baranikov left, only Ongron and II remained facing each other in the room. What is the next step? Unlike when facing Commissar or Company Commander Baranikov, and Erlong's tone now was much more normal, and II was the same. With the support of my Sansing Augustler, the Outer Krieg machines have already cleaned up the second defense line of the Flax Fortress. In a moment, this reward mission should be completely finished, and then we will launch a direct general assault. As for those enemy reinforcements, let them be caught in a meat grinder the moment they land. Let them fight a Flax version of the Char landing battle. Ongron nodded. Thrith Three Eyes' plan, though simple, was direct enough, perfectly fitting his style. If they could successfully assemble the Loyalist forces by tomorrow in the ensuing fortress interior battle, he would not lack covering troops to fill the lines, which would allow him to fight with even less restraint. As for the battle situation on the fortress periphery, judging from Thrith Three Eyes' tone, the Krieg forces' advance was also exceptionally smooth. Before the last stronghold of the second defense line of the Flax fortress perimeter, B-114 fortress, Colonel Saran raised his binoculars, staring at the blurry outline of that ruined tower in the distance. This steel fortress, once the largest and most structurally formidable on the second defense line of the Flax fortress perimeter, had already been shattered from 1,000 miles away by the earth-shattering cannon of the Ranger Legion before they even arrived. The once majestic complex now collapsed as if gnawed by an ancient giant beast. The formerly orderly trench network was riddled with pits and cracks, as if countless ugly scars had been branded onto the earth. Under the dim grayish-yellow sky, it resembled a forsaken ruin. However, the figures clearly moving in the binoculars reminded Saran that this ruin was not truly dead. Besides dense infantry units, a large number of Lehman Russ tanks and Macarius heavy tanks had appeared in the enemy positions, lurking like steel beasts among the broken walls. Saran slowly lowered his binoculars, turned to look at the ever-silent Corporal Falati beside him, and whispered, "My lord, you said there is a way to capture B-114 fortress without a single casualty." The latter only slightly shook his head to stop Saran's further words, his expression unfathomable, as if he had already seen through everything, and said, "Merely some ants watch me break it with one ship." Before Saran could find any sword on the person before him and ask why one sword could break B-114 fortress, Corporal Falati had already held his breath and concentrated, standing tall facing B-114 fortress, as if gathering some invisible force. Thus Saran no longer felt it appropriate to ask. After a brief pause, Corporal Falati suddenly took a deep breath and erupted with a sky-rending shout towards the fortress ship. "Come!" Boom! A blinding flash of light streaked across the sky, followed by a massive green silhouette that was initially blurry, piercing through the clouds, but in the blink of an eye it coalesced into a metal mountain spanning the heavens. It was a magnificent, unprecedented grand warship, its colossal hull nearly covering half the sky. "This is..." Saran was almost speechless when Corporal Falati's voice timely rang out with a strange, overlapping echo, as if thousands of him were speaking simultaneously. "This is the Pride of Augustler, the Imperial Guard ship, now my personal vessel." Corporal Falati's words were still echoing in the sky when destruction descended as promised. Countless thick golden raindrops poured down from the hull of the Pride of Augustler, like divine punishment showering onto B-114 fortress, completely engulfing it. Saran hurriedly raised his binoculars again towards B-114 fortress. Those falling raindrops were no raindrops at all. They were clearly countless thick, destructive beams of light. Each of these beams contained enough energy to melt through the Earth's crust. The Lehman Russ tank's proud frontal armor, struck by beams thicker than its own cannon barrel, instantly exploded and melted into boiling molten iron on the ground. The Macarius heavy tank lasted only a few hundredths of a second more before being scorched into a blackened silhouette, along with the surrounding infantry forever frozen on the melted and resolidified ground. After clearing the surface, the destructive raindrops did not cease, but plunged straight into the deep underground facilities of the fortress. The underground fortifications that had survived the previous continuous bombardments now proved useless under the relentless barrage of laser rain. The beams easily penetrated meters of plastic, steel, and concrete structures. Continuous explosions surged from underground, making even the earth tremble. Through the telescope, Saran watched the B-114 fortress 15 kilometers away tremble under a relentless chain of explosions. Even at this distance, the wave of scorching heat was palpable, searing his cheeks, as if it could pierce through the very air itself. Lowering the telescope, Saran turned his gaze to Corporal Falad beside him, a member of the Ranger Legion who had just summoned a warship capable of atmospheric operation for close air support, with nothing more than a single gesture and a single word. And now, as he calmly surveyed the B-114 fortress being annihilated in the distance, he maintained that same detached, almost ethereal composure, as if he were a celestial being beyond mortal concerns. "My lord, this is..." Saran's voice trembled with overwhelming shock, his words catching in his throat, unable to form a complete sentence. "Colonel Saran, there is no need for such astonishment." Corporal Falad finally spoke again, his voice cutting through the distant rumbling of explosions with crystal clarity. "It was merely a single ship I casually dispatched." His tone was as casual as if he were discussing the weather. His right hand slowly rose once more, fingers spread wide, aimed at the distant B-114 fortress. As he moved, the bow of the Pride of Augustgrad, hovering in midair, split open on both sides, and a light never seen before began to converge at its prow, like a newborn star taking shape. "Mere rebels, ants before me. I can crush them with a single clench of my fist." With those words, his spread fingers snapped shut violently. Boom, boom, boom. Three colossal spheres of energy, each over 100 meters in diameter, erupted from the warship's prow in succession, like falling solar coronas hurtling toward the B-114 fortress, which had once offered sporadic return fire, but now lay in absolute silence. Boom-omni. 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 The instant the energy spheres struck the ground, Saran felt a searing afterimage burned onto his retinas. This was no ordinary explosion. It was a purer form of annihilation. Light and heat devoured everything in an instant, vaporizing the B-114 fortress along with the bedrock beneath it. Immediately after, three visible shockwaves like moving walls of destruction swept forward, carrying debris and twisted metal, charging directly toward their observation point. Without a moment's hesitation, Colonel Saran squeezed his eyes shut and grabbed Corporal Fallad beside him, pulling them both tumbling into the trench adjacent to the observation post. The instant they rolled into the trench, the wall of pure destruction swept over the very spot where they had been standing moments before. Saran felt countless grains of sand and shards of rock lashing against his back. Even through his heavy military coat, sharp pains shot through him. The camouflage netting above the trench flapped violently, and even the plastic-reinforced steel beams of the support structure began to groan under the strain. Cough. Cough. Even with his breathing mask filtering out most of the dust, the scorching air still seared his lungs like a red-hot branding iron. Every breath felt like swallowing molten metal. He coughed violently, tears streaming uncontrollably from his eyes, condensing into a blurry patch of moisture on the inside of his mask. As the shockwave subsided, he struggled to push himself up, his first concern being the safety of Corporal Fallad beside him. Yet there stood Fallad, perfectly composed in the trench. Not a single crease had appeared on his peculiar red and black uniform, and the strange helmet remained firmly fixed upon his head. Even Saran himself had lost his own Krieg helmet in the chaos. "My lord, you. Saran's voice was hoarse beyond recognition, but he still managed to speak with relief. "I'm glad you're safe." Corporal Fallad did not respond immediately. He stepped back up onto the trench's edge and raised his gaze toward the location where the B-114 fortress had once stood. Saran followed his gaze, and his pupils contracted sharply beneath his breathing mask. There was no B-114 fortress anymore. All that remained on the Earth were three enormous circular craters, each several kilometers in radius, overlapping one another. The rock walls of these craters had been fused into glass-like crystal by the extreme heat, glowing with a dark crimson luster in the searchlights cast by the Pride of August Grad, as if the Earth itself had been torn open into a wound of slowly flowing magma. For a long time, Saran remained lost in the aftermath of the explosion that had annihilated B-114. A massive fortress housing at least 100,000 soldiers, countless vehicles, and artillery pieces. Wiped from the map so effortlessly. Saran slowly removed his breathing mask, letting the acrid air flood his lungs. He wanted to say something, but found that all words seemed pale and absurd in the face of such power. 100,000 lives, along with the fortress they had defended, the countless underground fortifications, the heavy artillery and vehicle clusters. All of it was nothing more than dust between the fingers of Corporal Fallad's clenched fist. He once again looked up at the Pride of August Grad in the sky. This airborne fortress, capable of unleashing devastating firepower within the atmosphere, even from just a few hundred meters above the ground. If every battle could be supported by warships like this, wouldn't they be unstoppable against enemies lacking void shield arrays? Moreover, with firepower like this, unless the enemy was protected by large-scale city-based void shield arrays, even small void shields in field warfare would be nothing more than a mantis trying to stop a chariot. As for targets protected by shields, but lacking adequate anti-air heavy weaponry, they could only sit and wait for death. And what's more, this warship's altitude was well beyond the range of orbital heavy defense arrays. Colonel Saran. Fallad's voice pulled Saran back from his shock and wild speculation. The Ranger finally turned his head. "Your reaction just now was quite swift." There was a hint of approval in Corporal Fallad's tone. "But there's no need for such panic next time. No one's going to die from this." Saran swallowed a mouthful of saliva tinged with the taste of rust, finally forcing out the question that had been churning in his throat. "My lord, this is the Pride of August Grad." Corporal Fallad finished the sentence for him, then turned back toward where the B-114 fortress once stood. "Order the troops to advance on Fort Flax. Everything is already prepared." Li Lu disabled the sound enhancement feature on his audio mixing software. When conversing with the Krieger NPC named Saran earlier, he had deliberately activated echo and bass reverb to craft a more imposing vocal atmosphere for himself. The synthesized voice carried a subtle resonance, successfully shaping the air of mystery and authority he desired. Li Lu decided then that the audio mix would be his permanent setup whenever he needed to show off. Switching back to the Anton Prime 1st Step Infantry Regiment barracks, Li Lu selected the 6 disguised armed ruffians who had followed him into Fort Flax and commanded them to begin constructing a supply bunker in a corner of the barracks that Commissar Il had just cleared. Under the combined efforts of the 6 ruffians, the supply bunker was completed in a matter of seconds. Selecting the 6 armed ruffians once more, he pressed the Z key. The six entered the supply bunker for a brief moment before emerging, their weapons now replaced with laborer equipment. Build a starport. With that, Li Lu Bok selected these laborer ruffians to construct a starport together. Sparks of welding flashed intermittently in the dimness, the starport's skeleton rapidly taking shape under the ruffians' skilled hands. Though not as swift as the supply bunker with the six ruffians working in unison, it wasn't long before the starport was officially completed. By this point in Baranikov's reward questline, the task had evolved into assisting Baranikov in rallying the forces still loyal to the Imperium. The most crucial step was identifying those Chaos traitors who had been utterly corrupted. Li Lu already had a clear strategy for this. Back during the Armageddon campaign, he had discovered that detection units could reveal the taint of chaos within units. If it were merely a matter of identification, the operation wasn't complex. He simply needed to pull a few ruffians to build anti-air turrets and utilize their detection mechanism to accomplish the task. But finding traitors was only the first step. As everyone knew, in StarCraft 3, all Warhammer side units were affected by the morale system. Currently, the morale of the loyalist soldiers in the Anton Prime, First Step Infantry Regiment, who had not yet fully fallen, was generally low. In stark contrast, the fighting spirit of the Chaos traitors was exceptionally high. The excessively low morale of the loyalist soldiers not only weakened their will to fight, but also accelerated the spread of Chaos corruption. Once morale fell below a critical threshold, they would completely defect to Chaos. Therefore, this mission required not only purging the Chaos traitors within the regiment, but also boosting the morale of the loyal soldiers, slowing down, or even purifying the Chaos corruption upon them. Li Lu guessed that the StarCraft side commander would most likely have to lead these identified loyalists to victory in battle to restore morale. As for the Warhammer side commander, they would need to rely on hero units like Commissars, Inquisitors, or Ecclesiarchy priests using rhetoric or other actions to rally morale. In short, each side had its own methods. But although Li Lu was playing as the StarCraft side commander Arcturus Mengsk, he didn't need to desperately lead these troops into battle or do other things to boost morale. Because Mengsk had the Mindwash ship. Not only did the Mindwash ship possess detection abilities to uncover Chaos contamination, but it could also automatically broadcast to nearby allies, providing attack speed and movement speed buffs, the most direct manifestation of morale enhancement. Li Lu planned to produce 3 Mindwash ships in his first batch. The first would be deployed in the entry area, providing detection support and morale buffs to Baranikov. The second would cover the infantry drill grounds, boosting the morale of not yet fully corrupted soldiers while performing detection duties. The third would serve as his personal shadow, following him around to provide buffs. As the first Mindwash ship slowly rose from the starport, Li Lu carefully observed its appearance. Mengsk Empire's signature design of blimp-style hull equipped with massive holographic projection arrays and directional sonic emitters. After some research on the Mindwash ship, Li Lu discovered that while its voice lines could be customized, the holographic imagery on it was fixed to display Mengsk's likeness. However, in this regard, Li Lu was almost certain that players would eventually create mods to replace these elements in the future. After holding this Mindwash ship in place, Li Lu continued his macro management. He didn't intend to let them be prematurely exposed until all 3 Mindwash ships were fully completed. Since these newly produced units weren't disguised, just as his own units would immediately focus fire on red-named enemies, the enemy would absolutely not spare an undisguised Mindwash ship either. After the starport was finished, Li Lu didn't let these ruffians idle. Instead, he had them begin constructing a recruitment center in the same area. Li Lu planned to train a group of civilian units equipped with laborer gear inside Fort Flax. The reason he chose this approach was because he had realized that while orbital drops were a fast way to deploy forces, small-scale drops couldn't possibly penetrate Fort Flax's anti-air defenses. To launch a single drop large enough to break through the anti-air fire and still have troops capable of withstanding the garrison's counterattack after entering Fort Flax, in Li Lu's estimation, only Raynor could manage it. If he forcibly used Mengsk's forces to take heavy losses dropping troops into Fort Flax, even if they successfully made it, and the remnants would struggle to hold their position and would soon be wiped out. Of course, it wasn't impossible to first destroy Fort Flax's void shield array and anti-air systems, creating conditions for a direct bombardment by the flagship in Augustgrad. However, the void shield array and anti-air emplacements within Fort Flax were surrounded by formidable defensive systems and a large number of garrison troops. Without sufficient forces, Li Lu couldn't possibly break in. In comparison, using the recruitment center to produce labor-equipped units that wouldn't require orbital drop assembly, converting and arming them in place within the fortress was actually the safest approach. Relying on his dwindling authority, political commissar, Erer, finally managed to summon the officers of the remaining companies stationed within the 1st Regiment's barracks on Antana. 2 angels have arrived at our garrison. Tomorrow at noon, on the training grounds, they shall deliver the Emperor's holy scripture to us. The officers' reactions were mixed. One faction, led by Nikita, could barely contain their ecstatic joy, eager to hear the holy words. Another faction, like Erer himself, wore expressions of weary skepticism they could not hide. Presumably, these men still believed the angels coming to preach were the same ones who had previously accompanied Sava, claiming to be from the Ultramarines chapter. This misunderstanding played right into Ear's hands, allowing him to temporarily placate these traitors and prevent them from discerning his true intentions prematurely. Political Commissar Ear cast a discreet glance over the gathered officers, their faces familiar, yet their actions alien to him. He absorbed every subtle shift in expression before continuing, his words slow and deliberate. Tomorrow's assembly on the training ground is mandatory. All personnel must be in formal uniform. No armor, no weapons. This is the most fundamental sign of respect for the angels. No one objected. After all, appearing before the angels armed and armored would indeed seem irreverent, bordering on offensive. Ear took it all in, his expression unmoved. Tomorrow at noon, a loyalty and treachery would be laid bare for all to see. One more thing, Ear continued. Beyond the prohibition on weapons and armor for tomorrow's assembly, you will return to your units and order every soldier to the bathhouse to cleanse themselves. They must be pure of body to hear the angel's sermon. Again, no one raised an objection. Water was a precious commodity on Flax. The garrison bathhouse was typically opened only once a month. Opening it early for the sake of the angel's sermon was a perfectly reasonable course of action. However, Ear's order wasn't intended to ensure a clean audience for the angels. It was to expose any bearing the 8-pointed star or other symbols of chaos, making them impossible to hide. Is that understood? Ear raised his voice, emphasizing the gravity of the matter. By noon tomorrow, I want everyone, and I mean everyone, yourselves included, standing clean and pure on the training ground to hear the angels. Anyone refusing to bathe on the pretext of illness or injury will be charged with blasphemy. The officers chorused their assent, then dispersed. Soon the garrison was abuzz with activity once more, save for the section of the camp that had been cleared out at the angels' request. Steam billowed from the bathhouse, filled with the murmur of voices as soldiers entered in batches, crowding under the showerheads to cleanse themselves. Political Commissar Ear did not supervise personally. Instead, he selected veteran soldiers from his personal guard whose faith in the Emperor remained resolute. He stationed them at the bathhouse entrance to tally any soldier bearing the 8-pointed star tattoo or other marks. This tally would directly determine the soldier's formation placement on the training ground the next day. Ear sat alone in the command room, his shadow stretched long by the dim lamplight. Before him lay an officer roster marked with dense red crosses like festering wounds cut into the regiment he had once regarded with pride. He picked up a pen and copied down the names of the senior officers who had displayed excessive zeal during the meeting. Nikita Dingjin, Litong Snow Leopard. Several of them aside from Nikita had seemed perfectly normal before. But during the meeting, upon hearing of the angel's sermon, they had suddenly become fervent. It was a fervor born of lust for power, not the awe-stricken devotion of true emperor followers meeting their angels. The sound of soldiers' commotion drifted in from outside the window. Steam still curled up from the direction of the bathhouse. Ear rose and walked to the window, gazing at the figures moving between the barracks. Commissar. A greeting came from the doorway. Ear didn't turn, knowing it was his personal guard Yuki. Speak. Sir, the entire 1st Regiment of Antana has completed their bathing. According to the tally, there are 1451 individuals bearing marks of blasphemy on their bodies. These marked individuals have been assigned to the 3 frontmost formations on the training ground for tomorrow's sermon. Good. Ear turned, walked back to the desk, and closed the officer roster. He looked towards the door and said, select additional men to reinforce Captain Baranikov at the garrison entrance. No matter what happens, no one leaves the garrison without my orders. Understood. After Yuki departed with his orders, Ear sat back in his chair. But after only a few seconds he rose again and headed towards the section of the camp where the angels were quartered. Walking through the camp that had been his home for years, Ear found the surroundings strange and disorienting. The familiar barracks, the small parade ground, even the original roads had all vanished. In their place stood a host of extraordinarily ornate towering structures draped with numerous red banners embroidered with white wolf heads, presenting a striking palette of crimson and white. From within these structures emerged personnel clad in black one-piece uniforms, wearing masks with goggles emitting a warm orange glow, draped in red and gray protective armor and laden with heavy yet seemingly portable engineering apparatus. These individuals would emerge and then quickly return inside, only to reappear with their engineering gear gone, replaced by oddly shaped firearms. They appeared to be some kind of soldier. Moreover, they paid no attention to Ear's presence, silently permitting him to move among the buildings. Observing his surroundings, Ear recalled Maige's earlier report. Besides the men Baranikov had brought, the 2 angels had also brought 6 attendants. Looking closely now, their appearance and equipment matched Maige's description almost perfectly. At the very least, they bore no pretenses of blasphemous symbols. Could it be? All these people and buildings were brought by the 2 angels. But so many people and these structures, how could they have been brought in within such a short time? Could it be that all these people and structures were brought here by the 2 angels? But so many people and all these buildings, how could they possibly have been transported here in such a short span of time? Commissar Il attempted to communicate with the soldiers, yet they remained utterly unresponsive. Left with no other choice, he pressed deeper into the heart of the sprawling complex. The red and white structures stood in impeccable alignment, each interval between them precise as though measured by a ruler. Had it not been for the faint traces of the original garrison grounds visible beneath his feet, he might have believed he had been inexplicably spirited away from Vlax to some unfamiliar new world. As he ventured further inward, the density of the buildings showed no sign of diminishing. At last, in the center of a relatively open plaza, Il beheld the two angels. They were not bustling about as he had anticipated, but stood side by side before three low-flying airships seemingly engaged in quiet conversation. "How about this?" he said, clearing his throat twice, his voice suddenly deepening with gravitas. "Heretics and the fallen would have you abandon your lifelong faith in the God Emperor, turning instead to false and twisted gods in exchange for a fleeting reprieve and corrupted power. But I tell you, the God Emperor's gaze has never left this place. His wrath shall consume every traitor, and the seat beside his throne belongs only to those who remain loyal unto death." Onra nodded at these words. It carries something of the ecclesiarchy priest preaching, but the presence isn't quite there yet. "Humph, you want presence?" He clicked his tongue then, as if struck by a thought, said, "Then let me try another one. See what you think." He cleared his throat once more, and his voice shifted to one of seething fury brimming with authority and majesty. "Those among you who have turned your backs on the God Emperor's glory, you treacherous dogs, vile villains, wicked scoundrels, traitorous rebels, I swear to slay you all, to feast upon your flesh and sleep upon your skin." Onran felt a profound unease wash over him at these words, struck by a sudden impulse to fight to the very last breath, and then fall upon his own blade. "Stop!" Onran raised a single hand, his expression contorted, as though he were simultaneously sampling 100 different flavors of promethium fuel. "Where in the Emperor's name did you learn that from?" "Of the new Three Kingdoms. You've never seen it." "Well, technically it's a court drama set in a dynasty from ancient Terra, so that works too," he replied with unshakable confidence. "That show is full of lines like that. For instance, deafness, but is the very mark of an emperor's conquest." Hearing this, Angren's hands shot toward his own ears before he forcibly restrained them. He stared at his own rebellious limbs, unable to comprehend the overwhelming urge to gouge out his eardrums. Enough. Truly enough. Onran drew a deep breath, struggling to extricate himself from the tangled emotions of absurdity and bewilderment. He lowered his hands, fixing his gaze upon his companion. Just use those." Caught off guard that Onran would seriously endorse the nonsensical words he had been reciting for fun, his tone turned hesitant. "Wait, man, I was just messing around. You actually want me to go up there and shout that? And why not?" Onran rubbed his temples. Even after a moment, the phantom urges to fight to the death fall upon his blade, and deafen himself, still lingered in his mind. Your opening speech, while lacking in presence, was at least proper ecclesiarchy rhetoric. The soldiers could understand it. He paused, searching for the right words to describe the inexplicable impulses his companion had stirred in him. Finding nothing suitable beyond bizarre which he dared not say aloud, he continued, "Those lines you borrowed from New Three Kingdoms. Though they were refreshing, one cannot deny that the fury behind them was genuine and infectious. So what are you saying?" "What I'm saying is your words will work." "All right, then I'm recording it." Commissar Il had intended to step forward and report his actions to the two angels, but he had barely taken a few steps when the red-skinned angel suddenly erupted in a thunderous roar. "Those among you who have turned your backs on the God Emperor's glory, you treacherous dogs, vile villains, wicked scoundrels, traitorous rebels, I swear to slay you all, to feast upon your flesh and sleep upon your skin." Commissar Il's feet were nailed to the ground. In his 2 decades of service, he had heard the sermons of ecclesiarchy priests, the pre-battle exhortations of battle sisters, and even the blood-freezing pronouncements of inquisitors. But never had he heard any angel deliver such a piercing fusion of fury and curses woven into a relentless barrage of condemnation. The voice seemed to carry an ancient venom from Terra's golden age, each utterance of villain struck like a sledgehammer against the inside of his skull. Simultaneously, his hand instinctively drifted toward his sidearm. "No." Il abruptly raised his hand and slapped himself several times, so hard that blood sprayed from his nose. Only then did he suppress the overwhelming urge to draw his weapon gun down the traitors, then immediately turn the barrel upon his own temple, and end his life to return his soul to the throne. No sooner had he regained control than another pronouncement drifted from the two angels ahead. "Deafness, but is the very mark of an emperor's conquest." At these words, Commissar Il's hands rose uncontrollably, index fingers extended, driving straight toward his own ears. Against this impulse, he marshaled every ounce of his strength to force his hands back to his sides, clenching his fists so fiercely that, despite having no nails, his fingers carved bloody gashes into his palms. When it was over, he gasped for breath, feeling as though the iron wool forged through 2 decades of commissar service had been shredded to tatters in mere minutes by the casual words drifting from the two angels. At noon on the second day, on the parade ground inside the Flax Fortress, over 5,000 soldiers of the Anong Star 1st Infantry Regiment, who remained behind, stood densely packed, filling the entire space. They were arranged into 3 distinct formations, clearly separated according to the grouping Ear had recorded in the bathhouse the previous day. The more than 1,000 soldiers in the front row kept glancing toward the high platform, their eyes fixed on the two angels clad in heavy armor, their bodies stained with dried blood, and the 8-pointed star emblem, their gazes burning with fanatical fervor. The 2,000 or so in the middle area displayed markedly different expressions and postures. Some shared the same fanatical looks as the front row, eagerly anticipating something, while others kept shifting their stance, deliberately maintaining distance from those around them, appearing hesitant. Only the 1,500 or so at the very back maintained neat ranks, their eyes not at all directed toward the two angels on the high platform, but rather looking with worry and a touch of confusion toward Commissar Ir himself, who stood at the edge of the formation. These soldiers in the third row might not understand the ways of chaos or know what heresy was, but they knew when to trust their Commissar, even if at this moment the officer they trusted was leading them toward an unknown fate. Silence! The red-skinned angel on the platform roared, and though he wore no helmet and used only his bare voice, his words easily covered the entire parade ground, echoing clearly in every soldier's ear. After the parade ground quieted, the yellow-skinned angel nodded to the red-skinned angel who had just shouted, then stepped forward. Soldiers of the Anong Star 1st Infantry Regiment. I am an angel of the God Emperor, and I have come here today only to proclaim the truth to you. His voice, amplified by the armor's speaker system, was deep and grand, laden with 1,000 echoes, inspiring awe in all who heard it. The soldiers in the front row who bore blasphemous symbols had just quieted down, but immediately burst into cheers. Some even began chanting profane prayers like blood for the blood god, skulls for the skull throne, fully believing that this angelic sermon was the prelude to the glory of the blood god. However, contrary to their expectations, the yellow-skinned angel suddenly shifted his tone and continued, "But I am not a man of many words, so I will entrust this matter to my dear friend, the beloved Emperor Mengsike." With that, the red-skinned angel and the yellow-skinned angel truly walked side by side down from the high platform, showing no intention of preaching. This unexpected move left the soldiers in the first row and part of the second row exchanging bewildered glances, their faces filled with confusion. Weren't the angels supposed to give a sermon? Why did both angels leave the podium? And who is this beloved Emperor Mengsike? Under the watchful gaze of the confused crowd, 3 airship-like aircraft with black bodies, gold trim, and red accents slowly rose into the air. Multiple powerful searchlights mounted on the hulls suddenly blazed to life, illuminating the parade ground, which was still dim despite being noon, as bright as day. At the same time, the massive holographic displays on both sides of the airships lit up in sync, revealing a figure in a magnificent gold coat at the center of the screen. This man had a stern countenance, piercing eyes, and an undeniable aura of authority, every detail exuding an innate aristocratic bearing. Soldiers of the Anong Star 1st Infantry Regiment, you have been told by Savan that faith in the so-called Blood God is the path to power, and that the Blood God will grant you gifts beyond mortal reach. The man's first words stirred a commotion among the first 2 rows of the parade ground. As if anticipating this reaction, his voice suddenly turned cold, piercing into everyone's eardrums like ice. The heretics and degenerates led by Savan wish to deceive you into abandoning your long-standing faith in the God Emperor and turning to the heretical false god called the Blood God in exchange for a brief respite and twisted power. The man in the hologram leaned forward slightly, his sharp eyes seeming to pierce through the screen and gaze into the souls of every soldier. His voice was no longer cold, but carried a weight of almost pity, like a monarch watching his people stray from the path. And many among you have indeed done so, deceived into selling your souls and losing your essence as human beings. These words fell like a bucket of ice water on burning coals, abruptly silencing the commotion in the front rows. The fanatical faces now showed a complex mix of confusion and anger. The Blood God is a false god. What it claims to give is merely a disguised demand. Every symbol you carve is an IOU written on your soul. And when the creditor comes calling. The middle-aged man raised his right hand and suddenly clenched it into a fist in front of his chest, as if crushing something invisible. Along with this gesture came his verdict-like voice, "You won't even have a choice." The man's voice suddenly rose, thundering out from the 3 airships and exploding across the parade ground. After speaking these words, his expression became angry and his voice lost its former softness, filled instead with awe-inspiring authority. "Now I tell you, the God Emperor's gaze has never left this place. His wrath will consume every traitor, and the seat beside his throne belongs only to those who remain loyal unto death. Those among you who have abandoned the glory of the God Emperor, you dogs, you traitors, you villains, you rebels, I swear to kill you, to eat your flesh, to sleep in your skin." The final roar, amplified by the airship's speaker system, layered into a visible shockwave that struck the front row, causing their eardrums to bleed. Along with these words, soldiers appeared on both sides of the parade ground within a radius of several hundred meters. They wore black unitards hoods with visors emitting orange-yellow light, red-gray armor over them, and carried various weapons. Now I tell you, the God Emperor's gaze has never left this place. His wrath will consume all traitors, and the seat beside his throne belongs only to those who remain loyal unto death. Among you, those who have abandoned the glory of the God Emperor, traitors, villains, wicked ones, rebels, I swear to slay you all, to devour your flesh and sleep upon your skin. The final roar, amplified layer by layer through the airship's loudspeaker system, formed a visible shockwave that caused the eardrums of the front-row soldiers to bleed. Along with these words, there appeared on both sides of the training ground hundreds of soldiers clad in black one-piece uniforms, wearing masks with orange-yellow glowing visors, draped in red-gray armor, and wielding various weapons. Loyal ones, stand still. If your devotion to the God Emperor remains unchanged, then the ensuing attack will not harm you. As for those irredeemable traitors, let them pay the price for their betrayal. The man in the projection finished speaking, and the soldiers in black uniforms on both sides of the training ground simultaneously raised their weapons, pulling the triggers toward the three formations of the Anton Star 1st Infantry Regiment. A dense hail of bullets then covered the entire training ground. The vast majority of the Anton Star 1st Infantry Regiment members in the front rows, whose bodies were engraved with blasphemous symbols, turned into splattering flesh and shattered bones in this sudden attack. The few soldiers who reacted in time tried to lie flat on the ground to evade, but were also riddled with bullets that tore their backs into a bloody mess. These degenerate traitors who had fervently chanted the name of the blood god could now only be mercilessly slaughtered like pigs and sheep for the slaughter. But this was not entirely a one-sided massacre. At the very front of the first row of the training ground, over a dozen unusually burly officers straightened their bodies. Their skin was covered with dark red lines. The blasphemous symbols that were once faintly visible now emitted a glaring red light, like red-hot branding irons. The first wave of bullets struck these officers. The bullets penetrated partway into their flesh, but could go no further. You liars! Witness the power of the blood god's blessing. Blood for the blood god. Skulls for the skull throne. These degenerate officers roared as they tore open their uniforms, which had been shredded by the hail of bullets, revealing their knotted root-like muscles beneath, and charged toward the mysterious soldiers who had initiated the attack. Seeing this, the man in the projection spoke again. This is no ordinary traitor. We must strike hard. As his words fell, several blinding white lights flashed in succession, landing randomly among the mysterious soldiers who were frantically firing toward the center of the training ground. Their armor became exceptionally thick, with two large red fuel tanks attached to their backs, and the weapons in their hands transformed into a strange firearm connected by a thick pipeline to the red tank behind the armor. Puff! At the moment of transformation, scorching flames burst forth, lighting up the training ground with blazing tongues of fire. A burly officer charging at the very front had no time to react. His body, once able to withstand bullets, rapidly carbonized and peeled under the sudden high-temperature burning, emitting a terrifying crackling sound. The intense pain made him let out a heart-wrenching howl. Ayo! Ayo! Snow leopard! Another officer who was slightly slower and not yet within the flamethrower's range saw this, and cried out his comrade's name in grief. No. But no matter how grief-stricken he was, the comrade called Snow Leopard had already fallen silent in the flames with no further sound. Ding Jun, we must break out. Beside this extremely grief-stricken officer, Ding Jun, Nikita, whose body kept flashing with white lights completely different from those enveloping the mysterious soldiers, shouted loudly, "We must report everything that happened here to Lord Savan." Nikita was the only person on site who, despite possessing the blessing, did not rely on his physical body to withstand attacks, because he had a personal refraction field that, although it was said to be standard equipment for senior officers before departure, was actually procured through his family's efforts and money. Ding Jun paid no attention to Nikita's voice. Blazing with rage, he grabbed a nearby soldier's corpse riddled with bullet holes, swung it as a weapon with a whistling sound, and hurled it directly at the flamethrower soldier who had burned Snow Leopard to death. Bang! The corpse flew out heavily, knocking down that soldier and a group of people around him. Ding Jun followed closely. The blessing of the blood god and the fury of witnessing his friend's brutal death pushed his speed to a level he had never before achieved. Before the fallen soldiers could get up, his fist carrying divine grace and wrath descended like a battering ram. But a giant hand easily caught this heavy punch. Ding Jun's anger subsided slightly. He looked up, but could only see the chest of the giant hand's owner. On. Before Ding Jun could finish, the angel before him closed its 5 fingers, and Ding Jun's arm shattered with a crack. The flamethrower soldier who had gotten back up also sprayed flames at Ding Jun, burning his mouth and nose until he smoked like a living pipe. After Ding Jun died in smoke, the angel took a step and rammed into the remaining degenerate officers, charging straight at Nikita, who possessed the refraction field. Nikita witnessed all of this. This angel had not even drawn the twin axes at its waist, yet so easily caught Ding Jun's punch, which was enough to kill a person. Not only that, if Ding Jun's speed was just astonishingly fast, but still visible, then the angel's pace now was already so fast that it completely exceeded the limit of Nikita's dynamic vision. Kill that angel! Nikita roared, calling for help from the remaining companions around him, but under the incredibly fast killing efficiency of those mysterious soldiers, the only responses on the field were the bangs of weapons firing, the sizzle of flamethrowers burning flesh, and the screams of the dying. He couldn't even clearly see the figure charging at him. He could only judge from the fact that his refraction field emitted its most dazzling white light burst just before failing, that the opponent had already reached him. Boom! Just 0.000 something nanoseconds after the white light flashed, which to Nikita was but an instant. He felt his ribs snap one by one like dry branches, and then his entire body was physically torn apart. Do not move from where you stand. The angel has made it clear if your unwavering loyalty to the God Emperor has never wavered, simply remain in place. The attack shall not touch you. Commissar Ear and the officers who had not yet fallen strained every fiber to maintain order among the rear two ranks in the parade ground of the Anong Star 1st Infantry Regiment. Most had gone hoarse from endlessly repeating the same words. Yet even so their voices rang with unwavering conviction. At the center of the parade ground, the angel known as Redskin stood as an avatar of judgment. A single punch shattered Nikita, who had been empowered by evil forces. Within mere breaths, Redskin tore apart with bare hands all the fallen ones blessed by the blood god. As these blessed traitor officers fell one after another, the ordinary mutineers without armor or weapons were either riddled with bullets or burned to ash by flamethrowers under the encirclement of the mysterious soldiers. Though gunfire and screams interwove across the parade ground, the angel's promise was indeed coming true. Many soldiers who stood still seemed shielded by an invisible force. Bullets, as if guided by sight, whizzed past them to precisely strike the comrades around them who resisted or fled, yet never touched them. Some soldiers in the second rank, seeing the hail of bullets bearing down, closed their eyes in despair, only to find themselves unscathed moments later, while the traitors around them who had tried to resist or escape were already blasted into sieves. It was as though an invisible barrier separated the loyal from the treacherous into two entirely different worlds. This near-miraculous sight drove more and more soldiers to place their faith in the angel's promise. When soldiers witnessed their compatriots who chose to flee or resist being reduced to bloody pulp in an instant, while they themselves remained safe amidst the storm of bullets, the loyalty they had once buried deep in their chests began to blaze fiercely. Even though what unfolded before them was a kind of slaughter, order on the parade ground remained relatively stable. Apart from the first rank, most of the second rank and the overwhelming majority of the third rank held firm. Some even began to murmur prayers to the God Emperor. At first fragmented and sporadic, the prayers soon swelled into a low drone like distant rolling thunder. Amidst this thunderous recitation, the encirclement of mysterious soldiers gradually tightened. They maintained absolute silence throughout. No war cries, no commands, only the rhythmic firing of weapons meting out punishment to traitors. Before long, the last batch of traitors at the center of the parade ground knelt and begged for mercy, but the gaze behind the mysterious soldiers' yellow visors showed not a flicker of hesitation. Their weapons continued to spew death with unwavering steadiness until the final scream faded into nothing. Only the soldiers who had chosen to hold their ground remained standing on the parade ground. Though none could know another's heart, in each of their minds the God Emperor was their one and only faith. Warriors of the God Emperor. The man who had been silent for so long across the three airship screens finally spoke again. When those fallen traitors sold their souls to heretical gods, the glory of the Anong Star 1st Infantry Regiment no longer belonged to them. And you have proven your loyalty through silent steadfastness. This loyalty is more precious than any metal. His voice, amplified through the airship's powerful loudspeakers, echoed across the parade ground with magnetic fervor. Now, though Fort Flax has fallen to heretics beyond its walls, millions of Imperial soldiers have completed the encirclement of this fallen fortress. The traitors within believe they can escape judgment behind their high walls, but they are wrong, utterly wrong. For they never imagined, within those walls, there are still you, the loyalists of the Anong Star 1st Infantry Regiment, whose faith in the God Emperor has never changed. Hearing this, Commissar Ear, understanding that the man the angel called a close friend Minsk must be a planetary governor, and the fully armed elite soldiers before him, his elite PDF forces, shouted hoarsely at the top of his lungs, "Emperor Minsk, give the order." Commissar Ear's cry was like a spark landing on dry kindling, spreading rapidly across the parade ground. What began as scattered echoes soon swelled into a unified roar, the voices of thousands of soldiers weaving into a thunderous wave above the blood-soaked field. They raised their fists high, eyes burning with reawakened fervor. "Emperor Minsk, give the order." "Excellent." Seeing this, the planetary governor of unknown origin, whom the angel had called Emperor Minsk, nodded. "Unyieldingly loyal. Commissar Ear, you and your loyal warriors of the Anong Star 1st Infantry Regiment shall be entrusted with a sacred mission to dismantle this rotten fortress from within. Lilu, controlling the mind control ship, watched the map of Fort Flax's interior with its subdivided target points, now updated to the mission of designating attack objectives for the Anong Star 1st Infantry Regiment, and continued primary target Void Shield Array 13, located near the Anong Star 1st Infantry Regiment's garrison within Fort Flax. "Do not fear the traitors. Not only am I with you, but my forces and the two angels will also assist your assault. Now march on Void Shield Array 13. The remaining soldiers of the Anong Star 1st Infantry Regiment, under the leadership of Commissar Ear and the loyalist officers, swiftly regrouped and reorganized. Though they numbered barely over 2,000, their morale had never been higher. Moreover, thanks to the purge of traitors, every soldier was now equipped with unprecedented abundance. The heavy carapace armor and various firearms once used by Nikita and his fallen cohorts were recovered from the traitor's private armory and distributed fairly to every loyal soldier. Personal equipment was secondary. Earlier, the traitorous Bishop Savin had also pulled large quantities of armored vehicles from Fort Flax's stockpiles to form a holy war army, and after the Anong Star 1st Infantry Regiment was nominally taken under Savin's control, they too received a generous share of various vehicles. They could now truly be called the Anong Star 1st Armored Regiment. Around the Eye of Terror, countless servants of chaos received a psychic signal, a beacon from Arcos, the faithless leader of the Alpha Legion, blazing like a lighthouse amidst the darkness of the warp. Deciphering the summons to Flax promising battle slaughter and plunder, these devotees of chaos eagerly set course, piloting their vessels, craft scarred by profane runes and millennia of war, towards their destination. They sought to attract the attention of their patron gods through wanton bloodshed, proving their worth for greater blessings, and Flax offered a fitting stage for their savage ambitions. Ancient engines roared and blazed as if infused with demonic life, hulls groaning under surging energies. Warships and transports coalesced into maddened fleets, boldly plunging into the warp storms, ready to tear open the veil of reality once more and emerge into the material universe. Though the warp storms of the Eye of Terror raged with unparalleled fury, posing extreme peril to any vessel attempting passage, with likely outcomes of utter annihilation or being cast adrift to some distant corner of the galaxy, such risks were regarded with utter indifference. Should they be destroyed within the storms before reaching Flax, or misfortune cast them into some remote and desolate star system, they harbored no resentment, for in their faith all was governed by divine will. If their gods willed it, so they would accept their fate with fervent, zealous devotion. Observation Station DM-498-066 was one of the Imperium's many secret outposts established to monitor the Eye of Terror. Within highly sensitive warp vane instruments detected an anomaly, dozens of large, unidentified vessels and hundreds of smaller, unknown hulls had appeared at the edge of the eye, conspicuously deviating from standard Imperial trade and patrol routes. The station immediately transmitted an alert to its superiors, but before the Imperial Navy could respond, the Demon Tribunal, ever vigilant against the Eye's latent threats, intercepted the transmission and discreetly dispatched a scout vessel to investigate. This scout ship was specially designed for one-way infiltration into the Eye of Terror, operated by a crew of automatons and a single untouchable. It was nearly undetectable within the warp and carried the Imperium's most advanced detection and communication equipment. It slipped into the Eye following the target trajectory provided by the observation station and delved deeper into the raging warp storms until it finally located its quarry in a remote region of space. The vessels were undeniably of chaos origin, including several battleship-class behemoths and dozens of cruiser-scale ships. Their numbers were still growing. New vessels emerged from the warp storms, joining the armada with every passing moment. Before being detected and destroyed, the scout vessel transmitted its data. Through this final report, the Demon Tribunal identified the fleet's flagship, a sight all too familiar, the Gloriana-class battleship, the Vengeful Spirit. Before it was discovered and destroyed, the reconnaissance ship transmitted information that allowed the Demon Inquisition to identify the fleet's flagship, a vessel all too familiar, the Gloriana-class battleship, the Vengeful Spirit. This name was marked as a thread of the highest order in the classified archives of the Demon Inquisition. 10 millennia ago, it was this very vessel that carried the War Master Horus Strait to Terra, plunging the Imperium of Man into the abyss of bloody civil war. After Horus's fall, his progeny, the self-proclaimed Chaos War Master Abaddon the Despoiler, inherited the vessel and continued to use it as his flagship. The last confirmed sighting of the Vengeful Spirit by the Imperium was centuries ago during the war known as the Gothic War or the 12th Black Crusade. In that war, which nearly consumed the entire Gothic sector, the Imperium paid a devastating price. At least a dozen capital ships were crippled or utterly destroyed. Multiple planets suffered exterminatus-level strikes. 4 of the 6 Blackstone fortresses collapsed and shattered, and hundreds of billions of Imperial citizens perished. It was not until Imperial reinforcements finally drove Abaddon back into the warp that the 12th Black Crusade he had launched came to an end. Now the reappearance of the Vengeful Spirit, accompanied by such a massive assembly of Chaos fleet, undoubtedly signifies that Abaddon the Despoiler is planning a new Black Crusade. Judging from the observed fleet size, the Chaos Force's investment in military power is likely to far exceed that of the Gothic War era. The Demon Inquisition immediately escalated this intelligence to the highest processing priority and transmitted it directly to the High Lords of Terra on Terra at a speed far exceeding the point-to-point relay of the various astropathic choirs in the conventional information transmission chain. As soon as this information about Abaddon's fleet assembly was conveyed, it triggered a chain of emergency responses among the high echelons of the Imperium. The shadow of the Gothic War had never lifted even after centuries. In a short time, within the chamber of the High Lords of Terra, besides the 9 fixed-seat representatives, The inquisitorial representative, the Grand Master of the Officio Assassinorum, the Master of the Administratum, the Ecclesiarch, the Fabricator General, the Grand Provost Marshal, the Navigator Ambassador, the Master of the Astronomicon, and the Master of the Astropathica. All present, the 3 non-permanent seat holders, the Supreme Commander of the Imperial Guard, the Solar Lord, and the High Admiral of the Imperial Navy, had also taken their seats urgently. After a heated debate at the meeting considering the devastating blow previously suffered by the Gothic sector, a plan was largely passed. Strike back. Orders were issued. The Imperial fleet began to assemble towards the Segmentum Obscurus, while the battle fleets already belonging to the Segmentum Obscurus were ordered to depart from their home ports. A large number of scout ships and patrol vessels were dispatched to the areas where the Chaos fleet might appear. In addition, over 10 Astartes rapid response strike forces were placed on alert, ready to provide support to the Imperial Navy if necessary. The various factions of the Inquisition also dispatched their most elite inquisitors and their retinues delving into the worlds near the Eye of Terror within the Segmentum Obscurus to search for any heretical activities, psychic anomalies, or warp signs that might presage a chaos invasion. The Grand Master of the Officio Assassinorum selected a cohort of the deadliest assassins and deployed them to multiple key worlds within the Segmentum Obscurus. Their mission was not to engage the enemy head-on, but to execute decapitation strikes after the Chaos forces landed, whether targeting Abaddon himself or the Chaos Lords commanding the Chaos Warbands. The remaining High Lords were responsible for stabilizing the rear situation, ensuring that the vast framework of the Imperium would not fall into chaos due to another war waged by Abaddon the Despoiler. Although at the start of the Gothic War the Chaos invasion spanned thousands of worlds, a considerable portion of them were taken by Chaos cults or other forces already present on those worlds, though Abaddon the Despoiler himself did not send troops to seize them. Therefore, stabilizing the situation was also crucial. No one could have predicted that the Flaxus system would become the primary target of Abaddon the Despoiler's full-scale assault. After all, while Flaxus, as a vital world stockpiling vast quantities of military supplies, did possess a certain strategic value, it was far from significant enough to warrant Abaddon mobilizing his entire Chaos fleet and designating it as his main offensive direction. If one were to claim that Abaddon intended to personally lead his grand army to support the rebels, a rebellion secretly instigated by Chaos forces raging on Flaxus's surface, it would seem even more contrary to logic. Not to mention that within just over a month the rebels on Flaxus had already been suppressed by the Imperial Guard force to hole up in their fortresses like cornered beasts. Abaddon's arrival at this point would hold virtually no tactical value. Furthermore, even if Flaxus were to fall completely, it would merely be a slight blemish on the Departamento Munitorum's pride. The military supplies stored on the planet were hardly irreplaceable strategic resources. The Imperium's vast and intricate logistical network was fully capable of replenishing them from other sectors, at worst adding some bureaucratic and transportation complications. What truly warranted Abaddon personally leading an expedition would be a fortress world like Cadia, which guarded the very mouth of the Eye of Terror and held decisive strategic importance. And it was precisely near these critical systems that the Imperial Navy's main battle fleets were concentrated. Thus, when scout flotillas determined that Abaddon's unprecedentedly massive armada was heading for Flaxus, it completely shattered all previous strategic projections. The Imperial Navy's high command was plunged into a brief but tense chaos. Senior flag officers repeatedly cross-referenced every piece of intelligence data, attempting to discern whether this was an elaborately crafted feint by Abaddon. Yet every reconnaissance report from the front lines pointed to the same conclusion: Abaddon the Despoiler's fleet was hurtling towards the Flaxus system with astonishing speed, showing no signs of altering course. Regarding why Abaddon would go to such lengths to attack Flaxus, a depot world of limited value, the tactical experts and strategic analysts of the Departamento Munitorum posited various hypotheses. Perhaps some ancient relic or technology lay buried deep within Flaxus's crust. Perhaps a figure of paramount importance to Abaddon was hidden among the rebel leadership. Or perhaps this was all a sinister trap designed to lure the Imperial fleets into diverting forces from the Cadian defense line, thereby weakening its crucial defenses. Yet regardless of the deductions and speculation, reality could no longer be ignored. It was now entirely too late to dispatch the main battle fleet to intercept Abaddon. The fleet defending the Flaxus system was originally a medium-sized mixed force composed of a sword-class frigate escort squadron detached from the RAS battle fleet, a squadron of system defense monitors, and a lunar-class cruiser, serving as its flagship. However, because Imperial intelligence initially placed its entire warning focus on Cadia and its surrounding systems, deeming these regions to be Abaddon's true coveted strategic objectives, the Imperial Navy's strength throughout the Veiled region was massively redeployed. This situation was compounded by the fact that ground operations on Flaxus were progressing smoothly, and a previously encountered traitor warship had been heavily damaged in battle, limping into Flaxus's spaceport. Requiring decades to restore to combat readiness, it no longer posed a substantive threat to orbital defenses. Consequently, the command determined that Flaxus did not require a substantial fleet presence. The warships and personnel originally stationed there were reassigned to other systems for patrol and joint defense duties. After this series of redeployments, the only force remaining in the Flaxus system was a security fleet under Rear Admiral Rass, aka consisting of 1 lunar-class cruiser and 3 sword-class frigates, just enough to maintain a watchful pressure on the trader vessel sheltering in the spaceport. For Rear Admiral Rass, aka, all the intelligence and reports he had received consistently indicated one thing: the Flaxus system and its supply lines were in a state of absolute security. But just moments ago he received an urgent directive from his superiors. He must prepare to withstand a full-scale assault on Flaxus by the Chaos Fleet, personally led by Abaddon the Despoiler. The order stated he had 1 week to organize his defenses, while the nearest reinforcements, even at full speed, would require at least half a month to arrive. Until then he was on his own. When receiving the order to organize defense, Major General Las Aka wanted to ask his superior, "My small security fleet is to defend against the fleet led by the raider Abaddon. Am I worthy?" But regardless of Major General Las Aka's feelings, the military orders from the Military Affairs Department were as firm as a mountain. Even knowing it was like throwing an egg against a rock, he had to build a defensive line in the Fulakizi star system. Major General Las Aka first assessed the situation of his troops. Well, without assessment, he already knew that his forces were severely insufficient. After the reassignments on paper, Major General Las Aka had 1 Moon-class cruiser, 3 Sword-class frigates, and 4 defense surveillance ships. But this was only on paper. The reassignments to their fleet were not limited to paper, they also included personnel on the ships. At this moment, even Major General Las Aka's own Moon-class flagship, the Lord Bolufing, had only the most basic crew left after various previous reassignments, let alone the other ships in the security fleet. Therefore, Major General Las Aka's primary task was to find more combat personnel. The Imperial Navy ships were severely lacking low-level sailors, the coolie workers, ammunition transporters, or damage control firefighters, who could be put to work immediately without training. So Major General Las Aka turned his attention to the millions of troops deployed by the Military Affairs Department on Fulakizi, as well as the equally massive labor camps of the Internal Affairs Department. According to the orders he received, he had the authority to requisition any necessary personnel. Now he would exercise this power. So Major General Las Aka immediately dispatched his officers and bosuns to lead a landing on the surface of Fulakizi, beginning to recruit manpower from the Labor Corps. Facing the bureaucrats of the Internal Affairs Department, who managed the Labor Corps, they only emphasized that the Navy's needs took precedence over the other orders they had received. Before the bureaucrats could react, large numbers of laborers had already been enlisted into the Imperial Navy. The laborers were assigned to new positions, and their names were added to the crew lists. These newcomers, called landmen and planet guests by the regular sailors, were the lowest class in the Navy, but their vast numbers did alleviate Major General Las Aka's severe manpower shortage. With the manpower problem solved, Major General Las Aka still lacked ships. So he conducted a thorough inspection of all vessels within the Fulakizi star system. Las Aka was lucky this time. A supply convoy was unloading onto the ground of Fulakizi, and 2 large cargo ships had already finished unloading. He immediately requisitioned them. Although not warships, these 2 cargo ships were equipped with enough firepower to defend themselves. There were also 5 other cargo ships traveling in the system. The armaments of 2 of them were not inferior to frigates, so Major General Las Aka immediately enlisted them into active service and sent personnel to take over. The other 3 cargo ships, which had almost no firepower, were also ordered to clear most of their crew and weapons, leaving only a skeleton crew of volunteers. Then they were loaded with all the explosive and flammable materials the fleet's ordnance chief could find, turning them into giant bombs. These 3 cargo ships, together with 2 other cargo ships that were also filled as suicide ships after unloading on Fulakizi, formed a 5-ship squadron. The crew's mission was to charge at suspected enemy targets, detonate the explosives on board, and see if they could cause damage to the raiders' fleet. Although the crew on these suicide ships could evacuate before detonation, it was still completely a suicide mission. However, when it came to engaging the approaching fleet of Abaddon, including Major General Las Aka himself, who wasn't carrying out a suicide mission, Las Aka's preparations continued. As he pondered where to get more ships to strengthen his security, fleet and adjutant pointed at some small ship images on the ground and said in surprise, "My lord, there are actually some ships here." "Where?" Major General Las Aka immediately looked in the direction the adjutant pointed. There, on a spot of Fulakizi's surface where there had been no ships before, 12 unprecedented and extremely ornate small vessels were now docked. Las Aka's preparations continued. As he pondered where to procure more ships to bolster his security, fleet and adjutant pointed at the images of some small vessels on the ground and exclaimed, "Sir, there are still some ships here." "Where?" Major General Las Aka immediately looked in the direction the adjutant indicated, spotting 12 incredibly ornate small ships parked within the atmosphere. When these 12 vessels came into view, Major General Las Aka was momentarily stunned, for he had no recollection of ships that were slightly larger than the Empire's standard frigates, yet far from cruiser specifications. He tried to identify the model of these identical vessels, but their streamlined hulls were adorned with intricate, magnificent reliefs, a design style he had never seen before. Even with intense scrutiny, he could not determine their specific category. Las Aka immediately cross-referenced the existing ship records of the Flax system, yet after repeated comparisons, he found nothing. These ships were neither in the Imperial Navy's registry nor listed among any known foreign vessels that had entered the system. Moreover, he had no knowledge of their ship classification when they had entered the Flax system, how they had breached the security fleet's defenses to land on Flax's surface, or which faction they belonged to. However, judging by their parking position, these ships clearly belonged to the Imperial camp. If they were enemy transport stationed in such a sensitive core area, the landing zone would have been blaring alarms and on full combat alert, not orderly as it was. What puzzled him even more was that these ships were parked right next to the core landing point, yet his subordinate sent earlier to recruit personnel from the Labor Corps had reported never seeing such vessels there. They seemed to have appeared out of thin air. After failing to find answers on his own, Major General Las Aka turned to extensive inquiries: ship classification, arrival time, how they had bypassed the security fleet surveillance to reach Flax's surface, and which faction they belonged to. After much back and forth, he finally received a vague reply from the Ground Forces Command. These were ships of the Ranger Chapter. Ranger Chapter. Angels. Major General Las Aka pondered for a moment, then ordered his adjutant, prepare a shuttle. I will go to the ground to meet these angels. Although Las Aka held the authority granted by the Ministry of Military Affairs to requisition all personnel and ships, the angels were a special entity beyond the ministry's jurisdiction. To secure their support, Las Aka had to personally communicate with the Ranger Chapter, hoping to persuade them to lend a hand by explaining the dire situation. Upon arriving at the Ranger Chapter's base on Flax's surface, Las Aka immediately began searching for the corporal named Fala D, who the army officers had mentioned was responsible for liaising with mortals. However, he soon found himself in a predicament. All the Rangers in the base wore identical uniforms and full-face masks, their busy figures darting back and forth in the base's core area, making them nearly indistinguishable at first glance. Las Aka tried to converse with a few passing Rangers, but they either hurried past or remained silent, seemingly ignoring him entirely. Just as he passed by a cluster of giant blue crystal ores being collected by the Rangers for the 10th time, feeling dizzy from circling and somewhat disappointed, a Ranger member equipped with a multifunctional engineering mechanical arm, who had been focused on the collection, suddenly turned from the crowd and fixed his gaze directly on him. I am Corporal Faladi. I heard you were looking for me. A Ranger member equipped with a multifunctional engineering mech arm, who had been focused on gathering operations, suddenly turned from the crowd, his gaze directly fixed upon him. I am Corporal Faraday. I heard you were looking for me. Las Aka never expected that at the edge of this mineral cluster collection zone, he had passed 10 times a nondescript Ranger member mixed into the crowd. Not even an Astartes, merely a mortal, was the very liaison he had been searching for all this time. Corporal Faraday looked no different from the companions bustling around him, gathering mineral clusters. He bore no rank insignia, no duty designation, blending completely into the busy backdrop. Had the man not voluntarily revealed his identity, Las Aka felt he could have circled this area 20 more times without finding him. Despite his inner astonishment, Las Aka quickly composed himself and replied with the composure befitting a Navy Rear Admiral. Indeed, Corporal Faraday. I am Rear Admiral Las Aka, stationed in the Flax system, currently overseeing its entire defensive deployment. I have come to discuss the 12 vessels of yours that remain in orbit above Flax. Before he could finish, Corporal Faraday directly interrupted him. Firstly, my name is Corporal Faraday, but that does not mean my rank is corporal. According to my actual rank within the Ranger Brotherhood, if converted to the Imperial Navy hierarchy, I would be equivalent to at least a fleet admiral. Secondly, those vessels are named the Pride of Augustgrul. Lastly, speak directly to me. I have the authority to decide all matters concerning the Ranger Brotherhood on Flax. Interrupted abruptly, Las Aka showed no signs of displeasure. He knew most Astartes were this forthright. Their interruptions were not rudeness, but an expression of their pursuit of efficiency. Facing such directness, Las Aka also came straight to the point. However, before speaking, considering what Corporal Faraday had just said about his rank being equivalent to at least a fleet admiral in the Imperial Navy, Las Aka appropriately adjusted his address. Lord Faraday, then I shall speak frankly. Intelligence indicates a traitor fleet led by the despoiler Abaddon is heading towards the Flax system. Its scale is immense enough to crush any conventional Imperial defense force in this sector. His vanguard will reach the edge of the Flax system within 5 standard Terran days. Even though my fleet is preparing with all its might, frankly speaking, against Abaddon's fleet, our resistance wouldn't even qualify as a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Rear Admiral Las Aka paused, his gaze candidly meeting Corporal Faraday's. However, the orders from the Departamento Munitorum cannot be disobeyed. I must construct a defensive line in the Flax system, even if that line ultimately turns to stardust. Therefore, I need, no, the Imperium needs, the Ranger Brotherhood's 12 Pride of Augustgrul vessels to join the defensive array against those traitors. Regardless of these ships' actual combat capabilities, they should be far superior to the hastily requisitioned cargo haulers and suicide ships under my command. Corporal Faraday said with a tone of confirmation. The despoiler Abaddon is heading towards Flax. Yes, my lord. After Las Aka gave his affirmation, Corporal Faraday did not continue questioning. Instead, he turned and walked into the towering structure beside him. Just as Las Arca was wondering what was happening, the man's figure reappeared. However, this time upon reappearing, the engineering apparatus that Corporal Faraday, no Admiral Faraday, no Faraday. In short, this Lord of the Ranger Brotherhood had been wearing was gone, replaced by a black autogun. He walked towards him, speaking slowly, "Let's go." As the words fell with a thunderous BOM, the 12 pride of August Grohl vessels parked around the Ranger Brotherhood's base all simultaneously lifted off the ground in a manner that defied Las Arca's understanding. They ascended vertically, shooting straight into the sky. While the Imperium of Man focused its gaze upon the vast forces of Abaddon the Despoiler surging from the Eye of Terror towards the world of Vrax, another conflict ignited in the shadows of the galaxy. Iyanden, the greatest craft world of the Eldari Empire, or at least what was once its greatest, found itself embroiled in a brutal war against the Chaos Warlord Archon Karalak. With the complete annihilation of the Behemoth Hive Fleet and the Naga Hive Fleet, which had historically split from it to engage and grievously wound the Iyanden craft world, failing to manifest as it had in ages past, fate took a different course. Unimpeded by the Naga Hive Fleet, Iyanden's path along the edge of the Imperium's Vidar sector was clear, leading it to an early and violent encounter with the Chaos Warlord Archon Karalak. War erupted. In the initial fleet engagement against Karalak's forces, Admiral Drach, Iyanden's fleet commander, was killed in action when his flagship, the Eternal Radiance, was destroyed early in the battle. Prince Iriel, the fleet's second-in-command and a scion of the Usnaish, swiftly seized full control of the fleet. Abandoning any attempt at a direct confrontation with the Chaos Armada, he instead waged a campaign of attrition, sabotage, and cunning stratagems to bleed Karalak's forces. After over a decade of relentless guerrilla warfare and devastating raids, a desperate Karalak, his forces worn thin, made a soulstone pact with a powerful Slaneshi demon, sacrificing countless souls in exchange for Iyanden's location. Armed with this knowledge, Karalak led a colossal chaos fleet of over 200 vessels of varying sizes into a climactic confrontation with Prince Iriel's fleet of over 100 Iyanden ships, the largest naval engagement the galaxy had witnessed since the Gothic War. Though Karalak's fleet had been severely mauled by Iriel's prior attacks, it still dwarfed Iyanden's remaining forces. Desperate for victory, Iriel summoned every vessel the craft world possessed, from the mightiest Voidstalker to the smallest Dark Starfighter, to join the coming battle. As the battle commenced and Iriel ordered his fleet to advance at full speed for a close-quarters engagement, the sheer unwieldy size of Karalak's fleet quickly became a liability. Karalak's ships, crowded together and crewed by ravaged, dysfunctional hands, fired their broadsides wildly. Their volleys, meant for the swift Eldari vessels, instead tore wounds in their own allies' hulls, killing their crews and shattering their gun batteries. As sections of the Chaos ships plunged into darkness, agile Eldari bombers slipped into the silent kill zones, inflicting further damage. Some even daringly flew into the ruined superstructures to destroy vital systems. Some of these brave pilots were consumed in the ensuing explosions, while others rode the energy shockwaves safely out into the open void. Yet not all factors favored the Eldari in this battle. Though Karalak's ships were ponderous, they boasted devastating firepower. A single minor error by an Eldari helmsman could prove catastrophic. The dense barrage of shells, missiles, and torpedoes was capable of shredding the delicate steering vanes and solar sails of Eldari vessels in the blink of an eye, leaving them adrift and helpless, sitting targets for a second killing blow. Many of Iriel's ships were heavily damaged by stray fire, while others were overwhelmed by the endless swarms of enemy fighters and Helldrakes that surged through the void between the dueling capital ships, their fury unbound. At the center of the line, Iriel's flagship, the Flame of Asuryan, engaged Karalak's own flagship, the Riotous Craving. The Chaos vessel was far larger, but here as elsewhere, victory favored the swift and agile over the merely strong. The Flame of Asuryan dove through the undulating torpedo waves launched by the Chaos warship, tearing a massive gash in the Riotous Craving's hull. Soon vampire raiders were launched into the void, deploying Iriel's Wraithblade boarding parties into the heart of the command superstructure. Alarms blared. Karalak dispatched his Shadow Guard, his renegade Astartes Confidants, to hold the breach. These were veterans of 1,000 ship-to-ship assaults, executioners for entire colonies. They were black-hearted killers, having slain the finest warriors of the Adeptus Astartes on their master's orders. Now they advanced to butcher the treacherous Xenos in his name once more. Not all of Iriel's assault force aboard the Riotous Craving arrived on vampire raiders. Like Karalak, the Eldari prince had also sent his finest warriors into the fray. These warriors were the Wraith Knights, towering constructs too enormous to fit within the sleek hulls of the vampires. Instead, they used jump packs to cross the void between the two ships, tearing a path through the Riotous Craving's battered hull and entering the vaulted chambers beyond to join the melee. The Eldari prince of the Iyanden craft world and the traitor warlord engaged in a duel while their followers fought and died around them. The victor of the life-or-death struggle was the Eldari prince. After a brief exchange of blows, the more agile Iriel ran Karalak through with his blade, and soon after his guards lay slain as well. As he pierced the warlord, Iriel received a psychic message from his crew aboard the Flame of Asuryan. A spearhead of 3 Chaos cruisers had broken through the defensive line and was making for Iyanden. Iriel found it laughable that 3 cruisers could threaten an entire craft world, but he reasoned Karalak must have believed the same, meaning a deeper strategy was at play. Realizing the Flame of Asuryan was the only ship close enough to intercept, and unwilling to delegate the task, Iriel abandoned his assault on the riotous, craving returned to his vessel, and pushed its engines to maximum power. The Flame of Asuryan caught up with the first Chaos ship within minutes. Its prow cannons flashed, firing salvo after salvo into the Chaos cruiser's engines, crippling it, and sending it tumbling into the dark. Minutes later, the second ship was also critically damaged. The Flame of Asuryan's pulsar lances tore a hole in its engine room, open to the void. The Chaos ship's engines flickered one last time before falling silent forever. Only one Chaos cruiser remained. Iriel's crew knew victory was within their grasp, even though no ships remained to guard the craft world, as Iriel had requisitioned every vessel capable of fighting for the assault. Even so, a lone cruiser could not possibly survive long enough against the craft world's weapon arrays to inflict serious damage. But then the Flame of Asuryan's sensors detected the cruiser beginning to launch torpedoes towards the craft world. Everything changed. The Chaos cruiser fired a total of 36 torpedoes. Ordinarily, such a pathetic salvo would be laughable against a Leviathan of Iondan's class. Unfortunately, the Flame of Asuryan's sensors revealed these torpedoes were not fitted with conventional warheads. They were modified cyclonic torpedoes, one of the Imperium of man's many tools for planetary extermination. Such weapons were notoriously inaccurate and of little use against warships, but a craft world was a much larger, slower target. Even a single warhead finding its mark would cause incalculable damage. Iriel cursed himself for a fool for having stripped Iondan of its defenses. The torpedoes were too small, too fast, and too far away for the Flame of Asuryan's weapons to target. If even a single squadron of fighters had been left on the craft world to engage the incoming warheads, these torpedoes would have been a non-issue. But he hadn't left a single squadron. Frantic and powerless to save his home, Iriel ordered the Flame of Asuryan's weapons to fire upon the third and final cruiser, which was soon reduced to a tangled mass of twisted molten scrap. But his eyes never left Iondan, where bright flashes of light began to erupt. The craft world's firestorm defense lasers opening up in a desperate attempt to destroy the incoming torpedoes. Explosions illuminated the darkness from all sides as incoming warheads were struck, punctured, and reduced to clouds of shrapnel and steam. The firestorm array tracked and destroyed a total of 35 torpedoes. Yet as fate would have it, the 36th torpedo evaded every attack aimed at it. Boom. No, it hadn't evaded at all. A projectile the size of a fist slammed directly into the front of the torpedo, just as it was about to strike the craft world, punching clean through its dozens of meters long frame. After the flash of light subsided, the craft world was completely unscathed. While leaping for joy, Iriel was also puzzled. The attack that destroyed the 36th torpedo came not from the craft world's own defensive arrays, nor from any Eldari vessel. Observing closely, Iriel noticed a dark silhouette standing on the upper port quadrant of the craft world. He immediately zoomed in over and over until he could make out every detail of the figure. A suit of black power armor, and on the orange-yellow faceplate of its helmet a white skull was emblazoned. In the figure's hands was a massive, menacing firearm. Had he not just witnessed it, Iriel would never have believed it was the weapon that had destroyed the final torpedo. The figure, clad in black battle armor, was a human. When Ymir guided the Asu Yenjian to dock at the upper port quadrant of the Ark, the other party proactively raised its yellow faceplate marked with a white skull emblem, revealing a middle-aged man's face covered in stubble and weathered by wind and frost. He did not take any hostile action, merely offering a friendly smile toward Iraer, who leaped from the flagship and rushed toward him. Though Iraer harbored doubts, considering that the other had just saved the lives of tens of thousands of his kin, he courteously returned the gesture before decisively ordering his arrest. The mysterious black-armored human offered no resistance throughout the process until one of Iraer's warriors stepped forward to confiscate his weapon, revealing the firearm's extraordinary weight. The warrior nearly dropped it from the strain. The massive firearm, simple in design, yet structurally robust, far exceeded the weight suggested by its appearance, ultimately requiring 2 Ling clan warriors working together to handle it. The black-armored human merely shrugged with a composed expression in the face of it all. Before the war's aftermath had fully concluded, a fully armed guard escorted the human who had destroyed the 36th torpedo to the Ark's council hall, where the dome soared high overhead. The council members were already in place, the high prophets clad in ornate robes woven with ancient runes and holding gleaming staves, with the chief prophet of Yongdeng, Kairming Huashur, seated at the head. Iraer, now promoted to the highest naval admiral of the Ark, stood solemnly at his side. Kairming shared Iraer's bewilderment, nay, more precisely, as the guide and seer of Yongdeng, the chief prophet's confusion ran far deeper and more urgent than Iraer's. He gazed at the black-armored human being escorted to the center of the hall. The other's posture was extraordinarily relaxed, neither the fear of a Ling clan captive nor any sign of vigilance, rather like a guest arriving at a gathering with composure. "Your name, human?" Kairming's voice echoed beneath the grand dome, like ancient glaciers splitting. "Jim Raynor." The tone of the other's reply, though slightly different from the language of the human empire that Erur was familiar with, was still discernible in meaning. Kai Ermeng exchanged glances with other council members, but all read only bewilderment in each other's eyes. They had never heard this name, nor could they glean any information from it through their psychic abilities. How did you appear out of nowhere above Yang Deng Jim Raynor? And what is your purpose? The chief prophet continued his questioning, a layer of psychic radiance gradually enveloping him. As he spoke, a recording began to materialize in the air. The footage came from Erur's flagship, the Asu, and though at the time, Erur and the crew had been focused on the Chaos warships and the torpedoes they launched. Yet the Asu Yin had captured everything that occurred on the upper port quadrant of the Ark. The footage showed that just as the last Chaos cruiser charged toward Yang Deng and fired its torpedoes, Jim Raynor simply appeared out of nowhere, absent from the previous frame, then standing proudly with his gun in the next. Without warning, not having been hidden for long nor through any teleportation technology, but utterly appearing from nothing. More striking was that he seemed to have already known the 36th torpedo would break through the defensive fire, his barrel steadily aimed at its inevitable trajectory, and the moment it truly pierced the interception. Boom! A fist-sized projectile shot from the barrel, striking with precision the torpedo that was to bring blood and fire to Yang Deng, whereupon the torpedo transformed into a harmless burst of fireworks beyond the Ark. The image froze in the explosion's halo, and a brief silence fell over the council hall, all awaiting Jim Raynor's answer. Under the gaze of the many prophets, Jim Raynor merely raised his armor's faceplate, his eyes sweeping over the ancient reliefs carved from spirit bone on the dome. His posture remained casual. To him, being surrounded by a Ling clan guard seemed nothing to be tense about. After appreciating the exquisite Ling clan architecture and spirit bone decorations around the hall, Jim Raynor turned to Kai Ermeng with a satisfied look and spoke. Your taste in decoration is not bad. Your taste in decoration is quite good. The moment Jim Raynor finished speaking, a Protoss prophet clad in a silver-white robe suddenly burst into the hall of the Prophet Council. This prophet, known as Silverwing, was originally tasked with guarding the eternal flame of creation in the center of the Asurian shrine, which had been burning since the launching of the craft world. Kaelman had just been slightly perplexed by Jim Raynor's inexplicable compliment on the hall's decor, but now all his attention was abruptly seized by Silverwing's anomalous behavior. What happened? Why such haste? In reality, Silverwing's status among the prophets of Ayndon was second only to Kaelman himself. At this moment, he bore none of the composure befitting a high-ranking figure, completely disregarding his usual dignified demeanor, and nearly stumbled as he rushed into the hall of the Prophet Council. His robe was disheveled, and his silver-white hair, usually each strand meticulously groomed, now fell messily across his forehead. His eyes, always as calm as an ancient well, now churned with a turbulent wave of terror and ecstasy that Erur had never seen before. Lord Kaelman. Silverwing's voice was intermittent, fractured by hurried gasps. The flame of creation. Asurian's flame of creation. It. Kaelman's staff struck the ground heavily, the psionic radiance suddenly receding, and the air in the entire hall seemed to freeze instantly. Speak clearly, Silverwing. The flame of creation, which had never been extinguished since the craft world's birth, suddenly became more vigorous 5 seconds ago. The height and radiance of the flame surged more than double its original. Silverwing finally caught his breath, but the content of his words plunged the entire council hall into an even deeper silence. After a moment, the high-ranking prophets who understood what had happened lost their usual solemnity and began whispering among themselves. Psionic ripples like invisible waves intertwined and collided in the air. Almost everyone forgot Jim Raynor standing in the center of the hall, but this temporarily ignored human slowly raised his head. His gaze seemed to pierce through the walls built of wraithbone, reaching the distant shrine that housed the sacred flame. Kaelman Firesight. His voice was very soft, yet it strangely pierced through the prophet's noisy whispers, causing Kaelman to abruptly turn his gaze back. I bring the tide of doom. What do you know, Jim Raynor? The chief prophet's staff suddenly pointed at him, and the crystal at its tip burst with blinding light. The anomaly of the flame of creation is related to you, isn't it? Raynor did not immediately respond to his accusation, but continued in a tone almost prophetic. I have lifted the veil of the future and only saw the annihilation of Ayndon and even the entire Protoss race. Just as his words fell, another figure rushed hastily into the council hall. Silverwing, who had already arrived at Kaelman's side and was about to report the incident in detail, immediately recognized this as his deputy left to guard the sacred flame at the shrine. Silverwing couldn't help but exclaim, what happened? The deputy, as if finding support, replied urgently, my lord. The flame of creation. The flame of creation. It's about to go out. Impossible. Silverwing staggered back a step upon hearing this. 5 seconds ago it was burning vigorously. I saw with my own eyes. His words were abruptly cut off by Kaelman. The chief prophet's staff struck the ground heavily, and psionic radiance surged like a tidal wave across the entire council hall. Everyone proceed to the Asurian shrine immediately. The survival of the flame of creation concerned the fate of Ayndon. Kaelman, without hesitation, led the way toward the shrine. Iruaer hesitated only for a brief moment, then shot a glance at the guard. Bring Jim Raynor and follow the procession. They quickly traversed the winding Wraithbone corridors and finally arrived at the circular platform suspended in the void, the core of the Assyrian shrine. At the center of the platform was the flame of creation which had been burning since the launch of the Craft world. No. Upon arriving, Silverwing lunged forward, fell to his knees, and stared at the once blazing and glorious flame. All the prophets present fell into varying degrees of panic. Even Kael'man showed a hint of rare helplessness, for the flame of creation symbolized Einden's destiny and faith. For 10,000 years it had burned autonomously in the shrine, who, what was called serving, was merely watching and guarding from afar. But now this eternal flame was visibly shrinking and dimming like the final sigh of a dying star. If it were to be completely extinguished, the foundation of Einden's continued faith would collapse as well. But there is still a glimmer of hope. Just as everyone was in dismay, a calm, yet untimely voice echoed through the shrine. Then a horrifying scene unfolded. The flame of creation which had been dying out abruptly halted its shrinking trend the moment the words fell, and then a burst of unprecedented blazing light erupted from its core, and the entire flame began to burn fiercely again. At the sight of this, none were more astonished than the seers present, especially Einden's chief seer, Kael'man Firesight. Upon their arrival at the shrine of Assyrian, they had already attempted to harness the power of the runes of fate to peer into the future, seeking a glimmer of hope for the dwindling flame of creation. Yet regardless of their formidable prophetic abilities, their status, or their years of experience, the future they all witnessed was identical. The flame of creation was destined to be extinguished. Einden was fated to lose the favor of destiny, and every attempt at salvation was futile. It was this immutable fate that plunged all the seers, including Kael'man, into varying degrees of panic and confusion. They were truly at their wits' end. But the very moment Jim Raynor's words fell, the reality before their eyes utterly shattered their prophecy. The flame of creation had not only failed to extinguish, but blazed more brilliantly and magnificently than ever before. This was a sight that Kael'man and the assembled seers had never witnessed nor could ever have imagined in their revelations from the runes of fate. Seeing the flame of creation rekindled, Kael'man wasted no time in channeling the runes' power, once more striving to discern the new trajectory of fate. Yet this time the runes revealed only a formless chaos, and he could see nothing at all. After numerous futile attempts, Kael'man thought of Jim Raynor. He abruptly stepped forward, fixing his blazing eyes upon the enigmatic human before him, his voice trembling as he demanded, "Jim Raynor, what have you done?" Confronted with Kael'man's accusation, Raynor did not answer immediately. Instead, he calmly retrieved an object from his armor's waist, an item starkly contrasting with his black battle gear. It was a strange artifact with a symmetrical cross shape forged from an unknown golden metal. Its four ends were adorned with leaf-like curves, its surface etched with cryptic green runes. At its center was set a triangular emerald crystal pulsing with swirling green energy. Jim Raynor held it in his hand, his gaze finally meeting Kael'man's intense stare. He spoke in a deep voice, "The answer you seek is within. Look closely, for the fate of Einden, nay, of the entire Assyriani race, hangs precariously in the balance." Kael'man took the crystal, pulsing with an eerie green light, attempting to decipher its structure and inner logic to find the answer Raynor spoke of. Yet the instant his power touched the flowing energy within the crystal, his consciousness felt as if it were torn from its roots and hurled into the unknown. When his awareness returned, he heard a deep, ancient voice whispering like a prophecy, "In a distant, shadowed world, the heroes of the star spirits shall gather their forces, amassing though they hold their lives dear. But in the end, doom is inescapable. In a distant, gloomy world, the heroes of the Shingling will gather their armies, will assemble, though they will sacrifice their lives. But in the end, doom inescapable." As that voice, laden with aged wisdom, echoed in his ears, Kai Er-Meng felt his consciousness drawn by an invisible force, slowly sinking into a battlefield woven with gold and black purple, becoming a silent and insignificant observer in this grand epic. He witnessed with his own eyes the race known as the Shingling, led by the dark prelate Zhe-La-Tu, waging a desperate and tragic struggle against the surging tide of Han-Hidi and Ichong. Shingling heroes from every corner of the universe, Yu Erlan, Mo Honda, Air Cylon, DC, Eta and IC, and countless nameless warriors, traversed the vast starry river to join this ultimate battle, one that decided not only the survival of their race, but the fate of the entire cosmos. The scale of this war was so immense that even if Kai Er-Meng led the entire Ling Zhu of Yongdeng out in full force, it would hardly stir a ripple on the battlefield. At first, Kai Er-Meng thought the Shingling warriors, with their numerical advantage, might win the war. But soon he witnessed what it meant to be endless in the unrelenting onslaught of the Ichong and Han-Hidi. As the battle dragged on, these mighty Shingling, outnumbered and outmatched, fell one after another. The once brilliant golden radiance on the battlefield was inevitably devoured piece by piece by the encroaching black-purple. When Zhe-La-Tu, the last Shingling still standing on the battlefield, was finally swallowed by the endless darkness, the Shingling's final resistance collapsed completely. The once glorious golden light vanished entirely from the battlefield, and the suffocating shadow energy of the Hunhedi and the infinite swarms of the Ichong covered everything. A powerful urge to cry out surged within Kai Er-ming, a desperate desire to intervene in the battle. Yet he found himself merely an invisible witness to this brutal spectacle, unable to make any change, unable even to utter a single warning, forced to watch helplessly as this race marched toward its destined end. But the vision did not end there. His consciousness continued to traverse the vast universe. He watched as one civilization after another was destroyed by the Ichong and Hunhedi. After all life in the cosmos was slaughtered, the Ichong, under the manipulation of the Hunhedi, collectively turned to self-destruction. Then all the stars in the universe went dark simultaneously, and eternal darkness utterly consumed everything. The planets that had once shone with the light of civilization could no longer emit even a glimmer of life. Just as everything fell into deathly silence, a pair of eyes emitting an orange-red glow emerged from the darkness, locking firmly onto Kai Er-ming's gaze. In the next instant, his consciousness snapped back to reality, returning to the location of the A. Su Yin Shenkan. After a long while, Kai Er-ming finally shook off the suffocating sensation brought by that single glance from the unknown entity. His robes were soaked with cold sweat, and his hands were still trembling slightly. Those orange-red eyes, they were none of the beings he knew. The malice contained within them surpassed all his imagination, a pure, cold, calculating will of destruction. All life in the universe was merely a string of numbers waiting to be reset to zero in its eyes. Fortunately, what the other side saw was not his true self. Those vivid, detailed images should be the future foreseen by a prophet whose power was far beyond Kai Er-ming and even the entire Xianji Yihui combined. But, what exactly are these Xingling Hunhedi Ichong? Kai Er-ming had never heard of them. The feeling brought by those eyes was also utterly unlike chaos. As Kai Er-ming's consciousness returned, Lei Nua spoke at the right moment, asking, "Did you see it? The future where the entire Yiyang Deng and even the Ling Zhu are annihilated." Ling Zhu, Yiyang Deng. I only saw Zhe La Tu, the Xingling the universe. Kai Er-ming raised his still pale face to look at Lei Nua. Upon hearing his words, Lei Nua furrowed his brows, and the air between them seemed to freeze for a moment. Then Lei Nua cleared his throat awkwardly, quickly pulled out another identical emerald crystal from his armor, and handed it to Kai Er-ming again. Ahem. I took the wrong one earlier. Though Kelmon was inwardly perplexed, the matter concerned the very fate of Ayandin and the entire Eldar race. Thus, when Raynor produced another nearly identical emerald crystal, he accepted it without hesitation, and as before slowly channeled his psychic energy into it. The familiar sensation of consciousness being drawn forth returned, and this time Jim Raynor had evidently grasped the correct crystal. Kelmon's mind did not plummet into that golden and black-violet apocalyptic battlefield, but was instead guided into the interior of a craft world that was almost unrecognizable. The interior of this craft world was so ravaged that Kelmon could scarcely recognize its former glory. Yet through arduous discernment, he confirmed its identity, Ayandin, his home. The vision first carried him to the shrine of Asurian at Ayandin's core. The shrine before him lay in utter ruin, its sacred flame extinguished long ago, a sign that Ayandin had been bereft of destiny's favor for an age. The other central regions had been reduced to complete desolation. The once most densely populated areas now stood in profound silence, and though a rare few survivors could be seen picking through the ruins, their numbers were less than 1/100th of what they had been. The vision continued, drawing his consciousness to other regions of the craft world. Along the shattered domes and corridors, bizarre crystalline formations jutted out from the floors and walls, fusing with countless unclaimed spirit stones, a stark tableau of decay. Moreover, the spirit bones remaining in the vast infinity circuit had all entered a state of overcharge, a condition that could only arise from absorbing immense psychic energy, signifying that an incalculable number of Eldar brethren had already perished. The vision shifted once more, arriving at the silent forest, a dome garden that once flourished with plants from dead worlds. Now those plants had been replaced by countless eerie crystalline trees, transformed by prolonged exposure to the warp into the so-called crystal seers. The scene shifted again to the Crimson Moon Bastion that once guarded Ayandin. This towering bone fortress now lay utterly destroyed, the remains of fallen warriors strewn across the entire area, transforming it into a vast open-air mausoleum. Beyond these, most of Ayandin's ancient halls stood hollow and empty. The bloodlines that once resided within had been entirely extinguished, leaving behind a succession of spectral galleries. The awakened ghost warriors gathered within these spectral halls. The souls of the dead marched in endless hosts through the tangled crossroads of the infinity circuit, swelling their ranks and occupying the ancient family estates, turning vast portions of Ayandin into a world of phantoms. The dead were numberless, the living scarce. Scene after desolate scene drove Kelmon to the brink of despair. Ayandin now differed little from total annihilation, no more than a silent ruined tomb drifting alone in the cold void of space. Yet the vision did not end there. The perspective shifted abruptly, and Kelmon's consciousness was carried to a vastly different craft world, one in far better condition than Ayandin. He immediately recognized it, Biltan. But the moment he recognized that this seemingly intact craft world began to shudder violently. Visible to the naked eye, towering pillars across the vessel split from within, cracking vertically and collapsing amidst billowing dust clouds crashing down into the forest regions below. Kelmon also heard the anguished wailing of countless departed souls released from the Infinity Circuit. Only then did he notice the hordes of rapacious Slaneshi demons prowling across Bealtan, engaging in their cruel haunts. The trembling of the world ship intensified like a boulder plunging into a placid lake, sending ripples cascading through space itself. Its very foundations fractured apart in the convulsions. The various components of the entire craft world began to detach from the main body like frost-blighted petals withering and falling from a flower's core, revealing a colossal internal structure trembling amidst the cataclysm. Countless living souls were lost. Within an extraordinarily short span, Bealtan collapsed into a state indistinguishable from annihilation. In mere minutes, Kelmon witnessed the downfall of a craft world that stood as a pillar of the Eldar. The vision still did not cease. It continued to flow, carrying Kelmon from one craft world to another, some named, some forgotten, into one maiden world after another, watching them be ravaged or destroyed, countless kin meeting unnatural deaths. The Eldar race not only faced the impossibility of reclaiming their former glory, but were plunging headlong into the abyss of ruin. As consciousness returned to the shrine of Asuryan, Kelmon was about to demand answers from Jim Raynor regarding the visions of the Eldari's future revealed by the crystal, only to find the scene before him subtly altered from when his mind had departed. Two figures utterly incongruous with their surroundings now stood within the sanctum of the Asuryan shrine. One was the farcer of the Ulthwi craft world, Eldred Ulthrin, a presence Kelmon found vaguely familiar. Though both held the title of farcer, Kelmon was compelled to admit that this other walked far deeper upon the path of foresight, his perception and insight into the skeins of fate surpassing Kelmon's own by a considerable measure. The other was a masked Harlequin, clearly a devotee of the laughing god Segarak, and such beings rarely appeared without purpose. Yet the style of this Harlequin's mask was unfamiliar to Kelmon, and he could not discern its troop of origin. It seemed this one had never before graced Iyanden with its presence. The reason for their incongruity was plain. Both Eldred and the Harlequin were at this very moment clinging desperately to Jim Raynor's two legs, one on each side, their dignity utterly abandoned. This absurd spectacle drew the gaze of everyone within the shrine. Jim Raynor himself and Kelmon, whose awareness had just returned, all eyes converging upon the pair. Noting the judgmental gaze of Kelmon's returned consciousness, Eldred merely glanced at him briefly before resuming his focused grip on the armor plating of Raynor's left leg. As for the mysterious Harlequin, he did not deign to cast even a single glance at Kelmon, the farcer of Iyanden. His eyes, hidden behind the mask, were fixed solely upon the armor of Jim Raynor's right leg. Eldred spoke, his voice utterly devoid of the ethereal composure befitting a farcer. Instead, every syllable was steeped in a supplication so profound it bordered on the abject. "Save the Eldari." Almost in the same instant, the strange Harlequin echoed his plea. The mask concealed his expression, yet the urgency and the very words were identical to Eldred's like twin reverberations. "Save the Eldari." Facing these two Eldari clinging to his legs in desperate supplication, Raynor, though human, wore an expression of profound exasperation and discomfort, plain even for Kelmon to see. "Gentlemen," Jim Raynor attempted to maintain a semblance of decorum amidst the chaos. "Could you perhaps stand up to speak?" Eldred paid him no heed. The farcer of Ulthwi even pressed his forehead firmly against the cold greave of Raynor's left leg, his posture lowered to the very dust. "No." His voice came muffled against the armor, sounding less like a request and more like a desperate child throwing a tantrum, all pretense of pride and dignity cast aside. "Not until you promise to save the Eldari." The Harlequin interjected, his voice distorted by the mask, yet carrying a weight that was fathomless compared to Eldred's. "Only you can." "Stop." Raynor's voice was not loud, yet as the simple syllable fell, an intangible pressure radiated from him, freezing Eldred, and indeed all the Eldari around the Asuryan shrine in their tracks. The Harlequin, of course, was the exception. His fingers remained clenched tightly around Jim Raynor's legs, as if they were his last lifeline, which he would never relinquish. Raynor looked down at the figures still clinging to his legs with some exasperation, his tone regaining its previous composure as he repeated, "Stand up first." This time Eldred straightened up from the ground. All the usual majesty and detachment of a farcer had vanished. His eyes, which had once perceived countless futures, were now rimmed with red, veiled by a rare sheen of moisture. The Harlequin, still clinging to Raynor's armor, also released his grip in silence, but his body remained pressed close, unwilling to stray far. "You Eldari." Raynor flexed his legs, his gaze sweeping over Eldred the Harlequin and the still bewildered Kelmon, his tone tinged with curiosity and weary amusement. "Is this how you all typically ask for favors?" Kelmon, who had been staring at the scene, snapped back to reality at these words. A wave of embarrassment washed over him, as if Raynor's half-jesting, half-accusatory remark had swept him into its scope as well. "Jim Raynor, I know not what has transpired, but for the personal conduct of Eldred and this somewhat improper individual, please do not hold it against our entire race." The mortal forces of the Anton Star 1st Infantry Regiment indeed played a crucial role in the initial assault of the battle, suppressing their opponents through sheer surprise and successively destroying several generators within the Void Shield array at Objective 1. Yet the enemy swiftly recovered from their initial disarray, rapidly redeploying a tank force from other sectors that vastly outnumbered the regiment, intent on annihilating these so-called rebels through overwhelming firepower. However, within the fortress's labyrinthine, densely built urban environment, the mobility and firepower of heavy equipment on both sides were severely constrained, with narrow thoroughfares and towering structures forming natural obstacles. Capitalizing on this terrain that nullified numerical and equipment superiority combined with their own hard-won veteran combat experience, the Anton Star 1st Infantry Regiment held their captured ground firmly despite being vastly outnumbered. Moreover, the staggering numerical disparity between them and the rebels was steadily narrowing. For in the low-altitude airspace, the Angels' broadcast ships continued to blare loyalist slogans and sermons. While effectively sustaining their own troops' high morale, this also induced a significant portion of the misguided, weak-willed rebels to turn their weapons on the spot and join the Anton Star 1st Infantry Regiment's battle line, returning to the Emperor's embrace. As for the advance, the two Angels and their elite forces were themselves an unstoppable spearhead, charging at the fore and shattering the enemy's seemingly formidable defenses layer by layer with devastating momentum. The Anton Star 1st Infantry Regiment and the defectors merely needed to follow, consolidate, and hold the line. At this moment, Angren, charging at the forefront, swung his twin axes in a tempestuous onslaught, hacking to pieces every foe who dared stand in his path, be they mortals, some nameless wretch, or the demons they summoned, with each successive blow. Chopping forward, chopping backward, chopping diagonally, chopping while leaping, chopping on the turn. His movements were savage and efficient, devoid of flourish, brimming with primal power. In short, he chopped in every conceivable manner. Chop, chop, chop. A thunderous boom. Just as Angren was reveling in the carnage, the sound of cannon fire abruptly erupted. Several enemy tanks, which had been locked in a fierce exchange with the Anton Star 1st Infantry Regiment's armor, and whose hulls were already covered in filth and twisted 8-pointed star markings, suddenly and unanimously abandoned their previous opponents, swiveling their turrets to fire directly at the rampaging Angren. These enemy gunners aimed with exceptional precision and chose their moment with startling surprise, yet they had selected the wrong target. To others, these high-velocity shells might have been an unavoidable sudden strike, but to Angren, they were merely one more attack among the many that war inevitably brings. This was because though Angren appeared wholly engrossed in butchering the enemies before him, his superhuman combat instincts were perpetually attuned to every subtle shift in the surrounding battlefield. Every gunshot, every soldier's cry could not escape his hyper-focused perception. Facing this anticipated assault, Angren did not retreat or dodge. Instead, he surged forward, charging directly at one tank. A vehicle that, while appearing to fire simultaneously with the others, had actually discharged its cannon a fraction of a second earlier. In the instant before that leading shell could strike his torso, he shifted his body slightly, allowing the searing metal projectile to graze past his armor. Had this been during his era as a demon primarch, such an attack would have been beneath his notice. Even a direct hit would have inflicted no real harm. But now he was no longer what he once was. The demon primarch Angren had his own methods of war, while Angren reborn as the gladiator of old fought as a gladiator should. Having evaded that strike, the remaining shells only then whistled through the space Angren had occupied moments before, all finding only empty air. But it was not over. Angren continued his charge, his legs coiling like springs before he launched himself with explosive force, moving at a terrifying speed, nearly rivaling the very armor-piercing round that had just been fired. With a battle cry that shook the field, he hurled himself toward the Lehman Russ that had fired first. This utterly incomprehensible sight left the Chaos crew within those Lehman Russ tanks momentarily frozen in shock and terror. Within their limited tank-constrained field of vision, all they could perceive was a giant drenched in the blood of their comrades, seemingly clawed forth from the depths of hell, crossing the short distance between them with a speed and manner that defied all their understanding. A resounding boom, dull as a giant hammer striking an anvil, echoed out as Angren's mountainous frame slammed onto the roof of the Lehman Russ's main turret, the sheer impact causing the massive vehicle's hull to sink noticeably. He extended fingers akin to forged steel, digging them brutally into the turret's rim. Then, with muscles bulging in terrifying relief, he tore the heavy turret from its mounting ring and ripped it clean off through raw, unadulterated strength. The crew inside were thrown about, dazed and disoriented by the cascading mechanical failures and violent tremors triggered by the turret's destruction. Angren granted them no respite or chance to flee. Gripping the still-smoking main cannon barrel with one hand, he wielded it like a monstrously heavy warhammer, smashing the entire twisted turret down into the now exposed interior of the tank hull. Boom. The instant the turret collided with the internal ammunition racks, the Lehman Russ, already sparking and crackling, detonated violently from within. Blazing fire and countless razor-sharp metal fragments erupted from every seam of the hull, coalescing into an expanding sphere of death that engulfed all enemies within a dozen meters who were too slow to flee. Angren, however, had already leaped clear a split second before the explosion. The searing shockwave nearly washed over his blood-stained armor. Upon landing, he pressed on without pause, sweeping toward another group of enemies attempting to flank him. Boom, 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 boom. In the midst of this, the tanks of the Anton Star 1st Infantry Regiment locked in their own hunter-killer duels along with II and his forces seized the opportunity to destroy the vast majority of the enemy tanks that had shifted their fire to Angron. Awesome. Dude, that was awesome. A cry of acclaim from II rang out from a mind-washed ship, circling overhead, echoing clearly across the clamorous battlefield. Though somewhat out of place, the praise filled Angron with elation. It had been a long time since he had experienced such pure, unadulterated, in the words of II, combat. What a rush. Just as Angron cut down another wave of enemies, a voice, both familiar yet strange, resonated within his mind. Buddy, can you hear me? Instance opened. That single RPG hero's attacks were so smooth that combo the guy just pulled off was absolutely stunning. While recalling his teammates' godlike performance in tearing apart Lemonis, Li Lu continued typing to his teammates on the keyboard. I mean, how many of you actually have professional RP experience? Are you guys trying to enter the instance without even having played this map? Onlong Tuk, yes. When will they be here? Onlong Tuk, soon. They're turning on their computers. Okay. Tell them to hurry up, or I'll finish everything before they arrive. Onlong Tuk, roger that. After sending the message, Li Lu kept zooming out the map scale. His view gradually expanded from the fierce battlefield inside Fort Flax outward until the screen soon shrank to encompass the entire planet of Flax. He dragged the mouse, his gaze sweeping across the planet's surface. Though the planet appeared massive, the only selectable battlefield on its surface was the Flax Fort region. Without pausing, Li Lu continued scrolling backward, pulling the perspective deeper into the void of space. When the scroll wheel reached its maximum limit, the complete star chart of the entire Flax system unfurled across the screen. A dusky brown planet suspended alone against the pitch-black cosmic backdrop, with over a dozen shrimp-shaped warships belonging to the human empire's naval AI circling nearby in orbit. At first glance at these ship models, Li Lu couldn't help but exclaim, "What the hell? Is this the Gothic fleet in Ultra HD remaster?" He zoomed in, magnifying the models to carefully examine the small fleet commanded by the prominent lunar-class cruiser, Lord Bellerophon, flanked by transport-armed cargo ships, sword-class frigates, and surveillance vessels. Every ship in this fleet featured incredibly detailed emblems and armor paint patterns rendered with meticulous precision. Even the cathedral structures on different vessels each possessed their own unique characteristics, with no two alike. However, no matter how impressive the models looked, they were merely surface-level aesthetics. An actual combat data would be the ultimate judge. After briefly examining the exterior of each ship, Li Lu moved his mouse cursor over the lead lunar-class cruiser model and scrutinized the status panel that appeared. Cruiser, lunar-class armaments, macro cannon array, lance battery, forward heavy torpedo launcher shields, 400 hull, 1600. These damage stats don't look particularly high compared to a Yamato cannon when viewed in isolation, but with 400 shields and 1600 hull points, nearly 4 times that of a standard unupgraded Yamato, and even 5 times the hull of an unupgraded Augusta's Pride. It's somewhat both tanky and squishy at the same time in a certain sense. Li Lu also checked the crew's morale status and a host of other miscellaneous hull data, then offered his assessment of this lunar-class vessel. The Warhammer's uniquely exceptional human-machine efficiency ratio. It was at that exact moment as he made his evaluation that a red suddenly intruded upon the edge of the Flax system. On the 5th day of preparing defenses under orders from the Military Affairs Department, Rear Admiral La Ka aboard the Bull-Loofing Lord received an urgent message from the captain of a sword-class frigate, the AI. K3, my lord, 14 unidentified signals. Identified. They are 14 heretic-class raiders of the traders, no other vessels detected for now. They have bypassed the outer asteroid belt and are heading straight for Fu La Kusi. As for the enemy's arrival, La Ka was not at all surprised, but knowing when and how they would come was crucial. To obtain first-hand intelligence, he had already dispatched the AI Kusua squadron, composed of the 3 fastest sword-class frigates of the security fleet, to the outer rim of the system as sentries tasked with searching for intruders and providing early warning. Now these ships had perfectly fulfilled their mission. After learning that enemy ships had intruded into the Fu La Kusi system, La Ka immediately issued a command over the fleet-wide communication channel. AI Kusua squadron, withdraw as planned to the vicinity of the Bull-Loofing Lord and form a battle line. The plan was simple. The 3 sword-class frigates of the AI Kusua squadron, acting as sentries, had been ordered that once they detected the enemy, they were not to engage, but to withdraw at full speed to the main fleet and take up battle line positions. For the enemy was a fleet commanded by the notorious traitor the Ravager Ba Dun, and at all times La Ka had to gather all his available forces to face the enemy. However, unexpectedly, after receiving the order, AI Kusa 1 and 2 immediately returned to the Bull-Loofing Lord on the Fu La Kusi orbit as planned, but AI Kusua 3, which had initially detected the enemy, did not move. Before La Ka could question the captain of AI Kusua-3. The captain's voice came again over the comms, carrying a mix of concern and zeal. My lord. There are more unidentified signals approaching the Fu La Kusi system. I request to remain here to ascertain the composition of the enemy ships and track their movements. Hearing this, La Siaka hesitated whether to recall AI Kusua-3. The 14 heretic-class raiders of the traders that had appeared were merely scouts sent to reconnoiter and test his defenses, yet even the scale of these scouts was nearly equal to the strength of his security fleet. As for the subsequent enemy fleet, it went without saying that its scale would be even larger, so knowing its composition or not was not critical. On the contrary, if he continued to let AI Kusua-3 remain alone to perform reconnaissance, La Siaka would very likely lose this precious regular warship, which was invaluable to him at present. After a brief deliberation, Rear Admiral La Siaka made his decision. Your courage is commendable, but I order you to return. His voice this time carried the authority befitting a Rear Admiral. Even though the captain of AI Kusua-3's request stemmed from zeal and sense of duty, to the God Emperor, dying for a meaningless cause was not advisable. Understood, my lord. The reply over the comms remained resolute, followed by the captain's order to the bridge crew. AI Kusua-3 execute retreat maneuver, full speed to the flagship. Seeing that the captain obeyed the order, Rear Admiral La Siaka then commanded his own bullifing lord along with the sword-class frigates that had already returned and the originally stationary and bulky monitor ships and cargo vessels. These ships were deployed to the flanks of the battle line, led by the bullifing lord, forming a temporary defensive formation. As for the 12 small ships of the Ranger chapter, after having soared up earlier, they had now returned to the surface of Fu La Kusi. He had once asked Corporal Fa La D, and the other's reply was, don't rush. With their forces consolidated, the trader fleet reached the outer perimeter of the planet Flaxus unopposed, allowing Rear Admiral Ras Aka to glimpse the full scale of the enemy armada. Yet one glance was all it took for his heart to sink into the abyss. The trader's vanguard consisted of a Styx-class heavy cruiser, Murder-class cruisers, Devastation-class cruisers, Heretic-class destroyers, Apostate-class frigates, heavy transports, and nearly 30 other vessels of various classes and sizes. As Ras Aka surveyed the enemy formation in its entirety, the traders likewise assessed the composition of his security fleet with equal clarity. Swiftly they arranged themselves into a broad battle line spearheaded by the Styx-class heavy cruiser and surged toward him, victory within their grasp. Confronted by the charge of a rebel fleet that could easily sweep aside his security force, an inescapable question burrowed into Ras Aka's mind: flee or stand and fight? Was he executing a futile death sentence or fulfilling his duty, the obligation bestowed upon him by honor and rank? Though loath to admit it, Ras Aka found himself hesitating in disgraceful indecision. The lead enemy vessel is turning to port, their battle line is dispersing. Seeing that the commander had yet to issue orders, the captain of the Lord Bellerophon urged him from the side. Sir, our warships await your command. Hearing this, Ras Aka turned to face him, resolve crystallizing within. For me, Captain, there are times when duty feels as futile as defying the entire universe until we are annihilated. But I believe that today we shall reunite with our forefathers in the Emperor's embrace. We shall not bring shame upon their glorious ranks. Advance the entire battle line at the speed of the surveillance vessel. The moment we enter range, release all torpedoes upon the enemy. At last the Rear Admiral reclaimed his courage and conviction, issuing his commands with swift precision. He held no expectations for the 12 small craft of the Ranger chapter. Vessels of such diminutive size could accomplish little in a battle of this magnitude. Even should they join the fray, their presence would merely balance the ship counts. The actual disparity in combat power remained vast. Convinced this would be the final battle of his career, Ras Aka recited through the flagship's voxcaster the first words he had learned upon joining the Navy. The opening line of the Imperial Navy recruit combat doctrine: in all times you shall conduct yourselves in a manner befitting the great mission and traditions of His Majesty's most glorious Navy. We ask for nothing more, gentlemen. Merely fulfill your duties. As the words faded, every system aboard the Lord Bellerophon surged to life. Engines roared, and the aged hull groaned in protest as its components strained against the sudden tension. The cruiser, majestic as a glacier, began to accelerate, pulling out of orbit. The entire fleet fell in behind it in column formation, advancing toward the trader fleet that likewise charged in a single line. Yet burdened by the sluggish surveillance vessel trailing behind, the security fleet's battle line advanced at a pace far inferior to that of the traders. At last, whether the traders first charged into the security fleet's range or the security fleet first crossed into the enemy's kill zone, the two torrents of steel collided with cataclysmic force in the void. The Lord Bellerophon was the first to unleash its fury. Macro cannon shells and ranks of lances rent the void, detonating in ripples of shimmering distortion against the void shields of the leading Styx-class heavy cruiser. In the same instant, the trader fleet's salvo crashed upon them as well. Lances and shells wove together into a net of death, ensnaring Ras Aka's fleet within its lethal embrace. Seeing the Bellerophon Lord take the lead in a desperate charge, the enemy fleet immediately detached 13 warships, which led by a Styx-class heavy cruiser maneuvered to turn and dive straight towards the port side of the rear admiral's battle line. At the same time, a larger cluster of 21 enemy vessels of various types and classes along with 2 additional cruisers swung around toward the starboard side of the security fleet. Seeing the opponent's unmistakable pincer maneuver, Rasaka, who had not gained any advantage in the earlier long-range exchange of fire, gave a decisive order: launch torpedoes. All tubes fire. With his command, all torpedoes carried by the ships were launched amidst a storm of gunfire streaking toward the enemy formation like shooting stars. Without waiting for the adjutant to report the launch complete, Rasaka and the crew on the bridge could all feel the earthquake-like tremors transmitted through the deck as the torpedoes left their tubes. As the security fleet's torpedo salvo was launched, the enemy ships simultaneously initiated evasive maneuvers. On the bridges of the Bellerophon Lord and all other vessels, everyone held their breath, tracking the torpedo trajectories as they closed in on their targets. The first torpedo missed the leading cruiser. The second exploded against its void shield, but inflicted no substantial damage. The third was destroyed by defensive fire. The fourth malfunctioned and detonated on its own in the empty void. The fifth was barely evaded by a blasphemer-class destroyer in the enemy detachment. Such agile small craft could avoid torpedo paths by sharp turns. Then the sixth torpedo struck home, and suddenly a cheer erupted on the rear admiral's bridge. It had precisely hit another blasphemer-class destroyer in the enemy detachment. The torpedo's internal logic engine completed a course correction in the final seconds, causing it to directly slam into the target that was in the midst of turning. The astonishing power of the fusion warhead in a flash of light instantly collapsed the small warship's void shield, then tore a gaping hole in its stern. The blasphemer's hull began to vent plasma, a sign that its reactor had been hit. The crippled destroyer broke away from the traitor battle line, drifting helplessly in space. Soon its plasma reactor would detonate, completely reducing it to a heap of space debris. First blood. A wave of cheers erupted on the bridge of the Bellerophon Lord. In the exchange between the two forces, the first loss came from the traitor fleet. Yet the joy brought by this minor victory was fleeting. Eventually the two fleets slid past each other amidst a fierce exchange of gunfire. The rebel battle line appeared on both the port and starboard sides, and swarms of bombers and fighters filled the gap between the two fleets. Enemy ships sweeping in from both flanks unleashed wave after wave of broadside barges, causing the void shield generators of the Bellerophon Lord to emit piercing shrieks. The observation screens on the Bellerophon Lord's bridge were filled with targets. All the ship's batteries were firing continuously, and the hull creaked and shuddered with each salvo. Beam after beam from laser turrets flashed through space like spears of light, while plasma shells burst into dazzling brilliance within the fleet formation. On the Bellerophon Lord alone, the concentrated attack had caused the void shield capacitors deep within the hull to continuously overload, leading to melting and explosions, with fires spreading in multiple areas of the ship. If even the flagship was in such a state, the other ships were in even worse straits. The enemy was so numerous that while suppressing the Bellerophon Lord, they could also calmly suppress the other vessels on its flanks. As everyone struggled to cope, one blinding flash after another erupted from the enemy formation, far more brilliant than the earlier fusion torpedo explosions. Staring at the colossal flashes erupting within the enemy fleet, Rear Admiral Las Aka mistakenly believed they were the fruits of his own force's labor. He shouted with fervent excitement, "Is it torpedoes or those suicide ships?" "Neither, my lord." The adjutant's voice was equally ecstatic. As he replied, his fingers swiftly swept across the chaotic observation screen, brushing aside the overlapping dazzling markers that cluttered the display. Soon the vessels launching the lethal assault from the rear of the enemy fleet came into view. The small warships of the Rangers. 6 on the left, 6 on the right. No, 8 on the right. That was 2 more than the 12 recorded in the previous surface combat logs of Flax. Regardless of the exact number in the adjutant's heart, they now shone like the morning stars at dawn. "They are the warships of the Ranger chapter. My lord, the angels have come to our aid." Upon hearing this, Rear Admiral Las Aka fixed his gaze on the Ranger vessels appearing on the screen like divine soldiers descending from heaven. A surge of overwhelming shock and ecstasy from survival seized him. God Emperor preserve us. Yet the more he observed the positions of the Ranger warships, the more astonished Las Aka became. Their placement on the battlefield was so perfect that he could never have dared to dream of it. The vulnerable sections of the enemy fleet's aft propulsion arrays lay utterly exposed within the Rangers' firing arcs, as if they had willingly offered their most fragile necks to the executioner's blade. Had it not been for the enemy's deliberate cooperation, he felt he would never have reached the position the Ranger warships now occupied in his lifetime, unless his own side possessed overwhelming superiority and deliberately held back from destroying the enemy. The traitors were equally astonished by the Rangers' sudden appearance. Their vessels hastily turned, attempting to strike the Rangers, but none succeeded. Among the traitor fleet, the most agile in turning, the Heretic-class and Blasphemy-class vessels, comparable in size to the Ranger ships, became the first targets to be annihilated. Their void shields collapsed instantly under the assault of colossal light spheres, each 100 meters in diameter, coalescing at the bows of the Ranger warships and then erupting forth. The shields disintegrated like fragile bubbles. Just as Rear Admiral Lasaka assumed it was over and conventional fleet combat would resume, the convergence of light at the Ranger ships' bows showed no pause. They continued to hurl those massive spheres of light at the enemy fleet. A second third. The devastating orbs erupted from the Ranger vessel's prows at a frequency that made Rear Admiral Lasaka question his own sanity. Each shot struck with precision into the enemy formation. A Blasphemy-class destroyer barely completed a 40-degree turn its side batteries, just aligning with the Ranger ship's astern, when two light spheres struck it in succession. The first sphere collided with the destroyer's void shield, emitting a blinding radiance far surpassing a stellar explosion, instantly overloading its void shield generators. The second slammed directly into the midsection of the destroyer, delivering its death sentence. The Blasphemy-class destroyer's hull first swelled into an unnatural sphere, its surface armor plates undulating like boiling water, then burst forth with thousands of piercing rays from within, as if a colossal beast ignited from the inside, burning itself out. Finally, it exploded into tens of thousands of fragments. The largest piece of wreckage spun and collided with a nearby trader vessel attempting to turn, smashing several of its point defense cannons. The bombardment continued. Every other destroyer and frigate in the trader fleet without exception had its void shield overloaded by a single light sphere, then was destroyed in the second strike. While the trader fleet's cruisers were still clumsily turning, the smaller escort vessels around them were systematically annihilated by those 100-meter-wide spheres of light. By the time all escort ships in the trader fleet were lost, the few massive cruisers had barely managed to rotate their prows a fraction, their ponderous forms moving through the void as slowly as dying behemoths still exposed to the strange bow lights of the Rangers. In the blink of an eye, the chaotic and seemingly doomed battle situation reversed completely. The scales of victory in a dramatic turn tilted entirely to the side of Rear Admiral Lasaka and his security fleet. From the bows of the Rangers, small vessels, massive orbs of light continuously erupted, while their laser cannons, missiles, and torpedoes poured forth in a frenzied barrage. The sheer density of their firepower completely shattered Las AKA's understanding of the firepower density and intensity that destroyers and frigates ought to possess. Wait, what was that? While Lasaka was still in shock, a dense swarm of dark silhouettes flew straight out from both sides of the Rangers' warship tails. Were those some kind of carrier-based fighters? Indeed, they were carrier-based fighters. Though their size was also considerably smaller than the standard Imperial starfighters, the damage they inflicted on the trader fleet was in no way inferior to that of the Imperial starfighters. Moreover, from a single Ranger warship, at least two wings of carrier-based fighters emerged. One must realize. The enemy fleet's Annihilation-class cruiser, a support carrier with two oversized hangars and a length of 5 kilometers, carried only 4 wings of carrier-based fighters. Although the fighters were smaller in size, a single Ranger warship carried at least 2 wings of carrier-based fighters. At this moment, Rear Admiral Lasaka fully realized how foolish his previous judgment had been. He had once believed that the Rangers' ships were too tiny to play any decisive role in the battle. The facts before him proved that these ships were indeed small but complete, exhibiting a comprehensive combat effectiveness far beyond his estimation. Sir, the void shield of the enemy Annihilation-class cruiser on the starboard side has collapsed. The adjutant's report echoed through the bridge. In truth, no reminder was needed. Our Rear Admiral Lasaka had already clearly witnessed the dire situation of that Annihilation-class cruiser. This cruiser appeared exceptionally massive due to its enormous hangars on both port and starboard sides, with an overall length of nearly 5 kilometers. Its design leaned more toward fleet support and aerial combat, and it was not adept at close-range frontal engagements. Its predicament at this moment also stemmed from its tactical role at the start of the battle. Almost all its fighters and bombers had been deployed to attack the security fleet where Lasaka was stationed. When the Ranger warships suddenly appeared behind the battle line, only a handful of carrier-based fighters managed to scramble from its flight decks to intercept. Yet the moment they engaged, these fighters were easily swept aside by the Rangers like flies. Although it was equipped with powerful long-range lance batteries on both sides and a terrifying array of turbo laser destroyer cannons, at its bow the Ranger warships skillfully positioned themselves in its direct rear fire blind spot. Apart from sporadic point defense fire that futilely attempted to lock on but was easily intercepted by the Rangers' shields, this colossal vessel had no effective means of retaliation left. After losing its escort ships, facing the agile small vessels of the Rangers and the concentrated assault of carrier-based fighters swarming out of their hulls like a locust plague, this Annihilation-class cruiser held out longer than its escort ships that had already been reduced to wreckage, but any clear-eyed observer could see that its doom was only a matter of time. After just 2 volleys of concentrated fire, its void shield overloaded and collapsed. Then one by one the propulsion array at the stern of this Annihilation-class cruiser sputtered and died under the Rangers' sustained and precise attacks. The entire giant vessel was completely immobilized, drifting motionless in the cold void of space, like a floating giant iron coffin. The other Slaughter-class cruiser on the starboard side, and the Styx-class heavy cruiser on the port side met a fate identical to that of the Annihilation-class cruiser. Although the Slaughter class and Styx class both boasted a considerable number of powerful and fierce naval guns, the key issue was that these weapons primarily mounted on both sides, and the bow could pose no threat whatsoever to the Ranger warships that had suddenly appeared directly behind the cruiser's massive hulls hugging the propulsion nozzles. After their void shields overloaded, these two cruisers likewise failed to escape the fate of having their propulsion systems destroyed.